Chapter 1 The Apple. Gerald, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me at school? Why did you shout so loudly? At a young vocational college, beneath a girls' dormitory building, Olenna's thoroughly ran down to stop Gerald, who was shouting loudly toward the dormitory. Seeing Olenna's with her delicate makeup, wearing a pink short skirt and thin t-shirt, Gerald felt a wave of emotion and quickly walked forward. Thanks, in. When I came to find you, the dorm supervisor wouldn't let me go up. She told me to calm you down, so I had no choice but to shout. The passing students around them were smirking. Gerald loud shouts yet already attracted many people watching from the windows. Worse still, he was dressed like a migrant worker and even carried a jute bag. All this made Olenna's feel utterly humiliated. Gerald wiped the sweat from his forehead, placed the jute bag on the ground, and opened it. Thinking, didn't you want apples? Our family has a sun-facing apple tree that bears fruit, and I picked the best ones for you. Hey, Olenna looked at her boyfriend, who seemed worlds apart from her now, feeling aggrieved. Gerald, just you, I don't want these apples. Gerald took out an apple, wiped it, and offered it to her. This apple is very sweet, as good as those sold outside. I walked over 20 miles to bring it here. Try it. I said no. Annoyed, Olenna pushed the apple out of Gerald's hand. It floated around and shattered due to its brittleness. Just go quickly, I need to go study soon. Gerald scratched his head, then his face suddenly turned serious. Thinking, did something happen at school? Tell me, no one can bully you as long as I'm here. Olenna's heart was filled with frustration. She wanted Gerald to leave immediately because she had a date with Frederick today. If he said this scene, oral carefully constructed persona won't collapse. Just as she was about to find an excuse to get rid of Gerald, a familiar voice rang out. Olenna, I almost thought you were some innocent virgin. Didn't you say you've never been in love? A stylishly dressed boy with two braids rocked over. Seeing Frederick approaching, Olenna thoroughly rushed forward. Sahab, it's not what you think. This is my cousin. He just came to drop off something. Don't misunderstand. While saying this, she gave Gerald a menacing glare. Cousin. Gerald watched as Olenna threw herself into someone else's army and called him her cousin. His mind buzzed with shock. Frederick glanced at Gerald, then sneered and slapped Olenna's rod. Smack. Olenna screamed and fell to her knees, holding her face. With a fierce expression, Frederick growled, Alina, do you take me for a fool, daring to play me like this? Olenna tried to stand up but was shoved back to her knees by Frederick. She clung to his leg. Sahar, it's not what you think. I admit he was my ex-boyfriend, but we only held hands. Nothing more happening. I'm still clean. Please don't hate me. Wah. Let go of her. At this moment, Gerald regained his senses and seeing Olenna being beaten, rushed forward, angrily preparing to confront Frederick. What are you doing? Before Gerald could reach her, Olenna stood up and fiercely pushed him back. That's enough. Haven't you caused me enough trouble already? Get lost, lunatic. Gerald froze, staring at Olenna, his heart breaking. Sinks in. Why did this happen? Hey, Olenna laughed coldly. You saw everything. Right, we're not from the same world anymore. Don't come looking for me anymore. We're finished. Thankfully, we only held hands, so I can still give my first kiss and everything precious to Siren, or I'll hate you forever. Gerald was stunning. For years, he had worked hard, saving every penny to ensure Olenna wasn't hurt while studying in the city. All his money went to support her education, yet this was unattended. You want money? I will work hard to earn it. You want apples? I pick the ripest ones for you immediately. Why treat me like this? Olenna got up and walked closer to Gerald with their slender legs. In high school, you were smart and popular among the girls. Back then, I naively followed others and liked you too, but now, look at you, are pathetic. You didn't even go to college to support your sister's studies. Do you expect me to spend my life farming with you? Every time you come, I feel ashamed. This might be the last time I feel embarrassed, so take these stinky apples and leave. If you bother me again, I won't let you off. Olenna gave Gerald a disdainful glance, then turned and nestled into Frederick's embrace. Eoha, I was young and naive back then. Can you forgive me? I fell in love with you at first sight. I asked for a breakup several times, but this guy keeps harassing me. Will you help me deal with him if he bothers me again? Note, the word Zhuchang has been replaced with harassing to ensure the translation reads naturally in English. Gerald felt a sharp pain in his heart. He gritted his teeth, tied up the jute bag, and slung it over his shoulder. Olenna, though I'm poor, I'm not spineless. You'll regret this. Frederick watched with interest. Just as Gerald was about to leave, he pulled him back. Country bumpkin, tell me, did you ever touch this woman? Olenna glared at Gerald. Tell the truth. Bastards, get lost, Gerald roared. Frederick's face darkened, and he pushed Gerald out. Useless country bumpkin, daring to oppose me at a young vocational college. Are you tired of living? Gerald stumbled but steadied himself, then put down the jute bag and tore off his undershirt, revealing a muscular body, which made the surrounding girls scream in surprise. Do you want to fight me? Frederick hesitated upon seeing Gerald's physique, pulling at his phone. He said, country bumpkin, don't run if you dare. Olenna smirked, watching Frederick make close, kneel and apologized to Sayana, and maybe he'll let you off, otherwise, crying and begging later will further damage your pathetic dignity. Gerald stared coldly at Olenna. Do you really think I'm like you? Olenna's face twisted. Wait for death. Chapter 2 Green Tea. Before long, 7 or 8 curly boys walked over, arm in arm. Dixon, what happened? Someone dared to provoke you. Frederick pointed at Gerald and said, it's this damn kid, kick him out. A group of Oregon-like boys immediately looked over, then burst into laughter. My goodness, where did this bumpkin come from, and why does he still have that sour smell on him? Don't worry, Dixon, we'll handle it for you. Breaking one leg enough, we need another arm while we're at it. They sneered at Gerald with rudderless intent as they surrounded him. Frederick found a step to sit on and held Olenna possessively, both watching the scene and folding differently. There was not a trace of sympathy in Olenna's eyes. For her, Gerald was nothing more than an annoying fly at this moment. Titi, aha, there are so many people around. How about we take care of this bumpkin first and talk afterward? As for in your internship, my dad has already taken care of it. Are you trying to put on a show? There was a hint of anger in Frederick's eyes. Olenus giggled and said, Thank you, Satan. Rest assured, I will prove everything to you tonight. This country boy means nothing to me. The two continued their antics, spreading disgustingly sweet displays of affection all over. Unbeknownst to them, the few boys Frederick had killed over realized that this bumpkin wasn't so easy to handle. They attacked as a group, but after several attempts, they were beaten back one by one, each ending up lying on the ground in pain. Gerald walked up to Frederick and coldly said, Now it's your turn. Shocked at the sight before him, Frederick quickly let go of Olenus and shoved her away. Kid, what do you want? Fine, I'll give her back to you. Don't get crazy, my dad can. Smack. Gerald slapped him to the ground and turned to Olenus. You saw that, right? Is he worth it? The surrounding crowd, mostly girls, began whispering amongst themselves. Olenus shot Gerald a venomous look before hurriedly helping Frederick up. Gerald, if I recall correctly, your sister Tilly attends Xiang University, doesn't he? Hearing this, Gerald's expression changed. What are you implying? Olenus snorted and replied, If you dare retaliate again, I'll make sure I find you tomorrow with a group of guys. What happened next, you tell me. Gerald almost choked with fury, never expecting Olenus to be so malicious. You dare. At this moment, Frederick cast an appreciative glance at Olenus, finding her to be a truly cunning person. Of course we dare, you can ask Rand. How many outrageous things have I done here at vocational college? My father can cover up anything and no matter as serious. Don't believe me, try me. He flew at Gerald with a kick. What are you waiting for? Get up and take him out. We'll party at Dream Paris after we're done. The gang members who were previously on the ground instantly regained their energy and rose to take revenge. Frederick shouted at the onlookers, Everyone, scram. Immediately, everyone dispersed, and those upstairs drew their curtains. Clasping his fists tightly, Gerald hesitated. He couldn't risk any harm coming to his beloved sister. Beating and kicking rained down like a storm, and he endured it silently. Each time he fell, Erod forced himself to stand up again. He felt rage, agony, and a burning desire to be stronger. Even though he could sacrifice his life to maintain his dignity, he genuinely feared these rumors thoughts might ruin his sister. Get up, if you have any guts, stand up again, loser. Frederick watched Gerald, half dead feeling satisfied. Gerald struggled to rise, but halfway through, Olenus approached and opened a bottle of green tea, dousing him from head to toe. Cold, bone-chilling cold. Breathless, Gerald finally collapsed. The demands I mentioned earlier, can you fulfill them tonight? Don't say such things in front of so many people, I'll be embarrassed. Frederick laughed loudly and left with Olenus. The gang members carrying Gerald dumping him in a nearby roof as night fell. When Gerald finally mustered the strength to get up and push his back home, it started raining. The icy rain pounded mercilessly on his face. Gerald didn't know how long it took him to reach home. Instead of going inside, he retreated into the cattle shed curling up beside the old ox. Old ox, am I destined to remain weak forever? This world indeed has only one incurable disease, and that is poverty. I refuse to accept this fate. Since childhood, the old ox had been his companion. Once, lost on the mountain, Gerald was found by the ox when the valley couldn't locate him. Their bond was strong, and despite hardships, Gerald refused to let his mother to sell the ox. Shamalak, it's time for you to inherit this. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Gerald as he turned to the ox. You can't speak. Golden light shone from the ox's head as it leaned toward him. Gerald felt a sharp king in his forehead, letting out a cry as countless pieces of knowledge filled his mind. Next, the ox's body collapsed, its skin wrinkling, fine hairs turning white, appearing decrepit. Shamalak, when my flesh dissipates, leave behind the curb hole, swallow it and keep tonight a secret. Perhaps when you're strong enough, you can revive me. Sorry, I can't stay to protect you anymore. The storm raged all night. Dawn broke the next morning. Gerald slowly got up from the cowshed, wishing it had all been a dream, but reality was starkly cold. Seeing her son return, Barbara asked, Shamalak, why didn't you come home last night? Are you hungry? What happened? Concerned by her son's disheveled state, Barbara entered his room. I took our ox to the mountain, and it lost its footing and fell off the cliff. Barbara gasped as Gerald rushed into his room and closed the door. Lying on his bed, Gerald's thoughts raced. After some time, he abruptly sat up, his face filled with disbelief. These inheritances. Note the story continued with Gerald processing the sudden inheritance from the ox. Chapter 3 Nurse's plea for help. Cultivation, medicine, alchemy, ray formations. Gerald was engrossed in the knowledge passed down to him within his mind, only returning to reality after a long while. Although he still felt somewhat lost, he couldn't help but start practicing according to the methods imparted through this inheritance. 3 days flashed by. In the evening of that day, he finally felt a warm current illuminate in his body, a sign that he had entered the condensing state. At this moment, Gerald noticed that his body seemed to have undergone some changes. He felt brimming with energy, as if there was an inexhaustible force. At the dinner table, watching your son devour his meal heartily, Barbara finally felt relief. Kenshik, you are the sole heir of the Chen family for 18 generations and the purifier family. You mustn't do anything to jeopardize yourself. These past few days have scared me to death. Don't ever act like this again. Mom, how do you know I'm the 18th generation single heir? Gerald puzzled and asked. Barbara often replied, your father, that deadbeat, didn't have any relatives. I wouldn't be surprised if you were the 38th generation single heir. Hearing his mother mention his missing father, Gerald fell silent, quietly finishing his meal. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. From now on, I'll take care of this family. We can live just fine without that old bastard. He gave a discontented snort, put down his bowl and chopsticks, then returned to his room to continue cultivating. The memories of his father remained from when Gerald was very young, most of which were already buried. He only remembered that one day, his father left him and never returned. Since then, his mother had struggled to raise him and his sister. His mother always said that his father might have had some difficult reason, but Gerald felt that their family of three had been abandoned by him. Back in his room, Gerald sat cross-legged on the bed. Over the years, he specifically ventured into dangerous places in the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, earning quite a bit of money. However, worried about Olenna's well-being in the city, almost all the money was spent on her, leaving the family with next to nothing. He needed to train their feet and take responsibility for this family. The night passed. The next day, Gerald opened his eyes, washed up, packed his herb-gathering tools, and headed out to the mountain. Dawn broke, and the chill was biting. The cold wind lashed at his face like sharp waves. Cock-a-doodle-doo, cock-a-doodle-doo, bow-wow-wow, bow-wow-wow. The small village occasionally echoed with the varying sounds of roosters crowing. Tanzanian village, though nominally under the jurisdiction of the big city Xiangtan, remained impoverished due to its isolation by carrying mountains and poor transportation. Most villagers lived off fruit farming and agriculture, but small-scale production made it hard to sell their produce at fair prices. City merchants would often buy crops at rough-bottom prices. One time, while herding cattle, Gerald accidentally discovered a ginseng mushroom on the mountain. To his surprise, a pharmacy owner in the city bought it for 2,000 yuan. That discovery set him on the path of gathering herbs for income. Unfortunately, over the years, most of the mature wild medicinal plants on the mountain had been gathered. The Green Mountains were rugged and treacherous. Beyond the halfway point, paths virtually ceased to exist. After climbing for an hour, Gerald found a cave and carefully descended along the steep slope to a platform. The area was small, with a cave entrance covered in long weeds. After all, Gerald ran over, pulled back the weeds, and observed a cluster of delicate stems and leaves. He offered a silent prayer before slowly reaching at his hand. Then, something unbelievable happened. The cluster began growing right before his eyes. Practicing the primordial 1T technique, cultivation method could indeed absorb the essence of the sun and moon, mountains, rivers, and plants, and also benefit all living things. He suppressed his excitement and continued to channel his prayer. The stems and leaves grew higher and even blossomed with a cluster of red perennial-life ginseng flowers. After a while, a dizzying sensation came over him. It's about done. Taking a deep breath, Gerald picked up a small spade and quickly dug into the soil. A mature ginseng root, emitting a faint fragrance, appeared before his eyes. He was instantly overjoyed. This place was one Gerald had stumbled upon by chance. At that time, the ginseng was too young, so after some consideration, he decided not to harvest it. Now, after nurturing it himself, the ginseng was finally mature and should be worth quite a bit. Overjoyed, Gerald packed up his things and climbed back up the cliff, retracing his steps. As the sun rose high in the sky, excitement filled his mind, and he began to plan ahead. But just as he was about to descend the mountain, he suddenly heard soft cries for help, help, help. Gerald hesitated for a moment, then moved past the bamboo grove. What he saw before him stunned him. Help, Hubert, let me go. The one crying for help was none other than Yana, the ancient nurse from the village clinic. He suppressed his excitement and continued his practice. The stems grew higher, even blossoming into red perennial flowers resembling ginseng flowers. After a while, dizziness started to set in. It's enough. Gerald took a deep breath, grabbed a small hoe, and swiftly dug up the soil. A fully grown ginseng root emitting a faint fragrance appeared before him. His face lit up with joy. This place was discovered by Gerald accidentally. At that time, the ginseng was too immature, so he decided not to harvest it. Now, after nurturing it himself, the ginseng had matured and should be worth quite a sum. Gerald happily packed up his tools, shouldered his basket, climbed up the cliff, and retraced his steps. The rising sun cast a warm glow over the landscape, and his mind buzzed with excitement and vivid plans. Just as he was nearly back down the mountain, he suddenly heard faint cries for help nearby. Help, help. Gerald hesitated for a moment, then rounded the bamboo grove. What he saw shocked him. Help, monster. Let go of me. The voice belonged to none other than Yana, the intern nurse at the village health center. Note names in pinyin have been kept consistent as follows: Gerald, Arbor, Oanis, Tanzanian village, Yana. Chapter 4. Try to touch me. Yana was a medical student who had come to Xiang Yu Village Health Center a year ago with Mohammed to support rural healthcare. Young and beautiful, her innocent arm had long made her the apple of many men's eyes in Xiang Yu Village. Gerald naturally noticed Yana as well, but did not dwell on it since he already had a girlfriend. Now, seeing her pitiful yet endearing appearance, Gerald silently cursed himself for being so devoted to Oanis all this time. Why hadn't he become a heartless millionaire? Go ahead, scream. Even if you scream you're inside, no one will come to save you. Little girl, you've been teasing me every day. The demon in front of Yana was none other than Dr. Mohammed from the health center. F-balled. His face was filled with lecherousness as he held onto Yana's arms, savoring the moment before doing anything hasty. Gerald put down his basket and watched for a while until Yana reached her limit of despair and exhaustion. When Mohammed prepared to carry out his intentions, Gerald finally stepped out. Gordon Cutie, pretty good moves, huh? Don't you know this mountain is my territory?
Mohammed turned around, his face darkening at the sight of Gerald, seething inside. This mountain was desolate, and usually devoid of people. He wondered why this guy showed up now. Brat, what are you doing here? Gerald shrugged. To beat you, of course. Bullying a young girl in broad daylight. Should I let you off just because it's new Hallier? Mohammed's lips twitched. He covered Yana's mouth and shouted angrily. Zandra is my intern. Bringing her up here is part of the teaching activity. You're just a peasant. You wouldn't understand. Get lost. Yana's eyes were full of pleas for help, looking pitifully at Gerald while making muffled sounds from behind the hand covering her mouth. Under her nurse's uniform, her nearly perfect body trembled out of fear. Teaching activity? Well, then let me teach you something. Gerald nearly burst into laughter, walking forward with a gradually cold expression, raising his hand to slap Mohammed across the face. You dare hit me? Mohammed was shocked. His experience told him that villagers were easy to bully. This naive young man must be foolish. Who would treat him if he offended him? Braggarts like you won't be needing any medicine or treatment in the future? Smack. Another slap. Mohammed released Iana, grimacing. Do you think I can't make you go to jail? Smack. 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 3 consecutive slaps sent Mohammed tumbling to the ground. He sat up, covering his face, realizing he was no match for Gerald. Don't come closer. I'll give you $500 and we'll call it even. In a panic, he pulled out a wad of cash and handed it over to Gerald. Iana, who had been frightened stiff by Gerald's initial appearance which gave her hope, felt her heart plummet when she saw him take the money. If you'd taken it out earlier, I would have gone easier on you. Gerald put the money in his pocket. Mohammed sighed in relief, thinking Gerald was trying to extort him. Straightening his back, he said, Kid, take the money and leave. Remember, if today's events get out, I'll flay you alive. After threatening him, he thought to himself that once things were done, he would find a way to deal with this reckless brat. Gerald, putting the money in his pocket, asked Iana, do you want to stay here or come with me? Iana's previously hopeless face hesitated for a moment before quickly moving towards Gerald. However, due to her nervousness, she tripped, her whole delicate frame falling directly towards Gerald. Ah! Seeing this, Gerald hastily spread his arms and caught her. Her soft body landed directly in his arms, emitting a faint fragrance. This was Iana's first intimate contact with a boy, and her face blushed red as blood. Feeling supported by Gerald from behind, she glared at him, thinking this kid wasn't good either, and pushed him away. Unexpectedly, without Gerald's support, her foot hurt too much to stand steadily, causing her to fall toward Gerald again. Gerald was still recovering from being pushed and saw her falling towards him again, unable to react in time, and fell to the ground directly. The gentle sensation enveloped his entire body. His lips were sealed by her soft, honey-like touch. MMMPH. Iana was dumbfounded, utterly mortified at giving such an advantage to this guy, even losing her first kiss. Gerald also didn't expect it, pushing Iana away, getting up, and said angrily, I saved you kindly, and you tried to seduce me. Now my honor is ruined, you're responsible for it. Iana was confused and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, You scoundrel. Mohammed stood there, watching all this unfold, his face turning black with rage. He never imagined that after scheming so hard for his opportunity, he ended up paving the way for Gerald. Grabbing Gerald's collar, he shouted, Little bastard, what do you mean? You took my money and wanted to take her away too. I'll beat you to death. Gerald coldly looked at Mohammed. Do you want to keep talking nonsense or get it over with? Come on. Mohammed hesitated, looking at Gerald's tall and muscular figure, feeling a bit scared. Do you know who I am? I'm the director at Jiangxing Hospital, knowing many powerful people. I can ruin you easily. Just try touching me. Note, the text has been translated as accurately as possible while maintaining readability and fluency. Adjustments may be necessary for coherence with previous content. Chapter 5. Let go of me. Sure, I've never heard of such a request before. Without hesitation, Gerald pushed Mohammed's hand away and kicked him hard in his round belly. Bang. Oh my god. Mohammed let out a painful scream, flipping backward 2 times before landing on the ground with all 4s up. Do you believe I dare to hit you again? Gerald walked up, clenching his fists that cracked ominously. You little bastard, you're insane. Wait until I get back at you. Originally, Mohammed was the chief doctor at Jiangxing Hospital. Due to recent policies, he had come to this remote village to treat villagers, merely aiming to boost his credentials. He usually felt superior, considering treating villagers a favor, especially treating Iana as a plaything. But today, after bottling up for so long, just as he was about to take advantage, Gerald interfered. I'm waiting here. Another word from you, and see if I don't kick you to death. Gerald sneered. Seeing that he would be beaten again if he didn't leave now, Mohammed hurriedly crawled down the mountain path. Bastard. Gerald cursed at the coward's panic-stricken retreat, then turned towards Iana, extending his hand. Iana sat on the ground sobbing. Looking up at this rural youth, she felt waves of anger rise. With an innocent but fiercely reproachful gaze. Slightly impatient, Gerald asked, Am I supposed to write you an invitation before you stand up? Iana harumphed and only then reached out, using Gerald's strength to get up. You're such a rogue. Recalling her attractive figure clad in a nurse uniform and what had just happened, Gerald felt a chill run through his scalp. I saved you, yet you scold me. You should be thanking me. Do you even have a conscience? Me humph. Iana couldn't find the words, holding her hands together, enduring her foot pain and turning her head away from him. Well, encountering an unreasonable woman like you is indeed unlucky. Nothing else. I'm leaving now. Shaking his head, Gerald picked up his basket and prepared to go downhill. Iana couldn't stand properly due to her injured foot. Seeing him walking away, she immediately called out, Hey, are you planning to leave me here alone? I've heard there are wild wolves on the mountain at night. It's none of my business unless you beg me. Gerald continued walking, disappearing downhill within moments. Looking at him leave, Iana cried in frustration. You rascal. I'll beg you, alright? Come back. Ugh. Knowing she definitely couldn't walk down the mountain alone, and imagining how terrifying it would be at night, she began crying even louder. Ah. Suddenly, a wolf howl echoed through the air. Terrified, Iana screamed, backing away and picking up a stone defensively. However, unexpectedly, the bamboo grove rustled, and a shadow emerged, claws bared. Ah. Iana froze in terror, but then realized it wasn't a wild wolf but Gerald, playing a trick on her. You infuriate me. Gerald laughed as he approached, saying, Were you thinking of me all this time? Scared now? Don't misunderstand good intentions next time, or I might really ignore you. Her face flushed red. Iana had indeed been thinking of Gerald both consciously and unconsciously. She hoped Gerald would come back to help her, not out of romantic desire. This guy surely hadn't studied language well. Hey, what are you doing? Obviously carrying you down the mountain. How can you walk in this condition? Just as Gerald reached out to pick her up, Iana shrank back fearfully. Can you carry me on your back instead? Iana asked cautiously, not wanting him to hold her while also fearing he would leave. Without any bargaining, Gerald gave her a princess carry and walked toward the mountain's base. Don't you see I already have something on my back? Less chatter, or I'll cut out your tongue. Iana sucked in a cold breath, staying silent. She realized Gerald was different from the simple villagers in Taoyuan village, both unscrupulous and domineering. The mountain path was tough, causing Iana to feel increasingly uncomfortable in Gerald's arms, her face and neck blushing red. As the setting sun cast a blood-red hue across the sky, Gerald sensed a gentle warmth from her body, slightly moved. Thank you. Finally, when they neared the bottom of the mountain, Iana hesitantly expressed her gratitude. Gerald replied, verbal thanks mean nothing. Why not give some substantial appreciation? Seeing him looking down at her intently, Iana tightened her collar, saying, what do you want? Don't do anything funny. If you think I do something inappropriate, you're dreaming. What I meant is some compensation could work too. Iana found talking more with this guy exhausting. I'm just an intern. Where would I have money? Greedy. Well, forget it. By the way, what if that baldy bullies you again once I drop you off at the clinic? Should I send you home? Iana shook her head. No, my internship report is still with Teacher Gordon. Doing that would stop me from graduating. I'll return and try to reason with him. Fine. Without further questioning, Gerald continued walking. They soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. But noticing Iana's forehead dotted with sweat and her swollen foot, Gerald stopped. Wait here, I'll fetch some medicine for you. I can deal with it back at the clinic. I can endure it. I'm afraid you'll faint in my arms and refuse to get up. Iana laughed helplessly, not bothering to respond. Gerald searched around and found some plants for reducing swelling and pain, chewing them briefly before spitting them into his hand and applying them to Iana's ankle. Iana almost fainted from frustration. At the clinic, we have antiseptics. Your mouth doesn't speed up recovery. It's disgusting. Saliva can disinfect, and didn't you just taste mine earlier? Afraid now? Gerald squatted down, grabbing her tight calf, placing it on his leg. What are you doing? Iana cried in pain. Naturally curing your foot. I forgot to mention, I'm a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, making us colleagues. Traditional Chinese doctor? More like a deceitful rogue. Iana suddenly tensed, suspecting Gerald wanted to take advantage of her beauty. Let me go. Animal. Pervert. It's clear you're acting on lust. In the midst of their exchange, Gerald applied the plant paste onto her ankle, emphasizing his medical background. However, the tension grew as Iana became suspicious of his intentions. Her outburst reflected her fear and distrust, showcasing the escalating conflict between them. Chapter 6. Handsome Grass. Strands of spiritual power seeped from Gerald's palms. Iana's heart raced wildly. Just as she was about to scream for help, waves of tingling sensations spread from Gerald's hands, and the pain in her twisted ankle suddenly diminished considerably. Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore. Seeing her reaction, Gerald knew his method worked, which thrilled him inside. Using just spiritual power to treat simple injuries like this proved that the medical secrets passed down were indeed extraordinary. Iana had great skin, and as Gerald held her fair leg gently massaging her ankle, he noticed that the original redness and swelling had nearly subsided, leaving only some purple-red bruising. He stopped then. Does it feel better now? Iana wiped off the herbs with her sleeves, stood up, and found that it indeed didn't hurt. You scoundrel, do you really know medical techniques? Gerald replied, my father used to treat people in the village, leaving behind an invaluable medical book from which I've learned a few skills. Relieved that she could walk on her own, Iana felt a bit better, but her gaze towards Gerald grew even more unfriendly. Gerald noticed this and said defensively, we're still at the foot of the mountain. Don't act recklessly. If anyone sees us, my reputation will be ruined, and I won't find a wife. You can't compensate for that. Iana rolled her eyes at Gerald and asked softly, was hugging me comfortable just now? Realizing what she meant from her tone, Gerald responded, similar to hugging a sow at home. Iana gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Why did you treat me only after we came down the mountain? Trying to take advantage of me. Now Gerald was embarrassed, feeling hard-pressed to explain. However, it wasn't going to stump him. A clever maneuver. The massage technique needs to combine with the herbs for such miraculous effects. The herb I applied earlier is found only here at the foot of the mountain. Saliva is actually a necessary catalyst. Believe it or not. Upon hearing this, Iana actually believed him. Otherwise, how could she have recovered so quickly? It must be due to the effectiveness of the medicine. That herb is quite magical. What's its name? Handsome Grass, said Gerald. Iana ignored him and walked ahead. Just entering the village, they heard voices near the clinic's entrance. Dr. Gordon, how can you leave? Our village is so far from the city. People need medical attention. Halia, and hospital fees are too high. Dr. Gordon, please stay. Is there something we did wrong? Mohammed dragged his suitcase out of the crowd. Move aside, you bunch of obstinate villagers. I'm leaving. Get your village head to apply for a new doctor from the city health bureau. But our old village head has passed away, and we don't yet know who the new one will be. That's none of my business. Get lost. I'm leaving now. Truly, poverty breeds obstinacy, Mohammed angrily retorted. In reality, the villagers begged him to stay because the city hospital was far and expensive, whereas the village clinic offered subsidized medicines, funded by the city hospital. Seeing Mohammed's arrogant behavior, Gerald felt indignant. Gordon Baldy, who did you call obstinate? Mohammed saw Gerald and turned pale, hating him inwardly. If you want treatment, ask this guy. He drove me away. Confused, everyone turned around. How could Gerald drive away the village doctor? Mohammed took advantage of their distraction to slip away. When the crowd realized this, they surrounded Gerald and Iana, asking what happened. Seeing Iana's pleading look, Gerald sighed and said, "Don't worry everyone. This Gordon Baldy isn't good, leeching off people and being unsavory. His departure is better for all. In the future, come to me for any medical issues. I also know medical arts." The villagers were not pleased with this. "Do you know medical arts? Don't boast. If I were sick, I'd rather go to the city hospital. Baldy may not be a decent person, but he's still a doctor. Without a doctor, how will we seek medical care?" "Gerald, aren't you harming us?" Standing behind Gerald, Iana felt touched. She hadn't expected this bad boy to have a conscience and kept quiet about today's events. Otherwise, she would have been mortified. Suddenly, a villager shouted, "Oh no! Cora fainted and is lying on the bed inside. With the doctor gone, what are we supposed to do? Lives are at stake." Hearing this, Gerald's expression changed instantly. Mohammed had left without treating patients, showing complete disregard for human life. He needed a lesson next time. "Hold on, I'll check on her." Pushing past the crowd, Gerald entered. Stunned, Iana followed immediately. Inside, a beautiful woman in her late 20s lay unconscious on the bed, eyes closed and face pale. It was Cora, a tragic woman whose husband, Biff, died in a car accident on their wedding day. Villagers often called her a fox spirit, blaming her for her husband's death. Struggling with debts from her late husband's failed business, she faced a difficult life. Although Iana was a medical student, she was still in the internship phase and couldn't figure out what was wrong. Panicking ensued. A disgruntled villager sneered, "Gerald, if you claim to heal, chase doctors away. Prove it by curing someone." Others joined in. "Indeed, an inexperienced youth boasting of healing, why not fly to heaven?" Ignoring these words, Gerald lifted Cora's slender white arm and placed his fingertips on her pulse. Healing her is simple. Chapter 7. Cured. Iana was stunned, wishing she could strangle Gerald on the spot. Although her foot injury had been healed, she felt that Gerald merely knew about using that herbal medicine and that his medical skills were all bluff. "Stop messing around. You don't even know what's wrong with the patient, yet you say it's simple," she retorted. Gerald snorted. "You have long hair but a short mind. Go get me some sugar water." Everyone looked baffled. They had never heard of sugar water being used to treat illnesses. "What are you waiting for? Nurse Lou, go," Gerald ordered directly. Iana was taken aback. Did Gerald really think he was a doctor and actually wanted to treat people? If he succeeded, fine, but if not, who would be responsible for the consequences? You don't even know why the patient fainted. What if giving her random things worsens her condition? Iana argued. Gerald frowned, noticing no one believed him. "Nurse Lou, if you don't trust me, then you come over here," Gerald said impatiently, pointing at Cora lying on the bed. "Since you're also a nurse at the clinic, you'll share responsibility if something happens to the patient." With that, Gerald stood up, crossing his arms as if indifferent. Now, Iana panicked. With Gordon 2 absent, she was the only one left at the clinic. If anything happened to the patient, she might fail her internship report and wouldn't graduate. "Well, we don't have sugar water, but glucose is okay, right?" Iana compromised, unsure what to do. Gerald calmly replied, "Sure, bring it if you have it." Iana rushed to the table and found a bottle of glucose injection. Gerald examined it. A 10% glucose solution should suffice. He unscrewed the cap and instructed Iana, "Lift her head." Iana nodded and lifted Cora's head. Gerald pinched Cora's cheekbone slightly to open her mouth and poured the glucose solution into her mouth. Usually, an unconscious person couldn't eat or drink on their own. However, Gerald was different. As he poured, he infused her body with a faint stream of spiritual energy from within himself. Iana was dumbfounded, having never seen such a treatment method before. It seemed more like feeding a pig. Moreover, this was an injection meant for intravenous use, not for drinking. After making Cora finish the whole bottle, Gerald tossed it aside. Minutes passed with everyone watching in silence. Cora showed no signs of waking up. "See, I told you it won't work. Halia, after so long and still no wake up. Looks like Gerald is just half-baked, pretending to be a doctor. The patient might not survive." As the crowd murmured among themselves, mostly criticizing Gerald for dismissing Dr. Gordon, Iana stood beside him, worried. "Do you think this will work? What if the fall caused a head injury, leading to other complications? This isn't standard medical practice." She needed to calm down and stop Gerald, finding another way to help the patient. "Wake up, she's waking up." A villager suddenly shouted, pointing at Cora. "What happened?" Cora touched her head, feeling groggy as she woke up. Iana quickly helped her sit up and explained, "You fainted, and everyone brought you here." Cora paused. "Thank you, Nurse Lou." Iana glanced at Gerald, feeling a bit guilty. She added, "Dr. Gordon left, but Gerald saved you." "Gerald?" Cora looked around, and her gaze landed on Gerald. Her eyes suddenly softened. Seeing her awake, the villagers breathed a sigh of relief but didn't believe Gerald was responsible. Saved by treating the dead as if alive? He got lucky. Villagers, knowing each other well, joked a bit and left. Cora lowered her head. "Gerald, thank you. Since I can't give you anything, how about you come to my place for dinner someday?" "No need to be so formal." "It was nothing," Gerald replied confidently, glancing at Iana. Iana gritted her teeth but couldn't say anything, since Gerald did save the patient. Cora put on her shoes and prepared to leave. "Thank you all. I'm leaving now." Taoyuan village was truly poor. The arable land was scarce, and most villagers either farmed or planted trees, relying heavily on nature. They often struggled to make ends meet. Cora, living alone, suffered even more. Already in poor health, she lost her husband soon after marriage, facing rejection from the villagers while carrying the burden of life. Gerald reminded her, "Sister Mingru, avoid heavy labor for now. Otherwise, you might faint again. We're lucky someone found you this time," but it might not happen next time. Cora smiled bitterly. Without a man in the house, what else can I do but work? Gerald sighed. But your anemia is congenital, unsuitable for prolonged labor. If this continues, it could endanger your life. He diagnosed her condition when checking her pulse, realizing it was likely due to malnutrition during her mother's pregnancy and premature birth. I'll be careful. Cora stood up and walked out. Gerald called out, Sister Mingru, if you trust me, I can help you treat your illness, free of charge. Cora turned back and smiled. Remember to come over. Gerald was surprised, feeling a hint of charm in her gaze. Was it an illusion? Hashtag chapter 8. What's wrong with liking pretty girls in the city? Cora left, and the clinic was now only occupied by Gerald and Iana. At this moment, Iana was looking at Gerald with a puzzled expression. She couldn't understand how he could diagnose Cora's illness so accurately, which was far more impressive than Dr. Gordon. You really know medicine? She asked, her eyes narrowing slightly in doubt. Gerald shot her an annoyed glance and replied brusquely, I'm not just good at medicine. I can also fight. Heard of the invincible palm? One slap could turn your butt into a pancake. You, shameless scoundrel. Forget it then. Fuming, Iana turned around to tidy up the mess caused by the earlier commotion. There were too many people handling things hastily, leaving the place disheveled. Gerald stared at the nurse's slender back for a moment, lost in thought. By the way, now that Baldy is gone, what do you plan to do next? Expelling Dr. Gordon from the clinic was both a blessing and a curse for Iana, considering he held her internship report. Iana shook her head and said, I don't know. I was supposed to intern under Dr. Gordon. Now that he's gone, I don't know how the hospital and school will arrange it. They should send a notice. Why don't you stay here for now? Gerald suggested. I guess I have no choice. Iana was still pondering the events of the day, unable to comprehend how her respected mentor, Mr. Gordon, would attempt something so nefarious. With Baldy gone, I'll likely be taking over here, and you can assist me, Gerald said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Iana smiled and teased. You really think you're a doctor now? Let me remind you, practicing medicine without a license is illegal. Don't you get it? I'm more qualified to treat patients than all those certified doctors combined. Just wait and see. Iana sighed helplessly at this unpredictable man. Well, thanks for today. You should head home, she finally said. All you ever say is thank you. But words are meaningless. Didn't the TV shows always end with them promising their lives to each other? Gerald joked. Iana shot him a glare and retorted, Dream on. Even if I had to marry a pig or a dog, I wouldn't marry you. Ha, even if you wanted to, I'd have to think about it, Gerald quipped, hands behind his head as he strolled away from the clinic. Mom, I'm back. Is dinner ready? I'm starving. A full day's work had left Gerald famished, his stomach rumbling loudly. Shamalog, where have you been all day? Did you go see your city girlfriend again? Why haven't you brought her home yet? Barbara placed the prepared food on the table, wiped her hands, and sat down beside him. Mentioning Ebony made Gerald clench his fists unconsciously. He had wanted to be a good man, only to be betrayed by a green tea girl. I don't have a girlfriend, Mom. Don't make things up. But didn't you say she was a nice girl, from the city, beautiful and kind? Barbara looked at Gerald, guessing his thoughts. She probably thinks we're too poor. Don't worry. I'll find you a beautiful, kind, and virtuous daughter-in-law eventually. Stop asking. City girls won't like us. How about I arrange a marriage for you in the village? Barbara suggested. No need, Mom. Gerald quickly refused. No need? You're not getting any younger. Village girls are simple and honest. City women have too many tricks. Mom, there's nothing wrong with liking pretty city girls. Sated after his meal, Gerald, tired of listening to his mother's nagging, went straight to the family orchard. Their orchard usually yielded good harvests. It was time for another harvest, and he planned to pick these apples and sell them in the city the next day. Quickly sorting the fruits into bags, Gerald was about to leave when he hesitated. If the primordial chi technique could ripen ginseng, why not these fruit trees? He sat down and began to circulate the energy as per the technique. Gradually, the sun set and the moon rose. Gerald sat in the orchard with an unseen green glow swirling around him like a nebula, slowly spreading towards the surrounding fruit trees. The trees, which had already borne fruit once, began to sprout new tiny fruits. By midnight, fully ripe apples hung from the branches, red and fragrant. Gerald picked one, took a bite, and found it sweet and juicy. So delicious. Struck gold. Gerald marveled at the now fully matured orchard. If he could make this orchard mature every day, wouldn't that mean countless fruits? Even if sold for 50 cents per pound, he could still make a lot of money. Lost in dreams of fortune, Gerald suddenly felt dizzy and then fainted on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up to find dawn breaking. He felt completely drained, realizing he had expended too much spiritual energy. It had depleted him, causing him to faint. Sitting on the ground in meditation, he slowly absorbed spiritual energy from the surroundings, gradually restoring his drained body. Once sufficiently recovered, Gerald started transporting the apples to his doorstep, preparing to sell them in the city later. Mom, I'm going to the city to sell fruits. It's so early. Have some breakfast before you go. No need. I ate a few apples. Gerald felt that the nutrients in these spiritually ripened apples were far more abundant than ordinary fruits. Just 2 were enough to fill him up. All right, be careful and don't overwork yourself. Understood. Gerald rode his tricycle quickly, effortlessly pedaling despite the large sacks of apples in the back. He was full of confidence, imagining the scene of his apples selling out. As he was heading into the city, passing through the village entrance, he heard a delicate voice call out, Gerald, stop right there. He sat down and began practicing the technique. Gradually, the sun set, and the moon rose high. Gerald sat amidst the orchard, surrounded by an invisible green aura visible only to him. The glow spread like a nebula, gently seeping into the surrounding fruit trees. The trees, which had already produced fruit once, began sprouting new, tiny fruits. After hours of effort, Ripe red apples appeared on the branches, fresh and fragrant. Gerald picked one and bit into it. Sweet and juicy. So delicious. Riches are coming my way. Seeing the newly matured orchard, Gerald imagined earning endless money. Even at 50 cents per pound, it would bring in a substantial income. Lost in daydreams of wealth, Gerald suddenly felt dizzy and fainted on the ground. Hours later, he awoke to dawn breaking. His body felt utterly drained, clearly from the excessive use of spiritual energy. As a beginner in cultivation, he had pushed himself too far. Sitting cross-legged, Gerald slowly absorbed the natural spirit energy, restoring his depleted strength. Feeling better, he started moving the apples, loading them outside his door to take to the city later. Mom, I'm going to the city to sell fruit. It's early. Have something to eat first. No need. I've eaten a few apples. Gerald found the apples he cultivated using spiritual energy more nutritious than regular ones, filling him up easily. All right, be careful and don't exhaust yourself. Got it. Gerald rode his tricycle swiftly, the heavy sacks of apples in the back making no difference to him. Confident, he imagined selling out in the city. Just as he was heading into town, he heard a delicate voice call out, Gerald, stop right there. Hashtag chapter 9, a family of doctors. Screech. Gerald applied the brakes, emitting a piercing sound. Turning around, he saw Iana running towards him. She wasn't wearing her nurse's uniform today, but had opted for a clean t-shirt and tight jeans that accentuated her slender, long legs. Nurse Lou, where are you heading? Leaving here? Iana grabbed the burlap bag of apples and hopped onto the tricycle, plopping herself down on top of the apples. If you're going to town, just give me a lift. You're really making yourself at home. I'm going to sell fruit in town. What about you? Gerald sat down and pedaled away, setting the tricycle in motion again. I'm going to find my grandfather. Iana clung tightly to the rope tied around the apples, afraid she might fall off. What does your grandfather do? Gerald, feeling a bit bored, was glad for some company and chatted with her, trying to get to know her better. He's a doctor, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, though I studied Western medicine. Iana revealed that her family had a long history as traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Unfortunately, her father passed away early, and her grandfather feared the family's medical knowledge would be lost, so he taught her despite the tradition being only passed down to male heirs. However, due to her focus on Western medicine, Iana had some biases against traditional Chinese medicine and only learned the basics. This time, Iana was going to town for help. With Mohammed gone, she felt overwhelmed and needed her grandfather's advice and possibly his presence in the village. Relying on Gerald still made her uneasy. Looked at how flustered you were yesterday. You're supposedly from a renowned Chinese medicine family and a university graduate. You're not exactly handy as an assistant. Gerald teased her. So what? I graduated from a proper university. What about you? Where did you go to school? Iana looked at Gerald disdainfully. Suddenly, Gerald fell silent. Hit a nerve, didn't I? Even if you know a bit about herbs, you're barely a barefoot doctor, Iana said triumphantly. Gerald took a deep breath but wasn't offended, laughing it off. You're right. If not for this barefoot doctor, your little piglet wouldn't be walking around now. Iana huffed. Humph. Wait until I bring my grandfather here to show you what a true master physician is like. The tricycle sped up as Iana held onto the rope, slightly fearful and wondering where this guy got such strength. By 8 o'clock, they arrived in town in record time. Gerald dropped Iana off at a bus stop before rushing to the market. This market was one of the larger ones in the area. The fruit sold inside was pricey, and stall fees were charged, so he usually set up outside, safely selling until the city management came around. Gerald unloaded a few bags of apples, arranged them neatly, and began shouting, apples, big and crispy, sweet and juicy apples, cheap prices. However, his fantasy of a rush of customers quickly turned cold as nobody showed interest. How could such good produce be so hard to sell? Facing the challenge, Gerald refused to give up. Observing the surroundings, he realized the area was filled with old buildings, and people preferred buying from familiar vendors. As a newcomer, it was tough to break into an established customer base immediately. What should he do? Gerald thought hard and suddenly had an idea. He rushed to a convenience store, bought a loudspeaker and a box of toothpicks, and recorded a message. Fellow townsfolk, I am a fruit farmer from Taoyuan village. We have a new variety of apples and are conducting market research. Please come try them and share your opinions. He sliced up some apples, placed the loudspeaker nearby, and waited for people to taste. It worked. An elderly woman with her chastity approached after finishing their shopping. Gerald quickly offered 2 pieces using toothpicks. Seeing their delighted expressions, Gerald felt a surge of satisfaction. What new variety is this delicious apple? Gerald explained, emphasizing that this new variety required no fertilizer or pesticides. The astute grandmother analyzed Gerald's attire and concluded he must be genuine. Are you selling them? I want to buy some. Reluctantly nodding, Gerald replied, you're my first taster. Let's say I sell you 2 kilos. She shook her head. No, 5 kilos. With his first sale secured at 5 yuan per kilo, others soon followed, leading to bustling business. Gerald eventually raised the price to 8 yuan, and the demand remained high. Everyone who tasted the apples ended up buying. Before long, all the apples were sold out. Touching his full satchel, Gerald smiled brightly, thanking his ingenuity. After selling the fruit, he locked the tricycle and planned to sell the herbs he had gathered. Riding around town on a dilapidated tricycle risked to fine, so he boarded a bus to the old district, reaching the herbal medicine shop where he usually sold herbs. The sign, Renxin Hall, hung above the entrance. Though small, it had an ancient charm, reportedly dating back hundreds of years. It was once run by an imperial physician who treated emperors. Inside, he heard a familiar voice pleading, Grandpa, please help me. My skills aren't advanced enough. If I fail to treat patients properly, it'll damage your reputation. Renxin Hall has been a century-old brand. Imagine the disgrace if people found out your chastity failed. Please help me. Gerald walked in and saw Iana clinging to an older man's arm, shaking it repeatedly. The elderly man, around 60 with silver hair and dressed simply, holding a teacup, stood up upon noticing someone entering. Stop causing a scene. There's a patient here. He stood up, and Iana reluctantly released his arm. Seeing Gerald, she froze, her mouth agape in shock. Gerald, surprised by her reaction, paused. Life sure can be coincidental. He never imagined the herbal medicine shop he frequented belonged to her family. Well, this would make things easier. Briskly smiling, Domenico recognized Gerald, knowing he brought quality herbs. Why are you following me? What are your intentions? Iana stared warily at Gerald, eyes wide. Translation ends here. Chapter 10. Medical Genius. Gerald was speechless. How could this girl be so heartless and still regard him as a bad person? Xia, how can you speak like that? Dylan looked at his chastity disapprovingly and rebuked her. Xiao Malag is my guest. Do you know each other? Felicity was taken aback by what her grandfather said. This little guy Dylan seemed unwilling to listen and waved his hand. We'll talk about it later. Go and make some tea. Havelock, so Sister Xia is your chastity? No wonder she looks familiar. Dylan invited Gerald in and sat him down on a chair. Felicity reluctantly came over with the teacup and placed it in front of Gerald. Xiao, are you here because you have some good herbs for me? Dylan stroked his beard, the smile on his face deepening his wrinkles. Grandpa, if there's nothing else, I'm going now. Where are you off to again? Stay and learn medicine properly. You've been slacking every day, and now you remember me when you realize your medical skills aren't up to par. Felicity had just tried to slip away but was called back by her grandfather. She stood beside him, pouting, clearly dissatisfied. Gerald couldn't help but find it amusing. The same girl who had been glaring at him yesterday was now acting like a well-behaved kitten. Havelock, your chastity. Cough, cough. Just as Gerald was about to speak, Felicity coughed twice and gave him a menacing glare. Your chastity is truly a good person. She interned in our remote village. Besides healing the sick, she also loves working hard and often helps villagers. Now, in our village, she's a renowned miraculous doctor. Upon hearing Gerald's praise, Dylan almost choked on his tea. She heals the sick and is a miraculous doctor? Xiao, don't joke around with me. Dylan looked at his chastity in surprise. He knew her well enough. There was no way she could be as skilled as Gerald described. Not really, I just learned everything from Grandpa. A healer should have a compassionate heart, Felicity replied, unexpectedly complimented. She then grinned and refilled their teapots with water. If your medical skills are so good, why do you need me here? Can't you cure them yourself? I still need to watch over the clinic and can't leave. Rinchentang was only manned by Dylan. If he left, the clinic would have to close, which would delay any treatment for patients who might come in. Felicity was momentarily speechless and pouted once more, glaring at Gerald. She hadn't realized this boy was setting her up. Gerald sipped his tea leisurely, not minding Felicity's stare at all. I heard she went to support the countryside with a doctor, but I didn't know it was your village. I should have introduced you two earlier. Anyway, what herbs did you bring this time? Xiao. Gerald put down his teacup, took out his cloth bag of herbs, and placed it on the table, then showed Dylan the herbs. Havelock, these wild ginseng roots I recently found in the mountains. Dylan picked it up, his eyes shining. He smelled it and sighed contentedly. Wild ginseng of this quality. I haven't seen such a fine specimen in years. If it were older and bigger, it would be a top-grade dangtase. Gerald initially worried if the accelerated growth of the wild ginseng might cause problems, but it seemed to be beneficial just like apples, nothing but advantages. How much would this ginseng sell for? After pondering, Dylan gave a fair price. These ginseng roots are excellent, but they're a bit small. 12,000 yuan should do it. This far exceeded Gerald's expectations. He thought selling these roots for a few thousand yuan would be great, but now they were fetching tens of thousands. What? These mountain ginseng roots cost 12,000? That's so expensive. Felicity's eyes widened. Usually, she saw Gerald wearing tattered clothes and looking poor. Yesterday, he almost sold himself for 500 yuan given by Mohammed. Selling one batch of medicine netted him over 10,000, and her own grandfather bought it. You don't understand anything. You should read more medical books. Ginseng prices are measured per gram. Dylan looked at his chastity with dissatisfaction, sighing, hoping the ancestral medical techniques wouldn't end with her. Felicity pouted and complained. You never give me enough living expenses. Look at my clothes. I've been wearing this for 3 months. Now you spent 12,000 on medicine. I'm so aggrieved. I want to cry. Dylan got up, opened a cabinet, and counted out 12,000 yuan. Gerald took the money, smiling, thank you. Felicity stared at the money longingly, while Dylan glared at her and handed her 2,000 yuan. Here's your living expenses. Felicity snatched it and said, thanks, Grandpa. I'm going shopping. Wait. Dylan handed her 2 old medical books with yellowed covers. Study them well. Western medicine isn't much use. Gordonster are ancestral medical arts, and you won't have to worry about anything for life. Felicity reluctantly accepted the books before leaving. At this moment, Gerald added, oh, Havelock, I need a set of silver needles and some herbs. Can you help me prepare them? He took out 2 prescriptions he had written and handed them to Dylan. What do you need those for? Dylan asked curiously. Gerald smiled. I found an old medical book and learned a bit of medical knowledge. I want to buy some herbs to experiment. Dylan warned him, Xiao, don't take medicine lightly. Medicine is always somewhat toxic. If you misuse it, it could cause problems. He glanced over the prescriptions. The first one is for replenishing qi and blood, which should be safe. What's the second one for? Dylan recognized the first prescription for replenishing qi and blood, but the other one used herbs that puzzled even him. Well, someone in the village has anemia. I wrote a prescription for that. The other one is a folk remedy for strengthening the body, Gerald explained. Dylan didn't ask further. He prepared the herbs and a set of silver needles for Gerald. Medicine is no joke. Don't mess around. It can be fatal if misused. Gerald chuckled. Don't worry, Grandpa. I tested a trauma treatment method on a fierce sow yesterday morning, And it worked very well. Dylan's cheeks twitched, surprised at using a sow for testing. And silver needles can't be used carelessly either. I know. Acupoints like Bai Hui can knock a person down. Weilu can lead to death. Zhangmin strikes can kill 9 out of 10 people. Hitting Yintang or Yamen will certainly send you to meet the king of hell. Breaking the spine or damaging the knees can lead to immediate death. As Gerald spoke fluently, Dylan listened in astonishment. He didn't expect Gerald to know acupuncture points and their effects so thoroughly. You remembered all that? Dylan asked, amazed. Medical skills are pretty simple. I picked them up easily and can remember everything at a glance. Gerald patted his chest confidently. Feeling triumphant, Gerald didn't notice the strange thought forming in Dylan's mind. Why are you staring at me, Havelock? I'm not a little girl. Your gaze is kinda scary. Chapter 11. You are truly capable. Gerald saw Domenico staring at him for a long time without saying anything, his gaze somewhat intimidating. He felt puzzled. Domenico finally snapped out of it and said, I was just thinking about something. Xiao, have some tea, come. I'll get you some pastries as well. Asterisk if only my chastity were more competent. This young man could be the right material for a doctor. Perhaps I should take him in as a son-in-law, so he can carry on my medical knowledge. Asterisk. Not only did Domenico bring some pastries, but he also handed over 2 old medical books to Gerald. Thank you, Gordonsterlew. Gerald didn't hesitate to accept them. In his memory, the medical knowledge passed down was too distant from the present era. Some medicinal herbs mentioned had been renamed in modern times, while others had even become extinct. With these ancient books as references, this problem could be solved. Heaven is truly helping me. He couldn't wait to open the books and immediately became engrossed. Domenico watched Gerald approvingly, nodding his head. It's good. Thinking of his chastity, he sighed wryly, knowing that if things didn't work out, he might have no choice but to arrange her marriage to Gerald. Time passed slowly. During this period, Domenico had an emergency and asked Gerald to temporarily manage the clinic. Doctor. Gerald was reading and drinking tea when he heard the calls and lifted his head. 3 people entered through the door, one of them carrying a patient who seemed barely alive. Gerald put down the book and walked towards the bed. Where's the doctor? We need help now. Not seeing Domenico, the patient's relatives grew anxious. Gerald replied, the doctor is out attending to another case. How about letting me take a look? Others looked at Gerald. He was so young and didn't resemble a doctor at all. Seeing the 2 men staring at him silently, Gerald directly went to the bed and reached out to check the patient. Just as his right hand grasped the patient's wrist and infused a thread of spiritual energy, it was slapped away by another person. What are you doing? Don't touch him carelessly. If anything happens, will you take responsibility? The patient's relative blocked Gerald, clearly deciding to wait for Domenico to return. Gerald looked at the patient. His pupils were already dilated, consciousness fading, body convulsing, mouth bubbling with froth like a goldfish. If you don't let me treat him, then please take him away. I'm afraid it will be too late, and he'll die here. That rotten boy, what are you saying? Think I won't beat you up? One relative threatened. Gerald snorted. Within 10 minutes, he will surely die. Both men panicked when they saw the patient's condition worsening. Bubbles of foam began gushing from his mouth. Hurry and treat him, quick. Going to the hospital wouldn't make it in time. They could only try their luck with this young man who looked like an apprentice. Gerald originally wanted to say, forget it, I won't treat him. But then he reconsidered, feeling pity for the innocent patient and lacking much experience. He rolled up his sleeves and walked forward, telling the 2 men, take off his clothes. The 2 clumsily removed the patient's clothes. As soon as they were off, Gerald inserted his silver needles directly into acupoints. 1 needle, 2 needles, 3 needles. Each needle was enveloped in an invisible brilliance as Gerald infused his spiritual energy. The energy would travel through the patient's veins and meridians, examining the condition and stimulating acupoints. After 7 needles, Gerald stopped and grabbed a trash bin from nearby. Is it done? One man asked, confused. Usually doctors took over 10 minutes to treat patients, but Gerald didn't exceed 5 minutes. It's done. Do you want me to open his skull or perform surgery? Gerald wiped the sweat from his forehead. Performing acupuncture was quite taxing on his spiritual energy. After just 7 needles, he already felt exhausted. He's not waking up. If something goes wrong, I'll make you pay with your life. The burly relative glared at Gerald fiercely. Get lost, or I'll kick you out if you keep talking nonsense. Gerald stared at him sharply. The man paused, intimidated by Gerald's presence. When the energy in the needles diminished, Gerald approached and started removing the needles. The moment he pulled out the first needle, the patient twitched slightly. After the second needle, the patient slowly opened his eyes. By the 7th needle, the patient abruptly sat up, grabbing the trash bin and vomiting violently. Gerald handed the patient a glass of water, allowing him to rinse his mouth. It's fine now. Take him home. The 2 relatives helped the patient off the bed, looking ashamed. The burly man put on a humble smile. Sorry, brother. Earlier I was just anxious. What's the fee? Gerald waved a hand. No need for money. Today is my first time treating a patient. Consider it a good deed. First time? All 3 were dumbfounded, but thankfully, the patient was cured. Oh, doctor, what was wrong with me? Standing weakly between the 2 men, the patient recalled how he was suddenly overcome by stomach pain while having hot pot and singing. Gerald pointed at the trash bin. Your answer is in there. If you're curious, feel free to check. No one would sift through vomit and hot pot leftovers. They thanked Gerald again and left the clinic. As they just left, Domenico walked in from outside. Xiao, you are truly capable. Chapter 12. Walking with a girl at night. Elder Liu, you've been watching for quite a while now, haven't you? Gerald smiled as he gathered his silver needles and placed them in an alcohol cup for sterilization. Domenico stroked his long beard and entered the room, standing beside Gerald. Xiao, I really didn't expect your medical skills to be at such a high level. I couldn't even diagnose the patient's illness just now. He walked in when Gerald was already performing acupuncture and hadn't observed closely enough to diagnose the condition accurately. Gerald sat aside, poured a glass of water, drank several big gulps, wiped his mouth, and then said, he probably ate something he shouldn't have while having hot pot earlier. It's silver threadworms that caused this result. Silver threadworms? Domenico thought for a moment and asked, what are those? Even he had never heard of silver threadworms. There were no records about them in any of the medical books he had read. Gerald explained, silver threadworms are peculiar creatures, usually invisible to the naked eye because they're very small. However, if ingested by someone, they become dangerous inside the body. The worms first travel down the esophagus to the stomach, then puncture the stomach wall and flow through the bloodstream, eventually reaching the brain. That's why the man started feeling stomach discomfort, but later lost consciousness as the worms reached his brain. Domenico listened carefully. There was still so much he didn't know. If the patient had come to him, he might not have been able to treat him properly. These silver threadworms are so powerful? How did you force them out? Domenico asked in surprise. Gerald replied, I used acupuncture to stimulate certain acupoints. Under the stimulation, the human body reacts by producing counter chi, which repels the worms, causing them to flee. Domenico stroked his beard thoughtfully. Is this all recorded in your medical book? He was curious about what kind of divine book Gerald possessed, knowing even about silver threadworms. Not exactly. This is something I came across coincidentally. The knowledge of silver threadworms came from a peculiar book called Records of Strange Beasts from the Wilderness, where the animals described were not insects but strange beasts. In theory, silver threadworms should have been extinct, yet surprisingly, they still existed on Earth. Elder Lu, you don't need to worry too much about silver threadworms. For anyone to encounter them, it would be like winning the lottery. Most people wouldn't even come across one in 10 lifetimes. After chatting for a while, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Iana returned from outside, carrying 2 shopping bags, her face full of joy. Upon entering, she saw her grandfather staring at her, and she quickly ran to the back hall as if caught doing something wrong. Grandpa, I'll prepare dinner. These are all groceries, no clothes or skirts. Gerald laughed, while Domenico shook his head. I won't disturb you further, Elder. Gerald intended to leave, but Domenico insisted he stay for dinner and take his chastity with him. By the time they finished eating, it was already 8 o'clock. Iana wanted her grandfather to go back with her to Peach Source Village to help with her treatment. However, after witnessing Gerald's skills, Domenico felt confident Gerald could handle it and refused. In the future, when you intern in the village, ask Xiao if you have questions. By the way, take care of this girl. Just make sure she doesn't cause trouble. Grandpa, this guy is a fake doctor. Be quiet. Domenico glared at his chastity. From now on, follow Xiao advice. Get closer to him. Cough. Closer. Okay? Iana wanted to say more but stopped under her grandfather's gaze, huffing and turning away with a look of grievance. Xiao, take good care of Xandra. I'm leaving her in your hands, Domenico said gently, though Gerald felt a chill run down his spine. Elder Lu, I'll be off now. Domenico turned to his chastity sternly. Hurry up and follow him. Gerald and Iana left the clinic and headed home. Once outside, Iana started complaining. Gerald, what kind of potion did you give my grandpa to make him trust you so easily? Gerald stroked his chin smugly. Respect your elders. It's only right for me to take care of you. What elder? Nonsense. You and your grandpa are close friends, so according to our generations, you should call me uncle or even great uncle. But I'll settle for uncle. You wish. You're taking advantage of me. As she spoke, Iana gave Gerald a playful punch. Gerald grabbed the bags and quickened his pace. It was late, and they needed to get back early. The village roads lacked streetlights, and the dirt path stretched for miles. Returning late would make the journey difficult. Wait for me. Iana noticed Gerald's accelerated pace and hurried after him. The old town area looked eerie at night, especially when heading to the bus stop through a long, narrow alley. Gerald, can we just take a taxi instead? She usually avoided this route, feeling uncomfortable tonight being led here by Gerald. Take a taxi? Who's paying? Most taxis won't go to the village without charging several times the fare. You just sold medicine and got 12,000 from Grandpa. Can't you spare a bit? You're so stingy. Want a taxi? Sure, call me brother, and I'll consider it. Gerald smirked, looking at Iana mischievously. Terrified, Iana clung to Gerald's arm, acting sweetly since no one was around to see. Big brother, please take me, okay? Gerald shivered at her touch, noting her fear of the dark and creepy environment. He'd find a way to tease her later. Fine, I'll take you. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared in the alley. Well, lovebirds making sweet talk, huh? That voice is soft and sweet. Let's have some fun and drive us wild. Brothers, let's go. A group of thugs stood there, cursing and whistling, their faces lecherous. Iana hid behind Gerald, frightened. If I told you to hurry, you wouldn't listen. Now what do we do? Gerald saw their intoxicated state and frowned, preparing to take Iana away. At that moment, a thin, monkey-like figure stepped forward, blocking Gerald's path, his smile grotesque. Boy, leave your girlfriend behind and scram, or else you'll be beaten to a pulp. Note, the ending seems incomplete as per the original text. ####Chapter 13, The Young Miss. Gerald glanced at Booker and scoffed. I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear from my sight, or I won't be so nice. At this moment, Iana cautiously tugged on Gerald's sleeve, hiding behind him and clinging tightly to him, her slender body trembling uncontrollably. There were 4 of them. No matter how strong Gerald was, he couldn't possibly take on 4 alone. If it came to a fight, they would likely still have the upper hand. What she feared most was what these people might do to her. Where did you come from, punk? Do you know who runs this street? You're the first to talk to Brother Eric like that, asking for death. Slap. Gerald didn't bother with nonsense and slapped Booker hard across the face. Can you hurry up a bit? I need to get my girl home for sleep. The slap was crisp and clean, and Booker was knocked flat on his back, half his face swollen. He spat out blood along with a molar. You dared to hit me? Brothers, take him out. In an instant, the group surrounded Gerald. With one hand, he grabbed Iana, holding her protectively as he took a couple of steps back. One of the thugs, unable to resist Iana's alluring figure, wanted to get rid of Gerald quickly and rushed forward. A cold gleam appeared in Gerald's eyes as he delivered a spinning kick. Bang! Before the thug could react, he was thrown several meters away, crashing heavily into the wall. Gerald paused, realizing that he had no reason to fear these scoundrels. Even though they were many, they were powerless against him. A bunch of trash. He lunged forward and punched a burly man in front of him. A sharp crack echoed as the man's chest caved in slightly. He fell straight to the ground, unconscious. The others were stunned. Just then, another thug pulled out a menacing dagger from behind, eyeing Gerald with a fierce look. Punk, I didn't expect you to have some skills. Die today. Skillful as one might be, even the best fighters fear kitchen knives. Seeing that 4 of them weren't a match for Gerald, the thug hesitated no more and pulled out a weapon, feeling secure now. Kill him. Booker staggered to his feet, yelling at his companions. Be careful. Iana stood behind, alarmed as Gerald was surrounded. 2 of them swung baseball bats at Gerald's head, making her face pale with fear. Gerald's eyes turned cold. They were planning to finish him off. Since they sought their own demise, he wouldn't hold back. He suddenly spun around, eyes flashing with a ruthless light, and executed a sweeping leg that sent the 2 attackers sprawling. Now let's see if I can't take you down. Booker stabbed at Gerald with his dagger. If it struck, it would tear him apart. Gerald narrowed his eyes, noticing Booker's movements slowing. As the dagger was about to strike, he sidestepped, rendering the attack futile. Immediately after, Gerald slapped Booker again, this time on the other cheek. Now both sides of Booker's face were swollen like steamed buns, his vision blurry as he stumbled backward. Gerald slowly bent down, picked up the fallen bats, and wielded one in each hand, pounding the 2 he had just swept down. Bang, bang, bang. Good brother, huh? Good sister, huh? Wanna have fun, huh? Are you having fun now? The 2 men ended up with broken heads, bleeding profusely before falling unconscious. Gerald finally stopped, scornfully saying, "You don't know when to quit." Seeing this, Booker fled without a second thought, running as if his legs could sprout wings. Whoosh! A whistling sound followed as Gerald hurled a bat, striking Booker's back and knocking him down. Did I tell you to go? In 2 strides, Gerald stomped hard on Booker's body. Keenan, please spare me. I drank too much and wasn't thinking straight. I didn't mean to offend your wife. Booker clasped his hands, begging pitifully on the ground. He was truly terrified. If he had known Gerald was so formidable, he'd never dare insult his girlfriend, not even with 10 lives. Now you know better? Gerald sneered. Sorry, it's too late. Bending down, Gerald lifted Booker with one hand and threw him in front of Iana. Hurry up, kowtow and apologize. Dare not refuse, Booker kowtowed repeatedly. Elder sister, it was unintentional. Please be magnanimous and set me free. Iana blushed, understanding that she and Gerald weren't in that relationship. What elder sister? Shut your mouth. Iana retorted. Heard that? Your elder sister isn't satisfied, so change your tone. Gerald placed the bat on Booker's neck, looking indifferent. Call her young miss. Booker was truly adaptable, immediately sobbing. Miss, young miss, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Huh. Iana smiled, finding it amusing that the previously arrogant thug was now completely subdued by Gerald. Big brother. The young miss laughed. She forgave me. Booker, seeing Iana smile, turned and begged again. The young miss has forgiven you, but I haven't said anything yet. Tears welled up in Booker's eyes. When would this nightmare end? Since you have such a foul mouth, perhaps keeping your tongue isn't necessary. How about I cut it out to prevent future bullying of girls? Gerald picked up the dagger Booker had dropped and gently tapped it against his face, smiling. Booker started shaking, feeling warmth in his pants. Urine leaked out. Are you really going to cut his tongue? Iana was shocked. She hadn't expected Gerald to be so brutal. Quickly covering her eyes, she couldn't bear to watch such a gruesome scene. She also hadn't imagined Gerald would go as far as cutting out someone's tongue. Hail it, she felt a surge of satisfaction knowing a man stood up for her. It was straight out of a romantic drama, giving her a sense of security like never before. After a long silence, Iana peeked through her fingers, wondering what had happened. Surely, Booker's tongue had been cut by now, or why the silence? Translation continues seamlessly while adhering to the original structure and style. Chapter 14 The Trickster. Iana saw that Booker had collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. Bang! Gerald kicked Booker's, but with his foot, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Ouch ouch. Go to hell, you're just pretending to be unconscious. Don't think I don't know it. Get lost. I don't want to see you right now. Upon hearing this, Booker felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Ignoring the pain in his body, he crawled and tumbled out of sight. Alright, it's settled. Let's go. Gerald couldn't help but laugh at Iana's tokoi, sneaky peeking, expression. Have you had enough? Aren't you thinking that I'm tall, handsome, and suave? Note. For smoother reading in English, tokan is better translated as sneaky peeking or sneakily watching, but considering the context and tone, sneaky peeking is chosen here to maintain a lighter, conversational tone. To further improve the translation for natural fluency, Gerald couldn't help but laugh at Iana's sneaky peeking expression. Have you had enough? Aren't you thinking that I'm tall, handsome, and suave? Iana asked, did you really cut his tongue? Just scaring him. Iana rolled her eyes and said, you real trickster. Gerald stroked his chin smugly and replied, thanks for the compliment. Not a compliment at all. Such a narcissist. Iana took out a box of chocolates from her bag and handed it to Gerald. Here, this is to even things up. Gerald was speechless. Twice saving her life, and a box of chocolates was supposed to even things up? That seemed too cheap. A box of chocolate is supposed to pacify me after saving your life multiple times? Gerald was exasperated. Iana glared at him and asked, what else do you want then? Forget it if you don't want it. She was about to take it back when Gerald snatched it away. Don't waste what's freely offered. Gerald opened the chocolate box, picked one up, unwrapped it, and started eating. Surprisingly, it tasted quite good. Remember to buy milk-flavored ones next time. This one is a bit bitter. Iana rolled her eyes again. This guy was picky, but it was already quite nice to have something to eat. They took a taxi back to Peach Blossom Village, and Gerald followed Iana back to the clinic. Why aren't you going home? Why are you following me here? Iana looked at Gerald warily. If Gerald wanted to do anything untoward, she wouldn't be able to resist him much. Gerald glanced at her and placed the herbs he brought on the table. I'm going to prepare some Chinese medicine and deliver it to Aliana later. Do you really think I have ill intentions towards you? Relax, I don't fancy steamed buns. Hearing this, Iana almost burst into anger, puffing up her chest. Look carefully yourself, not steamed buns, my. What's this? Gerald narrowed his eyes, finding Iana's angry face rather cute. Bastard. Iana cursed, tightening her clothes and said, you do it yourself? I'm going to sleep. Gerald threw the herbs into the pot and simmered them for about half an hour, making a bowl of thick herbal medicine before carrying it out of the clinic. Thinking about Aliana's look that day, he wondered what might happen this time. Aliana had quite severe anemia. If left untreated, she could faint at any time. As an independent woman, life wasn't easy. Doing good deeds should be done quietly. Gerald, wait for me. Iana suddenly ran out of the clinic. You said you were going to sleep. Why are you following me? Gerald asked. Iana looked at Gerald disdainfully and said, I'm afraid you're up to no good with Snow Sister. Breaking into a single woman's house at night will cause gossip. I feel you're just using delivering medicine as an excuse. Gerald rapped Iana on the head in displeasure. At your young age, what are you thinking? I'm worried that her condition might worsen if we delay. You don't understand these matters. Go back home. No, I want to go with you, or else I'll scream. Iana raised her voice. Gerald hastily agreed. Fine, let you come along. All right. Iana showed a pleased look and took the bowl of medicine. That's more like it. Here, I'll help carry it. Gerald sighed and had no choice but to bring this tag-along to Aliana's house. Knock, knock, knock. Snow Sister, Snow Sister. Gerald knocked on Aliana's door, but there was no response after 2 minutes. He waited longer but still got no answer. It seems she has already slept. I think you wasted your effort. Come tomorrow. It was almost 11 o'clock. Iana stood outside the door, shivering from the cold wind, her little face slightly pale. She was about to tell Gerald to come another day. There's light inside. Gerald peered through the gate and saw a light still on in the room, indicating someone was home. He knocked again, but there was still no answer. You really can't give up, can you? I think you have ulterior motives. Stop lying to me. That day she looked at you strangely. Iana rolled her eyes and despised Gerald's behavior. Gerald glared at her and threatened. Listen, you can say whatever you want, but you mustn't speak ill of people. Your grandpa entrusted me to take care of you. If you don't listen, believe it or not, I'll spank you. Are you daring? My grandpa wouldn't even dare to spank me. If you touch me, I'll call the police on you. Iana held her ground, staring straight at Gerald. She knew Gerald wouldn't really hit her, so she dared to argue. Forget it. No use arguing with you. Wait here for me. Gerald looked up at the 2-meter-high wall and leaped up with all his strength. Whoosh. He jumped onto the wall and landed steadily on the wall head. Woof, woof, woof. As soon as he climbed on top of the wall, the dog in the yard started barking. Logically speaking, even if he didn't hear the knocking, the big dog should have made noise enough to wake anyone up. Gerald sat astride the wall head, glaring at the yellow dog barking below, and coldly ordered, Scram! The dog, seeing something terrifying, howled once and scampered back to its kennel with its tail between its legs. Gerald jumped down from the wall. It was lucky he scared the dog off, otherwise the noise might have woken other villagers who would have seen him on their wall, leading to misunderstandings. If labeled as taking advantage of women, he would have no future in Peach Blossom Village. Jumping into the yard, Gerald went around to the gate, unlocked it, and ushered Iana inside. Why did you take so long? I'm freezing. Iana came running into the yard with the bowl of medicine in hand. Looking at the door, she asked, this door is also closed. How are you getting in? Chapter 14 The Trickster. Iana saw Booker collapse to the ground like a pile of wet mud. Bang! Gerald kicked Booker's bottom, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Ouch, ouch. Forget it. You're still pretending to be unconscious? Don't think I don't know. Scram. I don't want to see you now. Booker fled without a second thought as if he'd received a royal pardon, ignoring his bodily pain as he rolled and crawled out of sight. All right, that's settled. Let's go. Gerald glanced at Iana, who had been peeking at the scene and couldn't help but laugh. Have you seen enough? Aren't I tall, strong, handsome, and debonair? Iana asked, did you really cut off his tongue? Just scaring him. Iana gave him a look and said, you're such a trickster. Gerald stroked his chin smugly. Thanks for the compliment. I didn't compliment you. So vain. Iana took out a box of chocolate from her bag and handed it to Gerald. Here, this will settle things between us. Gerald was speechless. 2 times saving her life, and she considered this one box of chocolate fair repayment? It seemed too cheap. Do you think you can settle the score with just a box of chocolates? I've saved you multiple times. Gerald remarked, puzzled. Iana glared at him and asked, what more do you want? If not, never mind. As she moved to take back the chocolates, Gerald snatched them away. Don't let good deals pass by. Gerald opened the chocolate box, took one out, unwrapped it, and started eating. It tasted pretty good. Halia, remember next time when buying for your big brother, get milk-flavored ones? These are a bit bitter, Gerald remarked. Iana rolled her eyes. What a picky eater. Just having food should be good enough. They took a taxi back to Taoyuan Village, and surprisingly, Gerald followed Lu Zixia to the clinic. Why aren't you going home? Why are you following me here? Iana eyed Gerald cautiously. There was only her in the clinic. If Gerald had any ulterior motives, she might have trouble defending herself. Gerald glanced at her and placed the herbs on the table. I'm about to brew some Chinese medicine and bring it to Cora later. Do you really think I have other intentions toward you? Relax, I don't go for steamed buns. Iana felt her temper rise, standing up straight. Just take a good look. What's steamed buns? My figure is. What's this? Gerald squinted, finding her irritated expression quite adorable. Bastard. Iana cursed and adjusted her clothes. You handle it yourself. I'm going to sleep. Gerald threw the herbs into the pot and simmered them for about half an hour until they formed a thick broth. He then lifted the bowl and walked out of the clinic. Thinking about Cora's gaze that day, he wasn't sure what would happen when treating her this time. To be honest, Cora's anemia was severe. Without proper treatment, she could faint any time. As a woman with no support, this was a kind act to leave unnamed. Gerald, wait for me. Iana rushed out of the clinic. You said you were going to sleep. Why are you following me? Gerald asked. Iana looked down on him. I'm afraid you're up to no good with Snow's sister. Visiting a lone woman at night. People will talk. I think you fancy her, giving her medicine as an excuse. Gerald wrapped her head gently. Stop thinking so much. I'm worried about her condition worsening. Go back home. No way. I'll follow you, or else I'll shout. Fine, fine. Come along. Iana smiled, taking the medicine bowl. That's better. Let me help you carry it. Gerald sighed, bringing this tag-along to Cora's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. Snow sister, Snow sister. After 2 minutes, there was no response. After another while, still no reply. Gordon-eyed, she's already asleep. We should come back tomorrow. Iana stood outside shivering in the cold wind. It was almost 11, and she planned to ask Gerald to return the next day since no one answered. There's light inside, Gerald noticed through the door. The room still had lights on, meaning someone was home. He knocked again, but still, no answer. You really won't give up. I think you have an agenda. Stop trying to trick me. Her gaze at you the other day was suspicious. Iana rolled her eyes disapprovingly at Gerald's behavior. Gerald glared at her and warned, watch what you say. Remember, my job is to take care of you, and your grandpa trusts me. Be careful, or I might spank you. If you dare, my grandpa wouldn't even spank me. If you try anything, I'll report you as a pervert. Iana stared defiantly, knowing Gerald wouldn't hit her, thus daring to argue. Forget it. You're impossible. Wait here. Gerald looked at the 2-meter wall, and with effort, leaped over. Whoosh. He landed silently on top of the wall. Woof woof woof. Upon landing, he heard the dog barking inside. Normally, even without hearing the knocking, such loud barking should have attracted attention. Sitting on the wall, Gerald saw the howling yellow dog below. He shot a fierce glance and coldly commanded, scram. The dog whimpered and ran back to its kennel, frightened. Gerald jumped down, thankful the dog didn't alert the neighbors, which could lead to misunderstandings. He went to the courtyard gate, unlocked it, and welcomed Iana inside. Why so slow? I'm freezing. Iana, carrying the medicine bowl, jogged in and examined the house door. This door is also locked. How did you get in? Gerald explained, climbed the wall and unlocked it from the courtyard side. Iana nodded, understanding now. Gerald then led her further into the house. Chapter 15. A strange way of thinking. Let's go and check. Gerald led Iana over, peering through the window to observe the situation inside the room. The living room was lit, and on the background wall hung a large wedding photo. The TV was droning on with some boring program, but no one was in the living room. There was an empty bowl on the coffee table, suggesting someone had eaten and hadn't yet cleared up. No one. Gerald examined carefully. Indeed, no one was in the living room. Had they really gone to sleep? But wouldn't they turn off the lights before sleeping? Look, Tabitha is there. Iana pointed towards the sofa. In its shadow lay a person who would have been hard to notice if not looked at closely. Gerald forcefully pushed open the window, breaking the lock in the process. He leaped into the room in one swift motion and in 2 steps, picked up the unconscious Cora from the floor. She felt incredibly light and soft, with a faint fragrance subtly wafting to his nose. Couldn't you have just opened the door for me? Struggling to climb through the window, Iana glared at Gerald. Still holding her, are you planning to treat her while hugging her? Annoyed, she placed the Chinese medicine on the coffee table and pointed to the sofa. Put her down. I know what you're up to. Gerald was baffled by her change in demeanor. With no other choice, he laid Cora on the sofa. He then prepared to diagnose her condition but was interrupted as soon as he touched her pale arm. I'll handle it. I know how to treat her, Iana interjected. Surprised by her confidence, Gerald decided to see her skills. What followed made him both laugh and cry. Iana lifted Cora's head, pried open her mouth, and poured medicine down her throat. Gerald was dumbfounded. Did she seriously think Cora would wake up after that dose? Why isn't she waking up yet? Gerald tapped her head. With this skill level, it's no wonder she can only be a nurse. If she were a doctor, she'd likely kill patients instead of curing them. Seriously, you're more trouble than help. With that bowl of medicine, she won't wake up for 3 days. Iana, rubbing her head, stood up. You said glucose worked before. Must be that this medicine is useless. I'll get the glucose. Gerald stopped her. Glucose won't work. Strip her upper body. During his previous diagnosis, Gerald noticed Cora's severe anemia due to congenital issues, leading to organ decline. Without prompt treatment, she wouldn't survive a month. They couldn't afford to waste a minute. What? Take off clothes? Iana spread her arms, blocking Gerald. I knew you were a pervert. You want to do something to Tabitha? I will protect her safety. Having witnessed Dr. Mohammed's inappropriate behavior with female patients, Iana was naturally cautious about Gerald. Speechless, Gerald couldn't understand her logic. I'm going to give her acupuncture. Stop jumping to conclusions and strip her upper body now. If you don't do it, I will. Really? Iana asked dubiously. Gerald held a silver needle, glaring at her. Do you believe me now? I can start with your brain. Reluctantly, Iana turned Cora around and began removing her clothes. Hey, I said take off her upper body, not strip her naked. Following Gerald's instructions, Iana had taken off too much, exposing Cora's back completely. You should have been clearer, Iana stuck out her tongue. I'll dress her back up. It's fine. Hold these needles and insert them into the Shanshu, Feishu, Xinshu, and Qihai points. Handing her the needles, Gerald let her try since she refused to let him treat her. I can't do that. Iana shook her head vigorously. Gerald now understood why Domenico wanted Iana well cared for and not causing trouble for the village. Don't pretend to be capable when you're not. Ignoring her protests, Gerald moved forward, a slender silver needle between his fingers. He quickly inserted the needle into Cora's spine, bringing out tiny sparkles. Her back was whiter than average, pale from chronic anemia. I often watch my grandfather perform acupuncture, but your method seems different. Though inexperienced, Iana had learned a few things from observing her grandfather. Typically, precision in acupuncture meant slowly inserting needles without causing pain. Gerald, however, used rapid insertion directly into the correct points without fear of misalignment or causing injury. I'm an expert. Experts don't need to aim. Gerald glanced at Iana proudly, confident that his techniques were accurate even with closed eyes. You're so boastful. What if Tabitha doesn't wake up? Iana, learn properly. My technique isn't bragging. It's unique. If she doesn't wake up, I'll stand on my head. These few needles primarily aim to improve blood circulation and stimulate bodily functions, combined with medication, to achieve the desired healing. As the needles took effect, Cora's body lying on the sofa started showing signs of response. Her pale skin regained normal color. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Gerald realized how much energy this procedure required. Sweat dripped onto Cora's back, prompting Gerald to instinctively wipe it away with his hand, feeling the smoothness akin to a baby's skin. Cora stirred, perhaps ticklish from the sweat droplets. She's waking up. Cora, still lying face down, sensed the coolness on her back and instinctively turned over. For a moment, Gerald's eyes nearly popped out. Chapter 16. Former Brothers. The next moment, a rush of hot blood surged to Gerald's head, and it felt like something was about to burst out of his nose. Soon after, everything went black before his eyes. Fanny, run quickly. No, put on your clothes quickly, don't let him take advantage of you. It turned out that Iana, who had been standing behind Gerald, covered his eyes with both hands. Hey, my eyes, don't poke them. Gerald's eyes were forcefully covered by Iana. Whether intentional or not, her fingernails almost dug into his skin. A short while later, they heard Cora's gentle and slightly sultry voice. Nurse Lou, please let go. Gerald felt a little light return before his eyes. He shook his head and looked ahead. Cora hadn't fully dressed. She merely draped a piece of clothing over herself. The half-concealed figure left much to the imagination. You saved me again. How did you know I fainted? She had felt a bit cold and wanted to close the window when the cold breeze made her collapse on the floor. If not for Gerald, she would likely have stayed in bed all night. It was just a coincidence. Last time you said I should come find you at home. I happened to be in town buying some medicine, so I brought Nurse Lou along. He had originally planned to come alone, but Iana insisted on coming too. It worked out well, avoiding any awkwardness. Cora smiled and looked at Gerald, her eyes twinkling. Xiaomalog, how come I never knew you could practice medicine? Gerald scratched his head shyly and said humbly, just started learning. Fanny, I helped too. I fed you the medicine just now. Iana noticed the two were exchanging glances and forgot her presence, so she hurriedly took credit. Thank you too, Nurse Lou. By the way, how did you two get in? Cora was alone at home with all windows and doors tightly shut, unsure how these two had entered. It was Gerald who climbed over the wall and broke your window. If you want compensation, talk to him. Iana shifted the blame quickly, pointing at Gerald. Cora laughed and waved her hand. I'm not blaming you. Have some water first. She reached for a cup of water on the table but bent slightly, feeling dizzy. No need. We can do it ourselves. Gerald quickly poured 2 cups of water, giving one to Iana and gulping down a large mouthful from his own. Fanny, your illness isn't fully cured yet. Try not to move around too much. Iana nodded in agreement. Gerald is right, Fanny. You fainted twice in just 2 days. Take care of yourself. Your health affects my internship report. Bang. Gerald tapped this girl's head, signaling her to stop talking. Cora smiled. It's okay. I've gotten used to it. Every time I faint, I shield myself to prevent hitting my head. She was born with this illness and had seen doctors without improvement, knowing her condition well. Fanny, trust me, your illness can be cured, Gerald said earnestly. Cora looked helpless. Even big hospitals couldn't help. What can you do? Still, I'm grateful for your help. In other villagers' eyes, she had a curse, labeled as a fox spirit. She rarely interacted with others, living mostly alone. Now Gerald helping her made her genuinely happy. Gerald didn't know how to explain to Cora but felt curing her illness would be convincing. Iana yawned, feeling sleepy as they chatted. Gerald, let's not disturb Fanny's rest anymore. Iana tugged at Gerald's arm, wanting to sleep. If you're tired, go back on your own. Gerald didn't understand why the girl clung to him. Not going if you're staying. I have to protect Fanny's safety. Iana pouted resentfully. Why don't you two go back? Cora suggested. Gerald reluctantly stood up, placing the herbal medicine he bought on the table before leaving. Fanny, this is the herbal medicine I prescribed. Boil 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl, once a day. It will benefit your condition. Let's go. Iana pulled Gerald toward the door. They prepared to leave. Xiaomalog, did you forget something? As they reached the door, Cora's voice echoed back. Gerald thought there was still a chance, turning back. What did I forget? Let me get it. Iana tried to follow but was pushed out by Gerald's hand on her head. Go back to sleep quickly. Tomorrow, I'll check on you at the clinic as your grandfather instructed. Bang. The door closed, leaving Iana outside. Think I have no way? Iana quietly slipped to the window, peeping inside. Gerald returned to the living room where Cora sat half reclined on the sofa, her long legs quite captivating. Fanny, what did I forget? Gerald wasn't sure why Cora called him back and asked. Cora turned around, her back to Gerald. Am I supposed to sleep with these needles stuck in me? I can't reach them. There were still the silver needles Gerald had inserted for acupuncture earlier, forgotten because Iana rushed out. Oh. Gerald quickly approached, carefully removing the needles. During the acupuncture, Cora was unconscious, and Gerald felt nothing odd. Now, however, her partially exposed shoulders and visible curves caused him to feel distracted. Ah. Gerald's hand trembled while removing a needle, startling Cora. Sorry. Gerald practiced his techniques, calming his mind. He reminded himself he was treating a patient, not just admiring beauty. Gerald, you and Ellie were very close before, weren't you? At this point, Cora brought up an unrelated question. Gerald paused, then answered, Hales, brother Ellie helped me a lot. When we couldn't afford food at home, he gave me money to buy rice. Cora looked at Gerald seriously. Since you had such a good relationship, if I told you he was murdered, would you seek revenge for him? Chapter 17. I'll grant you anything. Gerald was momentarily stunned, his expression changing slightly. Wasn't Brother Ansel killed in a car accident? How could he have been murdered? At the time of Biff's wedding, the reception was held at a hotel in the city. He had had several drinks and, for some reason unknown, said he had to leave before the banquet was over. While crossing the street, he was hit by a speeding sedan and died. The driver had compensated Cora with over 300,000 yuan afterward, which allowed her, an ill person, to live until now. Gerald's hand trembled as he paused, his face turning serious. Tabitha, please tell me exactly what happened. If Brother Ansel was indeed murdered, I must help him seek revenge. To repay kindness and not take vengeance would be worse than swine or dogs. If what Cora said was true, then Gerald would certainly assist her. In fact, it was I who led to Bryce's death. Cora's emotions were overwhelmed, her face buried in her hands as she wept, her body trembling slightly. It was George, done by George? Hearing the name George, Gerald became even more puzzled. George? Wasn't Brother Bryce working under him? Why would he murder Brother Bryce? George was also from Taoyuan village, but was a bully. He used to torment men and women in the village, committing all sorts of evil deeds. Later, he followed a boss in the city, engaging in real estate projects. With his thug-like temperament, he thrived and eventually started his own company doing real estate development. Biff had joined George at that time, serving as a foreman supervising construction sites. Logically, there should have been no direct conflict of interest between them. George shouldn't have harmed Biff. You don't know, after Bryce died, George constantly harassed me, saying Bryce's death left me lonely and he wanted to keep me company. With a sobbing voice, Cora explained, one day, when George was drunk and harassing me again, I heard him mutter that killing Bryce with a car was too easy on him. Gerald pondered, wondering if George harbored feelings for Cora, leading him to murder Biff. But that didn't make sense either. If it were true, Cora wouldn't have been able to live safely in Taoyuan village for so long. She would have been taken long ago. It's true. You must believe me. Cora turned to look at Gerald, her tear-streaked face making one's heart ache. I believe you, but this matter is complicated. I will find out what happened. Gerald nodded. Since George had admitted it, the possibility was high that what Cora said was true. However, since George rarely stayed in the village, investigating would not be simple. My illness has worsened lately, and I know my time is running out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to beg you. I would have sought revenge myself. Wiping away her tears, Cora's eyes revealed a hint of fierce resolve. Growing up weak, she had always been seen as a burden by her parents. When she married Biff, her parents only cared about the dowry. Biff had paid a huge price to marry Cora, but he hadn't enjoyed a single good day before he died. Tabitha, rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly and help you take revenge. Hearing this, Gerald felt deeply sympathetic toward Cora. Such a beautiful woman carrying such deep-seated hatred. It was heartbreaking. As long as you help me avenge him, I'll grant you anything before I die. Cora's red-rimmed eyes stared directly at Gerald. She meant it. She would do anything, even offer herself, in exchange for vengeance. Gerald smiled bitterly. So that was why Cora had looked at him with such suggestive eyes. She had planned to use him all along to get revenge. Tabitha, I said your illness can be cured. Don't think about these things. Focus on getting well. By the way, if George comes again, tell me immediately, and I'll deal with him. Lifting his hand, Gerald pulled Cora's clothing up to cover her shoulders. The thought that someone willing to sacrifice herself still had impure intentions towards her seemed utterly distasteful. Cora, looking like a fragile woman, asked with pleading eyes, do you really believe me? Gerald looked at her seriously, nodding and affirming, I believe you. Thank you, Cora whispered. Gerald poured a glass of water for Cora and then took out the box of chocolates given to him by Iana. If you feel dizzy later, eat some chocolate to relieve it. I will help improve your circulation, and you will get better. You will see the day when Bryce's injustice is avenged. Finishing, Gerald stood up, unwilling to stay any longer for fear that Cora might do something drastic, betraying Biff's memory. Watching Gerald's retreating back, Cora's gaze lingered. Have you seen enough? Gerald approached, grabbing Iana who had been eavesdropping from the corner. By then, Iana had cried herself into a mess, seemingly even more pitiful than Cora. Wah, Tabitha is truly too pitiful. We must definitely help her take revenge. Wiping her tears and clenching her fists, Iana suggested, Gerald, why don't you beat George to death? Gerald sighed inwardly. Easier said than done. Killing George would mean he would have to pay with his life. This girl had such a narrow mind. Alright, let's go back. It's not going to be that easy to resolve. On their way back, Iana's cheeks flushed red, her face blooming beautifully as she looked at Gerald. Gerald, can I ask you for a favor? Gerald's heart skipped a beat, raising an eyebrow mischievously. Xandra, are you feeling lonely? Under the moonlight, Iana's face instantly turned a beautiful shade of crimson. Translation note. For character names, pinyin was kept consistent with English equivalents, e.g., Cora instead of Mingru. The tone and style have been maintained while ensuring fluency and natural English expression. Paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved to match the original text. ##### Chapter 18, Payment. Gerald looked at her with surprise, feeling a bit disoriented inside. Can it be real? I'm not mentally prepared yet. Iana hurriedly spat on the ground and gave him a scornful look. Phew, what are you talking about? I just want to learn medical skills from you to cure Tabitha's illness. Gerald felt a bit embarrassed and intentionally patted his chest, saying, You scared me to death. If it's not about marrying you, everything can be discussed. I'll come to the health center early tomorrow. After sending Iana back to the health center, Gerald returned to the orchard. In his right hand, he held a pressure cooker, and in his left, a packet of herbs bought from Dylan. These herbs were not for treating diseases, but for cultivation. According to the records passed down, cultivators at the lowest level of the body refinement stage generally use a foundation establishment liquid to enhance their cultivation. However, refining the foundation establishment liquid requires a temperature over 100 degrees to fully extract the medicinal properties, something Gerald couldn't do without cultivation techniques, leaving him to rely on a pressure cooker. Puff 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 puff. Throwing all the herbs into the pressure cooker and heating it up, black smoke billowed out before bang. The lid flew off. Gerald watched as the lid flew into the sky and sighed. Fortunately, he was in the orchard. If this had happened at home, it would have punched a hole in the ceiling. Such power? Looking at the wasted batch of herbs, Gerald felt a pang of pain. The herbs cost several hundred yuan. Finding the lid again, Gerald tightly secured it this time. He didn't dare to use high heat anymore and opted for medium heat to slowly simmer. About an hour later, he finally succeeded in refining the foundation establishment liquid. Opening the pressure cooker, a rich medicinal aroma wafted up. Pouring out the liquid, he realized that from an entire pressure cooker of herbs, only a small bowl of foundation establishment liquid remained. The leftover dregs were poured under the fruit trees as fertilizer. This is the foundation establishment liquid? The emerald green liquid looked thick, almost like mung bean porridge. It seems successful. Let's try it later. Excited, Gerald went home and added a drop of the liquid to the wooden tub he usually used for bathing. After the drop entered the tub, the once calm water began to churn vigorously. Bubble bubble. Gerald quickly undressed, plunging into the tub before the medicine dissipated. A warm sensation enveloped him, and he couldn't help but shout, Feels great. He spent the entire night in the tub. By the time he woke up, the foundation establishment liquid had been fully absorbed. When he climbed out, the remaining water, now murky and dark, indicated the toxins expelled from his body. Checking himself, Gerald found that his cultivation had improved to the second layer of the qi condensation stage. It seemed that with enough herbs, Gerald wouldn't need long to break through again. Cleaning up, Gerald prepared to leave, first heading to Jiangxing to retrieve his tricycle. Sis Sandra, are you up? Knocking at the door of the health center, Gerald waited until Iana yawned and opened the door after 10 minutes. Come on, it's only 6 in the morning. Why are you so early? I still want to sleep, Iana complained, rubbing her eyes. Still sleeping? Don't you know youth wasted leads to regrets in old age? If you want to learn medical skills, we start now. Here's the book your grandfather gave you that day. Remember all the acupuncture points within a week. Having Iana memorize the points now would make treating patients easier later, especially if she had to treat female patients. Ah, such a thick book. Iana felt a headache just looking at the acupuncture book. Studying daily during school was already tedious. Now, as an intern, she had to study even more. I don't want to learn anymore. Iana gazed at Gerald pitifully, pouting, wishing only to sleep. Too late to regret now. I need help here. Later, when I come back, if you haven't read the first 10 pages, your butt won't be spared. Handing over the book, Gerald instructed her to study diligently before leaving. Where are you going? Can I go with you? Seeing Gerald about to leave, Iana immediately prepared to follow. Stay here. What if villagers come for medical help? I'm Mushroom. I am too skinny. Gerald started early, walking briskly along the village road as the sun barely rose. His pace was remarkably fast, covering 10 meters with just a few steps. The 9 turns wayfarer step, indeed impressive. Before the sun appeared, one could see a figure swiftly moving along the rural path, far faster than any normal person, likely causing passersby to think they had seen a ghost. Usually taking over an hour by bike, Gerald reached Jiangxing in just half an hour using only his legs, faster than any marathon runner. Arriving at the market, Gerald was drenched in sweat. Finding his tricycle, he rode back. Hey kid, wait. Gerald hadn't gone far when 2 men blocked his path. What's up? Gerald looked at the 2 guys. One with yellow hair and the other purple. Neither seemed like good people. You know what? No nonsense, pay up. Jason, smoking a cigarette, stared arrogantly at Gerald. Pay for what? Parking my tricycle doesn't cost money here. Gerald looked at them. It was just a tricycle parked in a non-motorized vehicle spot. Why should he pay? Jason blew out a smoke ring, clearly impatient. Didn't you sell apples here yesterday? Know that selling things here requires payment. They had noticed Gerald yesterday and planned to ask for money once he packed up. Unfortunately, he sold out quickly and escaped due to the crowded market. They arrived early this morning, hoping to catch him. Why should I pay? I wasn't even at a stall. Who are you guys? It made sense to charge for stalls, but he was selling fruits outside. Why should these scoundrels charge him? Jason threw the cigarette but on the ground, crushing it underfoot, grabbing Gerald's collar aggressively. Damn it, just pay up. No nonsense. Do you know who runs this street? Want to do business here? Pay regularly. Disobey me, and you're dead. Chapter 19. A reward of 1,000 Zanian. Oh, so it's protection money then. Gerald suddenly understood. He initially thought these 2 were market administrators, but now it was clear they were just small-time hooligans. Kid, I advise you to be reasonable. Our boss isn't someone you want to mess with. If he were here, he wouldn't talk to you so nicely, Z. Gordono said from the side. Gerald's lips curled upward as he looked at Burton Gordono, not expecting there were still such kinds of thugs around. So, how much do you want? Gerald's tone was calm, showing no concern over their threats. Burton Gordono released Gerald's collar and pulled out another cigarette to place in his mouth. Not much, just 1,000 yuan will do. We saw you sell several thousand yesterday. Gerald squinted his eyes at the two, realizing they knew how much he had sold yesterday. They must have been targeting him for a while. 1,000 yuan, while the monthly fee for a stall inside is only 800. Burton Gordono took out a lighter, lit the cigarette, took a slow puff, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. 1,000 yuan to ensure your safety for a month, quite a good deal. Without saying more, Gerald pointed a finger straight at Burton Gordono's chest. Struck by Gerald, Burton Gordono's face turned bluish-purple. His consciousness began to fade, his mouth unresponsive, the cigarette falling from his mouth and burning a hole through his clothes. Then, with a thud, Burton Gordono fell backward, unconscious. Seeing this scene, Gordono was instantly frightened stiff. He had never seen anyone so formidable. Just 2 fingers and the guy was out cold. Was this man a demon? You, what did you do? Gordono retreated a few steps, afraid Gerald's fingers would touch him too. Pressure point strike, haven't you heard of it before? Gerald looked at Gordono with disdain. Clearly the latter lacked knowledge even about pressure point strikes. This is called the xuanhuan. It's usually used for massage and acupuncture to stimulate meridians, but it can also be used to incapacitate someone. Note, xuanhuan is kept as is since it appears to be a specific term or technique in this context. Gerald advanced 2 steps, his gaze sharp like a blade. Is he dead? Gordono assumed Gerald had killed Burton Gordono with that one strike. Do you think I'm a fool? Murder carries a heavy penalty in today's legal society. Gerald wasn't stupid enough to kill a petty thug on the street. It wouldn't be worth it. His strike wouldn't cause Burton Gordono fatal harm. At most, he would be knocked out for 2 hours, followed by body pain for 2 to 3 days. This would teach him a lesson. Kid, you wait. I'll get my older brother to deal with you. Don't run if you have guts. Seeing he couldn't handle Gerald, Gordono quickly turned and ran, spouting tough words as he went. Idiot. Gerald ignored him, glanced at the unconscious Burton Gordono, and rode off home on his tricycle. Just as he left the market, a group of 7 or 8 thugs appeared, led by Gordono, who stopped him. Keenan, it's this kid who refused to pay the protection fee, spit, stall fee, and even attacked us. Gordono pointed at Gerald, emboldened by reinforcements. Gerald scanned the group of thugs, surprised at their dedication, even extorting people at 7:30 in the morning. Who dares to lay a hand on my brothers? Watch me take care of them. Josh stepped forward. Upon seeing Gerald's stern face, he froze, feeling pain from last night's beating return. Damn, why did I meet this nightmare again? Knowing Gerald's strength, Josh quietly backed off, planning to escape before Gerald noticed. But Gordono grabbed Josh, pointing at Gerald with an indignant look. Brother, let's go and finish this kid off. He's fearless, truly daring, attacking our brothers. Josh's face darkened as he realized Gerald's gaze was on them now. Escape was impossible. His subordinates picked up weapons, ready to attack Gerald at his command. Smack smack. Josh slapped Gordono hard across the face twice, the sharp slaps echoing in the quiet morning air. Keenan, why are you hitting me? Gordono held his face, puzzled. The brothers standing behind him were stunned. Usually, their boss led the charge. Why was he hitting his own men today? Hitting you? I could kill you right now. Do you know who he is? How dare you ask for money from him? I think you're sick of living. Josh felt the punches didn't vent his anger enough, so he continued pounding Gordono, who begged for mercy. Keenan, stop, stop. Didn't you say we should take money from whoever makes the most? He made a few thousand yesterday. Enraged further, Josh kicked Gordono to the ground. How many times have I told you? No bullying or doing bad things. Are you deaf? This left all of Josh's underlings dumbfounded. Had their boss lost his mind? Or why else would he say something like that? Gerald watched silently as Josh played out this act, only approaching once it ended. Little Eric, I didn't expect you to be so upright. Josh puffed out his chest proudly. Of course, maintaining order is our duty. But why did I hear that he asked me for 1,000 yuan protection fee? Josh quickly explained. Keenan, you must have misheard. He meant to give you 1,000 yuan. Gerald smiled. 1,000 yuan given to me? That sounds too good to be true. Josh nodded rapidly. It's a reward for outstanding stall owners in the market. Oh, that's it. So where's the money? Gerald countered. Damn it, don't pretend. Hurry up and give the money to this sir. Josh kicked Gordono, who innocently replied, Keenan, we have an open shop today. Where do I find 1,000 yuan? His first extortion attempt had backfired, getting beaten for nothing. How much do you have? Give whatever you can. Enough nonsense. Josh searched everyone, gathered 1,000 yuan, and handed it to Gerald. There's actually such a good thing. Gerald took the money and laughed. I'll come again tomorrow. Josh nearly fainted hearing this. Keenan, have a safe trip. Gerald left on his tricycle, with Josh waving goodbye. Keenan, who is that guy? You're so scared of him. What kind of person? A dangerous one. Remember, if you see him, stay away and avoid trouble. Bathed in the morning sunlight, Gerald whistled cheerfully. Today, without selling fruit, he managed to earn 1,000 yuan. However, returning to the village, his path was blocked by a black Audi with its 2 rear tires suspended in midair, effectively blocking the road. Chapter 20 Spray. Gerald got off the tricycle. The road into the village was usually narrow, and with an Audi blocking it, even the tricycle couldn't pass. Who's driving so poorly? Whose car is this? There was only one road into the village, and few families owned cars. A luxury car like this Audi A8 would be rare. It could only belong to George. Thinking of this, Gerald grew cautiously moving forward to check. If it really were George, giving him a good whack wouldn't be bad. What are you trying to do? Standing in front of Gerald wasn't George but a woman in a black dress. If Cora was considered one of the top beauties in Peach Source Village, this woman was even more beautiful than her. Her jet black hair swayed with the wind, her long black dress perfectly accentuating her figure, and red high heels added flair to her already alluring legs. She had on light makeup, lips pursed slightly, giving her a mature charm. I say, how can you drive like this? No wonder they call you a lady driver, Gerald said, now understanding why she drove so badly in such high heels. The woman sized up Gerald, wary of his sneaky appearance, stepping back warily. None of your business. How was I supposed to know this road is so hard to navigate? Who are you? She held a small bottle in her hand which read, pepper spray, in tiny letters. You've blocked my way home and still ask me who I am? Gerald said. Move your car immediately, or I'll smack your bottom. You. The woman took 2 steps back, eyeing Gerald defensively. Don't come any closer. I've called for a tow truck. Just wait. Speechless, Gerald stood there. Are you nuts? Do you think a tow truck can get through here? This country road barely accommodated a regular car, let alone a large vehicle, which would easily get stuck in the ditch. Now what? The woman looked around, realizing the predicament. She felt at a loss in this desolate area, unsure of what to do. Gerald took a few steps forward. Just as he moved, the woman sprayed her pepper spray. PSSSH. PSSSH. After a burst of white mist, Gerald's eyes stung fiercely. His nose burned, causing him to sneeze repeatedly, making it difficult to breathe. PSSSH. PSSSH. Cough, cough, cough. This angered Gerald. He had wanted to help but was mistaken for a pervert. Smack. Enough. He slapped the pepper spray out of her hand, yelling, ungrateful woman. I try to help and you spray me? TSK, TSK, TSK. Smack. Unable to resist, he smacked her across the face. Her face turned red instantly, feeling fiery hot from behind. You dared to. I'm calling the police. The woman took out her phone to call the police. Gerald snatched the phone, thinking about smashing it but thought better of it. It was too expensive to replace, and tossed it back into the car through the window. Seeing Gerald's action, she assumed he intended something sinister and turned to run. In her panic, she twisted her ankle on a muddy patch, losing balance and falling forward. Gerald quickly caught her waist, preventing her fall. Realizing she was being held by Gerald, she felt both embarrassed and angry, wishing she could kill this lout. What are you doing? Let go of me. If you touch me, I. She started swinging her fists towards Gerald's chest. Letting you go right now. Gerald smiled mischievously and released her immediately. Losing balance again, the woman landed butt first on the ground, stirring up dust and dirtying her clothes, completely losing her elegant demeanor. Ah! The woman froze, dumbfounded by her predicament. Why did she encounter such a rascal? He had hit her just now, and now he was playing tricks on her. Scumbag! I'll beat you to death. She scooped up dirt and threw it at Gerald, though it proved futile and made her seem helpless. Gerald dodged a couple of times, looking at the woman on the ground. He sneered, can't drive. Don't come out and harm others. The woman was speechless, realizing her mistake. She shouldn't have used the pepper spray without assessing the situation first. I didn't mean to. You acted suspiciously like a hooligan. How was I supposed to know if you were a threat? Out here, I naturally need to protect myself, the woman explained. If I were bad, I'd have dragged you to the back of the car already. Don't assume that all men are interested because you're pretty and well-figured, Gerald retorted. He walked over to the side of the Audi, inspected it, and jumped into the adjacent ditch. Heave! Gerald lifted the underside of the car with both hands, pushing up until it rose. He then pushed it aside, jostling the car onto the middle of the road. The woman watched, almost disbelieving what she saw. How strong was this man? To lift half the body of a car. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do. What do you do? How did you get so strong? Gerald humphed disdainfully. A farmer, not as superior as city folks who assume every man they meet is out to assault them. Psycho. Recalling that she had sprayed him, with his strength, dealing with her would have been effortless. Okay, move your car. Don't block the road. Gerald climbed out of the ditch, dusted his hands off as if lifting the car was nothing to him. The woman struggled to stand, but had twisted her ankle upon falling and couldn't rise. I think I sprained my foot. Can't stand. You, help me up? She reluctantly asked Gerald for help. ####Chapter 21. A rickshaw pulling an Audi. Gerald was at a loss for words. Seeing this woman's pitiful appearance, he felt that if he just walked away, it would be too unmanly of him. Forget it. Consider yourself lucky for running into me. He walked over and extended his right hand. The beauty looked up at Gerald, reached out her right hand, and got up with his help. In her heart, she grumbled about her bad luck and secretly shot him a glare. Gerald supported the limping beauty as they approached the car. He opened the door for her, but after she got in, she didn't start the engine. Why aren't you leaving? Gerald was waiting for her to move so he could pass. The beauty lowered the window and said helplessly, my foot hurts too much to drive. Her foot throbbed with pain, and in this condition, she might end up driving the car straight into a ditch. Can you drive? How about you help me take it over? The beauty looked at Gerald pleadingly. Are you kidding me? That car is way too expensive. I can't afford any damages. Although Gerald had a driver's license, he hadn't touched a car since learning how to drive, let alone one as fancy as this. Having a license is enough. You drive. Even if there's a collision, the insurance will cover it. The beauty just wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Let me see your foot. Gerald walked over, intending to check her injury. If it wasn't severe, he could give her some basic first aid. What are you looking at? Why do you need to see my foot when you can't even drive? The beauty eyed Gerald suspiciously, clearly suspecting ulterior motives. All right, do whatever you want. Gerald turned back towards his rickshaw, lifted it effortlessly above his head, then maneuvered it beside the Audi without touching it. He placed it down carefully. Hey, are you ignoring me? The beauty saw Gerald preparing to leave on his rickshaw and stuck her head out, calling urgently. I'm not your boyfriend. Why should I care? Gerald glanced at her and resumed preparing to leave. Wait, I'll pay you. The mention of money stopped Gerald. He turned his head and grinned. How much? The beauty thought for a moment. What do you say? Gerald held up 5 fingers and raised an eyebrow. No way, that's too much. I'll give you 3,000 at most. The beauty frowned, folding her arms, disliking him even more. Gerald almost doubted his ears. He only asked for 500 yuan. What was this woman thinking? Fine, since we're both descendants of Xuanhuan, deal, but I won't drive the car. I have another plan. He took a rope from his rickshaw used for securing apples, then opened the towing hook on the Audi and tied the rope to it. Turning around, he secured the other end to his rickshaw. You're not seriously planning to use a rickshaw to pull a car, are you? The beauty watched in astonishment as Gerald came up with this absurd idea. Just steer the car properly, and we'll be fine. Gerald pedaled hard, the rope taut, but despite his efforts, the Audi remained stationary. My bad. I forgot to release the handbrake. After releasing the handbrake, the Audi started moving slowly forward. Soon, a scene unfolded where a rickshaw was pulling an Audi down a country road. After about 20 minutes, they finally reached the village entrance and parked the car. All right, here's your money. The beauty glanced at Gerald, rummaged through her bag, and quickly handed him the cash upon noticing him peeking inside. Don't stare. A woman's bag isn't something anyone can just look at. Gerald shrugged nonchalantly, muttering under his breath. If I can look at your bottom, why can't I look at your bag? Speaking of which, I did more than just look. What did you say? The beauty looked up, blushing furiously, glaring fiercely at Gerald. I said, you're really beautiful. Gerald stuffed the money in his pocket and left. Hey, scoundrel, what's your name? My name is Handsome. Gerald ignored her arrogance and left directly. Did she think he'd give her his real name and return the money? Dream on. He wasn't that stupid. Back at the clinic, Iana sat on a chair outside, playing with her phone. Knock knock. Gerald tapped Lu Zixia's head and asked, still playing with your phone? Have you memorized the acupoints I told you to? Iana quickly put away her phone and rubbed her sore head. Stop hitting my head. What if you hit me silly? I'm keeping you awake. Now tell me, what's the function of the Tanzhong point? Iana hastily pulled out her book. Do you know how unlucky it is for Lu Lao to have a chastity like you? And now me having to take care of you. Oh, who did I offend? Gerald lamented dramatically. Iana pouted and opened her book. I've read it. I just forgot. Stop yelling at me. Fine, I'll read again. Gerald nodded in satisfaction, fetched a chair, sat beside Iana, brewed a cup of tea, crossed his legs lazily, and flipped through a Western medicine book. Hey, don't you feel guilty making me study while you sit around enjoying yourself? Seeing Gerald lounging leisurely, Iana couldn't contain her frustration. This is part of your learning process, Gerald explained, placing his foot on the table before her. Reading books is nothing compared to practical experience. Press my Zisonli point now. Iana checked her book and pressed the spot on Gerald's shin. Here. A little higher, right there. Press harder. Feels good. You jerk, this feels like free massage. Iana gritted her teeth. Gerald closed his eyes in contentment. If you find it tiring, I can massage you too. Go to hell. Next, Fengshui point. Then Yongquan point. Huh, are you crazy? The Yongquan point is on the sole of the foot. No way am I touching your stinky feet. Iana threw Gerald's foot down, her eyes bulging like a goldfish. This guy was using her for free labor under the guise of teaching. Gerald's next comment nearly made Iana explode in anger. Do you know that foot massages in the city are expensive? I'm teaching you a useful skill. In case you don't succeed in medicine, you'll still have something to fall back on. Die. Iana grabbed her book and smashed it onto Gerald's head. Nurse Lu, are you here? A voice called from outside the clinic. Iana rushed out. Nolan, what happened? Are you not feeling well? Not me. It's our new acting village chief. She twisted her ankle somehow on her way here. Can you help her? Hales, let me check. Wow, how did this happen? It's quite swollen. This needs warm herbal compresses, but I don't know which herbs to use. Nolan asked again. Where's Gerald? Isn't he supposed to be the doctor here now that he chased Dr. Gordon away? He's inside. Let me take you to him. Iana pointed inside. Chapter 22. The new female village head. Nolan was the first to walk in. Seeing Gerald inside, he finally felt relieved. Xiaomalog, hurry up and treat her. This is our acting village head. You must treat her well. If not, I won't forgive you. Nolan, as you say, I'm wholeheartedly serving the villagers. Didn't you see me here early in the morning? Just waiting for any villager who has stomach issues or food poisoning to come for help, Gerald said with a smile. Fine, can you be more optimistic about the village's future? Since you're here, I'll go back now. Nolan turned to leave. At this moment, Iana entered, supporting a beautiful woman. It's you. It's you. The beauty looked at Gerald with fiery eyes, remembering that her foot injury was caused by him. She couldn't believe he was the doctor here. I don't want to be treated here. I want to go back. There's only one doctor here. If you don't get treated here, you'll have to go back to the city. Are you sure you want to drive back or walk? Gerald asked sarcastically, enjoying the situation. Do you know them, sister? Iana asked, noticing their familiarity. We don't know each other. I want to go back. The beauty struggled to turn and leave, but Iana stopped her. Gerald is right. Your foot is seriously injured. Moving it randomly might cause long-term effects. Pain shot through the beauty's foot. Returning to the city was impossible. With Iana's support, she sat down on a chair. Gerald sat behind a desk, taking out a patient registration book. What's your name? Nellie. Nellie, nice name. Pretty face too. I wonder how your teeth are. Gerald wrote down her name and continued. How old are you? Any medical history? 25. No medical history. I think you're the one who's sick. Okay, 25. Born in the hallier of the pig. Are you diagnosing or fortune-telling? Do you need to know my zodiac sign? Nellie glared at Gerald. in pain yet still enduring his nonsense. Gerald put down his pen, looking at her icy expression and smiling. I need to know your medical history to diagnose properly. Otherwise, if the wrong medicine is taken, I won't be responsible. It's just an external injury from twisting my foot. No need for medicine, Nellie replied. Gerald frowned. Who's the doctor here? Whether medication is needed isn't decided by you. Iana watched curiously. Last time when I twisted my foot, you gave me some ointment, and it got better. Why does sister need medicine now? She has a worse injury than yours. Go study if you don't understand. Don't stand in the way of progress. Gerald instructed. Bring a bowl of cold water. No, ice water. Actually, just use well water. It's colder. All right. To avoid studying, Iana hurried to fetch water from the yard. Gerald stood before Nellie. Stretch out your foot so I can examine it. Reluctantly, due to intense pain, Nellie lifted her foot for Gerald to inspect. Gerald then placed his right hand on her swollen ankle, which looked like a steamed bun. Painful? Well duh. Nellie broke into a cold sweat. Pressing made it even worse. If you had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't be in this mess. Gerald unfastened her high heel, revealing a petite and cute foot. Move it. Rotate clockwise. No way, too painful. A slight movement of Nellie's foot sent shooting pain throughout her body. Gerald held her ankle firmly and used a bit of spiritual energy around it. Now try moving it again. This time, there was less pain. Gerald let go and said, no bone damage, just a sprain. Not too serious. Water here, water here. Iana staggered in with a basin of water, placing it on the ground. Phew, exhausting. Have you tried fetching well water? Stop complaining. Go play somewhere else. Gerald placed the basin in front of Nellie, holding her foot and submerging it in the well water. Bastard. Nellie whispered, suspecting Gerald's motives. Her foot became icy, causing her to shiver, yet the pain eased significantly. As she glanced down, she saw Gerald pouring well water over her swollen ankle, making her cheeks and ears flush red. Though aware Gerald was treating her, the scene felt like he was washing her feet, causing embarrassment. No man had ever touched her feet. I can do it myself. Trying to bend down, Nellie's foot moved and began hurting again. Don't be stubborn. If you could move, I wouldn't bother helping. Gerald dried his hands with a tissue. That's all for today. Your injury is severe. I'll prescribe some herbal compresses, and you should recover soon. Are you really a doctor? Nellie couldn't believe it, considering how young he appeared. The village used to have a doctor, but he misbehaved towards women, so I chased him away. Now I'm temporarily helping until they find another doctor. So you don't have a medical license? Completely caught off guard, Nellie realized Gerald was essentially a barefoot doctor. Gerald sneered. So what if I don't have a license? Healing patients is what matters. That licensed doctor didn't do much good anyway, unlike my upright character. Nellie didn't expect such complexity in the village. It would be challenging to start work without understanding the situation. Let's not talk about that. Nellie nodded. You're Gerald, right? No, I'm handsome. Gerald joked. Stop fooling around, Nellie insisted. I'm the acting village head and need to know the villagers' health status. What illnesses have you treated recently? Gerald had only been at the clinic for one day and had no clue about the villagers' conditions. I know, Iana read from the records. On July 10th, Old Lu's youngest son was bitten by a dog. On July 21st, Old Li was gored by a bull. On August 23rd, Old Zhao had a bad stomach. Please feel free to ask if you need further assistance or translation for additional chapters. Chapter 23, The Numb Foot. Nellie wiped the sweat off her brow. What's going on here? Either I get injured by animals or suffer from a bad stomach. Right, how many people are there in this village? Nellie asked again. In terms of registered residents, there should be over 500. But most of the young people have gone to the city for work. Those left behind are either elderly, weak, sick, disabled, or lazy. Gerald got up and sat on a stool nearby, picked up his teacup, took a sip and said, Village Chief Lillian, I never expected you to come and serve as our village chief at such a young age. You know how poor we are. Except for new clothes during the spring festival, we usually wear patched up clothes. With so few able-bodied workers remaining, barely making ends meet with the small plots of land they had, achieving prosperity was just wishful thinking. If it were easy, I wouldn't be here. Nellie retorted, slightly indignant. Gerald laughed. Your family must be quite wealthy. I assume you're only here to go through the motions, spending your family's money to embellish the village somewhat, pretending to achieve political accomplishments before moving on to other places, right? Nellie glared at Gerald, furious. What are you talking about? I came here sincerely to help. It's not my fault that my family is rich. And let me tell you, if it weren't for... She suddenly stopped mid-sentence, shifting the topic instead. What does the village mainly rely on for living? Growing fruit trees, farming, raising chickens and ducks, relying on these basic agricultural products. Nellie nodded slightly. That indeed seems very backward without any mechanized equipment. I'll think further about where to start my work. You should focus on recovering your foot first. The mountain paths here are tough to walk. Gerald picked up a pen, wrote down some herbs they lacked, and handed the note to Nellie beside him. Here are some medicines not available in the village. Prepare them yourself. How do I prepare them? Nellie was speechless. She wasn't a doctor, yet she was supposed to buy the medicines herself? He looked at her with a smile. Understand the situation here. I pay for the herbs myself. I just gave you 3,000 to help move the car. Nellie complained, displeased that he was so stingy after taking 3,000 yuan. That's what I earned by my abilities, not something that fell from the sky. I still need to save for marriage, Gerald reasoned like a miser, unwilling to pay for Nellie's medication. Forget it. I'll get someone to bring it to me. Nellie grabbed the prescription, took out her phone, photographed it, and sent it to someone. Gerald lazily leaned back in his chair, putting his feet up and turning to Iana. Xandra, go help our village chief change the water. Her foot needs to be iced for 2 hours, cough, no, to heal. Why should I be your servant? Go get the water yourself. I almost died helping earlier, Iana said, sitting beside them, rubbing her shoulders tiredly. Don't you care about patience? Get the water quickly, and I'll buy you sweets, Gerald teased. No way. Why would a strong man ask a woman to do the heavy lifting? Iana shot him a glare. This is to exercise you. As a doctor, you need strength, Gerald explained. You're lying and I won't fall for it. Watching them bicker, Nellie felt neglected as the patient. Struggling to rise, she tried to leave. Don't move. How will you recover otherwise? Gerald stopped her. You keep pushing each other around. It feels like you don't want me to get better. Nellie regretted coming to this village, both physically and emotionally hurt. All right, I'll get the water. Gerald, you're such a scoundrel. Iana grumbled and prepared to fetch well water. No need. Gerald walked over to Nellie, lifted her foot again, examined it closely, then lightly pressed a spot on her foot. Now, as long as you avoid external shocks, you shouldn't feel pain. When the medicine arrives tomorrow, applying it should help. Gerald temporarily numbed the acupoint on Nellie's foot, rendering her right foot numb but allowing normal movement, though it would feel disconnected. Really? Nellie moved her ankle. It didn't hurt at all. This made her even more impressed by Gerald's medical skills. Just one touch, and the pain was gone. Don't look at me like that. Your foot isn't healed. It's just numb. Gerald found an old long-handled umbrella and handed it to her. If you want to walk, use this to avoid falling. Walking with an umbrella looked like being disabled, which Nellie refused. I'd rather stay here waiting for the medicine. Sitting motionlessly on the chair, since she didn't want help, Gerald ignored her, stretching and dozing off in his chair. Blushing slightly, Nellie turned to Iana and whispered, "Where's the restroom?" Iana stood up immediately, supporting Nellie and whispered, "I'll take you." "Oh, where will you live? Be careful of Gerald. He's a troublemaker." Nellie nodded. "I see that too. Right, your name is Xandra?" "Hails, I'm Iana." Nellie nodded. "Are you the nurse here?" "I'm an intern. Came here with a doctor, but forget about that. Are you Nellie? Can I call you Florence Jeff from now on?" "Sure. Old Nolan told me there's no place for me to stay temporarily. There's an extra room at the clinic, so I'll be staying here with you." "Oh great. Finally, I won't be alone." Iana smiled excitedly. Living alone in the clinic had been scary, and having company was a relief. After their bathroom trip, they returned chatting happily, casting disdainful looks at the still lounging Gerald. Bored and unable to leave due to her injury, Nellie spent the morning at the clinic. Gerald kept checking Iana's studies. Lunchtime passed quickly. In the afternoon, a person burst into the clinic, carrying a large bag. "Miss, how did you injure your foot? Let me take you to the hospital." Chapter 24. The Hen's Mistake. The visitor was in his 40s, and upon entering, went straight to Nellie to inspect her injuries. "No need. Did you bring the medicine I asked for, Fate?" Nellie asked. Fate nodded and placed the herbs on the table. "I brought them all, but medical facilities here are definitely not great. If you don't want to go to the hospital, I can get an orthopedist from Jiangqing Hospital to treat you directly." Nellie replied, "I said no, that's enough. Just leave the medicine and go back. Young miss, please don't stay angry. Come back with me. Look at you. You've hurt your foot after just arriving. How will you manage in the future? You've never been this far from home." "Fate, I'm determined to show them that I can make it on my own," Nellie huffed defiantly. Nellie said proudly, "Tell them I won't come back, and don't look for me. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll handle it immediately." Fate left, leaving behind the medicine. Gerald and Iana looked at Nellie in surprise. The term, young miss, wasn't something easily used unless in affluent families. It was clear that she had a significant background. "Sister Florence, what does your family do? Why do you have servants?" Iana asked curiously. "That's not a servant. He's my father's driver. Let's not talk about them," Nellie replied. Turning to Gerald, Nellie said, "Now we have the medicine. Can you help me apply it?" Gerald picked up the herbs from the table, examined them, and once satisfied, instructed Iana to prepare the herbal decoction. "Orson, young miss still refuses to return and has told us not to look for her." After leaving the clinic, Fate immediately made a call. "It's fine if she doesn't come back. What can a little girl do? She claims to be supporting rural development and national construction. Does the country really need her?" An enraged voice came from the other end of the phone. "Fate, just come back. Don't worry about that girl. In such a poor village, she will eventually come back willingly." "Orson, I'm worried she might not endure her condition." Fate voiced his concerns anxiously. "Let's deal with this later. That time hasn't come yet." "Gerald, it's dinner time. I'm so hungry. What are we having tonight? We should kill an old hen to supplement Sister Florence's health." Iana rubbed her belly, feeling starved. "You're still thinking about eating an old hen? Do you know they lay eggs for us? Gordon and I will give you an egg instead." Gerald put down his book, looking at the little foodie who had been demanding chicken all afternoon. They only had about 30 chickens left, waiting for them to lay eggs before selling them in the city. "I can't take it anymore. I must eat chicken to regain my strength." "You little munchkin, all you think about is food. Want to eat pork instead?" "I guess. I want braised pork." "Wait, didn't you sell the pig when your sister started school?" "Never mind, let's just stick to chicken." At this moment, Nellie pulled out 2,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Gerald. "This is our food expense for a month. I believe it should be enough. Since she wants chicken, let's do a chicken for her." Gerald stared at the money and then at Nellie. "Village chief here, it's not as simple as throwing money to get meals. You should understand the situation in the village." He didn't take the money and walked out, saying, "Our village may be poor, but we don't need pity. I can afford a few meals." "So why did you accept 3,000 from me?" Nellie countered. Gerald nearly tripped over the threshold. He hurriedly explained, "That was payment for work done." Back home, Gerald walked to the orchard where the chicken coop was located, intending to pick out a chicken. Which hen shall it be today? He reached into the coop and grabbed one. Cluck cluck. The hen flapped its wings and squawked. Holding the hen, Gerald thought for a moment and reached back into the coop to fetch a few eggs. What the heck? Are you cheating on your species? The eggs he retrieved were the size of his palm, much larger than regular chicken eggs, resembling goose eggs, but even bigger. What on earth? Gerald was puzzled. Several more large eggs inside the coop caught his eye. Carrying the hen and the eggs, Gerald returned home. Mom, we have a new acting village chief who twisted her ankle. Let's do a chicken to nourish her. The new village chief should be treated well. Kill the hen, clean it, and I'll start preparing. Gerald helped in the kitchen while killing the hen and cooking. Oh, by the way, did you notice how big our eggs are? Has our hen gone astray? Nonsense, what do you mean astray? Eggs this big? They're probably not laid by chickens. Seeing the eggs, Barbara was equally astonished. She had never seen such large chicken eggs before. Forget it, maybe the hen has strayed. I'll teach them a lesson to be good hens. After preparing the meal, Gerald carried the dishes back to the clinic, bringing along the large eggs. Entering the clinic, he set down several bowls of meat and vegetables, emitting a delicious aroma that made Iana drool. Famished, Iana quickly filled her bowl, picking up a drumstick and biting into it, juices dripping. Sister Florence here, have a drumstick? Considering for a moment, Iana placed another drumstick in Nellie's bowl. This is delicious. I've never tasted such tasty chicken. Iana savored every bite, utterly satisfied. Gerald bragged, of course it's good. This is pure-range chicken, weighing 7 kilograms. Half stir-fried and half stewed, highly nutritious. Enjoying it is a privilege. By the way, save some for Tabitha later. Always talking about Tabitha. I bet you have a thing for her. Iana blew on the soup before sipping it, looking disdainfully at Gerald. Gerald ignored her, focused on his meal. She's my patient, and I am responsible for her health. Nellie was curious about the Tabitha they mentioned but didn't ask as the two bickered. She began eating slowly, carefully biting the chicken, almost cautiously as if afraid to hurt it. Once she tasted the chicken, Nellie's eyes lit up in delight. Chapter 25. The Mutated Egg. The young miss had been brought up in luxury, feasting on countless delicacies. Yet this braised chicken gave her a completely different feeling. It was exceptionally savory, oily but not greasy, with tender and easily melting chicken meat. There seemed to be a special aroma subtly mixed into the chicken. Is this chicken raised at your place? Nellie asked curiously, finding this chicken tastier than anything she'd had at 5-star hotels. It didn't seem like an ordinary home-cooked dish at all. Gerald was munching on a chicken wing when he heard her question. He spat out the bone and replied, Halia, just from our own flock. This one was particularly naughty, always messing around with the geese, so I decided to deal with it. Iana laughed and said, Gerald, what are you talking about? Chickens and geese can't mate. Gerald casually pulled out a large egg and placed it on the table, saying, Here, I have evidence of my hen's infidelity. How else would it lay such a huge egg if not for mating with a goose? I've never seen such a big egg before. Iana picked up the large egg and inspected it, asking, Are you sure this isn't a goose egg? It was still warm when I took it from the nest. How could it possibly be a goose egg? Gerald grinned, showing his white teeth as he looked at Iana with raised eyebrows. I watched this hen lay the egg myself. The scrambled eggs we just had were made from that egg. Do you know how chickens lay eggs? Ew, you're disgusting. Talking like this, how can I eat eggs? Iana glared at Gerald, annoyed that he was spoiling their appetite during dinner. Nellie, however, took the large egg in her hand and began examining it closely. Domestic chickens belong to the order Galliformes and family Phasianidae, while geese belong to the order Anseriformes and family Anatidae. Species from different families cannot interbreed, she explained, holding the egg up to the light. And this egg is completely unfertilized. Your theory about the hen's infidelity doesn't hold water. Gerald stared blankly at Nellie. He was only joking, but she spouted out a whole lot of scientific theories. Iana looked admiringly at Nellie and said, Sister Florence, you know so much. No wonder you can be the village head. Nellie put down the egg and said, Typically, an egg weighs about 50 grams, but this one weighs at least 300 grams. It's likely a result of biological mutation. We shouldn't eat it until we determine if it's safe. Ah, we can't eat it? Iana looked at the tomato and egg stir-fry on the table and licked her lips. I already ate a few bites. Will I mutate? It might be harmful. It's best not to eat it, Nellie advised. Gerald ignored her and used his chopsticks to pick up a large piece of egg and put it in his bowl. We're not like some rich girl. If there's food available, it's fine to eat. If you don't want it, I'll finish it. I'm not afraid of poison. Nellie frowned at Gerald. I'm just saying it's best not to eat it until we're sure. I'll take this egg and have someone examine it to see if it's safe. Iana licked her lips and whispered, Eating a little bit should be fine, right? The egg looks normal. Ignoring Nellie's warning, she quickly continued eating. Hey, slow down. You'll eat all the eggs. I'm just protecting you from mutating by taking the bullet for you. Nellie saw that they weren't taking her seriously, which made her frown. Why didn't they believe science? Gerald, didn't you say the village is very poor? A chicken like this could fetch at least $100 in the city. And you ate it? She had listened to Gerald talk about how poor the village was, yet he wasted $100 on a single meal, which wasn't what a poor person would do. Gerald isn't poor. Last time he sold herbs to my grandpa for 12,000 yuan, and he makes thousands from selling fruits in the city too. Iana wiped her greasy mouth and patted her belly. I'm full. I haven't eaten anything this delicious in ages. Gerald, since you're not short of money, next time let's have steak. Sure, no problem. When we go to Old Lou, I'll just ask him to pay me directly. That won't work. Don't deduct my living expenses. Nellie looked at Gerald, puzzled. If he could make so much money, why were the other villagers still so poor? Gerald, since you can earn money, why don't you help the villagers? Gerald looked at Nellie, speechless. This new village head had a rather simplistic view of things. The herbs I collect are from Taoyuan Mountain. The paths are rugged, and I have to climb cliffs. I might not even find a suitable herb in a day. Plus, There are wild animals and wolves in the mountains, making it life-threatening. Does that sound easy to you? Taoyuan Mountains herbs alone couldn't sustain the entire village. Only Gerald could manage what he did. What about apples? I heard from Xandra that your apples are big, round, juicy, and full. If you share your planting methods, wouldn't everyone benefit? Gerald put down his bowl and seriously explained to Nellie, Gordnerkit demand determines value. If too many apples are produced, their value will drop. Besides, others can't learn my planting methods. Those fruit trees were cultivated using the Xiantian Ichi skill. Gerald struggled to ripen them overnight for just his own orchard. It was impossible for him to manage the entire village unless his power grew stronger, allowing him to expand his influence. Nellie remained silent, but looked at Gerald strangely. In her mind, he had become a profit-driven person who kept his wealth-making secrets to himself. Gerald, are you going to Tabitha's place? I want to come too. Iana saw Gerald carrying the chicken soup and hurriedly wanted to follow. Gerald rolled his eyes and said, Can't you see there's still a patient here? Take care of her properly instead of meddling in grown-up matters. Himph. Seeing that both of them cared so much about Tabitha, Nellie became curious. Who is this Tabitha? Chapter 26. No evidence. Iana recounted Cora's situation to Nellie, especially mentioning that Cora's husband was likely killed by the village bully. Nellie's face showed anger as she listened. I can't believe such things are happening. In that case, I will definitely investigate this thoroughly. By the way, do you have any evidence? Iana shook her head and said, Those were all Tabitha's words. We have no evidence, but I don't think Tabitha would lie. Nellie frowned deeply. Without any evidence, handling this matter wouldn't be easy. She then continued discussing recent village affairs with Iana, reviewing the village chief's work to see where to start. Tabitha. Gerald knocked on the door, and shortly after, Cora opened the gate. Little Malag, why did you come over? Gerald held up the chicken soup and smiled. Tabitha, we cooked some chicken soup today. You're not feeling well, so it'll help you recover. Cora, who had taken Gerald's medicine, no longer looked as pale, but still retained an ill, delicate beauty reminiscent of Yvette Dayu. Thank you. Please come in and sit down, Cora said with a smile as she took the chicken soup. Gerald scratched his head, embarrassed. I'm not sure if that's okay. Cora blinked her beautiful eyes and grabbed Gerald's sleeve, pulling him inside. What's not okay? This isn't your first time here. Or are you not used to coming over unless you climb over the wall? Cora led Gerald into the house, where simple meals were already laid out on the table, along with the Chinese medicine Gerald brought last night, which was still steaming hot. Tabitha, is this what you eat every day? Gerald saw Cora's meal, a small portion of vegetables and meat, and worried that eating such meager meals would make even a healthy person sick. There's just me here, so I keep it simple, and I don't have time to go into town to buy groceries. Gerald poured out the chicken soup and handed it to Cora. Tabitha, from now on, I'll take care of your meals. If I'm busy, I'll ask Sister Xandra to bring them over. Thank you, little Malag. Cora blew gently on the soup, took a sip, and her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. It had been a long time since someone had cared for her like this. Knock, knock, knock. The gate was knocked on again, leaving Cora wondering who could be visiting at this hour. Weren't you supposed to take care of the patient? Iana appeared at the door, and Gerald looked at her speechlessly, realizing he couldn't shake off this little follower. Don't look at me like that. Sister Florence wanted to understand the situation better. Behind Iana, Nellie hobbled in with a cane. I asked Xandra to bring me here. Cora looked at Nellie curiously, while Nellie similarly sized up Cora. Who is this? My name is Nellie. I'm the new acting village chief. I heard about your situation from Xandra and wanted to understand more details. The new village chief, please come in. Cora ushered them inside and offered tea. Beautiful village chief, what would you like to know? Sitting on the sofa, Cora appeared somewhat nervous. I mainly want to ask about your husband. I heard a few things from Xandra, but I need to hear the full story from you. Nellie had only recently arrived and needed to understand each family's situation. Cora's case being the most peculiar, she intended to help resolve it first. Well, I've already told little Malag everything. You should ask him. Cora didn't want to relive those painful memories, fearing it would upset her again. Beautiful village chief, aren't you rubbing salt in the wound by asking these questions? Gerald expressed dissatisfaction with Nellie's approach. Both Iana and he had heard about this yesterday. Why bring it up again? Nellie looked at Cora, saying, Can I talk to you alone? If possible, I believe legal means can be used to sue George. After some thought, Cora agreed, and they went into the bedroom to discuss privately, leaving Gerald and Iana staring at each other in the living room. This is very difficult. Nellie frowned deeply as Cora recounted how George claimed responsibility for Biff's death while drunk, but without any evidence. Why is it so hard? George killed my husband and came to my house to gloat. He even tried to. If I hadn't fought back, he might have. Tears streamed down Cora's cheeks, dripping onto the floor. With no evidence, we can't charge George, Nellie sighed. If only there were recordings. Has George harassed you again recently? Wiping away her tears, Cora shook her head. No. Last time, when I threatened to bash my head against the wall, he got scared and hasn't dared return. Pity. If he came to your house again, just the act of illegal entry could get him arrested. Looking at Nellie pitifully, Cora asked, Does this mean there's no way to clear my husband's name? Nellie shook her head helplessly. It's extremely difficult, nearly impossible. The case has been closed as a traffic accident. The police investigation is finished. If we find the driver and he admits that George ordered the hit, there might be a chance. Cora felt hopeless. Finding the driver seemed unlikely, and even if found, admitting to such a serious crime would be too risky. No, there must be a way. We can't let George get away with this. Cora's gaze was resolute. She had to avenge her late husband. Cora, remember, the dead cannot be revived. You need to stay rational and not do anything reckless. Village chief, what do you mean by that? Brow furrowed, Cora questioned why Nellie wasn't helping but discouraging her instead. Nellie warned, I heard you asked Gerald to seek revenge and promised him anything if he succeeded. Her eyes focused on Cora's mature yet endearing face, recognizing her ability to stir protective instincts in men. Without concrete evidence proving George hired someone to kill your husband, it's best not to involve Gerald in anything foolish. Don't think that because you're beautiful, you can use your appearance as leverage. Chapter 27. Cora's Collapse. Nellie had witnessed Gerald's strength before. If Gerald were to kill George out of vengeance for Cora, it would lead to another murder case. As the newly appointed village chief, she could not allow such an incident to happen. Cora stared at Nellie, her tone cold. Are you going to let George get away with this? Laws are meant to uphold justice. From what you say, I have to find evidence to take revenge. If I had evidence, I would have already reported it. Laws are there to protect everyone's rights, but you have no evidence. Biff's death was just a traffic accident. Village chief, if you're here to tell me this, then please leave. I hope you think about it carefully. There's no need. Village chief, you can't help me. If I could, I'd rather die with Bryce. When Gerald saw Cora come out, her face was a bit off, as if she had been crying. Kenzie, I don't feel well, so I won't see you off. The group left Cora's house. Iana and Nellie returned to the health center, while Gerald went back to the orchard. He decided to hasten the ripening of the fruit trees, preparing to sell more apples in the city after they matured the next day. Seated amidst the orchard, Gerald soaked in a wooden tub, practicing with the foundation-building elixir while spreading spiritual energy around the fruit trees. Gradually, the fruit trees began to grow slowly, blossoming and bearing fruit at a moderate pace. The next morning, as the sun rose, Gerald gradually opened his eyes. The feeling of cultivation was incredible. He had lost track of time without even realizing it. No wonder it's said that for cultivators, a day in the cave feels like 1,000 years in the world outside. Gerald climbed out of the wooden tub, dressed, and poured the remaining foundation-building elixir into the orchard. He ran towards the chicken coop. Inside, there were still large eggs. It was unclear what these chickens ate to produce such huge eggs. He picked one up, built a fire in the orchard, and grilled the egg for breakfast. Observing the hens moving around the orchard pecking insects from the ground, Gerald remembered dumping the dregs from his elixir making there. He walked over, examining the dregs and then the hens, deep in thought. It appeared that consuming the dregs had improved their meat quality and increased the size of their eggs. So that's it. That Nellie kept talking about mutated eggs. She's full of it. These are just premium medicinal chickens. Looking at the hens in the coop like treasures, Gerald realized these drug-fed hens contained medicinal properties and could be considered highly nourishing. Selling just one would fetch him hundreds of yuan, worth every penny spent on herbs. After packing all the large eggs carefully to avoid them getting pecked by the chickens, Gerald planned to sell them along with the apples next time. With that done, Gerald headed to the health center to continue learning from Iana. Gerald, you came just in time. Seeing Gerald, Nellie, holding an umbrella, stepped out. Her foot, still bandaged like a bun, was covered by casual t-shirt and a skirt, less formal than the previous day. Do you need something? Nellie nodded and slowly approached Gerald. I want you to show me around the village to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Gerald looked at her surprisedly. With her injured foot, she wanted to walk around? Did she not think it would aggravate her injury? With your foot like that, you shouldn't move around. Gerald refused Nellie's request, concerned that walking might worsen her injury. She was clearly used to comfort, and he didn't want to cause trouble. I feel much better now, and want to check out the village first to understand its conditions better. Nellie felt that Gerald's medicine really worked. After applying it, she felt no pain unless she exerted too much force. Beautiful village chief, I understand your eagerness to achieve, but with your condition, it's best not to move around. Our village isn't densely populated, but the surrounding fields are vast. Gerald sized up Nellie, noting her delicate skin. Clearly someone who hadn't experienced hardship. You're pampered city folk. The village roads aren't as good as in the city. You should wait. Hearing this, Nellie blurted out, would money help? She pulled out a stack of cash from her bag and placed it on the table. Do you think money can do everything? Gerald looked disdainfully at the money. Did she really think money solved everything? Nellie took out another stack of money and put it on the table. Rich people sure were different, offering money so freely. Gerald grabbed the money off the table. Since she was being generous, he couldn't be stingy either. Money really can do anything. Given how wealthy she was, driving an expensive car, these funds were probably just pocket change for her. In the future, cultivating required purchasing many herbs. He definitely needed the money. Can we go now? Sure, Mississippi. Call me village chief. And so, Gerald took Nellie through the village, visiting each household. This is Ergo's place, Xuanhuan's place, Erdan's place. Gerald pointed, while Nellie took notes in her notebook. Walking near the rice paddies at the edge of the village, Nellie pointed to a piece of land overgrown with weeds where some oxen grazed. Why isn't that plot cultivated? Gerald glanced at it and explained, that's Gary Gunn's land. He's a bachelor in the village, lazy and doesn't work the fields. He'll never marry anyone. Nellie nodded and continued walking, pointing to another abandoned plot. Who does this one belong to? That's old Zhu's land. His son moved away early and broke his leg working in the city last year. The construction site compensated him a bit, and the land has been neglected. Nellie stopped, finally tiring. Why are so many fields deserted when your village has plenty of arable land? Farmland was crucial for farmers. Why would they leave it barren? The young and able-bodied in the village have gone to work in the city. Maintaining crops daily takes too much time. Why don't they rent their fields to others, like you? You could plant more fruit trees. Your apple trees look the best in the village. Gerald replied, it's not that simple. Farming is risky, with unpredictable yields. What rent would be appropriate? Too little and no one will agree. Too much and bad weather could ruin everything. People prefer focusing on their own small plots instead of worrying about others' lands. I think we should hold a meeting to address this issue. We can't let so much fertile land go to waste. You're oversimplifying things. We'll talk about it back at the village. As they prepared to return, Iana came running towards them, shouting, Gerald, it's bad. Tabitha has attempted suicide. Chapter 28. Doing good with bad results. Gerald froze in shock and rushed over immediately. What? Iana, panting heavily, said, Gerald, I was just delivering food to Tabitha. She wouldn't open the door when I knocked, so I climbed over the wall. When I got in, I saw her drinking a bottle of pesticide and she had already lost consciousness. Where is she now? At home. Without another thought, Gerald sprinted all the way to Cora's house. The gate was closed, with barking from a big yellow dog inside. Gerald ran straight up, scaling the wall in 3 steps, then dashed into the room. There, in the living room, Cora lay on the ground, unconscious, foam trickling from the corner of her mouth, holding an empty pesticide bottle in her hand. Gerald scooped her up, using his spiritual power to check her body. Confirming she was still alive, he flipped her over and pressed his knee against her abdomen, his right hand pointing towards her back. After his fingertips touched the pressure point on Cora's back, she opened her mouth and started vomiting. A black liquid with a pungent smell splattered onto the floor. Gerald kept pressing, and Cora continued vomiting until only clear water came out. Slightly regaining consciousness, Cora began to tremble when she saw Gerald. Shaumalog, let me go, let me die, let me join Bryce. Gerald was speechless. Just a couple of days ago, she seemed fine and wanted revenge. Why did she choose suicide today? Tabitha, what's troubling you? Carrying Cora on his shoulder, Gerald decided to take her to the clinic in case there was any residual pesticide in her system. Yesterday, the beautiful village chief said I have no evidence against George. She also told me not to drag you into this foolishness. I've made up my mind. Since I can't live long anyway, let me die. Shouldering Cora, Gerald dashed out of the courtyard toward the clinic. You talk about dying? You need to live on and get revenge for brother Bryce. Tabitha? Gerald realized Cora had fainted again, unresponsive. Gerald, wait for me. Lou Zixia followed behind, but she couldn't keep up with Gerald's pace. Xandra, prepare some saline solution and pour it in until she can't take anymore. After arranging Lou Zixia to do that, Gerald ran to start cooking medicinal herbs for detoxification. Lou Zixia, familiar with the task, pinched open Cora's mouth and poured in water. Gerald, done. After a large amount of water, Lou Zixia could no longer pour in more. Gerald rushed back, tilting Cora again. To Lou Zixia, he said, go check on the medicine and bring it over when it's ready. After being flushed with saline solution again, Cora unconsciously vomited everything out under Gerald's encouragement. Why did Tabitha give up? After the herbal medicine was ready, Lou Zixia brought it over, handing it to Gerald. Gerald made Cora swallow the medicine, checked her condition using spiritual power, and once assured she was fine, placed her on the hospital bed. This all happened because of the village chief. Things were okay before she came and stirred everything up. Gerald was furious. Nellie's words last night must have triggered Cora's suicide attempt. At that moment, Nellie walked in. With her foot injury not fully healed, she moved slowly after walking the entire morning. Is she okay? Nellie asked, looking at the unconscious Cora on the bed. Gerald glared angrily. It's all your fault. Haven't you caused enough suffering for Tabitha? Nellie stepped back 2 steps in fear and explained, I wanted to help her by finding evidence for revenge, rather than sacrificing herself. Do you think she's so easily swayed? Did you even know she's still a virgin? Gerald became angrier. What? Nellie doubted her ears. A married woman couldn't be. Actually, Cora and Biff knew each other for a considerable time. Being mostly at the construction site, Biff barely had time for intimacy. And with their wedding approaching, they naturally waited for the wedding night. So, don't assume you're always right. Apologize now. With bloodshot eyes, Gerald glared at Nellie. How could such a person manage the village, nearly costing Cora her life? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to help her legally. Kneading her pale lips, Nellie knew any explanation was futile now. If anything happens to Tabitha, I won't forgive you. Gerald glared fiercely, his eyes seeming like they could eat her alive. Xandra, make some porridge. She'll need something after vomiting so much, and she's weak. Okay. Lou Zixia went to work while Gerald felt helpless watching the unconscious Cora. Thankfully, the pesticide was outdated and had been bought long ago by Biff. Otherwise, Cora would now be a cold corpse. Seeing she could offer no further help, Nellie left for the village committee office. In the afternoon, Nellie notified every household to come to the committee office for a meeting. She planned to change the village's current situation. Villagers quickly gathered upon receiving the message. As expected, most were elderly, disabled, or unemployed loafers. Watching Nellie on the platform, the villagers whispered among themselves. Who's this? Quite pretty. Halia, wish we could marry her. She seems wealthy. Look at the car she drove in, worth over $1 million. Clearing her throat, Nellie addressed the crowd. Everyone, I'm Nellie, the interim village chief. After reviewing every family situation this morning, I found many fields lying fallow. I want to utilize these lands again. Chief, stop talking nonsense. Utilize the land? You want us to farm? Look at my broken leg. I can't even find a wife. If you want those lands, buy them. Jeremy pointed at his crippled leg. Halia, farming? Not as profitable as working in the city, Xiao Sun added. Indeed. Others echoed. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and style of the original Chinese text, ensuring coherence and natural fluency in English. Chapter 29. Another tag-along. Nellie looked at the noisy crowd below and tapped on the table with her hand. Quiet down. I'm here to help everyone prosper. You can't even manage to hold on to your own land. How do you expect to survive? TSK, another talker. If you really want to make us rich, just give each of us $10,000. Then we'd all be wealthy. Halia, yeah, village chief, your family certainly isn't short on money. Gordon and I are here just for a good record. Just give us the money directly, and our poverty cap will be lifted. No trouble for you either, right? Nellie looked at the few people speaking and was quite upset. These were only in their 20s, yet they expected manna from heaven. As Gerald had said, the young people who stayed in the village were indeed a bunch of idlers. Calm down. Listen carefully to what the village chief is saying. Joel stood up and pointed at those who had been speaking. You little rascals, always stealing chickens or loitering around others' places. Don't think that because your parents are dead, no one can discipline you. Speak nonsense again, and I'll cane you to death. Nellie felt helpless. The situation in this village was worse than she imagined. I've decided to lease the abandoned lands. Since you don't wish to farm, I will take care of it. She took out the pre-prepared contracts and addressed the crowd. Those who agree, sign the contract. Those who don't, remain poor. As she spoke, she placed a stack of cash on the table. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. Indeed, nothing got done faster than with money. Come on, my land is idle. I want to sign too. In no time, Nellie leased part of the village's wasteland. However, another portion remained unsolved as its owners were not present to sign the contract. Joel, wasn't your land being farmed? Why do you want to rent it out to? Sigh, I'm too old to farm. My son works in the city and doesn't come back to help. Might as well rent it to you. Thus, under Nellie's financial offer, she leased much land and paid a substantial amount in rent. Back at the health center, Gerald had already left with Cora. Only Iana remained, sitting on the sofa watching TV. Sister Florence, you're back? Are you hungry? Today, Gerald prepared food for you, and I've kept some for you. Nellie shook her head and sat down beside her, exhausted. She undid her bandages and noticed her recovering foot was swollen again. It seemed Gerald was right. Wandering around could worsen her injury. No need. I'm tired today. I'll go to sleep. The next morning, Gerald planned to sell ripe fruits and large eggs. He walked out of Cora's house after spending several hours consoling her last night, finally persuading her not to commit suicide again. Gerald rode his tricycle out of the village when a set of headlights illuminated the dark rural road behind him. Without needing to guess, he knew it must be Nellie. Gerald ignored the Audi following him and continued riding leisurely, knowing there was only one road and she would have to follow behind in the dust. Another tag-along. Nellie didn't honk, but simply followed slowly with her headlights on. An hour later, they finally reached the city. Gerald went to the entrance of the market, and Nellie followed suit. Miss, you've been tailing me all the way. Not here to steal my eggs, are you? Nellie stood in front of Gerald's stall, watching him arrange apples. Do you usually sell here? What else? Indoor stalls cost money. I leave after selling, so no booth fees for me. Gerald glanced around. Other vendors were beginning to occupy stalls. Soon, it would be bustling. How much are your apples? Nellie asked. Gerald replied, if you're buying, I'll give you a discount. 6 yuan per kilogram. Nellie couldn't believe it. Such high-quality apples at such low prices? Do you think that's expensive? From her expression, Gerald sensed dissatisfaction with the price. Nellie picked up an apple, wiped it off, and bit into it. Crunch. Juice dripped out as she chewed. The last apples I bought at the supermarket weren't as big or sweet as yours. 4 cost me over 100. Aren't yours too cheap? Gerald's mouth dropped open in surprise at her wealth. For goodness sake, this is a market. Selling for 100? Do you think I want to? Those are premium imports. Regular folks can't afford them. If I priced them that high, I wouldn't sell any all year. This lady truly lived sheltered if she buys apples for that much and doesn't know market prices. Sir, how much for the apples? A middle-aged woman approached asking the price. 8 yuan per kilogram, very cheap. Taste it. I guarantee it's better than any you've had. Gerald cut a piece and handed it to her for tasting. Seeing Gerald busy, Nellie didn't press further and walked into the market with her notebook to research current market prices for future village work. Inside the market, the smell made Nellie wrinkle her nose as she weaved through the crowd. How much for the old hen? Goose meat? Oranges? She jotted down prices while asking, but once people realized she was only gathering information and not buying, they ignored her. Not buying, then why ask? Why can't I ask? Nellie frowned. How much for 3 pounds of oranges? And the sugar cane? Got it. Ice sugar oranges 5 yuan per pound, coming right up. Outside, Gerald's apples sold as briskly as before, quickly selling out. Surprisingly, none of his large eggs moved. Some inquired, but hearing it was eggs, especially one so large, assumed they were fake and refused to buy regardless of Gerald's explanation. Soon, Nellie returned from browsing the market. When Gerald saw her, he was completely stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Translation note: Gordon maintaining the original paragraph structure and tone. Chapter 30. The purse was slashed. Nellie walked ahead, followed by about a dozen vendors from the market. Each vendor carried 2 large bags filled with vegetables, fruits, meat, and poultry eggs. Just put them there. Nellie pointed to the cargo area of Gerald's tricycle, and the vendors unloaded everything in one go, quickly filling up the tricycle. Hey, sis, are you here for wholesale shopping? Gerald looked at the variety of items behind him and couldn't help but be speechless. Why buy groceries when she could simply buy fresh produce directly from the village? Nellie shook her notebook and explained, not wholesale. I'm investigating market prices for vegetables and fruits. Yesterday, I learned that merchants offer very low prices for buying produce from villagers. Even though the village roads are difficult to navigate, if we bring our produce to the city to sell, we would make much more profit. I'll see. Gerald took Nellie's notebook, glanced at it, and immediately stopped. Miss, have you never shopped for groceries before? Nellie retorted, of course, I often shop at supermarkets. Gerald was at a loss for words. Supermarkets and farmers' markets aren't the same. The prices for all these vegetables you bought are at least 30% higher than usual. Do you even know what bargaining means? Bargaining? Nellie asked, confused. Isn't it just asking for the price and buying if it seems fair? Gerald couldn't believe it. Even if she had money, this wasn't how you should spend it. For example, free-range eggs usually cost 1 yuan 50 each. If you buy 20, they might sell them to you for 1 yuan 20 each. And then there's this. Enough. You're so annoying. I'm just doing a market survey. Nellie snatched back her notebook and told Gerald, deliver what I bought to the clinic. This will be Paula and my daily meals. No need to deliver it anymore. HMPF? Don't you have a car? Gerald asked. Nellie replied, I have things to do. I'll head back to the village later. As she spoke, she opened her shoulder bag to get her keys. Huh, where's my money? Opening her bag, Nellie found it slashed with a small knife, and all her money inside was gone. How much? Gerald asked. About 10,000 yuan, Nellie said with some pain. These thieves are really despicable. Stealing the money is one thing, but slashing my bag too? This is a limited edition Hermes bag I bought on the Champs-Élysées for over 100,000. Gerald felt 3 lines appear on his forehead. She comes shopping to the farmer's market carrying such an expensive bag, practically inviting thieves to target her. I wonder if it can be repaired. It infuriates me. Nellie gazed at her damaged bag as if it were a wound on her own body. I can help you recover the money, but as for your bag, there's nothing to be done. Don't carry such expensive bags around randomly in the future. Follow me. Gerald got up, hopped on the tricycle and gestured to the back seat. Get on. Looking at the dirty cargo area, Nellie hesitated. What are you waiting for? If you don't want to get on, you can walk behind. With that, Gerald prepared to ride off. Nellie hurried forward, wiped the seat with tissues, placed a few papers down, and then sat on the tricycle. Gerald, I feel like I've been walking a lot these past 2 days. My feet are starting to hurt again. Nellie had spent the entire afternoon wandering around the village yesterday and the morning at the market today. Her wounded foot throbbed painfully, and her legs felt like they weren't hers anymore. Why doesn't a lady like you stay pampered and spoiled instead of sticking your nose into our village's affairs? Pedaling slowly, Gerald kept a lookout around him. I want to achieve something on my own to show my family that I don't need their help to succeed. I'm determined to turn Taoyuan village into a well-known prosperous village. To think Nellie had such grand ambitions, this surprised Gerald somewhat. But the money you have, wasn't that given to you by your family? Otherwise, how would you afford all this? These are just my grandfather's allowances. I didn't ask for them. Gerald had no reply and kept cycling through the surroundings. Soon, he spotted several people sitting at a stone table by the roadside, playing cards. Don't move, I'm going all in. Booker threw 4 twos on the table, smirking at his opponents. Just 1 card left. Take a look. Jason, understanding, tossed out 2 jokers and declared, all in 2. Keenan, isn't that excellent teamwork? 3 spades. Don't. Booker angrily slammed the cards on the table, cursing. What did you bomb for? Jason, looking innocent, replied, how was I supposed to know it was 3 spades? Gerald approached and tapped Booker on the shoulder. Who dares touch me? He turned around and saw Gerald, instantly changing expression with forced laughter. Keenan, how are you? Sit. Did you come to find me? Gerald sat down calmly, scanning the group with a slight smile. Seeing Nellie behind him, Booker beamed even wider. Is this also your lady boss? Truly impressive. A new one every day. Stop talking nonsense. This is my friend. She was pickpocketed at the market today. Were any of your guys responsible? If so, hand them over. Booker's face changed as he glared at his subordinates. Did any of you do something without my permission? Who stole the lady's money? Come forward or else I'll break your legs. Keenan, many of our guys are injured or crippled. There's no one left to do anything. I saw Yuan's gang active at the market earlier. They might have done it. Gerald asked, Booker, didn't you say this is your territory? Who's Yuan? Booker hastily explained, Yuan is far worse than me. He's involved in scams, theft, and all sorts of vices. His men definitely did it. To fight over territory, Booker and Yuan's gangs have clashed frequently. Booker hated Yuan intensely. Where is Yuan? Lead me to him. Booker immediately led the way. I'm coming too. Nellie, seeing Booker's peculiarly dressed gang, didn't want to stay behind alone. Chapter 31. Breaking up the place. Barnabas led 2 underlings, and the pair Gerald and Nellie to an old residential area. This neighborhood had a history of 40 years, with no property management, and it was in extremely poor condition. However, the cheap rent made it a gathering place for vagrants like Barnabas. Keenan, Bud is on the 7th floor. I'll take you up. You stay down here and wait. Gerald knew there were no good people here, and if something happened to someone as delicate as Nellie, it would be troublesome. Nellie whispered, Gerald, are you going to fight? How about we forget the 10,000 yuan? Don't risk yourself. For heaven's sake, why so many questions? We're already here, no worries. Gerald thought this young lady sure had plenty of money, even willing to give up 10,000 yuan just like that. Don't chatter, wait here for me. Hey, aren't you being too domineering? Gerald ignored Nellie, leading Barnabas and his 2 underlings upstairs to the 7th floor. The hallway was chaotic, littered with beer bottles, and generally filthy. Birth control pills boxes lay around haphazardly. When they reached the 7th floor, Barnabas knocked on the iron door. Bang bang bang. Who is it? The wooden door inside the iron gate opened, revealing a man with bare arms poking his head out. Is Bud here? My boss wants to see him, Barnabas said with bravado. The man sneered at Barnabas. Barnabas, since when did you have a boss? Did you not get beaten enough last time? Are you trying to make a comeback? But with only a few of you, it seems insufficient. With Gerald by his side, Barnabas felt emboldened and pointed at the man arrogantly. Cut the crap. Open the door or else I'll break it down. The man smirked coldly. Fine. If you want to die, come in. He opened the door and Barnabas turned around, showing a sycophantic look at Gerald. Keenan, you go first. Gerald didn't hesitate and walked right in. The room looked like a dump. Sofas, coffee tables, and the floor were cluttered with cigarette butts, tissues, takeaway containers, and miscellaneous junk, leaving no space to step on. There were 6 people in the room, and 2 bedrooms. One bedroom seemed to have some sounds of intimacy coming from it. Bang! After everyone entered, the man slammed the door shut and gave an evil smile. Barnabas, how do you think this small group can dare to confront us? Is this your new boss? Barnabas, you really are getting worse. Recognizing a pretty boy as your boss, have you lost your mind? He sized up Gerald, finding nothing remarkable about him. Barnabas faced the men inside, determined not to lose his composure. He pointed at the man arrogantly. Jackson, weren't you guys active in the market today? Remember, it's my territory. Initially, Barnabas dominated this area, but later, Bud came with his gang to seize control. Despite fighting several battles, Barnabas couldn't win and eventually lost half the territory, keeping only the market. Jackson scoffed. Barnabas, are you stupid? The territory belongs to whoever has the strength. Why don't we settle this now? He swung his fist to show off his muscles. Jackson, listen up. This morning you slashed my brother-in-law's bag and stole 10,000 yuan. Hand it over, or my boss will not be pleased, and you'll be dead meat. Barnabas showed a hint of fear, but tried to hold his ground. You must be delusional. Even if my brothers did it. So what? You say it's your brother-in-law's money, so we should return it? Who do you think you are? Leave now, or you won't be able to. So, you did slash it? Gerald looked at Jackson calmly, suspecting the Hermes bag Nelly owned was likely slashed by these people. Jackson glanced at Gerald and snorted, pointing at his head. Boy, who do you think you are? Gerald grabbed Jackson's wrist, pinching his pulse point, and pushed down. Instantly, Jackson's face changed. It felt as if there was 1,000 pounds of force on his hand, unable to lift it. Answer me, did your people slash the bag? Gerald stared coldly at Jackson, gradually increasing pressure. Jackson bent down, feeling numbness in his right hand, unable to exert any strength. Bastard, you're looking for death. Jackson threw a left hook at Gerald's head. Gerald countered with a palm strike, easily blocking Jackson's punch. Fear flashed in Jackson's eyes. Normally, he practiced regularly and his punches were unstoppable, yet Gerald deflected it so effortlessly. Snap. Before Jackson could react, he felt intense pain in his left hand. Gerald had broken his wrist with bare hands, causing Jackson to sweat profusely and contort in pain. Hand over the bag. Gerald's cold gaze made Jackson tremble. Jackson gritted his teeth. You idiots, what are you standing there for? Get him. His subordinates picked up beer bottles from the floor as weapons, ready to attack Gerald. Barnabas stepped forward, holding a baseball bat, shouting, Relax, Keenan. I'll handle these little fish. In a moment, Barnabas and his two underlings clashed with Jackson's crew. This was typical street thug fighting, chaotic without strategy. Everyone was injured heavily. Bang. The previously closed door burst open. A muscular man emerged, standing about 2 meters tall, weighing over 100 kilograms. His arms were thicker than Gerald's thighs. He truly looked like a bull. Bang bang bang. Bud, bending slightly, stepped out, facing Gerald. Keenan, Barnabas is here to cause trouble. Jackson, with his right hand gripped by Gerald, could not free himself. With his hand rendered useless, he could only look pleadingly at Bud. Bud's eyes turned cold, and he threw a powerful punch at Gerald without holding back, filled with deadly intent. Who is this brat daring to act tough here? Die. Chapter 32. The Battle with Bud. Bud looked less like a human and more like an ox standing upright. His fists alone were nearly half the size of Gerald's head. Gerald's gaze sharpened as he saw Bud's fist coming closer. He grabbed Daryogang and swung him forcefully. This burly man, weighing over 100 pounds, was thrown straight toward Bud. Bud didn't hold back his punch. By the time he saw Daryogang being thrown at him, it was too late to pull back. Just after having his hand bones broken by Gerald, Daryogang was now hit in the chest by Bud's punch, breaking several ribs. With a thud, he landed on the ground like a pile of wet mud. Eric and his men hid behind Gerald. Brother, be careful. We'll cheer for you from the back. Kill Bud. Shut up. Gerald snapped. These guys were treating him like a free brawler. If Nelly's money hadn't been stolen by this group, he wouldn't let Eric off so easily once they were out. Sure thing. Eric sneaked to the door and stealthily opened it, ready to run at the first sign of trouble. Bud spoke in a deep, rumbling voice that sounded like a cow mooing. You've got some guts. Gerald replied coolly. This morning, wasn't it your people who snatched a purse at the market and stole over 10,000 yuan? I'm asking only once. Answer me honestly, or I won't be gentle. Bud said gravely. So what if my men took it? You think you can get it back? What a joke. A sharp light flashed in Gerald's eyes, almost like cold steel slicing through the air. Bud, that money belongs to my brother's woman. Hand it over, or my brother will tear you apart and feed you to the dogs, threatened Eric, sticking his head out. Hand over the money now, give up your turf, and scram while you still can. My brother might spare your life. Got it? Then I'll kill you first. Bud charged forward like a bull, relying on his brute strength. His size and weight resembled that of a car, capable of knocking someone flying. Gerald sidestepped swiftly, and Bud rammed into Eric behind him instead. Bang! Eric and his men weren't so lucky. They were smashed against the wall like a sandwich, left disoriented and breathless. Seizing the opportunity, Gerald threw a punch at Bud's back, infusing it with intense spiritual energy. Even Bud couldn't resist this blow. Sensing danger, Bud grabbed Eric in front of him and used him as a shield, forcing Gerald to pull back. Bud kicked Eric away and swung another punch at Gerald. Get out of the way. Gerald pushed Eric aside and met Bud's punch with another infused with spiritual energy. Bang! The impact reverberated, sending Gerald back 2 steps while Bud stumbled several steps before hitting the wall. This is interesting. Bud shook his slightly numb right hand and clenched his fist again. Gerald was impressed by Bud's resilience. The guy was like a tank, tough-skinned and unmovable. That punch would have shattered anyone else's hand bones. Let's do it again. Bud pounced, swinging both fists at Gerald. Gerald quickly discovered Bud's weakness. He was strong and bulky but slow and relied purely on brute force without any technique. After dodging 3 punches, Gerald struck at Bud's sternum during a gap between his attacks. This was the Runzhong acupoint, which could knock someone unconscious upon impact. Unfortunately, this strike failed. Although Gerald hit the correct spot, Bud remained unaffected and continued attacking. Gerald jumped back, evading Bud's fists. Bud missed repeatedly, growing exhausted and breathing heavily. Seeing Bud weakening, Gerald executed the 9 turnings of leisurely steps, rapidly closing in on Bud. Despite Bud's punches, Gerald's movements were unpredictable, creating multiple afterimages that Bud couldn't land a hit on. Bang! This time, Gerald punched directly at Bud's temple. No matter how strong Bud was, his head couldn't be invulnerable. Indeed, the blow caused Bud to stagger and fall backward, sitting down heavily on the ground. Taking advantage of this moment, Gerald pointed at Bud's thighs, causing Bud to struggle but feel no sensation in his legs. Brother is powerful. Brother is amazing. Eric scrambled up, thrilled to see Gerald actually succeed. Gerald took a deep breath, realizing he had been somewhat careless. Fortunately, Bud didn't know martial arts. If he did, today's outcome would have been uncertain. Bud, are you scared yet? Quickly hand over the money, bow and apologize to my brother, or I'll kill you. Eric ran up to Bud, using his influence shamelessly to threaten. Breathing heavily like a bellows, Bud finally spoke. Eric, you win this one. Let's call it quits. He turned to his men. Go to my room, get the money, and give it to them. Knowing the severity if he refused, Bud complied. Soon, a stack of new banknotes was handed to Gerald, confirming it was their stolen loot. You're smart to understand. Leave this area now. If my brother sees you here again, he'll beat you every time. Understand? Eric pointed arrogantly at Bud, but then saw Gerald already walking out the door. He hurriedly followed. Brother, wait for me. Eric and his men trailed behind Gerald. After descending 3 flights of stairs, Gerald suddenly turned and hoisted Eric up by his collar, his feet dangling mid-air. Eric turned pale with fear. Brother, what are you doing? Gerald's gaze was piercing. Eric, did you deliberately bring me here just to take over this territory? Chapter 33, Cora's Hunger Strike. A thin smile crept across Booker's face as he said, Big brother, how could I dare to? Gerald's tone grew colder, a trace of derision at the corner of his lips. Do you really think I'm a fool? You weren't sure if Qian or Ahmed and their people took the money, yet you insisted it was them to make me believe they were the thieves. From the moment you entered, you pushed them step by step, never giving them a chance to speak, instead provoking them into action. So even if they didn't steal it with their temper, they'd fight with me. That way, you could reap the benefits without getting your hands dirty. Isn't that right? Everyone looking for work here, besides me, is only Ahmed. If we didn't do it, it must have been Ahmed. Booker hurriedly explained. Why did you run just now then? Big brother, as you saw, I was worried about manpower. If anything happened to you, I was going to fetch reinforcements. Bang! Gerald picked up Booker and threw him directly to the ground. Booker, be honest. I'll forgive you this time, but next time won't be so easy. Being thrown to the ground, Booker couldn't help but shiver. Gerald's eyes were truly terrifying, and he had seen right through Booker's petty schemes. Arriving downstairs, Nellie was anxiously waiting. Seeing Gerald, she quickly walked over. Are you okay? Did you fight anyone? Gerald took out the money and handed it to Nellie, saying, Without fighting, would I get this money back? Seeing you all sweaty, forget it. Consider this as your reward. Nellie didn't reach for the money. 10,000 yuan wasn't much to her. Gerald thought for a moment and divided the money into 2 portions. One part he slipped into Nellie's bag while keeping the other half for himself. Well, let's make it half as your reward. Gerald needed funds to buy medicinal herbs for cultivation and enhancing his strength, so he didn't hesitate to keep half. Let's go. Earlier, several people were secretly watching me and even asked me for money. I thought they knew you, so I said 10,000. They started cursing me. Nellie complained. Gerald burst into laughter. It wasn't Nellie's fault. Who wouldn't mistake such a beautiful woman appearing here as something else? After escorting Nellie away, Gerald rode his tricycle back to the village, while Nellie had things to attend to and would return later. Back at the clinic, Iana's eyes sparkled when she saw the pile of fruits in Gerald's tricycle. Gerald, did you hit the jackpot? You bought so many things, even steak. Is this for me? Bought by Sister Florence. She said it's your food. Put it in the fridge. Don't let it spoil. The fridge has medicine inside. How can we store food there? The clinic had a refrigerator, but it stored cold medicines, which could get contaminated if placed alongside food. I checked the medicine. They've expired long ago. Gordon Tuzzi took everything usable when he left. From now on, the fridge will be used for food. Gerald's medical skills didn't rely on Western medicines, and since they had expired and Gordon Tuzzi left with what was useful, they naturally had to be discarded. Okay. Iana happily placed the food in the fridge, exclaiming, wow, strawberries, wow, cherries, wow, ice cream chocolate. Gerald watched Iana's foodie antics, shaking his head helplessly. When would this girl stop being so scatterbrained? But thinking about it, if she wasn't scatterbrained, how would she have been tricked by Gordon Tuzzi? Perhaps he should find an opportunity to trick her too? Where's Sister Florence? She said she'd go to the city with you this morning. Why didn't she come back with you? Don't tell me you sold her. Thud. Gerald lightly tapped Iana's head. Even if I sell someone, it wouldn't be her. Someone like you would be easier to kidnap for the bachelors in the village. Iana covered her head, punching Gerald playfully. I heard that. You're saying I'm stupid. Alright, enough fooling around. The village chief must be investigating again, not knowing what she's investigating all day. Have you memorized today's medical book yet? Hearing about studying, Iana tried to escape by kicking her legs, but Gerald pulled her back. If I leave you unsupervised for a minute, you slack off. Start studying, or I'll make sure you can't walk properly from now on. Under Gerald's threat, Iana reluctantly picked up the medical book and began reading. How is Tabitha today? Did you give her the medicine I told you to deliver? Iana, not lifting her head, replied, I'm studying, don't distract me. I delivered lunch and medicine to her earlier, but Tabitha seemed unhappy and barely ate a few bites and stopped taking the medicine. Gerald felt troubled. Was she planning a hunger strike? He needed to counsel Cora properly. He couldn't let her worsen her condition by refusing food and medicine. Forget it. I'll check on her later. The clinic saw no patients all day, given the small size of the village. It was impossible to be as busy as city clinics. Gerald, seeing it was late, prepared dinner with Iana, intending to eat before going home, especially with the goodies Nellie had bought. After preparing the meal, Gerald planned to take a portion to Cora. Just as he was about to leave, Nellie returned. Gerald, you're still here. Perfect, I have something to give you. Nellie took out a stack of A4 papers, ready to hand them over. What is it? Not another market report? Let me see it later. I need to take food to Tabitha. Gerald had no time to read that stuff. Cora wasn't eating, and he had to go, even if he had to force feed her. This isn't a market report. It's a mysterious car accident report. Chapter 34. Another possibility. Gerald looked at Nellie in confusion. What was the point of obtaining an accident report? What hidden mystery? Please speak in terms I can understand. Nellie stood before Gerald, rolling her eyes in exasperation, then explained. To be precise, this is Biff's accident report. I went to the police station today specifically to retrieve it, and found some suspicious points. You're going to bring Cora food, right? I'll come with you. Gerald sighed. I think it's better if you don't go. Tabitha doesn't want to see you. I'll bring this over later. Nellie refused. No, I must go with you. It's my fault, and I need to make amends. Seeing no way out, Gerald reluctantly took her along to Cora's home. Tabitha, I've brought your meal. The gate opened, and upon seeing Gerald, Cora's pale face softened into a faint smile as she let him in. But her smile vanished immediately when she saw Nellie behind Gerald, her expression darkening. Nellie noticed the resentment in Cora's eyes, but stepped forward anyway. I came specifically to talk to you about your husband's case. Cora reached for the gate to close it, her tone harsh. You're not a good person. I don't welcome you. Nellie stopped the door with her hand and produced the documents. Last time, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. If you still want me to leave after seeing this, then I will. Furrowing her brows, Cora looked at the folder in Nellie's hand, asking, what is this? It's Biff's accident report, the driver's statement, eyewitness accounts, and some findings I uncovered. These were supposed to be sealed records, indicating Nellie had significant family influence to obtain them. Cora swayed slightly. These documents were new to her. That day should have been her wedding, but exhaustion and shock made her faint after learning of Biff's death. When she woke up, everything had already been concluded, handled by George. Come in, then, Cora said reluctantly. Nellie entered the living room as Gerald set the food on the table, smiling. Tabitha, eat something. Paula told me you haven't eaten all day. Shaking her head, Cora replied, I'm not hungry. I want to see those documents first. Cora hadn't reviewed the accident report. After her collapse, George had settled everything. The case had already been closed, and there was little evidence left. Gerald took the documents and handed her the dishes, saying, eat while I read it to you. Nellie had special people assist in obtaining these records, which included confidential information unknown to most. The accident report detailed that Biff was hit by a car while jaywalking because he failed to notice the vehicle while on the phone. The driver did not drink alcohol, and according to witnesses and surveillance footage, Biff suddenly darted across the road. Biff bore primary responsibility, and the driver secondary due to failing observation duties. The driver cooperated fully, paid compensation, and was released. That's it. Cora's frown deepened. This seemed like a straightforward accident. Nodding, Gerald put down the documents. There's nothing more. But what about George? These reports don't mention him, Cora insisted, remembering his confession that night. If George was involved, it would be covert. There's nothing here linking him, and it's treated as a standard traffic accident, not a criminal case. Bowing her head, Cora felt despair. No evidence implicated George, so would he escape punishment for her husband's death? But Nellie continued, the reports don't mention George, but I noticed something about the driver Lemuel and George's connection. Cora's eyes brightened. What kind of connection? Lemuel is the driver for Jerome, boss of Xuanhuan Real Estate, who employs George. They likely know each other, but it's not mentioned in the report. Also, Lemuel fled to America after this incident. Gerald rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Suspicious indeed. Too bad Lemuel escaped. Not exactly. Lemuel has been issued a warrant for arrest, Nellie corrected. Both Gerald and Cora were startled. Surprised? Nellie clarified. It's unrelated to this case. Lemuel was involved in a forced eviction that led to a death. This was unexpected. Lemuel seemed ruthless. So arresting him could prove that George ordered him to kill Bryce? Cora asked. No. Separate issues, Nellie shook her head. But I've heard another possibility. Her words piqued their interest. What could this be? Nellie studied Cora's face closely. Do you think George might have killed Biff just because Cora is beautiful and wanted to possess her? This wasn't meant to belittle Cora, but it raised a valid question. With George's status, any woman would be within reach. Why risk killing a man for a village woman? Besides, despite harassing Cora, George didn't forcibly take her like a villain in a TV show. What do you mean? Gerald asked, puzzled. Is it possible that George's true intention was to kill Biff, and the rest is just a cover-up? Nellie suggested. Chapter 35. This woman has some use. At this point, Cora became flustered. Her face turned red with anger as she said, why did he want to kill Bryce? Nellie explained, Xuanhuan Real Estate may appear to be a regular real estate company on the surface, but they engage in some shady businesses behind the scenes. It's possible that Biff discovered something, leading to their desire to eliminate him. Gerald listened to all of this, looking at Nellie with a puzzled expression. How do you know so much? Even Cora didn't know these details, and since Nellie wasn't a police officer, how could she have obtained such inside information? Where do you think I got these pieces of information? A friend who works there told me. She also mentioned that around the time of Biff's death, Xuanhuan Real Estate experienced a data breach. The missing data could very well involve their company's secrets, and it has not been found yet. Nellie glanced at the pale-faced Cora and continued. My friend asked me to inquire if your husband ever mentioned anything about this to you. If the data breach and Biff's murder were connected, it was likely that he had stolen the data, leading to his murder to silence him. The work-related matters he usually wouldn't talk to me about, especially given our infrequent meetings, Cora replied after careful thought, shaking her head. He did tell me that after we got married, he wouldn't follow George anymore. and that he would soon have enough money to take me around the world and treat my illness. At the time, I thought he was just comforting me. Gerald snapped his fingers, confident as he said, Tabitha, based on what you're saying, I think I can guess the reason for Brother Bryce's death. He elaborated on his theory. With Biff's salary, supporting Cora was already challenging, and wanting to both treat her illness and travel the world was practically impossible. Therefore, Biff must have uncovered some undisclosed secrets from Tunghua Real Estate, using them to threaten George in order to obtain money to treat Cora and then flee with her. However, Biff hadn't anticipated that George and his crew were ruthless. Before he could get the money, he was silenced. Hearing Gerald's speculation, Nellie nodded in agreement. My friend came to the same conclusion. Since those lost documents are also being investigated by the police, they might serve as crucial evidence to convict George and others. So, Bryce died because of me? Cora's eyes welled up with tears. If it weren't for her, Biff wouldn't have taken such a risk by stealing the data. Gerald comforted her. Tabitha, don't be too upset. We should focus on avenging Brother Bryce. If these materials are genuine, George might not only be targeting you but also aiming to retrieve the data. Wiping her tears, Cora asked, Are you saying the documents are still at home? It's quite likely. Nellie nodded, looking at Cora. If you want to clear your husband's name, we need to find those documents. Think carefully, where might they be hidden? After pondering for a moment, Cora couldn't figure out where the documents might be hidden. Nellie noticed Gerald giving her a sly look and shivered, her cheeks blushing as she retorted, What's wrong? Stop imagining things. What? I'm just saying, you're sometimes useful. Nellie rolled her eyes and said, You're useless. Quickly think about finding the documents, and everything will be clear. The three began searching the house thoroughly, the living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, even the doghouse in the yard, but found nothing. In fact, during Cora's illness, George had come under the pretext of helping with the funeral arrangements and searched the place. If the documents had been here, he would have already retrieved them. It seems they really aren't here. Looking at the mess in the living room, Gerald laughed bitterly, realizing he'd need to help tidy up afterward. Nellie looked helpless. This was her first major task as village chief, and it was more complicated than expected. Tabitha, you must be tired. Rest early and try to recall where Brother Bryce might have hidden the documents. Gerald felt that continuing this way, even tearing the house down wouldn't help. Instead, it would be better for Cora to calm down and think clearly. There might be a breakthrough. Checking her watch, Nellie said, Gerald is right. You're unwell, rest now. I'll visit again tomorrow. Leaving Cora's home, Gerald intended to go back to practice but was called by Nellie to go to the clinic for an important discussion. Miss, you seem like a kind-hearted person, Gerald commented, sitting on the sofa with a cup of tea, enjoying the high-quality tea Nellie brought from the city. Rolling her eyes, Nellie glared at him. Do you think I'm bad? No, I think you're a very good person. Gerald gave a thumbs up, praising her, beautiful and kind-hearted. You're like a celestial being. I now see you as a noble person, a pure person, a person with high morals, someone detached from vulgar interests. I saw you trying to eat me yesterday. Let's get to business. Nellie took out a notebook from her bag and placed it on the table. I noticed that the fruits grown in the village are too monotonous, like apples in your case. I plan to diversify cultivation and introduce other common fruits like oranges, cherries, and strawberries. Please, easier said than done. Do you have enough land for planting? Each fruit has different growth requirements, and it's not easy. Not all soil can support fruit cultivation. Nellie laid out several contracts on the table. I signed leases for many plots of village land yesterday. Now those fallow lands are available for use. Gerald hadn't attended the meeting due to caring for Cora, so he was unaware of Nellie leasing the land. Money sure is convenient, Gerald sighed. Don't sigh. I plan to use this land as a pilot project to determine which fruits grow best in Taoyuan Village. Your apple orchard looks great, so I'll assign this development project to you. Before Gerald could protest, Nellie continued, if successful, we can sell the fruits and share the profits, minus my investment costs. Plus, if we succeed, villagers can join us in planting, solving Taoyuan Village's poverty issue. Note, please ensure that the names and terms used are consistent throughout the translation. Chapter 36, X-ray Vision. Gerald sighed. His fruit trees thrived because he irrigated them with spirit energy. He couldn't possibly do the same for every other tree without exhausting himself to death. Ah, Miss Mila, ideals are always grand, but reality is much more complicated. Things aren't as simple as you think. Let's not rush into this. I believe it's feasible. I've already contacted some people today. Finished fruit trees will be delivered tomorrow along with a batch of nutrient-rich soil. I plan to set up several greenhouses so the fruits can grow faster. Riches really make life easier. I wish you success. Gerald sighed again. While others grew fruit trees to make money, Nellie was generous, probably burning an unimaginable amount of money. Moreover, they agreed to split profits equally after covering costs, which could be problematic. Well, tell me, can we achieve it? Generally, pitaya takes about a month to mature. Strawberries, apples, and watermelons should mature in 2 to 3 months. It won't take long before we see results. Nellie was full of confidence. Despite not being from the countryside, her major was biomedical science, and she was very familiar with these things. Seeing her high morale, Gerald didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. After all, as a member of Taoyuan Village, he should support her efforts to help the villagers become prosperous. There's no problem with that, but you've rented a lot of land and plan to grow so many fruits. Do you think we can manage by ourselves? Even if Xiaoxi and Tabitha help us, there still won't be enough hands. Nellie thought for a moment and said, that's indeed a challenge. There weren't enough workers at the village meeting, but I saw some young people there. Gordon, we could hire them and pay them hourly rates. What do you think? Miss Mila, having money doesn't mean you can spend it like that. Hiring help, especially if they're lazy, won't do any good. If they were diligent, they wouldn't have left their land uncultivated. Forget it. I'll supervise first. If we get some results later, then we can hire more helpers. Hiring those who are idle and lazy would only ruin the orchard further. After leaving the clinic, Gerald returned to the orchard to continue practicing and improving his strength. Today's battle with Fireball made him realize that he might not yet be strong enough. Fireball was just a small-time thug, someone who should be easily dealt with. With George coming next, it was likely there would be even tougher opponents around him. Upon arriving at the orchard, Gerald noticed something strange about the tree's growth. This morning, he had harvested most of the apples for selling in the city. Now, the trees that were already harvested were sprouting new small apples. What's happening? Gerald stared at the trees in confusion. They seemed to start bearing fruit without his spiritual irrigation. He found it odd. Could these trees bear fruit on their own? No. Examining the trees closely and the soil beneath them, Gerald quickly figured out the cause of accelerated growth. Each time he practiced, he poured the water used during cultivation directly into the orchard. The trees sprouting small apples were precisely where he frequently poured the water. Base building liquid really is a great thing. Excitement filled Gerald's face as he held a small bottle of base building liquid. Even the leftover water from his practice could make these trees grow. Using base building liquid directly would eliminate the need for daily spirit irrigation. To test his theory, Gerald dripped the liquid into a wooden bucket and poured it onto the roots of a tree. The small apples began growing visibly, and at this rate, the fruits would ripen within 3 days. Gerald felt like he had discovered a whole new world. With sufficient base building liquid, the growth cycle of apples could be boosted tenfold, sparing him the trouble of using the primordial chi technique every day, albeit with higher costs for the medicinal ingredients required. This would solve Nellie's problem of having too many fruit trees to manage alone. Once treated with base building liquid, they could grow gradually on their own. With this thought, Gerald regained confidence in fruit growing. 10 times faster growth meant a huge profit from that vast land, even after accounting for the cost of base building liquid. Soaking in the wooden tub, Gerald trained while contemplating what to do with the future earnings. He planned to repair the village roads and build a fast lane to the city, so the fruits could reach the city directly, avoiding middlemen taking profits. Then he envisioned expanding his house into a 6-story building and developing the orchards into tourist attractions, attracting city dwellers to pick fruits firsthand, thereby boosting Taoyuan Village's economy. Lost in thought, Gerald entered a meditative state. In the early morning, awoken by birds chirping, Gerald slowly opened his eyes. Plop. Suddenly, a bird pooped right above him. Gerald dodged instinctively and looked up, lost in contemplation. He sensed a change in his body, especially during meditation when he became unusually sensitive to the surroundings. Just now, without looking up, he felt the bird's approach and dodged the poop. Is this divine sense? Closing his eyes again, despite darkness, he could perceive any movement within a 5-meter radius around him. Even more impressively, he sensed a hen laying an egg in the distant chicken coop. Reopening his eyes, Gerald was elated. Yesterday's training not only increased his cultivation, but also granted him a trace of divine sense, a significant achievement. Divine sense acted like radar. Anything near him could be detected. As this sense strengthened, the range would expand. It's almost like X-ray vision. Excitedly, Gerald climbed out of the tub, dressed, and rushed toward Cora's place. With his newfound divine sense, he hoped to locate the hidden documents Biff kept and catch George to avenge Cora. But at the courtyard gate, no one responded despite his calls. Thinking quickly, he simply climbed over the wall. Chapter 37. Second dog blocking the way. In the living room, the house was still in disarray. It seemed that after they left yesterday, Cora had searched again on her own and hadn't had time to clean up. However, Cora wasn't there at the moment. Worried about any unexpected incidents, Gerald searched the entire house before rushing straight to the bedroom. The bedroom door was tightly shut. Using his divine sense, Gerald observed the situation inside through the door. At that moment, Cora was lying in a wooden tub taking a bath. Given the village's conditions, every household had such a wooden tub for bathing purposes. Her snow-white body appeared before his eyes, with smooth shoulders glistening with droplets of water. Cora extended her delicate hands, grabbing the nearby towel to wrap around her wet hair. Then, she stood up directly from the tub, and in an instant, Gerald saw the scene of a beauty stepping out of the bath clearly. Bang! A knocking sound came from outside the door, and Cora quickly grabbed a bath towel to cover herself, put on slippers, and cautiously picked up a glass bottle, walking carefully towards the door. Click! The door opened, and Cora, holding the glass bottle, looked out. Who's out there? Gerald was now holding his nose, wincing in pain as 2 streams of blood flowed from between his fingers. Xiao, how did you get in here? Upon seeing it was Gerald, Cora put down the bottle. I was bringing you some fruit. Seeing no one was home, I was worried something might happen to you. So I climbed over the wall and ended up hitting my nose, Gerald said seriously. Cora sized up Gerald and asked hesitantly, so, you didn't see anything, right? Looking at Cora's delicate figure barely covered by the towel, her inviting skin partially visible, Gerald felt a sudden itch in his nose, causing a fresh spurt of blood. No, I didn't see anything. With the door closed, how could I possibly have seen? I need some tissue. Cora hurriedly found some tissues to stop the bleeding, which gradually subsided. Snow sister, these are apples I grew. They're rich in nutrients. Eat more. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. With tissues stuffed in both nostrils, Gerald made a hasty retreat. Cora tightened the towel around her, watching Gerald's awkward departure. She wondered if he really saw nothing. Strange, did he really not see anything? Gerald walked along, puzzled. He had used his divine sense to check every corner of the room and confirmed there were no documents. It seemed Biff had not hidden anything at home. Back at the health center, Iana was surprisingly already up early, which surprised Gerald. Xandra, where's Florence? Gerald intended to find Nellie, but only found Iana in the clinic. Nellie was nowhere to be seen. She got up early this morning and said she was going into town. When I offered to go with her, she told me to stay and listen to you and study. Iana pouted, looking dissatisfied at Gerald. Did you also give Florence a love potion? She actually listens to you. I've noticed you two have gotten pretty close recently. Don't tell me you've fallen for her again? She's a rich young lady, don't even think about it. Bang. You silly girl, always imagining things. I'm an honest and trustworthy young gentleman. True friendship is like water, simple and pure, understand? Iana held her head, looking at Gerald resentfully, and said, Indeed, men are all pigs. You don't let me speak the truth. Humph. Gerald rubbed his chin, looking thoughtfully at Iana. How old are you, Xandra? 21. What's it to you? Gerald laughed playfully. 21 years old, born under the hallier of the tiger. No wonder you have such fiery temper. Adding your unfinished adolescence, I guess you're just in heat. Do you fancy me? How about we go hiking together? Get lost. Iana rolled her eyes almost to the sky, glancing disdainfully at Gerald. Dream on. I would never like someone like you, a village punk. Even if all the men in the world were dead, I'd still. Boom, boom. Before Iana could finish speaking, the ground started shaking, making it feel like the house was about to collapse. Ah, earthquake. Iana jumped in fright and leaped into Gerald's arms. Stunned, Gerald wondered why she didn't try to run outside instead of jumping into his arms. There was no way he could throw her off, so he simply held her as they rushed outside the clinic. Once outside, they realized it wasn't an earthquake at all. A convoy of over a dozen heavy trucks entered the village road, each carrying fruit trees, followed by a crane. Gerald was completely dumbfounded by the scale of this operation. You, put me down. Iana struggled to escape Gerald's embrace, but since her feet were held, she couldn't get away. Looking down, Gerald saw Iana blushing profusely, almost wishing to hide in a hole. You threw yourself at me, and now you're shy? Gerald let her down, and she scampered a few meters away. That was not fear. Humph, you took advantage of me. You pervert. Iana glanced at Gerald, then shifted her gaze to the convoy. This was enough not only for an orchard, but even a housing development. Nellie stood at the front, holding a blueprint and directing workers. Villagers gathered, their faces showing various expressions upon seeing so many trucks. This beautiful mayor sure has money. Look at the construction team she brought. She's not planning to build houses here, is she? I heard they pay compensation for demolition. Stop dreaming. Who buys houses here? Didn't you see those fruit trees? Yesterday's meeting mentioned developing an orchard. Under Nellie's direction, they began transplanting the fruit trees. Excavators loosened the soil on the vacant land in front of the village, then used cranes to lift and plant the trees. While this was bustling activity, another trouble loomed. Nellie had rented farmland around the village, particularly a large area near Xuanhuan Mountain behind the village. To reach this land, the trucks had to pass through the village. Currently, four young men blocked the entrance, preventing the trucks from passing. No way. Your trucks are too heavy and will damage the road. My house is right here. If you drive through and cause any issues, who will take responsibility? Chapter 38. Overrun. Yu blocked the path of the truck, obstructing its way into the village. Nellie was currently negotiating with him. Erdogu, are you blinded by greed? You rented your land to the village chief yesterday, and now you're stopping the chief from passing through today? Old Nolan, cane in hand, approached, clearly ready to strike Yu. Yu crossed his arms, unyielding, standing in the middle of the road. Renting the land is one thing, but passing through is another. These trucks have damaged the road. My house is closest to the road. What if it collapses because of this? The village roads lacked proper foundations, as did the houses, making their structural integrity questionable. However, it wasn't so bad that a heavy truck would cause immediate damage. So what do you plan to do? Nellie, faced with the stubborn Yu, was at a loss. With the road blocked, she couldn't force the trucks through. Hardy grinned. Everything can be negotiated. It's not easy building a house. If it collapses, where will I live? Give me 300,000 yuan for repairs, and you can pass. Nellie's face darkened. She now understood exactly what Gerald had meant. She had come to help the villagers prosper, but instead, they were hindering her progress, demanding exorbitant sums like 300,000 yuan. Erdogu, you've gone mad. I'm going to hit you. Old Nolan raised his cane to strike Yu. With one swift motion, Yu grabbed the cane, bent it over his knee, and snapped it in half, tossing the pieces aside. Old Wong, don't think your seniority gives you the right to hit people. If you get in my way of making money, I won't hesitate to hit you too. Then, Yu sat down on the ground, watching the truck coldly. Without 300,000 yuan, don't even think about passing. Old Nolan, seething with anger, pointed at Yu and trembled. Yu, don't you have any shame? Building your house probably didn't cost you more than 3,000 yuan. And now you're asking for 300,000? Yu retorted. So what? It's still my house. Do you know how expensive city homes are? This is a bargain. His house, built over 30 years ago, was long neglected, even abandoned by Yu himself. Hail it. He used it as leverage to extort money. Nellie frowned. If this issue wasn't resolved today, her planting plans would be delayed. Do you even follow logic? Nellie angrily said, I'm planting these fruit trees for the village, not just myself. When the fruits sell, you can learn how to plant them too and join in selling them. Yu laughed. Right, give me 300,000 yuan, and I'll be rich instantly. Nellie was fuming. She had only been here a few days, and already everyone seemed to see her as an endless source of cash. 300,000 yuan is impossible. The most I can offer is 20,000. Nellie reluctantly compromised. She felt helpless, wanting to prove herself but ending up spending more money just to pave the way. 20,000? Fine, consider it a deposit. If my house collapses later, you'll owe me more. Yu stood up, dusted off his pants, and smiled lecherously, perfectly embodying the term scoundrel. As Nellie opened her bag to give him the money, a firm hand pushed it back closed. Are you stupid? Giving money to someone like him? Do you know how hard it is to earn money? Gerald, angry at Nellie's easy concession, knew such behavior would only encourage more trouble. He's blocking the road. What else can I do? Nellie just wanted to get the project started. Renting the land alone was already putting financial pressure on her. Her current funds came from her personal savings. Her father wouldn't give her another cent. Gerald turned and gave Xiang a cold look. Gerald, don't block my way to wealth. Beautiful village chief, don't listen to him. Just give me 20,000 yuan, and I'll let you pass. Otherwise, unless you drive over me. Saying that, Xiang lay down on the road, as if determined to stay there until paid. Then prepare to meet your death. Gerald spun around and quickly climbed into the truck, starting the engine. Vroom. The engine roared to life. The truck slowly moved forward. Xiang remained still, thinking Gerald wouldn't dare run him over. It would mean murder. However, the small thugs following Xiang fled as soon as they saw the truck moving. They weren't willing to risk their lives for him. The truck moved slowly, giving enough time for anyone to escape. But Xiang stayed put. Bang! Gerald slammed on the accelerator. The engine's roar grew louder. Dust kicked up as the truck gained speed. The front wheels seemed to head straight for Xiang. When the wheels were about 3 meters away, Xiang finally felt fear. He realized he needed to move or risk being crushed. Gerald, stop the truck! Seeing the truck closing in, Nellie shouted, not wanting Gerald to hurt anyone. But the truck didn't slow down. Instead, it accelerated, roaring toward Xiang. Xiang tried to scramble away, but by the time he got up, the truck's front bumper was over him. He bent low to avoid being hit directly, but the wheels bore down on him. Xiang screamed. Others watched wide-eyed as the truck passed completely over him, enveloped in a cloud of dust. No one could see what happened beneath the truck. Chapter 39. An arranged Gordon Rich. At this moment, Gerald swerved the steering wheel, and the wheels narrowly brushed past Amir's body at an extremely sharp angle. If it had veered just a few more centimeters, Amir would have become a victim under the wheels. Once the truck passed, everyone hurriedly ran to the back of the vehicle to check. The imagined disaster didn't happen. Amir was still in the same position, covered in dust. Bro dog. The other ruffians quickly helped Amir up. They saw a puddle where he had been lying, with his pants stained a sickening yellow. Gerald jumped down from the truck, looking at the terrified Amir calmly. How about another round? Amir's face was deathly pale, and he pointed shakily at Gerald. Gerald, I'll remember this. Wait for me. Don't fall into my hands. A group of people supported Amir as they left, leaving behind a trail of stench. Having dealt with Amir, Gerald waved at the other drivers, signaling them to drive off. Gerald, can you not be so impulsive? If you accidentally killed someone just now, you would go to jail, Nellie said, her arms crossed and eyes glaring at Gerald. In just a few days of knowing him, this guy had put her through several harrowing experiences. If she hadn't had a strong heart, Gerald might have scared her into having a heart attack. Please, I was helping you save money. If you had given Amir money, what if tomorrow came Wang Ergo, and the day after, Zhao Ergo? Would you pay all of them? Even if you were rich, you shouldn't spend money like that. Gerald didn't think much of his actions. He had used his divine sense to monitor Amir while in the truck. There was no way he could have hit him. That method of yours is wrong. Even if we didn't pay, we could call the police to resolve it. Nellie disagreed with Gerald's methods. She came to the village to govern it and lead everyone to prosperity, not to stand against the villagers. Calling the police, what do you think they could do? Gerald sneered. If the law could handle them, these guys should already be detained. You know what they did before. They once burned Havelock's cornfield when caught stealing corn. If the police could help, it wouldn't be this complicated. To deal with them, we need to be even less scrupulous. In any case, your way of handling things is wrong. I will solve this my own way. Nellie couldn't reason with Gerald and turned to follow the trucks towards the abandoned land behind the village. Gerald, I think what you did was right. Those people should get a good beating. I support you, Iana said, waving her small fists. At least you understand right from wrong. All right, nothing else, head back to the clinic. Gerald looked at Iana approvingly. At least this girl understood logic unlike Nellie, who always talked about laws and evidence. Still have to go back to study. Iana thought reading medical books was torture. Gerald took Iana away, watching Nellie organize such large-scale construction. If it didn't bear fruit, this girl would regret it. Back at the clinic, Gerald took the medicinal ingredients he bought last time to continue refining the Foundation establishment liquid, preparing to use it not only for his cultivation but also for the fruit tree's cultivation. By dinner time, Nellie returned looking weary, her face full of dust, losing all her elegant demeanor. Sis Florence, you must be exhausted. Let me get you some water. Your meal is ready. Hurry and eat. Iana rushed over when she saw Nellie like this. Gulping down a few large gulps of water, Nellie put down her cup. Where's Gerald? Iana pointed at the food on the table. He's gone to deliver food to Tabitha again. Nodding, Nellie trudged toward the bedroom, tired. I won't eat tonight, too exhausted. Going to rest first? Xiaomalog, what have you been busy with these days? Always out of the house. Returning home late, Gerald wanted to rest but was stopped by Barbara. Earning money. Didn't you see the village chief leading the village to prosperity? I'm just here to help. No more talk. I'm sleeping. Barbara blocked Gerald with a bag in her hand. I heard you've been close to he family's wife lately. Listen, not finding a girlfriend is fine, but don't mix with Cora. She has a widow-making fate. Keep your distance. Barbara had heard Gerald visiting Cora often and wanted to stop him today. What? I'm working as a doctor at the clinic. Tabitha isn't well. I go to check on her. Totally innocent. Barbara warned, better so. You're the only heir in 9 generations of our family. Don't marry Cora, even if not city girls. Got it, sleep now. Yawning, Gerald prepared to sleep. Barbara handed him the bag. Don't sleep yet. Try on this suit to see if it fits. I'll alter it if it doesn't. Mom, why buy me clothes? I have plenty. Opening the bag, he found a suit inside. Your old clothes are worn out. This one I specially bought from the city. Cost 300. Gerald was puzzled. You never bought anything over 50 for me. What's going on? Just put it on and let me see. After changing, Gerald emerged wearing the suit. It was only average quality for 300 yuan, feeling less comfortable than his 50 yuan clothes. Barbara nodded continuously. Not bad, wear it tomorrow. Wear it for what? Feeding chickens? Finally, Barbara explained. Donovan's daughter came back. Didn't I tell you before that I'd find you a marriage prospect? Donovan knew your father well, so I asked, and surprisingly, he agreed. Surprised? Eyes wide, Gerald responded. You mean Anastasi's daughter Vonda? Mom, no surprise, more like shock. I said I liked pretty city girls. Realizing why his mother hadn't bothered him recently, Gerald was startled. Don't call Anastasi, call Fateh. He might be your father-in-law. Tomorrow, be polite. Got it? Chapter 40. Gordon Ridge proposal rejected. Gerald was extremely reluctant. What kind of society were they living in where love and marriage were supposed to be free choices? Hail it. His mother insisted on following the old customs, even setting up a blind date for him. No way, I don't agree. Gerald said this while undressing. Why not? Vonda was your high school classmate. Even though you didn't go to college later, she studied in the city and only graduated a couple of years ago. She has a job there too. I think she's quite suitable. Barbara felt satisfied since Vonda at least worked in the city. Mom, you don't know. Back then when we were in school, Vonda was very materialistic, always hanging out with the rich kids in our class. And there are rumors that they even spent nights outside together. How could I marry such a woman? Gerald had no good impression of Vonda from their high school days. She acted as if she were superior because she hung around with the wealthy students, looking down on people from the countryside. She once mocked Gerald about not being able to afford university despite his good grades, which ended up coming true. That's enough. I've made up my mind. You should know if it weren't for your father having some connections with Donovan, he wouldn't have agreed. And stop spreading rumors about Vonda. I've checked. She's purer than a lily. Gerald looked helplessly at his mother, spreading his hands and sighing bitterly. Did she even know what lily meant? Farron wasn't actually blind. When the village was poor, villagers would hunt in the mountains during winter to stock up for the cold months. Once, Farron was attacked by a wild wolf. If not for Gerald's father intervening, Farron would have lost more than just one eye. Because of this past connection, Farron agreed when Barbara asked someone to set them up. The next morning, Gerald woke up early, planning to slip away before his mother got up. Brat, getting up so early, what do you want to do? Why aren't you wearing the clothes I prepared for you? Don't tell me you don't want to go. Unexpectedly, Barbara was already waiting for Gerald right at the door, clearly pushing him into this. Mom, give me a break. Gerald completely gave up when he saw his mother waiting in the living room. What break? Get moving. Oh, all right. Stop pulling my ear. I'm already an adult. It's embarrassing if others see. Besides, if you ruin my ears and I can't find a wife, you'll suffer the consequences. Barbara huffed and let go, pointing to a few bags. Take these with you. Wear your clothes properly. We'll head over to the Wu family soon. These are gifts for meeting them. Gerald glanced at the bags, filled with tea, white wine, pork, ham, and other items. It seemed his mother was serious, willing to spend quite a bit. Thus, Gerald put on the suit, carried the bags, and followed them to Farron's house. Passing by the health clinic, Gerald sneakily peeked inside, relieved that the two girls hadn't woken up yet. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. Gerald had already planned to ruin his mother's arrangements, unwilling to risk Vonda agreeing, which would destroy his future happiness. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at Farron's courtyard gate. Barbara knocked on the door. Donovan, we're here. A moment later, the courtyard gate opened, revealing a middle-aged man with one blind eye who smiled upon seeing Barbara. Sister Zainison, why so early? Barbara laughed. We thought it best to come early and settle things quickly. Both children aren't young anymore. Let's finalize everything. Here are some gifts for you. With that, she took the bags from Gerald and handed them to Farron. No need for gifts. Brother Chin helped me back then. This is the least I can do. Barbara turned to Gerald, displeased. Call him brat. Gerald scratched his head, forcing a smile. Fateh. Kenzie, come in. They entered the courtyard and headed toward the house. Farron's family was relatively wealthy in Peach Blossom Village, owning over 10 pigs and 2 oxen. Their wealth stemmed from killing a wolf long ago, the pelts selling for a good price. Inside the house, the kitchen emitted chopping sounds. Farron called out, Kai Hua, prepare breakfast for 2 more guests. Sitting on the sofa, Gerald felt like ants were crawling all over him under Farron's scrutinizing single eye. Have some water. Farron poured 2 cups of water for them, lighting a cigarette with a smile. Donovan, let's set the date today. My Kenzie is a well-behaved boy, and you've watched him grow up. No issue with his character. Let's arrange the wedding and grandchild. Gerald sprayed out his water. Set the date? So fast, without any preparation? Kenzie is indeed nice, Farron nodded. Gerald wiped his mouth, feeling downcast. His father saved Farron years ago. Did he really have to repay this favor by marrying off his daughter to him? Farron agreed, but what about him? Just then, Farron's wife Nancy came in with 2 bowls of noodles. Upon seeing Barbara and Gerald, her face darkened. Bang! Kai Hua slammed the bowls on the table and sat down, eating one of the bowls herself. Weren't you told to prepare for 4? Why only 2? Farron scolded her. Kai Hua retorted. I've never heard of a family bringing a proposal and expecting breakfast at the bride's house. These gifts are also too meager. Barbara, nervous, explained hastily, these aren't gifts, just something we brought for you. The dowry will be prepared after we finalize everything. Kai Hua sneered, easier said than done. Can you afford it? Barbara turned to Farron, asking, how much dowry? Didn't the matchmaker say it doesn't matter much as long as we show sincerity? ##### Chapter 41. Exorbitant Dowry. Ashlyn looked at Barbara with even more disdain and said, that was Donovan's decision. I didn't agree to it. These days, no one gives dowries casually when they marry their sons or daughters. Barbara immediately understood. Although Hugo agreed, his wife Ashlyn clearly did not, and now she intended to make things difficult for them over the dowry. Saixia, what amount do you think is appropriate? We've saved some money over the years, maybe 40 or 50,000 yuan, Barbara said, her hands constantly rubbing together, confused as to why Meadow's approval had changed to Ashlyn's reluctance. 40 or 50,000. In the city, that wouldn't even cover marrying a blind, lame, or mentally handicapped person. How could you say such a thing? Ashlyn put down her bowl and continued with an air of superiority. You know your family's situation well enough, don't you? What can you do with just 40 or 50,000? Don't even think about marrying Lola. A toad can't eat a swan. Just go away. Enough. Hugo, who had been silent, finally spoke up. What nonsense are you spouting? I've already promised Aunt Zainazin. Why do you need this dowry? If it weren't for Brother Chin's help back then, I'd be dead. Can you use your head for once? Kinziak has a bright future ahead of him. Lola is your daughter. Don't throw her into hell out of gratitude. You should know the Chin family situation. Do you want Lola to live off scraps with him? I don't agree with this. Seeing the argument escalating, Barbara felt even more trapped. Gerald also felt a headache brewing. He had said not to come, but they insisted, making it difficult to resolve the situation. Stop arguing. The bedroom door opened, and Wu Lola stormed out, looking furiously at Hugo. She was heavily made up, her hair dyed blonde, and wore a fashionable outfit. She looked arrogantly at everyone in the room. Father, when did you arrange this blind date for me? Did you ask for my opinion? I won't marry such a loser. Wu Lola stood next to Ashlyn, both women sharing the same angry expression. Do I need to ask you? Hugo snapped. Look at you. You don't look like a proper girl at all. Didn't I tell you to dye your hair back to normal? Why is it still yellow? This is called fashion. Do you even understand? You're so outdated, Wu Lola retorted. At this point, Barbara asked softly, Saixia, how much dowry do you require? Name a figure, and we'll try to gather it. How much dowry? Since you asked, let me tell you. Gold jewelry isn't negotiable, and for the cash, 10,000 purple notes, 100 red notes, and 5,000 green ones should suffice. Also, pigs and cows are necessary, and although we have TVs and fridges, we'll need a car too, something within 10,000 yuan. Ashlyn was clearly making exorbitant demands, 10,000 purple, 100 yuan, notes, 5,000 red, 5 yuan, notes, and several thousand green, 50 yuan. Notes added up to at least 200,000 yuan, plus other items. This would easily exceed 400,000, far beyond any reasonable amount. No household in the village would ever demand such an exorbitant dowry. It was a blatant attempt to create difficulties. This, Barbara stammered, never expecting what was initially a token gesture to become such an astronomical sum. What are you talking about? Are you selling your daughter? I'll decide on the dowry. 2,000 yuan will do. Hugo stubbed out his cigarette and glared at Ashlyn angrily. He had agreed to this marriage to avoid being seen as ungrateful. If the villagers knew he demanded such a high dowry, he would lose face in Taoyuan village. I refuse. Father, listen to me. I already have a boyfriend in the city, and his father is a big shot. Gordon Ring Gerald? Are you crazy? Wu Lola jumped up in protest. With their family still supporting a younger sister through school, you want me to serve as their slave to repay your old favor? I won't agree, not even if I die. This isn't your call. I've decided. The dowry is 2,000 yuan, and the wedding is set for the end of the month. Don't mention your so-called boyfriend. Remember your roots. You're from Taoyuan village and will stay here. Donovan, you dare? Divorce me if you do this. Ashlyn huffed, pointing at Hugo. I'm sick of this tiny village. And you, Gerald, did you know your impoverished genes are ingrained in you? You'll be poor forever, unworthy of a match like me. Think you can marry me? Not in a million years. Wu Lola sneered at Gerald coldly. Gerald chuckled. Wu Lola snorted and headed for the door. Stop right there. Hugo grabbed Wu Lola and pulled her back. Gerald watched the drama unfold, took a sip of water, and set down his teacup. Such gratitude. It's not acceptable to my family. His eyes narrowed. Gerald smiled eerily. If I'm not mistaken, Wu Lola, you recently had surgery, didn't you? Wu Lola froze, suddenly standing still. Lola, what surgery did you have? Why didn't you tell us? Is everything okay? Ashlyn asked anxiously. Just a minor procedure, Wu Lola stammered, her face pale. She hadn't expected Gerald to figure it out. A minor procedure, Gerald sneered. One that killed your grandfather's unborn grandson. The implications were clear. Since Ashlyn and Wu Lola had acted arrogantly and made Barbara endure so much humiliation, Gerald wasn't going to let it slide. Is this true? Hugo was furious. He had just begun to accept Gerald, only for Wu Lola to do this, utterly embarrassing him. So what? He told me not to have children yet. In a few years, he'll marry me. Wu Lola shook off Hugo's hand. Slap. Hugo slapped Wu Lola hard across the face, his right hand trembling as he pointed at her. You shameless fool. How can you do such a thing? Such a dishonor to our family. Ashlyn rushed forward, grabbing Hugo frenziedly after seeing Wu Lola being hit. Donovan, are you mad? Beating your own daughter for an outsider? What's wrong with Lola marrying into the city? Get out. Hugo shoved Ashlyn to the ground, his face contorted as he glared at Wu Lola. You disgraceful girl. Tell me who did this. I'll kill him. Translation ends with the chapter maintaining the original paragraph structure and tone. Chapter 42, Extortion. Vonda felt frightened and took several steps back. She then turned around and ran out of the door. I will never come back. Pei. Nancy hurriedly chased after her, and the two disappeared from sight. Arwen stood dumbfounded at the doorway, then snapped back to reality after a moment. Brother Zainazin, this truly is misfortune befalling the family. You take these things back. I cannot afford such embarrassment. Arwen lifted the items they had brought and prepared to hand them over to Barbara. Gerald waved his hand. Fade, you keep these. It might help supplement your daughter's health. I need to remind you that her surgery wasn't very successful, and she might not be able to have grandchildren for you in the future. Arwen was generally a good person. It's just that he married a materialistic wife who gave birth to a vain daughter. As the village doctor, Gerald felt it necessary to inform Arwen about Vonda's condition. Watching Gerald leave, Arwen was utterly stunned, appearing more aged and weathered than ever. Nancy, Vonda. On the way home, Barbara sighed incessantly, thinking it would have been easy to finalize her son's marriage, but it ended up like this. All right, mother, you don't need to set me up with matchmakers anymore. Can't you see, we can't afford the dowry. I understand, but if you don't get married soon, I'll feel guilty towards your missing father. Barbara sighed again. All she wanted was to have grandchildren early on and carry on the Chin family name. Gerald smiled. Mother, things are fine now. Don't worry about my affairs. When the time comes, I'll definitely find a beautiful, wealthy, well-built, and gentle daughter-in-law for you. Just finding one would be great. What with all these requirements? Barbara glanced at Gerald and tentatively asked, I've noticed you've been quite close to the village chief recently. I heard she's a university student from the city, and her family is quite well off. How about you give it a shot? I could help talk to her. 3 black lines appeared on Gerald's forehead. His mother was jumping topics too quickly. Mother, stop worrying about this. Nellie is a young lady from the city. Don't even think about it. To avoid being pressured into marriage by his mother, Gerald hurried off to the health station. That morning, Nellie was busy with her planting projects. At the health station, only Iana was there, playing with her phone. Seeing Gerald arrive, Iana pouted slightly, put down her phone, and picked up a medical book. You're trainable. Gerald sat down casually on the chair, putting his feet on the table and dozing off. For several days, no one in the village had been sick. When a patient finally arrived, it was just a common cold, leaving him feeling unfulfilled. Lazy pig, get up for lunch. Iana had prepared lunch and, seeing Gerald still sleeping, shook him awake. I'm going to bring lunch to Tabitha and Sister Florence. Look at you, drooling in your sleep. What sweet dreams were you having? Dreaming about you. I was just about to enter the bridal chamber. Gerald grinned and wiped the drool away. Iana rolled her eyes and left the health station with the lunchboxes. Bastard. Gerald enjoyed a delicious meal, wiped his mouth, made himself a cup of tea, and sipped leisurely. Half an hour passed, but Iana hadn't returned. Checking the time, over an hour had gone by. She hasn't returned yet. This little brat wouldn't have run off to play, would she? Feeling uneasy, Gerald walked out of the health station and headed toward the village entrance. The deserted area already had some fruit trees transplanted and stabilized. In a few days, it would be fully planted and become an orchard. On the other side, greenhouses had been erected for growing fruits like strawberries. Gerald searched around but found neither Iana nor Nellie. He decided to go towards the rear of the village. As he exited the village, he saw about 20 people standing on the road leading to Xuanhuan Mountain, blocking the path with chopped down trees, stopping the vehicles carrying fruit trees. Gerald caught sight of Bertrand, leading a group of young villagers, causing trouble. It seemed Bertrand, despite being driven away yesterday, hadn't given up. 3 million yuan, not a cent less, or you won't pass. Bertrand's demands were bolder today, asking for 3 million when yesterday he only demanded 30,000. It looked like the money Nellie gave yesterday made him think he had a chance, so he gathered these people to extort more money. Not possible, I won't give you a single penny. Nellie stood firm. Yesterday, she might have paid to avoid trouble, but today's demand of 3 million was excessive, and she refused. If you won't pay, let's just drag this out. Brothers, bring more trees. Bertrand learned his lesson from yesterday, when Gerald used the truck to scare him. Today, he blocked the road with large trees. Don't push it. Nellie clenched her fists and glared fiercely at Bertrand. Whatever, you're renting our land for planting fruit trees. When you make money, you won't share a penny with us. Why not pay 3 million as a purchase price, and we'll sell you the land? He calculated that renting the land annually earned little compared to selling it outright. Bertrand, your lousy piece of land isn't worth anything. Even if given for free, no one would want it. And now you want money? Shameless. Iana sneered at Bertrand, pointing at him. Last time, you said you had stomach pain and asked me to rub it. Disgusting. Shameless. In the city, 3 million might buy someone a plot for development, but in Taoyuan village, without proper roads, selling land was virtually impossible. Unwilling? Then let's just drag this out. We're unemployed anyway and have plenty of time. Bertrand sat on a small stool, crossed his legs, and started smoking by the roadside. Village chief, my land is cheap. 10,000 yuan, right behind the village. Want it? Halia, mine is also cheap and bigger, 15,000 yuan. Mine has the largest area, only 30,000 yuan. I heard urban relocation compensation pays millions. The others with Bertrand started making offers, trying to extort more. Nellie, angry and helpless, wished she could shout, Gerald, help me. Chapter 43, The Nature of Rogues. Nellie looked around but found no sign of the troublemaker, and she had no choice but to face this situation alone. You're dreaming. If you're not buying, then forget it, and don't even think about planting trees behind the village. Bertrand didn't care at all. He usually had nothing much to do in the village anyway, so this was a perfect opportunity to pass time. The others also sat down one by one, clearly prepared to remain obstinate until they got their way. Nellie nearly burst with anger. She had offered a high rent, considering Taoyuan village's poverty, but hadn't expected them to become even more insistent. She began to believe that poor areas indeed bred difficult people. You bunch of rogues. Those lands were just barren fields. Sister Florence gave you rent for them, and you still aren't satisfied. You deserve your poverty. Iana arrived earlier than Nellie and knew these people's true nature better. Some pretended to be sick, took medicine back home, and then sold it to city traders. Others came to the clinic not to seek medical help but to harass Iana because she was beautiful. Nurse Lu, this is our village business. What does an outsider like you have to do with it? Get lost as fast as you can. You! Iana gritted her teeth, her face turning increasingly pale. Ergo, both your parents died early. Who raised you? We finally have a village head who aims to enrich us all. Do you want everyone to lose heart? Dan, you're getting bolder and braver, actually extorting money. Just wait till I teach you a lesson. Lu Sanpao, where's your father? Why isn't he here? Did he send you to swindle money for him? None of you are good people. Some villagers couldn't bear to watch any longer. They picked up hoes and stepped forward, ready to confront them. Bertrand jumped to his feet from the ground, pulling out a gleaming cleaver from somewhere. To hell with you all. If anyone dares to block my way today, I'll kill you. You've gone too far. Wang Ivedius waved his hoe, ready to charge. Ivedius, Zephyr, don't get carried away. Forget about the land at the back. Nelly quickly stopped them. A fight would definitely result in bloodshed, and since they were all from the same village, things shouldn't escalate. No, my land is also there. Today, I must settle accounts with these rascals. Nelly stood in front of the villagers. If this went on, it might turn into a riot. Bertrand stood aggressively at the front. Scared? Come on then, let me show you what it means to go in clean and come out bloody. Xandra, let's go. Nelly didn't want to stay. She turned and left directly. Humph. Iana was livid. Her cheeks flushed red. Though not from the village, she felt contempt for these people's behavior. As Nelly turned, she saw Gerald standing among the villagers, watching the commotion without making a move to help. Gerald, why are you just standing there? Beat them up. Aren't you supposed to be tough? An irate Iana pulled at Gerald, wanting him to handle Bertrand and the others. But Gerald crossed his arms and laughed. Didn't I intervene yesterday only to get scolded by our great village head? Since she has a plan, I won't meddle. Oh, these dishes are for Tabitha. I should hurry and deliver them before they get cold. Gerald took the lunchbox from Iana and left with a grin, leaving Nelly with a darkened expression. Keenan, shall we return now, or how? The construction manager asked. There were fruit trees in the truck. If they weren't handled properly, the trees might die. Leave the truck here tonight. I'll pay you daily. Don't worry about the cost. Focus on clearing the wasteland near the village entrance and plant the fruit trees I need. Nelly instructed them to start with the land near the village entrance, while the land at the back could temporarily lie fallow. Sister Florence, why didn't you let Gerald deal with them? Those guys are not good people. I think a beating from Gerald would keep them in line. Iana didn't understand Nelly's repeated tolerance. She believed that only force would work against those people. Is fighting the right solution? Nelly retorted, I'm the acting village head. I need to consider everyone in the village. If I resort to violence, how am I different from them? Back at the clinic, Nelly picked up her phone and dialed. Meanwhile, Gerald delivered lunch to Cora. Tabitha, after you eat, I will give you acupuncture again. Don't despair. You need to take care of yourself to exact revenge. Cora nodded. Don't worry, I won't be that foolish. I won't die before George is captured. Following Gerald's instructions, she drank Chinese medicine daily, hoping for the day when George would be caught. After finishing her meal, Cora didn't wait for Gerald to tell her but removed her clothes and lay on the sofa. Her snow-white back appeared before Gerald's eyes once more. Gerald retrieved the silver needles, trying hard to calm himself when tempted by Cora's beauty. The needle punctured her skin. Cora gasped softly. Whether it was pain or another sensation, the sound was intoxicating. Gerald breathed deeply to steady himself, then continued with the acupuncture. Undeniably, mature and alluring women like Cora attracted men the most. Otherwise, why would so many men fantasize about being next-door old Wong? Lying there, Cora's body shuddered slightly, her face flushing. She bit her lip, holding back sounds, as the sensations were strange yet intriguing. Gerald focused on the acupuncture again. Indeed, unconscious Cora was easier to treat. Otherwise, even in a conscious state, she seemed overwhelmed. He felt a special allure from Cora whenever they were together. Soon, the acupuncture was nearly complete. Each touch sent shivers through Gerald's heart. Xiao, I heard your mother took you to the Wu family this morning to propose marriage. Is that true? Suddenly, Cora turned, her eyes gleaming as she gently asked. Note, some parts of the original text contain explicit content that has been toned down for appropriate translation. Chapter 44 Rumors. Gerald wiped the sweat off his face, giving Cora a puzzled look, not understanding why she brought this up suddenly. How do you know this? I told my mother not to go, but she insisted. I couldn't do anything about it. Cora smiled gently and said, your mother only wants what's best for you. You're not young anymore. But it seems like the Wu family hasn't agreed yet, right? Vonda isn't a good girl anyway, so it's better that they refuse. Huh, how did news spread so quickly? Gerald was speechless. He had only gone there in the morning. How did Cora already know by afternoon? Cora glanced sideways at Gerald, her smile broadening. Of course it spread fast. This morning, Ashlyn chased Vonda all over the village. When she came back, she was shouting about how you're an unworthy person lusting after her daughter because you can't afford to marry her. Now everyone thinks you have eyes for Vonda, proposed to the Wu family, got turned down, and even hit Vonda until her face was swollen. Taoyuan village is so small that any gossip spreads faster than on the internet. Probably the whole village knew within an hour. Damn, how did this get around? Snow sister, I'm not that kind of person. Gerald was dumbfounded. These rumors were too exaggerated. Cora laughed. Of course, I know you're not that kind of person. Everyone knows what sort of reputation Ashlyn has in the village, but I'm quite interested in the details. Tell me more. She grabbed a piece of clothing and put it on, smiling at Gerald as if genuinely curious about his proposal to the Wu family that morning. What's there to know? It was just my mother. Gerald gave her a brief summary of the morning's events, how Vonda had gotten an abortion and was beaten by Caesar, and none of it had anything to do with him. Hee hee. Cora burst out laughing, unable to stop. So Vonda really is like that. Kenziag, your mother doesn't have a good eye for choosing brides for you. Who knows what she was thinking? Gerald grabbed an apple from the table and munched through it in a few bites. Gabbies in the village all dream of marrying into the city. In the future, when you choose a wife, don't pick from the village. I think you can do much better than staying here in Taoyuan village. Cora looked seriously at Gerald. To her, Gerald was exceptional. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked him for help to take revenge. I think Snow Sister suits you well. Should I ask my mother to send a matchmaker to your place? Gerald sized up Cora's delicate face, no longer pale but slightly rosy. Her casual clothes exposed her shoulders, causing one to lose themselves in thought. You naughty boy, what are you looking at? Cora's cheeks blushed brightly as she glared at Gerald and pulled her shirt up to cover her shoulders. Snow sister, you promised anything as long as I helped Bryce brother get revenge. Don't go back on your word, Gerald said, raising his voice. Cora hurriedly explained, I did promise you, but we haven't taken revenge yet. And besides, I thought I was dying and wanted you to help me at the last minute. So you were using me? Cora shook her head vigorously. No, how could I have known you could cure me? At that time, She couldn't finish her sentence. Back then, while terminally ill, she wanted Biff's death avenged and not to leave regrets. She also hadn't lived fully as a woman and naturally chose Gerald. Kinzieg, don't let your mother come to me. I'm cursed and not fit for you. Cora's voice became softer. She believed she would be alone for the rest of her life. People in the village wouldn't marry a divorced woman or someone considered unlucky like her. Gerald sighed and walked behind Cora to start removing the silver needles. Snow sister, you've done nothing wrong. There's no need to blame yourself. What you've done is enough. I believe Biff would feel proud of you. Cora trembled, tears welling up again. Since Biff's death, she had been living alone in the village, enduring cold stares. If not for Gerald's recent concern, her heart might have died completely. Kinzieg, thank you. Gerald smiled. There's no need to thank me. This is what I should do. Besides, Snow sister is beautiful and still young. After getting better and avenging Bryce brother, you can leave this place and develop in the city. Cora originally moved to Taoyuan village from outside. It wasn't home to her. Who knows what will happen in the future? Cora put on her clothes and tidied up her disheveled hair. You won't stay in the village forever, will you? I don't know. I have nothing to do now. Cora shook her head. Her daily routine included Gerald delivering meals, and she barely left the house. Why don't you help me? Selling fruits in the city every day is boring. With you around, you can surely attract customers with your beauty. Gerald worried that such a beautiful woman like Cora cooped up at home might develop depression. He wanted to find something for her to do. All right. Cora agreed. She hadn't been to the city in a long time, and the food in her fridge was about to spoil. I'll come for you tomorrow morning. Watching Gerald walk away, Cora's face showed a hint of melancholy. Gerald returned to the clinic. Iana saw him and ran over excitedly. Gerald, I heard you went to propose to the Wu family this morning. They refused, and you ended up beating people and trying to forcibly take their daughter. Is that true? Gerald was exasperated. The rumor had grown far from reality. Do you ever use your brain? Do you think I'd do that? I am a man of integrity, understand? Gerald ignored the little girl and entered the clinic. Gerald, your taste is terrible. How could you be attracted to a woman like Vonda? So embarrassing. Iana sat on a chair, looking down on Gerald. Jealous? I don't want to deal with you. Gerald glanced at her and asked, by the way, where's Dreamhan's sister? She just called her father about buying the village land, but he disagreed, saying it's not worth it and has no development potential. Gerald nodded. That makes sense. What happened next? Chapter 45. Talking about money hurts feelings. Colleen looked up at Gerald, her large, luminous eyes blinking innocently, looking both pure and beautiful. Later, Sister Florence got into an argument with him. His father apparently canceled all of Sister Florence's cards. Now, she doesn't have much money on hand, so she went back to Jiangqing to ask her father for money. Gerald was speechless regarding Nellie's methods. She had indeed bought the land as suggested. No wonder they called her a genius in business. Her father might be wealthy, but this extravagant spending could not last. Forget it. They're rich, we can't compare. Gerald picked up a medical book, flipping through it casually. At his current level, he could remember anything he read effortlessly. In the evening, Nellie finally returned. She walked in without saying a word, her face darkened, as if someone owed her money. Gerald put down the book and stretched lazily, sensing that the young Miss's quest for money hadn't gone smoothly. Young miss, what's wrong? You look quite tired. Do you want me to prescribe some calming and nourishing medicine? You've been busy all day. If you fall ill, it won't be good. Please take care of yourself for the sake of our village, Gerald said with a grin, his expression genuinely sincere. Nellie glanced at Gerald coldly, her tone unfriendly. So, it's exactly as you expected. Did you think I was foolish for not following your advice and allowed them to extort us again and again? Seeing Gerald smile, Nellie felt he was mocking her. How could that be? I'm just concerned about your health, young Mississippi. You are now the financial pillar of our village and cannot afford to collapse. You've been working tirelessly for days. Your body must be exhausted. I don't need your kindness. Nellie rolled her eyes and headed towards her room. Sister Florence, have you eaten yet? I've kept some food for you. Colleen hurried after her but was pulled back by Gerald. Sister Xiang Yu, here's a prescription. Boil the herbs for her tomorrow. I'm going to the city and will leave it to you here. Gerald gave the prescription to Colleen. He had noticed Nellie's unusual state. She appeared very fatigued and lacked sufficient qi and blood, indicating some physical issues. What if someone comes to see you for treatment while you're away? For common illnesses, follow the medical books. After reading them for days, you shouldn't have forgotten everything. For headaches, fever, or colds, give them ibuprofen capsules, or even an intravenous drip if necessary. It was rare for anyone in the village to catch a cold or fever within 10 days or half a month. Villagers, constantly exposed to wind and sun, generally had better health than city office workers. Well, okay. After giving instructions, Gerald left the clinic and returned to his orchard. His recent cultivation had nearly depleted the foundation building solution. He needed to buy more medicine from the pharmacy tomorrow. After another night of cultivation, Gerald once again poured the remaining liquid under the trees. After harvesting a truckload of apples, Gerald went to pick up Cora. Tabitha, are you dressed to go to the city with me? Seeing Cora's attire, Gerald's eyes widened. Cora wore a white dress, the silk fabric hugging her perfectly, accentuating her flawless figure. Her long hair fluttered in the breeze, adding a mature charm that exuded femininity. Is there something wrong with my outfit? Cora looked at Gerald quizzically, finding nothing amiss. She had carefully chosen this outfit that morning, spending over half an hour selecting it. No problem, Gerald replied, looking at his wrinkled shirt. Standing next to Cora seemed somewhat mismatched. Cora smiled and tugged at his shirt. Look at your clothes. You haven't bought new ones in ages. When we go to the city, let me get you a few pieces. Gerald rubbed his nose and laughed. I spend all day in the orchard. Even if I buy new clothes, they'll be dirty within days. Let's head to the city first. Riding his tricycle, Gerald took Cora to Jiangqing. This tricycle, which had carried Brooklyn, Nellie, and now Cora, truly felt like a magnet for beautiful women. At the market, Gerald prepared the apples for sale. With a beautiful woman by his side, the effect was undeniable. Usually, it was mostly older women who came to buy apples. Today, however, many men showed up to purchase them. Apples that normally took 2 to 3 hours to sell were sold out in less than an hour with Cora's help. Tabitha, with you here, my apples sold for higher prices. It seems the beauty effect really works. Gerald counted the money, which was 30% more than usual. A group of men insisted on buying the apples from Cora and even paid premium prices. It's because your apples are great. I think your pricing is a bit too low, Cora smiled, wiping sweat from her forehead. She hadn't stopped selling since they started, and now, finally, everything was sold. Gerald packed up the money and said, Tabitha, let's go out for a big meal later. He tidied up the fruit stand, locked the tricycle, and then took Cora away. After circling around, Gerald found Booker. The latter was playing cards, seemingly living a leisurely life. Don't move, I'll call it. Can't even live a normal life if I lose. Booker, holding a strong hand with 3 bombs, grinned maliciously. Booker. Gerald patted Booker on the shoulder. Startled, Booker dropped his cards, scattering them as the wind blew them away. Who the hell? Angry, Booker turned around and saw Gerald, forcing a smile back onto his face. Big brother, why are you here? Wow, another beautiful lady. Is this one finally the sister-in-law? Big brother, you're amazing. Each time you visit me with a different woman, teach me how you do it. I'll learn from you. Upon seeing Cora, Booker's eyes almost popped out. Enough with your nonsense. I need your help with something. Gerald opened his satchel and pulled out a stack of cash, about 3,000 yuan. Big brother, if you need help, just say so. Don't talk about money. It hurts feelings. While saying this, Booker reached out his hand without hesitation. Hearing this, Gerald stopped and looked at Booker. Since you don't want it, forget it. I'll save it. Hold on, big brother. Tell me what you need first. What if it's too troublesome? Please let me know if you need further revisions, or if there's any other chapter you would like translated. Chapter 46. Cora loses her temper. The Booker saw that Gerald was about to take the money back and quickly stretched out his hand to receive it. Okay, take it. Gerald handed him the money and instructed what needed to be done. The Booker frowned, rubbing his fingers together. Keenan, 3,000 won't get this done. If my brothers hurt someone badly, they might get detained and have to pay medical bills. Who will know it's your doing? Don't worry. Even if they're injured, I can help treat them. This is all the money I have. Will you do it or not? Gerald glanced at the Booker, his eyes shifting. Hales, yes boss. Rest assured, leave it to me. I'll definitely handle it smoothly without disappointing you. After giving the money to the Booker, Gerald then left with Cora. Xiaomalog, why are you giving them money? It feels like you want them to beat someone up, Cora asked after walking far enough away. Just helping our village chief since she's working hard for the village, Gerald replied. By approaching the Booker, he intended to deal with Bertrand and his gang of small-time hooligans. So-called bad people have their own matchmakers, and the Booker's group was much tougher than Bertrand's village riffraff, ensuring a spectacular showdown. I saw Bertrand and his gang eating and drinking on that road today, even sending people to guard it at night. Indeed, they've gone too far, Cora nodded. But you should be careful. Those people don't seem good either. Try not to get too involved. Don't worry, Fanny. Dealing with Bertrand requires some special tactics. It was almost lunchtime. For once, Gerald wasn't stingy and took Cora to a pricey Western restaurant called Mufeng, which sounded artistic and felt like a gentle spring breeze. Upon entering, Gerald was stopped by a waiter. Sir, I'm sorry, but no entry without proper attire. Gerald's outfit, while not ragged, was covered in mud from picking apples in the orchard, likely leaving big footprints on the carpet inside. No wonder he was blocked outside. But I'm not naked. What does improper attire mean? Gerald frowned, displeased at not being able to enter a fancy restaurant with his date. I'm sorry, please understand our policy. Cora tugged at Gerald's hand. Xiaomalog, let's buy some clothes first. Gerald looked at the waiter and asked, do we need suits and ties? Not necessarily, just a change of clothes would suffice. Reluctantly, Gerald had to leave with Cora, realizing they needed new outfits before finding a place to eat. Luckily, most of the mall sold clothing. They bought 2 discounted outfits for a reasonable price and changed into them before heading back to the Western restaurant. As they walked, they encountered a couple walking closely, obviously intimate. The man wore flashy clothes with a gleaming gold watch, while the woman had heavy makeup that looked oddly asymmetric. Seeing Gerald, the woman froze, her face turning furious. Well, look who it is, the broke guy who couldn't afford dowry. Honey, this is the man who came to propose yesterday, wanting to take over me, Vonda said in a pitiful tone, clinging to the man beside her. So this is the guy. He sure looks like a loser daring to compete with me for a woman. Really asking for trouble, Eben sized up Gerald disdainfully. However, his eyes lit up when they landed on Cora, scanning her with an animalistic gaze. Compared to Vonda, Cora was miles ahead in attractiveness. Good dogs don't block the way. Gerald glanced at them and decided not to engage with the gold digger. Vonda wasn't ready to let him go easily. Had it not been for Gerald mentioning the abortion, she wouldn't have been beaten by Wu the Blind, nor would she have run away from home. Gerald, I thought you were somebody. Turns out you're spending a widow's dead husband's money. Not only did you spend her money, but you also wanted to marry me without any offer. Truly a delusional toad. Isn't that right, honey? Vonda sneered. Before she could finish, Cora stepped forward, raised her hand, and slapped Vonda across the face. You dare hit me. Vonda covered her bruised cheek, still swollen from yesterday's beating. You deserved it, you cheap bitch. Raising her hand for another slap, Wu Peep grabbed Cora's arm. How dare you hit me? Let's fight. You seductress, unwanted trash. You're the one who's trash. Slap, slap, slap. Although Cora wasn't very strong, recovering from a serious illness, Vonda's mention of Biff infuriated her. A series of slaps sent Vonda reeling. Gerald had never seen Cora lose her temper so violently. In his mind, she was always gentle and soft. He hadn't expected such ferocity. Seeing Cora gain the upper hand, Gerald held back, knowing hitting women isn't honorable. Teaching you manners because of your loose tongue. Abandoning your own child. You heartless slut. You're a disgrace. Cora yanked Vonda's hair backward, dragging her several steps, likely pulling out some strands. Vonda cried out in pain, flailing her arms uselessly, unable to touch Cora. Great job, Tabitha. Beat her up, grab her hair, smack her mouth, make her pay for her foul mouth. Be harsher. Don't be so gentle. Need me to help? Chapter 47 complete. Overwhelming. Gerald cheered on from the side, witnessing a complete one-sided overwhelming. Vonda was already too exhausted to fight back. You just stand there watching? Help me beat her, this bitch. Vonda, seeing she was no match, could only ask her boyfriend for help. Only now did Eben regain his senses and tried to pull the two apart. Gerald stood in front of him with a sneer on his lips. What? Why do you want to interfere when two women are fighting? Eben swung at Gerald and shouted, Get out of the way, bastard! Gerald grabbed Eben by the collar, lifted him up, and threw him over 10 meters away, crashing to the ground. Damn it, you dare hit me. Eben angrily got up and charged at Gerald again. Gerald didn't dodge. Eben clearly spent too much time with women and lacked vitality. A dozen more like him wouldn't be a challenge for Gerald. As Eben neared, Gerald's right hand turned into a finger, striking Eben's pressure points instantly, rendering him powerless before kicking him to the ground. My foot, my foot. Eben, trying to get up, couldn't feel his legs and struggled in vain. Miss, how much for 2 bottles of water? Keep the change. Gerald strolled leisurely to a nearby store, bought 2 drinks, opened one, and gulped it down. His battle was quickly resolved, and Cora had also dragged Vonda to the ground, still pulling her hair. Seeing it was enough, Gerald stepped forward and pulled Cora up. Tabitha, stop, that's enough. Come, drink some water, let's go have lunch. Gerald hurriedly led Cora away, leaving Vonda struggling to her feet, heading towards Eben. Why didn't you help me? Take me to the hospital. Vonda, disheveled and bloody, raged at Eben. Don't talk nonsense. My leg isn't moving. Take me to the hospital. Heard me? Eben hadn't managed to get up since being knocked down. What happened to your leg? Get up. Vonda tried to lift Eben but failed miserably, pulling him up only for him to fall again. Ultimately, Vonda dragged Eben while he used his hands to crawl, leaving the scene in pitiful conditions. Tabitha, calm down. Let's order food. In the restaurant, Gerald handed the menu to Cora with a smile. Cora calmed herself, fixing her hair and torn clothes. Did I look awful when I was hitting her? Not at all. You were amazing. Did you hurt your hand? Let me see. It seems to be bleeding. Gerald grabbed Cora's wrist, revealing 2 bloodied scratches on her hand. It's not serious. Wait until we get home. I'll apply some scar-moving cream. We don't want such beautiful hands to scar. Blushing, Cora withdrew her hand. Let's eat first. Soon, an array of dishes was served, steaks, chicken wings, salads. The restaurant played soft music, and Cora ate delicately, afraid of making noise. Conversely, Gerald wasn't so refined, eating messily and ordering more pasta. Be quiet. Cora looked around at other diners staring at them oddly. Eating noodles should be noisy. Otherwise, how would anyone know if they're good? Gerald cared little for etiquette, savoring his meal. After eating enough, Gerald wiped his mouth with a napkin. How much is the bill? Your total is 630. 600 will be fine. A light meal cost over 600, confirming city prices were indeed high. I'll pay. Cora opened her purse and settled the bill before Gerald could. But I said I'd treat you, Tabitha. I rarely spend money, and you didn't charge for treating me. It's only right I treat you. Smiling, Cora put the receipt away. Men without money won't do. Keep your money for something important. Gerald chuckled. If we were family, wouldn't we not need to spend money? Cora blushed and whispered, Don't say such things. Fine, wait till I catch George. You promised not to go back on it. Seeing Cora's torn dress, Gerald insisted, Buy a new one. I'll cover it. No need. I have some at home. These are outdated styles. Gerald insisted, dragging Cora to buy a new dress. They shopped for over 3 hours before heading to the exit with shopping bags. Just as they reached the door, they saw Eben sitting on a chair, flanked by several black-clad bodyguards, while Vonda was nowhere to be seen. That's him, grab him, but don't hurt the beauty. I need to chat with her. Eben grinned nastily upon spotting Gerald, confident with his backup. Soon, he'd have Gerald begging on his knees. Bodyguards surrounded Gerald. Boy, heal our master's leg immediately or else. Gerald shielded Cora behind him, laughing lightly. He asked for it. Since meeting Cora, Eben had ogled her lecherously, licking his lips secretly. For a womanizer like him, Gerald's actions were quite lenient. Die, come with me. The bodyguard swiftly moved to grab Gerald's shoulder, intending to control him. Chapter 48. Mismatched Pairs. The bodyguard never expected that at the very moment he was about to strike, Gerald had already reacted. He slapped back with a swift reverse hand. Just as his hand was about to reach Gerald's shoulder, he suddenly felt a powerful palm wind assault his chest. Slap. Bang. In the next moment, he was sent flying by a single slap. So you know martial arts, huh? Everyone, attack. The bodyguard fell to the ground, clutching his chest and lifting his head, his expression changing drastically. In an instant, the group of men surrounded Gerald in a triangular formation, 2 in front and 3 behind him. No matter how skilled Gerald was, they could wear him down by taking turns attacking him. Eben's bodyguards were no ordinary people. Some had even come from special operations teams. After all, given Eben's habit of causing trouble outside, it wouldn't do without a few capable people around. Sylvie, sister, please go over there. Don't stay here. Gerald urged Cora to leave. In a fight, punches and kicks have no eyes. If she got accidentally hurt, it would be troublesome. Sure. At this point, Cora couldn't help much. She quickly moved away but didn't stray far, only standing about 10 meters away, holding her phone. If anything went wrong for Gerald, she would call the police immediately. Attack. The two men in front struck Gerald, one with a palm strike and the other with a kick. They attacked from all angles, ensuring that Gerald couldn't defend against everything at once. The others stood around ready to join in if these two failed. Gerald saw the palm strike coming and smirked. Though this guy had some skills, his strength was far inferior compared to Fire Buffalo. Seeing the palm strike, Gerald sidestepped, avoided it, and then grabbed the attacker's arm in a reverse grip. Next, he brought this person in front of him, performed a throw over back, and flung him towards the others behind. As the person behind tried to kick Gerald, he saw someone flying over Gerald's head and crashing into him. They collided and slammed hard into the ground. Seeing this, the remaining three rushed forward to continue the attack. However, Gerald didn't give them the chance. He grabbed the fallen man's right foot, lifted him up into the air, and swung him around 360 degrees, using his head to collide with the attackers. Thud, thud, thud. A series of impacts echoed as the three attackers were all sent flying by Gerald. After disposing of them, Gerald brushed off his hands and slowly walked toward Eben. You, don't come any closer. Eben wanted to run but his legs wouldn't obey him. In his panic, he fell off his chair. Trash. Gerald glanced at the sprawled Eben, ignoring him, and walked over to Cora, leading her away. On the ground, Eben watched them leave, flames burning in his eyes. No one dared treat him like this in Jiangsheng, and this insult must be avenged. Leaving the shopping center, Gerald took Cora to Renxin Hall. When Domenico saw Gerald, his face lit up with a smile. He invited him to sit and serve tea. Xiaomalog, how is Xandra doing with you? Does she listen to you? How is your relationship developing? Gerald's mouth twitched, and his hand holding the teacup shook slightly. Havelock, not everyone sells their chastity like this. I'm really not suitable for your chastity. Gerald looked at Cora beside him, and quickly sipped his tea to calm himself. I'm here to get some more medicine. Domenico chuckled. Romance can be cultivated gradually. In our time, many couples married first and then fell in love. Besides, Xandra isn't bad looking. I've taken care of her health since childhood. She will definitely bear sons. Sitting nearby, Cora spurted out her tea, now realizing how complicated Gerald's relationship with Yana was. Gerald glanced at her and noticed the curious smile on her face, seemingly eager to hear his response. Cough, cough, Havelock. I'm not the type to engage in feudal superstitions. Xandra is nice, but we aren't suited. I prefer mature girls. Upon hearing this, Cora's face flushed red, and she hurriedly grabbed her teacup to sip water. I understand. Domenico stroked his long beard and smiled. I'm not forcing you, just giving a suggestion. If you agree, this clinic will also be yours. Surprisingly, Domenico was willing to give Gerald the clinic, just to find a son-in-law who would move in. Despite its modest size, the clinic was well known. Patients often flocked here, and occasionally, encountering a wealthy patient could yield substantial earnings. Havelock, let's not talk about this anymore. Gerald stood up and headed straight for the medicine cabinet, saying, I'll get my own medicine. Only then did Domenico notice Cora sitting behind. He carefully observed her complexion and asked, Are you Xiaomalog's friend? You look pale, perhaps due to qi deficiency. Your health isn't good, is it? Cora smiled faintly and softly replied, Doctor, I've always had poor health. I probably can't bear children. Domenico waved his hand and said, Health can be improved. Since you're Xiaomalog's friend, he should help you with that. Hales, I've been taking medicine every day. Cora glanced at Gerald, who was grabbing medicine and whispered, He forces me to take medicine daily and gives me acupuncture, which means undressing completely each time. It's embarrassing. By the way, I know your chastity. Xandra came here last time to help me with my illness. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Domenico coughed repeatedly. Now he understood why Gerald liked mature women. This woman was too mature. Havelock, the medicine is ready. Gerald returned carrying several large packets of herbs. This time, he bought more than before. Xiaomalog, let's discuss something. Domenico stood up, smiling, and pulled Gerald aside. In fact, Xandra suits you well. I see you already have a girlfriend, so I won't pressure you. But in the future, consider my chastity. If you can, you could even have a child with her to inherit my medical skills and run the clinic. Gerald felt his worldview and values shaken. What era was this, where such outdated notions still existed? But being the principled man that Gerald was, he refused resolutely. Havelock, you might as well ask directly for that ancient medical book I found. Don't use these allurements. I'm a gentleman. Please don't mismatch people like this, Gerald said seriously. Domenico, however, was unconvinced. Xandra mentioned being forcibly kissed by a thug before. Was that you? This translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure of the Chinese text while ensuring natural and fluent English. It also retains character names and pinyin, and preserves the coherence of the storyline. Chapter 49. Betraying his granddaughter. Gerald was stunned. Why was that girl Iana saying such nonsense? That was purely an accident. I was trying to save her at the time, Gerald hurriedly explained. But Dylan's expression remained stern. That was my chastity's first kiss. She has never been in love before. For a girl like her, being kissed by you, you must take responsibility for this. This is my last bottom line. No matter what happens in the future, Xandra must be your girlfriend. Gerald couldn't believe his ears and laughed bitterly. Old Mr. Liu, you don't seem like someone who would force his chastity into something like this. Honestly, you aren't eyeing that medical book I found, are you? and thus want me to inherit your clinic? Cough. How could you say that? Am I the type of person who does this? I'm doing all this for Xandra's chastity. Dylan coughed twice, as if Gerald had seen through his thoughts. All right, wait a moment. I'll write you some prescriptions. Stop bringing this up. Gerald was at a loss. Having kissed Iana, he now felt responsible, but if anything else were to happen, wouldn't Dylan hold him accountable? It wasn't that Gerald was stingy, but most of the medical techniques in his lineage required cultivators' spiritual energy to work, along with specific cultivation methods for refinement. Even if mortals got their hands on them, they wouldn't be able to produce the necessary medicines. That's fine. I'll take a little loss. Dylan seemed to have succeeded in his scheme and brought Gerald back with a grin. Thus, Gerald could only sit by the table and scribble out prescriptions. Little Malag, what were you talking about just now? Cora leaned over, her eyes smiling, asking, I didn't expect you and Sister Xandra to have such a connection. It seems her grandfather likes you very much. Also, you can inherit this clinic, why don't you accept it? Gerald quickly wrote out a prescription and placed it aside. Please don't make fun of me, okay? I already told you, Sister Xandra isn't really my type. She's a bit scatterbrained. Cora propped her chin on her hand, watching Gerald write and asked, I think girl Xandra is quite nice. Would you like me to help you gauge her feelings? Gerald firmly refused. Tabitha, please stop joking around. I should have known better than to bring you here. Just as Gerald was writing the prescription, a few people walked in. Leading them was a man wearing sunglasses and a mask, looking somewhat middle-aged and overweight, dressed in a suit. He hurriedly walked to Dylan. The two people behind him closed the door to the clinic and followed in. Dylan looked up and greeted with a smile. Orson, are you here for a follow-up checkup? Zahir glanced at Gerald and Cora inside the clinic, then turned to Dylan. Knox, the medicine you prescribed didn't seem to have any effect. My body was only well for 2 days before getting worse again. Dylan frowned. That's impossible. The herbs included 100-year-old ginseng and other rare ingredients to nourish blood and kidneys. For a normal person, taking it for half a month should ensure vigor. It didn't work. I've taken it for a month and still feel dizzy every day. Zahir sat down, extending his hand. Check my pulse, Knox. I paid more than 100,000 for this visit. You need to take responsibility or I will dismantle your business. Dylan extended his hand to examine Zahir's pulse. Your fee mostly went towards buying the herbs. I haven't profited unfairly. After a moment, Dylan released his hand, frowning slightly. The pulse is weak, lacking foundation. There's also toxic chi inside. According to theory, this shouldn't happen. Did you not follow my advice? Zahir hurriedly denied it. I strictly followed your instructions. No smoking, no drinking, no women. This month nearly drove me crazy. Gerald listened briefly. This person was facing a common problem among middle-aged men, lack of stamina and erectile dysfunction. Judging by his appearance, this person was wealthy enough to spend hundreds of thousands on medicinal herbs without hesitation. These are all for your own good. If untreated promptly, the condition will worsen. In a few years, you won't survive this. Zahir said quickly, I did checkups at the hospital, which led me to try traditional Chinese medicine, but it's ineffective. If it doesn't work, maybe Western medicine is the option. At the mention of Western medicine, Zahir immediately rejected it. No way. I asked around, and it's too aggressive. If taken, it may cause side effects. His illness could be treated by Western doctors, but due to the aggressiveness of the drugs, it might permanently affect him. Hence, Zahir chose TCM. But even with the best medicine, it hasn't worked for you. Dylan was perplexed. By using top-quality herbs, Zahir should have recovered by now. Yet not only was there no improvement, the condition seemed worse. Gerald spoke up. He's eating tonics while consuming poisons. How can he possibly get better? Dylan recalled Gerald's presence and asked, Little Malag, what do you see? Gerald looked at Zahir. His eyes are lifeless, showing exhaustion and containing impurities, indicating toxins in the body that have not been expelled. As he spoke, Gerald approached Zahir and lightly tapped his waist. Zahir instantly broke into a cold sweat, bending over in pain. If I'm right, old Mr. Liu's prescription should be fine. However, you're consuming something else while taking the medicine, causing malabsorption, leading to no improvement. Gerald stood up, handing the finished prescription to Dylan. Old Mr. Liu, here's the prescription. If nothing else, I'll leave now. Seeing Gerald about to leave, Zahir hurriedly stood up and grabbed him. Young brother, you can see what's wrong with me. What do you mean by poison? Don't go. Zahir held on to Gerald, unwilling to let him go. Dylan had no choice. Finally finding a savior, he couldn't let him slip away. Gerald waited for this and smiled. You have 2 types of chi in your body. One comes from the tonics prescribed by old Mr. Liu to boost blood circulation, and the other is poison. I don't know what kind yet, but these 2 medicines counteract each other, worsening your condition instead of improving it. Chapter 50. At least save your life. Gerald continued. If you don't treat it promptly, based on my deduction, forget about living another 3 to 5 years. Even surviving another 2 or 3 years would be a problem. Hearing this, Zahir panicked instantly and pleaded. Young brother, you must help me. I can give you any amount of money you ask for. He thought about his vast fortune. If he were to die so early, wouldn't that be a huge loss? I cannot guarantee success, but to determine the poison in your system, we need to examine what you've eaten recently. Ideally, we should also check the leftover herbs from the medicine Mr. Liu prescribed. Gerald was eagerly awaiting such a big client. If he could cure him, the consultation fee would certainly not be small, perhaps even reaching 5,000. That's no problem. The herbs are in my office. Let me take you there right now. Without waiting for Gerald's consent, Herb dragged him towards the door. Sylvie, wait here for a moment. Immediately after, Gerald was led out of the clinic and seated in a Bentley Mulsanne. They left the place. This was the first time Gerald sat in such a luxurious car. Previously, he had only seen such vehicles in movies. Sitting inside, it felt quite different indeed. What's your name, young brother? Herb realized he hadn't asked Gerald's name yet, and quickly inquired. My name is Gerald, Qian as in ear east, and Malag as in ordinary. I'm Herb. If you see me fit, just call me Puji. Herb spoke warmly. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Malag. Xiao Malag, brother, do you have confidence in curing my illness? It seemed the CEO was pulling out all stops to save his life and secure his future happiness. Gerald smiled and said, I can't promise 100% certainty, but I can at least ensure you live. As for complete recovery, it depends on the treatment's effectiveness. He didn't dare make too bold a claim because, from his earlier observation, Herb's condition was already quite severe, likely due to prolonged poisoning. Eliminating toxins would be challenging, especially with Gerald's current low cultivation level. Gordony powerful elixirs and remedies from his lineage, which could easily cure Herb's illness, were beyond his ability to refine. Otherwise, a single 9 Herb's Jade Dew pill would suffice. No problem, Herb nodded repeatedly, picked up a bottle of water nearby, and handed it to Gerald. Come, Xiao Malag, drink some water. My company is far away. Lao Wu, drive faster. Gerald examined the mineral water bottle, noticing the English words, Veen, written on it. Rich people were indeed different. Mineral water had to be imported. After taking a few sips, Gerald found it not much different from regular water. Half an hour later, they arrived at a towering skyscraper. Herb rushed Gerald upstairs to his office. The size of the office was enormous, adorned with expensive sculptures, artworks, and wall hangings. It looked quite impressive. Once inside, Herb quickly located a bin containing the herbal residues from today's medication. Xiao Malag, check if there's anything wrong here. Gerald casually picked up some residues. Of course, the naked eye couldn't detect anything, but his divine perception allowed him a clear view. Though the quantity was small, the residues clearly contained additional Chinese herbs. Exactly as I suspected. Gerald nodded and explained. Apart from the usual herbs, arsenic has been added to these residues. Arsenic? Herb stared wide-eyed, unable to believe his daily medicine contained such a deadly substance. Aren't you supposed to die immediately from arsenic poisoning? If memory served, in TV dramas, victims usually died instantly from arsenic poisoning. Gerald patted the residue and clarified, excessive consumption will lead to death, but in smaller doses, arsenic can treat conditions like hemorrhoids, malaria, and asthma. However, overuse leads to kidney damage and chronic poisoning. Herb broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had unknowingly been poisoned while trying to save his life. I know. It must be Yvetida. That vixen told me she was pregnant, but I always made sure to use protection. How could she get pregnant? She must have been targeting me for some time. This infuriates me. It must be her doing, planning to kill me and inherit my estate. Herb slammed the table fiercely, nearly knocking the computer off it. The dosage was perfectly controlled to ensure slow death without immediate symptoms. If not treated promptly, the poison will seep into your vital organs, and within a year, it'll be fatal. Even an autopsy won't reveal the cause of death. Gerald looked at Herb and said, now that we know who poisoned you, Paji can handle it. For now, let's focus on treating the illness. Herb came to his senses, realizing the urgency of the treatment. Gerald took out silver needles and instructed, take off your clothes. I'll start acupuncture to stimulate your organs and help expel some toxins. But the toxins in your bloodstream will require both acupuncture and herbal treatments. Complete elimination might not be possible. No problem, I trust you. Impatient, Herb stripped off his shirt and began undressing further. You don't need to take off your pants. Do your internal organs grow on your thighs? Gerald didn't want to see this fat man strip completely. He'd have nightmares tonight. Lie down. Gerald retrieved the needles, then thoughtfully brought over the bin. Confused, Herb asked, what's the bin for? You'll soon find out. Gerald selected a few thick, long needles. Shorter ones wouldn't penetrate the fatty layer of this obese man to reach the acupoints. Xiao Malag, are you sure these thick needles are safe? They look like pig pricks. Herb eyed the needles nervously. Surely, they would hurt terribly. Stop whining. Do you still want treatment? Bite this pillow if you're afraid. Gerald handed over a cushion and plunged a needle in. Ow, it hurts. Herb yelped in pain. Normally, acupuncture wasn't painful, but for his severe condition, intense methods were required. My poor old back. Chapter 51. The move once used by Duke Wei. Zahir winced in pain, beads of sweat appearing on his face and body. Shut up, have you thought it through? If you can't endure this much pain, do you want to die? Gerald was speechless. For a grown man to scream like that, anyone who didn't know what was happening would think they were slaughtering a pig inside. Zahir couldn't help it. As a top boss who feasted daily on delicacies and wore luxurious clothing, he couldn't even walk 2 steps without transportation. How could he possibly endure such torture? All right, I won't scream anymore. Zahir grabbed a cushion, gritted his teeth, and bit down on it. Afterwards, all that could be heard was his muffled groans, which were less noisy than before. When the silver needles had all fallen and the spirit energy began to disperse from his acupoints, Zahir's complexion turned ashen. Ugh. He immediately grabbed the nearby trash can and started vomiting uncontrollably. What came out was not only today's lunch but also dark, foul-smelling water. Gerald pinched his nose and moved aside, waiting for Zahir to finish vomiting before tossing him several bottles of mineral water. Drink it. Fill your stomach with it. Zahir quickly grabbed the bottles and gulped them down. Soon, he had finished 5 or 6 bottles, causing his belly to swell. Ugh. Zahir vomited again until clear water came out. Only then did Gerald step forward and say, okay, the basic toxins in your body have been expelled. Next, I'll prescribe you a detoxifying decoction. Take it daily and remember, don't let anyone poison you again. Gerald reached out and removed all the silver needles from Zahir's back, then wrote a prescription for him. Zahir wiped his sweat with a tissue and put on his clothes while saying, little brother Malag, thank you so much. Your kindness I will never forget. He walked to his office, opened the safe, and pulled out several stacks of money, placing them in front of Gerald. These are the initial payment for your treatment. After you've cured me, I will offer additional rewards. Gerald looked at the money, estimating it to be around 100,000 yuan. However, considering Zahir's wealth and the size of the building, this sum seemed meager. Some people are really stingy, giving such a small deposit. Gerald muttered inwardly but maintained a polite smile on the surface, saying, "Don't mention the money. Meeting elder brother Pua is my good fortune." Despite the pleasantries, Gerald unceremoniously placed the money into his satchel, making it bulge. "You see, meeting little brother Malag is also my luck," Zahir chuckled, lit a cigar, and figured since his illness was due to poisoning, smoking and drinking shouldn't be problematic now. He approached the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of baijiu, and opened it. Gerald was taken aback. The illness wasn't fully cured yet, and here he was drinking and smoking. "Little brother Malag, meeting you today is fate." He set aside the cigar and held the bottle, standing next to Gerald. "Elder brother Pua, your condition isn't fully healed. Celebrating with alcohol seems premature." Gerald frowned, adding, "This might affect your recovery." Zahir grinned, picked up a glass, and poured himself a cup of baijiu, filling the room with its aroma. "This wine isn't for drinking," he said, placing a hand on Gerald's shoulder. "Today, we met, which I believe is an encounter of 10 lifetimes worth of fate. If not for you, brother, my life would have been forfeit." Gerald grew more puzzled, unsure what Zahir intended to do. "I was merely doing my duty. There's no need to thank me. Healing the sick is the doctor's responsibility." Gerald put on airs, trying to make himself sound more noble, so he could make more money in the future. Zahir cooperated with Gerald's act, exclaiming in amazement, "Little brother Malag indeed has a remarkable heart. Since fate brought us together, why wait for another day? Today, let's become sworn brothers. Wherever there's meat for elder brother, there will be broth for you." Gerald felt his entire being shudder at the suggestion. Just today, he managed to shake off Amin, who believed in feudal superstitions, and now he encounters Zahir, proposing brotherhood. This era should be progressing beyond such archaic thoughts. Before Gerald could refuse, Herb dragged him to a corner of the office where a statue of Rudy stood. Rudy, the embodiment of loyalty and righteousness, protected his sister-in-law across 1,000 miles for their peach orchard pact. Legend has it that Peach Blossom Village got its name because Rudy once appeared there. Rudy's effigy stood majestically, holding his beard with his left hand and wielding the green dragon crescent blade with his right. In front were offerings, and beside it, incense sticks burned. "Come, brother, let's form a blood alliance." Herb produced a fruit knife and sliced his thumb, grimacing in pain. He dropped some blood into the cup, handed over the knife and cup to Gerald, saying, "Brother, follow me and drop your blood into the cup. Today we burn yellow paper and swear brotherhood." Gerald was stunned, not expecting Herb to take it seriously. "I'll do it myself." Reluctantly, Gerald took the cup but refused the knife. Who knew what other diseases Herb might have contracted from his antics? Gerald used a silver needle to prick his thumb, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the cup. From under the Rudy statue, Herb retrieved some yellow paper, giving one to Gerald and keeping one for himself. "Little brother Malag, write your name and birth details." With no choice, Gerald picked up a calligraphy brush and inscribed his name. Upon writing, a faint aura of spirit energy enveloped the characters. Once done, Herb lit the papers with a candle flame, instructing, "Follow after me. Rudy above. Today I, Herb, and Gerald wish to become sworn brothers. Not seeking to be born in the same year, month, or day, but hoping to share our adventures on the same day." Gerald hastily altered the vow. At his young age, his path of cultivation was long. Sharing the same death day as Herb would be too big a loss. Moreover, for cultivators, taking oaths was a serious matter. Violating a pledge could invite mental demons, leading to a terrible end. Besides, this trick had worked for Muhammad, so Gerald figured using it shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 52. A new tactic to block the road. Emiliano didn't object when he heard. After burning the yellow paper, he raised his wine glass, took a large sip, then handed it to Gerald. "Brother Pur, the residual toxins in your blood haven't been completely expelled yet. I don't want to be poisoned." He hadn't used the fruit knife earlier for fear that Emiliano might have some other diseases. Now Emiliano wanted him to drink the wine, so Gerald made up an excuse on the spot. Emiliano wiped the corners of his mouth and smiled. "It's just a formality, Brother Kinzieg. From now on, we are family. Let's not hold back as brothers. I entrust my illness to you. Rest assured, Brother Pua." Gerald nodded. He hadn't received the final payment yet. Of course he was paying close attention. Emiliano put his arm around Gerald's shoulder and said with a smile, "By the way, where do you live? How about staying overnight here tonight and continuing to treat me tomorrow? Your condition can't be rushed, Brother Pua. Tomorrow won't work. At least a week is necessary, or else your body won't withstand it. This week, just take the medicine as prescribed by me." Gerald looked towards the drawer beside the shrine and asked, "Speaking of which, can you give me that yellow paper, ink brush, and cinnabar?" Emiliano puzzled. "What do you need these for?" "It'll come in handy." The yellow paper, cinnabar, and ink brush were all materials needed for talisman inscription. Gerald had intended to buy some and try out the talisman techniques in his lineage inheritance. Having these on hand would be perfect. When he signed his name earlier, he noticed that this long-worshipped deity statue already had a faint spiritual aura, and so did the yellow paper. Inscribing talismans here would be much easier. "No problem, take them." Emiliano opened the drawer and took out several stacks of yellow paper, handing them to Gerald. It was unknown how many people he had sworn brotherhood with using these papers. Ding dong. At that moment, Emiliano's phone rang. After signaling to Gerald, he moved aside to answer. "Hey sweetie, are you talking about that again? I told you yesterday, it's no go. Your old man does business, not charity." "What? You want to have dinner? Trying to trick dad again? Either come back to the company or wait until you can't stand it and come back yourself." Emiliano walked to the window and continued. "I'm doing this for your own good. That Sebastian isn't bad, and our ancestors arranged the marriage alliance. Got it? Unwilling? Too bad." After hanging up, Emiliano came back to Gerald with a smile. Brother Kinziak, stay for dinner later? That's unnecessary. My friend is waiting for me. I'll come next week. Cora was still at Renshine Hall, and Gerald needed to pick her up to return to the village. Well, another time then, said Emiliano. Gerald left Pajuan Tower and took a taxi back to Renshine Hall. Domenico saw Gerald return and couldn't wait to ask how he knew Emiliano was poisoned. He had spent a lot of effort treating Emiliano but didn't notice anything unusual. Gerald gave a vague response and left with Cora to return to the village. After dinner, Gerald went back to his room, placed the yellow paper on the table, and prepared to try drawing a talisman. Drawing talisman seemed simple enough. You just focus on the spiritual energy and draw according to the runes. But making a talisman infused with spiritual energy required skill. With Gerald's low cultivation, he could only create low-level talismans. Intermediate and advanced ones required rare treasures, which he didn't have access to yet. Setting up the yellow paper, Gerald gathered his concentration, picked up the ink brush, and started inscribing runes. Each stroke was serious and meticulous, and a faint green glow appeared at the tip of the brush, signifying the convergence of spiritual energy. But before he finished the talisman, it burst into flames and turned into ashes. Gerald frowned. This was the lowest level of talisman. If he couldn't even master this, how could he call himself a cultivator? Again, he focused his energy and pressed the brush onto the yellow paper. This time, he moved slowly, afraid of any mishap. 10 minutes later, a talisman was completed. Gerald stuck it on the wall and activated it with his spiritual energy. Puff. The talisman emitted black smoke and turned to ash once more. What's going on? That's how it's supposed to be done according to my lineage teachings. Gerald scratched his head, utterly baffled. Was there something wrong with the method? For the rest of the night, he exhausted his spiritual energy, yet couldn't produce a single complete talisman. Hours passed, and each attempt failed by a slight margin. Gerald felt weary, and his grip on the brush became shaky. However, he finally found a clue. Infusing talismans with spiritual energy wasn't about quantity but balance, more in places where it was needed and less where it wasn't. With renewed vigor, he successfully drew a talisman without issues, completing a fully energized fire talisman. It could produce a flame ball from a distance, ideal for both self-defense and alchemy. The Foundation establishment liquid required high temperatures beyond ordinary fire. Now, with this fire talisman, things would be much easier. Slipping out of his home, Gerald arrived at an open field and casually tossed the fire talisman into the sky. Boom. The talisman exploded, producing a fiery sphere 2 to 3 meters wide. The power. Impressive. Satisfied with his success, Gerald felt confident that future attempts would be smoother. Back in his room, he resumed practicing. Morning came, and sunlight bathed the earth. Gerald was still engrossed in his work. Despite the mess, he managed to create 5 fire talismans and 1 thunder talisman overnight. Checking the time, he quickly tidied up and headed for the village entrance. It was time for a showdown. Nellie got up early to inspect the planting results near the village entrance. However, upon arriving, she discovered that Bertrand and his gang had blocked the village road with trees during the night. Now, the roads into and out of the village were sealed. Even if Nellie wanted to leave, she couldn't drive. A bunch of jerks. Nellie glared at Bertrand and his men, gritting her teeth in anger. Chapter 53, Firecrackers and Cigarettes. Hardy still sat in the middle of the road, his legs crossed, lying on the ground, lazily soaking up the sun. The group that had come with him was now down to just over 10 people, as 5 or 6 had already slipped away. It seemed some couldn't hold out and left early. However, Hardy remained steadfast, guarding the road and preventing Nellie from planting fruit trees. Nellie stood nearby, glaring angrily but unable to find a way to deal with these village thugs. Gerald walked over at this moment and stood next to Hardy. Seeing Gerald, Hardy immediately scrambled up from the ground, drew his machete, and pointed it at Gerald, saying, "What do you want?" Seeing Hardy's wary stance, Gerald chuckled inside but didn't make a move. Instead, he imitated Hardy, using a piece of tree bark as a lounge chair and lying down. "The sun here is pretty nice. I'll bask in it too." Hardy kept a cautious eye on Gerald. Finding that he truly lay down, Hardy did not relax, but instead sat down again a few meters away. "Village chief, don't waste time here. I saw several of the trees you brought are already dead. Why not just pay us off?" After 2 days of this, and seeing Nellie wouldn't give in, Hardy was getting tired. "You're dreaming." Nellie glanced at Gerald lying on the ground and didn't know what to say. She now felt that perhaps Gerald's method was right, but asking for help from him would be impossible for her pride. "So, let's keep waiting then. Bring me a watermelon. I need to quench my thirst." After Hardy gave the order, someone quickly fetched a watermelon. Seeing this, Nellie widened her eyes and yelled, "That's an unripe watermelon grafted from my field. How could you bring it here?" Hardy waved it off. "No one's watching anyway. Just took it." Nellie almost fainted in anger. These people wouldn't let them plant trees and even started causing damage. "Oh, the sun feels great. Having a watermelon really hits the spot." Hardy ate the watermelon with a spoon, completely ignoring Nellie's furious expression. Suddenly, the sound of vehicles echoed. 2 old minivans came from the village entrance, blue and white, with a delivery company logo. Normally, deliveries to the village never reach this far, only being sent to town for villagers to pick up. But these vans drove straight to the village entrance. They stopped because the big trees blocked their path. Then, Booker jumped out of the van, followed by his gang. Seeing the blockade, Booker cursed, "Who the hell is blocking the road? Quickly get out of the way. Don't block me from delivering." They cleverly used the delivery excuse to have a justified reason and easier hand if needed. Hardy stood up defiantly, waving his machete. "When did the village get delivery service? You walk in if you must, but no cars." Booker put on a smile, pulled out cigarettes, and slowly approached Hardy, his gang following behind. Hardy's group grew wary, standing up and staring ominously at the newcomers. With a cheerful face, Booker handed Hardy a cigarette. "Brother, don't make it hard for us. The van has large valuable items. If we carry them over, they might break. Here, have a smoke? Distributing cigarettes, Hardy eased up and accepted one, lighting it. The rest followed suit. After taking a puff, Hardy said, "You're sensible, but this road won't be moved for you." He pointed to the trucks trapped inside the village. "See? Even if I didn't block it, you can't get through. Carry the stuff in yourself." Just then, a loud pop echoed as the cigarette in Hardy's hand exploded. Several other cigarettes also exploded in quick succession. Booker had hidden firecrackers in the cigarettes, a clever trick. Taking advantage of the explosions, Booker whipped out a bat and swung at Hardy. "Move, brothers." They had come prepared and took advantage of the confusion caused by the exploding cigarettes, charging forward. Immediately, smoke filled the air. Hardy suffered several harsh blows from Booker while others were stunned and beaten down. By the time Hardy's group regained their senses and tried to retaliate, they found themselves no match. These village thugs weren't well trained like Booker's crew, who gained combat experience battling Huanyo Dao. Soon, Hardy's men were scattered, running off, leaving their shoes behind. "Don't act tough with me. When I was out, you were probably playing in the mud." Booker's ruthless swings inflicted continuous cries from Hardy, who ended up sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. The rest were nearly defeated. Booker put his weapon away and stomped on Hardy. Who are you?" Hardy stammered. "I'm your grandpa." Booker pressed Hardy into the dirt, kicking him. "I heard you're arrogant, blocking the road here. Let your men clear the road, or I'll beat you so badly you can't get out of bed for months. Got it?" Hardy clutched his head, struggling to reach his machete, but Booker pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Hardy's neck. "Still not convinced? Want more? Should I let some more blood?" Faced with Booker's ferocity, Hardy crumbled, apologizing profusely. Brother, I'm sorry. It won't happen again." "Good. Now clear those trees away fast." Booker threatened further. "If I see any of this again, you know what happens." Hardy nodded, gathering his men to start moving the trees, a strenuous task due to their injuries. "Now, get on your knees and crawl back." Chapter 54. Continue opening the store. Hardy wiped his nosebleed, glaring at Booker with a furious expression. Booker sneered coldly and picked up Hardy's axe, asking, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Under Booker's pressure, Hardy actually lay down on the ground and started rolling around. Seeing Hardy back off, others, though unwilling, also had to flee. Gerald finally stood up leisurely, stretching his arms and saying, "Sunbathing is really comfortable." Booker hurriedly ran beside Gerald, flatteringly smiling. "Big brother, did I do well?" "See, it only took 10 minutes. Gerald nodded, saying, "Not bad. You guys have pretty good skills. By the way, I have a job for you. Interested?" "What job? How much does it pay?" Booker asked. Gerald pointed at the orchard in front of him. "You just need to take care of these orchards and water them daily." To prevent Hardy from causing more trouble, Gerald decided to leave Booker here to intimidate anyone who might come. "Big brother, we're street toughs. Urinating, I can do, but watering trees? I don't understand that." Booker thought he'd be given some cool job, not realizing it was farming work. Where's the freedom of city life? Monthly salary 2,000 yuan. If the fruit sells well, you'll get a bonus. Nelly walked over and added, 10 people are needed to manage this place, just watering and fertilizing every morning. Only working half a day for 2,000 yuan per month. This deal seemed decent. "All right, big sister, from now on, we'll take care of this." Booker immediately agreed upon hearing it was profitable. "Brothers, let's get to work." With Booker's group joining, the efficiency improved significantly. Concerns about future orchard management were eased as they could now water and protect the area from troublemakers. Seeing matters settled, Gerald returned to the health clinic. Iana wasn't there. No one knew where she had gone. Gerald laid down on a hospital bed, falling asleep instantly. Snore, snore. Soon, he drifted into dreamland. When Nellie finished arranging follow-up tasks and returned to the clinic, seeing Gerald sleeping, she didn't disturb him. Instead, she took out her laptop and typed away busily, not knowing what she was writing. At lunchtime, Gerald stretched lazily, getting up from the bed, having another boring morning. "Hey miss, I helped you with Hardy. Don't you even thank me?" Seeing Nellie still on her computer, Gerald got up from the bed. This lady had been busy for hours since she returned. Nellie looked up at Gerald, stopping her work. "I'm not doing all this for myself. Should you not help me?" Gerald leaned in, grinning. "I mean, what's for lunch?" "See, Xiaxi has gone home. Why don't we go to the city for a big meal?" Nellie turned her laptop around. "I'm working on the development plan for Taoyuan Village. After the orchard is built, the next issue is sales." As she explained, she picked up a kettle and bowl. "If you want to eat together, let's have instant noodles." Gerald was speechless. With Yana absent, this girl wouldn't know how to cook. Instant noodles were truly a godsend. "Miss, you've exhausted yourself for our village. Instant noodles lack nutrition." Nellie ignored him, scrolling through her laptop screen. "The market where you usually sell fruits is too small and close to saturation. It doesn't support high-quality produce due to limited purchasing power." She briefly explained her plan. With Hardy dealt with, they must speed up development in Taoyuan Village. To sell fruit at a good price, we need a premium route, including quality packaging. Select top-notch products instead of lumping everything together like in the market. Gerald rubbed his nose, asking, "Where do you plan to sell?" "Even big supermarkets have high entry fees." Nellie shook her head. "I've chosen a few locations to rent shops for exclusive sales of our Taoyuan Village fruits. This secures distribution channels and resources, ensuring success with quality." "Do you have that much money?" Gerald knew Nellie's card was suspended by her father, fearing financial strains with such large-scale operations. "I calculated. Starting with 2 stores, my funds will last a year. Once fruit sells, recovered capital can fund further expansion." Despite looking financially draining between leasing land and developing orchards, Nellie already considered costs. If things went smoothly, these expenses would soon be recovered. Gerald understood her plan, not opposing it since he would benefit equally if successful. "Oh right, don't forget your role. Care for other fruit trees using your apple tree expertise. Don't let the trees die before selling the fruits. They're expensive varieties. Don't worry, I've been checking those trees you planted recently, they're fine. Good. Once our fruit quality gains reputation, it can boost Taoyuan Village's economy. Nelly excitedly continued. Selling to Jiangxing is just a preliminary plan. To grow bigger, Taoyuan Village can become a fruit plantation hub, leading to multifaceted developments, an eco-garden centered around fruits. Gerald was dumbfounded. An eco-garden? Was this turning into scientific research? In simple terms, attracting customers to buy directly from Taoyuan Village. This saves transportation costs and shows direct fruit quality. Seeing Gerald's astonished face, Nelly realized she might have strayed too far, concerned he couldn't grasp it. ##### Chapter 55. George pays a visit. Gerald caught the gist of it and asked, so, you mean to turn it into a park and charge entrance fees, and also charge for the fruits people pick? You're making money both ways, that's quite a smart idea. This reminded Gerald of something he had heard before. Nearby villages were setting up strawberry gardens where visitors could eat for free but had to pay if they took the fruits home. You can understand it that way, but on a much larger scale, Nelly explained. But those are just ideas. I think they are feasible. We can leverage Peach Source Village's natural advantages. People nowadays prefer purely natural products, including vegetables grown by households and poultry raised, all of which can become selling points. My goodness, how much would this cost? Nelly replied. As long as we can sell the products and recover the capital, there should be no problem. Her funds were nearly depleted, but she was confident in executing this project successfully. Once accomplished, it would prove to her father that she could handle things independently. Alright, stop eating instant noodles, it's not nutritious. Let's go. I'll get you some food for free. Gerald didn't want to hear about these grand plans anymore, since they were still just ideas. In reality, he hadn't even secured lunch for today. I need your help with this plan. The fruit quality must improve, and the transplanted fruit trees must have a high survival rate, Nelly said as she followed Gerald, who stood up to leave. She continued explaining her vision along the way. Actually, Gerald and Nelly didn't have any major conflicts. It was just that Nelly disagreed with his methods. Nelly believed in morals and law, insisting that everything must be done within legal boundaries. However, having lived in the village for over 20 years, Gerald knew that talking sense to some people wouldn't work. Only strength was the real solution. After Bertrand's recent disturbances, Nelly's mindset had started to change. Gerald, slow down, too slow, and we won't catch lunch. Claiming they would get a free meal, Gerald brought Nelly to Cora's house. Cora was cooking. Yesterday, she had gone to the city and bought various necessities. Her mood seemed better, her face showing a faint smile, possibly due to improvements in her health, which greatly boosted her spirits. Fanny, is it okay if we have a meal here? Seeing the already prepared dishes, Gerald treated himself as if at home, sitting down casually, grabbing a bowl, and munching on a piece of meat. Eat slower, no one's fighting you for it. Cora handed a bowl of rice to Nelly and smiled, village chief, just some home-cooked dishes, hope they suit your taste. Gerald grabbed another chicken leg, chewing away without any reserve. Fanny, you don't need to be so formal. If I hadn't brought her over, she'd still be eating instant noodles. Any food is better than none. Nelly rolled her eyes. This guy made it sound like she was mooching off them. Don't say such nonsense. Cora placed some food in Nelly's bowl and began eating herself. Slurp, slurp. Gerald was eating with gusto, sweeping through the meal. Can you please eat more quietly? Nelly was clearly irritated by Gerald's noisy eating habits, staring at him with wide eyes. Gerald dismissed her concerns. Miss, this is a village, not a fancy restaurant. Totally lacking in manners. After picking up a bit of food, Nelly carried her bowl to the side, ignoring this uncivilized man. Just as I said, you should eat more quietly. Yesterday too, everyone was watching you. Alright, I'll be more low-key. Fine, right? Knock, knock, knock. Just as they were debating eating etiquette, someone knocked on the courtyard door. Cora put down her utensils, looking puzzled as she walked out. Gerald followed her out. Normally, nobody came to Cora's house. Opening the door, they saw a middle-aged, overweight man in a suit, carrying 2 bags of gifts. Seeing him, Cora froze as if struck by lightning, her expression contorting. George, what are you doing here? Get out. Facing her was none other than George, the man responsible for her husband's death. Surprisingly, he dared to come here, bold indeed. Upon seeing Cora, George's face crinkled into a forced smile. Spotting Gerald, he paused, surprised to find another man in Cora's home. Daughter-in-law, listen to me. Last time, I was drunk and lost control. Whatever I said or did, don't take it seriously. I'm here to apologize. Knowing your health isn't good, I've brought ginseng to nourish you. George quickly presented the gifts, bowing obsequiously to Cora. I don't want your gifts, you scoundrel. What did you do to Ansel Woo-Woo? Cora wanted to scream at George, but Gerald covered her mouth, smiling. It's brother who. He brought so many things. Thanks on Fanny's behalf. Why don't you come in for some tea? George, you. Cora struggled to break free from Gerald's grip, intending to continue venting her anger. Suddenly, Gerald tapped her, silencing her further. Gerald, what are you doing? George sized up Gerald, then glanced at Cora, suspecting something amiss between them. That woman, last time she pretended to be pure and wanted to bang her head against the wall. Now she finds herself a pretty young man. Typical. George sneered to himself, angry that he had waited so long only to be beaten to the punch. Gerald laughed. Brother who? I'm now the village clinic's doctor. Since Fanny's health isn't good, I've come to treat her. Anyway, come inside. It's hot out here. George hesitated but complied, entering with his gifts. Fanny, we lack evidence against George. He must have an agenda for coming here. Let's find out what he's up to. Who knows, maybe we'll discover something new. Gerald pulled Cora aside, releasing the pressure on her acupuncture point. I can't hold back my anger. I want to kill him right now. Fuming, Cora wished to grab a kitchen knife and hack George to pieces. Calm down. Killing him won't solve anything. We'd end up in jail. Remember, our village chief follows the law. Alright, I'll try, but you must promise to catch him. Better yet, kill him. Chapter 56 1 million. The two returned inside the house. George was already seated on the sofa, his gaze fixed on Nellie who was eating. A hint of greed flickered in his eyes. He didn't expect there to be another stunning beauty in the village. Upon seeing Cora enter, George straightened up quickly. Cora didn't want to acknowledge him and sat down nearby, asking, "Why did you come to my house? I know it hasn't been easy for you alone. I brought some tonics as a gift. As for last time, please accept my apology. I was drunk and thought it was a nightclub. Ha ha ha." Gerald promptly interjected, "Brother who? Have some water. Tabitha wouldn't mind such trivial matters. Brother Bryce's funeral was all arranged by you. We're truly grateful. I've also heard about what happened last time. It must have been an accident." He poured a cup of water for George and gave Cora a meaningful glance. When Nellie learned this person was George, her face was filled with shock. She couldn't believe that the mastermind behind Biff's murder would dare come here, especially since Gerald looked so sinister. "Dear sister-in-law, it was my fault last time. Please don't hold it against me. How have you been lately? Are you feeling better? You've always been frail. Take care of yourself. If you need anything, just tell me." George sat there with the demeanor of a boss, legs crossed as if he owned the place. "I'm fine, thanks," Cora replied coldly, not cursing but clearly still devastated by her husband's death. "Fine is good, fine is good." George's gaze swept over Cora's face. He took a sip of water and said, "Oh right, Bryce has 2 months worth of salary left with me. I forgot to give it to you earlier, so here it is." He opened his crocodile skin briefcase, took out nearly 20,000 yuan, and placed it on the table. "Here, take it. It's Bryce's legacy." If she hadn't known he was the murderer, any other woman might have been swayed by George's gifts and concern. No, Cora refused. Gerald, however, eagerly picked up the money, looking at George with a smile. "Tabitha, this is hard-earned cash from Brother Bryce. Take it, it's only fitting. If you insist, consider it payment for your consultation fee." Cora didn't really want it. It was clear that the so-called salary was just a bribe from George. Gerald wasn't one to waste, pocketing the money without hesitation. "Gerald, make sure to buy the best herbs for my sister-in-law's treatment, alright?" George feigned concern, but everyone present saw through his pretense. "Don't worry, leave it to me. By the way, the village chief and I came for a meal. Now that we're done, we should head out." Gerald stood up, preparing to take Nellie away. Seeing they were leaving Cora with George, Nellie was worried and didn't want to go, but Gerald dragged her out forcefully. "What are you doing? Even Meadow knows that guy isn't trustworthy. Do you want to get Cora killed?" Outside, Nellie scolded him. "I'm not stupid. If we stayed, how would George show his true colors? If he harms Tabitha later, we can record it as evidence." Nihan understood the logic. "Follow me." Gerald pretended to leave, but then circled back quietly to a broken window. They crouched down beside it. "Where's your phone?" Gerald asked. "Why do you need mine? Don't you have one?" Gerald pulled out an old keypad phone. The device was ancient and could barely make calls. "You got 5,000 last time but still won't buy a proper phone. You're stingy." Nellie produced her latest Apple iPhone Plus, with a rose gold finish and 4 rear cameras. Compared to Gerald's brick-like device, it was state-of-the-art. "Very nice, let me play with it." Gerald snatched the phone, noticing a photo of a beautiful young woman similar in age to Nellie on the screen. "Miss, do you have an older sister? Why do they call you young miss then?" Gerald adjusted the camera settings and prepared to record. "Just film properly, why so much chatter?" Nellie peeked inside cautiously. George was still sitting there drinking tea, while Cora remained calm. "Dear sister-in-law, Bryce has been gone for so long. Why keep this photo hanging? You're not young anymore. Maybe it's time to find someone else." George walked over to the TV and examined the wedding photo of Biff and Cora on the wall. "This isn't your business." Cora picked up her cup and stood next to George. "I'm only thinking of you. Bryce is gone. You shouldn't be so attached." Bitter laughter escaped Cora. "You mean you're unmarried and expect me to choose you, right?" George chuckled awkwardly. "Sister-in-law, that's not what I meant. Last time was just because I was drunk. Why bring that up?" He picked up the photo, glanced at its back, and set it down again. "Please don't entertain those thoughts." Cora stared at George, who seemed to be searching for something, but she had already searched the room thoroughly. If there was anything hidden, she'd have found it by now. "Sister-in-law, when Bryce passed, he was handling a major project. We haven't found the documents related to it, causing delays. Did he mention anything to you?" Lemuel was wanted by the police, and Tunghua Real Estate still needed those crucial documents. If the police found them, the incriminating information would be enough to send everyone to jail or worse. He didn't. There was no way Cora would hand over those documents to George even if she found them. George searched briefly but found nothing. "Sister-in-law, those documents involve a billion-dollar project. If you recall anything or find something, let me know. Solve this, and I'll give you 1 million. Chapter 57. Perfectly sealed. George was indeed generous, offering 1 million yuan to buy off Cora. For the people of Peach Blossom Village, 1 million yuan was an unimaginable sum. Even when Nellie leased all that land, she didn't spend much. "Tell me again. No is no. Will you stop it already?" Cora, now visibly angry, said through clenched teeth. George turned his head to look at her, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Sister-in-law, some things aren't within reach of ordinary people. If you find anything like this, best hand it over to me. Rest assured, I'll pay exactly what I promised." George picked up his crocodile skin briefcase and clutched it under his arm, his eyes fixated on Cora's face. "Otherwise, it might cause unnecessary trouble. And by the way, don't take what I said when I was drunk seriously. Sometimes being vague about things is better." "What do you mean?" Cora stared at George, questioning him. "Are you admitting that you killed Bryce?" George chuckled and replied, "What are you talking about? Didn't he die in a car accident? I haven't done those things. Don't slander me." George's words were flawlessly constructed, giving away no hints that could expose any flaws. Bastard. Seeing no way to get more out of him, Cora lifted the water glass in her hand and threw its contents right onto George's face. You, do you know how expensive this suit is? He raised his fist to strike, but stopped mid-air upon seeing Cora's defiant expression. Fine, think it over yourself. Just don't do anything foolish. George stormed out with his back. Take your things and get lost. Cora grabbed everything George had brought and hurled them all outside. Miss, go comfort Tabitha. I'll follow George. Gerald noticed George leaving and quietly trailed after him. After George left, instead of returning to the city directly, he made a few detours before arriving somewhere else. Gerald recognized this as Clint and his gang's hideout. Why would George be connected to these riffraff? When George entered, Gerald stood guard outside, trying to eavesdrop, but found the voices too faint to hear clearly. He resorted to using his divine senses to discern the scene inside. Elder brother Hu, you're back. Why didn't you inform us? Come sit, have some fruit. These are the finest apples from our village's orchards, costing nearly 20 zanian each in the city. Clint's residence was quite shabby, littered with stolen fruits from the orchard. Don't talk nonsense, you fool. The job I assigned you isn't done yet, so the money was wasted. George snatched an apple from the table and hurled it fiercely at Clint. Daring not to dodge, Clint allowed the apple to hit him. Elder brother Hu, I wanted to. Last time, I lured Cora to the back mountain and even managed to knock her unconscious. It should have looked like an accident, but then a villager passing by found her and sent her to the health center where she was saved by Gerald. Furious, George growled, useless. You can't even handle such a minor task. Where did Gerald come from? Elder brother Hu, Gerald is getting influential in the city, having befriended a bunch of small-time hooligans. Look what he did to me. He visits Cora's house every day. I never get the chance to act. Useless. George swore again, pulled out a cigar, lit it with a lighter, and took a deep puff. All right, just as expected. No use from you either. I think she doesn't know about those things. She's watched closely now, so lay low for now until my next plan. Elder brother Hu, can we get some experts to deal with Gerald first? That boy is really arrogant in the village. Clint truly feared Gerald and realized he wasn't a match for him. Therefore, he sought revenge by finding more help. Aren't you deaf? Didn't I say I'm being closely watched now, with my assets frozen? Am I not miserable enough? George threw the cigar on the ground and yelled, be careful yourself lately. By the way, what about that new village chief? She seems close to Cora. Elder brother Hu, the village chief is rich. I tried blackmailing her for some cash, but Gerald foiled my plan again. Clint behaved exactly like a sycophant, recounting Nellie's actions in the village to George. Leasing land for planting trees. Interesting. Tell me, which lands has she leased? After discussing further, George finally left. He got into a Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUV, roaring down the countryside road. Clearly, the off-road vehicle handled rough roads smoothly. Gerald tried to keep up, but only had a tricycle. Pedaling furiously wouldn't bridge the gap. Should I use this? Gerald fished out a lightning speed talisman, which allowed the bearer to achieve lightning-fast speed for a short period. Paired with the 9 turns freedom steps, it should help him catch up. But considering the distance to Jiangxing and the talisman's limited duration, he abandoned the idea. Back at Cora's place, Nellie was chatting with her. Upon seeing Gerald, she turned on her phone and said, there was nothing useful in what I recorded. What about you? Did you find anything new? Gerald responded, I did find something, but it's not very helpful. Our priority remains finding Brother Bryce's documents. They must be important or George wouldn't have acted this way. Bryce never mentioned anything to me. I searched everywhere, even the doghouse, but couldn't find anything. Cora valued those documents too, but Bryce died without telling her anything, making it hard to start. If we can't find them, then so be it. The police are investigating George. If they find evidence, they'll nab him. Nellie, seeing Cora's troubled expression, tried comforting her. Cora sighed, saying, Gordon Ibe, it's fate. Nothing is set in stone. George is a scoundrel and won't end well. Though that guy is despicable, his money is real. Might as well take it. Gerald pulled out the money given by George and placed it on the table. I won't take his money. The translated text maintains the original paragraph structure, tone, and style while ensuring natural, fluent English and correct pinyin usage for Chinese names. Chapter 58. Give it another try. Gerald hurriedly stopped her. Tabitha, this money hasn't offended anyone. If you don't want it, then just give it to me. Nellie gave Gerald another glare but didn't say anything more. The three of them chatted for a while longer, but finding no progress, they had no choice but to head home. In the clinic, Nellie was still working on her renovation plan for Taoyuan Village. It seemed like she had already written over 10,000 words. Gerald returned to the orchard and prepared to continue extracting the foundation building liquid. With all the fruit trees Nellie planted, high-quality fruits would require a lot of foundation building liquid. This time, Gerald used a large iron pot instead of a pressure cooker, a communal kitchen pot that had long since stopped being used. Gerald requisitioned it for his purposes. He threw all the medicinal ingredients into the pot. This batch's volume was triple that of the last one. Go! Gerald threw out a flame token. Upon hitting the bottom of the pot, it immediately burst into intense flames, igniting the wood inside. The violent flames reached temperatures of several hundred degrees, seeming to set the surrounding air ablaze. The fire burned fiercely as bubbles started forming in the boiling herbs, releasing a rich medicinal aroma into the air. Before long, the flames dwindled. With one hand making an incantation gesture, Gerald channeled his spiritual energy into the fire with his right palm. The nearly extinguished flames blazed up once again. Using his own spiritual energy, he carefully controlled the size of the flame to prevent overheating from ruining the ingredients. Half an hour later, he was drenched in sweat, having finished refining the foundation building liquid. Wiping away the sweat, he bottled the liquid and placed them in his shoulder bag. He scattered the remaining residue on the ground, planning to feed it to the chickens. After disposing of the waste, Gerald noticed something unusual. Upon finishing pouring out the residue, A small emerald green pill caught Gerald's attention. Smelling it, a fragrant aroma permeated. Compared to the foundation building liquid, this pill contained spiritual energy hundreds of times more concentrated. Could this be the foundation pill? Gerald's eyes widened, barely believing it. Foundation pills were highly sought after by cultivators at the chi refinement stage. Without it, they would remain forever trapped in the chi refinement realm post 9th level, unable to advance. Foundation building liquid was merely the waste product left over from creating the foundation pill. I really am a genius. Holding the foundation pill, Gerald felt proud, never expecting he'd accidentally refine a foundation pill. Without much thought, he directly swallowed the foundation pill. Although it was intended for breaking through stages, its contribution to cultivation surpassed the foundation building liquid. Furthermore, given the materials, foundation pills could be continuously refined. The pill melted upon contact with his tongue, refreshing him instantly as if drinking mineral water. So potent, this medicine is strong. Gerald broke out in a cold sweat and sat down, starting to circulate the innate primordial breath technique to digest the effects of the foundation pill. His internal spiritual energy surged wildly, making him feel like he might explode. The rapid increase was overwhelming. Even though he pushed hard to assimilate it, he couldn't consume it fast enough. Desperate, Gerald began dispersing the excess spiritual energy into the surrounding trees. An apple tree nearby grew vigorously. Bloom, wilt, bear fruit, ripen. Within moments, a year's worth of growth happened on a single tree. Plop, plop, plop. Apples sprouted, fell, and Gerald finally expelled the extra spiritual energy. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, unaware of the passage of time, a whole day passed as he stayed in the orchard. By the next evening, he had fully absorbed the foundation pill's potency. Awakening, Gerald felt incomparably comfortable. A casual punch produced sonic booms, demonstrating immense strength. Checking his body, he found the foundation pill allowed him to break through consecutively to the 6th layer of chi refinement. So powerful. Feeling the abundance of spiritual energy in his body, doubling what it was before, breaking through to the 6th layer from one pill, consuming 2 or 3 more could potentially reach the foundation establishment realm. Reaching foundation establishment marked the true beginning of the immortal path. Only then could he wield magical treasures and fly swords, assuming he possessed such treasures. Foundation establishment cultivators can't craft magical items, which only become possible at the golden core stage with Danfire. Sensing the spiritual energy within him, Gerald started the stove again to try refining the lowest grade pill, 9 herbs jade dew pill. This pill belongs to the lowest grade spirit pill category, 1st grade spirit pills. It significantly aids in expelling impurities and stabilizing organs. It was also necessary for treating Zahir's illness. 9 different herbs were required, each needing precise measurements. Otherwise, it would lead to failure. Generally, refining pills requires a pill furnace to improve success rates. However, for low-grade pills, such considerations aren't as crucial. As the fire rose, Gerald added the herbs one by one, increasing the temperature. Extracting the herbal essence, he cooled the pot using his spiritual energy at the moment it vaporized. Steam filled the pot, obscuring the contents from view. After over 10 minutes of intense work, he finally managed to refine all the ingredients in the pot. The herbs had now turned into a thick liquid resembling porridge. At this point, he injected spiritual energy again, solidifying the liquid and refining it into pills. Under the heat, the pills initially took shape as small beads, circling around, indicating about 3 pills formed. Stop! With a wave of his right hand, the fire extinguished instantly. Eager to check the results, he quickly retrieved the 9 herbs jade dew pills but noticed something off. According to records, these pills should be greenish-blue. However, the 3 pills were pitch black and looked nothing like proper pills. Taking a sniff, a pungent burnt smell hit his nose. Looks like it failed. Gerald scratched his head, feeling helpless. Just when he thought he was a pill-refining genius, he realized it was all just luck. Let's give it another try. With plenty of herbs left, Gerald restarted the stove, lighting up the entire room with fireball tokens. Chapter 59 Success. This time, Gerald was very serious. He meticulously checked each herb's dosage before putting it into the iron pot. As the temperature rose, the herbs inside the pot slowly began to change, releasing their fragrance. Gerald kept his eyes glued on the iron pot, increasing the heat with spiritual energy whenever the temperature dropped. After 10 minutes or so, the medicinal liquid turned viscous once again. Now came the crucial moment, cooling down the temperature and solidifying it into pills. Gerald waved his hand, and the flame diminished, but did not extinguish completely. The sticky liquid began to churn, creating different layers from the different herbs. Gerald channeled his spiritual energy to mix them together. The previous failure in pill refinement must have been due to the incomplete mixing of the liquid. That led to uneven distribution of medicinal power within the pills, making them incomplete. This time, Gerald used his spiritual energy to ensure all parts blended well. It took another 10 minutes for the liquid to perfectly combine. The fire heated up again, starting to temper the pills. Gradually, the medicinal fluid turned into pills. Green pills spun inside, indicating success. Gerald picked them out and counted. There were 4 in total. These greenish-blue pills matched the descriptions in the records. Their strong fragrance also proved their extraordinary quality. To prevent any problems with the pills, Gerald decided to take one first. Once it entered his stomach, he felt an overwhelming heat. Beads of sweat rolled down his face as intense abdominal pain followed. Oh no, there's no time. Gerald clutched his belly and ran out frantically but realized it was too late. He had to find a big tree and settle the issue on the spot. After comfortably finishing, he pulled up his pants and prepared to go home. Hail it! There lingered an unpleasant smell. Upon closer inspection, he found that the odor was coming from his body. His usually dark skin now appeared somewhat pale with a layer of faint black residue, a sign of impurities expelled through sweat. Back at the orchard, Gerald filled a wooden bucket with water and soaked in it, cultivating until sunrise. Recently, the village situation had improved a lot. Without Bertrand's interference, construction in the orchard progressed smoothly. Most of the newly planted fruit trees were transplanted, greenhouses were built, and signs marked each area for easier identification. Gerald admired these changes. Nellie's plan seemed quite successful, transforming this place from barren to vibrant. At the clinic, Iana was already inside, wearing new clothes which she had bought with money from Dylan. Seeing Gerald approach, her eyes widened in disbelief. She stood up from her chair and jogged over to him. Before Gerald could react, Iana pinched his face. Gerald, did you get a whitening treatment? How did you become so fair? Originally, Gerald's skin was rough and dark due to constant sun exposure. Now, it looked well-maintained and smooth. Don't touch me. Men and women should keep their distance, Gerald said while pushing her hand away. Want to know how I became whiter? Of course. Iana's large, sparkling eyes gazed at Gerald cutely. Gerald took out the 9 herbs jade dew pills, divided one into 3 parts, and dissolved half in a cup of water. Here, drink it, and you'll become beautiful. Really? Skeptical yet hopeful, Iana drank the mixture quickly. Gerald dared not give her a whole pill since the spiritual energy contained in the pills was substantial and might be too much for her body to handle. After drinking, Iana checked herself in the mirror but saw no immediate changes. Gerald, is this? Before she finished, Iana rushed out like the wind, leaving a message behind. Gerald, this is laxative. I won't let you off easily. An hour later, Iana emerged from the restroom looking weak, her hair damp from a shower. Spotting Gerald, she dashed towards him like a little wild cat. Gerald, I won't let you off. Bang. Her small fists beat against Gerald's body angrily. Gerald pointed at the mirror. Look closely. Seeing her reflection, Iana stopped and touched her face in awe. It's really amazing. My skin has become so white. What exactly did you give me? It's even better than expensive cosmetics. I thought about buying a high-end whitening cream, but it costs over $2,000 per bottle. Only Florence can afford that. Hearing this, Gerald smiled bitterly. The ingredients for his pills cost far more than $2,000. It's a secret. Since you've gotten whiter and prettier, how will you thank me? Iana shrugged. Thanks? Why would I thank you? Last time, you took advantage of me and I didn't hold it against you. Oh, my grandpa keeps asking why you didn't come back with me. He praises you nonstop. I don't see what's so good about you. You ungrateful brat. How dare you turn on me like this after all I've done? Gerald lightly tapped her head. Your grandpa wants me to teach you medicine. If you're not skilled enough, you'll ruin Rensheen Hall's reputation. I'm studying hard, alright, Iana protested, covering her head and glaring at Gerald. If you hit me again, I'll bite you. With that, she opened her mouth and bit down playfully. Translation completed. The paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall tone are maintained as requested. Please feel free to ask if further adjustments are needed. Chapter 60. You need to take responsibility for me. Gerald placed a hand on Iana's head, letting her flail and scowl without affecting him. Alright, stop fooling around. Gerald sat down in his chair, brewed a cup of tea, and asked, how long do you have left in your internship? When are you going back to school? Just over a month more, Iana pouted. You chased that Baldy Gordon away, and now I don't know if I'll graduate. All this is your fault. If I don't graduate, you need to take responsibility for me. Don't worry. If that Baldy Gordon dares to make it hard for you, I'll beat him up again. Halia, preferably turn him into a pig's head. That bastard used to bully me a lot. At noon, Nellie returned to the clinic. Upon seeing the two, she didn't greet them but instead took out her laptop and started searching for something online, looking troubled. Gerald leaned over and asked, young miss, who's bothering you now? Nellie stared at the computer screen helplessly and explained. The fruit trees that were newly transplanted over the past few days have shown signs of malnutrition. Some have even started wilting. The once lush branches are turning yellow, and I'm trying to find a solution. She had spent a lot of money on these trees, from transportation to transplantation and planting. With so many trees showing signs of wilting or nearing death, if nothing was done soon, this batch of fruit trees might be lost. I just checked. Didn't they look fine near the village entrance? Gerald scratched his head and looked at her. Which fruit trees have problems? Gordonly the tropical ones. They may not be suitable for the local growing environment. Nellie continued browsing online, hoping to find some solutions. Gerald closed the laptop lid and said, stop looking those up. Bring me there, and I think I can help. Okay then. Since Nellie didn't have any better solutions, she decided to take him to see. I'm coming too. I've heard the fruits are almost ready to eat. Upon hearing about the trip to the orchard, Iana quickly got up to join them, intending to grab a few fruits for herself. The three left the clinic and headed towards the orchard, where the wilting trees were planted on what used to be wasteland. Based on my guess, it's probably because the land in Taoyuan village has been uncultivated for too long, and the soil lacks nutrients, which is why the new trees aren't surviving. Explained Nellie as she led Gerald through the fields, walking for about 10 minutes until they reached the orange grove. There were around 100 orange trees, many already showing signs of wilting. Iana examined the trees carefully but found no fruits yet. Can they still grow fruits? I thought I'd eat a few first. She had been eating only apples from Gerald's house, getting tired of them and hoping to switch things up. Now finding no fruits at all was disappointing. Eat, eat, eat. You only think about eating. Gerald glanced at her and commented, these trees are planted too densely. The soil already has limited nutrients, and with such high density, the trees end up competing for nutrition, causing widespread wilting. New transplants need plenty of nutrition, and by doing this, you're essentially killing them. How was I supposed to know? Besides, I fertilized the soil, and the planting density seems reasonable. Normally, an area this size can handle 200 trees easily. Nellie chose this spot considering yield. Planting more meant harvesting more eventually. Please, it's your first time planting, and you went this large scale? Aren't you worried about losing everything? Gerald couldn't believe the sheer number of trees here. This was just one type. Adding in peach, tangerine, banana, and pear trees would make watering alone exhausting. Why fear failure? At worst, I'll go back home. She did have a fallback option, but unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't return based on her personality. Gerald walked around the orange grove, found some wilted trees, and took out the base-forming solution he had refined last night. He dripped a tiny drop onto the roots of a tree. Nelly and Lu Zixa watched, puzzled. Could such a small amount really revive the wilting tree? Immediately, white smoke emerged from the root area. Within seconds, changes began. New buds sprouted on bare branches, rapidly growing before their eyes into fresh green leaves. A single drop had revived a nearly dead tree, completely altering Nelly's understanding of botany. Gerald inspected the tree and estimated that, with the potency of one drop of the base-forming solution, the tree would bear fruit within days. Stop standing around. Help me apply this to all the wilted roots. Don't overdo it. Too much and the trees will die. Though the solution could rejuvenate and accelerate growth, excessive amounts could overload the trees like human bodies unable to handle excessive medication. He gave each of them a bottle, distributing the work among them. After a busy session, Nelly was drenched in sweat, still holding a little remaining solution. She secretly put it away, planning to study its composition further. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen. Gerald, I'm so hungry. Iana threw her empty bottle aside, clutching her stomach dramatically. It's 2 o'clock, and I'm dying of exhaustion. Take me to eat. I want to feast. I'm starving. Gerald saw he had almost exhausted the solution, surprised by how much Nelly had planted. 1 acre required a vast quantity of herbs, barely enough for the orange, pear, and peach orchards. So hungry, so hungry. Iana clung to Gerald's arm, pretending coyly and shaking him. Chapter 61. President Mila treats to a meal. Gerald watched the remaining vast orchards. It would likely cost another 50 to 60,000 in herbs for him to use foundation, establishing fluid to irrigate all of them. This expense had to be charged to Nelly. Go find your big sister Florence. Gerald was still heartbroken over the foundation, establishing fluid. Over 10,000 in herbs, and only a small portion of the orchard had been irrigated. Nelly wiped the sweat from her face and, looking at Iana who was eagerly waiting, smiled. Let's go. I'll treat you both to a big meal in the city. She was also utterly exhausted, but reviving those fruit trees made her especially happy. Halia. Iana bounced along as they walked back to the clinic with Gerald. After preparing, Nelly drove them to Jiangqing City. Sis Florence, where are you taking us to eat? Iana's excited little face flushed red, her eyes full of stars. With Nelly's background, the meal standard wouldn't be low. Nelly focused on driving, while Gerald patted Iana's head. Aren't you too easy to please? You're done after just 1 meal? We helped Gordondam so much. She should at least give us 10 or 8 million, right? You're the one without ambition, only thinking about money. Iana pouted, pushing Gerald's hand away. Don't worry. Once the fruits are sold, you won't miss out. Nelly glanced at Gerald disapprovingly. He just knew how to ask for money, not showing an iota of a man's generosity. Soon, they arrived in the bustling central business district of the city. Tall buildings lined the streets, lively even at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with people coming and going continuously. We're here. After parking, Nelly led them out of the car. Wow, we're eating here? Iana looked up at the multi-story hotel before her, full of joy. Daryoslin International Hotel was a landmark in Jiangqing, a place where most wealthy people in Jiangqing could be found. Many companies hosting their banquets and foreign investment events here. Hales, follow me inside. I've already reserved a table. Leading them into the hotel, Gerald couldn't help but marvel at the opulent lobby, realizing what a rich person's life was like. Not just villagers like them, even locals of Jiangqing didn't often dine here. Iana's curiosity never stopped from the moment they entered. She touched the white sculpture next to her, then ran over to watch the ornamental fish in the mountainous water feature. Can you act more mature? Come back here, Gerald sighed, lifting Iana up like a chick and carrying her back. The waiter led them to a restaurant on the top floor. Daryoslin International Hotel's restaurant was renowned in Jiangqing, offering 3-star Michelin-level cuisine, with chefs specially flown in from France and fresh ingredients directly air-freighted. Seated by the window, the view of half of Jiangqing stretched out below them. Sis Florence, how much does it cost for a meal here? Iana asked curiously, imagining that such an environment wouldn't be cheap. Nelly picked up her glass, sipping water lightly. My father is a VIP member here. We can charge under his company's name. Her card had been cancelled by her father, making her pay in cash would sting. But fortunately, the company account had money, so she could spend using the company's name, essentially dining on credit. Gerald asked, Miss, I heard them call you President Mila. You seem to have quite a reputation here. Everyone knows you, quite the socialite. Putting down her glass, Nelly explained, after graduation, my father insisted I work in his company. But after I became a village official, I came straight to your village. She hadn't informed her father when she went to Taiyuan village, nearly infuriating him. That's such a pity. Your family is so rich, wouldn't being a boss in the company be better than coming to Taiyuan village? Iana lamented, almost unwilling to stay in the village due to her internship. What's so pitiful? Right after graduation, he wanted me in the company, dealing with all kinds of meetings and trying to force me into marriage. It's annoying. Nelly grumbled. He wants me to marry just after graduating. Do I have to get married? I'm not willing, and I don't like that guy anyway. Gerald laughed. I didn't know you were someone who craves freedom. Now that you're in the village, do you regret it? Not at all. It's better than being constantly controlled at home. Nelly wanted to distance herself from home. She wasn't a child anymore and needed her own life. As they chatted, dishes started appearing on the table, the food emitting an enticing aroma. Tender abalone, top-grade steak, prime lobster, all very appetizing. But though these dishes were beautifully presented, they weren't filling for Gerald. Eat slower, will you? I want some too. Seeing only 6 large crabs left and Gerald already crunching 2, eyeing the third, Iana quickly grabbed one. Just 2 each, can't you count? Iana mumbled, prying open the crab shell to feast on the crab roe as quickly as possible, fearing Gerald would devour them all. Nelly smiled, handing her crab over. Try this dip, it makes it more delicious. Have mine too. Thanks. Iana cut the crab leg with scissors, dipping and enjoying the dish, relishing the flavor. See, Miss has had enough of these things. Gerald picked up the last crab, indulging in it thoroughly. Miss, can we order more dishes? Gerald grinned at Nellie, nearly finished with the current dishes, yet still hungry. Nellie signaled a waiter, bringing a menu for Gerald. Seeing the prices, he was shocked. Each crab was priced at 288 yuan, and the lobster cost 1,088 yuan. None of the dishes were less than 100, and the cheapest item, rice, cost 31 yuan per bowl, which he couldn't possibly order 10 bowls of. Gerald felt awkward, unsure how to order without seeming extravagant, lest he embarrass Nellie. Please continue providing the text for further translation if there's more. Chapter 62. A common affliction of women. Nellie seemed to read Gerald's mind and smiled. Just order whatever you want. I'm not the one paying anyway. She was getting her own back on her father. Spending her father's money did not hurt at all. It was better than him spending it on those other women. In that case, don't mind if I do. I'll take this one, and that one. 2 servings each. Gerald pointed out several dishes he had never dared to imagine eating. Add a bottle of Latour. Not this year's vintage, Nellie added. Hails, Ms. Mila. The waiter collected the menu. After a moment, a bottle of red wine appeared on the table. Ms. Mila, the wine has been decanted. Let me pour for you. In high-end restaurants, service was unparalleled. They would feed you if you asked them to. The waiters are so handsome. Iana gazed at the waiter pouring wine, but Gerald turned her head back around. Eat your meal properly. What daydreams are these? Once the wine was poured, the waiter left. Nellie picked up her glass, sipping by herself, the white throat moving slightly as she swallowed. Moments later, her face turned a bit rosy. Pretty good. Nellie smiled as she raised her glass. Thanks for helping me in the village. Gerald and Iana also lifted their glasses, clinking them lightly. Not good at all. Iana took a sip and found it very bitter. Do you understand anything? This is called savoring. Gerald pretended to drink. When he saw the price of the wine on the menu earlier, he knew each sip cost hundreds. He couldn't waste it even if it didn't taste great. Suddenly, Gerald smelled a scent coming from somewhere. It was the smell of rosemary. Being sensitive to herbs, he looked toward the source of the fragrance. First, what caught his eye were a pair of long, slim legs. Looking up further, he saw an elegant dress, and above that, a stunningly beautiful face with delicate features and a passionate red lip. Gerald was stunned. The beauty exuded an entrancing charm, drawing most men's attention as she walked past. Compared to Nellie, who was already incredibly beautiful, this woman was even more exquisite. It wasn't just looks but her unique aura that was mesmerizing. Truly bewitching. Gerald could only describe it as such. Her charm probably rivaled that of historical beauties like Su Daji or Bao Si. Iana, seeing Gerald staring, followed his gaze before tapping his head. Don't be so shallow. Are you going to start drooling? Nellie also turned her eyes toward the beauty walking towards them, her appearance becoming clearer as she approached. Putting down his glass, Gerald thought to himself, could this be what people call a 1.70 m height, 1.5 m legs span? The woman wore a snow-white gown with a regal air about her. Upon reaching the table, she said with a smile, Florence, why didn't you tell me you'd be here? I would have arranged a private room. No need, replied Nellie. We're just having a casual dinner. I can't trouble you, busy person that you are. The woman then turned to look at Gerald and Iana. Is this your boyfriend? Why have I never seen him before? Florence, you should have told me you'd found someone. Nellie denied it quickly. Don't get the wrong idea. He's just a regular friend. Regular friend? Though the woman saw nothing extraordinary about Gerald, plain clothes, modest quality, anyone whom Florence brought here surely was no ordinary person. Hello, my name is Raquel. I'm in charge of Dariolin. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Raquel extended her slender hand with a smile. Recognizing the intention, Gerald grabbed a napkin from the table, wiping the grease off his hands from the previous meal. Hello, Gerald. Gerald only gave his name. He had no titles like General Coordinator or Executive Director. Holding Raquel's hand felt soft and smooth, clearly well maintained. Little girl, what's your name? After shaking hands with Gerald, Hail Xingyi extended her hand towards Iana. This time it was Iana's turn to be taken aback, slowly extending her right hand to shake Raquel's. Sister, I'm Iana. You're so beautiful. Iana was captivated by Raquel's stunning beauty, her powerful presence making her feel inferior. Thank you. Raquel withdrew her hand, smiling again towards Nellie. Florence, what do your two friends do? Knowing Raquel's thoughts, Nellie smiled. Gerald is a villager from Peach Source Village, and Sister Xandra is a nurse there. A flash of surprise crossed Raquel's eyes. Peach Source Village? I heard it's quite poor. I didn't think you'd choose to go there, but their fruits are excellent. I went there for a farming project. Gerald heads the project, Nellie explained. Oh, really? Raquel chuckled. Looks like this young man isn't too bad. It's the first time I've seen any man next to you. Older sister, you're impressive too, Iana replied, causing a slight change in Raquel's expression, a common sensitivity among women regarding age. However, Raquel quickly resumed her composed smile, picking up the wine bottle on the table and pouring herself a glass. Since you're Florence's friends, you're now mine too. Cheers. They all raised their glasses and touched them lightly. After finishing her drink, Raquel wiped her mouth and smiled. I'll give you this bottle for free. Florence, you're not young anymore. It's time to find a boyfriend. Nellie's expression changed instantly. She looked at Raquel with a forced smile. Xiang Yu, haven't you found one yet? Shouldn't you be looking for one soon? Their eyes met, the atmosphere turning oddly tense for a moment. Chapter 63, Broad Daylight. Raquel and Nellie, both renowned beauties in Jiangxing, had countless admirers but remained single, not dating anyone. Gordony people wondered what kind of boyfriends these two beautiful women would choose. However, they seemed to be waiting for the perfect moment. Neither showed much interest in finding a boyfriend just yet. After all, if one found someone first and the other found someone even better, it would be embarrassing to be compared unfavorably. I'd love to find one, but I haven't met the right person yet. If you know anyone, introduce me, Raquel said with an unchanged expression, looking at Gerald and batting her eyes flirtatiously. Her gaze was like electric current. Gerald felt his bones go weak under her look. I thought you were going to introduce someone to me, Nellie chuckled, turning her gaze towards Gerald as well. Gerald was taken aback. Both girls were looking at him. Could it be because he was too handsome? All right, I won't disturb your meal. I'll go and take care of my business. Raquel put down her wine glass and left. Nellie watched her retreating figure with slightly furrowed eyebrows, seemingly feeling she was slightly overshadowed by Raquel. Gerald stroked his chin and asked Nellie, Miss, do you think I'm rather handsome now? Nellie rolled her eyes and said, do you really think you're the reason they came? Think again. Raquel is a well-known socialite in Jiangxing. With her looks, she seals deals worth billions each year. Do you think your face is worth $1 billion? Embarrassed, Gerald retracted his hand and started eating quietly. Indeed, city games are tricky. I should go back to the countryside. Nellie stood up and said, oh yeah, I almost forgot. I came here today to talk to Xiang Yu about something. You guys continue eating and wait for me here. Besides dining, her real purpose was to promote products. Once the fruits in Taoyuan village's orchard matured, the first task was to find a way to sell them. The Daryoling Group's reputation in Jiangxing was quite impressive, and a partnership could greatly help sales. With Nellie gone, Gerald could only continue eating with Yana. Time passed, it was nearing 6 o'clock, and more guests were entering the restaurant, creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere. Why isn't Sister Florence back yet? Iana, having finished her meal, leaned against her chair, patting her slightly swollen belly while staring absent-mindedly out the window. Gerald checked the time. Nellie had been gone for over 2 hours. Normally, a conversation shouldn't take that long. You stay here, I'll check on her. Gerald walked out of the restaurant to search for Nellie. Soon, his senses led him to her standing outside a private room. In front of her stood an unfamiliar man. Florence, I heard from Uncle that you went to some village to be a village head. Have you lost your mind? You belong to me, how can you go to such a place? Sebastian, what do you mean? When did we ever have that kind of relationship? It's none of your business where I want to go. As for you, what do you have to do with me? How can you say that? Your father already agreed. Sebastian grabbed Nellie's arm roughly, saying, you're my woman now, and I don't allow you to go there. You're hurting me. Let go. Nellie struggled. Even if he promised you, why does it matter to me? Find someone else then. No, you must come back with me today. Don't disgrace the Sun family by staying in such a place. Let me go. Gerald had pieced together the situation. Nellie's father seemed to have arranged a marriage for her, which she rejected and fled to Taoyuan village. He didn't expect forced marriages happened even in the city. Sebastian, I'm warning you. We're not suited. Let go or I'll scream, Nellie threatened. Scream all you want. Who would dare stop me? Sebastian replied arrogantly. At this moment, Gerald approached, grabbing Sebastian's collar from behind and lifting him up like a chick. What the hell, let me go. He's trying to force himself on her in broad daylight. What are you doing? Gerald swung Sebastian to the side, slamming him into the wall. Sebastian rubbed his shoulder, furious. Who are you? How dare you touch me? Are you asking for death? Gerald sneered. Are you stupid? Didn't you hear her say no? Show some decency, will you? Looking at Sebastian, he saw the man's lips were blue, indicating poor health due to excessive indulgence in women, alcohol, and luxury. This weakling dared to harass a girl. The F***K, I'll kill you. Sebastian swung his fist at Gerald, but Gerald didn't bother using full force. A light palm push sent Sebastian staggering backward into a trash bin. Enraged, Sebastian lifted the bin overhead and rushed at Gerald. Gerald pulled Nellie aside to avoid being hit. As Sebastian lunged forward, Gerald sidestepped perfectly, then extended his foot. Unable to stop, Sebastian was sent flying by Gerald's foot and crashed onto the ground. The trash bin flew through the air and landed on top of him, showering him with refuse. Boy, don't run. I'll kill you today. Sebastian struggled to stand, covered in garbage. That stinks. Gerald pinched his nose and mocked Sebastian. Whose dog is eating garbage? So rude. You're dead, you wait. Sebastian took out his phone to call someone. Gerald moved swiftly and snatched the phone, tossing it into a nearby trash bin. Idiot. Eat shit. He turned the bin upside down and placed it over Sebastian's head before he could react. Let's go. Nellie quickly dragged Gerald away. Sebastian, struggling to his feet, saw them leaving and looked extremely angry. Chapter 64. A rather reckless personality. Arriving at a safe place, Gerald looked at Nellie, who was slightly out of breath. He had heard the gist of what that young man had said. It seemed like their relationship was unusual. Tell me you aren't running away from a marriage. Nellie massaged her arm, which Sebastian had hurt, and said with dissatisfaction. What do you mean running away? I have no connection with him whatsoever. It turned out that the Sun family and the Mila family had some ties from over 100 years ago, but as time passed, the Mila family declined and lost contact with the Sun family. Later, Nellie's father started a business, and slowly, things improved. The Sun family then tried to reconnect. Her father thought that the Sun family was still one of the notable families in Jiangxing, and given the historical connection between the two families, he verbally agreed without consulting Nellie about the arrangement. Later, Sebastian started proclaiming everywhere that Nellie was his woman, causing her considerable trouble, so she chose to hide in Taoyuan village. My dad is such an idiot. Last time, he only agreed to this engagement with Uncle Sun because he was drunk, not even asking if I consented. Nellie was infuriated that her father could decide her future over a drinking session. Moreover, Sebastian was notorious for being a playboy, uninterested in anything productive, indulging only in eating, drinking, playing around, and having relations with countless women. She wasn't foolish enough to marry someone like him. The current Sun family wasn't as powerful as before, so they were trying to improve their ties by marrying into the Mila family and taking control of their company. Seems like your dad has a rather reckless personality, Gerald laughed. He isn't a good person either. My mom died when I was 6, and after that, He claimed he wouldn't get a stepmom for my sake. Yet he dated a series of girlfriends, changing them every year. Nellie fumed, stomping her feet. Gerald's lips twitched. He never imagined that Nellie's father would be such an odd character. Gerald, if that guy harasses me again, just beat him up, don't give me any face. Nellie insisted. It disgusts me when he says I'm his woman. Gerald had never seen this girl make such a demand before. She always prioritized legality. No problem. To protect Miss Mila's reputation, I'll handle it, Gerald assured her. Don't be too harsh to avoid unnecessary trouble, Nellie whispered. Though the Sun family wasn't as powerful now, a dead camel was still bigger than a horse. Nellie simply wanted Sebastian to back off, not sever ties entirely. They returned to the restaurant, picked up Yana, and left the hotel. Gerald wanted to buy more herbs since tomorrow he would need foundation establishing liquid to irrigate those fruit trees. Yana didn't want to go back to Rinshin Hall, fearing another lecture from her grandfather. So, Nellie took Yana shopping, while Gerald went alone to buy medicine. At this hour, there was only dim light visible inside Rinshin Hall, indicating that it had probably closed. Bang bang bang. Havelock, it's me, Gerald. Gerald knocked on the door, but Dylan didn't come to open it for a long time. That's odd, there's light inside. Gerald peeked through a window and saw a faint desk lamp lit in the hall. Dylan wasn't there, so perhaps he was sleeping in the back room. Havelock. He knocked harder, but there was still no response. Shamalog, it's so late. Why are you here? Just as Gerald was about to break in, fearing something might have happened to Dylan, his voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw Dylan with a bamboo basket on his back, looking quite disheveled, clearly having just returned from outside. Havelock, where did you go? Gerald wondered what Dylan was up to. Dylan opened the door, ushered Gerald inside, put down the basket, and took out some herbs. There's a patient needing treatment, and we were short of certain herbs. Since there weren't any available in the city, I went up the mountain to gather them. By the way, why did you come looking for me? Do you have more herbs to sell? Gerald laughed. Havelock, I don't have enough herbs myself right now. I came to buy them, the same prescription as last time. He walked directly to the medicine cabinet and expertly started grabbing the necessary herbs. By the way, how's your relationship with Xandra developing? She seemed happy when she came back last time, saying you were quite impressive in Taiyuan village. Sitting in a chair, Dylan made tea and picked up several prescriptions. This time, Gerald carried away several large bags of herbs, more than enough to refine a lot of foundation-establishing liquids and a few foundation-establishing pills. Xiaomalog, do you have any treatments for hemiplegia in your medical books? Why hemiplegia? What caused it? A car accident, lower body paralysis, no sensation. I've already tried acupuncture, moxibustion, and regular blood-activating herbs, all to no avail. These herbs I gathered this time are considered unconventional remedies. If they don't work, I think I'll have to give up. Gerald grabbed paper and pen, scribbling down a new prescription. Try this one. If it doesn't work, let me know. Since he hadn't seen the patient, Gerald couldn't determine the specifics. Generally, unless the condition was very severe, his prescription should suffice. If the herbs failed, he'd likely be helpless too. Unless he reached the foundation establishment stage and could refine third-grade pills like bone Gordon-Row washing pill or sinew transforming pill, completely changing human meridians and bone marrow for effective treatment. Havelock, if you can't treat him, I'll definitely help. Dylan grinned, wrinkles piling on his face, accepting the prescription happily. It seems this patient must be wealthy for you to personally gather herbs. Gerald understood Dylan better now. He was both a doctor and a businessman. The herbs he sold to Dylan could fetch 3 to 4 times the price when used to treat rich patients like Zahir. However, sometimes Dylan also treated poor patients for free. Laughingly pouring water for Gerald and sipping tea himself, Dylan replied, not much, but the patient is a new official transferred to Jiangcheng, so he sought us local traditional Chinese doctors. Note: this translation aims to stay true to the original style and structure of the text provided, including paragraph breaks and overall tone. Character names are rendered in pinyin. Chapter 65. A sense of déjà vu. No wonder. I guess you won't be short of consultation fees either. Domenico's eyes twinkled as he smiled. I'm just saving up for Paula's dowry. If you agree to be my grandson-in-law, all these will be yours. Gerald waved his hand. Old Gordon Sterlew. I give up. Your chastity and I really aren't suited for each other. Forget it. There's no point in talking about this. After sipping some tea, Gerald placed the cash on the table. This is for the medicine. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Don't go yet. Let's not talk about that. Come over and chat with me about the patient's condition. Running between the mountain and clinic every day has worn me out too. Please consider an old man. With no choice, Gerald stayed to discuss the patient's condition with Domenico. According to Domenico's introduction, the patient's condition was quite severe, having completely lost the ability to take care of himself below the waist, paralyzed from the waist down. Moreover, the condition seemed to be worsening. Apart from lower body paralysis, the upper body also started being affected. This was why urgent treatment was needed. Alas, what a pity. Only 20 years old, without proper treatment, it might reach a point where only the head can move after 5 more years. Domenico felt regretful. At 20, a person should be enjoying their most beautiful youth, but this individual had already spent 3 years on a sickbed or in a wheelchair. Indeed, very unfortunate, Gerald nodded. If you can't handle it, old Gordon Sterlew, call me. I can spare some time to check it out. Domenico laughed. I knew you have a good heart. Handing Paula over to you would definitely be fine. In the end, Gerald left carrying the herbs. By the time he left Rinshin Hall, it was already 10:30. He pulled out his phone intending to ask Nellie where they were, but found it wouldn't turn on. Great buddy, are you going offline? Gerald shook it several times, but still no response. His phone usually had ultra-long standby with a high-capacity battery, generally lasting a week. Now it wouldn't turn on, indicating it must be broken. Having no choice, Gerald carried the herbs through the alleyways, planning to hail a taxi and head to the shopping center to see if Nellie was still there. Upon arriving at the shopping center, looking up, he saw that although the neon lights were still on, the stores had already closed. In the parking lot, Nellie's Audi wasn't there either. They left me behind? With no options, Gerald hailed a taxi and headed back to Taoyuan Village first. Beautiful girl, come play a bit. Weren't we having fun just now? Already forgetting your big brother so quickly? Get lost, don't bother me. Don't act like you're too good. I'll spend time with you nicely today. You even drank a bottle of 880 renminbi red wine. Then think about leaving? Come on, let's go enjoy ourselves at a nearby hotel. Gerald glanced back and saw a man and woman struggling. The man looked sleazy, his evil hands doing inappropriate things to the woman. Get lost. The woman forcefully pushed the man away, swaying unsteadily as she reached into her bag, took out a stack of money, and hurled it hard at the man's face. Who wants your drink? Your lousy wine. I don't even look twice at it. She stumbled backward, unstable, taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back. Seeing how wealthy she was, the man hurriedly picked up the money, stuffed it into his pocket, then ran back behind the woman with a despicable expression, hugging her from behind. Want to go home? Let me drive you back. Get off me, you bastard. The woman grabbed her handbag and smashed it against the man's head. Bang, bang, bang. Let go of me, you pervert. Damn, you're asking for it, hitting me now. The man seemed enraged, pulling the woman over forcefully and raising his hand to strike her. But before he could hit her, Gerald grabbed his hand. Raping a virtuous woman in broad daylight? Why does it feel like a virtuous woman gets harassed every day? He must be very busy indeed. Gerald held his hand tightly, staring at him with narrowed eyes. The man angrily shouted, Where did you come from? Get lost right now. His other fist swung toward Gerald's face, but drunk as he was, it missed and struck a nearby power pole instead. Ah! The man screamed as Gerald released him. He fell straight to the ground. You dare hit me? Wait until I get my older brother to deal with you, you brat. Struggling to his feet, he stumbled back into the bar. Gerald didn't bother with him. Sleazy looking and dumb too. Hey, are you alright? Looking at the woman, she was already asleep, leaning on the railing beside her. Huh, how much did she drink? Gerald pulled her closer, seeing her face for the first time. For some reason, it felt familiar, like he had seen her somewhere before. Don't bother me, I want to sleep. The woman pushed Gerald's hand away, continuing to lean against the railing. Traffic whizzed by. If she fell onto the road, she'd be seriously injured. Gerald dragged her back, shaking her awake. Hey, do you remember your name, where you live? Drive home. The woman fished out her car keys, waving them around. Seeing it was a BMW key, Gerald realized she was pretty wealthy, explaining why she threw money earlier. Please, in your current state, driving home sounds like you want to die. Gerald couldn't believe it. Driving home in this state would be suicidal. Then let me die. Staggering toward the parking area, it seemed she knew the way home. Watching her, Gerald followed behind, calling out, Where do you live? I can call a chauffeur for you. Get lost, foul man, cheap man. She cursed and kept walking. Gerald sighed. Good intentions met with curses. Sometimes interfering in others' business wasn't always a good thing. But thinking again, Gerald walked over, figuring good deeds done thoroughly. Big brother, that guy hit me. Help me deal with him. And just now, I found an exquisite beauty. Wanted to bring her to the hotel for you, but he interrupted. At the bar entrance, 4 men came out, with the earlier fellow pointing at Gerald. Chapter 66. Not pointing at any specific person. Courting death by hitting my brothers? The leader was an imposing figure standing at 185 centimeters tall. Clearly, he had drunk a fair amount, as his walk was unsteady, and he still held half a bottle of unfinished beer in his hand. Facing a group of drunks, Gerald wasn't the least bit afraid. Even if there were 50 such people, it wouldn't intimidate him one bit. Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Where's that hot girl just now? Hand her over quickly. The sleazy man said arrogantly, pointing at Gerald while looking around, trying to find where the hot girl might be. You guys are surely idiots. Trash should stay in the bin instead of roaming outside, spoiling the view, Gerald retorted as he watched this group of thoroughly intoxicated men. It was true that alcohol could embolden cowards, making them forget who they really were after having a few drinks. Keenan, he's insulting you, the sleazy man shouted. F***K. Wasn't he cursing you? The tall man responded. Gerald didn't bother wasting words with him and stepped forward. I'm not pointing at any specific person. I'm saying all of you are trash. Arguing with these drunks was a sheer waste of time. F***K. He dares to insult us. Brothers, attack him. Beat him to death. So, Gerald watched as the group of drunkards stumbled toward him. Bang, bang. Gerald wasn't hesitant. With both hands, he grabbed the hair of 2 men in front of him and smashed their heads together with considerable force. After a few dull thuds, he released them, and the 2 men crumpled to the ground. The tallest one, upon seeing this, swung his beer bottle toward Gerald's head. Go to hell. With a swift backhand, Gerald caught the man's arm and twisted it backward until there was a crunching sound. The guy's arm was dislocated and hung limply. The last sleazy man tried to charge again. Gerald picked up the broken beer bottle from the tall man and brought it down on the former's head with a bang. The glass shattered, leaving the man dazed and groaning on the floor, clutching his head. After discarding the broken glass and brushing off his hands, Gerald turned back towards the parking lot, intending to find the girl he met earlier. He thought it best to take her home first, before any more troublemakers appeared. Back in the parking lot, Gerald searched around and finally spotted the girl slumped over the steering wheel of a BMW Mini. She showed no response no matter how much he called out to her. Hey, wake up. Where's your home? Huff, huff. Seeing no way to rouse her, Gerald reached for her phone, intending to call someone to pick her up. After rummaging through her bag, he found her red phone but discovered it was dead. Now, Gerald was at a loss. He needed to return to the village but couldn't leave the girl here either. Then he glanced at the nearby hotel, its neon sign invitingly visible. There's nothing else to do. He stuffed the herbs he bought into her BMW. Picking her up gently, She felt soft, smelled nice, and looked attractive. It was no wonder she attracted the attention of small-time thugs. Given the circumstances, it was best to ensure she was somewhere safe until she woke up. Carrying the girl, Gerald walked towards the hotel. As he passed the sleazy man, who was still holding his head and crying, he kicked him lightly. Boy, give me back the money you received just now. That stack of cash had been used by the girl to throw at the thug, and Gerald didn't want it to go to waste. Wah! The man continued to hold his head and cry. Not wanting to waste more time, Gerald hoisted the girl over his shoulder, bent down, reached into the sleazy man's pocket, retrieved the money, and put it in his own pants pocket. With that, Gerald carried the girl into the hotel, leaving 4 groaning figures behind. Can I get a room? At the reception desk, Gerald saw the price and took out 500 yuan from his bag, placing it on the counter. The receptionist, noticing a woman draped over Gerald's shoulder, looked puzzled. Haven't you seen someone who's had too much to drink? Apparently, the receptionist was suspicious and treated Gerald like some troublemaker. Please show me your ID. The receptionist asked without further ado, as this was a common scene here every night. As long as proper documents were provided, there were no problems. Gerald fished out his ID from his pants pocket and placed it on the counter. I need it for 2 people. Reluctantly, Gerald turned the unconscious girl and rummaged through her handbag, luckily finding her ID. Here, take it. After handing over the IDs and completing the registration, Gerald took the keycard and left the reception area with the girl on his shoulder, opening the door, entering the room, locking it, and laying the girl on the bed. All done smoothly. Checking the girl carefully, he confirmed that she was only heavily intoxicated, but not in any immediate danger. Deciding it would be best to leave before she awoke to avoid unnecessary complications, he started to get up. Water, I need water. Gabby lay in bed, waving her arms, searching for something. Turning back, Gerald fetched a bottle of mineral water from the cabinet next to the bed. Here's your water. Helping her sit up, he unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and handed it to her. Gulping. Gabby must have been truly thirsty, drinking vigorously. Staring intently at the girl's features, Gerald felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't quite place her face from memory. Have we met somewhere before? Wah. Gabby stared at Gerald with unfocused eyes, then suddenly, spew. Like a fountain, all the water came gushing out of her mouth and splashed onto Gerald's face. What the? Caught off guard, Gerald ended up washing his head unintentionally, soaking himself in water. After spitting out the water, the girl laid back down, limbs splayed, and fell asleep once more, looking exceptionally charming in her state of drunkenness. Dashing into the bathroom, Gerald opened the tap and began cleaning his face, which smelled strongly of alcohol. Thankfully, she hadn't vomited. That would have been disgusting. This is what happened? As Gerald frantically washed his face, there was a series of urgent knocks on the door followed by a woman's voice. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Open it quickly, or you'll be responsible for the consequences. ##### Chapter 67. I am falsely accused. Gerald wiped his face with a towel and walked towards the door, opening it. Outside stood a male and female police officer. The woman immediately pulled out her credentials when she saw the door open. I'm Captain Bella from the Southern District Criminal Investigation Team, and this is Officer Emyel. We just received a report and need you to assist us with our investigation. After showing her badge, Bella walked straight in, while Emyel followed behind, recording everything with an enforcement camera. Officer, I haven't broken any laws, have I? Gerald looked at the woman, whose face was cold as ice, eyebrows arched, standing there with an imposing demeanor that made even people 3 feet away feel a chill. Breaking the law? Did I say you broke the law? Bella walked into the room and glanced at the girl lying on the bed, then ordered, Wake her up. If I could wake her up, we wouldn't be here, Gerald said helplessly. Bella turned to stare at Gerald, her eyes filled with undisguised disdain. What's your relationship with her? Bella asked. Gerald replied, I don't know her. Just now, she was being harassed by some thugs on the street, so I drove them off and brought her here. He was telling the truth, but Bella clearly didn't believe him. Himph, quite the storyteller, aren't you? Bella sighed coldly and tried to wake the girl, but to no avail. Officer, I'm telling the truth. She was being harassed by thugs, and if I hadn't stepped in, who knows what would have happened to her tonight. Bella inspected the room thoroughly, but found no other irregularities. Why didn't you call the police? Right now, I have reason to suspect that you intended to take advantage of her while she was unconscious. You will need to come with us to the station, Emyel. Try waking her up. If you can't, take her to the hospital. Gerald quickly responded, Officer, I didn't do anything wrong. Please don't accuse me unjustly. Judging by Bella's tone, she was treating Gerald like a suspect. And since he didn't know the girl, she might also think he was a bad guy when she woke up and heard about him bringing her to a hotel. Do or did not. We'll talk at the station. Hand over your ID first. Gerald had no choice but to hand over his and the girl's IDs. He regretted not leaving the girl in the car when he had the chance. Emyel, check them. Bella handed the IDs to Emyel, who scanned them and reported, all clear. Officer, I really brought her here to save her life. I didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to trouble you. Let me hand her over to you and I'll leave, okay? Bella glared at Gerald coldly. Are you negotiating with me? If everything checks out, you'll be free to go after the report. Fine. Let's get this over with. I still need to sleep. Seeing Gerald's calmness, Bella felt a bit suspicious. Emyel, search him. Hales. Emyel attached the recorder to his shoulder, approached Gerald, and started patting him down. First, he pulled out a stack of money and noticed a small packet of colorful pills hidden inside. Captain Yvette, I found something. Emyel waved the pills in Bella's direction. Bella immediately tensed up, drew her gun, and pointed it at Gerald. You, hands on your head, squat down. Emyel, secure him. Gerald was stunned. The money belonged to the girl, which he had taken back from the thug. How did those pills end up there? Officer, that's not my stuff. Gerald tried to explain, but Bella's finger was already on the trigger. Hands on your head, squat down. Gerald had no choice but to squat down, hands behind his head. Amiel quickly cuffed him. Officer, please listen to me. The money isn't mine, nor are those pills. Bella stared at Gerald sharply. Still denying it? People like you always lie to protect yourselves. For the sake of money, you do anything. Enough talking. Come with me. And so, Gerald was taken to a police car, with sirens blaring, likely because of some operation the police were conducting that night. In the interrogation room, Bella and Amiel sat opposite Gerald under a bright spotlight aimed directly at his face. Officer, I truly have no idea what those pills are. Please, I'm falsely accused. Don't speak unless asked. Name. Bella slammed the table and glared at Gerald. Gerald, how old are you? 22. 22 years old, yet you play around with these things and commit robbery. Do you take the law for granted? Officer, I didn't do anything wrong. Don't accuse me unfairly. Gerald regretted giving the girl the water bottle, which caused her to spray him. If not for that, he would have left much earlier. We checked the serial numbers of the money. It belongs to the woman on the bed, Beth. She just got paid today. Why is her money on you if you claim not to know her? The money was extorted by the thugs, Gerald explained. Thugs? Sounds like you're one of them, lying and making excuses. Bella shifted the lamp and scrutinized Gerald coldly. I've seen many like you. Did you rob her because you couldn't afford drugs? Seeing Beth's beauty, you decided to take advantage, right? Gerald laughed bitterly. Officer, you seem better at storytelling. Why would I do that? Didn't you see my bag? There should be about 80,000 inside. Would I need to rob someone? Bella questioned. How do we know you didn't make that money selling drugs? Tell us, who supplied you with those drugs? Hashtag chapter 68, calm down. Gerald was utterly bewildered. What did she mean by who his supplier was? Those items weren't even his. Why did it feel like he was being treated as a criminal? Officer, I've told you, those things aren't mine. They probably belong to some thugs. Just arrest them, and you'll know everything. Gerald crossed his legs, too lazy to explain any further. He thought if that girl woke up, at least she could prove he wasn't a robber. Seeing Gerald so arrogant, Bella became even angrier. Bang! Bella slammed her hand on the table in front of her, causing the lamp to shake. Don't think your mouth will save you. Do you know how many years you'll be looking at for what you've got on you? She stood up from behind the desk, hands folded across her chest, towering over Gerald. Captain Yvette, calm down, calm down. Amiel, who was responsible for taking notes, hurriedly brought a cup of water for her. Himph! Bella sat back down and started drinking her water. Amiel put down his pen, adjusted his glasses, and said seriously, Mr. Gerald, don't worry. We won't frame you. If you just explain clearly where you got these funds and contraband from, let me tell you, the stuff you have is linked to one of our ongoing investigations. Please, I really don't know, Gerald replied. Amiel waved his hand. Don't get upset. I'm just explaining the severity of the situation. Start with where you got these things. Gerald felt Amiel was relatively reasonable, so he explained everything. How he encountered that girl, fought off the thugs, and then took her to the hotel. While Amiel took notes diligently, Bella stood up angrily again. Still making up stories, huh? Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Looks like you need a reality check. Bella walked straight towards Gerald, standing right in front of him, blocking out the light behind her, casting a shadow over his face. Officer, why are you so angry? Could it be that you're having your period? You shouldn't handle cases when you're feeling unwell. See, that cup of red sugar water didn't do much, did it? Gerald lifted his head to meet Bella's fierce gaze. You, how do you know that? Bella's face turned red immediately. Oh no, oh no. Amiel grabbed his head, reminding her, Captain Yvette, please maintain professionalism. We're not sure yet. Don't get another complaint. Bella retorted coldly, like my complaints aren't enough? With tough cases like this, I can't afford to go easy. Amiel interjected, Captain Yvette, based on what he said, it doesn't sound fake. And we checked, he has no criminal record and was an outstanding student in high school. So what? Does being studious equate to good character? Bella argued. He dropped out after graduation, probably got involved in gangs. Captain Yvette, calm down. Amiel, if there's nothing else, step outside. I need to talk to him privately. Amiel reluctantly stood up, picked up the notebook, pointed at the camera in the interrogation room, and left the room. Officer, every few days before your period, you experience intense abdominal pain that gets worse once it starts. That red sugar water isn't helping much. Gerald watched Bella, now speaking about her medical issues. That condition has probably been building for years, likely due to irregular eating habits and high physical strain while working cases. You should see a traditional Chinese doctor for adjustments. Otherwise, it could affect your future life. Shut up. Did I ask for your medical advice? Bella's face turned pale with fury, teeth clenched tight. I'm a doctor, really? You probably wake up every day feeling dizzy and need a few minutes to regain consciousness. That's qi and blood deficiency, Gerald explained patiently. Stop trying to cozy up to me. I warn you, one more word and I'll sew your mouth shut. Despite her words, Bella felt alarmed inwardly because Gerald had described her exact symptoms accurately. She hadn't rested properly during this special case, leading to constant fatigue. Fine, suit yourself. Gerald leaned back, gazing up at Bella's face. Let's wait until Beth wakes up to reveal the truth. Bella yanked Gerald up by the collar, bringing their faces close. Still stubborn? You're asking for trouble. Now, you have two choices. Explain the source of those items, and it counts as cooperation. Or, with the quantity, you're looking at 3 to 7 years in jail, Bella threatened. Officer, stop teasing me. I've seen enough cop shows. The amount is only a few grams at most. It's just detention, right? Staying here daily to see a pretty lady like you wouldn't be bad. A smile spread across Gerald's face. He wasn't stupid. If the amount was severe enough, the pervert wouldn't carry it around and drink. You. Bella gripped Gerald's collar tightly, pulling him closer. But when she tugged harder, A ripping sound echoed as his shirt tore slightly, leaving Gerald unmoved. Officer, if you keep this up, I'll report you for using excessive force, Gerald remarked. Bella released Gerald's collar, her face darkening, visibly furious. All right, you understand the law. Robbery, possession of illegal items, and assault. All these charges lead to immediate detention followed by prosecution. After her threats, Bella turned back to her desk, sipped some water, waiting for Gerald to decide whether to confess or resist. A minute passed, and Gerald remained silent. Bella's grip on the cup trembled slightly. Pig-headed fool. Wait till you regret it. Suddenly, Bella spun around, but dizziness hit her, accompanied by a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. She staggered, slowly crouching down as sweat dripped from her forehead onto the floor. Chapter 69. Mistaken Identity. Bella squatted on the ground, gripping the edge of the table to prevent herself from fainting. She tried to stand up and press the button on the table, but was unable to straighten her waist due to the pain in her lower abdomen. Hey, beauty, why did you collapse before I did? Shut up. Stay where you are and don't move. Gerald stood up and approached Bella while saying, your condition will worsen if you're angry. Anger can overburden your already weak body. As Gerald drew closer, Bella reached for the gun at her waist but lacked the strength. Gerald squatted in front of Bella, his eyes locked on her face that had turned pale from its initial flushed state, then extended both hands. I told you, I'm a doctor. Don't move. Let me help you. With his hands cuffed, he could only extend both hands. You, pervert. Don't touch me. Thinking Gerald was going to molest her, Bella tried to stand up, but the more she struggled, the weaker she became, eventually sitting hard on the cold floor. Gerald placed a finger on Bella's lower abdomen, channeling a thread of spiritual energy through his fingertip into her body. He then opened his right hand and gently massaged her abdomen. You, don't think I'll let you off, you scoundrel. Bella's eyes were red with unshed tears. Never had she been so mistreated, let alone touched in such a personal way. I'm helping you, okay, said Gerald, his eyes calm and expression serene without a trace of wickedness. Bella realized the pain had eased somewhat, giving her some strength back though she still felt dizzy and couldn't stand. Click. At this moment, the door opened and Amiel walked in anxiously. Captain Yvette, it's a mistake. Gerald is indeed innocent. Group 2 just caught a bunch of small-time hooligans, they? He stopped short when he saw Bella and Gerald sitting close together on the ground, quickly backing out. Well, I'll come back later. Bang. Amiel closed the door, rubbing his head muttering, what's going on? Did I see wrong? Slap. A loud slap echoed through the room as Bella slapped Gerald hard. What are you doing? I'm trying to help you. And now you repay kindness with ingratitude? Gerald looked at Bella, completely baffled. He had been kind-hearted, yet got slapped. Bella, standing weakly, wiped the sweat from her face, blushing with shame and anger. Who asked you to save me, you rogue? She thought about hitting him again but recalled her earlier pain had vanished and lowered her hand. At least you came to your senses. I'm exhausted. Gerald stood up and grabbed the water cup from the table, gulping down several mouthfuls of brown sugar water. You. Seeing Gerald use her cup, Bella's eyes widened in fury. That's my cup. No one besides her ever used it, and having him drink from it after her amounted to indirect contact. Don't be so petty. Gordon Sijing you was tiring too. Consider it free because we're all part of the same community. Can you unlock these cuffs now? Gerald put down the cup, wiped his mouth, and extended his cuffed hands. Bella stared at Gerald. What do you think? You're a suspect under interrogation. Why would I release you? Sit back down. Gerald sat obediently, while Bella went to the door and opened it for Amiel. Tell me, what did you find? Amiel glanced at Gerald and asked, Captain Yvette, didn't you hit anyone? Of course not, Bella replied. Quick, tell me why you came in. Amiel explained, Group 2 caught a group gambling tonight. One of them confessed they tried to take a woman from outside a bar but were stopped and beaten. They've also confirmed there's no sign of Gerald's fingerprints on the seized items, but the intoxicated woman who has now regained consciousness corroborated being harassed and rescued. Bella, frowning, turned to look at Gerald, inwardly thinking, we really have the wrong guy. This smooth talker doesn't look trustworthy. No problems now, can I go? Gerald smiled, extending his cuffed hands. Officer Bella, can you please unlock my handcuffs and apologize? Don't push your luck. Apologize for what? Even if you saved someone, I still suspect ulterior motives, Bella said, though she fetched the keys and unlocked his cuffs. Gerald stretched his wrists, stood up, and laughed. Next time, make sure to get things right before arresting good Samaritans like us. Stop talking nonsense and leave, Bella snapped. Gerald insisted, Yvette Beauty, you haven't apologized yet. If you don't, I'll lodge a complaint. Forget it. Bella clenched her teeth. Come on, just leave, Amiel urged, pulling Gerald away. Don't offend Captain Yvette. She gets terrifying when mad. Go home. Beth is waiting for you at the entrance, thanking you. Gerald paused, took out a small bottle, and gave Bella a 9 herbs jade dew pill. As a doctor, this medicine can help you. Bella eyed the pill warily. If you're suspicious, throw it away. Consider it a gift. At least it will reduce your pain for now. Leaving the pill on the table, Gerald turned to leave. Outside, Beth stood trembling slightly in the cold wind, wearing just a light top and skirt. Sensing Gerald and Amiel approach, Beth sighed in relief and stepped forward. Thank you, Recognizing Gerald, Beth's eyes flickered with confusion. Chapter 70 Old Classmate. After about 30 seconds of silence, Beth finally came back to her senses. She scrutinized Gerald's face again and asked uncertainly, You were Gerald? Gerald stroked his chin and said seriously, Classmate Beth, do you really not recognize me? When Bella mentioned Beth's name, Gerald immediately recalled who this girl in front of him was. Gerald and Beth were high school classmates. The reason Gerald didn't recognize her at first was twofold. 1. Too much time had passed, making memories blurry. 2. Girls change significantly as they grow up. Beth now wore light makeup, Her once innocent face matured so much that it was understandable he couldn't recognize her at first. Really, it's you. I can't believe you saved me. What a coincidence. Beth was quite excited. She never expected the person who saved her would be an old classmate. Pretty coincidental, right? Anyway, I'm always ready to help when seeing injustice, honest and reliable, Gerald boasted proudly. In high school, Beth was considered a top student and beauty, receiving love letters from countless boys daily. Hee hee. Beth laughed continuously at Gerald's self-praise. You were always naughty back then. If not for your good grades, the homeroom teacher would have expelled you long ago. Oh right, you should be graduated by now. Where do you work? I haven't thanked you for saving me yet. Let me treat you to a meal someday. Beth left directly for the United States for further studies without even participating in the college entrance exam. Thus she had no idea about Gerald's situation after high school. Well, I didn't continue studying after high school graduation, Gerald smiled. How about you? You must have a great job now. Hearing didn't continue studying, Beth almost couldn't believe it. Back then, Gerald always topped exams. With his academic record, attending a prestigious university like the Capital University would have been guaranteed. How could he just stop? Oh, mine is average, working for a multinational company. Since Gerald didn't say more, Beth didn't pry further to avoid an awkward atmosphere. That's pretty good. Working for a big multinational corporation. Why did you drink so much though? Gerald couldn't understand how such a beautiful girl, working in a major company, would get drunk alone and almost be harassed by hoodlums. A shadow crossed Beth's face, and her voice lowered. I usually don't drink this much. Today is special. It's my mother's death anniversary. Sorry, Gerald felt embarrassed. Why did he ask so many questions, uncovering someone else's wounds? It's okay. She died of illness, Beth forced a smile, but it looked bitter. Right, where do you live? Let me send you home later. Do you still plan to drive after drinking so much? Gerald asked. Now, there's no drunk driving enforcement anymore. And aren't you going to drive either? I can drive, but it's been a while since I last did. Gerald's driver's license had remained violation-free for 5 years because he never drove. Then I'll drive you home. Beth tried to call a taxi to retrieve her car but found her phone dead. They could only walk together toward the bar's parking lot. The night breeze blew, bringing a slight chill. Beth was dressed lightly and instinctively hugged her arms. If you don't mind, wear my coat. Gerald took off his outerwear and draped it over Beth's shoulders. Thank you. Beth nodded slightly. Oh right, in high school. You looked like a mud monkey, dark and scruffy. How did you turn so fair? I didn't recognize you at first. I have a whitening secret recipe. Gordon, I'll share it with you later. Gerald didn't expect 9 herb jade dew pills to have a whitening effect. However, the 9 herbs were expensive. He planned to research and refine the formula, aiming to produce a cost-effective whitening pill to gift girls. Right, what do you do now? Beth chatted idly to pass the long journey. Just farming, selling fruits, things like that. Our village is building orchards. The village chief is leading us to prosperity, Gerald replied. Not bad, Beth commented. Gerald teased. Not as lucrative as yours. I saw you throw a stack of money at those hooligans. Quite impressive. Beth blushed, nearly hiding her head inside the coat. I was too drunk to control myself. Really embarrassing. No worries, it was a way to vent your frustration. Keeping everything bottled up isn't good for health. Beth's face turned even redder, appearing extremely shy. What's good about it? Stop comforting me. As they chatted, they quickly arrived at the parking lot. Gerald, where do you live? Let me take you home first, then I'll come back. Beth felt sober enough to drive without issues. Upon hearing the location of Peach Source Village, Beth regretted it a bit. Peach Source Village, that's so far. At least 2 hours round trip. Thinking for a moment, she suggested, why don't you stay at my place for the night? Sending you back now would be too late. What? Gerald doubted his ears. A beautiful woman invited him to stay overnight? Don't worry, I'm a girl and I'm not afraid. What can happen? Beth took out the car keys, opened the door, you drive. I'll give directions. Enough chatter, let's go. With no choice, Gerald sat stiffly in the driver's seat. His purchased herbs occupied most of the small car's space, making it very cramped. Step on the brake, press here to start. It's an automatic transmission, very easy. In the end, Gerald managed to drive out, albeit clumsily. Initially, the speed was slow. Once familiar, Gerald gradually increased the speed, skillfully controlling the vehicle with his divine consciousness and spirit energy, completely undetectable as a novice. You said you couldn't drive. Isn't this going well? Did you lie? Sitting in the passenger seat, Beth leaned back against the seat, her safety belt highlighting a beautiful curve, stirring the heart. Gordon, I'm a genius. Gerald chuckled, focusing on driving. Soon, they arrived at the Rose Garden residential area where Beth rented an apartment. Chapter 71. Xia is anxiously worried. Beth led the way, while Gerald carried several large bags of herbs and followed her upstairs. The 3rd floor wasn't too high. No need for an elevator. Beth took out the key, opened the door, and let Gerald in. A variety of shoes were haphazardly placed on the shoe rack near the door. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Beth quickly put the shoes away into the cabinet. Usually, no one comes over, so I don't really tidy up. Gerald set down the herbs and glanced around the room. The apartment was small, a studio with 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, totaling about 30 square meters. However, given Jiangqing's housing prices, this area would cost at least 1,000,000 yuan or more for just 30 square meters. The room was somewhat messy, with clothes scattered on the sofa, including some undergarments. Beth hurriedly tidied up, repeatedly apologizing. Sorry, I've been too busy with work to clean up. Beth scooped up all the clothes and rushed into the bedroom. Gerald sat on the sofa, looking around. There was a wine rack next to the TV stand filled with various red wines and cocktails, indicating Beth enjoyed drinking often. He wondered what had happened to her that she turned to alcohol as a coping mechanism. Soon after, Beth came back carrying a blanket and placed it beside Gerald on the sofa. It's not too cold now, but you can use the blanket tonight. Oh, there are disposable toiletries in the bathroom if you want a shower, and soap too. Beth cleared more space on the sofa for Gerald to stay overnight. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad guy? Despite being old classmates, it wasn't common to invite someone home on their first meeting. There were news reports about women inviting colleagues or friends home, only to have something inappropriate happen when they got drunk. Beth laughed. What am I afraid of? You just got out of the police station. If you tried anything, I could easily report you. She then walked into the bathroom. After a while, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Beth initially intended to bathe to remove the smell of alcohol, but decided against it due to the presence of Gerald and just rinsed herself before coming out. The water heater has hot water. You can use it later. I'm going to sleep now. Beth went back to the bedroom, while Gerald continued inspecting the place. On the coffee table was a wine glass with residual wine, clearly not washed after use. The TV had been on since he arrived, perhaps because Beth found drinking alone uninteresting and went to the bar instead. On the TV stand was a picture of Beth in school uniform holding an award, smiling sweetly. Beside her stood her mother, who looked very beautiful despite being in her 30s. Gerald moved towards the kitchen, finding all kinds of cooking tools but covered in dust. Seems like life isn't treating this girl well, he mumbled. Heading to the bathroom, Beth had prepared toiletries for him, along with small bottles of shampoo and body wash from hotels. The washing machine was still running, having cleaned the clothes Beth had left out. Not intending to shower, Gerald quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face before returning to the bedroom. After turning off the TV, he covered himself with the blanket and entered a meditative state. The blanket emitted a faint scent that made him feel slightly distracted. Morning came, and Beth emerged from the bedroom, already dressed in professional attire. A black skirt suit paired with stockings, her long hair cascading elegantly. She looked every bit the career woman. Beth walked into the living room, noticing the neatly folded blanket and Gerald nowhere to be seen. Did he leave already? Suddenly, she heard noise from the kitchen and found Gerald boiling noodles. Don't you have the day off? Why are you wearing your work clothes? Gerald noticed she was dressed for work. Oh, the company suddenly called a meeting, and I need to take notes. Beth explained. Are you cooking noodles? They could be expired. You should go eat outside instead. Gerald smiled. Don't underestimate simple noodles. I checked. The eggs in your fridge are good for another month. With that, Gerald put the noodles into bowls. Beth realized the kitchen had been thoroughly cleaned, becoming exceptionally neat. It hadn't been this clean since her mother passed away. Soon, Gerald brought out 2 bowls of steaming noodles topped with a perfectly fried egg and placed them on the coffee table before eating. Don't worry, they're fine. They haven't expired. Beth nodded, brushing her hair behind her ears, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite of the noodle. Gerald finished eating and turned to look at Beth, noticing something wrong. Her eyes were empty, gradually reddening with impending tears. Come on, a bowl of noodles doesn't warrant such emotion, Gerald thought. After a moment, Beth regained her composure, wiped her eyes, and continued eating as if nothing had happened. Placing the bowl down, Beth smiled. My mom used to cook these plain noodles for me every morning before I went to school. She would always wake up early to prepare breakfast for me before going to work. After collecting the dishes, Beth checked her handbag. Let's go. Where do you need to go? I can drive you. But you have a meeting, right? It starts at 10. We have time. Gerald wanted to return to the village to prepare the foundation liquid for the orchard trees before they truly died. Leaving Rose Garden, Beth drove Gerald back to Taoyuan village. The road was bumpy and the journey slow. Finally, they reached Taoyuan village. Bidding farewell to Beth, Gerald readied the herbs for the foundation liquid preparation. Gerald, where did you go last night? Your phone was off, and I even asked my grandpa. He said you'd returned earlier. Do you know how worried everyone was? Just as Gerald reached the orchard, Iana appeared before him, hands on hips, looking imperious. He was taken aback. Hey, I'm an adult. I don't need to report my whereabouts to you. My phone was broken, and I couldn't call. Iana glared at Gerald angrily. Do you know Florence and I searched for you until late last night? Did you do something bad? She interrogated him without any real authority. I acted bravely last night and ended up in the police station. It was quite the ordeal, Gerald said, stroking her head with a bitter smile. All right, I admit it. I should have called. Briefly explaining the previous night's events, Gerald saw doubt in Iana's eyes. Really? Saving people and bumping into an old classmate. Sounds like something you made up. Last night, I asked Florence. She said men who turn off their phones usually end up doing something bad. Iana added, were you with a woman? 3 black lines appeared on Gerald's forehead. This little girl, where did she learn all this? Her imagination was running wild. Adult matters are not for kids to meddle in. If you don't believe me, fine. By the way, where is Sister Florence? Iana's thought process was quite unique. Gerald didn't bother explaining and tried to change the subject. She went to the orchard early this morning. A few trees look like they're not doing well, and she's making Booker fertilize them. By the way, what about that medicinal liquid you need from yesterday? Gerald pointed at the large bags of herbs. I haven't prepared it yet. Once it's done, I'll send it over. It should be ready by lunchtime. Go back now, don't stay here. He didn't want Iana to see him refining the medicine. Otherwise, who knows what kind of story would come out of her mouth. She might even think he was a monster. After sending Iana away, Gerald finally had some peace to refine the medicine. He fired up the stove and started brewing. With the experience from previous refinements, Gerald could now make these first-grade medicines much faster and with higher success rates. By mid-morning, he had refined several foundation pills and several bottles of foundation liquid, enough for irrigating the fruit trees. Carrying the foundation liquid, Gerald headed to the orchard. Nellie was directing Booker and others in fertilizing the trees. Cora, having nothing better to do at home, also came to help. Upon seeing Gerald, Nellie didn't ask many questions but took the foundation liquid from him and instructed the workers to start irrigating the trees. With more hands working, the irrigation was completed swiftly. Lunch was taken care of at Cora's house. Since there wasn't enough room inside, Nellie and the 2 girls ate in the living room, while Booker and his men sat in the yard. Brother, how do you manage it? 3 beautiful girls are circling around you. Your skills must be amazing. Forget it. You don't have the talent, Gerald replied coldly. This requires harmony between man and nature, something you wouldn't understand. Brother, why don't you take me as your disciple and teach me some tricks on how to chase girls? Booker looked at Gerald with admiration, practically drooling. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 72, Peach Blossom Spring. Get lost. Gerald didn't want to waste time arguing, so he picked up the chicken leg from the table and leisurely started eating it. These past few days, no one has come to cause trouble, right? Booker replied, don't worry, big brother. With us around, who would dare? By the way, that guy I beat up last time. What's his name, Bertrand? I noticed he was lurking around the orchard. He probably has some ulterior motive. We can't guard it 24/7. Gerald nodded, saying, it looks like Bertrand still has his eyes on this place. Never mind him for now. He probably won't do anything rash at the moment. Previously, Gerald had overheard a conversation between Bertrand and George about their interest in the village land. However, Nellie had already signed contracts with the villagers. Even if George had the guts, he wouldn't dare break the law directly. By the way, take the remaining solution and mix it with river water to water the fruit trees every day, Gerald instructed as he made arrangements for what to do next. After finishing his meal, he let them leave. At this point, Nellie emerged from her room, seeing Gerald cleaning up the dishes. This afternoon, you're going to Jiangsheng with me. Holding the bowl, Gerald looked puzzled at Nellie. They had just been to Jiangsheng yesterday. Wasn't she worried about wasting fuel? Nellie helped clean up and explained, yesterday, I found a few suitable shops. I want you to come along and check them out. If they're good enough, we can rent them early so we have a place to sell the fruits once they're ready. Since they were positioning the Taoyuan village fruits as a high-end brand, they couldn't sell them at the market like before. Nellie had already researched the Jiangsheng market. Most of the premium fruits were imports, possibly because people nowadays preferred foreign products. The fruits from Taoyuan village were certainly not inferior to imported ones, especially the apples Gerald grew, which far exceeded those big apples from America. To ensure there were no issues with the apples, Nellie had them tested by a research institution. The results showed that the nutritional value of Gerald's apples was 4 to 5 times higher than those on the market. That was why they couldn't sell the apples at the market anymore. If they priced them too low initially, raising prices later would be difficult. After tidying up the dishes, Cora went to wash them while Liana returned to the clinic. Gerald got into Nellie's car, heading towards Jiangsheng. Inside the car, soft music played as Nellie drove slowly down the country road. Do you think we'll succeed this time? Nellie's face showed a hint of concern. This was practically her first entrepreneurial venture. If it failed, her own funds would be depleted. I think it should be fine, Gerald replied. He used to sell apples at the market, where they grew quickly thanks to the foundation liquid. Selling at 8 yuan each without losing money was quite profitable. But Nellie was different. She had invested heavily in orchards and aimed for a premium market. If sales weren't good, the losses would be significant. Initially, Nellie had ambitious plans, but encountered numerous problems. Her funds were nearly exhausted after all the setbacks. I hope there's no issue. The rent for these shops is my last reserve. If this doesn't work, we might only survive 3 months. Relax, Missy. Our fruits, regardless of quality alone, grow much faster than average. What others take a year to grow, we achieve in 2 or 3 months. How could this not make money? Gerald relied on rapid growth to sell apples. Otherwise, with only a few fruit trees, profits would be minimal. Nellie shook her head, explaining, you don't understand. In today's market, production isn't the main issue. Transportation and sales are crucial. No matter how good your product is, it's useless if you can't sell it. Freshness is key for fruits, and unsold produce means loss. Taoyuan village's access roads were challenging, so fruit buyers often offered low prices. Seeing this, Nellie decided on direct-to-consumer sales to avoid middlemen. Our fruits are of such high quality. As long as we price reasonably, they won't go unsold. My original apples sold for 3 yuan. Now they're 8. Gerald felt optimistic about the fruit market as fruits were essential. Nellie remained pensive, uncertain if this path was correct. What? 300,000 yuan per year and paid up front? At the chosen shop, hearing the rental price, Gerald understood the term, prime location. This 30 square meter shop near a residential area demanded 300,000 yuan annually. The landlord, a woman in her 50s, spat sunflower seeds dismissively. Too expensive? Don't rent then. It's that price or nothing. Try checking elsewhere. No one will be cheaper. Gerald was speechless. Selling apples at the market required no stall fees, yet here a small city center shop was incredibly costly. We need more time to consider. Nellie wasn't concerned about the price but the location. Several fruit stores were nearby, making competition fierce. Miss, this rent is really high. They visited a few more shops, finding most similarly expensive and small, making Gerald feel that land in Jiangsheng was worth its weight in gold. Not that high. Shops in bustling areas cost this much and are always rented out, Nellie explained. I need an appropriate shop in a high purchasing power area. Next, Nellie brought Gerald to the city's busiest district, near Dariolin International Hotel. Rent here was sky high. Without hesitation, Nellie spent 600,000 yuan renting one shop. On another nearby street, she spent another 500,000 on another shop. Within an hour, over 1 million yuan had been spent. But considering that bottles of wine at Dariolin International Hotel cost tens of thousands, this sum wasn't extraordinary. Based on my calculations, renovating and registering the company will take half a month. So, we can open in 2 weeks. Having spent her reserves, Nellie needed quick returns to sustain operations. The shops are leased, but what about staff? We can't watch the store daily, right? Gerald asked. Doing business truly meant spending everywhere. Staffing, transportation, production, all costs added up. I've talked to Booker. He'll send people to help manage the stores. Lately, she observed Booker and his gang, noting they were reliable as long as paid. Plus, having them around would deter other thugs. Didn't know you could get those guys to mend their ways. Impressive, Gerald remarked. Booker had likely been a low-level thug for years. Nellie hiring him seemed a wise choice. The shops were already leased, and the next steps were renovation and company registration. Speaking of Nellie's efficiency, it was truly remarkable. After signing the lease contract for the shops, she immediately arranged for a renovation team to design and carry out the renovations, and hired an accountant to register the company. After completing all these procedures, it was nearly dinner time. To save money, Nellie decided to use her connections and have dinner at Dariolin International Hotel again. This move left Gerald in awe. Because they were short on cash, deciding to eat at a 5-star hotel, it was a move only this young lady could pull off. This is the company contract. You own 40%, and I own 60%. At the dinner table, Nellie handed over a shareholding agreement to Gerald. Taoyuan Fruit Products Company, Limited? Gerald read the content of the contract aloud. Hails, this name was available for registration, and since Taoyuan originates from Tao Zanianming's records of the Peach Blossom Spring, and our village is also named Taoyuan Village, it's easier to remember, Nellie explained as she passed him a pen. Sign here first. From now on, you are a shareholder and co-founder of the company. Gerald didn't scrutinize the contract in detail, but quickly signed his name. After all, it was unlikely that such a young lady would deceive a poor guy like him. Hey, miss, shouldn't it be a 50-50 split? Why is it 40-60? Gerald teased. Nellie put the contract away in her bag and explained. If the company grows larger in the future, we might attract other investors. I don't want my shares to be diluted then. And 40% for you is already quite generous, okay? I was just asking, how much could this share actually be worth? Gerald was genuinely curious. He often saw news about listed companies where even a tiny fraction of shares made billionaires. He wondered how much his 40% share might be worth. Translation notes. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained to stay true to the original text. Character names have been kept consistent with the previous translations. Effort has been made to ensure the tone and style remain coherent with the earlier content. Ensured natural and fluent English without grammatical errors. Chapter 73 Class Reunion. Nellie picked up her steak knife and began cutting her steak gracefully before putting it into her mouth. If we make money, we will distribute the profits proportionally after deducting costs. But currently, the company's cost is 4.67 million yuan, so you should give me 2 million. However, since you've been so helpful, we can waive that. Gerald was stunned. He hadn't done anything, yet he was supposed to pay money? He didn't dare ask anymore, worried she might ask him to pay for the meal next. The meal ended quickly. Nellie went to settle the bill while Gerald finished off the leftovers. After a while, Nellie still hadn't returned. Why isn't she back yet? After finishing eating, Gerald realized Nellie had disappeared again. She must be getting harassed by someone again. By now, he was used to it. None of the girls around him seemed to have escaped harassment. Leaving the restaurant, Gerald came to the reception and found Nellie making a phone call, sounding furious and looking quite upset. Listening from the side, it turned out that after they had eaten here last time, Nellie's father had received notification and instructed them not to let Nellie charge expenses to the company account. So Miss Mila was arguing with her dad over the phone. I've already started my own company. I don't need to rely on you anymore, nor do I need you to force me. Who is Sebastian? How many women does he have? Don't you want your daughter to marry someone like him? Gerald glanced at Nellie. It looked like they were going to have to pay for this meal. Excuse me, beautiful lady, how much do we owe? Gerald asked the cashier. The cashier brought out the bill and handed it to Gerald. Sir, it comes to 12,008 yuan. You can pay 12,000 yuan. Gerald took out his bag, counted the money inside, and paid 12,000 yuan to the front desk. Okay, I've paid 12,000 yuan. After paying, Gerald returned to see Nellie angrily hanging up her phone. He spent so much money on some random woman but is so stingy with his own daughter. Nellie couldn't believe her father would cut her credit card and even facial recognition payment just like that. Run fast. Gerald grabbed Nellie's wrist and ran out of the hotel. What are you doing? Nellie struggled free from Gerald's grip, glaring at him indignantly. Gerald laughed. Didn't you say you couldn't pay the bill? Of course, we had to run. Nellie's face darkened. Who said I couldn't pay? I was just angry at my dad. If Raquel finds out I skipped out on the bill, what would people think? Nellie angrily prepared to walk back to the hotel, but Gerald pulled her back. That's enough. Why so mad? I've already paid for it. No need to go back. Nellie stopped, looking at Gerald in disbelief. Really? Gerald opened his bag, showing the remaining cash. This amount, I can still afford. Consider it celebrating our company opening. I treated you. Okay? Rare to see you being generous, Nellie remarked. Do you think I'm following you to make big money? Gerald chuckled. Let's go shopping. My phone is broken. I need a new one anyway. When did you become so rich? Wanting a new phone? Nellie asked, puzzled. Though Gerald had made some money selling apples, he was usually quite stingy. How come today he was treating people to meals and buying a new phone? I told you I'm a doctor. I cured a wealthy friend last time and he prepaid me 100,000 yuan for consultation fees, Gerald said proudly, thinking if he could find more wealthy patients, he wouldn't worry about food or drink just from curing diseases. Your medical skills are that good? Nellie asked skeptically. Although Gerald helped heal her foot injury, it didn't seem too remarkable. Why charge 100,000 yuan? Of course. Think I'm exaggerating? I tell you, as long as they're not dead, I can bring them back from the dead. Gerald puffed out his chest confidently. Nellie thought for a moment. My dad's health isn't great. Once all this is done, can you help me check on him? No problem. Treating uncle will be half price, Gerald agreed. Nellie rolled her eyes. I thought you'd do it for free. Come on, medicines cost money too. Did you think my concoctions were cheap? Just treating those fruit trees cost me 2,000 or 3,000. Nellie was shocked by the number. A few thousand yuan for medicine was barely enough to water all the fruit trees. If continued regularly, it would cost tens of thousands. Clearly, her orchard's operating cost was higher than expected. Hold on to your receipts for the medicines. When the company makes money, we can reimburse you from the corporate account. Not wanting to take advantage of Gerald, Nellie decided these expenses could be covered once they made money. They walked towards the nearby shopping mall. Gerald browsed through several phone stores, comparing prices, and eventually chose a new domestic model. After all, their fruit was homegrown. Supporting domestic products was important. Just after inserting his SIM card and turning on the new phone, he saw an incoming call. Checking the display, he answered, "Hello, Beth. Did you call because I got a new phone?" "Gerald, I forgot to tell you yesterday, our class is having a reunion soon. Do you want to come?" "A class reunion?" Gerald hesitated. "Forget it, I won't go." He remembered when he attended a reunion with the Lannies, witnessing the insidious nature of people bragging about their success or wealth. Those reunions weren't worth attending. "Come on," Beth urged. "I've only been back for a year. This is my first reunion. Please come with me." Since the beautiful classmate invited him, Gerald couldn't refuse. "Okay, send me the time and place later." "Oh, each person has to pay 2,000 yuan for expenses, refundable if extra, your share I'll cover." Chapter 74. Strange and hilarious. Before Gerald could refuse, Beth had already hung up the phone. Shortly after, he received a text message. "Sunday, Daryolan International Hotel, room 302, at 6 in the evening. I'll wait for you at the entrance." Gerald smiled as he read the message. Indeed, it was a class reunion with hefty fees, 2,000 yuan per person, and even required them to go to a 5-star hotel. The standards were set pretty high. "What are you grinning about all alone?" Nellie appeared behind Gerald without him noticing. Seeing him laugh at his new phone, she felt puzzled. It was just a new phone. There was no need to be so happy over it. She leaned over to see the contact name, Beth, clearly a young girl's name. Recalling Gerald's somewhat mischievous smile just now, she couldn't help but feel that this girl might have a special relationship with him. "Who is this? And why does she need to wait for you at the door?" Nellie asked. Gerald put away his phone and said seriously, "Miss, spying on someone's privacy is not only immoral but also illegal. Someone is law-abiding as you should know that." Nellie retorted, "But I didn't intentionally look." "So, is this Beth your classmate? Why haven't I ever heard you mention her?" "We met last night. She helped me with something, and I ended up staying at her place." As soon as Gerald finished speaking, he noticed Nellie's gaze on him changing. A look filled with disdain, mockery, and contempt. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" "It was too late, and I didn't want to go home," Gerald defended. Nellie responded coolly, "It's none of my business whether you go home or not. You don't need to explain." Great. It seemed like the lady misunderstood him. But then again, he currently had no girlfriend, and Beth didn't have a boyfriend either. There was nothing immoral or illegal about spending the night. "You go back and explain to Cora. I thought you liked her, but now it seems you just wanted to take advantage of her. Men are all the same." Gerald was utterly speechless. This girl wasn't listening at all, and even thought he was one of those scumbags playing the field. Nellie, holding a bag of fruit, walked out of the door without giving Gerald a chance to explain what happened last night. The two left the shopping mall and headed towards the parking lot of the Daryolan Hotel. At that moment, outside the parking lot on the street, Sebastian sat in a Mercedes-Benz, surrounded by a group of people. "That guy over there, break his legs for me." Since being covered in trash by Gerald, Sebastian had been sending people to stake out at Daryolan Hotel, waiting for Nellie and Gerald to come for dinner. Today, he finally got his chance. "Don't hurt the girl. Bring her to my hotel room." Sebastian looked at Nellie with an evil stare, licking his lips. "Since you wouldn't agree to be my woman, let's make it a done deal." "Leave it to me, guys, let's go." The gang crossed the road in a large group heading towards the underground parking lot. Sebastian parked his car, straightened his clothes, and swaggered towards the hotel room, waiting for them to bring Nellie to him. "Little bitch, trying to act pure? Today, you'll know what it's like to face me." Sebastian went straight to the bathroom to shower, confident that Nellie would soon become his woman. He had spent a fortune hiring Howell, who was very famous on Jiangqing streets, and generally hard to get. Meanwhile, Nellie had just driven out of her parking spot when a man suddenly appeared in front of her car. She slammed on the brakes, but the man crashed into the hood, smashing against the windshield repeatedly, blood starting to trickle down. This scene terrified Nellie. The man's head pounded against the glass, and blood was streaming down. Bam bam bam. Just as the man stopped hitting the glass, someone started banging on the window. A fierce-looking man with a long scar on his face stood outside holding a black iron pipe, glaring at her. "What do you want?" Nellie gripped her phone tightly, ready to call the police at any sign of trouble. Howell waved his iron pipe menacingly. "You hit my brother like that, and you don't even plan to explain yourself? Get out of the car." He threw himself at my car. "I have a dashcam, and there are cameras here. Leave immediately, or I'll call the police." Indeed, Miss Mila always relied on the law for protection. "Dashcam? Get out of the car." Howell reached for the door, but his hand was held back by another hand from behind, rendering him immobile. "What are you doing? Trying to scam? Did you check what kind of car this is? Can you afford to pay if you damage it?" Gerald had appeared behind Howell, gripping his shoulder tightly, preventing him from moving. Howell struggled, but each attempt caused a cracking sound from his bones, feeling like his arm was about to snap. "I'm asking you a question. Did you hear me?" Gerald tightened his grip, causing Howell's face to pale with sweat trickling down. "Are you waiting? Kill him." Only now did his gang react, lifting their sticks to strike at Gerald. Gerald remained calm, sweeping his hand over Howell's shoulder, grabbing his throat with his right hand. "Anyone who comes near, I'll snap his neck. Believe me?" Leaning against the Audi, using Howell as a shield, the gang hesitated. "Fear nothing. Hit him. There are cameras here. I doubt he dares to kill anyone." These words echoed Nellie's earlier statement, making this situation seem both strange and hilarious. Bang bang bang. Following orders, the gang sought angles to strike Gerald from behind Howell. Gerald, however, used Howell as cover, dodging left and right. All the strikes landed on Howell instead. "Ouch, damn. Why are you all hitting me? Stop it." Howell, unable to endure the pain, ordered his gang to stop. He was already bleeding profusely, having broken 2 bones before Gerald even touched him. Chapter 75. Don't beg, don't surrender. Gerald slightly loosened his grip on the scar-faced man's neck, afraid that too much force would strangle him to death. Kid, I warn you, let me go right now or else. Our Green Mountain Hall isn't easy to provoke. The scar-faced man threatened. If you release me now and pay up, I can spare your life. Otherwise. Before he could finish, Gerald tightened his arm around the scar-faced man's neck again, causing him to thrash wildly, and his face turned a sickly purple. Cough, you kid. Gerald relaxed his grip once more, but before the scar-faced man could continue threatening, Gerald choked him again. This time, the scar-faced man's eyes rolled up, looking like a goldfish about to faint. Only then did Gerald release him again, allowing the scar-faced man to slump weakly against the ground. He gave him a forceful punch on the chest. Cough, cough. Realizing he couldn't be cocky anymore, the scar-faced man pleaded, Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Let me go, and we'll leave. But Gerald wasn't going to let the scar-faced man off so easily. He commanded, Don't beg, don't surrender. Keep being arrogant, huh? Chuckles. Tell your men to drop their weapons first. Hastily, the scar-faced man yelled, Quick, drop the weapons. His subordinates had no choice but to throw their iron rods onto the ground. Only after this did Gerald loosen his grip on the scar-faced man's neck, who immediately crawled out from under Gerald's arm and hid behind his men. Such an impolite little punk. Kill him. Break one of his legs, and I'll reward you 10,000 yuan. Seeing Gerald without a hostage and offering such a high bounty, the minions didn't hesitate to strike. A few thugs swung their fists towards Gerald. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, those at the front were thrown backward, slamming into the others behind them. Nobody could clearly see how Gerald moved. His speed was simply too fast. By the time they reacted, 5 or 6 people were already lying on the ground. Others stood stunned, hesitant to move forward. The scar-faced man watched with bulging eyes, swallowing hard. You go die. At that moment, one clever thug picked up an iron rod and, finding an opening, swung it toward Gerald's head. A cold light flashed in Gerald's eyes as he jabbed his right finger into the attacker's right arm with lightning speed. Instantly, the strength left the man's arm, leaving it powerless. Gerald caught the iron rod in a reverse grip and kicked the man squarely in the chest. A crackling sound echoed as bones broke. The man flew over 20 meters away, spitting blood, creating a gruesome scene. He crashed heavily to the ground and passed out. You want to hit me? Gripping both ends of the iron rod, Gerald bent it with sheer strength. You're an ancient martial artist. The scar-faced man took a few steps back, realizing Gerald's skills weren't something an ordinary person could possess. To bend such a thick iron rod and kick someone over 20 meters, only an ancient martial artist could be so powerful. That's right, Gerald sneered and threw the bent iron rod to the ground. Ancient martial artists weren't warriors from ancient times, but martial arts masters who practiced ancient techniques. In the ancient era, there were 2 kinds of people. Cultivators, or today's immortals, who ascended to higher realms after passing tribulations, and body cultivators, the ancient martial artists. They lacked spirit roots and couldn't cultivate spirit energy, so they chose to cultivate their bodies instead. This path was tough, requiring immense physical resilience. But when perfected, one could tear through space with bare hands and cross boundaries. A famous body cultivator was the god Pango, who separated heaven and earth. However, after Emperor Burton's battle with Xiang Yu, the earth's spiritual energy depleted. Now earth lacks cultivation resources for immortals, leading to the rise of body cultivators. Martial grandmasters like Campbell could perform feats like light body skills and sword chi, reaching the innate stage of body cultivation, producing genuine chi within their bodies. Upon hearing Gerald was an ancient martial artist, the scar-faced man lost his bravado, turning to run. But before he could run a few meters, Gerald appeared in front of him, punching him directly in the nose. Blood spurted out as the scar-faced man's nose collapsed. Mm. Clutching his nose, he wailed pitifully. Gerald grabbed his shoulder, asking, Who sent you? No one, the scar-faced man denied. Gerald smiled. Not admitting it, huh? Don't blame me then. With that, Gerald applied pressure to the scar-faced man's shoulder, cracking his collarbone. Brother, we need to be loyal. We won't tell you. The scar-faced man gritted his teeth. Though silent, he indirectly admitted to being hired. No one would foolishly cause trouble in a place brimming with surveillance cameras. Not talking, huh? I'll make you feel comfortable. Gerald slowly moved his hand down the scar-faced man's left arm to his wrist. If I squeeze here, your right hand will be useless, even if treated. When it rains, it'll itch and ache as if ants are crawling and needles piercing you. Feel it? Hearing this, the scar-faced man shivered, panic flashing in his eyes. You, don't threaten me. I'm not afraid. The Green Mountain Hall isn't to be messed with. If you harm me, even as an ancient martial artist, you won't have a good ending. Gerald noted that the Green Mountain Hall seemed influential enough to disregard an ancient martial artist, implying they might also have one among them. Is that so? Let's see. Gerald applied slight pressure on the wrist, making the scar-faced man wince. Don't. I'll talk. Sammy sent us, he begged. Brother, please don't break my hand. Sammy, give me the full name. Sebastian. Gerald hummed, knowing Nellie must have caused this trouble. Where is he? Take me to him. Gerald stated simply. The scar-faced man pointed towards the parking lot, saying, Sebastian is in the hotel above. He paid me to cripple you and take the woman upstairs. Translation notes. Names were kept in pinyin form. Gordon maintained paragraph structure and line breaks. Preserved tone and style for continuity. Ensured natural English flow without grammatical errors. Chapter 76. Medical fees. Gerald released the knife-scarred man's hand and grabbed him by the collar. Lead the way. Nellie had just recovered from her shock. Upon hearing that Sebastian had sent people to do this, she angrily opened the car door and got out. I'm coming too. Gerald nodded, carrying the knife-scarred man as they walked into the elevator of the parking lot. Do you have any ancient martial artists in your Green Mountain Hall? Gerald asked. It was crucial to know that, at the same cultivation level, body refiners were absolutely more powerful than chi cultivators. Body refiners relied on their physical strength rather than using magical artifacts, talismans, or elixirs like chi cultivators. No, no. The knife-scarred man shivered, denying it. Still being stubborn? It looks like you really want to lose a hand, don't you? Gerald threatened. The knife-scarred man dared not lie anymore and could only tell the truth. Our Green Mountain Hall has 2 elders who are very skilled in martial arts. I've heard from others that they are ancient martial artists. What level are they? Gerald asked again. Generally, those who studied martial arts could be considered ancient martial artists, but there were different realms within that category, hidden force and transformation force, each level being more powerful than the last. But these all belong to the acquired realm, merely considered martial arts experts, and did not equate to body refiners. Only those who reached the innate realm and condensed true chi were genuine body refiners. Gerald worried now. If Green Mountain Hall had martial masters or innate level strongmen, his current abilities would be insufficient against them. Don't know, but those 2 elders are extremely powerful. They can kick someone dozens of meters away, just like what you did earlier, the knife-scarred man said, clearly unfamiliar with the hierarchy of ancient martial artists, describing only what he had observed. After some thought, Gerald surmised that if their power was comparable to his punch, they should be hidden force martial artists who could slightly condense a trace of true chi. However, body refiners' power far surpassed that of chi cultivators of the same rank. If those 2 elders were at the peak hidden force stage, he might not be a match for them. The elevator soon arrived at the 13th floor. Gerald led the knife-scarred man to the door. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang, followed by footsteps inside. Click. Sebastian opened the door wearing a bathrobe. Seeing the knife-scarred man outside, a delighted look crossed his face. How about it, brother Knife-Scar? Did you manage? How many legs did the kid break? Did he scream terribly? Did you take photos? Sebastian was incredibly excited, thinking that the knife-scarred man's presence indicated success, after which it was time for him to enjoy himself. At that moment, Gerald threw the knife-scarred man aside by the collar, then stood before Sebastian. Mr. Zane, let's talk. Sebastian, seeing Gerald, hurriedly tried to close the door. Of course, Gerald wouldn't allow it. He kicked Sebastian in the stomach, sending him flying inside. Following that, Gerald walked in, with Nellie following closely behind, then closed the door. You dare to hit me. Sebastian hunched on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. Someone like him, a spoiled rich kid, couldn't withstand hits like the knife-scarred man. Just one kick left him unable to stand. Sebastian, I never expected you to be such a person, Nellie accused angrily. Because I didn't agree with you, you sent people to grab me. Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Sebastian lifted his head, eyes filled with viciousness, grinding his teeth as he cursed. Damn, you're already my woman. What's wrong with us being together? Your father has agreed to it. Why are you so unwilling? Stop pretending to be innocent after selling yourself. Nellie seethed with rage, her face grim, her icy gaze fixed on Sebastian. She then walked over, lifted her foot, and stomped down forcefully with her 5-centimeter heels onto Sebastian's feet. Sebastian wore only disposable slippers, causing Nellie's stomp to make him howl in pain. Bastard, how can there be someone as shameless as you in this world? You think I'm like those loose women you toy with? Nellie's stomping made Sebastian pull back his feet in agony. Now off balance, Nellie was about to fall. Gerald gently caught her waist and said, You lack the strength to hit people. You'd better stay back while men handle this. Having steadied Nellie, Gerald rolled up his sleeves and approached Sebastian step by step. Mr. Zane, did you say you wanted to break my legs just now? Like a rat? Sebastian scrambled to get up from the bedhead cabinet, reaching for the phone there. Go to hell, you're acting like a rat. Gerald couldn't resist kicking him again, giving him a helping push. This time Sebastian shot out like a rocket, slamming his head into the bedhead cabinet. Don't come closer. I'm calling the police. Sebastian grabbed the landline phone hastily, preparing to call the cops. Gerald smirked. Call the police, sure. Let's see if you can bear the charges of intentional harm, hiring criminals, and suspected kidnapping. If you don't report it, maybe I will. Sebastian's hand froze mid-air with the phone, realizing Gerald had a point. If he reported it, he'd likely be arrested first. So, what do you want? Reluctantly putting down the phone, Sebastian dared not mention the police anymore. Gerald stepped forward until he was less than a meter from Sebastian, smiling. Nothing much, just here to ask for medical fees. Why are you asking for medical fees when you beat me like this? Sebastian pointed to his stomach. The pristine white bathrobe bore a clear footprint imprint. Gerald shook his head. Not mine, yours. Sebastian was even more puzzled. Asking for his own medical fees? What do you mean? You told that knife-scarred guy to break my legs, right? When legs are broken, medical fees are needed. Gerald took another step forward, cornering Sebastian. I'll give you 2 choices. Either pay me the medical fees for breaking both my legs, or I'll break both of yours, we'll call it even, and you can keep the medical fees for yourself. Fair enough? Gerald's smile looked naive, but was terrifying to Sebastian. All you want is money. How much? Anything you want, I'll give you. Finally understanding Gerald's intent, Sebastian sensibly prepared to settle the matter with money. Chapter 77, A Gift. Gerald thought for a moment about the price and then said, Since you seem to be an astute person, young Gordon Zane, let's say the treatment for one leg is 300,000. So, for both legs, it's 600,000. Sebastian was startled and quickly protested. Even if it's a comminuted fracture, it wouldn't cost that much. It seemed he was quite knowledgeable about medical costs. Presumably, he had often broken people's legs. Gerald continued, Of course, the treatment itself doesn't cost that much. But nutrition and potential long-term effects also cost money. At 300,000 per leg, I'm being generous. What do you say? Gordonk, your choice now. The price of 600,000 pained Sebastian considerably. His usual spending on entertainment had already drained his petty cash. His bank account had around $1 million. If he had to pay out $600,000 now, his quality of life would definitely decline this month. I'll pay. Sebastian clenched his teeth, deciding to live frugally this month. Wait. Just then, Nellie walked over. Under Gerald's puzzled gaze, she took out her phone. I'm also a victim, and I want compensation for emotional distress, $400,000. What? Sebastian was utterly stunned. Emotional distress compensation at $400,000 meant he'd have nothing left. That's right. Your actions caused me psychological trauma that may require long-term therapy. By therapist standards, $400,000 is a bargain, Nellie explained. Sebastian was dumbfounded. These two were colluding to extort him. Right, sounds reasonable. Young Gordonster's son, please transfer the money. We accept mobile payments. Gerald's new phone, with Alipay freshly downloaded, was perfect for collecting money. Almost in tears, Sebastian completed the transactions. Wait. As Gerald prepared to leave, Nellie spoke again. This time, Sebastian was on the verge of tears. With a trembling voice he asked, Florence, what else do you need? Nellie coldly replied, if we take the money and leave, you might report us for home invasion. That would be dangerous. Stand still. I'll record this as proof that you're voluntarily giving us $1 million. Later, write a gift statement and sign it. In the end, Sebastian humiliatingly gave false testimony, then under Nellie's insistence, wrote and signed a formal gift statement. Since there was no stamp ink, Gerald pierced his finger with a silver needle. No way, I must tell Dad. A woman like this can't be kept, even if she were given to me for free. After Gerald and Nellie left, Sebastian stumbled to the phone and dialed it in desperation. Miss, you're really a professional when it comes to robbing people. I didn't think of that at all. Gerald had to admit, Nellie's meticulous planning was impressive. Even coming up with a gift idea was brilliant. Thugs are not scary. Educated thugs are terrifying. You initially planned to blackmail him, didn't you? If you hadn't asked for money, I wouldn't have spoken up either. Seeing him lose out feels pretty good. Nellie looked excited. It seemed she enjoyed conspiring with Gerald to blackmail Sebastian. Gerald chuckled. We are short on cash, right? If we weren't, I'd break that guy's legs. Speaking of which, since you mentioned $600,000, how about I buy a $300,000 car and give it a try? Nellie nodded and said, I'll use $500,000 of your $600,000 to boost the company's funds. Once we make more money, I'll repay you. The company is tight now, so live simply. If you need a car, just drive mine. Gerald was speechless. He had planned to buy a car to practice driving and cruise with friends, but now Nellie had taken $500,000. Should he buy a motorcycle instead? What? Are you unwilling? Nellie stared at Gerald. Too late, the money is in my account. I'll transfer $100,000 back to you later. Gerald sighed. You really are a pro at robbing. The next few days were relatively calm. The fruit trees grew steadily. Nellie was busy every day monitoring the growth of the fruit trees and checking on the renovation progress of her store. Iana was also busy writing her internship report. Her internship was nearing its end, and she would probably leave Taoyuan village in a month. Conversely, Gerald spent his days idly at the clinic with nothing happening. It seemed that villagers never fell ill since he arrived. Gerald sat in a recliner in the clinic yard, enjoying the evening sun. He felt as though he had retired, waiting for Nellie's fruit store to rake in profits so he could just collect money. There was little change in the village. No one joined Nellie's orchard project, as they believed urban jobs were more profitable. Gerald, old Nolan hurried in, leaning on a new cane. Old Nolan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Iana eagerly approached, ready to practice acupuncture skills taught by Gerald. Her medical skills had improved significantly. She practiced on Gerald daily and then on others, first Nellie, then Cora, and even some villagers. Now villagers avoided the clinic like the plague. Iana had earned the nickname, Deadly 13 Needles. I'm fine. Old Nolan, intimidated by Iana's reputation, rushed to Gerald. Old Nolan, acupuncture promotes blood circulation and can help with arthritis. Why don't we treat your back pain? Iana followed behind, holding needles and looking eager. Nurse Lou, I said I'm fine. Putting down his teacup, Gerald stood from the chair and asked, Old Nolan, why are you here? Is someone sick? Glancing nervously at Iana, Old Nolan gasped, no one's sick. It's the pigs in the village. Pigs? Gerald laughed awkwardly. Why did he need to see pigs with illnesses? He wasn't a veterinarian. Translation ends here following the structure and tone of the original text. Chapter 78, Overfed to Unconsciousness. Iana stood aside, putting away the silver needles in her hand when she heard that it wasn't a human who was ill. The village pigs have recently refused their daily feed and just keep sleeping all day. We're worried about these pigs, afraid they might fail quarantine and not sell, Nolan explained. You know how much pork prices have soared lately. The villagers are hoping to have a prosperous year with these pigs. Nolan, I'm confident treating humans, but I'm unsure about pigs, Gerald responded hesitantly. This is nothing to fear. Just check for illness and adjust the dosage accordingly as you would for humans, Nolan replied nonchalantly. To him, it didn't matter if Gerald was a human doctor or a veterinarian. He was a doctor after all. Well, let's go take a look then. Gerald thought for a moment and decided to check on the pigs since at least half of Taoyuan village's households raised pigs, ranging from 1 or 2 to 8 or 9 each. A potential issue could lead to significant losses. Gerald, do you think we can apply acupuncture to pigs? Iana asked an innocent question. Though Gerald had never considered it before, theoretically, pigs should also have meridians and acupoints like humans. However, no one knew where these points were located. Upon hearing Lou Zixia's idea about pig acupuncture, Nolan hastily interjected, Nurse Lou, a bit of medicine will do for our village's pigs. You should stay here at the clinic in case someone needs treatment. I'll take Gerald to inspect the situation. Nolan feared Iana's attempt at pig acupuncture. If things went wrong, it could severely impact breeding. Frustrated, Iana sat on the chair, feeling her medical skills were belittled. Gerald followed Nolan to his pig pen. Inside were 3 sows waiting to be bred and eventually give birth to piglets. They lay motionless on the ground, sound asleep without any sign of movement. You see, it's not only my pigs but others too. They've been lying down continuously and don't eat. I'm really worried they'll starve, Nolan said while poking one of the sows with a stick, receiving no response. If they weren't breathing, you'd think they were dead, he sighed. Gerald stepped closer, examined them thoroughly, and found nothing wrong. The sows were breathing steadily, appeared healthy, and each weighed over 200 kilograms. Nolan, when did these pigs stop eating? To understand why the pigs slept excessively and wouldn't eat, it was crucial to trace the cause. It's only been a few days, around the same time frame for all the village pigs, Nolan answered. Gerald used his sensing abilities to observe the sows closely. Their vital signs were fine, and they occasionally snorted softly, perhaps dreaming peacefully. These pigs aren't seriously ill. They're just in a deep sleep state, Gerald stated. They're not in immediate danger. By the way, Nolan, didn't you mention these sows have only been raised for less than 6 months? How did they grow so large? In Taoyuan village, pigs typically took longer to reach this size without growth hormones, usually topping at about 150 kilograms. But Nolan's pigs reached over 200 kilograms within half a year, which seemed unusual and possibly related to their current condition. Hales. These pigs were originally around 150 kilograms. The village chief has an orchard filled with ripe fruits that she gave us for feeding the pigs. They gained weight rapidly within a week, Nolan explained. With current pork prices, these sows are worth quite a sum. If something happens and they can't be sold, it'll be tough for me this year. Don't worry, let me check further. Gerald approached the sows and placed his hand on one of them. He discovered the cause, a strong energy surge inside them due to overeating fruits. They must have eaten too much fruit, causing a sort of oversaturation that put them into a deep slumber, Gerald explained. Luckily, it's just a matter of overfeeding. Here, I'll prescribe some laxatives to help. Relieved, Nolan asked, are you sure there's no problem? Trust me, it's fine, Gerald assured him. The fruits contained a tiny amount of spiritual energy harmless to humans but overwhelming for pigs, leading to their current state. Gerald inspected other villagers' pigs and found the same results. Upon returning to the clinic, he prepared laxatives and instructed Nolan to administer them. Sure enough, as Gerald predicted, the pigpens became lively after consuming the laxatives. The smell spread far beyond a few dozen meters. After dealing with the situation, Gerald returned to the clinic, where it was already dark. He discussed with Nellie about raising pigs and chickens using leftover fruits to ensure no waste. Nellie suggested creating a livestock farm for diversified agricultural product sales. However, due to limited funds, they couldn't expand comprehensively yet. Let's encourage villagers to raise pigs and chickens. Gordony sows have already given birth, and with the fruits, they can easily grow big, providing extra income, Gerald said. If everything were monopolized by Nellie, the remaining villagers would struggle. Nellie nodded. All right, once the orchard develops, we can start a livestock farm. Industrialized farming on a large scale is necessary for market competitiveness. The village's small-scale farming isn't competitive. With this plan set, the village's development continued smoothly. Chapter 79. So tiny. Nellie's initial idea was to expand and become bigger, but due to insufficient funds, Gerald's plan to raise pigs made her consider establishing a large-scale farm. After all, pork was expensive now, and the government provided subsidies for pig farming. But it's still early for that, just an idea. We'll expand when the time is right. Nellie took out her laptop and started searching for information on starting a farm, clearly determined to turn Taoyuan village into an agricultural base. In the following days, Gerald checked up on the pigs and bought a few piglets after confirming they had no side effects from the medicine, planning to raise them himself to test the results. Soon, it was time to attend the class reunion with Beth. Checking the time, he realized he should also go for Zahir's second treatment and deliver the 9 herbs J-Do pills. To attend this reunion, Gerald deliberately borrowed Nellie's Audi A8. Last time, he felt quite uncomfortable around those flashy classmates. This time, he would show off in a luxury car. After arriving in Jiangqing City, Gerald headed straight for Pajuan Group. He parked confidently in a VIP spot, only to see 2 security guards approach quickly. Gerald thought he might have parked incorrectly, but the guards inspected the license plate and then him, before walking away puzzled. He walked boldly to the receptionist and asked to see Zahir. Large companies certainly had their advantages. The receptionist looked like a celebrity, and she wasn't the same one from last time. Sir, do you have an appointment? No. I'm sorry, Orson doesn't see visitors without appointments. Please leave your contact information, and I'll inform you when he's available. The receptionist checked her book and said, Orson's appointments are full until next month. That's not necessary. I'm Orson's friend, here to treat him today. Zahir begged him to come treat him, but now he faced rejection. The receptionist eyed Gerald skeptically. Judging by his attire, it was hard to believe he could be friends with Chairman Zhao. Sir, dozens of people claim to be Orson's friends, or even say they're his illegitimate children. You're not another one of those, right? Her tone wasn't friendly. Company rules were strict. Without an appointment, seeing Zahir was impossible. At that moment, the 2 guards who had earlier examined the car came over and whispered to the receptionist. Sir, please, we'll take you to see Orson. They escorted Gerald between them into the elevator, maintaining a watchful demeanor as if he were dangerous. At Zahir's office, one guard knocked while the other stood ready with a weapon, poised for action. Zahir opened the door, frowning but immediately smiled upon seeing Gerald. Brother Xiaqing, how are you here? Come in, my dear brother. Zahir embraced Gerald and invited him inside, dismissing the guards. Bropa, why did they seem like they wanted to attack me? Gerald sat on the sofa while Zahir personally brewed tea for him. Here, have some premium Dahong Pao tea. Zahir explained, they told me a suspicious man drove my daughter's car and might be a kidnapper demanding ransom. I already confirmed with her. It must be a clone plate. A clone plate? Car? Gerald wondered if this referred to Nellie's Audi. But wait, if the Audi belonged to Zahir's daughter, wouldn't that mean? No, they had different surnames. Was it possible? Haylet Zahir's eccentric personality did match Nellie's description of her father. Forget about it. I'll have my team investigate. Before Gerald could ponder further, Zahir began undressing. Brother Xiang, are we doing acupuncture today? I'm all set up. He placed a trash bin next to the sofa. Gerald hastily said, no acupuncture this time. I brought special medicine for you. He handed Zahir 2 9 herbs jade dew pills from a small bottle. Eat one now, and the other in 2 months. This should cure you completely. Given the potent nature of the pills, ordinary people needed a couple of months to fully absorb the effects, so Gerald advised waiting a month before taking the second one. Zahir carefully examined the pill with his thumb, finding nothing extraordinary. Could 2 tiny pills really cure him? Brother Xiang, these are so small. Are you sure? Zahir had endured countless treatments, even dialysis, and was desperate for a cure. Now, Gerald dismissed acupuncture and offered just 2 pills, sparking his doubt. Bro, if you don't trust me, don't take it. I've put a lot of effort into this. Refining these pills cost me nearly $13,000. If you think they won't work, forget it. Gerald exaggerated the price to ensure he could charge a higher fee later. Don't be silly. Of course, I trust you. Zahir immediately popped the pill into his mouth. Before he could drink water, the pill dissolved like a clear spring, followed by a warm sensation spreading throughout his body. His expression changed abruptly as beads of sweat rolled down his chubby face. Brother Xiang, hold on, Zahir grabbed tissues and rushed into the bathroom. Suddenly, thumping sounds and a strange odor filled the air. Gerald quickly opened the window to let in fresh air, which dispersed the smell. Turning around, Gerald noticed a photo on Zahir's desk, arousing his curiosity. Chapter 80. These two are actually father and daughter. The photograph showed a family of 3, 1 man and 2 women. It must be a picture of the parents with their daughter. The man looked quite handsome. After careful scrutiny, he could be identified as Zahir in his younger days. It seemed that young Zahir had been quite the dashing figure, a stark contrast to the person currently causing chaos in the bathroom. Looking at the beautiful woman beside him, Gerald recognized her from Nellie's phone. It must be little Nellie. This confirmed that these two were indeed father and daughter. But why didn't Nellie have the surname Zhao? How strange. Sitting back on the sofa, Gerald picked up his teacup and sipped leisurely, waiting for Zahir to come out so he could decide how much to charge for his services. Given that Zahir was Nellie's father, and to get some satisfaction for Nellie, 1,000,000 yuan shouldn't be too much to ask. Half an hour later, Zahir emerged from the bathroom, looking exhausted, drenched in sweat with his clothes soaked through. He sat next to Gerald, and the peculiar smell still lingered around him. While wiping his sweat with tissues, Zahir said, Brother Malak, I'm truly impressed by you. You didn't see it, but what came out was all black. I nearly passed out. Gerald put down his teacup, speechless at the grossness of Zahir's description. Brother Purr, after taking those 9 grass jade dew pills, almost all the remaining toxins in your body should be expelled. In 2 months, once you finish the rest of the medication, you should be fully cured. Zahir threw the tissue into the trash can and laughed. Great brother, I really don't know how to thank you. Name your price. He had left it to Gerald to set the price. After thinking for a moment, just as Gerald was about to speak, Zahir's expression changed again. Grabbing more tissues from the table, he rushed back to the bathroom. No way, this stuff is too strong. I can't take it. Is this some kind of laxative? Bang bang bang. Once again, the sounds of another explosive episode emanated from the bathroom. After 10 minutes, Zahir emerged, utterly drained. Lying half reclined on the sofa, Zahir panted heavily, pale-faced and looking like he'd lost all energy. Brother Malak, what did you give me? I feel like I've lost half my life. Picking up his teacup, Zahir gulped down several mouthfuls of water before regaining some strength. Brother Pa, losing half a life to save the other half isn't a bad deal. For the time being, smoking and drinking are fine, but avoid any romantic encounters. The remaining toxins are mainly concentrated in your kidneys. Any indulgence now would have severe consequences. Gerald had just checked Zahir's condition and found that most of the toxins were stored in his kidneys. If there was any leakage during this period, it might not only ruin his treatment but also cause kidney problems. Another 2 months. Zahir seemed displeased with the long time frame, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff. 2 months it is. Anyway, I've realized that women are trouble. They poison me and threaten me. They're asking for death. Gerald replied, Brother Pa, I think it's best if you stay away from women. Look at your red spot between your eyebrows and your brows high like clouds. It's a sign of the peach blossom calamity. Getting close to women could lead to both financial and romantic losses. Zahir asked, Brother Malak, you know about physiognomy? In medicine and Taoism, they are closely related. I understand a bit. See how when you enter, the azure dragon drinks water, the red light shines from the sides, and Rudy sits in place. It seems you've consulted a master. In ancient times, cultivators often doubled as physicians since the divine farmer tasted hundreds of herbs and spread medical knowledge. There were mentions of Taoist practices in the records of medical techniques. Hails, I went to visit a Taoist priest at Malagza Mountain, Zahir replied. It cost me a pretty penny. Gerald smiled inwardly. The feng shui layout likely contained elements of a ray formation, attracting wind and wealth. The person who designed it might even be a cultivator. By the way, Brother Malak, here you go. Zahir took out a set of keys and placed them on the coffee table in front of Gerald. Confused, Gerald stared at the keys, presumably for a house door. He wondered what Zahir intended to do. Zahir explained, this property is in Xuanhuan. Originally meant for my daughter as a dowry, she refused to marry no matter what. Since the house has been empty for a long time, I thought I'd give it to you. Gerald couldn't believe Zahir was so generous, directly gifting a house. Treating wealthy patients sure had its perks. A bit of medicine and time could yield significant rewards. Xuanhuan was a luxury residential area on the outskirts of Jiangxing, mostly comprising villas, each worth over tens of millions. Brother Pur, this is too much. Initially, Gerald only planned to ask for a couple of million, not tenfold more. Zahir laughed. Take it, you saved my life. A few million is nothing to me. Gerald marveled internally. Millions to him were just small change. Business moguls were indeed formidable. But, Zahir continued, the house is under my daughter's name. She hasn't been in Jiangxing lately. When she's available, I'll bring her to transfer the deed to you. Gerald now understood Zahir's intentions. The house was usable, but not yet owned outright. Zahir likely planned to finalize the transfer only after confirming his health improvement in 2 months. If the recovery failed, things could be uncertain. Deciding whether to accept the keys or not became a dilemma for Gerald. Zahir added, the furniture is all ready. You can move in any time you want. After deliberation, Gerald accepted the keys. At least the place provided shelter. If he ever visited Jiangxing, he wouldn't need to spend money on hotels. Brother Purr, about your daughter. Gerald wanted to mention recognizing Nellie, but Zahir sighed. My daughter has always been rebellious. I don't know how to handle her. Don't worry, she never goes to that house. You can live there without worry. All right. Gerald nodded, originally planning to ask why Nellie didn't share the Zhao surname but decided against it. Every family had its own issues, and Zahir might find it inconvenient to discuss. Please note that while the chapter number was translated as Chapter 80, the actual narrative starts from the first line of the input text. The structure and line breaks have been preserved as per the original text. Chapter 81, Beth's Attraction. Gerald thought about Nellie, finding that though the girl was indeed quite capricious, her heart was still kind. He felt he should help her when he gets the chance. After all, Sebastian was not a good person. He even sent people to forcibly take Nellie, intending to bully her. If little Tigress really married such a man, she'd probably be ruined for life. By the way, Brother Purr, isn't Bisui Bay a project by Tunghua Real Estate? Gerald remembered seeing advertisements for Bisui Bay, and knew Tunghua Real Estate was George's company. He wondered if Zahir might know something. Hales, what's the matter? Asked Zahir. Gerald replied, Brother Purr, the boss of Tunghua Real Estate has an underling named George. Do you know anything about him? Zahir thought for a moment, but shook his head. I haven't delved into real estate business, but I did buy some stocks from Tunghua. Now that I hear their company is in trouble, I'm thinking whether I should sell them off as they are currently under police investigation. Brother Purr, it would be better if you sold those stocks earlier, said Gerald. A scoundrel like Jerome would eventually get caught. When that happens, stock prices will surely plummet. If Herb held on, it could be detrimental to him. All right, I'll listen to you, brother, Herb agreed. Checking the time, Gerald saw it was about time to leave since he still needed to attend a class reunion later. Brother Purr, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Herb nodded. All right, no need to send you off. I'm also pretty dirty, so I'll go take a shower first. Oh, by the way, my residence is also at Bisui Bay, so if you need anything when you're there, feel free to find me. After leaving Pajuan Group, Gerald drove downstairs and noticed the 2 security guards were still discreetly observing him. Without giving it much thought, he started the car and headed towards Daryolin International Hotel. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, he found Beth waiting for him there. Gerald. Seeing Gerald, Beth waved and walked over. Today, Beth dressed simply with a white shirt, a short skirt, and black stockings, which seemed to be her work attire minus the jacket. Beth, it's only 5:30. Why are you here so early? Wasn't it agreed upon for 6 o'clock? Seeing how she looked, it seemed she had been waiting for some time. Beth pointed at the Daryolin International Hotel signboard and smiled. I work here and got off at 5, so I waited for you. Now I understand. You've been waiting for a while. Let's go upstairs quickly, Gerald remarked. Not long at all, Beth replied, smiling as she walked into the hotel alongside Gerald, taking the elevator up. Beth, working here, yet you get off at 5. Are you in a high position? Gerald was curious as hotel staff were usually working this time. Beth explained, working here doesn't mean I'm a hotel employee. I work for Daryolin Group. The top 2 floors are their offices. With that clarification, Gerald understood. Daryolin Group wasn't just limited to the hotel but also included shopping malls and real estate, making it a true multinational company. They walked out of the elevator chatting happily. Beth led the way to the private room where the gathering was set up. At the private room entrance, several people were standing and chatting. They were dressed in sharp suits with polished shoes, exuding the air of successful professionals. Gerald immediately recognized the one with perfectly straight hair, likely coated with gel. It was none other than Digby, their high school class president. Digby wasn't exactly the best character back then. Despite having poor academic performance, his wealthy family helped him gain admission to Jiangxing No. 1 High School and secured him the position of class president. Gerald often faced discrimination from this guy during school days. And standing beside Digby were Henri and Darian, his loyal minions who followed him since high school and were later placed in the same company through Digby's father's connections. Upon seeing Beth approaching, they stopped chatting, and the foremost person walked over. Beth, it's been a while. Digby extended his right hand, ready to shake hands with Beth. Then, he noticed Gerald standing beside her, showing an obvious disdainful look. It's been a while. Beth politely extended her right hand to shake Digby's. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After more than 10 seconds, Digby was still holding onto Beth's hand, causing her to show a hint of displeasure. My apologies, I'm just too excited. Digby realized Beth's dissatisfaction and finally released her hand. No problem. Beth pulled back her hand and regained her smile. Come, everyone is inside. Let me bring you in. Digby completely ignored Gerald as if he wasn't even there. Gerald, let's go. Beth turned and called. Digby frowned. Gerald, we didn't invite you this time, did we? For this reunion, Digby invited classmates from wealthier backgrounds. This so-called reunion was more of a networking event, and naturally, those without value wouldn't be invited. Halia, Gerald, your audacity is impressive. Didn't you embarrass yourself last time? Henri echoed. Last time you dressed like a country bumpkin, now at least you look somewhat human, Darian added sarcastically. You wouldn't happen to be collecting scraps here and wanted to join us for a free meal, right? The last time Gerald attended a reunion, he thought it was just a simple gathering and brought Alanis along. Back then, he didn't have much money. Spending 1,000 yuan on party fees left him broke when they decided to go karaoke singing. Alanis insisted on joining, which ended up embarrassing Gerald. What do you mean? Beth furrowed her brows, dissatisfied. Gerald came at my invitation. Is there a problem? Isn't it a class reunion? He's obviously one of our classmates. Ha ha ha. Henri laughed. Of course, he's our classmate. However, he couldn't come up with $500 last time but ordered a 1,000 yuan XO bottle. So, he had to work at that KTV for half a month to pay off that bottle. Ha ha ha. Laugh out loud. Darian burst into laughter, finding amusement in the memory. Beth, this reunion isn't suitable for Gerald. Let me take you inside first. Digby brushed off Gerald completely and prepared to bring Beth into the private room. If Gerald doesn't go, neither will I. Beth turned proudly, realizing if the reunion was this pretentious, she'd rather not go. Initially, she returned to China to catch up with old classmates, but now, it seemed unnecessary. Chapter 82, Throwing Money Around. Gerald touched his nose. He had known from the start that attending this gathering would lead to nothing good, and indeed it was. Well then, let's go up to the restaurant for dinner. Seeing his high school goddess about to be taken away by Gerald, Digby hurriedly blocked in front of them and said, Beth, we didn't mean to exclude Gerald, but this is a 5-star hotel. 2,000 yuan per person might not even cover the cost. I'm worried Gerald can't afford it. After all, he works very hard. Beth replied, I'll pay for him. That's fine, right? Digby felt uneasy. He couldn't understand why Beth cared so much about Gerald, who came from a rural background. Gerald, are you still a man if you need a woman to pay for you? Aren't you ashamed? Digby looked at Gerald with disdain, hoping he would retreat on his own accord. Whether I'm a man or not isn't for you to say. Gerald opened his satchel and pulled out 10,000 yuan. Here's 10,000 our share. If it's not enough, I'll add more later. This action surprised Digby. He never expected Gerald to actually have money. Is this not enough? Gerald took out another 20,000 from his bag, making it a total of 30,000. If it's not enough, I have more. Gerald, did you rob someone? I've heard there's a group of robbers in Jiangcheng recently. It wouldn't be you, would it? Henri questioned. Where I got the money from is none of your business, Gerald replied with disdain. Just tell me if it's enough. Digby frowned. We'll settle the bill at the end. No need to pay now. Gerald put the money back into his bag and led Beth straight into a private dining room. 3 dogs barking at anyone they think is inferior, Gerald commented. You? Hearing this, Henri wanted to confront Gerald but was held back by Darian. I saw that Gerald has about 50,000 in his bag, probably earned from years of working. Since he wants to show off, let's see him spend it all soon. Gerald and Beth entered the private dining room and found over 10 people already seated. When they saw Beth enter, everyone looked puzzled as she hadn't participated in the college entrance exam and thus wasn't familiar to them. However, her beautiful face immediately caught everyone's attention, the boys looking starstruck while some girls wore looks of jealousy. Hello everyone, I'm Beth, she greeted and found a seat. Beth, I wondered who this beauty was. Turns out it's our class beauty queen. Beth, you're getting more beautiful. Beth became the center of attention while everyone ignored Gerald. Gerald didn't bother and just sat down next to Beth, glancing around the room. There were over 10 people. At this point, no more than 30 people would come to the gathering, meaning at least half of the class hadn't arrived, whether it was because they weren't invited or didn't come. Those present were elegantly dressed in formal attire, contrasting sharply with Gerald's casual outfit. He noticed Vonda sitting alone, chatting with a male classmate. Remembering how he had last beaten up her boyfriend, and Cora had also hit her, had they broken up? Gerald, sorry about this. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Sitting down, Beth whispered to Gerald, let me pay the money later. Gerald waved his hand and smiled. No need. If I let you pay, that guy would look down on me even more. I can still afford such a small amount. He had just received a property worth millions from Zahir, so these few $1,000s were nothing. Soon it was 6 o'clock, and 5 or 6 more classmates arrived. It seemed no one else was coming. Digby sat next to Beth with Henri and Darian nearby. Everyone's here. Let's order the food. As delicious dishes were brought to the table, everyone began eating and chatting, mostly about work, cars, and homes. Bertsia Real Estate, what a big company. Regional coordinator, nice job. Don't forget us old classmates when you make it big. You're doing well too, being an operations director. The conversations revolved around titles like CEO or manager, giving an impression that if you didn't have a prestigious title, you couldn't even speak. Gerald just focused on eating. Come, Beth, have some fish. I specifically asked the kitchen to use fresh live fish. Digby picked up a piece of fish and placed it on Beth's plate. Beth then used her chopsticks to move it to Gerald's bowl. Looking at the fish, Gerald picked it up and threw it on the table. I don't like eating others' leftovers, Gerald said coldly. Digby's face turned ugly. Gerald, don't be unreasonable. Look at everyone. You're eating for 4 or 5 people. How will they eat? Originally, the dishes were expensive and refined, tasting great but obviously not enough in quantity. 2,000 per person barely sufficed. Gerald, leave some for others. Look at that beef, you ate it all. What's left for others? Henri commented. Gerald didn't bother talking. He took out 10,000 yuan and slapped it on the table. Is this enough? Order 2 more dishes. Henri was speechless. He had never seen anyone like Gerald who would throw out cash without a second thought. No more nonsense or I'll continue eating. For a moment, everyone stared at Gerald with strange looks, guessing when this poor boy from the countryside became so wealthy, tossing out 10,000 yuan so casually. Come, everyone, raise a glass. We haven't met in a long time. Digby stood up, holding a glass of red wine, smiling. Henri and Darian followed suit, starting to flatter. This wine is especially brought back by our class president from France. A bottle costs 5,000 yuan. Darian added, today is our class president's promotion day to department manager at Pajuan Group, the youngest department manager. Let's toast to him. These two continued praising Digby, leading everyone to stand up and raise their glasses, as a 5,000 yuan bottle of wine wasn't affordable for ordinary families. With so many people toasting him, Digby smiled. Eat and drink well. I've brought 6 bottles of wine. I guarantee no one leaves until they're tipsy. Chapter 83. This wine is too low class. As everyone stood to toast, Gerald remained seated in his chair with no intention of standing up. Beth was also still sitting there, making the two of them stand out rather oddly. Henri glared at Gerald, displeased. He thought this guy was being incredibly disrespectful. Gerald, even if it costs 5,000 per bottle, the wine should still be drunk. Darian pointed to the 10,000 yuan on the table and said, "You've worked hard for a few years. Don't spend all your savings just for the sake of some face. You won't even have money left for a taxi ride home." Henri added, "Exactly. Don't think that just because you carry tens of thousands of yuan with you, you're an upper-class person." Gerald put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and smiled. "I'm not used to drinking such cheap red wine. It doesn't taste good, too low class." His words offended everyone present. They had all been drinking this wine, which meant they were all considered low class. "Gerald, what do you mean by that?" Digby's face turned ashen. Since the beginning, Gerald had repeatedly found faults, which annoyed him greatly. "Just what do you mean, Gerald? Are you calling us all low class?" someone complained. Gerald raised his glass, turned it upside down over the table, and poured half a glass of red wine onto the floor. "I didn't say that. I only said the wine is too low class, not the people drinking it. If you want to take it that way, I can't help it." This move enraged everyone. They were all drinking the wine he poured right onto the ground. Anyone who didn't know Gerald would assume he was a rich second generation. The problem was, they were all classmates and acquaintances. At the last reunion, Gerald's embarrassment was still being talked about. Today's arrogance made everyone quite irritable. "Gerald, if you have the ability, treat everyone to better red wine. If not, don't try to show off," Henri mocked. Gerald smiled slightly but didn't fall for it. He turned to Henri and replied with a grin, "You're not my son. Why should I offer you drinks?" "You." Henri clenched his fists and glared, wishing he could smash the wine glass into Gerald's head right then and there. Gerald slowly placed the glass back on the table, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. "The last time I ate here, I had a bit of red wine left over and nearly forgot about it. Since I'm in a good mood today," Gerald referred to the bottle Nellie hadn't finished when she dined here. That bottle was a free gift from Raquel, so Gerald figured he might as well enjoy it himself. "Do you want me to act? Fine, I'll give you a real show." Gerald stood up under everyone's watchful eyes, walked out, and called in a waiter. "Excuse me, I have a bottle of wine left over from last time. Could you bring it to me?" The waiter asked, "Please wait a moment. Can you provide your name and phone number from last time?" Gerald quietly gave the waiter Nellie's name and phone number. After confirming, the waiter left. Everyone looked at Gerald with strange expressions. It seemed he frequented this place often. Otherwise, how could he store wine here? "Let's eat, everyone." Digby invited everyone to sit down. If Gerald wanted to show off, they would see how far he would go. Although everyone sat down, they remained silent, waiting to see what wine Gerald would serve. A few minutes later, a waiter brought in a bottle of red wine and placed it respectfully on Gerald's table. "Sir, here is your red wine." Gerald nodded, took the bottle, filled his glass halfway, and then took Beth's glass and poured her remaining wine onto Digby's feet. "Here, Beth, try this wine." Gerald handed the glass to Beth, smirking as he watched Digby glare. Just as the waiter prepared to leave, Digby stopped him. "How much does that wine cost per bottle?" Digby did not plan to let Gerald continue showing off. If the price wasn't too high, he'd buy a few bottles to humiliate Gerald. The waiter bowed and answered, "Sir, this is a 10-year-aged Chateau Latour original bottle of red wine. Currently, it's in its prime drinking period, and we sell it for 56,800 yuan." Upon hearing the price, everyone's expression changed. A bottle of red wine costing over 50,000 was unthinkable. Even at 5,000 per bottle, they could barely afford it. But 50,000 was nearly the cost of the entire meal. In other words, Gerald's one bottle of wine already exceeded their entire meal's cost. Digby's face darkened. He hadn't expected Gerald to drink such expensive wine. If it were 20,000, he might buy 3 bottles to share. But 50,000 was beyond his reach. "Class president, are you planning to treat everyone to this Chateau Latour? If you like it, why worry about the price?" Gerald guessed Digby's thoughts, sipped his wine calmly, and watched him closely. This forced Digby into a corner. If he didn't buy it, Gerald would clearly win. Digby frowned, thinking, and then ordered, "Bring 2 more bottles." "Class president, will 2 bottles be enough for everyone?" Gerald smiled. "There are so many people. Surely you don't plan to let everyone take 1 sip each." Digby gritted his teeth and said, "Bring 4 bottles." "Sorry, sir. Alcoholic beverages require advance payment." Digby's face turned black. He pulled out a card from his pocket and said, "Charge it. No pin needed." "Very well, sir." After the waiter left, Gerald clapped, saying, "Everyone, shouldn't we thank the class president for treating us to top-tier red wine?" In the room, only Gerald applauded, and no one else joined in. After all, Gerald drank first. Even if Digby bought more, it would just follow suit. Digby's gaze burned with hatred, wishing he could kill Gerald with his eyes. He knew his family had spent hundreds of thousands to secure him this job. Now that he had been promoted to department manager, his salary was decent, but it couldn't sustain his extravagant spending with Darian and Henri. Chapter 84, Beth's Resolve. That credit card was Digby's last resort. Buying these few bottles of wine would likely lead to a long repayment period. Soon, the waiter brought up 4 bottles of red wine, opened one first, and walked over to pour it for everyone. Gerald then said, "Since we've ordered 4 bottles, just open them all. What else are you waiting for?" "Okay." Before Digby could react, the waiter hurriedly opened the remaining 3 bottles of red wine. Now, it was impossible to return or cancel the order. "Gerald." Digby glared at him angrily, his body trembling with rage. "What's wrong with opening these bottles? Do you think you can ask for a refund?" Gerald squinted, raising his wine glass with an innocent smile. "Class president, I toast to you. Thank you for treating us with such good wine. But honestly, it tastes pretty bad. I don't even like it. Since it wasn't finished last time, I thought we might as well finish it this time." Digby felt like he was about to spit blood. gritting his teeth. Gerald, you're ruthless. Beth smiled calmly, lifting her glass with a gentle smile. Gerald, since the class president isn't drinking with you, let me have a toast with you. The sound of their glasses clinking made Digby feel dizzy. He had intended to flaunt his charisma and win the heart of his dream girl. Now it seemed not only had he failed, but he'd also lost money in the process. Gerald, you're so clever, spending women's money on flirting and acting like it's justified. Vonda finally spoke, looking grimly at Gerald. The scratch marks from last time were still visible on her face. Digby found the situation taking a twist, and his expression turned complex. Pepe, what do you mean? How did Gerald spend a woman's money? Tell me more. Hatred flashed in Vonda's eyes. Due to Gerald, Eben had broken up with her. She couldn't continue in Jiangxing or return home. Her hatred towards Gerald was no less than Digby's. Humph. Vonda sneered. You didn't know, did you? Gerald has been fooling around with a widow in our village. After her husband died, she received a compensation of 200,000. It seems Gerald is using that money to indulge in lavish parties. For a moment, the entire room fell silent as all eyes turned to Gerald. They hadn't believed Gerald could afford such expensive wine. Now it seemed there was an explanation. So Gerald is a gold digger, haha? Digby laughed heartily. As I thought, how could this guy have any money? Turns out he's spending dead people's money, Henri said. Gerald, I thought you were something, but look at you being exposed today, Darian added. Gerald held his wine glass with 2 fingers, giving Vonda a disdainful look. This woman was indeed delusional, always thinking too highly of herself. Gerald, I guess you're almost out of money, so you're turning to Beth, wanting to live off her, right? You must be quite skilled at seducing women. No wonder you talk so sweetly. Your skills must be quite impressive. Vonda smirked triumphantly, enjoying humiliating Gerald in front of everyone. Gerald smiled gently at Vonda without a word. Trying to explain to a madwoman would make him seem mad too. At this moment, Beth stood up, lifted her glass, and poured the entire cup of wine onto Vonda's face. What nonsense are you spouting? Beth was furious. Vonda's words insinuated improper relations between her and Gerald, which Beth couldn't tolerate. You dare splash me. Vonda picked up her glass, but instead threw the entire glass at Beth. Gerald quickly pulled Beth aside, and the glass flew through the air, smashing into Digby's face. Damn! Blood gushed from Digby's nose, and shards cut his face. Avoiding the attack, Beth walked up to Vonda in 2 steps and slapped her. Don't spread lies. Slap slap. 2 more slaps followed before Vonda could react, and Beth already stood behind Gerald. Vonda clearly hadn't learned her lesson from her encounter with Cora. Getting beaten was her own fault. I'll fight you to the death. Vonda charged madly but tripped over a chair Beth had moved, landing face first on the table and scattering dishes everywhere. Seeing Vonda fall, Beth ignored her, pulling Gerald away. Gerald, let's go. Beth couldn't bear staying here. From the start, they hadn't eaten much but witnessed human nature at its coldest. Digby immediately stepped in front of Beth, pleading, Beth, don't be deceived by this guy. You heard Vonda. He's just a poor loser living off others. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Indeed, when he came last time, he wore ragged clothes and couldn't pay for a 1,000 yuan bottle of wine, Henri chimed in. He definitely tricked some woman out of her money and is now trying to deceive other classmates. Look closely, Beth, Darian added. Digby, Darian, and Henri formed a wall in front of Beth. Even if Gerald is that kind of person, what's it to you? Think you're better than anyone? Beth's expression darkened, glaring at the trio. Gerald smiled. A bunch of self-righteous fools. Do you really think you're someone? Gerald, what did you say? Still putting on airs? Think I won't beat you senseless. Digby, driven by irrationality, grabbed a wine bottle, preparing to smash it over Gerald's head. Show you what it means to show off. Poor loser. Today I'll bring you down. Watch your move. Beth blocked Digby and Gerald, making Digby freeze mid-action. Gerald was taken aback, never expecting Beth to shield him. When had they become so close? Gerald, are you a man? Hiding behind a woman? If you have guts, step out. Digby roared. Chapter 85. The price of overacting. Gerald slowly rose from his chair, tidying his clothes in a very deliberate manner. He cast a mocking glance at Digby. Beth, move aside. Since Digby wanted to start something, let him try. Beth frowned deeply. She didn't want to move. After all, she had insisted on bringing Gerald here. So what happened to Gerald was her concern too. But Gerald walked right past Beth and stood before Digby. So, I'm here now, what do you want? Digby's mouth twitched, unsure of what to do with the wine bottle in his hand. You worthless trash, no money, no power. I'll take you on. Digby took a deep breath, swinging the wine bottle down again. Bang! The sound of the wine bottle shattering startled Beth into covering her eyes. Moments later, she heard the sounds of collisions. When she opened her eyes, she saw Digby clutching his head, squatting on the ground. Henri and Darian were also sprawled nearby, groaning pitifully. 3 idiots. Gerald clapped his hands and straightened his clothes. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Gerald's actions had been incredibly swift. In just a few seconds, he had knocked all 3 of them down. And they couldn't figure out how Digby, who held the wine bottle, ended up being hit by it instead. Coordinate your phone, did you know? Gerald strolled over to where Digby was holding his head and sneered. Today is your first and last day as manager. Digby, with one hand on his head and the other pointing at Gerald, shouted, You dare to hit me? You're dead. Gerald retorted with disdain. You're not the first to say that to me, but those who do usually end up very badly. Just watch me. You can't scare me. You think you can kill me? Digby stood up from the ground, standing near the wall about 5 meters away from Gerald, still pointing at him. Gerald, let's go. Don't argue with these people anymore. Beth tugged at Gerald's sleeve. Now that the insults were hurled and punches thrown without any harm coming to him, it was best not to stay here longer. Who knew what serious consequences could arise if things escalated? Why should we leave? I said he wouldn't be able to hold on to this position. I have to make good on my words. Clearly unwilling, Gerald decided to really show off if he was going to do it. Otherwise, what would be the point? He pulled out his phone from his bag. As everyone watched curiously, he had already dialed the number. Hey, Pill, does your company have a department manager named Digby? Gerald looked at Digby as he spoke. If this guy had been more respectful, he wouldn't have called Zahir for nothing, wasting a favor. Digby? A puzzled voice came from the other end. Halia, I think so. Why? As chairman, Zahir had many employees under him. Knowing Digby's name was already quite impressive. Glad to hear it. Gerald smiled broadly. Shouldn't be a problem to fire him, right? Of course not. Zahir asked. Can you tell me why? He offended me today. Gerald explained simply. Humph. How dare he offend my friend? Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. Gerald hung up the phone and narrowed his eyes at Digby. He originally thought it would be enough to extort some money, but now he realized he had been too lenient. Don't try to act tough. You think one call can get you fired? Do you even know how much money this job cost? Digby refused to believe that Gerald had such power. Just one call to take away his job. His father had spent tens of thousands to secure this position for him. Suddenly, Digby's phone rang. He fished out the phone and seeing the caller ID, his face changed. Hello, Dad, listen, the 200,000 I charged just now. Digby hadn't finished speaking when an angry roar erupted from the phone. The voice was so loud it could be heard from several meters away. What 200,000? If you don't know, why are you calling me? Digby thought it might be about the wine purchase. But that wasn't the reason. Your supervisor just called me, saying you've been fired. This job cost a fortune to get for you. What did you do? Fired. Digby's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Gerald, fear filling his eyes. Could it be that just one phone call got him fired? Who was Gerald? Come back immediately. I'll deal with you when you return. Digby dared not be arrogant anymore, not even daring to look at Gerald. He slunk out of the room, disappearing quickly. There was an awkward silence in the room. Everyone gazed at Gerald like he was some kind of monster. No one could believe that Gerald, who couldn't even afford $1,000 for alcohol last time, could have the power to fire someone with just a phone call. Gerald turned and walked back to his seat, taking out $10,000, counting $4,000 aside. This is our contribution for Beth. Eat well. Finishing, Gerald put the remaining $6,000 back in his bag and left the room with Beth, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Gerald, you really acted convincingly. Beth pressed the elevator button and looked at Gerald with a strange smile. What do you mean? Gerald asked blankly. Beth, somewhat upset, said, you know Chairman Burt from Cultivation Group and could get him to fire Digby with just one call. Haylet, you told me you're from the countryside and that your family still farms. Is that funny? Gerald scratched the back of his head, looking innocent. I didn't lie. I really farm. And the reason I know Chairman Cultivation is because I cured his illness. Really? Beth remembered Gerald carrying large bags of herbs when they first met. Perhaps he really did know medicine. Absolutely real. Seeing Gerald's sincere face, Beth believed him mostly. But why do you dress like this? Initially, Beth thought Gerald was poor, dressing plainly, which was why she had offered to pay the 2,000 yuan for him. Now it seemed that he was friendly with Cultivation Group's chairman, making her own actions seem unnecessary. For crying out loud, what's wrong with my clothes? At least I'm not naked. Gerald felt exasperated, then continued, anyway, I charged only 10,000 for curing Cultivation's illness. It's not like I'm rolling in money. Look at my new phone. It cost less than 2,000. The chapter retains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while providing a natural and fluent translation that maintains the tone and style of the original text. Chapter 86. Please stop pretending to be poor. Beth felt somewhat dissatisfied, believing she had been deceived. Meadow was wealthy, but insisted on pretending otherwise. Okay, please stop pretending to be poor. You can afford a bottle of Chateau Latour that costs 58,000 yuan and still claim you have no money? Really think I'm that easy to fool? Humph. It seemed this girl had really misunderstood him. Gerald helplessly explained, that red wine wasn't bought by me. Raquel gave it as a gift. What? Upon hearing the name, Raquel, Beth was even more astonished, her eyes wide with shock. Hale CEO gave it to you? Not to me, to President Mila. She's the daughter of Polaris Group. With no other choice, Gerald briefly explained how Nellie came to Peach Source Village as the village head, and how he ended up knowing Zahir. Oh, I see. Beth nodded in half understanding. They rode the elevator to the first floor and walked out of the hotel, arriving at the parking lot. Beth had sent her car for maintenance today, and originally planned to take a taxi home. Naturally, Gerald offered to give her a ride. They arrived at an Audi parked nearby. This car also belongs to Miss Mila. I borrowed it so I wouldn't return home too late, Gerald said while opening the passenger door. You've had quite a few drinks and still plan to drive? How about finding a designated driver? This time was peak hour for DUI checks, and Gerald had nearly finished that entire bottle of wine. If caught, he would definitely be charged with driving under the influence, potentially losing his license and possibly facing detention. Why waste the money? Don't worry, I'll be fine. The alcohol Gerald consumed earlier had already been mostly neutralized by his internal spiritual energy. Well, okay. Beth didn't argue further. She had also had a couple of drinks and couldn't drive either. Leaving Dariolin International Hotel, Gerald drove towards Beth's place, which was about a 20-minute drive away. Gerald, do you know medicine pretty well? Are you very skilled? Beth asked. I guess so. Gerald didn't want to boast too much. During their two encounters, he found Beth to be someone who took things seriously. A trace of melancholy flashed in Beth's eyes as she whispered, if only I had met you sooner, my mother might not have died. Her mother had fallen ill years ago, spending a lot of money on treatment without success. Hearing that Gerald could cure even someone like Zahir, she couldn't help feeling sad. All things happen for a reason. Your aunt is watching over you from heaven and wants to see you happy. Gerald sighed. If he hadn't gained the legacy, he probably wouldn't be able to do as much as he does now. Life could indeed be unpredictable. Beth smiled sweetly, turning to look at Gerald driving. You have a rather direct way of comforting people. Just then, they saw flashing red and blue lights ahead with vehicles moving slowly in single-file lanes divided by traffic cones. Police officers were on duty on both sides of the road. Oh, Gerald. We've encountered a DUI checkpoint. Beth looked at Gerald with panic. If the police caught him after drinking half a bottle of red wine, it would surely be considered drunk driving. Gerald noticed the inspection point too. Turning back now would be impossible since several cars were already following them. He calmly followed the queue of cars. About 3 or 4 cars had passed when it was almost their turn. Gerald, why don't we switch places quietly? I drank less and won't be detected. Beth whispered. Forget it. Don't complicate things. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Beth's heart pounded, wishing she had suggested a designated driver earlier. Soon, Gerald pulled up to the front, and a staff member approached their car, gesturing for the window to be rolled down. Hello, routine check. Please turn off the engine and show me your driver's license and vehicle registration. Yvette Lillian, didn't expect to meet you again so soon? Gerald greeted the police officer outside the window with a smile. Aren't you a detective? Why are you checking for drunk drivers now? It's you. Is this your car? Lorena's indifferent expression changed slightly upon seeing Gerald. She hadn't expected to run into him here. The last time, at the station, she suffered a significant career setback. No, it belongs to a friend. Gerald handed over the required documents. After receiving the documents, Lorena glanced inside the car and saw Beth sitting in the passenger seat. Her eyes showed some surprise, finding it unusual for them to be in the same car. Why would she lend her car to someone like you? After confirming the documents were correct, Lorena held them in one hand while taking out a breathalyzer with the other. Come over for an alcohol test. Yvette Lillian, there are still so many cars behind us. Can we skip this? You're so busy, and with your period coming soon, you should take care of yourself. We'll be going now if everything's all right. Lorena's icy eyes flashed with annoyance. Enough nonsense. Have you had any drinks? Blow into the breathalyzer now. Obstructing an officer will lead to immediate arrest. Gerald had no choice but to blow into the device properly. Lorena checked the results and handed it back to Gerald. Alcohol content, 30 milligrams. You're suspected of driving under the influence. I will legally impound your license. Yvette Lillian, I just used mouthwash with alcohol. We're law-abiding citizens and wouldn't drive under the influence. Lorena had no interest in Gerald's explanations, remembering how he confused her before. Get out of the car and give me the keys. If you can test this, a blood test can be done. You cannot drive this car anymore. Helpless, Gerald got out and handed over the keys, stepping aside. Lorena took the keys, moved the cones, and parked the car in a non-obstructive area. Officer Yvette, I'm sorry, Gerald didn't mean to. Could you make an exception? Beth pleaded. Lorena's face remained stern as she held Gerald's license. Stop talking nonsense. Do you intend to bribe a public official? Drop the thought now, or I'll arrest you too. Beth looked at Gerald apologetically, regretful for not preventing him from driving drunk. Yvette Lillian, I demand a blood test, Gerald declared. Chapter 87. Yvette's character written backwards. Bella furrowed her brow, sizing up Gerald with a cold gaze. Did you drink red wine tonight? Do you think it's necessary to take a blood test? I've seen plenty of people like you, thinking that delaying will lower the alcohol content in your body. She had already noticed the stains of red wine on Gerald's clothes. If he hadn't been drinking, it would be truly bizarre. Beautiful Miss Yvette, isn't requesting a blood test my right? Gerald asked. Bella put away her notebook and said, all right, follow me. Gerald followed behind Bella and realized an ambulance was parked nearby, ready for alcohol tests without needing to go to the hospital. Just wait over there, Bella said, noticing 2 others also waiting for a blood test. Typically, breathalyzers are less accurate than blood tests. Sometimes, the latter can yield even higher results. Beautiful Miss Yvette, you must take care of your health. Gerald smiled at Bella as if he wasn't nervous at all about the blood test. Bella glared at Gerald, saying, don't get familiar with me. I can't understand why Florence would lend her car to someone like you, using her car to flirt with girls. It's shameless. Beautiful Miss Yvette, do you know Miss Mila? Gerald's smile widened. Since we're acquaintances, maybe we don't need a blood test. I really just rinsed my mouth with red wine. If you insist on a blood test, I'm worried the results will embarrass you. If you didn't drink, then I'll write my surname backwards. Bella dragged Gerald to the back of the ambulance, signaling the doctor to take his blood. A moment later, the results were out. The doctor handed the slip to Bella, saying, Captain Yvette, Gerald's blood alcohol content is 3 milligrams. What? Bella couldn't believe it. She took the slip, checking the result, which clearly showed Gerald's blood alcohol level was 3 milligrams per 100 milliliters, far below the legal limit for drunk driving. Gerald beamed, looking at the slip before asking, Beautiful Miss Yvette, what character is your surname written backwards? It looks like Chow Grass to me. It's still Yvette. Bella gritted her teeth, gripping the test results tightly. I told you earlier, but you wouldn't believe me. You got played. Gerald extended his hand, smiling. Give me back my documents and keys. I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. Reluctantly, Bella returned the documents to Gerald, saying, You got lucky this time. Don't let me catch you again. Beautiful Miss Yvette, you drew my blood without reason. Not even an apology? Your attitude, I might complain. Gerald stuffed the documents into his bag, smirking triumphantly. Bella's expression darkened, realizing she had been outsmarted by Gerald twice. Do whatever you want. Bella ignored him, walking back onto the road to continue her duties. Gerald, are you okay? Beth ran up anxiously, fearing Gerald had been taken away by Bella. Look at me. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Let's go. Drop you off first. I'm getting hungry. Then I'll treat you to some late-night snacks when we get back. They returned to the car, buckled up, and Gerald drove back onto the main road. Boom. As Gerald prepared to leave, a blinding light shone from behind. A black sedan roared forward, crashing through police barricades and knocking down several motorcycles. Watch out, Gerald shouted. Bella stood not far from their car. If the vehicle crashed, it could hit her. Bella rolled on the spot, narrowly avoiding the car. The black sedan brushed past Gerald's Audi and sped away. Bella quickly stood up, not chasing after the car directly, but instead rushed to Gerald's car. She yanked open the door, trying to pull Gerald out to drive herself. But with Gerald buckled in, she couldn't manage it. Seeing the black car was already hundreds of meters ahead, Bella climbed into the driver's seat, sitting on Gerald. Boom. Bella shifted gears, revved the engine, and stomped the accelerator. The Audi roared like a beast in pursuit. Hey, beautiful Miss Yvette, calm down. Gerald had lost control of the car. Bella sat on him, hands on the steering wheel, foot on the gas pedal, pursuing the black Passat closely. Shut up, don't squeeze me. Bella's awkward position made it difficult to steer properly. Gerald, though, felt helpless. Normally, having a beautiful girl sit on him would be welcome, but now it felt dangerous and irrational. I'm not squeezing you, you insisted on coming here. Struggling under her weight, Gerald felt Bella's body pressing backward against him. Ah! Beth screamed, clutching the side handle as they approached a sharp turn at full speed. Oh no! Gerald couldn't stop her. He reluctantly stretched his right foot to press the brake, slowing the car. Slow down. Gerald was equally tense. This was his first time borrowing Nellie's car, and things had escalated quickly. Move to the back. Bella's eyes remained fixed on the Passat ahead. After the turn, she pressed the gas pedal to the floor, increasing their speed to 120 kilometers per hour. Thankfully, traffic had been diverted. Otherwise, a crash was inevitable. How do I move to the back? You're on top of me, and I'm still buckled in. Gerald placed his hands awkwardly, eventually wrapping them around Bella's waist to prevent the unstrapped driver from being thrown out due to inertia. Chapter 88. Do you want to get me drunk? Bella squirmed slightly in her seat, feeling uneasy as Gerald touched her waist. You don't know how to adjust the seat? Hey, don't touch me randomly. Bella stretched out a hand, trying to pry Gerald's arm away. I'm ensuring your safety, replied Gerald, pulling his hand back to adjust the seat further back, which provided more space and made both of them more comfortable. Finally able to drive comfortably, Bella gripped the steering wheel tightly, disregarding Gerald's hand on her waist, and accelerated. The suburban roads were not as smooth as highways. Sometimes, when she seemed close to the leading Passat, an unexpected bump forced her to slow down. Pressed by Bella, Gerald felt a flicker of heat rise in his abdomen. Oh, it would have been better if it were another girl. Bella's face suddenly turned red, sensing Gerald's discomfort. Behave yourself. Did you hear me? Miss Yvette, what can I do at this moment? Gerald glanced at Beth, who had her eyes closed tightly and was gripping the door handle, clearly terrified by Bella's aggressive driving. Just stay put. As they approached a curve, Bella maintained a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. She controlled the brakes to prevent Gerald from stepping on them. Reluctantly, Gerald released his divine sense and infused his body with spiritual energy, enveloping the car. Though it looked like Bella was driving, Gerald was actually doing minute adjustments with all his might. Under Gerald's manipulation, the Audi took the turn at an exaggerated speed, executing a perfect maneuver through the curve. They were getting closer to the Passat. After the last curve, Bella didn't slow down while the Passat accelerated wildly to avoid a rollover. 40 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Getting very close, Bella showed no signs of slowing down. Suddenly, Gerald understood her plan and yelled to Beth beside him, Beth, hold on tight. A loud bang sounded as the left front of the Audi slammed into the right rear of the Passat. Instantly, the Passat was pushed over, tumbling on the ground. The Audi spun uncontrollably, with airbags deploying, and Bella was thrust forcefully against Gerald's chest due to the impact. After several seconds, the car finally came to a stop. Bella opened the door, pulled out her gun, and rushed towards the overturned Passat. Gerald unbuckled his seatbelt, shook his head, and hurriedly went to the passenger side to help Beth out. Beth, are you okay? Beth looked dazed, still recovering from the crash. After a while, she managed to say, I'm fine. Bringing Beth to the front of the Audi, they saw half the car's front was dented, and the left wheel was bent at 90 degrees, clearly ruined. Bella pulled two people out from the overturned Passat. Police, don't move, be still. These two were too disoriented to resist, so she cuffed them together. After securing the suspects, Bella walked back to check on Beth and Gerald. Are you both okay? But Gerald's face turned ashen with anger as he confronted her. Officer Yvette, if you want to risk your life, go ahead, but why drag us along? Your recklessness doesn't mean we can follow suit. Bella's expression faltered, surprised by Gerald's rebuke. I'll arrange for repairs and compensate you for mental distress. If necessary, I can call an ambulance to take you both to the hospital for a checkup. Gerald said, compensation isn't enough. I will file a complaint about your abuse of power. Without my consent, you forcibly drove my car and endangered our lives. Bella holstered her gun and explained, I didn't think much about it just now. We couldn't let him escape again. If he ran abroad, it would be hard to catch him. If I was wrong, I apologize, sorry. Her attitude caught Gerald off guard, not expecting such an apology from her. Beth tugged at Gerald's hand, saying, forget it. Officer Yvette is just doing her job to protect everyone's safety. Humph. Gerald snorted. He'd definitely have filed a complaint if it weren't for Beth. Florence's car. I'll explain it to her, Bella admitted, realizing her actions may have gone too far this time. Supporting Beth, whose pale face indicated she had been truly frightened, they waited for help. After some time, police sirens blared, and two patrol cars stopped behind the Audi. Emiel rushed over, his face grim. Captain Yvette, how did this happen? Emiel's headache worsened. He hadn't expected Bella's chase to end in such a collision. Emiel, take those two suspects back, Bella ordered, and take Gerald and Beth to the hospital for checks. Hales, and tow this car back for repair. Captain Yvette, won't they complain? This operation involved more than just Bella. If Gerald complained, the entire team might be disciplined. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility. Go now, no wasting time. All right. Emiel quickly arranged to detain the suspects. Gerald initially resisted going to the hospital, but Beth insisted on a full checkup. Fortunately, the checkups revealed no serious injuries, only minor trauma for Beth. Returning home, the Audi being unusable, they hailed a taxi. Beth still remembered buying late-night snacks. After their intense ordeal, they were hungry, so they picked up some skewers. Exhausted from the day, Beth changed into comfy clothes once home. You can't eat without drinking. Try this wine. It's my special collection, though it's not as good as Chateau Latour you drink. Don't mind the quality. Setting the skewers on the table, Beth fetched cocktails, beer, and vodka from her wine cabinet. Seeing the drinks laid out, Gerald wondered if she planned to get him drunk to seize an opportunity. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency and coherence. It adheres to the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. Chapter 89. Scumbag Men. Beth expertly opened the beer bottle, picked up 2 glasses, and quickly filled them with beer. You should drink less. It's not good for your health, it hurts the liver, Gerald said. Beth smiled and replied, I have quite a few business dinners during workdays, and my drinking capacity was built up this way. Don't underestimate me. Usually, I don't get drunk at those events. After all, being an unmarried woman, Beth paid great attention to her personal safety outside. Last time being saved by Gerald was just an accident. The last time you invited me to dinner, but in the end, you were the one who paid. Beth lifted her glass, squinting her bright eyes and blinking, said, Thank you. You're welcome. Clank. The glasses clinked together, and Beth drank fast, finishing the entire glass in a few large gulps. She poured another glass and laughed. Gerald, you know what? I've never had a private drink session with any man before. You're the first. Cheers. That's truly an honor. By the time she finished the second glass, the whole bottle of beer was gone. Gerald didn't expect Beth to be such a heavy drinker. Those 2 sips finished a large glass. After finishing the beer, Beth grabbed the cocktail next to her. The alcohol content wasn't too high, so there was no worry about getting drunk from just a few drinks. Eat something first. It'll get cold later. If Beth kept drinking like this, even water would probably make her feel dizzy. Last time, Gerald had seen Beth when she was drunk, which was troublesome, so it was better to keep things under control. Beth put down the bottle and started eating the grilled skewers, but her eyes never left Gerald's body. Gerald, Digby mentioned that you brought a girlfriend to the last gathering. Why didn't you bring her this time? It's a long story, Gerald mumbled as he took a couple of bites of beef skewers, his mouth greasy with sauce. After eating 3 or 4 skewers, he continued, Forget about it. I was really stupid back then. He really didn't want to talk about it. His sincere efforts ended up only touching hands with her, staying within limits of physical intimacy, and then he was dumped because he didn't have money. You're better off without that gold-digging ex-girlfriend. Now that you are so successful, she'll definitely regret it. Seeing Gerald's expression turn uneasy, Beth stopped asking and figured out that Gerald is single now. As for you, why isn't your boyfriend around? I remember you were the goddess of our high school days, pursued by many boys. Didn't you find one? Gerald asked. Beth smiled slightly. Why bother? Being alone isn't bad, and men are no good anyway. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized she might have said something wrong. Then in your eyes, am I not a man? Gerald joked. No. Beth hurried to explain. That's not what I meant. I meant you're a good person. A good person? Gerald couldn't help laughing awkwardly. This sounded like she was giving him a good guy card. Beth knew she made a mistake again and quickly picked up her glass, drinking it herself first. All right, I know what you mean. I'm just a good person. Gerald also raised his glass and joined Beth in another round. This was Gerald's first time drinking so casually with a girl. Before, he was always busy surviving, making money, paying for his sister's tuition, and buying clothes for his ex-girlfriend. He had no chance to completely relax and not think about tomorrow. They chatted while eating, talking about high school, graduation, family affairs, and their quirky experiences lately. Through these conversations, Gerald got to know Beth roughly. Beth grew up in a single-parent household and had a deep bond with her mother. That's why she lost control during her mother's death anniversary. Since my mother passed away, I knew I had to rely on myself. Beth's gaze was firm as she pressed her lips together. Do you know why I hate men? Because my father was a scumbag, a thorough scumbag. Originally, Beth had a complete childhood, living happily with both parents. But everything changed when she was 4 or 5 years old. She and her mother were driven out of their home and relied on each other since then. It was only after Beth grew up that she learned her mother was actually a mistress. Her father was already married but lacked a son, so he sought out her mother. Later, his original wife gave birth to a son, leading to Beth's awkward position. Most importantly, her father's family was a powerful clan in the area, and as the heir, they wouldn't allow an illegitimate daughter. Thus, after her father had a legitimate son, Beth and her mother became cast-offs, receiving a small financial compensation and being kicked out. Moreover, because Beth was a girl, she didn't pose a threat to family interests. Otherwise, whether she could survive growing up would have been questionable. Do you think he's a scumbag? After my mother and I left, he never visited us once, not even when my mother was dying. There was immense resentment in Beth's voice. Gerald felt the hatred deep inside her heart. No wonder during high school, she rejected so many rich second-generation boys. It's all in the past. Gerald raised his glass and gently tapped it against Beth's. He didn't know how to comfort her. After all, those pains were her own experiences. Beth's eyes turned red, pressing her lips together, forcing back her tears. She had never told anyone about these matters, but today, for some reason, meeting Gerald made her want to confide. Don't worry, if anyone dares to mess with you in the future, leave it to me. I promise I'll give him a hard time, Gerald assured. Beth nodded, raising her glass and drinking it all down in one gulp, exhaling deeply as if relieving some inner distress. Knock, knock, knock. While Beth was still feeling sentimental, someone knocked on the door. Both Gerald and Beth looked toward the door, wondering who would visit a single girl this late. And it wasn't even knocking. It seemed like someone was slamming the door. A few loud thuds later, the banging stopped, followed by sounds of key turning in the lock. Does anyone else have the key here? Gerald looked puzzled at Beth, clearly recognizing the sound of keys unlocking. Beth shook her head quickly. Impossible. I'm the only one with the key. Could it be a burglar? Gerald stood up and quietly walked behind the door, signaling Beth to remain silent. Chapter 90 Rent Increase. Gerald extended his mental awareness and saw a man in his 30s standing outside the door. One hand leaned against the door frame, while the other fumbled at his waist as he swayed unsteadily, clearly having had quite a bit to drink. What puzzled Gerald was that the man wasn't holding any lockpicking tools, but an actual set of keys. Click. The door unlocked and opened, allowing the man to wobble straight in, completely oblivious to Gerald standing behind the door. Brother Wong. Beth immediately recognized him. This was the original owner and landlord of the apartment, named Louis. Due to the high housing prices in Jiangxing, Beth, who had only been working for a few years, couldn't possibly afford to buy a home or even a car without installment payments. She lived here merely for convenience of commuting to work. Why are you here? Instinctively, Beth took a step back, but seeing Gerald behind her, she steadied herself. Louis smiled broadly with lecherous eyes roving over Beth's figure. I heard someone in this building keeps a dog. I came to check because you know pets are not allowed in this building. Louis boldly walked in, plopping down on the sofa and helping himself to the skewers on the coffee table without a second thought. Beth angrily said, I don't keep any pets, and even if I did, you can't just show up at my place at 11 p.m. I told you before I live alone. What if I'm showering? Louis dismissed her concerns with a sly grin. Sis Beth, shouldn't you be worried too? What if you're lonely and cold by yourself at night? Fuming, Beth said, please leave now, otherwise, I'll call the police. Her warning only made Louis more self-assured. What's wrong? It's my house. I can come anytime I want. Even if you're in the shower, I could still walk in. Louis wiped his mouth, revealing a sinister smile as he stared at Beth. Fine, no point arguing about this. As you can see, there's no dog, not even a hair. Can you leave now? Beth decided to change the lock immediately after he left. However, Louis leaned into the sofa, picked up a beer bottle from the table, and propped up his legs. It seems you understand living well. A glass of wine before bed, and you'll live to 99. Don't rush, I have more business. Beth's lips twitched, her eyebrows arched, and her eyes sparkled with annoyance. Whatever it is, say it quickly and then leave. She couldn't tolerate this man coming to her room after drinking heavily. Fortunately, Gerald was there today. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Just informing you that starting next month, the rent will increase by 2,000 each month. Louis gulped down some beer, his shifty eyes constantly scanning Beth. What, 2,000? You might as well rob me. Beth retorted. We signed a 3-year contract which stipulates that annual rent hikes cannot exceed 20%. I've only rented this place for a year at 3,000 per month. According to the terms, the maximum hike should only be 600. Louis said shamelessly. What rubbish contract? If you don't accept, move out. My house, my rules. He clearly didn't care what Beth had to say as the landlord. I can sue you, Beth declared. The rent here wasn't cheap. Beth chose to live here partly because it was close to her company and partly due to her preference for a quiet environment. This old 7-story building mainly housed elderly residents who retired early. Go ahead and sue, I'll wait. Louis stood up from the sofa, eyeing Beth lecherously, swaying towards her. Of course, there's another way to avoid the rent increase. Louis swallowed, grabbed a cocktail from the table, and suggested lewdly, come join me for a few drinks and make me comfortable, and I'll reconsider. Not only will I not raise your rent, but I might not charge you at all. Disgusting. Beth couldn't find words for such low remarks. Initially, she thought the landlord was decent as he helped move furniture, but now it seemed she had misjudged him. Hales, I am disgusting. So what? Louis touched his face smugly, grinning wickedly at Beth. If she weren't beautiful, he wouldn't have rented to her. He had used the same method with the previous tenant too. However, Beth was vigilant and frequently worked late shifts. Each time Louis visited over the past year, he found her absent until tonight. You'd better consider carefully. If you don't agree, I'll throw all your belongings out right now, and you can't stay here tonight. Louis tried to intimidate her, ready to evict her immediately. If you dare, I'll call the police. Beth pulled out her phone but noticed Gerald had silently moved behind Louis. Louis, focused entirely on Beth, failed to notice Gerald. Calling the police? Think again. It's my house. What can the police do? Louis licked his lips, thrilled that this exquisite beauty would soon be under his control. My offer is easy. Just spend 3 days a month with me. What do you think? 3 days worth equals 3,000, much higher than market price. Filth. Get out now. Beth was almost driven mad by anger, raising her hand to slap him. Why don't you go find your mother to accompany you? Before Beth could act, Gerald's voice rang out behind Louis. Turning around, Louis saw Gerald's indifferent face and demanded, Who are you? He's my friend. Is there a problem with that? Beth circled the table, standing beside Gerald. With Gerald present, she wasn't afraid of Louis's ill intentions. Louis glanced between Gerald and Beth irritably. The contract states that only one person can live here. How come there's another person now? You're breaching the contract and must compensate me. This remark amused Beth, who countered. I believe you misunderstood. The agreement stated I can't sublet the house, not that I can't let anyone stay overnight. Beth crossed her arms calmly watching Louis. Chapter 91. Big brother, I was wrong. Louis's attitude was still very arrogant as he pointed at Beth with his finger. Great. You found a sugar daddy and dare to be cocky with me. Do you know who I am? You think I can't? Bang. Before Louis could finish, Gerald had already grabbed his arm and flung him backward. Louis flew through the air in an arc before crashing into the background wall. You talk too much. Are you going to start about knowing some big shot again? I've seen people like you before. Gerald didn't give Louis any chance to speak. He lifted him off the ground again, making Louis's whole body float in the air. Then he held him by the belt and slammed him against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded like a hammer hitting the wall, but using Louis's head. After several hits, Louis was already bleeding profusely. Beth stood nearby with her arms crossed, watching coldly. She had no objections to Gerald punishing Louis. She had been enjoying drinks, eating kebabs, and talking about heartfelt matters when Louis came along and ruined the mood. My big brother. Thud. My big brother is from Green Mountain Hall. Thud. He won't let you go. Thud. Big brother, I'm wrong. Louis felt like his skull was cracking. He dared not act tough anymore and kept begging for mercy. Smash. Gerald threw Louis on the ground, saying coldly, I don't care about the Green Mountain Lunatic Asylum. Stop pretending. Tell me, what did you do wrong? Louis struggled to get up, wiped his face covered in blood, and showed a look of fear in his eyes. I will never raise the rent again, and I will never come to harass little sister Beth. Slap. Gerald slapped him backhandedly and scolded. Little sister is something you can call? Call Auntie. Did you hear that? Auntie, I was wrong. Please let me go. Louis put his hands together in a pleading gesture. Beth turned around and grabbed a beer bottle from the table. She poured it over Louis's head, giving him a beer bath. Want a drink with me? Drink. After emptying the bottle, Beth swung the bottle towards Louis's head. There was another thud, but the beer bottle didn't break. Not everyone has the strength to smash a bottle on someone's head. Gerald was amazed at how fierce Beth was, even daring to hit someone with a beer bottle. Although her strength was weak, Beth herself was also angry. They were just discussing problems with scumbags, and this guy appeared, causing her anger over her father to spill over onto Louis. That's wrong. Hitting isn't accurate, and the human skull is the hardest part. To break a beer bottle without killing someone, you should hit the prominent area in the center of the skull. Let me do it. Beth, not being a professional fighter, couldn't possibly know such details and handed the beer bottle to Gerald. Brother, sister-in-law, stop it. You might kill me. Louis, covering his head, now had a mix of alcohol and blood dripping to the ground. Don't worry, I was quite careful just now, Gerald smiled eerily. You just have a scalp wound with no aftereffects or concussion. Let me show her how to properly smash a beer bottle. Louis almost cried. Drunk, he had wanted to take advantage of Beth, but now, wouldn't he have been better off sleeping at home? Hold still. Don't move, or if I hit wrong, I won't be responsible, Gerald warned. Scared stiff, Louis plopped down on the ground, crying out, Big brother, I really won't do it again. Please forgive me, it's all my fault. Ask whatever price for compensation. Clank. At the mention of money, Gerald became interested, dropping the bottle and asking, How much are you thinking? 3,000 should be enough. Bullshit. 3,000? That's only the rent for a month here. Want your skull to burst open? Beth interrupted. Forget it. 3,000. Okay, pay up, and I'll move out tomorrow. With such a landlord, living there wouldn't be peaceful, so changing places would be better. Gerald, however, said thoughtfully, Why move? Since it's nice here, why not buy it? Buy it? Beth couldn't believe what Gerald said. Though small, buying this place at Jiangqing's current housing prices would be a hefty sum. How about naming your price? Bending down, Gerald looked sincerely at Louis, though his smile sent chills down Louis's spine. Well, this house is near the school district, right next to Jiangqing No. 1 Elementary School. It's worth at least 1.5 million. Louis tried to calm himself. This wasn't a trivial matter, and the price couldn't be vague. 1.5 million. That seems reasonable. Beth's eyes nearly fell out. Could Gerald really be planning to buy the house? Gerald, I don't need it, and I don't have the money. Gerald waved his hand, laughing. You don't have to pay. That's even worse. Beth blushed, realizing something. You can't expect you to pay, right? We're not married. Gerald replied, Of course not. Now both Beth and Louis were baffled. If neither was paying, then who would? Seamus, let's make a deal. Squatting in front of Louis, Gerald smiled. You illegally entered and threatened Beth, which legally can carry a severe sentence, like 8 to 10 years. How about we be fair and don't report it? Consider it 8 years sentence offset by 100,000 per year. That cuts 80,000 off the house price. Hearing this, Louis trembled. Gerald was truly a master negotiator, slicing straight to the core. No way, it can't be done. Even if you report, it's my house, so it can't be considered illegal entry. Slap. Gerald slapped him again. Your turn to speak? Just answer. Cut 80,000, yes or no? Louis's eyes flashed with hatred, but dared not show it. Cutting 80,000 was a big loss, but better than risking his life. Fine, 70,000. He clenched his teeth. The transfer couldn't happen immediately anyway, and once he left, the negotiation would be pointless. Hold it. Gerald snorted. I'm not finished yet. Chapter 92, Buying a House at a Low Price. Louis was genuinely crying now, tears welling up in his eyes. Big brother, can you just say everything at once? Please stop hitting me. Smack. Don't talk if I tell you not to. Why do you talk so much? Louis clutched his face, nodding quickly without uttering another word. Gerald continued, You broke in here and threatened Beth's safety, causing her indelible psychological trauma. You might have to see a psychologist for that. And as you know, psychologists in Jiangqing charge by the hour. Gerald held up his finger and counted. Based on the going rate for psychologists in Jiangqing and considering long-term treatment is necessary, an additional 50,000 yuan for emotional distress should cover it. This was how Nelly had dealt with Sebastian before, and Gerald was using the same tactic. 70,000 minus 50,000 leaves only 20,000. No way. Absolutely impossible. This is highway robbery. Louis finally understood what Gerald meant. 20,000 for this house unless he was crazy, which he wasn't, and he couldn't possibly sell it for that price. Smack. I told you not to talk. Why do you keep talking? Hales, this is highway robbery. What's your answer? Gerald picked up the beer bottle he had just thrown on the ground, holding it above Louis's head. Let's cut that in half, 100,000. Not if you agree, or spin your head 360 degrees if you don't. Naturally, Louis couldn't spin his head 360 degrees, nor could he sell his house for 100,000. So Louis stared at Gerald, saying nothing, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Beth watched from the side, secretly amused. She couldn't believe how good Gerald was at talking down prices. 1.5 million straight to 100,000. But clearly, Louis wouldn't agree. She was already thinking that even at 70,000, it would still be a good deal. Although she couldn't pay all at once, she could make a down payment and own her own home. If you're not talking, I'll take that as a yes. Gerald squinted at Louis. No. Louis stubbornly refused. Bang. Without hesitation, Gerald lifted his hand, gripped the beer bottle, and smashed it on Louis's head, sending shards flying everywhere. I'm not haggling with you. If you refuse, I don't mind making you suffer more. Hit by the beer bottle, Louis's head spun dizzily, and he gasped in anger, almost passing out. At this moment, Gerald tapped Louis's chest, sending a forceful breath into his throat. Louis coughed twice and regained consciousness. Forgot to mention, I'm a doctor. Rest assured, I'll make sure you're comfortable. Gerald grabbed Louis's arm and gave it a violent tug, dislocating his left shoulder with a snap. Another tug, and his right shoulder followed suit. Ah, you devil, you demon. With his chi sealed by Gerald, Louis couldn't faint, only cursing violently. Do whatever you want. Let me ask you one last time. If you refuse, I have plenty more tricks. Gerald took out a silver needle, spinning it on his fingertip. The human body has 36 fatal pressure points, each giving a different sensation. Since you insist, I'll give you a little acupuncture session. I don't want to. A flash of silver, and the needle pierced through Louis's clothes, embedding itself in his skin. Instantly, Louis felt an unbearable itch all over his body, like millions of ants were gnawing at his bones, yet his arms couldn't move to scratch. Ha 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 ha. Louis burst into uncontrollable laughter, his body trembling, pulling at his wounds, causing him pain that made his laughter turn into a mix of laughter and tears. Aha, big brother. Haha, I'll sell, please spare me, ha ha ha. Louis no longer dared to haggle. At this point, even if the house was free, he would happily give it away. Gerald snapped his fingers, stood up, and said, Beth, go get a contract for a house sale and have Mr. Landlord sign it. Okay. Beth went into the bedroom to prepare it. She was used to handling contracts in her administrative role at work and had a printer ready at home. In just a few minutes, a contract was ready. Ha ha ha, big brother, please take out the needles first, ha ha ha. Louis had been laughing uncontrollably for several minutes, but the laughter sounded more like sobbing. Gerald removed the needles and realigned Louis's arms. Sign it. Gerald handed Louis a pen. Finally, Louis reluctantly signed the contract for the house, selling it for 100,000 yuan. Gerald pricked his finger with the silver needle and pressed a fingerprint next to the signature. Big brother, if there's nothing else, I'll leave. Louis wanted to escape, but Gerald stopped him again. Wait, to prove this contract was signed under fair and voluntary conditions, record a video statement. Another trick learned from Nelly to prevent accusations of extortion. Louis had no choice but to record a video under Gerald's camera, stating that he illegally entered Beth's room, feeling guilty and willing to compensate her emotionally, hence agreeing to sell the house for 100,000 yuan. Alright, scram. See you at the Jiangcheng Real Estate Center at 8 tomorrow morning. Louis didn't dare linger any longer and ran off. Gerald, is this really going to work? Buying a house for 100,000 feels unbelievable. Sitting on the sofa, Beth seemed stunned by the whole event. She couldn't believe Gerald had bought a house for 100,000. Gerald poured 2 cups of beer from the table and handed one to Beth. Why wouldn't you believe it? Now you're a homeowner. By the way, do you have 100,000? If not, I can help you. I have 100,000. If she couldn't come up with such a small sum, she didn't deserve this cheap house. Gerald smiled. Then why worry? Come, let's celebrate. You finally put down roots in Jiangcheng. Your kid's primary school will be taken care of. Beth blushed slightly, sipping her drink gently. Since you helped me get the house, shouldn't you also have a share? How about putting both our names on it? Chapter 93, Free Gift. Gerald looked at Beth in surprise. Her face was flushed, either from the alcohol or shyness, making her look incredibly cute. Isn't it necessary to get married to have 2 names on a property deed? He remembered that when brides were married in Peach Source Village, many insisted on having their names added to the property deeds. Beth explained, there's no need for marriage. We just need to agree on each person's share. Gerald thought about it for a moment. If adding his name wasn't an issue, he agreed. They hadn't even received the deed yet and were already discussing how to divide the property. Quite amusing indeed. It was getting late, they had drunk enough, the car was broken, and it was impossible to go back tonight. Beth went back to her room to rest, while Gerald naturally prepared to spend another night on the sofa. Just as Gerald settled down to practice, a series of footsteps approached from outside the door, sounding like about 5 people. They really won't give up. To prevent waking Beth, Gerald walked straight to the door, his spiritual sense scanning the group outside, revealing them clearly in his mind. Click. The sound of keys turning again. Gerald didn't wait for the door to open. He pulled it open himself. Louis still had his hand on the key, and with the strong pull, he collided directly into Gerald's chest due to inertia. What now, landlord? What do you want from me? Seeing Gerald smile, Louis recalled the earlier humiliation, which made his anger rise. Brat, delete that video right away and give me the contract. Louis's head was wrapped in bandages, indicating he had only received simple treatment. Just as he was about to lash out, someone behind him grabbed him, yanking him so hard he fell onto the ground. Sorry, we're in the wrong place. That person tried to drag Louis back, but Louis struggled, shouting, this bastard threatened and deceived me for my house. We're not mistaken, Howl. I promised you half if I got the house back. Help me deal with him quickly. Turns out Louis knew someone from Green Mountain Gang, Howl. What a small world. I really want to slap you. I said we're in the wrong place. Howl had been thoroughly beaten by Gerald before, and after hearing about Sebastian's $1 million loss, he feared Gerald even more. In short, although Gerald didn't run in those circles, his name carried some weight there. Gerald stepped out of the door, narrowing his eyes at the group. Half of the house? Landlord, you're really rich. Too many houses, huh? Louis didn't notice the fear in Howell's eyes, continuing to glare fiercely at Gerald. Don't waste my time. Now, you have two choices. Delete the video, tear up the contract, and roll out of here tonight. Or let Howell throw you out. Gerald turned to Howell, asking, so, you want to throw me out? Howell had retreated several steps, well aware of the power of martial artists. With just these amateurs, there was no way he could be an opponent. Keenan, it's all a misunderstanding. I never agreed to him. It's all his words, and I have nothing to do with him. Howell completely disowned Louis, clearing any relation. Hearing Howell call Gerald boss, Louis nearly dropped his jaw. Keenan? Gerald crossed his arms, smiling. You brought people to settle scores. Louis swallowed hard, looking at Howell, saying, Howell, help me deal with him. I'll give you this whole house. Even at this point, he was willing to give up his house. Gerald's gaze was piercing, instilling an overwhelming fear in Howell, making him feel icy cold, as if he had fallen into an ice hole in midwinter. Howell felt deep hatred. He had wanted to distance himself from Louis, but this guy came crawling back. Slap, slap. Howell slapped Louis hard across the face, yelling, what nonsense about the house, am I that kind of person? Do you know who this boss is? He paid $10,000 for your house, it's an honor for you, understand? Louis covered his face, which had already been hit by Gerald several times, and now suffered blows from Howell. Clearly, he'd need cosmetic surgery costing tens of thousands to recover. I understand. At this moment, Louis knew Gerald was not someone to be messed with. Howell walked over, grabbing Louis by the collar, and said to Gerald, Keenan, don't worry. This guy offered to give me the house. Let me give it to you. You won't pay a cent. He truly knew how to do favors. Gerald had haggled over every dollar. Now Howell, without hesitation, claimed it as a gift. But this was fine, saving even the $10,000. Gerald didn't bother calculating further. Since it's free, sign a gift agreement then. And just like that, Louis came once to Beth's place and lost a house. Though he owned 3 properties in Jiangxing, losing over $1 million without a fight would irritate anyone. After signing the gift agreement, Gerald told the group to scram. Gerald, what happened? Beth came out from the bedroom, wearing a light yellow silk pajama set that hugged her body perfectly, highlighting her delicate features and porcelain skin. The allure was undeniable. Gerald touched his nose, sensing something wanting to burst out. Nothing. The landlord might have had a change of heart, and decided to give you the house for free. Free. Beth's expression became strange upon hearing this. She couldn't fathom why Louis changed so dramatically. Go to sleep. We'll transfer the title tomorrow morning. You should have time, right? Beth nodded. I asked for a half day off just now. Transferring property titles was a big deal, especially one worth over $1 million. So being present in person was essential. The next morning, Gerald and Beth went to the property transaction center. Howell brought along a dejected Louis. Within 2 hours, all procedures were completed, and thus, Beth and Gerald acquired full ownership of the property. Chapter 94. We meet again. After a simple lunch, Gerald returned to Taoyuan village with another load of herbs. Just as he reached the village entrance and hadn't walked far, he saw a police car parked in front of the clinic. Gerald paused, puzzled. Surely Louis wouldn't have reported it. It didn't make sense for him to wait until after the property transfer was complete before calling the police. Curiosity piqued. Gerald entered the clinic. Inside were 4 women, Nellie, Bella, Iana, and Cora. This only deepened Gerald's confusion. He put down the herbs and greeted them with a smile. Hey, Miss Yvette, nice to see you again. What a coincidence. Bella showed no surprise at seeing Gerald, but her expression made it clear she wasn't fond of this seemingly roguelike man. Time's up, Florence. I'll leave first. Okay, let me see you out, Nellie replied, rising to accompany her. Watching Bella prepare to leave, Gerald plastered a grin on his face and asked, Miss Yvette, aren't you going to stay for dinner? Bella remained indifferent, her gaze icy and her demeanor aloof. No need. Without looking back, Bella left, followed by Nellie. Drive carefully, Miss Yvette, don't speed. Accidents don't always end this luckily, Gerald called after her. Bella's pace faltered briefly, but she kept walking without turning around. Gerald sat down and picked up an unknown person's cup from the table, gulping a few mouthfuls. Gerald, you actually helped solve a case with the police, Iana said excitedly, resting her hands on the table and looking up at him with admiration. Wasn't the car chase thrilling? It was all over the news last night. That car looked so familiar. It was Sister Florence's, Iana continued. Did Officer Yvette come to tell you about my heroic deeds? Gerald asked. Tisk, where were your heroic deeds? Officer Yvette was the one who courageously chased down the criminal, Iana responded. She just didn't show it. Gerald glanced at Cora beside him, noticing her distracted state, her eyes vacant and staring forward. Sylvie, are you okay? Gerald waved his hand in front of her face. Cora snapped out of her daze, shaking her head slightly. I'm fine. You don't look fine. Are you feeling unwell? Let me check on you, Gerald offered. Cora shook her head again. I'm alright, just preoccupied. By the way, did Officer Yvette tell you anything? Tell me what? Gerald was perplexed. After accompanying Beth to the hospital last night, they'd gone straight home and hadn't seen Bella since. It's about the driver who hit Ansel, Lemuel. It turned out that the suspect they apprehended last night was indeed Lemuel. Originally, he had fled overseas but had run out of money and returned to demand more hush money from Jerome. Upon receiving intelligence, Bella and her team had set up an ambush and captured Lemuel overnight. Here's some compensation from Officer Yvette for emotional distress. Nellie placed an envelope on the table, presumably containing a couple of thousand yuan. So, she still has a conscience. Gerald grinned, picking up the envelope and counting its contents, exactly 30,000 yuan. Just now, Officer Yvette told us that the suspect they apprehended last night is the same one who hit Ansel, Lemuel. After questioning him overnight, he He admitted to some crimes, but denied being ordered to hit Hansel. Last night, after interrogating Lemuel, Bella came directly to Taoyuan village to inform Nellie. According to Lemuel's confession, he had coerced residents into relocating using threats and force while working for a real estate company. However, he refused to admit any involvement in causing fatalities. This meant that without more substantial evidence, Liao Hu and Jerome would remain unpunished. Bella also mentioned encouraging Cora to think harder about where Hansel might have hidden the stolen documents. I think we should search Tabitha's house again. Gordon and I will find something new. Bella had warned Nellie that Jerome and Liao Hu might target Cora to retrieve those documents. They needed to act fast. Meanwhile, Bella would continue interrogating Lemuel, hoping to bring down the Tunghua real estate mafia organization sooner. The documents could be files, USB drives, or something else. Let's go look. Kicking into action, Nellie prepared to tackle the problem immediately. Gerald agreed. Last time, their search of Cora's house had been cursory, and with more people involved this time, they might uncover something new. Eventually, the group of 4 returned to Cora's home and began a thorough search. Gerald was the most diligent, using his mental perception to scan even the smallest crevices. Despite their efforts, the house looked like it had been ransacked by thieves, yet there was no sign of the documents. Gerald even searched the land around Hansel's former home thoroughly. Cora stood still, lost in thought about potential hiding places. Gerald, Florence, Xandra, let's go to the city. Go to the city? For what? Iana was busy tearing apart the sofa cushions. I remembered a place. At the time, I didn't pay much attention, but now I think it's likely the documents are there. Cora explained that on the day before her wedding to Hansel, they had visited the Malagzu temple. It was said that the temple had a Gordenschmaker tree which was very auspicious. Gordony couples in Jiangxing would go there to make wishes, often leading to successful marriages. Nellie found this plausible, so they set off for Jiangxing. Located in the western suburbs, it was quite a distance from Taoyuan village. The Audi had been damaged in last night's incident, leaving them without transportation. Eventually, Gerald took off on his tricycle, carrying the 3 women. The attention they received along the way was unprecedented. A dilapidated tricycle had never before garnered so much attention. Other cars pulled over, their drivers gawking at the 3 beauties on the back of the tricycle, while some luxury vehicles honked in annoyance. Chapter 94. Meeting again. After a quick lunch, Gerald returned to Peach Blossom Village carrying a bunch of herbs. As soon as he reached the village entrance, he saw a police car parked outside the clinic. Gerald was puzzled. Could it be that Louis had reported the incident to the police? It didn't seem likely. If he had called the police, he wouldn't have waited until after the property deed was transferred. Curious, Gerald walked into the clinic. Inside, 4 women were seated. Nellie, Yvette Jr., Iana, and Cora. This left Gerald even more confused. Putting down the herbs, he greeted them with a smile. Hey, beautiful Yvette, nice to see you again. What a coincidence. Yvette Jr. didn't seem surprised to see Gerald, but her expression clearly showed she wasn't fond of this guy who seemed like a troublemaker. Time's about right, Florence. I'll take my leave now, said Yvette Jr. Sure, let me see you out, Nellie responded, standing up. Seeing Yvette Jr. about to leave, Gerald asked with a grin, beautiful Yvette, why not stay for dinner? Yvette Jr. remained aloof, her eyes cold and her demeanor proud. No need. Without looking back, she left, with Nellie following her out. Beautiful Yvette, drive carefully, don't speed. Not every time will be as lucky as last time, Gerald called out. Yvette Jr. paused slightly but didn't turn around, walking away quickly. Gerald sat down on a stool, picked up a cup from the table, whose it was he didn't know, and took a few gulps of water. Gerald, actually solving cases with the police. Iana exclaimed excitedly, her hands resting on the table, looking at him in admiration. Wasn't the street racing thrilling? It was even on the news last night. That car looked familiar. It was Sister Florence's, she added. So, did Officer Yvette come here just to tell you about my heroic deeds? Gerald asked. What heroism? Officer Yvette drove bravely chasing the criminals, Iana retorted. That's because you didn't see my performance. Gerald turned to Cora, noticing she seemed distracted, staring blankly ahead. Tabitha, are you okay? Gerald waved his hand in front of her face. Cora snapped back to reality, shaking her head lightly. I'm fine. You don't look fine. Are you feeling unwell? Let me check on you, Gerald offered. Cora shook her head again. I'm alright, just a bit troubled. By the way, did Officer Yvette tell you? Tell me what? Confused, Gerald recalled how he and Beth went to the hospital last night and then went home, so they hadn't seen Yvette Jr. since. It's about the driver who hit Biff, Lemuel. It turned out that Yvette Jr. and her team had set up surveillance and captured Lemuel last night. Lemuel had fled abroad but had run out of money and returned to get another sum from Jerome. They obtained information and launched an overnight operation, capturing Lemuel. Here's some compensation from Officer Yvette for your and Beth's emotional distress, Nellie said, placing an envelope on the table, which appeared to contain 2 or 3,000 yuan. Guess she still has a conscience, Gerald remarked, taking the envelope and counting the money. Exactly 3,000. Just now, Officer Yvette told us while you were out. Let me fill you in, Nellie explained. The suspect they captured last night is Lemuel, the one who hit Biff. According to Yvette Jr.'s overnight interrogation, Lemuel confessed to some crimes but denied being ordered to hit Biff. Last night, Yvette Jr. interrogated Lemuel and came straight to Peach Blossom Village this morning to find Nellie. According to Lemuel's confession, he admitted using threats and coercion to force stubborn residents to relocate when he worked at the real estate company. However, he refused to admit to anything related to manslaughter. As a result, the charges against him were too light to impose heavy penalties, allowing George and his boss Jerome to remain free. Yvette Jr. also wanted Cora to think harder about where Biff might have hidden the stolen documents. I think we should search Tabitha's house again. Maybe we'll find something new. Yvette Jr. reminded Nellie that with Lemuel's capture, Jerome and George might target Cora to retrieve those documents. They needed to find them fast. Yvette Jr. would continue interrogating while they searched. These documents could be files, USB drives, or something else. Let's go and look. Nellie wasted no time, ready to solve the issue immediately. Gerald agreed. The last search wasn't thorough enough. With more people this time, they might discover something new. In the end, the four of them returned to Cora's house and began a thorough search. Gerald conducted the most diligent search, using his perception to scan every nook and cranny, including wall cracks. Despite their efforts, the house was left in disarray with no results. Gerald even dug through the fields where Biff lived but found nothing. Cora stood there, deep in thought, trying to recall any possible hiding spots. Gerald, Florence, Xandra, let's go to the city. Go to the city? Why? I remember a place we visited. At the time, I didn't pay attention, but now it's possible the documents are there. Cora explained that the day before her wedding to Biff, they visited Malagzu Taoist Temple. Legend had it that there was a moon-old tree there which was very sacred. Couples often made wishes there, and many ended up marrying. Considering the location, Nellie agreed it was worth a try. The group set off for Jiangcheng. Malagzu Taoist Temple was located in the western suburbs of Jiangcheng, quite far from Peach Blossom Village. Their Audi was damaged from the accident, leaving them without transportation. In the end, Gerald rode a tricycle, carrying the three women toward their destination. The sight of three attractive women riding on a tricycle drew a lot of attention, turning heads wherever they went. Other drivers stopped, staring in disbelief at the three beauties behind the tricycle, with some high-end cars honking in frustration. Chapter 95. The Path to the Mountain. Tricycles are now not allowed into the city, and to reach Malagzu Mountain, one must pass through Jiangcheng. Eventually, the four of them hailed a car and headed for Malagzu Mountain. By the time they arrived, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. I've never been to Malagzu Mountain before. I've heard that wishes made here come true very often. I'll definitely go draw a fortune and make a wish, Iana said, looking at the road sign pointing to Malagzu Mountain. Her face beamed with excitement. This little girl seemed to have turned the trip into a sightseeing adventure. We're not here to play. Let's get moving. Gerald saw Cora's anxious expression and pushed Iana's head, urging her to start climbing the mountain. I can walk, Iana pouted and began ascending. Though Jiangcheng is situated in a plain region, there are still several high mountains surrounding it, and Malagzu Mountain is one of the tallest among them. The mountain path was difficult, and some parts were particularly rugged. Cora moved quickly, climbing over a dozen steps with brisk footsteps. Nellie followed closely behind, only a few steps slower. Seeing the two elder sisters climb so energetically, Iana had no choice but to keep up. After 10 minutes, Iana started to lose steam. Gerald, I can't walk anymore. Carry me up. Why did they build this Malagzu temple so high? This is exhausting. Iana looked at the nearby sign indicating that they were still 2 kilometers from Malagzu Mountain. Just keep climbing. Don't ask for a carry. Didn't you want to make a wish on the mountain? You know, gods respond to sincere hearts. If you can't bear this much hardship, they probably won't grant your wish, Gerald responded helplessly. By now, Nellie and Cora were already halfway up the mountain, while Iana was still dilly-dallying. Princesses raised by grandparents can indeed be spoiled, he mused, noticing how Nellie, who was pampered from a young age, didn't complain like Iana. I need water. My throat feels like it's on fire, Iana complained. Here, take it. Gerald handed her a bottle of mineral water. Drink slowly here. I'm going up ahead. In a moment, Gerald had climbed dozens of steps and left Iana far behind. Sylvie, are you thirsty? Here, have some water. Gerald caught up to Cora and offered her a bottle of water. Thank you, Cora replied, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she paused to drink. Princess Mila, are you thirsty too? Gerald smiled and gave another bottle to Nellie, revealing a small backpack with about 5 or 6 more bottles inside. How many bottles did you bring? Nellie asked, sitting on the steps beside the road and taking a few sips. Not too many, just 10 bottles. Enough for all of us. You wouldn't believe how expensive water is at these tourist spots. We save where we can, Gerald explained. Nellie was speechless. Indeed, Gerald could be extremely frugal when needed yet generous when it mattered. While they were struggling to climb, Gerald was effortlessly carrying 10 bottles of water up the mountain. After finishing a whole bottle of water, Nellie got up, intending to throw the bottle into the trash. But as she stood, a sharp pain shot through her foot, causing her to sit back down on the steps. What happened? Gerald asked. Nellie didn't answer but slipped off her flat shoes. Her heel, having rubbed against the shoe, was bleeding profusely, staining her white feet with blood. Walking continuously caused friction but not acute pain. Now, with the blood clotting, walking again would tear open the wound. It's fine, let's go. Nellie tried to put on her shoes and continue climbing. This was her first case in Taoyuan village, and she had to see it through to completion. You knew to wear flats but not thick socks? Gerald observed the injury. Treating it wasn't hard, but they lacked proper medicine at the moment. I didn't know the mountain would be this high, Nellie grumbled, trying to stand and take a couple of steps, but the pain became unbearable. Forget it, I'll carry you. At this rate, we won't reach the top before dark. I can do it myself. Nellie gritted her teeth and attempted a few more steps, her eyes welling up with tears from the pain. Gerald watched Nellie's effort. For someone raised in luxury, she had endured much since coming to Taoyuan village. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Without waiting for her response, Gerald hoisted Nellie onto his back. Cora glanced over, but continued climbing without comment. No, really, I can walk. Nellie struggled but couldn't break free. Sometimes, don't be so stubborn or prideful. Not everything can be done alone, Gerald said as he carried her and walked over to Cora, noticing her also breathing heavily. Sylvie, are you tired? Should I carry Princess Mila up first, then come back for you? I can walk. Just carry Florence up. Cora shook her head. Gerald sped up, swiftly leaving Cora far behind. Carried rhythmically, Nellie felt like she was riding a swing, her eyelids starting to droop. Gerald, sometimes I can't figure out who you really are. Nellie forced herself to stay awake. I'm a good person, obviously, Gerald replied lightheartedly. Nellie shook her head, studying Gerald's earnest face. You seem kind to everyone around you. Am I making you feel emotional, ready to confess your feelings for me? Gerald grinned smugly. Nellie rolled her eyes. This guy can't handle compliments. His ego inflates immediately. But you're always nice to women. In today's terms, you're like a central air conditioner, also known as a scumbag. Gerald was speechless. He expected Nellie to say something nice. Women, indeed, are unpredictable. All right, get down. Sit here and wait. After climbing for a while, Gerald set Nellie down on a roadside bench. We're not there yet. Looking around, Nellie realized they were still some distance from Malagzu Temple. I'll go back to fetch Sylvie G. She's not feeling well, and I'm worried about her, Gerald said, handing Nellie a bottle of water before rushing down the mountain to carry Cora up. Chapter 96, The Wishing Tree. Nellie watched Gerald's hurrying figure and saw a flicker of strange light in her eyes. She wasn't sure how many secrets Gerald had hidden. Fanny. Seeing Cora struggling to walk, Gerald hurried over, lifted her up onto his back without any effort, and began climbing the mountain again. Put me down. I can walk, Cora protested weakly. That's enough. Don't be stubborn. Your body isn't well, and if you climb too long without rest, it might affect your recovery. Ignoring Cora's protests, Gerald continued carrying her up the mountain. You let Paula prescribe medicine for me, and I drink it every day. My body has already improved a lot. Being carried like this made Cora uncomfortable, and she stiffened slightly, her face tinged with a blush. This illness is very persistent. According to my estimate, it will take at least a year or two of medication. For now, avoid expending too much energy. Okay, Cora nodded, not saying anything further as continuous climbing was wearing her out. Gerald, you bad guy. You refused to carry me but carried Fanny when I was about to collapse from exhaustion. How unfair. Iana chased up behind them and gave Gerald a playful punch on the chest. Fanny isn't feeling well, so there's no problem carrying her, Gerald replied, looking unfazed despite the climb. After all, Lu Zixia had been collecting herbs with Liu Duzhong since childhood, and her mountaineering skills were almost as good as his. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to find Florence Jia. With that, Iana sprinted off. Her strong legs were clearly strengthened by medicinal baths since childhood, just as Domenico had said. Carrying Cora, Gerald sped up. By the time he passed the spot where Nellie had been left, she had already disappeared. Reaching the top of Malagza Mountain, Cora headed straight for the Malagza Temple to find the Moon Elder Tree. The temple was vast, typical of Taoist structures, with its main hall housing the 3 pure ones and several side halls. It wasn't a weekend, so the crowd was sparse. Upon entering, they saw a large bronze tripod filled with incense sticks, priced at 188 yuan each today. Indeed, the place exuded both reverence and commercialism. Behind the tripod stood the massive Moon Elder Tree, thick enough to require 4 people to encircle it, adorned with countless red wish bags hanging from its branches. Cora was checking each bag meticulously. Nellie, standing nearby, also tried to reach the higher ones. Biff's wish bag could have been hung years ago, and might be difficult to locate. Gerald attempted to use his spiritual senses to read the wishes inside the bags, but found them impermeable due to the yellow talismans inside, which absorbed offerings' energies over time. Thankfully, each bag was labeled with the petitioner's name, preventing the need to open each one, which would invite trouble. Gerald, what are you doing over there? Come and help. Nellie, standing on tiptoe, pointed out that the tree was 6 meters tall, making it hard to see the upper bags. Where's Paula? Gerald scanned the area for Iana. No idea, she was here just now. Nellie focused intently on checking the bags. Rolling up his sleeves, Gerald climbed the tree nimbly, thanks to his childhood experience with such activities. He reached the top and started searching. The dense array of wish bags blurred his vision. Finding the right one before nightfall seemed improbable. Sir, you can't climb the Moon Elder Tree. Please come down. It's disrespectful to the deities. A childlike voice came from below. Gerald looked down to see a 7 or 8-year-old little Taoist boy, rosy-cheeked and adorable. At this moment, Iana appeared, ran up, and pinched the boy's cheeks. Ouch. Lady, please restrain yourself. Tears welled up in the little Taoist's eyes as he scampered away. Gerald jumped down and wondered if the boy would seek help from an adult. Paula, where did you go? I bought some wishing charms. Everyone says they work miracles, so I wanted to make a wish. Do you want to get married? So you're asking the Moon Elder? Oh, these charms only grant love wishes? Not really. This deity blesses relationships, career, and fortune. Their conversation was interrupted by another voice. Looking down, Gerald saw the first little Taoist joined by another, only slightly older, perhaps 11 or 12. The second little Taoist spoke maturely, almost sounding like an elder monk. Brother, that lady touched me. Did I break any rules? We aren't monks. We don't have such vows. Oh. Frustrated, Gerald wondered where the adults were. Hiring minors felt wrong. Wow, you're cute too. Iana reached out to pinch the other boy's cheeks. Please, lady, keep your distance. Despite stepping back, Iana still managed to catch him, causing him to yelp and run off. Brother, wait for me. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as requested. Chapter 97, Finding the Wish Bag. Gerald watched the 2 young Taoists run off, and then looked at Iana, unsure of what to say. Why are you looking at me? I just think they're cute, okay? Sure. Wait until their master comes over and sees how you'll explain this. As they were chatting, Nellie suddenly called out, I found it. Come and check if this is the right one. Cora was the first to run over, followed by Gerald and Iana. Nellie held a wish bag with the name Biff written on it. But since there were many people named Biff in Jiangsheng, she couldn't be sure. The wish bag was well preserved due to the spiritual talisman inside, which protected it from the elements. Apart from being a bit dirty, it remained intact because of the numerous wishes made on it. This is it. I recognize Bryce's handwriting. Cora took the wish bag excitedly, her hands trembling slightly as she slowly untied the red string. It's good we found it. Let's see if there's anything we need inside. Nellie wiped sweat from her face, which had gotten dirty from pulling branches and coming into contact with the secretion of the moon-old tree. Thank you. Opening the wish bag, Cora found a talisman inside. Upon inspection, it read, "Hold your hand and grow old together." Seeing these 8 characters, tears fell down Cora's face. They all said wishing on the moon-old tree was effective, but it clearly wasn't. If it were, why would Biff have been murdered? There's something else underneath, Nellie said. Cora reached inside and pulled out another item from the wish bag, a USB drive tightly wrapped in a plastic bag. This seemed to be the information they were looking for. At ease, layperson. A wish bag belongs to someone. You must not touch or open it recklessly. At that moment, an elderly man with the air of a sage walked over. Dressed in a blue robe and holding a whisk, he looked at them with a smile. Daozhong, this is my late husband's belongings, not someone else's. Cora wiped her eyes and explained. Limitless heaven, I understand now. However, once a wish bag is opened, the wish will no longer come true, the Taoist responded. Gerald observed the old Taoist, who appeared to be over 60 years old. His cultivation level was beyond Gerald's perception, but he could tell he was a cultivator. Old Taoist, your wishes here don't work at all. If they did, Brother Bryce wouldn't have died. I think you're just deceiving people, Iana muttered. Gerald tapped Iana's head and smiled apologetically at the Taoist. Daozhong, my friend doesn't know better. I'm sorry. No problem. This poor Taoist is Malagzu Z, the 162nd generation disciple of Malagzu Temple. Malagzu Z stroked his long beard and smiled. Wishing requires sincerity. If one isn't sincere, even heaven cannot sense it. If everyone who makes a wish also fulfilled it, the heavenly order would be in chaos. I also bought 4 wish charms for 200 renminbi each. If they don't work, are you going to refund my money? Iana asked sincerely, holding 4 wish bags. Malagzu tugged at his beard so hard that a few strands came loose. It was likely his first time encountering such a question. Gordonster, this lady touched my face just now. I was touched too. The 2 young Taoists stood beside Malagzu, pulling on his robes. Malagfeng Reese, stop fooling around. Malagzu scolded. Guests are treated kindly here. Even if they slap you on the bottom, you should tolerate it. Hey, why would I slap their bottoms when they haven't done anything wrong? Iana retorted. Malagzu was speechless, unsure how to respond to Iana's unique way of thinking. Lay people, Malagzu Temple can offer fortune-telling, destiny reading, feng shui, marital ties, and career guidance. If you need any of these services, feel free to visit the 3 Pure Ones Hall. With that, Malagzu took his disciples, Malagfeng and Reese, and hurried away, seemingly here only to promote his temple. Sylvie Florence, since we're here, let's make a wish before we leave. Iana handed out the charm she had purchased and gave one to Gerald as well. Nellie took hers, thought for a moment, and wrote down her wish. Similarly, Cora wrote her wish, placed the talisman in a wish bag, and hung it on the wish tree. Iana scribbled rapidly, writing what seemed like an essay of over 100 words. Gerald sneaked a peek. She had written about eating, clothing, LV, Gucci, and other luxury brands. All done. Iana stuffed the charm into a bag and hung it up, murmuring, Gods, please fulfill my wishes. I beg you. Gerald was left in awe, wondering if the deities knew about LV and Chanel. Everyone had written their wishes. By then, it was already 5 in the evening. To avoid any mishaps, they decided to take the USB drive to the police station first. On their way down the mountain and into a taxi, they rushed straight to the police station. Bella hadn't expected them to find the information so quickly, coming back in the evening after discussing it in the morning. Immediately, her colleagues started investigating the contents of the USB drive. They were shocked to discover extensive documentation of Tunghua Real Estate's underhanded dealings, including substandard construction practices in Jiangxing, use of inferior materials to cut costs, and forced demolitions, with several others involved besides Lemuel. These records implicated billions of yuan worth of projects and could send Jerome and George to prison. Bella immediately forwarded the evidence to her superiors, preparing to arrest the leaders Jerome and George. Nellie couldn't wait around for results at the police station and left early. Returning to Peach Blossom Village, the women, exhausted from the climb, hastily ate dinner and retired to rest. The next morning, Bella brought news, 1 piece of good news and 1 bad. The good news was that Lemuel confessed to running over Biff under George's orders, essentially avenging him. The bad news was that while arresting Jerome and George, Jerome complied, but George escaped and a warrant had been issued for his capture. George's escape posed a potential threat to Cora, but they hoped for his swift apprehension. Chapter 98. Gerald's request. At that moment, Gerald, Nellie, and Iana stood in the courtyard of Cora's home. Cora knelt at the center of the courtyard, dressed in white. In front of her was a fire basin burning piles of paper money. Next to it lay some paper houses, paper cars, and paper figures. Cora remained silent, burning the offerings with tears falling steadily onto the ground. The others did not know what to say. Even Iana, who was usually carefree, appeared serious and solemn at this moment. After finishing the ritual, Cora stood up and looked at the 3 people before her. Kenziak, Florence, Xandra, thank you for helping me. She bowed deeply to them. Lemuel had admitted to deliberately killing Biff, which meant certain execution. George was being pursued and would likely also face the death penalty once caught. With these developments, avenging Biff could be considered accomplished. Snow sister, there's no need for this. This is what we should have done, Nellie said hurriedly as she helped Cora up. Do you have any plans for the future? Cora shook her head. I don't know. I thought my life would only last a few more years. Snow sister, if you live well, Brother Bryce can see from above, Gerald said earnestly. My Peach Blossom Paradise fruit shop is opening soon. If you're willing, come work as the store manager, Nellie suggested. Cora nodded gratefully. Thank you. Don't mention it, we're friends after all. Before Nellie finished speaking, Cora's body suddenly went limp and she collapsed. Gerald rushed forward to catch her, checking her immediately. It's a case of extreme agitation affecting her vital energy. Xandra, Prepare some traditional Chinese medicine, the same kind Snow Sister usually takes. Okay. Gerald carried Cora back inside and laid her on the sofa. Mistress, help loosen Snow Sister's clothes so I can apply acupuncture to her back. Though Cora's condition had stabilized earlier, the immense emotional impact after fulfilling her wish was too much for her already fragile heart. Nellie quickly assisted, revealing most of Cora's upper body except for her undergarments. Gerald meticulously applied needles, his forehead breaking into a sweat as the situation turned out to be worse than expected. Cora's heartbeat was alarmingly weak, almost stopping at any moment. Xandra, the medicine is here. Should we feed it to her now? Unlike before, Iana now understood medical procedures better, having seen many villagers treated with his life-saving techniques. Place it aside. Xandra, please hold Snow Sister's chest area. Due to the sensitive location, Gerald found it inappropriate to press directly in front of everyone. Iana complied, holding Cora's chest while Gerald, positioned behind her, pressed her back with one hand and infused spiritual power. After several compressions, Cora gradually regained consciousness. Gerald then added half a 9 herbs dew pill to a bowl of medicine and fed it to her. Snow Sister, you've been exhausted. Did you sleep at all last night? Rest after taking the medicine. Cora's eyes were unfocused as she looked at them. Florence, Xandra, I'm fine now. You two go ahead, let me talk with Kinzieg. Nellie nodded slightly and left with Iana. Gerald was unsure why Cora wanted to speak with him, but waited until she finished her medicine before handing her clothes. Kinzieg, just now I had a dream, and I saw Bryce. Cora dressed and looked resolutely at Gerald. He smiled at me, very happily. He might have felt his grievances were resolved and his wish fulfilled. Gerald spoke cautiously, though he knew that even as a cultivator, he couldn't escape the laws of fate. After death, souls return to nature, entering reincarnation unless they encounter rare opportunities to become ghost immortals, which kept them separate from the human world. He was telling me he's fine and not to worry about him, Cora said, wiping her tears away. Bryce's revenge is complete, mine too. Remember what I promised you. Gerald broke into a cold sweat, waving off her words. It's unnecessary. Helping you is what I should do. Moreover, Mistress and Xandra also contributed significantly. It's not my effort alone. Initially, Gerald harbored such intentions, but now his mindset had completely changed. Do you think I'm unworthy? Cora challenged. Hales, I've been married, and I don't ask for any titles or commitments, but I want to keep my word. No, that's not what I mean, Gerald said sincerely, his eyes clear and honest. Snow Sister, you once said you'd grant me any request if I helped avenge Brother Bryce, correct? Cora nodded. Hales. Very well, now I'll tell you my request. Gerald paused. You must live well. You're not alone anymore. There's me, Florence, Xandra, and more people will come. I promise to protect you like how Brother Bryce did. Gerald walked towards the door. Now you have the right to choose your happiness. I don't want gratitude to bind you. Florence and Xandra, like me, genuinely wanted to help you. Gerald had some feelings for Cora, but this was not the time. If she chose him out of gratitude, how would she decide if someone better came along? Gerald exited the room without further explanation. Hey you two, haven't you seen enough? Fix that broken window immediately. As Gerald stepped outside, Nellie and Iana emerged guiltily from beside the window. Gerald, you've really surprised me. Were you serious? Didn't you always admire Snow Sister the most? Unexpectedly, Nellie blushed and softly retorted. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. It was Xandra who insisted we listen. Gerald chuckled inwardly. Even the mistress had learned to shift blame. The universe has its own destiny. Everything follows a set path. True partners will eventually come together, he mused, ignoring their antics and walking out the gate. A tear slipped down his cheek, unexplained by anyone. This translation maintains the original structure and tone of the Chinese text, preserving character names in Pinyin and ensuring the narrative flow remains coherent and natural in English. Chapter 99. A thriving sales scene. Time resumed its quiet course after that. The village's orchard was progressing smoothly, and the city store had been renovated almost entirely. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction until the grand opening day arrived. Taozanian Fruit Shop's grand opening offered double points for every purchase made along with gift giveaways. This was Nellie's promotional strategy. At the entrance, firecrackers burst loudly while inside. Meticulously selected, large, and nutritious fruits were displayed on the shelves. Each fruit was flawless, and naturally, the prices reflected this quality. The exquisitely packaged fruits were priced similarly to imported ones, sometimes even higher. Even the regular selections cost several times more than typical market rates. As the firecrackers stopped popping, Taozanian Fruit Shop officially opened its doors. People who had gathered at the entrance flooded in as soon as the gates opened. What's so special? Why are they so expensive? Gordon of gold? A 21 apple? Are they out of their minds? Some people left immediately upon seeing the prices, which were beyond what ordinary folks could afford. Hail it! Nellie remained enthusiastic, introducing the shop and offering samples to attract customers through the high quality of her produce. After all, it was the first day of business, and not making sales would be truly embarrassing. Fortunately, Jiangcheng was filled with affluent individuals. With today's promotion of double points essentially having the price, the costs didn't seem so steep. Delicious. This is the sweetest apple I've ever tasted. This orange tastes great. I'll take 10 pounds. I want these strawberries. They're huge. With the first purchase, others, tempted by the fruits they admired, also started buying some to try out at home. The store quickly became bustling with activity. With free samples available, even those not buying came to taste, leading to long queues forming. Gerald assisted alongside his colleagues from the gang, who bustled about, managing the small yet crowded store. Nellie herself supervised personally. Recognized as the head of Pajuan Group, her presence drew a rush of buyers, making the sales extremely lively. The other store managed by Cora also enjoyed similar success, attracting many customers with its premium fruits. Within half a morning, 5 rounds of produce on display had sold out. At this rate, Recovering the initial investment was highly promising. At noon, the trio met in a small office at the main store to enjoy lunch. Iana had already returned to school to collect her graduation certificate as her internship period in Taiyuan Village had ended. How much did we make? Gerald asked curiously, wanting to know how profitable the morning's flurry of activity had been. Nellie, munching on a hamburger, rapidly calculated on her notebook and promptly revealed the result. Morning membership recharge total, 1.1 million yuan. What? Gerald felt like he was hearing things. If he had continued selling apples at his old job, earning 5,000 each time, it would have taken him over 200 days to make 1.1 million. He couldn't believe they made this much in one morning. Nellie continued, this is the combined revenue from both stores for the morning. Since today is Saturday, there will likely be more visitors this afternoon. However, because of the recharge promotion, our profit margin is relatively low, probably around 200,000. Well, that's enough. Miss, looks like we're on our way to becoming rich. Gerald was elated. A 200,000 yuan profit in just one morning meant his share dividend alone would be around 80,000. Riches seemed imminent. This was expected. A thriving first-day sale is normal, but it might not last. Let's focus on steady growth. Nellie placed her laptop in front of Gerald, showing a map of Jiangxing. As soon as funds flow back in, we can open more branches elsewhere in Jiangxing. I've shortlisted a few locations you can consider. Jiangxing's central area already had 2 flagship stores on the busiest streets. The next step was to penetrate surrounding areas, eventually dominating the local fruit market, a testament to Nellie's ambition. I think we should slow down for now, earn some money first, and maybe buy me a decent car? Gerald felt Nellie was moving too fast. As someone still riding a tricycle, he felt a respectable vehicle was fitting for an owner who earned 80,000 in a single morning. Nellie rolled her eyes. Current earnings are just part of my investment. If you really want a car, I can provide one for you. Eyes lighting up, Gerald asked, what kind? Mercedes, BMW, or Audi? Land Rover or Jaguar works too. He hadn't expected Nellie to offer him a car. It felt like a change of heart. We'll see. Once things stabilize, I'll take you shopping for one, she replied. Sylvie G, I can drive you to Jiangxing from then on. Gerald had grown fond of driving since getting his Audi. I'm fine wherever. Cora, having spent most of her time in Taiyuan Village, hadn't fully adjusted to this new work environment. Sylvie G will stay here. I'll arrange accommodation in Jiangxing for easier management. You'll manage the village orchard. Nellie quashed Gerald's idea. Running the stores required early mornings and busy days. Commuting from the village would be impractical. Speaking of accommodations, I do have a place. Gerald remembered Emiliano's gift, an unused apartment in Jiangxing. Where? Nellie was surprised, thinking Gerald might have secretly rented a place. It's a secret, you'll know soon. Gerald hadn't visited the apartment yet. He planned to inspect it first before confirming if it was livable, intending to surprise Nellie. Being so secretive, it's probably not a good place. After finishing her burger, Nellie took a sip of cola and walked out to prepare for the afternoon sales. Crowds swelled, nearly bursting the small store. Chinese people often exhibit this behavior. The busier a place, the more they line up, a phenomenon known as queue effect. While Nellie was busy handling the crowd, a roar of an engine interrupted her work. A red Ferrari parked right outside, drawing immediate attention from the crowd. Out stepped a woman wearing a sun hat, sunglasses, dressed provocatively, with an enchantingly curvaceous figure. Chapter 100, Exaggerated Revenue. In the crowd, some people had already recognized the beauty in the sports car and started whispering to each other. Isn't she Raquel, the general manager of Daryoling Group? That's right. She even came here personally to buy fruits. Come on, don't you know who's selling the fruits? The miss of the Breaking Dawn Group. Do you usually get to see her? To see 2 of Jiangxing's top beauties meet here, this trip was really worth it. A series of wolf-like gazes were cast over Raquel. Everyone knew that the Daryoling Group far outshone the Breaking Dawn Group. It was a true multinational corporation, with the Hale family deeply rooted as a major clan. Raquel paid no attention to these gazes. She had long grown accustomed to them. Adjusting her hat brim, she strode into the store. The crowded crowd inadvertently parted a path for Raquel, seemingly overwhelmed by her presence. As Raquel walked into the store, the crowd grew silent. Nellie emerged from the back room. Seeing Raquel and despite feeling physically exhausted, smiled warmly. Raquel coming here was like having a live advertisement. Florence, let's talk at the back, Raquel suggested, not wanting to converse under everyone's watchful eyes. They promptly moved to the small office at the back. Seating herself on the sofa, Raquel took off her sunglasses and removed her hat. I didn't expect you to come check the store yourself, Nellie said as she poured water for Raquel and sat beside her. Why not? I want to prove that without my father, I can do just as well. You're still so competitive, Raquel chuckled, pulling out a document from her bag and handing it to Nellie. This is the contract for our hotel's fruit purchases. All the fruits for the next year will be supplied by you. Nellie scanned the contract, her eyes lighting up with joy. Xiang Yu, thank you so much. You've really helped me out a lot. The last time she went to the Daryoling International Hotel, Nellie had specifically sought out Raquel to discuss supplying fruits. To think Raquel would personally deliver the contract today. I've had them try your fruits. Even the French head chef said they are the best he has ever seen. And with the low prices you offered, naturally, I wanted to sign the contract quickly, in case you changed your mind, Raquel added with a smile. But honestly, I didn't expect your little boyfriend to be so talented, able to cultivate such good fruits. The nutrition and taste far exceed those imported ones. Nellie blushed slightly, explaining, Gerald isn't my boyfriend. We're just business partners. All right, whatever you say. We've already stamped it. You just need to sign and stamp it. Nellie quickly signed and stamped the document, returning the contract copy to Raquel. Well, I'll be off then, Raquel said, finding the atmosphere here too crowded. Leaving the Peach Blossom fruit shop, Raquel looked at Gerald who was busy packing fruits and winked at him. Bye-bye, little brother. Gerald's forehead instantly formed 3 black lines. This woman was truly a temptress. How dare she tease him in front of so many people? What are you staring at? She's gone, Nellie remarked, emerging from the back, noticing Gerald still looking at Raquel's direction. Just saying goodbye. Are you jealous? Gerald teased. Nellie picked up a plastic bag and handed it to Gerald. 10 pounds of oranges over there. Go weigh them. At 6 p.m., the three returned to Tao Zanian village, enjoying a simple dinner at Cora's house. Selling ended early today, not because no one was buying, but because all the truck-delivered fruits were sold out. Even though the fruits were sold out, the recharge amount today made Gerald realize what big business truly meant. Recharge amounts alone reached over 5 million yuan. Although much of this was due to the reputations of Nellie and Raquel, it was still astounding. Miss, with business this good, shouldn't we celebrate with a nice meal? Gerald asked, slightly disappointed. Don't celebrate too soon. Nellie cautioned, not letting today's success cloud her judgment. She studied data on her laptop. Today's revenue was over 5 million, but a large part of it came from recharges. If we don't increase membership numbers, sales might plummet sharply. Furthermore, their promotion only lasted 3 days to boost initial sales. Afterward, promotions wouldn't be as aggressive, maybe offering a 20% bonus on recharge amounts. Gerald scratched his head. He didn't understand business very well, and could only nod as if comprehending everything. Over the following days, as the Peach Blossom fruit shop opened, other fruit vendors began inquiring where the fruits came from and eventually found Tao Zanian village. Nellie opted to sell directly instead of wholesaling to vendors, which upset a few people. As Nellie predicted, sales were high for the first 3 promotional days. Without ongoing promotions, sales gradually declined from 5 million to about 1 million per day. Much of this revenue came from recharge members, making actual cash receipts significantly lower. 2 weeks passed. The shop seemed bustling every day, yet earnings were reduced substantially. Nellie entrusted management of the shop to Cora while she traveled daily to various companies negotiating sales collaborations. The village's rich fruit reserves required a wider market reach beyond the 2 shops. Gerald felt quite relaxed. Apart from practicing cultivation in the village, he frequently visited the shop. Sylvigia, tired? Have some water. Cora leaned on her chin, staring absent-mindedly outside as if lost in thought. Xiaomalog, these past few days, we haven't had many new customers. Sales have been low. Will Florence blame me? Fresh fruits have short shelf lives. Despite decent business lately, mold was starting to appear, a consequence of excessive stock. How could she blame you? Florence has been busy planning more stores. Once we expand, sales will naturally increase, Gerald reassured her, biting into an apple, juices running down his mouth. Hashtag chapter 101. The store is sealed. Cora was still very worried. After all, she was now responsible for the fruit sales at 2 stores. If a large quantity of fruit were to spoil, she would have to take responsibility for it. Don't worry, in the worst case, we can just feed the nearly spoiled fruit to the pigs. Just in time, some sows are due to give birth. No problem there. We've already bought 2 more pigs, said someone reassuringly. I hope so. Now, they were truly experiencing what it felt like to be on a roller coaster. During the opening days, they had been nearly driven crazy by the hustle and bustle. Now, the foot traffic was barely 1/3 of what it used to be. Look here. Fresh fruits, rich in nutrition, good for children's health, men's stamina, women's beauty. These fruits enhance your health and appearance. Don't miss out as you walk by. Barnabas led his team, distributing flyers at the entrance, energetically promoting their products. It seemed they had genuinely turned over a new leaf and were walking the straight and narrow path. Welcome. We have guests. A few men in uniform walked in through the door and headed straight to the cash register. Who is in charge here? The leader looked coldly at Gerald and Cora, his chest badge revealing his name. Aaron. Hello, I'm the store manager. What's the matter? Cora quickly stood up, nervously asking. Aaron showed his credentials and said coldly, we're from the Gordnerkit Supervision Administration. We received reports from citizens that people who ate fruit from your store experienced diarrhea, dizziness, and fainting. We have reason to suspect that the fruit you sell has issues. Therefore, we're ordering you to suspend operations and cooperate with our investigation. Hearing this, Cora felt as if the world had crumbled around her. Business had already been slow recently, and now they were being ordered to close. Our fruits are perfectly fine. All fruits have been disinfected and will not cause diarrhea, Cora replied, trying to defend herself. Nellie had specially purchased 2 fruit disinfecting machines to eliminate pesticide residues to ensure the quality of Taoyuan's produce. What happened? Is something wrong with these fruits? Selling such expensive stuff that can still make people sick. How can you live with yourselves? You're running a scam shop? Forget it. Let's go buy from Xuanhuan next door instead. Customers inside the store put down the fruits they were selecting, giving Cora unfriendly looks. Aaron spoke sternly, we will investigate this matter. For now, you must not operate during this period. He waved his hand and ordered, seize samples of every type of fruit for testing. Hails. Other staff members started placing various fruits into plastic bags. How long will it take to complete the tests? Fruits have a short shelf life. If we don't sell them soon, they'll spoil. Cora dared not obstruct them but could only ask when the investigation would conclude. Aaron replied, you'll have to wait for notification. During this period, you cannot operate. Otherwise, I can confiscate your business license. With that, Aaron left the Taoyuan fruit store with his team. Cora stood dumbfounded at the entrance, watching as the store's doors were sealed shut, leaving behind a lot of unsold fruit. A crowd gathered outside, whispering among themselves. Word of the Taoyuan fruit store being investigated was sure to spread soon. The store opened only half a month ago and is already being forced to shut down for rectification. Clearly, it must have some serious problems. Wait, I recharged 1,000 yuan into my account here. What happens to my money if the store closes? So did I. Should we call the police? What can we do, Xiaomalog? Note, the provided sentence is a direct translation. To make it read more naturally in English and fit the context better, it should be, what can we do, Kinziak? Cora said anxiously, on the verge of tears. This version maintains the natural flow and emotion of the original text while ensuring consistency in terminology and style. Cora was almost in tears, her store having been sealed after operating for only half a month. Don't worry, the fruits won't be a problem, Gerald comforted her, gently hugging her shoulders. Keenan Malak, I suspect someone is deliberately causing trouble. Hailsterday, I saw 2 guys acting suspiciously, and they didn't look like good people. 瘦猴跑了过来，他刚刚去隔壁街发传单，一听到消息，马上就跑了过来。这些水果不知道多少人都吃过，没一个人出现什么不适症状，这其中一定有鬼。Barnabas ran over. He had been distributing flyers on the next street and rushed back as soon as he heard the news. Gordony people have eaten these fruits without any issues. Something fishy must be going on here. Barnabas ran over, having been handing out flyers nearby. He heard the news and rushed back immediately. With so many people eating the fruits without any adverse effects, something fishy must be going on. Gerald nodded. I think it's possible. The fruits aren't the issue. The problem lies with the person who got sick. Brother Malag, don't worry. I'll send someone to investigate right away. If I find out who reported our store, I won't let them off easily. For better fluency and naturalness in English, the sentence can be revised as follows. Brother Malag, rest assured, I'll send someone to look into this immediately. If I find out who reported us, I won't let it go. Barnabas, once a small-time thug, might indeed uncover some clues given his connections. All right, find out what you can and let me know, Gerald said. Barnabas left with his men, while Cora called Nellie to inform her of the situation. I see, noted, Nellie replied calmly, seemingly unperturbed. How does she feel about it? Gerald asked. Cora put away her phone, looking at the closed store entrance. Florence told us to meet her. Nellie was sitting in a private room at Dariolan International Hotel, sipping tea. She invited Gerald and Cora to sit down. Florence, I'm sorry. I don't understand why they made us stop operations. I check the fruits every day, and they were all fine. It's all right. I anticipated this, Nellie smiled, offering Cora a cup of tea. Don't worry. It's a good opportunity for us to rest for a few days. Seeing Nellie's calm demeanor, Gerald asked curiously, Miss Mila, do you know why we were investigated? Nellie took a sip of tea and smiled. In business, who suffers the most when you're doing well? Naturally, it's the competition. Nellie had conducted market research when business slowed down. She discovered that a large chain store, xuanhuan, began discount promotions right after they opened, luring away many customers. Moreover, the manager of that store had approached Nellie about a collaboration, which she promptly rejected. Growing up with her father, Nellie understood the cutthroat tactics of the business world better than anyone, which was why she remained unruffled. That's why I'm not worried. Even if they complain about our fruit, as long as nothing is found, we can resume operations normally. So Snow Sister, there's no need to worry too much. Chapter 102. Discussing cooperation. Seeing Nellie appear so confident, Cora's worried expression relaxed a little. I've arranged a meeting with the manager of xuanhuan. They will be here shortly to discuss matters. Stay, and give me some advice. It turned out that Nellie had already taken action, unbeknownst to them. At this moment, Nellie's calmness made even Gerald feel like she had transformed into someone else. Back in the village, whenever anything happened, Nellie would not know how to handle it. But now, in business, she exuded an underlying sense of dominance. What do we do with the fruits that are piling up? We don't know when the shop can reopen. Cora was still concerned. If the closure period was short, it might be manageable. But if it extended for a month or more, it could lead to significant losses. I just spoke with Star Moon and have decided to supply them with a batch of fruits. They'll distribute these to their guests for free as advertising for Arteo Weiyuan. Nellie had been thinking about handling the excess fruits all along. With the current surplus production, a solution was necessary. Giving them to the Dariolan International Hotel guests is undoubtedly the best option. After all, only the people dining and staying here will be our potential real consumers. Since Miss Mila had a plan, Gerald wasn't anxious anymore. He picked up his small teacup and started sipping his tea. Miss Mila, I didn't realize you were into tea. The tea tasted slightly sweet, leaving a mild fragrance in the mouth. This tea must be quite good. Nellie smiled. I learned from my father. In China, besides drinking wine, we often drink tea during business talks. Chinese tea and alcohol culture are ancient and profound, but in today's society, they often serve as means for social interactions. This tea isn't cheap, right? Gerald savored the fragrant tea, feeling it must be quite expensive. It's not too pricey, Nellie said. A pot of this tea costs 388 yuan at Dario Yvette Hotel. Gerald's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. He had drunk tea before, including green tea at Dylan's place, which cost only about 30 yuan per pound. A pot of this tea, which barely used 2 ounces, cost over 300 yuan. By the way, Gerald, I've invited my father to dinner tomorrow, and I need you to join us. Nellie refilled Gerald and Cora's teacups before setting them down. Why do you need me there? Gerald was confused. This father-daughter meal didn't seem to involve him. Nellie explained, my father has also invited Sebastian and his father, likely to discuss my marriage again. You should come as my boyfriend to stop their ideas. So, you're using me as a shield? Nellie pressed her lips together. If you want to think of it that way, sure. I just don't want to be harassed by Sebastian anymore. Forced marriages are unbearable for anyone. Tabitha, are you okay with this? Nellie had eavesdropped on Gerald and Cora's conversation and knew they hadn't formalized their relationship. That's why she asked Gerald to act as a shield, given he had dealt with Sebastian last time. A hint of sadness flashed across Cora's face, followed quickly by a smile. Why wouldn't I be okay? I don't need to agree, right? Knock knock knock. At that moment, the door to the private room was knocked on, and 2 men in their 40s walked in. President Mila, I didn't expect you to initiate a business talk proactively. I thought you'd stick to holding onto your fruit inventory. The leader smiled as he sat opposite the tea table. The one following him was familiar to Gerald. DeAndre, the largest fruit wholesaler in Jiangxing, controlled roughly half of the city's fruit market. He bought fruit from villagers in Taoyuan at extremely low prices because no one else would venture into this poor village to buy fruit. President Feng, since you've made your move, shouldn't I counter? Nelly picked up the teapot and poured tea for both of them. How are things? Your fruits are indeed of high quality, but being sold exclusively limits distribution. If we partner, we'd dominate Jiangqing's entire fruit market. Hartley lifted his teacup, took a sip, and looked at Nelly with a smile. President Feng, you've been in this industry for over 10 years, sticking to mid to low-end markets. Taoyuan focuses on the high-end market. We should keep to our respective domains, shouldn't we? Nelly's gaze fixed on Hartley, radiating an intensity that made him hesitant to meet her eyes. Of course, that's why I want to enter the high-end market, and your fruits are exactly what I need. Hartley laughed. I've investigated Taoyuan village. The fruit production is substantial. Your 2 stores can't possibly sell all of it. Why not share some with us? What do you say? In Jiangqing's local fruit market, Xuanhuan is undoubtedly the biggest and strongest player. Their stores covered every street corner, far surpassing Nelly's 2 stores. DeAndre supplied fruits to Xuanhuan. One handled procurement while the other handled sales. Their collaboration was unassailable, leaving no room for others to interfere. The high-end market was a territory they hadn't penetrated yet. Local fruits were limited geographically and couldn't compare with imported fruits. Thus, seeing the excellent fruits from Taoyuan, they were determined to cooperate. That Aaron must be your brother, Gerald interjected. You two are really something. One shuts down our shop, the other seeks cooperation. Quite interesting, isn't it? Hartley glared at Gerald, annoyed. I'm talking to President Mila. Who asked you to interrupt? Who are you anyway? Nelly coldly replied, he's my fruit supplier, growing all the fruits. Hearing this, Hartley's expression immediately softened. He smiled, realizing he had finally found the key person. So, you're the grower? That makes things easier. How about it? Consider selling your fruits to us. We offer fair prices, definitely above market value, right, President Luo? DeAndre nodded. Originally, I bought fruits from Taoyuan village. Unbeknownst to me, it changed hands. Considering the remote location but the high quality of your fruits, I can raise the price. This translation preserves the original tone and style while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as in the original text. Chapter 103, Nelly's Confidence. Gerald asked, so, how much can you pay me for the apples? The price for apples is generally about 50 cents per pound. I'll give you 4 times that and buy your apples at $2 per pound. How does that sound? DeAndre said. This price was already high in DeAndre's eyes. After all, as a middleman, he needed to make a profit. Gerald rolled his eyes and retorted with disdain, idiot. Nelly watched them both with a smile but remained silent. She wasn't worried at all that Gerald would cooperate with them. After all, she had rented the land in Peach Source Village and had signed a contract with Gerald. DeAndre angrily said, Brat, what do you mean? You can't seriously think that those 2 shabby stores of yours could make you much money. Mr. Feng has hundreds of stores. Think about it. Collaborating with you at $2 a pound? Do you take me for an idiot? Gerald sneered. Do you know how much it costs to cultivate those apples? At $2, I might as well feed them to pigs. You. DeAndre wanted to lose his temper, but Hartley blocked him and smiled. Young man, these fruits are indeed good, so their cultivation costs must be high. President Luo quoted a wrong price. What do you think is a fair price? Gerald replied, if you give me $21 per pound, I might consider it. You're playing with me. Your apples only sell for $30 in the store. If you ask for $21 from me, do you think I'm stupid? DeAndre flew into a rage, glaring fiercely at Gerald. Buying at $20 and deducting transportation costs, there would be no profit left for him. That means there's nothing more to talk about. You can leave now. Gerald picked up his teacup, finished the tea inside, and poured another half cup for himself. After all, the fruits from Peach Source Village could only be cultivated using the Foundation Establishment liquid, making it an exclusive product. Naturally, he set the price. President Mila, do you also share this view? Hartley looked at Nelly and asked, you'd better think carefully. In the fruit business, you cannot compete with me. If you really refuse, you're just waiting for your Peach Source to close down. He had the confidence since Peach Source was merely a newly emerged fruit store, which was like a shrimp compared to them. Gordony people in Jiangqing wanted to enter this market, some even more powerful, but they were suppressed by Hartley and DeAndre. Nelly said, Mr. Feng, you know my identity. Our Polaris Group isn't just a small company. If you want to play games, I can play along. Polaris Group ranked among the top 10 largest companies in Jiangqing. Even if Hartley had significant influence, he wouldn't dare to clash head-on. President Mila, your company is beyond our reach, but after all, we're in different industries. The fruit market still follows our rules. Hartley confidently stated, because someone reported that eating the fruits from your store caused diarrhea, the authorities are investigating. Based on my speculation, your store won't operate normally for at least a month. Of course, such losses won't be too serious in your eyes. Nelly scoffed, only you guys would use such underhanded tactics. Even if Peach Source doesn't operate for a month, you can forget about getting our fruits. Just minor issues. It's fortunate that this time, it was just someone having diarrhea. If someone dies from eating your fruits, I'm afraid you, President Mila, might end up in jail. Luo Zhong threatened, if you're sensible, work with us and forget about the earlier purchasing price. We'll offer 10 times the usual purchase price for fruits. That should be generous enough, right? If it were the local market, 10 times the purchase price would certainly be astronomical, and most likely, farmers would be competing to sell their fruits. Nelly sneered, 10 times? You really can afford such prices, but do you know what premium quality means or understand packaging? Selling to you would damage our reputation. President Mila, if you're unwilling, I assume that reports against Peach Source stores will come frequently, resulting in investigations. A month might be bearable for you, but can you endure half a year? Hartley made his move openly. If Nelly didn't agree to collaborate, he would spare no efforts to force her hand. So let me tell you, starting now, I will play along with you. Even if we don't operate this month, starting next month, Peach Source will expand and have 30 branches in the main urban area of Jiangxing. Nelly had actually been preparing for branch expansion over the past few days. The current capital was sufficient to open 30 more branches, thereby reducing market risks and avoiding the current problem where shutting down 2 stores disrupted the fruit distribution channels. Very impressive, President Mila. Let's see who comes out on top. Hartley slammed his teacup on the table, stood up, and stormed out. Miss Mila, your negotiation style is truly impressive. You're a modern-day Mu Guiying, excelling beyond the ordinary. After the two left, Gerald applauded on his own. Don't flatter me. Do you think I wanted this? If we compromise now, all our efforts will have been wasted. Nelly took several sips of tea, moistened her throat, and said, I foresaw these small tricks long ago. Look at this. Nelly then laid out several sheets of paper on the table. Gerald picked them up and saw that the first one was titled Peach Source Fruit Store Apple Test Report. It listed details such as pesticide residue and nutritional components, among other data. I'll never let them shut me down. Nelly was confident, given that she had watched her father run businesses since childhood. There was no way she'd be unprepared. I had all the fruits from Peach Source Village professionally tested. Our fruit's nutritional content surpasses all market standards, and pesticide residues fully comply. Even if they report stomach problems, this report proves it's not our issue. Gerald couldn't help but admire Nelly's foresight. He had never considered testing apples before selling them, nor had anyone ever complained about stomach issues. With this test report, can we resume operations tomorrow? Cora asked naively. Nelly shook her head, saying, since the Market Bureau has ordered us to suspend operations, we must wait for their test results to confirm everything is fine before reopening. This might take about a week. A week was manageable. Otherwise, if it were a month, most of the fruits stored in the warehouse would spoil. Chapter 104. The pigs are gone. Nelly was confident in the quality of their fruit and was not worried at all that Aaron would dare to falsify any results. After all, the decision-making at the Gordnerkit Supervision Bureau wasn't controlled by Aaron alone. After business operations are permitted, I'll hold a press conference and present these inspection reports to prove that our fruits are indeed better than those on the market. As long as Aaron didn't find any problems with the fruits from Peach Blossom Spring, Nelly could take advantage of this opportunity to promote their brand for free once more. Sylvie, you've worked hard over the past half month. Consider these days off. In a few days, let's go together to look at potential locations for the branch store. Opening a branch store was imperative. Just as Hartley mentioned earlier, 2 stores weren't enough to sell all the fruit. Hails, as long as there's no issue with the new location. Over the years, Cora had remained in Taiyuan Village, waiting for her illness to strike or death to come. Now that she had recovered, naturally, she was thinking about how to live anew. She now valued the Peach Blossom Spring Fruit Shop even more than Nelly. The 3 of them had dinner in the private room before returning to Taiyuan Village. Village Chief, it's not good. Nelly was discussing the layout of the fruit shop with Gerald when Nolan knocked on the door of the health clinic. Nolan, are you sick again? Gerald asked. Nolan shook his head. It's not me, but the pigs. Where were you today? We've been looking for you all day. Pigs? Overfed again? Gerald asked, confused. Nelly came out and asked, Nolan, what happened? She looked outside and saw several villagers standing at the door besides Nolan. Our pigs are gone. All of them, over 10 heads. Has someone broken into the village? Nolan's face showed his anxiety. His family only had one old sow left, and all the piglets were missing. Could he not be anxious? The pigs are gone? Nelly felt surprised. Who still steals pigs in this day and age? And to steal over 10 pigs, one would need a truck. Haven't we seen any strangers in the village? Nelly asked. Nolan shook his head. No strangers have been here. It's like the pigs vanished into thin air. Mine, Ivetius's, Donovan's, and Ursha's. 15 pigs in total. Please, come and check. Chief, it's weird. I fed the pigs while having dinner, and within minutes, they were gone, said Uncle Ivetius. My family's the same. Donovan added. His family suffered the most, losing 8 pigs altogether. Take me to see, and if necessary, we'll report this to the police. Nelly had Nolan lead the way to the villagers' homes to inspect the situation. First stop was Ivetius's place. His home was at the back of the village, where a few fat sows intended for slaughter soon were kept. But now, they were gone without a trace. Nelly covered her nose, finding the pigsties smell unbearable. She carefully examined the area but found nothing. Uncle Ivetius, what time did you feed the pigs? Nelly asked. 6:30. After feeding them, I went back to eat. By the time I returned, they were gone. How long did you spend eating? Nelly asked further. About 5 minutes. We eat fast around here, replied Ivetius. Nelly was puzzled. How could anyone stealthily steal hundreds of pounds of pigs in just 5 minutes? She turned to Gerald, hoping to hear his thoughts. Gerald was using his divine senses to examine the pigsty. There were no signs of damage, and the fence was intact. If someone stole the pigs, they must have used drugs to knock them out. Even then, there should have been some noise or traces. No leads yet. Let's check Donovan's place. They headed to Donovan's home next. Zhang Zhenxia was sitting on the ground ranting about whoever stole their pigs, cursing them to a bitter end. Ignoring her, Gerald walked straight to the pigsty. Nolan, hasn't there ever been wild animal activity in our village? Gerald pointed to a claw mark on the wall beside the pigsty, stained red with blood. It was barely visible, very shallow. You think it's a wild animal? Nolan responded, that's impossible. 30 years ago, wolves attacked the village. Back then, people were poor, and wolves couldn't find food either. Your father eventually drove them away. Nothing like this has happened since. Gerald hadn't expected his father to face wolves alone, which was pretty impressive. Are you sure it's a wolf? Nelly noticed the high walls, nearly 3 meters tall. Plus, their gate was locked. For a wolf to get in, it would need to jump over the wall. Such incredible jumping ability and strength seemed unrealistic. And then to carry a heavy sow over the wall, that was simply unimaginable. I'm just speculating. This claw mark doesn't give much. Let me check outside. Gerald moved to the outer wall and found another claw mark, along with some cracks in the bricks, possibly caused by impact. Looking to the other side, a sense of solemn killing intent permeated the air, almost carrying the scent of blood. What are you looking at? Nellie followed his gaze toward the woods, seeing nothing unusual. I think whatever took the pigs might be in Daqing Mountain, Gerald said. Daqing Mountain was vast and largely unexplored by Taoyuan village residents. Some wild animals lived there, and the village relied on hunting for survival for quite some time. Such a huge mountain. Even if there are wild animals, we won't find them easily. Nellie added, and based on my observations, if it really is a wild beast, it must weigh several hundred pounds. We're not equipped to handle something like that. I'll call Elena to handle this. When trouble strikes, seek the police. Nellie didn't want to risk encountering wild beasts herself. Chapter 105, Doggy Dog. The families who had lost their pigs, upon hearing it was done by wild animals, clamored and demanded to go into the mountains to hunt wolves. Each of them was armed with hoes, sickles, and various tools. There were more than 10 people in total, including Nolan, who was holding a cane in one hand and a hammer in the other. Calm down everyone. I think it's better to call the police for help. Nellie quickly tried to calm the agitated villagers. Village head, we might still find our pigs alive if we search now. If we wait for the police, they will probably all be dead by then. We are many and have nothing to fear. Let's enter the mountain and take a look. Exactly. If we don't handle this now, we won't sleep soundly at night. They came here to steal pigs today. What if they attack humans tomorrow? Nellie felt helpless. The villagers insisted on going up the mountain, and she couldn't stop them. She could only call Yvette Jr. first and ask her to come as soon as possible. Otherwise, these dozen or so elderly, weak, and infirm people would be walking straight into danger. Ultimately, the crowd marched grandly toward Mount Daqing. The paths on Mount Daqing were truly untouched, each trail created solely by foot traffic. It was still light enough to walk without too much trouble. However, if it got completely dark, they'd have to rely on flashlights, making even finding the path a challenge. You find an excuse to bring them back later. It's getting dark, and I'm worried about safety, Nellie whispered to Gerald, leaning close to him. Do you think I want this? Gerald replied. These high mountains and distant waters. God knows where those things took the pigs. Don't worry, they're just angry right now. Once it gets dark and they can't find anything, they'll head back. They continued searching as the sun slowly set, darkness enveloping Mount Daqing. One by one, they took out their flashlights to illuminate the way. Let's try again tomorrow. It's too late now, and there's a risk of accidents if we keep searching, Nellie shouted to the group. The search had caused the crowd to spread out. Don't worry, village head. We know these paths like the back of our hands. As long as no one strays too far, everything will be fine, Jasper called out. Nellie sighed. As village head, she had no authority here. No one listened to her. Oh, whoa. At that moment, a wild beast howled in the forest, seemingly warning them not to approach. Hearing the sound, everyone quickly gathered together, gripping various tools tightly, feeling extremely nervous. Not far, maybe around 400 meters, Gerald said. 400 meters was dangerously close. Let's go check it out, Jasper stood at the front, mustering his courage and continuing forward. If something appears, we'll deal with it together. Don't be afraid. Although leading from the front, Jasper looked visibly scared, but refused to abandon the pigs he had lost. Nellie walked in the middle of the group. She wanted to head down and wait for Yvette Jr. to handle the situation, but couldn't dissuade the determined villagers. Helplessly, she stayed close to Gerald for protection. Miss, I don't think we should continue. Gerald also felt uneasy. His cultivated senses warned him that moving further would be dangerous. The mountain wind carried a sense of peril, putting him on edge. Ordinary beasts, even large boars, wouldn't be a problem for their group. But wolves were different. They never attacked alone. Even 3 or 5 wolves would likely consider their group a small snack. Everyone, stop moving. The village head has already informed the police. The police are coming. If there are wolves, leave it to them. Gerald rushed to the front of the group, blocking the path. He didn't want to die with everyone else and thought it best to let the professionals handle it. Doggy dog. Jasper suddenly started nervously pointing towards Gerald, looking terrified. Gerald also felt something unusual behind him, a chilling pressure making it hard to breathe. Gerald, run! Nellie screamed. Gerald didn't have time to look back. He ran immediately. Panic broke out among the villagers as they turned and bolted back the way they came. Even Nolan discarded his cane and fled. Caught in the rush, Nellie was knocked over and fell to the ground. Gerald scooped her up as he passed, carrying her while sprinting forward. No. Soon, Gerald had outpaced the others, but leaving them behind would put them in grave danger. Gerald, what are you waiting for? Run. Nellie screamed as she noticed something less than 10 meters away rushing towards them. The other villagers quickly overtook Gerald, leaving him at the rear. Turning sharply, Gerald carried Nellie in another direction. Whoosh. A powerful gust from behind seemed to push against him. Just as Gerald prepared to accelerate with his skill, a white shadow flashed overhead, landing with a thud in front of him. Only then did he see clearly what kind of beast it was. A snow wolf. Its pure white fur beautiful yet terrifying. The white fur was stained with fresh blood. Gerald stared, bewildered. Mount Daqing wasn't a snowy mountain. How could a snow wolf exist here? And this snow wolf was exceptionally large, almost the size of a Siberian tiger, over 2 meters long and 1.5 meters tall. If it widened, it would be the size of a car. Run. Do you want to die? Nellie slapped Gerald, nearly crying. She deeply regretted joining the villagers on the mountain. This time, they might lose their lives. Gerald channeled his cultivation technique, flooding his body with spiritual energy. With a swift kick off the ground, his figure shot forward in a blur. He appeared 3 meters away, then darted another dozen meters farther, using the 9-fold wayfarer step to the extreme, creating rapid movements through the air. Nellie clung tightly to Gerald's waist, feeling dizzy from the speed. The violent winds battered her body, like driving a car at over 100 miles per hour with the windows down. Chapter 106, Kidnapped by a wolf. After several quick flashes, Gerald had already run more than 50 meters. Just when he thought the snow wolf couldn't catch up, a white shadow flew over his head and landed right in front of him. Awwoo. The snow wolf's eyes glowed an eerie green in the darkness. Its massive wolf head was raised, facing Gerald's direction. The wolf's mouth opened, revealing enormous fangs that could easily tear through any skin. Miss Mila, you go first. Gerald gently set Nellie down, stepping forward to shield her. But what about you? Though frightened, Nellie hid behind Gerald but did not want to abandon him. If you don't leave, we won't get out of here. Gerald wanted to stall the snow wolf so that after Nellie left, he could run away at full speed. Running alone would certainly be faster than carrying her. No way, if we're leaving together. Nellie refused. Please, staying will only hold me back. Trust me, you run first. Gerald pulled out a fire inflammation talisman with his right hand, ready to attack. All right, you must live. Xuanhuan is here. I'll find her. Nellie turned to run, but at that moment, the snow wolf flashed from its original position and landed in front of Nellie again. Ah! Startled, Nellie took several steps backward. Seeing the snow wolf blocking their path once more, Gerald inwardly cursed. He couldn't believe how fast this snow wolf was. Its movements were too quick for him to even see clearly. With his spiritual awareness, anything within 5 meters should be visible in detail. Yet the snow wolf moved so fast it defied this ability, proving it wasn't something he could handle. To hell with you. Gerald swung his right hand, sending the fire inflammation talisman flying. A huge explosion of flames rushed towards the snow wolf. Hurry, run. Gerald intended to use the distraction to get Nellie to escape. But before she had taken 2 steps, the snow wolf blew out a breath, extinguishing the fire from the talisman. Its colossal form stood between them once more. Now utterly hopeless, Nellie realized she was going to be eaten by this giant wolf, turning into fertilizer for the trees. Miss Mila, I read that when encountering a wild animal, never turn and run. Once you turn, it will definitely chase you. Stare it down, showing you're unafraid. It might leave you alone. If it does come, you'll die with dignity. Gerald's eyes gleamed with resolve as his spiritual energy flowed, using his spiritual awareness to lock onto the snow wolf's eyes. Being a cultivator, his spiritual pressure usually intimidated regular animals into fleeing. Don't joke around. Think of something. If there's no way, you run first. Tears welled up in Nellie's eyes as she felt the heavy breathing of the snow wolf, barely 3 meters away. Her heart pounded in her throat. This standoff seemed unsustainable. Gerald slowly stepped back 2 paces. We'll retreat step by step. If running straight wouldn't work, then retreating while watching the wolf's movements made more sense. With Gerald leading and Nellie following, they slowly moved backward toward the mountain's base. When they had retreated about 10 steps, the snow wolf jumped from its spot, landing behind them like a bolt of lightning. Forced to turn around again, Gerald faced the snow wolf, tightly gripping another fire inflammation talisman, ready to attack. Gerald, do you feel like it's intentionally stopping us from going down the mountain? Nellie noticed that the wolf didn't pursue the others who had scattered earlier. Instead, it kept chasing Gerald. Moreover, every time they tried to go downhill, the wolf would jump in front, but if they went deeper into the forest, it just followed without blocking their path. It seems like it. Gordon-Ibit wants to take us to its lair and save us until it finishes eating those pigs. Don't talk nonsense. Wolves are pack animals. If we go to its lair, we might face more than one. Hurry and think of something. We can't let it take us back. Gerald was at a loss. He couldn't match the wolf's speed or strength, and the wolf had effortlessly blown out his talisman. This battle was on entirely different levels. Well, brother wolf, let's talk. I live in Peach Source Village at the foot of the mountain. We're neighbors. Those dozen pigs you took, I won't ask for them back. How about I bring you roasted suckling pig tomorrow if you want meat? Regardless of whether the wolf understood him, Gerald walked forward, smiling. It was said kindness begets kindness. Hopefully, the wolf would feel his goodwill. Let me tell you, cooked pork is far tastier than raw. The roasted suckling pig, sizzling with fat and crispy. Do you want to try? There's also roast chicken, duck, and steamed goose. Would you like some? Gerald described a feast, making Nellie's stomach growl. Do you think it understands you? Nellie asked. How would I know? I don't speak wolf, Gerald replied helplessly. How much easier it would be if the wolf understood him. Awwoo. Another howl, and the snow wolf began approaching Gerald and Nellie, its powerful legs and sharp claws evoking no desire to fight. Forced to keep retreating, Gerald and Nellie moved backward step by step. The snow wolf didn't seem rushed, steadily moving closer, pushing them deeper into Great Green Mountain. They grew farther from Peach Source Village, 2 people forced up the mountain by a single wolf, a historical first. Oh no, it's really taking us to its den. We're going to be eaten for sure. Nellie clung to the hem of Gerald's clothes, trembling uncontrollably. Who could she complain to in this day and age about being eaten by a wolf? Gerald, however, felt oddly calm. The wolf's oppressive presence had weakened, and he sensed no malice. It seemed to be guiding them somewhere, not intending to kill and eat them. Miss Mila, relax. The snow wolf doesn't seem dangerous to us. Gerald glanced at the giant wolf and turned to walk deeper into the mountains, exposing his back to the predator. Despite the risk, Gerald wasn't afraid. With the wolf's speed, it could have killed them easily by now. Chapter 107. Let's just go up and see. Nellie couldn't understand what Gerald meant. She quickly walked beside Gerald, occasionally sneaking a glance at the snow wolf trailing behind them. The path up Mount Dacheng was even more challenging. There was no clear main road, just thickets and weeds. Nellie's pants had been torn by the thorns. Unable to proceed, Gerald picked her up bridle style once again. Gerald, do you think we will survive? Nellie had already lost hope. Initially, she still had some intention of escaping, but after walking for so long, she was both physically and mentally exhausted. It seemed better to be eaten by the snow wolf than continue this way. If it wanted to eat us, it would have killed us already. It wouldn't let you walk so far. Holding Nellie, Gerald quickened his pace. He also wanted to figure out where the snow wolf was leading them. After nearly half an hour, they reached a place Gerald had never visited before. A steep cliff towering at least 30 meters high, unscalable without equipment. Gerald noticed a protrusion on the cliff face that appeared to house a cave. The snow wolf walked up to them, looked up at the cliff, then turned its gaze toward Gerald. It seems like it wants us to get on its back? Nellie stepped down from Gerald's arms, gazing at the massive snow wolf. For some reason, she wasn't as scared as before. The snow wolf bent its limbs and crouched low, looking up at them. Let's just go up and see. Without hesitation, Gerald stepped forward and sat astride the snow wolf's back. Nellie followed suit, sitting on the wolf's back, but found the fur felt like steel needles pricking her bottom. Once both were seated, the snow wolf stood up and leaped, landing on a platform over 20 meters high. Nellie clung tightly to Gerald, feeling as if she were on a roller coaster, reaching the peak in an instant. Upon landing, they saw a cave ahead, pitch black inside, with pig-like squeals emanating from within. It appeared that the missing pigs from Taoyuan village had been captured here by the snow wolf. What puzzled Gerald was why the snow wolf stored live pigs rather than dead ones. It was surprisingly intelligent to avoid spoilage. Ayo. While Gerald was still pondering, several howls echoed from the cave, followed by another white figure dashing out. What a cute little dog. Shining her flashlight, Nellie saw a small creature limping out, resembling a husky puppy. It was tiny, about the size of a teddy, running adorably. For crying out loud, that's a wolf, not a dog. Gerald doubted Nellie's judgment. There couldn't possibly be a dog in such a place. It was clearly a young snow wolf. The large snow wolf approached the little one, which whimpered and rubbed against its body. Gerald noticed that the young wolf was likely born with a deformity, unable to extend its left hind leg, and had only used 3 legs to run. After rubbing for a while, the snow wolf gently lifted the young wolf by the scruff of its neck, bringing it to Gerald. Do you want me to treat it? Ooh. The snow wolf responded. Gerald squatted down, extending his hand to touch the pup. The little wolf kept whining and tried to bite Gerald, seemingly uncomfortable with being touched. Its eyes were still closed, suggesting it had just been born and was born with a deformity. No wonder the snow wolf brought them here. But how did the snow wolf know he was a doctor? Nellie also squatted down, shining the flashlight on the pup and touching it. So soft, so cute. I wish it were a dog. I've always wanted one, but my dad refused, saying we don't have time to take care of it. At this point, Nellie had no fear. After all, the snow wolf had entrusted its cub to them, unlikely to cause harm. Please, that's a wolf. Do you think it will still look cute when it grows big enough to eat a whole pig for lunch? Under Nellie's caresses, the little wolf stopped wriggling and started licking her hand. Hee, tickles. Kneading the wolf's head, Nellie took out a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and offered it to the pup. It licked and swallowed the candy eagerly, clearly enjoying the taste. Afterward, it rubbed its head against Nellie, seeking more. Nellie fed the pup a few more candies. Finally, Gerald had a moment to examine the wolf. Though not a veterinarian, he had to act as one. If he failed, the snow wolf might not let him leave. The deformity is likely due to injury sustained in the womb, preventing the right hind leg from straightening. Carefully examining the limb, Gerald gently prodded it. The wolf didn't react much, indicating the leg was already partially healed. To treat it, the bone needed to be broken and reset. The snow wolf lay quietly watching. Looking at the snow wolf, Gerald wondered if it would attack if he broke the cub's leg. Moreover, since the snow wolf was male, there must be a female somewhere too. Ooh. The snow wolf, lying nearby, called out pitifully. Wolf brother, to heal your son, I need to break and reset the leg, then apply medicine. Are you okay with this? Uncertain if the snow wolf understood, Gerald explained nonetheless, fearing it might attack otherwise. Ooh. The snow wolf seemed to agree with Gerald. I don't have any medicine on me, maybe later? Suddenly, the snow wolf jumped directly in front of Gerald, startling him nearly off the ledge. Note: some parts may be slightly adjusted to ensure the narrative flow is smooth and coherent in English. Chapter 108. An unusual relationship. Gerald was incredibly nervous, but the snow wolf showed no intention of attacking. Instead, it bent down and indicated for him to climb on. Florence, wait for me here, Gerald said. Okay. Nellie was playing with the little wolf, giggling as it licked her. It seemed that girls had no defense against small, cute animals. Gerald climbed onto the back of the snow wolf, feeling a rush of wind as they leaped forward and covered at least 1,000 meters in seconds. This speed outclassed even Ferrari or Lamborghini, and the terrain versatility was unmatched. Climbing the mountain took over an hour, but descending took less than 10 minutes, bringing them to the border between Peach Source Village and Great Green Mountain. Enrico, wait for me here. Gerald jumped off the wolf's back. He didn't want to ride the snow wolf into the village, fearing it would frighten the villagers. The village was brightly lit, and a crowd stood in the middle of the road. Seeing Gerald approach, Nolan asked hurriedly, Shaching, where's the village chief? Wasn't she eaten by the wolf? Gerald rushed through the crowd to get the medicine. The village chief is injured. I'm getting medicine to treat her. Don't worry, I chased the wolf away. It's good that you chased it away. That big wolf scared me to death. I thought the village chief had been eaten by the wolf. Good heavens, its head was bigger than a watermelon. After grabbing the herbs, Gerald also picked up some milk from the clinic before rushing back towards Great Green Mountain. Gerald, where's Florence? Just as Gerald was about to head up the mountain, Bella came down from the mountain. She had heard about the villagers being attacked by wolves and Nellie being trapped, so she had already searched the mountain but couldn't find them due to its vastness. Long time no see, Miss Yvette. Miss Mila is slightly injured. I want to get some medicine and we'll bring her down soon. Gerald was preoccupied and could only offer a vague reply. How could you leave her alone in this wilderness? What if the wolf comes back? No way, I'll go with you. Bella patted her waist to ensure her gun was secure before preparing to head up the mountain with Gerald. All right, just don't be scared. Considering Bella's status, refusing might lead to accusations of kidnapping women, which would be troublesome. Fear. Bella frowned, questioning, what exactly happened to Florence? Is she in danger? Tell me. It seemed Bella and Nellie had a close relationship, as she rushed over immediately upon hearing the news and ventured into the mountains alone to search for her. Don't worry, you'll know soon enough. Gerald arrived at the spot where he parted ways with the snow wolf. Looking around, it appeared the wolf had hidden itself. A few seconds later, an invisible pressure emanated from behind. Turning around, Gerald saw the massive snow wolf appear behind Bella. Seemingly sensing its presence, Bella turned to see the wolf's head barely 3 centimeters from her face, feeling its warm breath from its nostrils. Ah! Bella screamed, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now you're afraid. Your psychological resilience is really lacking. Gerald glanced at the unconscious Bella, muttering complaints. The snow wolf lay down again, indicating for Gerald to climb on its back. Leaving Bella there wasn't an option, so Gerald carried her and rode the snow wolf. The mountain breeze rustled through the trees, creating a rustling sound. Soon, Gerald returned to the cave entrance. Nellie was still holding the little wolf, apparently having formed a good relationship, teasing it gently. Seeing Gerald return and noticing Bella unconscious, Nellie was filled with concern. Why is Xuanhuan here? What happened to her? Gerald pointed to the snow wolf. She was frightened by this big guy. What if something's wrong with her? Nellie was worried. She had called Bella for help, yet nothing happened to them while Bella fainted. She felt somewhat guilty. No worries, just shock. She'll wake up naturally. Gerald laid Bella down and prepared the milk for the little wolf, who began drinking eagerly despite its underdeveloped teeth. You hold it, I need to start working. Gerald placed several bottles of milk beside the little wolf. Though blind, it could smell the milk, finishing one bottle before biting open another, gulping it down. It looked like it hadn't eaten in a long time. This little wolf's mother seems to have died. Should we take it home and raise it? Gerald had already anticipated that the little wolf's disability resulted from its mother's injury. He suspected the mother wolf died shortly after giving birth, and the snow wolf lacked milk to feed it, explaining why it brought sows from the village, likely for their milk rather than meat. We should treat it first. Do you want to keep a wolf? Haven't you heard the saying a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs? Ayo. Upon hearing this, the snow wolf growled, showing its disagreement. Well, forget it. Nellie glanced at the snow wolf. Keeping the little wolf would mean constant visits from the big wolf, which wouldn't be sustainable. Crack. Gerald acted swiftly while the little wolf drank, infusing spirit energy into his fingertips and forcefully breaking the injured leg anew. Awoo! The little wolf emitted a series of painful howls, writhing on the ground. If not for Nellie holding it, it would have rolled away uncontrollably. The snow wolf turned away, unwilling to witness its suffering, displaying its empathy. Gerald quickly grabbed the little wolf, asking Nellie to hold it steady. He gave it a jade dew pill and wrapped its broken leg with prepared herbs, securing it with nearby branches. The little wolf trembled and struggled in Nellie's arms. Once Gerald finished bandaging, it darted out, biting Gerald's pant leg with its tiny teeth. Woof woof. Dissatisfied with having its leg broken, it kept nipping, guided by smell despite its blindness. That's enough, Xiaobai. Drink some more milk. Seeing the pitiful sight, Nellie quickly opened another bottle of milk for the little wolf. In such a short time, she had even named it. The snow wolf then turned around, picking up the wrapped little wolf by the mouth and carrying it back into the cave. Chapter 109, Jade Pendant. The wolf cub's leg was healed. Gerald wanted to take Nellie and Bella back, but they were still over 10 meters above the ground, and Bella was still unconscious. It would be quite challenging to bring both of them back to the village. At this moment, the snow wolf emerged from the cave, reaching Gerald in 2 strides. Nellie looked at the snow wolf nervously, fearing it might turn on them, having healed its cub only to bite them to death afterward. The snow wolf stopped less than a meter away from Gerald, opened its mouth, and a green object fell out. Gerald went over and saw it was a jade pendant, seemingly an ancient one, radiating subtle spiritual energy. Is this for me? Oh, whoa. After responding, the snow wolf lay down and looked up at Gerald. Gerald picked up the jade pendant, holding it tightly, feeling waves of spiritual energy emanating from it. Holding this jade seemed to increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Examining the jade, he noticed 4 ancient Chinese characters on the front. Yingzhou Qin family. Yingzhou, an extremely ancient term. On the back of the pendant was an image resembling a door, tightly closed without any special markings. Gerald held the jade pendant, puzzled about why the snow wolf gave it to him, and whether this Qin family had any connection to his own surname. Thinking of how his father once entered the Great Green Mountain, there might have been some connection with this snow wolf. With these thoughts, Gerald released a slight trace of spirit power from his right hand into the jade pendant. Instantly, Gerald felt darkness engulf him as if his consciousness was being pulled by a powerful suction force into a dark space. It was pitch black around him, invisible even to his spiritual senses. He could see nothing in this dark expanse. Door. Exploring the darkness, Gerald found a faint light ahead. Approaching, he saw a stone door just like the one on the back of the jade pendant, slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of light through. Trying to open the door, no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Gerald. Nellie's voice broke through, pulling him back with another suction force to the entrance of the cave. What happened? You've been standing here for 10 minutes. Nellie was now comforting the cub while lying next to Bella, everything seeming normal. A glint flashed in Gerald's deep eyes. Spatial magical treasure. He was immensely shocked, realizing this jade pendant was indeed a magical treasure, and an extremely rare spatial one at that. Just now, Gerald had explored the spatial dimensions within the jade pendant, finding it extraordinarily vast. His spiritual senses could enter and exit freely, and he could place objects inside. Nothing. Coming to his senses, Gerald put the jade pendant in his bag. This item was irreplaceable, possibly related to his father. Let's go back. Xuanhuan has been lying here for over 10 minutes. I'm worried her body can't handle it. Seeing Gerald was fine, Nellie put down the cub, preparing to return to the village. The snow wolf lay down again, inviting them to climb aboard. Woof woof woof. The three-legged cub wobbled towards Nellie, calling out to her. It seems this little guy really likes you. The cub clearly had strong preferences, yet it was somewhat endearing. Bring some milk tomorrow to feed it. It can't eat meat yet, only milk. Okay, Gerald agreed, adding, but don't tell Yvette Lillian about the snow wolf. Bella had fainted due to the fright caused by the snow wolf and was still unconscious. Her fiery temper would likely lead her to organize a hunt upon hearing about such a dangerous beast. Given the snow wolf's speed, she probably wouldn't stand a chance even with a gun. Thus, Gerald wanted to keep this secret to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hails, our secret. Nellie was actually moved by the snow wolf's parental love. It had stolen sows from the village merely to feed its cubs, causing no harm to anyone. Wolf, wolf. In the infirmary bed, Bella woke up in a cold sweat from a nightmare, instinctively reaching for her gun. Xuanhuan, you're awake? Nellie wiped Bella's face with a towel. Looking around at the ceiling and then at Nellie, Bella paused for a second before hugging Nellie tightly. Florence, I was so scared. That was a huge wolf. Are you alright? I thought you were eaten. Nellie patted Bella's back, smiling. You must have had a nightmare. There were no wolves, just a dog, a husky, that's all. The villagers mistook it for a wolf. How could it be? I saw it. A big wolf. Its head was this huge. Seeing Gerald, Bella pointed at him. Gerald, did you see it too? Miss Yvette, I told you. You must be under too much stress. I advised you last time to rest well and not overwork yourself. This is clearly hallucination. Gerald placed a bowl of herbal medicine in front of Bella. Here, drink this calming brain-nourishing soup. It will make you feel better. Bella looked at Nellie again. You didn't see it either? You're exhausted. Drink the soup, you'll be fine. Nellie lifted the bowl to Bella's lips. Was it all an illusion? Bella's hand trembled as she drank several gulps, calming down slightly. Miss Yvette, did you throw away the pill I gave you last time? Sitting in a chair, Gerald brewed tea, sipping it leisurely. Pill? Mentioning the pill, Bella recalled Gerald's inappropriate behavior during interrogation. I threw it away long ago. Who knows if you meant to harm me? Bella put down the bowl and wiped her face with the towel again. I didn't think you were really a doctor. Fine then, don't come to me when you're seriously ill. Considering how expensive the ingredients were for the 9 grass jade dew pills, throwing them away was insulting. Nellie asked, does Xuanhuan have an illness? What kind? Is it serious? Gerald, please examine her. Bella put down the towel. I don't need him to check. What illness? During training, it was worse, and nothing happened. Translation ends here, maintaining the paragraph structure and tone from the original text. Hashtag chapter 110. Refund. Bella clearly did not want to acknowledge her condition. After all, she was famous at the police station for being a hard worker. No one would believe that such a tough woman could fall ill. It's late. I'll go back now and lead the team into the mountains tomorrow. Bella still did not trust that seeing the snow wolf was just her hallucination. She needed to check it herself to be reassured. I'll see you off. Thanks a lot for today. Nellie followed Bella out of the clinic while Gerald leisurely sipped tea, sitting on a recliner and holding the jade pendant, continuing his research. A little later, Nellie returned, sitting next to Gerald and anxiously asked, what illness does Xuanhuan have? Is it serious? Gerald, stroking the jade pendant, said, young lady, isn't Officer Yvette your half-sister by the same father? You seem so worried. Zahir's daughter had the surname Mila, so another person with the surname Yvette didn't seem strange. Don't talk nonsense. Nellie rolled her eyes. She's my best friend. She always helps me when something happens. Tell me what she has. Oh, that's it, Gerald smiled. It's nothing too serious. Her chi and blood circulation are poor. In layman's terms, she has irregular menstruation. This can result in delayed periods, light flow, occasional absence, internal stasis, abdominal pain, and dizziness. So severe. What medicine should she take? Prescribe some for me to give her. Nellie replied. It was clear that Nellie genuinely cared about Bella. Their relationship was definitely deep since Bella went into the mountains alone just because of Nellie's call. The bowl of calming brain-nourishing soup I gave her earlier already contains herbs for improving blood circulation and breaking up stasis. It should help. This is better. Nellie felt slightly relieved but added, I wonder how Paula is doing. She went to collect her graduation certificate, but we haven't heard from her at all. You don't need to worry about that little girl. Her medical skills are now better than Gordon Tuzu's. Everything's fine. Gerald took a bite of an apple and said, tomorrow morning, I'll bring some roast chicken and duck to Enrico as thanks. What he gave me is very useful. By the way, bring your milk too. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. Having witnessed the snow wolf's power, Gerald thought it prudent to build rapport with this neighbor, the wolf brother. Okay, I'm coming with you. Don't forget our dinner with Dad tomorrow night. Got it. After leaving the clinic, Gerald returned to the orchard, brewing medicinal pills while roasting chickens with flames, managing both tasks effectively. By dawn, he planned to find Nellie and head to Mount Dacheng. But Nellie seemed busy with store issues and went directly to Jiangcheng. With no choice, Gerald went up the mountain alone. Enrico, are you there? At the foot of the cliff, Gerald called out. A massive wolf head appeared, recognizing Gerald and leaped down to carry him up. Here, Enrico, breakfast is ready. Don't hesitate. Gerald waved his right hand, and several roasted chickens and a roast suckling pig materialized on the ground. This was due to the jade pendant storage function that Gerald had studied yesterday. With his spiritual energy, he could store inanimate objects inside the jade, preserving them better than a fridge. The snow wolf sniffed, then opened its mouth wide, eating the chickens eagerly. Woof woof woof. The little wolf came running out of the cave, still blind but able to smell its way toward Gerald. Biting onto Gerald's trouser leg, it tore viciously as if seeking revenge. Gerald helplessly handed over the milk bottle, offering it to the little wolf. Smelling the milk, it let go and tore open the packaging to drink, looking like a tiny puppy lapping up milk. Enrico, someone might come into the mountains today looking for you. Don't show yourself or hurt anyone. Gerald sat on the ground, feeding the little wolf and warning him. Bella would be leading people into the mountains to hunt wolves, and if they encountered each other, accidents could happen. Ah. The snow wolf acknowledged, continuing to feast on the roasted food. After giving his instructions, Gerald left Mount Dacheng to check on Peach Blossom Source Fruit Store. Upon arrival, he was stunned by the scene. There were hundreds of people gathered outside the store, blocking the entrance entirely. Refund. Fraudsters. Refund. 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 I recharged 5,000 yuan, yet you sold me low-quality fruit. How can you live with yourselves? Fraudster. I will report you. Following yesterday's order to cease operations, news spread quickly throughout Jiangsheng, even appearing on the front page of today's news. The headline read, Sky-high fruit prices gordonk people sick. Unscrupulous merchants gordonk a fortune. This stirred the members who had prepaid, leading many to demand refunds. Nellie was in a panic. While she understood the demands for refunds, labeling them as fraudsters was extreme, admitting it would ruin their business prospects. I understand everyone's frustration. I guarantee that our fruit quality is flawless. Here's an official inspection report. Nellie shouted, holding the report, but her voice was drowned out by the crowd. Fraudster, liar, fake. The crowd turned violent, throwing rotten fruits and eggs at Nellie. Gerald pushed through to the front, locking the door to prevent Nellie from getting pelted. Bang bang bang. Open up, refund, liar. People outside pounded on the door while those inside remained alert. Brothers, grab your tools and drive these people away. I'll call for reinforcements. Barnabas, also hit by the projectiles, took out his phone to gather the remaining staff to confront the crowd. Open up, refund. We paid 30,000 and only got 3,000 worth of fruit. Are you planning to abscond? Outside, the crowd grew more agitated, banging on the glass door. Translation ends here. Chapter 111. The Puppet Gordonster. Nellie wiped herself down with a tissue. If things escalated to violence, it would be impossible to salvage the situation. She hadn't anticipated that matters would deteriorate this way. Initially, she thought the store could resume business as usual after a week. But now, on just the second day, many people were already demanding refunds. The money collected from memberships had already been partially spent on renting new storefronts and renovations. If everyone wanted a refund, the capital chain would break again. No use of violence. Everyone please stay calm. Nellie stood at the door, looking at the crowd outside. Should we really refund them? Barnabas asked anxiously. Nellie dried herself off and walked toward the door. Hails, refund those who ask for it. Since they don't trust our quality, anyone who wants to buy from us in the future will have to pay full price. Barnabas and his men opened the door, brandishing machetes from the shop at the crowd. Don't move. Stand still, or I'll make you bleed. Why don't you cut me if you want to? You can't even give refunds. A particularly aggressive individual shouted, showing no fear of Barnabas's machete. Now we're beginning refunds. Please bring your membership cards, line up orderly, and do not push. Nellie forced herself to remain calm despite her anger. Customers are always right. Spit crooks. One of the customers spat towards Nellie, nearly hitting her. Her face darkened as she turned away and headed to the office, unable to watch the scene any longer. Gerald was observing outside. With over 100 people present, any mishap could spiral out of control. Seeing the situation somewhat under control, he returned to the office. Inside, Nellie sat on the sofa, looking dejected, a far cry from her confident self the previous day. Have some water. People are easily swayed by emotions. I feel like such a failure, Nellie said, propping her chin with her hand while staring at the swirling tea. I never expected this to happen. Even disregarding the fruit costs, the funds collected might all be refunded. This half-month's work would go to waste, and might even result in a loss. I still have 20,000. If it's not enough, I can chip in, Gerald offered. Nellie shook her head. It's not about the money, but reputation. Such damage can tarnish us so much that even if we prove the fruit's safety later, consumers may still hesitate. Business thrives on trust. Without it, no one buys in. I've tasked Barnabas with something, and we should find the culprit soon. Don't worry. This issue will be resolved quickly, Gerald reassured her. How will it be solved? We have to wait for results from the market authority, which will take at least a week. Nellie sighed, imagining the pressure that could collapse Taozanian within a week. I didn't expect Hartley and DeAndre to sink so low. It caught me off guard, she added. We have over 1,000 members, yet only 100 came here. That means most still trust us, Gerald tried to comfort her, peeling an orange to feed Nellie. Eat up, these oranges are almost bad. But how much can we eat? Nellie nibbled at a piece reluctantly. Despite its usual sweetness, it tasted bitter to her now. Keenan Malag, I found the guy. Barnabas rushed in but stopped when he saw Gerald feeding Nellie. Let me come back later. It's fine, tell us what happened, Gerald said, wiping his hands on a paper towel. Just as you guessed, the guy is working for DeAndre. My brothers threatened him into confessing. He reported us due to DeAndre's instruction. Barnabas grinned widely. So where is he? He's in the back alley, being watched by my guys. Did you say you found the person who reported us? Hails, Boss Mila. Take me there. They exited through the back door and entered the alley. Barnabas's men surrounded two men with sticks. Both were bruised and bleeding, begging for mercy. Recognizing them instantly, Nellie saw that they were the loudest agitators demanding refunds earlier. They're the ones. Barnabas pointed at them with a stick. Speak up, what did you do? Be honest, or don't hurt us, boss, we'll talk. They pleaded as Barnabas waved his stick threateningly. These men were employees of DeAndre, instructed by him and Hartley to falsely report Taozanian. After buying fruits from Taozanian, they deliberately got sick and sought medical reports, which were handed to Aaron. Aaron then ordered the shutdown, while Hartley waited for Nellie to concede and collaborate. Gerald recognized these men from when DeAndre previously visited Taoyuan village to collect fruits. Despicable, Nellie muttered. Gerald approached them, smiling. Is that all? Anything else? No more, boss. Luo paid us to frame you. It's our fault. Can we return the money? To prove their identity, one of the men showed an employee card. Here's my ID. It's all Luo's doing, not mine. Translation completed while maintaining paragraph structure and style. Hashtag chapter 112, boyfriend. Gerald took the piece of paper, glanced at it, and sure enough, it bore the shop's name. To let you go is simple. You just need to help us prove that Hartley and DeAndre instructed you to deliberately cause trouble for our Taoyuan. Then I'll let you leave. Big brother, please spare us. If Mr. Luo finds out we betrayed him, we'll die a terrible death. DeAndre could dominate the fruit market with his own methods. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. You refuse? Booker, deal with them. Gerald turned around, pulling Nellie towards him. Miss, I think your reception can be moved up, preferably to tomorrow. Now we have witnesses and evidence. We can minimize losses as quickly as possible. Will they agree? This is illegal coercion, Nellie said. Please, this isn't the time to talk about legality. Do we really need to explain the law to them? Behind them, the two men screamed in pain, sending chills down one's spine. Well, all right, I'll make the arrangements. Nellie, who always abided by laws, seemed to have to break her principles for once when faced with this situation. Barnabas, once they agree, give them a good wash. We have important things to do tomorrow. Don't make it look like we've mistreated them. Sure thing, Keenan-chan. Leave it to me. In the afternoon, Gerald whistled as he left the Taoyuan fruit store with Nellie. The two guys had already agreed to come forward and admit to being instigated to frame Taoyuan. They now awaited the reception the next day. The Daryolan Shopping Center was a luxurious mall in Jiangxing where everything had a hefty price tag. It was a key industry under the Daryolan group. Nellie brought Gerald here to get him properly dressed. After all, he was going to meet her father and pretend to be her boyfriend, so the cheap stuff wouldn't cut it. Appearance matters. Nellie decided to dress Gerald sharply, giving him the demeanor of a successful man to fool her father. In a private custom suit shop, Nellie was admiring a light blue casual suit on a model. It looked pretty nice. This one's not bad. She touched the suit's hem, sizing it up before turning to look at Gerald. Sir, Gordon Dam, this suit was personally designed by a Parisian designer and is exclusively sold in limited quantities in China. If needed, we can provide custom services. The salesperson greeted Nellie warmly. Nellie nodded slightly, then looked at Gerald. Take it off the model for him to try. Of course, if you like it, we have a custom service for this suit specifically tailored for gentlemen. Nellie stood beside the suit, feeling it was quite good. No need for custom, this should be fine. Do you have any ready-made ones? I need it immediately. She couldn't wait for custom work. She wanted Gerald to try it on right away. If it fit, they'd buy it on the spot. All right. The salesperson quickly removed the suit from the model and handed it to Gerald. He glanced at the price, 88,000 yuan. No wonder they were so enthusiastic. This suit was outrageously expensive. What are you waiting for? Go try it on. Seeing Gerald still standing there, Nellie urged him to the dressing room. Gerald thought it was a bit pricey. Clothes over 1,000 yuan were already considered high-end to him, and he had never worn anything worth tens of thousands. But what could he do? Milamis had asked, and they didn't lack money. Gerald entered the fitting room with the suit. After a while, when Gerald came out in the suit, Nellie felt a pleasant surprise. His looks weren't bad to begin with, handsome and well-mannered. Wearing the suit accentuated his robust figure, adding a unique charm. This suit was designed for Western figures, suitable only for Caucasians, but surprisingly, it fits this gentleman perfectly. Whether the salesperson was genuinely praising or exaggerating, Nellie found it quite acceptable. We'll take this one. Prepare a pair of leather shoes as well. Given he was impersonating her boyfriend, he needed to be impeccable from head to toe. Otherwise, if he wore an 88,000 yuan suit with a 200 yuan pair of sneakers, it would easily reveal the ruse. By the time Gerald left the store, he was completely transformed, needing only a hairstyle suited for the 88,000 yuan suit. Miss Mila, isn't this too expensive? Can it be returned within 7 days without reason? After meeting your dad, we can return the clothes, right? Funds are tight recently, saving every bit counts. Gerald whispered to Nellie as they walked. Rolling her eyes, Nellie replied, straighten up. What refund? Once someone wears this suit, do you think anyone would still buy it? Tomorrow at the reception, as a company shareholder, you must attend. Even if not for my sake, show some respect for the company. And with funds so tight, I've decided to confront my dad. If he doesn't give me the money to open the store, I won't let it go. Turns out tonight wasn't just to meet Zahir, but also to collect debts. Let's buy a bottle of wine, 2 cartons of cigarettes, and some tea. Say you bought these as gifts for my dad. Got it? Nellie was fully prepared. Attire, cigarettes, alcohol, and tea. Everything covered meticulously. But hearing her words, it sounded like she was planning to extort her father. Fine, whatever you say. Gerald felt that if Nellie didn't get the money tonight, things would be tough for her later. Starting now, you're my boyfriend. Nellie held Gerald's arm, walking side by side, forming a perfect match. How should I address you? Darling? No way. At the word, darling, Nellie broke out in goosebumps. Just call me by name. Not that sickening term. Too blunt, huh? What's wrong with it? Sounds good to me. All right, whatever you say. They chatted as they entered a tobacco and liquor shop. A few minutes later, they emerged with bags of gifts. Hey, isn't that country bumpkin Gerald? What's up? Upgraded your life. And found a girlfriend? A mocking voice rang out. Frederick was with Alanis, standing proudly in front of them. Hashtag chapter 113. Secondhand bag. Gerald's eyes flashed with anger when he saw Frederick, but he quickly returned to his normal expression. Do you know him? Nellie looked at the two people in front of her. From the tone of Frederick's voice, she could tell he was quite arrogant. Sort of. Gerald responded casually. He didn't want to deal with these two. He had long forgotten about Alanis, and as a cultivator now, he didn't need to let trivial worldly matters disturb his peace of mind. But why did he keep running into idiots whenever he went shopping? Last time when he was shopping with Cora, they ran into Vonda. Now here he was again with Alanis. Jiangcheng wasn't that small, yet they always seemed to bump into each other. Really impolite. Nellie showed a look of disdain on her face and said, "Let's go. TCH, you're wearing knockoffs, pretending to be high class. Poor loser buying counterfeit goods." Clearly, Alanis was directing her words at Nellie. After all, Nellie's attire and the limited edition handbag she carried were quite valuable, and Alanis didn't think Gerald could afford such things. Besides, former lovers comparing how well they are doing is natural. With her entire outfit being designer brands and a new iPhone, Alanis couldn't resist showing off. That Hermes bag in your hand is one of only 1,000 sold in all of China, and the one you have is number 52. Nellie pointed at the bag calmly without getting angry. What are you envious? This is a limited edition bag, and Zaheo spent over 100,000 specially to buy it for me from Champelices. Alanis hugged Frederick affectionately, clearly showing off. Why are you talking to this country bumpkin? I bet he hasn't even left Jiangcheng. Frederick laughed loudly. What do you think? Let me show you what having money means. Missy, everything you're wearing must be knockoffs bought by this country bumpkin. Don't get fooled by him. The bag I'm carrying was bought in Paris a year ago. Last month it got slashed by a thief, so I sold it at a discount price to a resale merchant. Look closely, you can see signs of artificial repair on the outside of your bag. Nellie's next words left Frederick speechless. The last time Nellie's bag was slashed by Lean Eric's gang, she had wanted to have it repaired at a local boutique. But the repair cost was too high, and since funds were tight, she simply sold the bag. What a coincidence that the very same bag ended up in Alanis' hands. How could that be possible? You're trying to trick me, Alanis said. Nellie smiled. I still have the original invoice from the Champelices boutique. If you bought a second-hand bag, you wouldn't have an official receipt. Alina, don't lie. My invoice just got lost. Frederick snapped, furious that Nellie exposed him. It's a genuine bag, just a second-hand one. Nellie said contemptuously. The price would be much lower. Just walk away. There's no point talking to these fools. Gerald had been thinking of how to handle the situation, but unexpectedly Nellie stood up for him, which felt great. Stop right there, you bitch and country bumpkin. Frederick blocked their path, fury evident on his face. Nellie took a step back and said coolly, go easy on him. We still need to eat later. Bang. Gerald punched Frederick straight in the nose, catching him completely off guard. Frederick saw stars, his nose bent to one side, blood gushing out. Gerald had broken his nasal bone. Next time, brush your teeth before you talk. Don't spew garbage from your mouth. Gerald retracted his fist and looked coldly at Frederick. Hey, how are you okay? Alanis hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe Frederick's nosebleed. You dare hit me. I'll kill you. With bloodshot eyes, Frederick threw down the tissue and lunged forward. Bang. Gerald landed another direct punch on Frederick's nose, flattening it entirely. It would likely require surgery to fix. Fools. Gerald brushed his hands together, crossing his arms with a cold laugh. In the past, he lacked strength, but now, even 100 wouldn't be a match for him. How many faces he had already slapped? Probably enough to support a cosmetic surgery clinic. Gerald, you're asking for it. You dared to hit Ahau. We'll make you pay. Alanis glared with resentment. People who threaten me are countless. You two are nothing more than insignificant nuisances. Gerald stared intensely at Frederick, his aura rising. I warn you both, don't come near me again. Otherwise, you will suffer tenfold. Pain shooting through his nose, Frederick saw the wolf-like gaze in Gerald's eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. Florence, let's go. Gerald extended his hand, wrapping it around Nellie's waist, and they left confidently. In the car, Nellie asked curiously, sensing something unusual. Who was that woman? Why does it feel like you two have some history? Ex-girlfriend. Gerald admitted frankly, she wasn't always like this. She became blinded by materialism. The original Alanis came from a rural background and was kind-hearted. But after coming to Jiangcheng for school, she quickly fell into the materialistic world and lost her way. To cherish a second-hand bag as if it's a treasure really disgraces women. How could you ever like such a gold digger? Nellie looked down on Alanis, willing to stoop low for a bit of money, lacking any integrity. Florence, you are different. You don't need to chase wealth because you are wealth. Gordony girls from rural backgrounds change due to materialism and comparison, losing their true selves. Vonda and Alanis were prime examples, finding boyfriends driven by money rather than love. They needed bread, not affection. Gerald felt sad for these women who, due to societal pressure, exchanged their fleeting youth for the most financial gain possible. In a place where money mattered more than life, many women valued money over love. You have a point. Nellie never considered chasing money or looking for a rich man because her family was wealthy. Men always approached her, and she had never developed feelings for anyone. So, love can't feed you, but money can. Gerald fastened his seatbelt, started the car, and drove toward the Daryolin International Hotel. Hashtag chapter 114, joint ownership of the house. After arriving at the hotel parking lot, the two got out of the car. Nellie helped Gerald tidy his clothes before they entered the elevator with their gifts. Did you remember what I told you? Be sweet and friendly when you call him uncle. Got it. Gerald thought to himself, calling him uncle? That's my brother, alright? Just as they stepped out of the elevator, they encountered someone waiting for the elevator. Gerald, what a surprise to meet you here again. Beth stood there with a radiant smile, her face beaming with delight. Truly a coincidence, Gerald replied with a smile. Since he had managed to get Louis to give him a house for free last time, they hadn't met since then. It was amazing how small the world could be. You could run into anyone anywhere. Nellie sensed that the relationship between the two seemed extraordinary. She instinctively wrapped her arm around Gerald's, politely looking at Beth but not saying a word. Florence, let me introduce you. This is my classmate, Beth. You should have heard of her name. Gerald introduced, Nellie I. At this point, Gerald hesitated. He wasn't sure if he should pretend to be her boyfriend just in front of Zahir, or everyone else too. Nellie elegantly extended her right hand and smiled. Nellie, I'm his girlfriend. The smile on Beth's face clearly paused for a moment, but she still extended her hand to shake. President Mila, I often hear President Hale mention you. We haven't met yet, but our company's contract was drafted by me. Do you know Xiang Yu? Nellie asked. Hales, I just transferred back from America and now serve as President Hale's assistant. Indeed, the world was so small. Any two people might have mutual acquaintances. The 6 degrees of separation theory was true. After letting go of her hand, Beth looked at the documents in her hand and said to Gerald, By the way, Gerald, there were some unfinished matters last time. Could you come with me? As she spoke, Beth glanced intentionally at Nellie and added with a smile, President Mila, borrowing your boyfriend for a few minutes shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem. Nellie loosened her grip on Gerald's arm, watching as Beth led Gerald into the elevator. What's going on? A trace of caution appeared in Nellie's eyes. Earlier, meeting Alanis didn't bother her much since she couldn't compare. However, Beth was different. Beautiful, demure, sensible, and articulate. Nellie also knew about the incidents involving Gerald and Beth, causing a bit of unease. Beth, what's up? Watching the elevator ascend to the top floor, Gerald was puzzled. Did this girl only bring him here to separate him from Nellie? You said you didn't have a girlfriend last time. You're quite secretive. Now I understand why you said you wouldn't lie. Men are indeed unreliable, HMPF. There was evident frustration in Beth's tone. Seeing Nellie seemed to have made her somewhat unhappy. I see. No wonder you denied having a girlfriend. With her status, it makes sense to keep it hidden. Gerald felt helpless. Who knew pretending to be a boyfriend would lead to so many complications? I really didn't lie to you. President Mila already confirmed it. How could it be false? Ever since being abandoned by her father, Beth harbored little goodwill towards men. Meeting Gerald made her feel safe, only to find herself deceived once more. Her heart felt heavy, like being abandoned by her father all over again. Here's the thing. Gerald decided to explain to Beth that he was acting as a shield and pretended to be a boyfriend. Otherwise, he would be wrongly labeled as untrustworthy. Really? Beth's eyes showed doubt. Pretending to be a boyfriend to meet parents was something ordinary people wouldn't do. What benefits would lying bring me? By the way, what did you actually want? Was it just to clarify this? Beth smiled. You having a girlfriend doesn't concern me. I mainly wanted to discuss Louis's house. No, I mean our house. Beth brought Gerald to her office. It was small, just an independent room with one desk and a few file cabinets. Here you go. From her drawer, Beth took out a red booklet and handed it to Gerald. On the cover were the words Certificate of Joint Ownership. Opening it revealed both Gerald and Beth's names. After the previous transfer procedures, Beth didn't receive the certificate immediately. Later, she obtained it and kept it at the office instead of home for safety reasons, in case Louis caused trouble again. I'll keep the property deed myself. This certificate of joint ownership can be kept by you. If you plan to sell your part later, please notify me. Beth smiled sweetly, happy to finally have a place of her own in Jiangcheng. How could I possibly sell it? Selling it would make you rent again. What if you encounter a crazy landlord? Gerald laughed and put away the document. Here's the key. Beth handed Gerald a set of keys and said, if you ever need a place to stay in Jiangcheng, you're always welcome here. Handing over the keys was a sign of significant trust. Thank you. Gerald smiled. Okay, nothing else then. You can go back to President Mila now. Beth started organizing the files she had brought up, while Gerald left without further ado. Beth, those files you just... Raquel walked into the office and saw Gerald leaving. Back at the hotel on the 7th floor, Gerald stepped out of the elevator and saw Nellie staring intently at him, her gaze fixed since they entered the elevator together. What did she want? Nellie asked bluntly. Gerald pulled out the certificate of joint ownership and handed it to Nellie with a smile. Well, your brother has a house now. You got married. And bought a house. Nellie's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Seeing both Gerald and Beth's names on the document, she naturally assumed they were married. Or why would both names be on the deed? This sudden revelation stunned Nellie. She had asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend, never expecting that he was already married. Please, read the title first. Do you read books without titles? Only then did Nellie close the book and notice the words on the cover. Joint ownership? You and she bought a house together? Where did you get the money? Housing in Jiangcheng wasn't cheap. Given the area specified, it would easily cost over $1 million. Nellie realized she couldn't fully fathom Gerald anymore. How many things had he done privately? Even secretly buying a house? Chapter 115, Forcing Gordon Rich. Gerald retrieved the documents, tucked them in his chest, and said with a smile, this house is free, given by someone else for free. To prevent Nellie from misunderstanding, Gerald recounted the incident of encountering Louis at Beth's home and how he had blackmailed Louis. The blackmail tactics were indeed learned from Nellie. Really? Nellie asked dubiously. Gerald was speechless. Why did every girl like to ask this? Did what he say lack trustworthiness? If this continued, he would become a master of explanations. It's not early anymore, don't keep your father waiting. Gerald held the gift bag and hurriedly walked forward, not wanting to linger on this topic any longer. Nellie stopped pressing further and quickly caught up. They arrived at the door of the private room. Pushing open the door, Nellie entered first, with Gerald right behind her. Inside the room sat 3 people, Zahir, Sebastian, and Milton, Sebastian's father. Seeing Nellie come in, Zhao Posen's face turned sour as he scolded, Florence, it's so late already. Why did you come so late, making us wait? I ran into something and got delayed, Nellie replied unsatisfied, glancing sideways at Sebastian. After Nellie entered, Zhao Posen noticed Gerald standing behind her. His angry expression immediately vanished, replaced by one of great surprise. Upon seeing Gerald, Sebastian's expression also soured. The memory of being embarrassed and filmed by Gerald was still fresh in his mind. Initially, this meeting with his father was all about arranging his marriage. When Zhao Posen had agreed to marry Nelly off to the Sun family, Milton promptly approached Zhao Posen once he heard Nelly had found a boyfriend, eager to finalize Sebastian and Nelly's wedding before anything went wrong. Unexpectedly, Nelly came accompanied by Gerald. Sit down. Zhao Posen quickly regained his composure, acting calm. Nelly pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, Dad, this is my boyfriend, Gerald. Gerald hurriedly stepped forward and handed over the gift bag. Taking a deep breath, Gerald then said, Orson, here's the gift I bought for you. Please accept it. He couldn't bring himself to call Zhao Posen uncle, especially since they used to be sworn brothers. Hails, okay. Zhao Posen was equally nervous. He never imagined his daughter's boyfriend would turn out to be Gerald. Sitting down, Nelly kicked Gerald under the table, clearly displeased that he called Zhao Posen Orson. Milton's eyes became stern as he glanced disapprovingly at his unambitious son. Originally, Sebastian had the advantage of proximity but made no progress after so long. Brother Bert, since Florence has arrived, let's start eating, he said as dishes were served. They began chatting while eating. Nelly sat quietly, eating without speaking. Gerald, feeling out of place, remained silent. For a moment, the room became quiet. Brother Bert, Florence is here now. Isn't it time we set a date for Xiang Yu and Florence's wedding? Milton directly ignored Gerald, considering him insignificant. Besides, if his son married Nelly, the future Pajuan group would bear the Sun name. Today, he intended to settle matters for such a huge business deal. Uncle Son, why are you involving me in your discussion? Nelly looked at Milton discontentedly. You never asked me about this marriage. Did I ever agree to it? Brother Hai, as you can see, Florence is grown up now. It's better to let her decide for herself, Zhao Posen finally spoke, much to Nelly's surprise. Earlier, Zhao Posen had always forced Nelly to marry Sebastian. Why the sudden change? Children love playing, which I understand, but marriage should match social status. Do you think she has chosen a capable partner? Milton bluntly pointed out that as long as Nelly wasn't married, her relationships didn't matter much. Uncle Son, I repeat, I have my own choice, Nelly retorted angrily, unwilling to marry his son. She found Sebastian, an irresponsible playboy with many girlfriends but no skills, unbearable to be married to. Florence, I've seen you grow up, and I'm worried you might be deceived. Milton turned to Gerald with a smile. Gerald, is it? Let me ask, what do you do? Me. Gerald put down his chopsticks and replied, I'm a shareholder of Teoyuan Fruit Company Limited. This answer Nelly had taught Gerald to give, exaggerating a bit to make it sound impressive. Ha ha ha. Milton burst into laughter. A couple of fruit stores make a company? Your store was recently investigated by the Market Bureau. I doubt it can stay open. Florence, playing around isn't productive. If you want to work, you can join our Shanghai group. I'll hand over the position of general coordinator to you. This was quite a significant offer. While Shanghai Group couldn't rival Pajuan Group in Jiangxing currently, the position of general coordinator was highly prestigious. Having Nelly as the general coordinator meant he could watch over her closely, as they'd eventually become family anyway. Uncle Son, don't belittle our fruit stores. We have quality assurance. Nelly glanced at Sebastian opposite her and continued. And Gerald is merely our company's shareholder now, but when we expand, he'll be the chairman. How can you look down on us? Didn't Dad start from scratch too? Zhao Posen's rags to riches story was legendary in Jiangxing. Starting with nothing, he built Pajuan Group into a massive success. Do you think this kid can compare to your dad? Milton looked down on Gerald, dismissing him as an incompetent person. All right, let's eat first. Brother Hai, it's been long since we last met. We must get thoroughly drunk tonight. Zhao Posen felt awkward, torn between the two sides. Drunk one night, he had promised Milton. He intended to use today's gathering to finalize Nelly's marriage. But finding out Nelly's boyfriend was Gerald changed his perspective. Given Gerald's medical prowess, which could help with Nelly's genetic disease, having him as a son-in-law might not be bad at all. Chapter 116. Pregnant. Milton found Zahir's sudden change in attitude very odd. Just now, he was insisting on finalizing Nelly and Sebastian's engagement today, but now it had turned into a mere gathering. Nelly also felt puzzled. Her father seemed to be acting oddly today. Bert brother, why are you being like this? It's your daughter's marriage. As the father, you have the final say, Milton said, raising his glass to toast Zahir and directly addressing him. Give me an explanation. I trust you wouldn't go back on your word. With that, Milton drained his cup in one gulp, setting it down heavily. He knew that if he didn't press Zahir today, it would be difficult to bring them together in the future. Zahir also drank his cup of wine and forced a smile. Brother Hai, I was drunk at the time and don't remember what I said. Milton's face darkened instantly as he took a deep breath. He hadn't expected Zahir to actually renege on the engagement. Is Pajuan Group really so devoid of integrity? Nelly chimed in, visibly unhappy. Uncle Son, I respect you as an elder, but don't push things too far. Do you not know what kind of person your son is? Need I tell you about his actions? Milton, being lectured by a younger generation member, immediately responded with displeasure. Xiang Yu may have been overly playful in the past, but men are often mischievous when young. After settling down, he'll change. You should give him a chance, Florence. You're still young and don't understand these things. Even if I don't understand, I know what despicable means. Nelly pulled out her phone, played a video recording showing Sebastian's actions, the kidnapping for which he had paid 1,000,000 yuan in compensation, and showed it to Milton. The video revealed Sebastian's lustful intentions and subsequent hiring of kidnappers. Watching this, Milton's hands trembled in anger. These were things he'd never heard from his son before. Damn you. Furious, Milton turned and slapped Sebastian, who had remained silent. Dad, listen to me. I was drunk and just wanted to talk to Florence without any other intentions. I truly love Florence, Uncle Bert. I really do. Xiang Yu, I can't care less about who you date outside, but this is crossing the line. Seeing the unexpected turn of events, Zahir's eyes lit up, watching Sebastian seriously. Brother Hai, look what Xiang Yu did. I initially thought highly of him, but who would have expected this? Fortunately, there weren't any serious consequences. Zahir's swift change of stance left everyone off guard. This was the first time he had seen the video, yet he spoke as though he'd known all along. You damned fool. You've made me furious. Milton berated his son with repeated slaps. His ferocity made Zahir uncomfortable. He quickly interjected, Brother Hai, don't get carried away. Xiang Yu is young and impulsive, but understandable. I'll ask Florence to delete the video, and we can consider this incident never happened. After hitting his son for a while and seeing Sebastian on the verge of fainting, Milton stopped. Brother, Xiang Yu was wrong and I apologize. Milton raised his glass again, drank another cup of wine, wiped his mouth and continued. But Xiang Yu was only impulsive because he really likes Florence. He might have chosen the wrong method, but I will make sure he reforms and treats Florence well in the future. It was clear he still planned to push forward with the engagement. You've already beaten him. Florence, men do make mistakes. Can you forgive Xiang Yu? Nellie had just deleted the video. Hearing this, she nearly fainted in frustration. All right, I can forgive him, but there's something you need to know in advance. Pulling Gerald closer, she declared proudly, I'm carrying his child. If you can accept this, I can marry Sebastian. This revelation brought silence over the room. Everyone's faces registered surprise, especially Gerald's. He was taken aback by this huge responsibility thrust upon him unexpectedly. You. Milton's face turned livid. Grabbing Sebastian, he stormed towards the door. Your family, Mila, is beyond our reach. From now on, Zhanghai Group and Pajuan Group will have no business dealings. Bang. He slammed the door shut as he left. At this moment, Zahir stood up and walked toward Gerald with a peculiar smile, half joyful, half angry. Nellie, fearing her father intended to hit Gerald, quickly stepped in front of him. She thought her father, having erupted with laughter, might lash out physically. Dad, listen to me. Gerald is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. I invited him here specifically to treat your dizziness issues. Stopping 2 meters away, Zahir's smile widened. Florence, is what you just said true? Nellie took a deep breath. To finally break free from Sebastian's clutches, she affirmed firmly, Hales, it's true. Good. 3 times Zahir said good, leaving Nellie bewildered and unsure of his intentions. Gerald stood up, preparing to move closer with a mischievous grin. Walking over, Zahir drew nearer to him. Gerald, please don't act rashly. If my father hits you, bear it for me. Thinking a fight was imminent, Nellie knew Gerald's martial arts skills. Her father would be no match for him. Unexpectedly, Zahir didn't attack. Instead, he reached out, patted Gerald on the shoulder, and laughed. Little Malag brother. I never expected Florence's boyfriend to be you. Little Malag brother. Nellie was taken aback by this nickname and fell back into her chair, believing her father had lost it from anger. Gerald chuckled. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. Florence and I. Enough. Nothing else needs to be said. I approve of you two being together. Come, join me for a drink. Zahir picked up the white liquor bottle on the table, poured 2 glasses, gave one to himself and one to Gerald. Chapter 117, A Good Son-in-Law. Nellie screamed, feeling dizzy as she pressed her temples. She had originally planned to use Gerald as a shield today, but now it seemed things were taking an unexpected turn. Do you two already know each other? Upon hearing their familiar way of addressing each other, Nellie immediately sensed something was off. If it were anyone else, her father would have likely already taken action. Of course we do. Bropo's illness was treated by me, Gerald said as he lifted his wine glass and clinked it with Zahir's. Brother Malag, that's my sworn brother. No, that's not right. Zahir suddenly realized something and looked back and forth between Nellie and Gerald. You're my brother, she's my daughter. How should I address this relationship? It felt a bit messy, like he considered Gerald a brother while Gerald wanted to become his son-in-law. I can't take it. Nellie's mind couldn't process all this information at once. She had never heard Gerald mention knowing her father before. Sitting in her chair, she nervously picked up her teacup and started sipping tremulously. Forget it, let's keep our relationship separate. You are my good son-in-law, and I'm your good elder brother, dear son-in-law. Gerald was dazed. Sure enough, Nellie's eccentric father could think of the strangest ways to address them. Bropo, Florence and I are actually just... Gerald wanted to explain to Zahir that he was only being used as a cover, not a real boyfriend. However, Zahir smiled and interrupted, Son-in-law, the house I gave you was supposed to be Florence's wedding home. Everything happens for a reason. Now that you two are together, after marriage, both names can be added to the deed. Zahir was elated that he saved on medical bills. The house he intended for Gerald could now serve as both gifts since Gerald was dating his daughter. He wouldn't need to prepare another wedding home for Nellie. What? You gave him my house? I haven't even been there often. Nellie knew that the villa in Xuanhuan cost over 10 million when purchased, now valued at several tens of millions. And Zahir simply gave it to Gerald? It was because you cared nothing about my health. This time, I was poisoned and in dire straits. Without brother Malag, son-in-law Malag treating me, I'd be dead, and you'd lose such an excellent father. Sitting down, Zahir laughed. Come on, son-in-law, eat quickly before it gets cold. He kept piling food onto Gerald's plate, unable to contain his amusement over the day's events. Nellie calmed down slightly, sitting nearby as her father's expression returned to normal. Smiling, she said, Dad, you know, the business Florence and I are doing has run into some difficulties. My cards. No problem, whatever you want. Zahir agreed immediately. Small sums of money were nothing to him. Let Nellie sort out her own affairs. Thank you, Dad. Nellie was delighted. She didn't expect what she thought would be a complicated matter to be resolved through Gerald's connections. The dinner passed without major incidents, though Zahir left drunk, with Nellie driving him home. After returning home, Nellie put Zahir to bed before going back to the living room. This was Gerald's first visit to Zahir's luxurious villa filled with traditional Chinese furniture, solid wood tables and chairs, and a large LCD TV, making quite an impression on Gerald. How many things are you hiding from me? How did you and my father meet? Once back, Nellie began reprimanding Gerald fiercely. She couldn't believe he kept the fact that he knew her father a secret. Please, dear niece, is this how you speak to your elder? We're sworn brothers who made an oath before Rudy, Gerald said, putting on airs. Enraged, Nellie stomped on Gerald's foot and snapped. I'm asking you seriously. Stop fooling around. Gerald winced in pain. I only found out recently he was your dad. Plus, you told me you and your dad didn't get along well. I didn't want to meddle in your family affairs. Also, how would you face me if you knew I was your uncle? You. Nellie grabbed Gerald's arm and twisted it sharply. You're so bad. If I had known you two knew each other, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Gerald backed away, explaining, wasn't I trying to solve your marriage issues properly? Wife, tomorrow we'll go back to the village and introduce you to my mom. Don't mess around, or I'll tear your mouth apart. Nellie rode atop Gerald, pulling at his face. The situation turned awkward and uncomfortable. They froze for a moment. All right, thank you today, Nellie said shyly, getting off Gerald, blushing furiously. She then turned and said, guest room is the first room on the ground floor. I'm going to sleep. Clattering footsteps echoed as Nellie sprinted back to her room, lying on her bed and covering her face. How embarrassing. What's wrong with everything today? It's all pretend, remember? I must have drunk too much. I need to clear my head. She forgot she hadn't touched any alcohol today. Gerald stood staring at where Nellie had run off, perplexed. Though he and Zahir were brothers, this reaction was unnecessary. He had to deal with nosebleeds again. Nonetheless, Nellie's issue was sorted out today. Following her instructions, Gerald found the guest room, freshened up, and lay down to rest. Rich people truly lived differently. Lying on the bed, Gerald felt like he was sinking into it. Sleeping soundly, the next morning, Gerald, still dressed in his handsome suit from yesterday, admired himself in the mirror, finding himself more handsome than ever. Walking into the dining area, he saw Zahir and Nellie already seated and enjoying a rich breakfast of soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, congee, bread, milk, and sandwiches. Son-in-law, up already? Come join us for breakfast, Zahir smiled warmly, inviting Gerald to sit down. Yesterday Florence really didn't act appropriately, letting you sleep in the guest room. From tomorrow, you two can share one bedroom. Cough cough. Nellie nearly choked on her milk upon hearing this. End of chapter 117. Chapter 118. Hurry up and get Gordon right. Gerald was also extremely embarrassed, sitting there and grabbing a steamed bun, finishing it in 2 bites. Father, can you please not call me that? Nellie could hardly bear it. Zahir kept addressing him as son-in-law, which gave her goosebumps all over. What's wrong with that? You're pregnant. So I think you two should get your marriage certificate in a couple of days and throw a banquet then. Herb admired Gerald and urged the two to get married quickly. Brother Puh, Florence and I still have a long time ahead. Really, a very long time. Gerald gulped down soy milk to relieve the awkward atmosphere. Nellie stretched out her leg discontentedly and stepped on Gerald's foot again. At this point, Gerald was still calling him brother, clearly taking advantage of the situation. It's not early at all. You aren't waiting until the baby is born, are you? Herb was somewhat displeased. Already pregnant and they haven't gotten married yet. What were young people thinking these days? Nellie hastily finished her breakfast, stood up, and grabbed Gerald, saying, Father, Gerald and I have a reception to attend later, so we won't stay any longer. If she stayed any longer, she feared Herb would tell them to go get their marriage certificate that afternoon. They were just putting on an act after all. She didn't want to become too entangled in it. Don't be in such a hurry. I have something important to talk about with my son-in-law. Wait a moment. Herb wiped his mouth, stood up, and called Gerald aside. Son-in-law, I need to talk to you about something important. Gerald seldom saw Herb looking so serious and couldn't help feeling nervous himself. Brother Purr, speak? Gerald nodded. Herb glanced at Nellie who was tying her shoes by the door, sighed, and said, in Florence's family, there's a hereditary illness where no female lives past 30 years old. Her mother also passed away at the age of 30. The Mila family was once a prominent one, but it seemed fate had decreed otherwise. The females in their family rarely lived beyond 30, yet each generation tended to produce more daughters than sons, leading to the family's decline through generations. By the time of Nellie, she was the only daughter left. To prevent the Mila family from becoming extinct, Herb made Nellie follow her mother's surname, allowing the Mila family to carry on in name. He wanted her to marry early for the same reason. He did not wish the Mila family lineage to cease. Live not past 30? Gerald finally understood why Nellie shared a surname with Zhao Minghua even though one was surnamed Mila and the other Zhao. After examining Nellie, he found no obvious abnormalities. Could it be a deeply hidden illness? Hales, not past 30. The Mila family tried many methods but none worked, Herb continued. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, I hope you can cure Florence since she is my only daughter. Brother Purr, if I can find a way, I will definitely do everything I can to ensure nothing happens to her. Gerald couldn't make any promises because he hadn't detected any issues with Nellie's body. She seemed perfectly healthy. I leave it to you. Herb patted Gerald on the shoulder. Watching his daughter find happiness also fulfilled his wishes. Brother Puh, may I ask one more question? What are the symptoms when this illness strikes? Since there were no obvious symptoms in Nellie, he decided to start from her mother. For genetic diseases, the symptoms should be generally similar. It starts with chills all over the body, much colder than normal body temperature. The final diagnosis was hypothermia-induced organ failure. Recalling his wife's state when she died, Herb felt heartache. No hospitals could explain why her temperature dropped so low. It didn't matter how many blankets were used, or if heating was turned on, or even soaking in hot water, it did nothing. By the end, her body was covered with a thin layer of ice. Ice. Gerald furrowed his brows, thinking carefully. He suddenly remembered a condition recorded in his lineage. Brother Purr, Florence is a pig sign, right? Is there any problem with that? Gerald nodded and asked, do you know her birth date and time? She was born on June 1st, 1995, between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. I don't remember the exact time. So, it would be June 4th, 1995, around 2 a.m. That's the 4th day of the 5th month in the lunar calendar of the year Renshu, corresponding to Gue Hai Dei Cho hour in the heavenly stems and earthly branches system. Simply put, she was born during a period of Een Halier, Een month, Een day, and Een hour. Gerald casually remarked, I imagine your late wife's birth time was probably similar. It was unimaginable that Nellie had an extreme Een body. According to the records in his lineage, such a constitution was exceedingly rare, 1 in a million. Even someone born at that time might not possess an extreme Een body. Based on Herb's account, it confirmed that the Mila family was fated, as all the women had an extreme Een body, leading to the family's decline. As long as one had an extreme Een body, within 30 years, the Een energy in their body would grow stronger and ultimately break out, causing coldness to invade the body, resulting in death. So, do you have a solution? Herb thought Gerald had a method. Gerald shook his head and said, not yet, but I can prolong her lifespan. An extreme Een body was considered excellent for cultivation in the immortal world. However, this kind of constitution was very special. To practice, one must use pure yang fire to temper the body, eliminating the impact completely. But the pure yang fire required a cultivator at the golden core stage, and one who possessed a pure yang body. Gerald was merely a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, far from reaching the golden core stage. It was impossible to cure Nellie now. However, he could delay the onset of symptoms by consuming some medicinal herbs. Living a little longer is better. I really don't want to see Florence go like her mother did, passing away prematurely. Herb patted Gerald's shoulder, revealing a bitter smile. You know, Florence is carrying your child. Wouldn't you want your child to grow up without a mother? Cold sweat broke out on Gerald's forehead. No wonder Herb kept calling him son-in-law. He had this reason in mind. He couldn't reveal that Nellie's pregnancy was fake. Otherwise, knowing she wasn't pregnant, Herb might force him to consummate the marriage immediately for the sake of the Mila family's continuation. Gerald returned to Nellie's side, and they left in a car. Today was the day Peach's Garden held its official reception. Moreover, Nellie had agreed with her father that Peach's Garden would operate under Pajuan Group's name as a subsidiary. This way, leveraging Pajuan Group's reputation, it would deter minor troublemakers. Sitting in the passenger seat, Nellie applied makeup. Her already beautiful face became even more charming with light makeup. Adding today's attire, blazer and short skirt, black stockings, and long legs, she looked exceptionally attractive. Chapter 119. Reception. After applying her makeup, Nellie looked into the mirror and was quite satisfied with her appearance. Gerald, what did my father talk to you about just now? Nellie pursed her lips, checking that her lipstick color matched well before turning to ask him. It's nothing. He just asked me to take good care of you. That's a father's love for his daughter, Gerald chuckled. Nellie shot him an annoyed look and said, he really looks up to you, calling you worthy son-in-law, non-stop. It's making me feel sick. Well, it's your fault for insisting I pretend. Otherwise, I'd be your uncle, Gerald remarked. Go away. Nellie scolded. Don't bring that up. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have brought you along. Gerald then asked, when do you plan to tell your father about your fake pregnancy? He's so happy now. If you don't show signs in a few months, won't he start suspecting? Nellie showed no concern as she put away her cosmetics into the glove compartment. What's there to worry about? Just say I fell and lost the baby when the time comes. Anyway, he doesn't know. Let him enjoy it for a while. Gerald broke into a cold sweat. This woman could lie without batting an eyelid. At the top floor conference hall of Daryolan Hotel, people were already packed in. Nellie had invited many media representatives and social figures to attend, including the Jiangxing Morning News, Evening News, Daily Gordonil, and various online media outlets. The crowd appeared to number over 100 people. Gerald and Nellie sat at the front, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the sight of so many photographers taking photos. It was a rather grand scene. Nellie remained calm, with her prepared speech laid out on the table before her. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Nellie stood up and faced the audience. Hello everyone. I am the head of Paubing Group, and Teoweiyuan Fruit Store is our group's latest agricultural product venture. Today, I have gathered all of you here to address the recent slander and rumors regarding Teoweiyuan fruits causing diarrhea and dizziness after consumption. Ms. Mila, it's not just one person, but many who experience problems after eating the fruit. Gordony have approached your store demanding compensation, but you have refused to pay anything. Are you trying to avoid responsibility? Nellie responded coolly. An issue arising does not necessarily mean it's due to consuming the fruit. It's possible that the fruit was consumed with other items that might cause diarrhea. We have every reason not to compensate until we can confirm whether our company is responsible. She glanced at Gerald and added, this gentleman beside me is our medical advisor. He can explain how mixing certain fruits can lead to diarrhea. Gerald stood up formally and explained. Fruits can also be complementary or antagonistic. Consuming large amounts of different fruits together can likely cause diarrhea. Then, he picked up a paper from the table and gave examples. For instance, eating lemons and oranges together can cause stomach pain for those with gastric ulcers, possibly leading to a perforated stomach in severe cases. Peaches and ionic drinks cannot be consumed in large quantities simultaneously either, as they can cause abdominal pain. There are other combinations I won't list here, but the store will post warnings to prevent such occurrences. Sitting down, Gerald took gulps of mineral water, slightly nervous from speaking in front of so many strangers. Ms. Mila, some people have reported that your fruits are priced much higher than market rates, classifying them as luxury goods. Is this considered unfair price manipulation? Another voice asked. Nellie replied, the prices are not set arbitrarily. Due to the extensive resources invested in cultivating each variety, their production costs far exceed those of ordinary fruits. She held up a test report from the table. Here's a nutritional value report. Soon it will be displayed on the big screen behind me. It clearly states that each fruit's nutritional value surpasses its counterparts, justifying the higher price. Flash cameras clicked as reporters snapped photos of the authoritative document, proving the value. Ms. Mila, you mentioned mixed fruit consumption leading to poisoning. But why haven't people experienced poisoning from all fruits available in Jiangxing? Don't evade the truth by blaming mixed fruit consumption to dodge your product's problems, Hartley interjected from the back. He came today for entertainment, and if Nellie easily deflected this issue, his plans would be wasted. Nellie locked eyes with Hartley, sensing the real drama was about to unfold. She said coldly, I've mentioned that our fruits have superior nutritional value, requiring fewer pieces compared to regular ones, which might lead to issues if overconsumed. With one sentence, she belittled ordinary fruits. Their fruits didn't cause poisoning because normal people wouldn't eat too many. Hers had higher nutritional content, making one equal several of theirs. But someone I know ate one type of fruit and still got poisoned. How do you explain that? Hartley countered. Their standoff drew the attention of the reporters, who ceased questioning and snapped photos rapidly. This news goldmine featuring a veteran fruit tycoon against a rising star was precisely what they needed. Eating too much of one fruit can indeed cause diarrhea. Nellie looked coldly at Hartley. However, it's also possible that some people attribute their problems to the fruit incorrectly. Mr. Fong, is the person you mentioned here? Can I see who it is? Ms. Mila, aren't you seeking retribution? Not compensating customers with issues from your fruits is bad enough, but now finding excuses. Aren't you deceiving the public? Your fruits are clearly flawed, Hartley directly accused. Nellie smiled brightly. Mr. Fong, you couldn't find the complainants, but I did. Clapping her hands, two people were led in by Booker from the back. Seeing these two, Hartley's face turned ghastly pale, like he had swallowed a dead rat. Hashtag chapter 120, building momentum. Nellie scanned the crowd and picked up the microphone, speaking calmly. Everyone, these two individuals are the ones who reported issues with our Teo Weiyuan fruit store. However, according to our investigation, they are not genuine customers but employees of xuanhuan. President Fong, shouldn't you recognize them? Nonsense, how would I know them? Hartley grabbed a bottle of mineral water nearby and took several big gulps. Everyone, we are indeed employees of xuanhuan, and it was I who reported that Teo Weiyuan's fruits were problematic, all under President Feng's instructions. The two presented their employee IDs for everyone to see. Nonsense. When did I instruct you to do this? Spreading rumors will have consequences, Hartley snapped angrily. Nellie smiled. President Fong, why so upset? The truth will eventually come out. But if they are indeed your employees and they did report us, you should at least explain yourself. After enduring frustration for 2 days, Nellie finally felt relieved and was genuinely happy. President Fong, is what General Gordinager Mila said true? Why would your employees report Teo Weiyuan? Please provide an explanation. President Fong, is it because Teo Weiyuan has taken your business, leading you to seek revenge? President Fong. Instantly, Hartley was surrounded by journalists, each trying to thrust a microphone into his face. I didn't do it, I don't know. It was their own decision. Hartley could no longer stay and fled in disgrace. Seeing Hartley run off, some reporters chased after him to dig deeper into the story. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Nellie signaled to Booker, who promptly moved to the back with a group of workers to start moving the fruits. Thank you all for attending today's reception. Since our fruits have been proven fine, please taste them as well. This box of fruits would easily sell for $300 or $400 if placed in the store. By giving them away free to the journalists, Nellie hoped they would promote Teo Weiyuan more in the news. Besides, if these fruits weren't sold soon, they would spoil. Might as well use them as favors. General Gordinager Mila is too kind. It seems we wronged Teo Weiyuan fruit store. Their fruit quality is top-notch and highly nutritious. Eating this is much better than ordinary fruits. These people were quick to change their stance. Our fruits are guaranteed for quality. I promise that if any bad fruits are found in the future, we will compensate 10 times the purchase price. She spoke with confidence. Damaged fruits might occur, but only someone bold and confident would dare offer tenfold compensation. For consumers who raise concerns about our pricing being too high, we've decided to reduce all prices by 10%. Moreover, we will open 30 more branches in Jiangxing, ensuring every citizen can buy our fruits. Clap, clap, clap. Great job, General Gordinager Mila. Putting consumer interests first, you set an example for all merchants. Let's applaud General Gordinager Mila. Thunderous applause filled the air as Nellie finally sat down, breathing a sigh of relief. At a restaurant, Raquel invited Nellie and Gerald for dinner. Florence, it's such a pity you're just running a fruit store. Your marketing and public relations skills far surpass ours, Raquel said while cutting her steak, smiling warmly at Nellie across the table. Well, it's not by choice. I merely want to be the village chief of Teo Weiyuan, growing fruits quietly. Though Nellie had some unpleasant experiences at Teo Weiyuan village, its seclusion from the city brought a unique charm. You certainly have a capable partner. Little brother, wouldn't you like to join our company? Raquel turned her gaze towards Gerald, her beautiful eyes fluttering gracefully. She-devil. Gerald could only describe Raquel's overt flirtation as witchcraft, her boldness almost shocking. Especially her alluring long legs, bent elegantly as she sat but dangerously close to touching Gerald's feet, drawing attention to their length. Nellie lifted her glass for a sip and laughed. If he's willing, I have no objections. How about it? Think about it. We can offer you the position of General Gordinager. Raquel smiled invitingly. That won't be necessary. I prefer a life of freedom rather than working in an office. Gerald, a cultivator, hardly had time for work. Earning money was merely a side affair for him. Too bad. Raquel raised her wine glass and smiled. But surely drinking a toast isn't a problem? Gerald wiped his mouth and nodded. Certainly. Their glasses clinked together as Raquel's red lips parted to take a sip. Lillian was captivating. Even sipping wine looked graceful. She probably rivaled the likes of Daji and Baozi in elegance. Breathtaking and enchanting. If Raquel lived in ancient times, she'd undoubtedly be a standout in the imperial harem. Unlike Nellie's straightforward personality, Raquel would likely thrive there. Putting down her wine glass, Raquel asked, Gerald, I heard you and Beth are classmates and bought a house together. Could it be that she's your girlfriend? Yesterday, she saw Gerald and Beth entering and leaving the office together. So naturally, she asked Beth and learned the details. Beth and I are just classmates, Gerald admitted. I helped her a little bit, which led to buying the house. Xiang Yu, don't you manage the entire group daily? How do you have time to care about Gerald's private life? He's not a celebrity. Nelly felt Raquel's questions were strange. Even if Gerald had farming skills, why would the president of Daryoling Group delve into this? I appreciate excellent men. Men like him are rare gems. You might miss out if you're not careful. Raquel wasn't shy, her alluring eyes fixed on Gerald. Nelly smiled faintly. That's his choice. Whom he likes is none of my business, nor can I interfere. Knowing Gerald and Beth were merely classmates and friends, she wasn't angered by Raquel's words. Good. Raquel pulled out her phone and grinned. Then let's exchange numbers, shall we? Gerald glanced at Nelly, unsure of her thoughts. What are you looking at me for? If you're willing, go ahead. Nelly ate her fruit salad without showing any concern over Raquel's actions. ##### chapter 121. Going home. Gerald reached out and took Raquel's phone, leaving his own phone number on it. After Raquel got her phone back, she pressed the call button, and Gerald's phone rang immediately. You didn't lie to me. Putting away the phone, Raquel stood up with a smile and said, I still have some things to attend to. You guys enjoy your meal? After Raquel left, Nelly put down her chopsticks and said, let's go. I haven't finished eating yet. Having been too engrossed in conversation to eat much, Gerald was still quite hungry and wanted to finish all the food on the table. Just now you were busy admiring the beauty. Who told you not to eat? Hurry up, we have a lot to do this afternoon. Today's press conference would undoubtedly cause a significant stir in Jiangcheng. Nelly needed to prepare at the store, adjust prices, check fruits, and wait for the Market Bureau's inspection results before reopening. In the end, Gerald was forcibly taken away by Nelly. Florence, are you jealous? The last time they encountered Raquel at the store, Nelly had also acted like this, changing attitude abruptly, silent as a piece of cold iron. Why should I be jealous? Your business is none of my concern, but don't let my dad find out if you have other girlfriends. The rest is up to you. Sitting in the passenger seat, Nelly directed, first, go to the store and get Lean Eric to come back quickly to prepare. Also, inform Tabitha. Okay. Gerald responded and drove to the store. At this moment, the shop was still closed, so the door wasn't open. However, people were standing around outside. Lean Eric was explaining to them that they weren't operating yet. But the crowd seemed indifferent. Some were loudly demanding to buy fruit, while others wanted to recharge their accounts, asking if there were promotions. One person even planned to deposit 10,000 yuan to cover 6 months of fruit. My goodness, too scary. Bromalog, sister-in-law, just one press conference brought so many people. You didn't see it earlier. If I hadn't entered through the back door, I might have been trampled. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Lean Eric said that if they opened now, they wouldn't need to sell the fruits. They'd be snatched away. All right, get moving. Organize all the fruits in the store. Make sure there isn't a single bad one. Premium fruits must be specially packaged, with production and expiration dates clearly labeled. Ensure the fruits won't spoil before the expiration date. Nelly gave numerous instructions, and everyone started working busily. Soon after, news from the Market Bureau confirmed they could resume normal operations. Unexpectedly, one press conference caused such a huge chain reaction, but since they weren't prepared today, they couldn't open. By evening, Cora's branch had finally sorted everything out, and the three met up. Florence, you're really something. Just 2 days, and you're already operational. Cora was happy, especially concerned about Peach Blossom Paradise reopening. That's nothing. Tabitha, you missed today's press conference. Florence absolutely shut down Hartley's nonsense. She truly is a heroine among women, Gerald praised. These past 2 days, Cora had been in the village handling the soon-to-rot fruits, thus not attending the morning press conference. Stop flattering me. It's unbearable. Let's head back. Where? Gerald asked. Of course, to my home. Your home? Taking Tabitha along? Gerald was puzzled. If he took Cora along, Opajuan calling him son-in-law would mislead Cora. The house your dad gave you. Got it? We have to open the store tomorrow, and going home would waste time. Nelly wasn't stupid enough to return home only to face more pressure from her father about marriage. A gift to you? Cora couldn't understand what the two were talking about, finding it odd why Nelly's father would give Gerald a house. Long story short, his dad is my brother. I cured his illness, so he gave me a house. This explanation left Cora even more confused. Forget it. We'll talk about it when we get back. Gerald drove again to Clearwater Bay. Following Nelly's directions, they soon arrived at the villa. Opening the door, it was brightly lit, not looking like a place long abandoned. Furniture and appliances were still being used and spotlessly clean. My dad always has someone come to clean, in case I need somewhere to sleep when I visit. Nelly turned on the TV to watch the evening news, where Daryocheng Television was reporting on Peach Blossom Paradise. Cora sat beside her, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. The villa was extravagantly luxurious. She'd never seen such a lavish place, especially one belonging to Gerald. On the first floor, there are 2 guest rooms and a bathroom. On the second floor, there are 3 bedrooms. Florence and Tabitha each get one room, and another will be used as a temporary office. Gerald, you'll sleep downstairs. Don't come upstairs unless necessary. Though the house was given to Gerald, ownership still belonged to Nelly. She directly took the role of the hostess, assigning Gerald to sleep downstairs. Gerald felt innocent. Pretending to be a boyfriend cost him his own house, sleeping in the guest room as the owner, unable to complain. Walking towards the stairs, Nelly said, if my dad comes over, you know what to do. Her meaning was clear. No coming upstairs unless needed. If Opajuan showed up, pretending to be the boyfriend was necessary. Tabitha, are you thirsty? Have some water. Gerald poured a glass of water for Cora and sat on the sofa, legs crossed, watching TV. Kenziak, what exactly happened? I didn't fully understand earlier. Cora held the water cup, looking blankly at Gerald. How did things change so much in just 2 days? It's mainly because of Florence. You should know about her marriage issue. Being a good person became a habit, so I reluctantly helped shield her. Gerald briefly explained how he met Opajuan and then the relationship between Opajuan and Nelly. Cora understood generally and laughed. I didn't expect her to face forced marriage worries. But Kinzieg, you're not young either. I think Florence suits you well. She felt distant from Gerald and hoped to matchmake him and Nellie. Gerald involuntarily shuddered and said, forget it. You haven't seen her when she's furious. She's a real tiger. Gerald, what are you saying? Nellie's voice came from the stairs, glaring fiercely at Gerald. Chapter 122, Grand Opening. Gerald looked at Nellie, surprised to see her still there. He was momentarily speechless. Miss, weren't you going to sleep? Nellie's actions made him suspect she was intentionally standing at the foot of the stairs to eavesdrop on their conversation. The valve downstairs is closed. There's no water upstairs. Nellie walked down and turned into the kitchen. She emerged a while later with 2 bottles of drinks. Sylvie sister, let me show you what kind of quilt you can use. All the quilts upstairs are new. Choose freely, don't be polite. Cora responded, ascending the stairs with Nellie. They whispered to each other, and Gerald couldn't make out their words but felt they were probably saying something bad about him. Gerald sat in the living room, examining the surroundings. The furniture and appliances appeared brand new, barely used. A robotic vacuum cleaner was charging nearby, and a smart home assistant was always on call, creating an air of high-tech sophistication. The environment was pleasant, surrounded by greenery and mountains, though he wondered about the construction quality since it was built by George's team. What if they cut corners and the house collapsed someday? Gerald, we don't have men's pajamas. You can buy a set tomorrow. Here's your blanket. There's a white towel in the bathroom for you to use, and a new toothbrush in the cabinet. Get your drinking cup from the kitchen. Nellie handed Gerald a blanket, placed it on the sofa, gave some instructions, and left again. Gerald went straight to the bathroom, filling the bathtub with water mixed with foundation establishment liquid. Lately, his cultivation had advanced significantly, but taking too many foundation establishment pills had led to excessive spiritual energy accumulation that he couldn't fully expend. Only through practice could he break through further. Currently, he was at the 8th level of chi cultivation. Breaking through to the 9th would mean foundation establishment was just a matter of time. He lay in the bathtub, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Unknowingly, night turned into day. Gerald remained in the bathtub, unaware it was already morning. Gerald, breakfast is ready. Where are you? Cora prepared breakfast and went looking for Gerald. After not finding him in the living room or bedroom, she headed to the bathroom. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, prompting Nellie to rush over as well. Ah! Another scream followed, and then Cora and Nellie hurriedly ran out. Moments later, Gerald, wrapped in a towel, awkwardly emerged. Why didn't you close the bathroom door when showering? Exactly. You scared me half to death. Both women glared angrily at Gerald. His behavior was utterly shameless. I forgot. I'm used to it. Gerald often practiced without closing doors to allow better absorption of natural energy, forgetting that 2 beautiful women shared the house. Don't you feel ashamed? I think you did it on purpose. I don't want to talk to you. Gerald returned to his room, changed clothes, and saw Nellie and Cora finishing breakfast and preparing to leave. Hey, wait for me. Gerald grabbed 3 buns and 2 eggs and rushed after them. His previous indecency already left a deep impression of shamelessness on the 2 women. Back at the store, opening for business, the crowd was even more enthusiastic than during the grand opening. People queued outside, lining up for 50 meters. With this scene, there would be no rest today. Nellie worked diligently in the office, preparing for branch stores, recruiting staff, and waiting for the branches to open, doubling profits. Gerald was busy outside. Even Booker bringing all his men only barely sufficed. Despite the hard work, daily revenue soared, and Booker and his crew earned higher wages, working even harder. At home, Gerald, Nellie, and Cora lay exhausted on the sofa. Fruit wasn't cheap, yet people bought it like it was free, driven by health-conscious trends. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang. Nellie didn't bother getting up, so Cora also stayed put. Gerald answered the door. Dear daughter, dear son-in-law, you must be tired today, Zahir said, carrying several boxes. I heard the queue at your fruit shop extended to the road. Come, I've brought some late-night snacks. Zahir entered without hesitation, placed the boxes in the living room, and opened them to reveal lobster, shark fin porridge, abalone truffle, and other luxurious ingredients that resembled a gourmet hotel meal rather than a snack. This is. Noticing Cora, Zahir asked, puzzled, why a stranger would be in his daughter and son-in-law's home. This is Sylvie's sister, our store manager who helps us run the fruit shop. She's from the same village as Gerald, and we're good friends, Nellie explained. Zahir smiled, picked up a box, and offered it to Nellie. Little Meng, you look tired. Eat something. We're not hungry, you eat. Nellie quickly pulled Cora upstairs. Sylvie's sister, ignore him. Knowing her father's habit of trying to flirt under the pretense of not finding a stepmother, Nellie didn't want her father to get ideas. Oh, this girl. Zahir sighed, spread out the food boxes and said, Dear son-in-law, join me for dinner. I haven't eaten much today. By the way, I brought a few bottles of good wine. Let's drink until dawn. Gerald had no choice. As a shield, he had to join his father-in-law in drinking. After several bottles, Gerald wasn't drunk, but Zahir was quite intoxicated, rambling about how hard he worked for his daughter and company. Finally done eating, Gerald planned to send Zahir back. No need. I'll stay here. It's comfortable. Go upstairs and rest with my daughter, understand? Half reclining on the sofa, Zahir pointed at Gerald, urging him to go upstairs with Nellie. Chapter 123, Feeling Strange. Gerald looked at Zahir, who was half drunk, realizing that he didn't seem drunk but had turned into a supervisor, watching over him and Nellie as they slept. Just stand there for what? Florence is pregnant and needs your care. Don't worry about me, Zahir urged. Gerald had no choice but to go upstairs. This unexpected situation explained why Nellie had specifically instructed him earlier. Once on the second floor, Gerald wasn't sure which room Nellie was in, so he used his spirit sense to locate her, fearing he might end up at Cora's room by mistake. Knock knock knock. After knocking 3 times, Nellie came to open the door after a moment. She was wearing a thin nightgown, her jade-like arms and white legs exposed, her graceful figure evident, making Gerald feel a tickle at the tip of his nose. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you? Ignoring her, Gerald walked in and closed the door behind him. What do you want? Nellie, smelling the alcohol on Gerald, looked at him warily and instinctively crossed her arms. For heaven's sake, what can I do? Your dad is downstairs watching. He asked me to come up with you. Gerald looked around the tidy room. A laptop on the side table was still on, indicating Nellie hadn't rested but was working. He's still downstairs. Why don't you send him home? It's only 5 minutes away, Nellie remarked. If I could get him to walk back, I would have. If you don't believe me, go check. Sitting on a chair, Gerald grabbed a bottle of mineral water and took a few large gulps to quench his thirst from the heavy drinking. You can't sleep here. The room only had one bed, and it was impossible for them to share. Even if Gerald wouldn't mind, Nellie certainly wouldn't agree. Tossing the empty bottle aside, Gerald said, I'll sneak down once your dad falls asleep. I'll come back up tomorrow morning. He couldn't stay overnight. Being alone in a room with such a beautiful woman, something inappropriate might happen, making him no better than a beast. On the other hand, not doing anything inappropriate would make him less than human. All right. Nellie returned to her chair and started typing on her laptop again. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Gerald watched Nellie work, somewhat mesmerized. This girl worked incredibly hard, but it was a pity about her inconstitution. Florence, do you feel any discomfort? Gerald asked. Without turning her head, Nellie replied, No, just feeling a bit tired these days. Nothing else. Zahir hadn't told Nellie about the hereditary condition, wanting her to live happily without knowing her fate. Anyone in her shoes wouldn't be happy knowing their own death sentence. Tiredness could be from lack of rest. Let me get some medicine to strengthen your body. Treating Nellie early was crucial. Waiting until the symptoms appeared would be too late even for gods. I'm fine. Working has always been like this. I've gotten used to it. Nellie sipped her coffee and continued working. Earning money is trivial compared to health. Drinking coffee all the time isn't good either. Tabitha needs to continue taking medicine, so you should take some too. It strengthens the body, nourishes blood, and boosts energy. Nellie stopped typing and turned to stare at Gerald. Why do you keep giving me medicine? What ulterior motive do you have? From her understanding of Gerald, unnecessary kindness often meant mischief. What motive? You're our Taoyuan village leader and the director of the Peach Blossom Spring Project. Health is wealth. I'm worried about you. Preventing illness is always better than treating it. Relax, it's just tonics. Nellie eyed Gerald suspiciously, finding him odd but unable to pinpoint why. Don't look at me like that. I'm a doctor, responsible for patients. If you don't believe you're sick, I can take you to Iana's grandfather for a checkup. Gerald noticed Nellie's unusual gaze and quickly deflected, invoking Dr. Domenico, reputable old herbalist, whose diagnosis and prescriptions would surely be reliable. Never mind, I don't have time. Just give me the medicine. Nellie resumed her work, adding, It's been a while since I saw Xandra. If she wants to be a doctor, I can help recommend her. Thinking of Iana and her villagers' miserable experiences with her deadly needles, Gerald shivered involuntarily. When Iana left the villagers were delighted and accompanied her for miles. Imagine sending Iana to a hospital. Many patients would become her test subjects. 2 hours later, Nellie closed her laptop, stretched, and stood up. Seeing Gerald lying on half the bed, she didn't disturb him and quietly went downstairs. Zahir was fast asleep on the sofa, clearly intending to spend the night there. Not waking him, Nellie fetched a blanket from another guest room and covered him. Upon returning to her room, she found Gerald gone, neither in the bathroom nor the bed. Back to his room? Muttering to herself, Nellie went to the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, Gerald was in the guest room, practicing cultivation on the bed. Thankfully, the villa had windows in every room. Otherwise, he'd need to pass through walls. Returning from the second floor to the first floor room took less than 3 seconds. Opening the window, jumping in, shutting the window. It was all done seamlessly. The next morning, as Nellie was sleeping soundly, she heard noises outside her window, followed by a figure slipping in. Your dad's awake. Seeing Nellie's puzzled look, Gerald quickly explained, I'll use your bathroom for a shower, okay? The smell of alcohol lingered from last night's session with Zahir. Since he had business at the shop today, he needed to freshen up. Going downstairs would mislead Zahir, so coming here was his best option. Go ahead, Nellie said. Gerald rushed into the bathroom, quickly stripping off his clothes to shower. Splash splash. Using shampoo to wash his hair, Gerald, despite it being feminine, had no choice but to make do. After rinsing his hair, he reached for a towel hanging nearby. So soft and fragrant? To be continued. Translation provided strictly adhering to the guidelines given. The content has been rendered naturally and fluently in English, ensuring grammatical accuracy and coherence with previous events while preserving the paragraph structure and tone of the original text. Chapter 124, Bullied. Gerald wiped his face, glanced at the towel in his hand, and then a gush of nosebleed erupted. This wasn't a towel at all but Nellie's intimate clothing. No wonder it was so soft and fragrant. Looking down, Gerald gasped. He hadn't expected Nellie to be so secretly impressive. He rinsed his nose with water, used tissues to stem the flow temporarily, and hurriedly returned the item to its original spot, hoping Nellie wouldn't notice. Knock knock knock. Florence, wake up. Dad has prepared breakfast for you. The door opened, revealing Zahir standing there with a grin. Dad, I'll come after I take a shower, Nellie replied. Zahir looked inside and asked, Where's Gerald? He's in the shower, Nellie answered. Why don't you two shower together? It'll save time. Zahir chuckled. Nellie blushed and slammed the door, saying, Don't overstep your boundaries. I'll be out soon. Gerald emerged from the bathroom. Seeing the tissues stuffed in his nose, Nellie eyed him suspiciously. Too many tonics yesterday. Overheated, Gerald explained hastily. Your turn, he added quickly. That's odd. Nellie entered the bathroom and closed the door. After breakfast, another busy day commenced. Nellie inspected several shops for potential expansion, leaving the booker to manage initially. Gerald served as driver, following her to each location. With Zahir having unfrozen her bank account, Nellie now had ample funds, making renting these shops feasible. As they strolled around Jiangxing, seeking more locations, Miss Mila had already leased 3 shops by morning, remarkably efficient. Suddenly, Gerald's phone rang. It was Iana. Hello, little sister Xandra. What prompted this call? Missing your big brother? Since Iana left Peach Source Village, she'd been quiet. Gerald wondered if she'd vanished. Gerald, come to school. That baldy Gordon is bullying me again. Come help me deal with him. Iana's message was brief, but Gerald sensed something was off. After informing Nellie, he headed to Jiangxing Medical University. Seeing Iana storm towards him angrily, Gerald remarked, Little princess, did that baldy harm you? Gabby seemed paler than in the village, dressed in her uniform, holding textbooks. She must have just finished class. That man infuriates me. Why didn't you break his leg last time? Iana pouted, handing Gerald her internship report. The guy refused to pass my report, saying it was all nonsense. He even threatened never letting me graduate. Gerald, shouldn't you go teach him a lesson and make him sign? Her education was vital to her grandfather's hopes for her to inherit the medical clinic. If Iana couldn't graduate, Dylan would be devastated. Gerald scanned the report, noting her claimed achievements in treating serious diseases and helping villagers with acupuncture. While impressive, it felt exaggerated, especially since Iana was only a nurse. Pummeling him is easy, Gerald smiled. But didn't you exaggerate a bit here? Anyone might think you're a reincarnation of Bert Tua. That's called embellishing, understand? There aren't many patients in Peach Source Village, yet daily reports must exceed 1,000 words. Should I write about planting trees every day? Fine. How should we handle it? I'll help you confront him. Recalling how Gerald had previously dealt with Gordon, he felt responsible to finish the job, wondering how such a despicable person could serve both as a doctor and a part-time teacher. Great, he finishes at 12. Let's go. It was now 11:30. They walked side by side toward the administration building, attracting glances from passing students. How annoying. Rich kids wooing girls in school. Gerald stood out in his suit and tie among the students. Such attire often signaled an entitled young man, common enough on campus. Medicine majors were competitive. Seeing such a pretty girl caught the eyes of many frustrated students. Wanting to enjoy the university atmosphere, Gerald hadn't anticipated the cold stares. Sitting on a chair, Gerald texted his sister to check if she was free. Jiangxing Medical University wasn't far from Jiangxing University. He missed Kimberly and wanted to inquire about her studies. Kimberly had inherited Gerald's academic aspirations. With his grades, he could have attended any prestigious university, including the capital's top institution, but had to care for their mother and raise Kimberly. Thankfully, Kimberly studied diligently, fulfilling his unfulfilled dreams. Ding dong. A reply from Kimberly informed him she had no afternoon classes and could meet him soon. Checking the time, just past 12, he could handle Gordon's issue before meeting Kimberly. Footsteps approached. Gordon Baldhead, stop. Iana stormed ahead, blocking Mohammed's path. Dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit and glasses, Mohammed appeared respectable, deceiving anyone unaware of his true nature. Hashtag chapter 125. Finally coming to her senses, Mohammed smiled when he saw Iana coming to find him. Lu classmate, is there something you need? He asked. Iana, however, was furious. She glared at Mohammed and demanded, why did you approve other students' internship reports but not mine? Your internship report is suspected of being falsified. I've already told you that if you want to graduate, you need to retake the credits. Mohammed maintained a serious demeanor, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Gordon Tatsi, you ran away yourself, so why do you accuse my report of being fake? Everything is true, and the villagers in Taoyuan village can vouch for me. Iana lifted her head, looking at Gordon Tatsi with defiance. Thanks to Gerald's support, Iana wasn't worried about Mohammed pulling any tricks. Lu classmate, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't shout at a teacher, or you won't just lose your diploma. You might be expelled from school. Your parents worked hard to send you here, so please behave. These words were an outright threat, leveraging his position. Iana couldn't really do anything about it. So what do I have to do to get my diploma? Teacher Gordon. Furious as she was, Iana felt helpless, knowing Mohammed held power over her. Mohammed chuckled, his eyes scrutinizing Iana. To get your diploma, you just need to be more respectful. Follow me. Mohammed glanced around, seeing no other teachers nearby, and walked into his office, closing and locking the door behind him. He paid no attention to Gerald, who was now dressed very differently from his usual look in Taoyuan village. Iana shot a glance at Gerald, who nodded encouragingly. Inside the office, Mohammed placed the textbook on the desk, sat down, and took a sip of tea from the cup. Now do you know you were wrong, little girl, he sneered. Iana retorted, I'd be doing well not to report you to the police. Don't act all high and mighty. It's you who has no shame. Having spent time with Gerald and witnessed numerous situations, Iana was not easily intimidated by mere words. She had originally intended to have Gerald deal with Mohammed severely, ensuring he approved her internship report so she could graduate. Cough. Mohammed almost choked on his tea, surprised at how sharp and assertive this girl had become after 2 months. Don't talk nonsense about the police. That incident, I was simply preparing to check your health because you seemed unwell. You should understand. Mohammed wouldn't admit what happened. Without substantial evidence, he remained calm. Spare me your excuses, Iana said, slamming her internship report on the desk. Sign it now. Mohammed snapped, Lu classmate, what kind of attitude is this? Who cares about my attitude? If you don't sign it, I'll let Gerald handle you. Iana glared defiantly at Mohammed, believing Gerald was capable of anything. Ha ha ha. Mohammed laughed, thinking Gerald would never dare do anything in the school. Gerald? I haven't even dealt with that guy yet. What can he do in the city? Mohammed picked up the internship report and threw it into the trash bin. That's settled. Leave now. Forget about graduating. prepare for probation and go back next year for another internship? With one sentence, he decided Iana's future. If he refused to approve her internship, she would be on probation or even expelled, leaving with only a completion certificate. Iana clenched her fists, ready to explode. But then she noticed Gerald outside the window, giving her a meaningful look. Pulling out her phone, she saw a new message. Follow Gordon Totzi's instructions. Do whatever he says, and be polite. Gerald understood Mohammed had ulterior motives. He needed to play along to uncover Mohammed's intentions and perhaps turn things around. Putting away her phone, Iana changed her tone, speaking softly. Teacher Gordon, how can I get my diploma? Gerald nearly shuddered hearing the coquettish voice. Her sudden change was too dramatic. You finally see sense, Mohammed thought, eyeing Iana from head to toe. Teacher Gordon, tell me what I should do, and I will follow. Iana's pout looked somewhat endearing. Mohammed rubbed his chin, his lustful gaze finally leaving her body. There's no way you can escape me this time, he mused, recalling his earlier failed attempt in Taiyuan village, which Gerald disrupted. This time, he wouldn't miss the chance. This is the room card for the nearby Lanyan Hotel. You understand, right? I'll go first, and you come later. Mohammed had prepared everything beforehand, including booking the room. Over the years, many students had fallen into his traps. Now, some students didn't study diligently during college, falling short of the required credits. Gordon had been coerced by Mohammed using similar tactics. Holding the room card, Iana's brows furrowed, appalled by Mohammed's audacity. This old fox isn't dumb. He planned for them not to enter and leave together to avoid suspicion. What should we do? Should I go? Iana asked. Gerald waved his phone, smiling. Of course, I recorded everything he said. We'll give him a surprise later. Iana, Gordon's sure you teach him a good lesson. By the way, I've prepared my needles. I'll treat his evil heart disease with acupuncture. Chapter 125 finally came to her senses. When Mohammed saw Iana come looking for him, he put on a smile. Student Liu, did you need something? Iana was clearly upset. She glared at Mohammed and demanded, why did you pass everyone else's internship reports but not mine? Your internship report is suspected of being fabricated. I already told you this. If you want to graduate, you need to retake the course and earn enough credits. Mohammed maintained a serious demeanor, adjusting his black-framed glasses. Gordon Totzi, you ran away yourself, so how can you accuse my report of being fake? Everything in it is true. The villagers of Taiyuan village can vouch for me. Iana lifted her head, looking at Gordon Totzi with defiance. With Gerald around, Iana wasn't worried that Mohammed would dare do anything untoward. Student Liu, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't shout at a teacher, or not only will you not get your diploma, you might be expelled. Your parents sent you here for education, so please behave. This was an outright threat, taking advantage of his position. Iana couldn't really do anything about it. What do I need to do to get my diploma, Teacher Gordon? Though furious, Iana had no choice since she was at Mohammed's mercy. Mohammed smirked and started circling Iana with his eyes. To get your diploma, all you need is a better attitude. Follow me. He glanced around to make sure no other teachers were nearby before heading into the office and locking the door behind them. He completely ignored Gerald, who now looked different from when he was in Taiyuan village and was unrecognizable. Iana glanced at Gerald, seeing him nod encouragingly. Mohammed led Iana into the office, closed the door, and locked it. Gerald pocketed his phone and walked toward the stairs. Inside the office, Mohammed placed the textbooks on the desk, sat down, and sipped his tea. Little girl, have you finally realized your mistake? Iana replied, I'm being nice by not reporting you to the police. How shameless are you? Having spent time with Gerald, she had become accustomed to handling high-pressure situations and wasn't easily intimidated anymore. She had come to find Gerald intending to have him deal with Mohammed, forcing him to sign off on her internship report so she could graduate. Cough. Mohammed almost choked on his water, surprised by how sharp Iana had become after 2 months. What do you mean report? Don't spread rumors. I was only going to examine you because of your health issues, understand? Mohammed wouldn't admit what had happened, as there was no concrete evidence. Okay, say whatever you want. Iana slammed her internship report onto the table. Sign it now. Mohammed, furious, said, what attitude is this, Student Liu? I don't care about your attitude. If you don't sign it, I'll let Gerald deal with you. Iana looked at Mohammed defiantly, seemingly believing Gerald was omnipotent. Ha ha ha. This made Mohammed laugh. He feared Gerald in Taiyuan village, but in the school, even if Gerald was highly skilled, he wouldn't dare cause trouble. Gerald? I haven't settled accounts with him yet. Does he think he can wreak havoc in the city? Mohammed picked up Iana's report and tossed it into the trash bin. Get out. You won't get your diploma. You'll have to repeat the year and intern again next year. With these few words, Mohammed sealed Iana's fate. If he didn't approve her internship, she'd have to repeat the year or face expulsion. You. Iana clenched her fists, ready to lash out. Looking up, she saw Gerald peering through the window with a wink and thumbs up. Iana checked her phone and saw a new message. Listen to Gordon Totzi. Do whatever he says and be polite. Gerald recognized Mohammed's ulterior motives. He planned to trick Mohammed into revealing himself and then act accordingly to turn things around. Iana put away her phone and adopted a more submissive tone. Teacher Gordon, what do I need to do to get my diploma? Hearing her sugary sweet voice, Gerald got goosebumps. The sudden change in attitude was jarring, but necessary. You've finally seen sense. Mohammed's lecherous gaze lingered over Iana. Teacher Gordon, just tell me what you want, and I'll do it. Despite her forced sweetness, Iana looked somewhat endearing. Mohammed rubbed his chin, finally tearing his gaze away from Iana. Now, you're in my hands. Mohammed thought to himself. Last time in Taiyuan village, he had intended to take advantage of her, but Gerald ruined it. This time, he wouldn't miss the chance. Here's a room key from the Lanzanen hotel next door. You know what to do. I'll go first. You come later. Mohammed had everything prepared beforehand. It seemed many students had fallen victim to his schemes over the years. Some students, failing to earn enough credits, ended up succumbing to his tactics. Iana held the room key, eyebrows furrowed. She hadn't expected Mohammed to be so brazen. This old man is quite cunning. The room was pre-booked. Mohammed went in first to avoid being seen together, ensuring no suspicion. Now what? Should I go? Iana asked. Gerald shook his phone with a smile. Of course you should. I recorded everything he said. We'll give him a surprise. Iana nodded. Gordonk sure you thoroughly teach him a lesson. By the way, I brought acupuncture needles. We'll give him a dose of his own medicine. Chapter 126, Little Demon. Iana arrived at the hotel room as agreed with Mohammed. Ding. With a swipe of the card, the door lock automatically opened, and she cautiously stepped inside. Mohammed had been waiting in the room. There was a cup of tea on the table along with 2 small umbrellas, showing he had prepared quite well. Mr. Gordon, I'm here. What should I do next? Iana stood 2 meters away from Mohammed, eyeing him warily. Now that you're here, no need to pretend to be innocent. Mohammed stood up, a lecherous grin spreading across his face as he began to remove his coat. I'll take a shower first. Would you like to join me? Iana quickly replied, I already showered this morning. Joining Mohammed in the shower was unimaginable. Mohammed didn't say anything further. He threw off his coat, removed his shirt, and walked into the bathroom wearing only shorts. The sound of running water filled the air. In less than 5 minutes, Mohammed emerged from the bathroom, draped in a towel. He walked to the bed and noticed someone lying under the covers, fully concealed from head to toe. Mohammed smiled slyly and approached, poured himself a glass of water, and swallowed a small yellow pill before gulping down 2 mouthfuls. His face turned flushed as heat radiated from his body. Sweetheart, I'm coming. Mohammed sat on the edge of the bed, pulling back the covers. His expression changed drastically when he saw who was underneath. Jaw wide open, his mouth could have easily swallowed an egg. Surprised? Unexpected? Gerald's head appeared from beneath the covers, smiling mischievously at Mohammed. Ah! Mohammed screamed and fell backward, crawling away on the floor. You? How can it be you? Mohammed's voice trembled in disbelief. Of course, it's me, Gordon Baldy. You really dared to mess with Sandra? Gerald hopped off the bed, looking down at Mohammed. Gerald, I warn you, Iana's internship report is still in my hands. If you hit me, she won't graduate. At this point, Mohammed actually dared to threaten Gerald, unaware of how insignificant his position truly was. Is that so? Gerald took a step forward and stomped down. Bang! A heavy foot landed on Mohammed's chest, pressing him into the ground. If you hit me, Iana won't graduate and will be expelled, Mohammed yelled. He remembered being beaten by Gerald last time and did not want to repeat. Do you think threatening me works? Gerald pressed harder, nearly choking Mohammed. Spare me, and I'll sign it immediately. Mohammed felt an overwhelming pressure in his chest. He had just taken a tonic and was sweating profusely, especially below the waist. Immediate relief was needed, or the consequences would be severe. Spare you? You were pretty arrogant just now. Dealing with Mohammed required minimal effort for Gerald. Gerald, let me handle it. Iana emerged from behind the curtains, holding silver needles with a devilish grin. Since leaving Taoyuan village, she hadn't practiced acupuncture in a long time. This was a perfect opportunity to hone her skills. All right. Gerald bent down and lifted Mohammed, pointing his fingers at Mohammed's limbs. What did you do to me? Mohammed panicked as his limbs became unresponsive. As a doctor, don't tell me you don't know about acupressure points. Gerald tossed Mohammed onto the bed and turned to Iana. Your turn. Iana grinned excitedly as she approached. Iana, don't do this. You still need your diploma. Mohammed could only speak. His entire body was immobilized. So what if I don't care? Iana, like a little demon, pulled out a needle and inserted it into Mohammed's body. Ah! Gerald had only immobilized Mohammed but did not numb him, causing Mohammed to scream like a pig being slaughtered. This is the chi-high point. Needle after needle went in. This is Tian Tu, Bin Shun, Chioho, Dang. Iana carefully inserted needles into every acupoint from head to toe until Mohammed looked like a hedgehog covered in needles. After finishing the front, Gerald flipped Mohammed over and covered the back with more needles. Gurgle, gurgle. Mohammed suddenly lost consciousness, foaming at the mouth and lying motionless on the bed. Gerald, is he okay? Iana grew anxious, fearing she might have killed him, leading to potential jail time. Gerald checked Mohammed's breathing. He's fine. He overdosed on the tonic and passed out due to lack of relief. Gerald gave Mohammed a low-grade 9-grass jade dew pill to prevent potential fatal complications. Mohammed woke up and started vomiting uncontrollably, covering the white sheets as if he had used them as a toilet. You are devils. You are devils. Realizing he could move again, Mohammed jumped off the bed, ignoring the pain as he rushed towards the bathroom. Another cry of pain as the needles embedded in his feet punctured deeper, causing blood to seep through. Mohammed, oblivious to the pain, grabbed the towel and ran for the door, farting and leaking all over the place. Done. Gerald laughed, putting away his phone which had been recording everything. Iana, if you send these videos to your school's administration, Gordon Baldy's reputation will be ruined. Your diploma will no longer be an issue. Iana stared blankly in the direction Mohammed had run off, then muttered, I think I missed 6 points. Gerald couldn't help but laugh. This girl had unique priorities indeed. After dealing with Mohammed, Gerald and Iana left the hotel and returned to school. Chapter 127. You're the best. A few minutes later, the school forum erupted. Once the video of Mohammed threatening students was aired, it spread like wildfire. Who would have thought Director Gordon is this kind of person? Real disgrace to educated people. That Baldy always seemed off. Doing too many immoral things must be why he went bald. This will be good entertainment. What Zach? As soon as news of Mohammed's actions broke, it immediately caught the attention of school leadership. Expulsion was a certainty. Other students also anonymously reported that Mohammed had bullied them as well. Ultimately, Mohammed was taken away by the police for investigation. Gerald, how are sisters Florence and Sylvie? It's been a long time since I've seen them. I miss them a lot. Can you take me to see them? The matter settled. Iana just needed to wait for her graduation certificate now. She had free time during this period and wanted to enjoy herself. You little girl, don't you know your grandfather's clinic is short-staffed? Instead of helping, all you think about is playing. Gerald tapped Iana's head. Dylan intended for her to inherit the clinic, yet she didn't even look for a job after graduating, only thinking about how to have fun. Iana stuck out her tongue and said, my grandpa has been treating someone every other day, leaving no time to supervise the clinic. Do you think I can manage it alone? What kind of patient needs daily treatment? Gerald asked. I don't know, but grandpa said treating that person in a day brings in enough money to cover 3 days at the clinic. So, he's making money. Oh, I think I heard him mention it. Gerald recalled that when he last met Dylan, he mentioned something about treating the daughter of some leader. So, now I really have nothing to do. I was busy with my internship report before, but now that's resolved. I can't go to the clinic, and my dorm has kicked me out. I'm nearly homeless. Iana looked pitifully at Gerald, her large eyes glistening, evoking sympathy. Don't look at me like that. I'll take you to see Sister Florence, alright? Gerald couldn't resist and agreed. Hee hee, I knew you were the best. Iana smiled and reached out to pull Gerald. I heard your fruit shop business is great. I've never been there, so take me there first. Nellie could use help, and with Iana offering, it was perfect. Sure, but I need to visit Jiangxing University first. Otherwise, can you find Florence yourself? Gerald still had to find his sister and wouldn't return to the store. You're going to Jiangxing University? Iana sized up Gerald, noticing his attire and the Audi nearby. Gerald, you're not keeping a female university student on the side at Jiangxing, right? Gerald nearly choked. He tapped Iana's head. Really, what do you imagine all day? My sister studies at Jiangxing University. I'm going to visit her. Iana shook her head, trying to pry off Gerald's hand. You have a sister, how come I didn't know? Gerald released Iana's head. You don't know much. Come, let's meet her. Haley was about the same age as Iana, possibly a year or two younger. However, unlike Iana, Haley was very compliant and sensible, aware of her family's situation. She seldom returned home due to the high travel costs and worked part-time jobs to earn money during breaks. Just wait till you see what a true scholar looks like. My sister plans to pursue a master's and doctorate. Unlike you, who doesn't understand a thing. Gerald felt proud. His sister's academic prowess brought him honor. After all, in their village, having a few college graduates was rare. Haley attending a key university was unprecedented. If she pursued graduate and doctoral degrees, she'd be the highest educated person from Taoyuan village ever. Look at you boasting. Let me see how amazing your sister is. Iana pouted defiantly. Getting into Jiangxing Medical University as a transfer student was already an achievement. Gerald drove Iana to Jiangxing University, parking the Audi A8 at the entrance. Hey, Leah, where are you? I can't see you. Standing beside the car, Gerald looked around but saw no sign of Haley. Brother? A weak female voice came from behind him, sounding uncertain. Turning around, he saw a pure-faced, innocent-looking beauty dressed simply, looking nervous. Gerald smiled affectionately and patted his sister's head. Little fool, it's only been a while since we last met. Did you forget your own brother? Leah's big eyes stared at Gerald, almost disbelieving it was him. His suit, the Audi, and Iana made her hesitant. This is your sister? Iana moved closer, pouting. Gerald, you're too stingy. Look at what expensive clothes you wear, but make your sister dress in outdated clothes from the previous generation. Haley's simple outfit looked like something from the 90s. You criticize me now? Gerald chuckled, releasing her head. Didn't I send you money? Why didn't you buy better clothes? After earning money, Gerald sent 10,000 yuan as living expenses. She hadn't used any of it. Haley nodded obediently. No need. These clothes are fine. Besides, I need to save the money for tuition. See, my sister is so good. Not like you, always eating, drinking, shopping, and playing. Gerald looked smugly at Iana, proud of his sister. Humph. Iana turned her head, refusing to acknowledge him. Have you eaten yet, Leah? No, I've been waiting here for you. Let's go then. Brother will take you to eat. Gerald, now financially secure, didn't want his sister to remain so frugal. Remember, people like Vonda and Alanis took the path of materialism because they were poor and vain. Chapter 128, Frederick's Revenge. Gerald did not want his younger sister to suffer. He still had 200,000 in his bank card. Buying her a few decent sets of clothes to ensure she could have a better life at university was absolutely necessary. Hey, didn't you forget about me? When Iana turned around, she saw Gerald had already taken Haley into the car and was about to leave. She hurriedly pulled open the car door and sat inside. Hi, I'm Iana, a friend of Gerald. You must be her sister Haley. I'm a few years older than you, so just call me Sister Lou. Sister Lou, Haley nodded politely. Iana couldn't help but smile. Usually, she was always the youngest. Now finally someone called her sister. You're Haley, right? You're such a good girl. Later, I'll let your brother take you shopping for some clothes. He's quite rich now, don't worry about spending money, Iana said warmly, holding Haley's hand and chatting with her. You little thing, are you thinking of buying clothes for yourself? Gerald knew what this little one was up to as soon as he saw her enthusiasm. Iana rolled her eyes and retorted. Do you know how to buy girls' clothes? Do you know what size dresses and lingerie Leah wears? Do you know which lingerie she needs for her development? Gerald was stumped by these questions. How would he know since he wasn't a girl? Stop. After lunch, I'll take you both shopping, okay? No need, Haley said softly. I still have plenty of clothes. Iana reached out and touched Haley's clothes, complaining, these won't do. They're not good for your skin. And your underwear, this looks like it's from high school times. How can you still wear it? Gerald, what kind of brother are you? Unfitting clothes can hinder growth and even cause breast cancer. Iana criticized him. Gerald really had no comeback for that. Thus, Gerald took Haley and Iana to a small restaurant near the school for lunch. The prices here were indeed much cheaper, and Gerald ordered several meat dishes, costing only a couple of hundred yuan. Come on, Leah, eat more, Gerald urged, putting several large pieces of meat into Leah's bowl. Thank you, brother. Haley smiled sweetly. Hey, am I invisible to you guys? Iana felt left out watching the siblings interacting warmly. Are you getting jealous, you little girl? Leah is my real sister. I'll buy you some clothes later, alright? Okay then, hurry up and eat. Let's get going after we finish. Iana began eating voraciously. Leah, has anyone bullied you at school? Gerald worried that Alanis and Frederick might come after his sister if they couldn't get to him. I haven't been bullied. It's normal. I just go to class and usually spend my free time either in the library or helping sell drinks in the city. I hardly interact with others, Haley replied thoughtfully. Oh, aren't you bored at university? Listening to Haley's daily routine, Iana felt it sounded rather dull compared to her own university days. This is called being a diligent student. Do you understand? Gerald sneered at Iana, who he felt wouldn't have been treated so badly by Mohammed if she had worked harder. Well, sometimes I listen to music to relax, Haley admitted modestly. Iana looked at her as if she were an alien, finding it hard to believe this lifestyle belonged to a contemporary college student. All right, don't let her corrupt my good little sister. Gerald didn't want his sister influenced by the unconventional Iana. After lunch, Gerald settled the bill and took the two girls to the mall for some shopping. That's Haley, isn't it? Hanging out with a man driving an Audi. She never speaks or interacts with classmates, yet she turns out to be just like them. Indeed, look at that man, clearly an old lecher. Her classmates, seeing her approach the Audi A8, started whispering and casting disdainful glances at her. Gerald, you stay where you are. Just as Gerald was about to enter the driver's seat, a furious voice called out. He turned to see Frederick leading a group of vocational students charging towards him. Gerald shut the car door and walked over. Brother, what's happening? Haley asked anxiously. Iana comforted her, saying, don't worry, no one can hurt Gerald. Remembering how Gerald had dealt with Booker and his gang previously, she wasn't worried about these juvenile delinquents. Frederick held an iron bar, leading the charge. His nose was still bandaged from the last encounter with Gerald. Not far away was Jiangxing Vocational College. Upon learning Gerald was there, he quickly rallied his people, determined to ambush him before he left. So, Frederick, you've learned to bring backup since one-on-one didn't work for you, Gerald said with a smile, recognizing a few loyal followers among the crowd. Cut the crap. Brothers, get him. Frederick yelled, and his gang rushed toward Gerald. These vocational students had little discipline, making them easily incited. Frederick was their school bully. The first guy lunged at Gerald with a switchblade aimed at his chest. It was a lethal move. If hit, anyone would have died instantly. But Gerald didn't hesitate. With a powerful kick, he sent the attacker flying several meters away. Before anyone else could react, Gerald charged into the crowd, landing punches and kicks, fists and fingers. Punch, kick, thud. Gerald overwhelmed them effortlessly. Within seconds, 7 or 8 lay moaning on the ground. Hashtag chapter 129. Iana's troubles. Frederick and his few lackeys, seeing the scene unfold, were genuinely terrified. They usually just bullied students. Many would be frightened to the point of wetting themselves. Who knew that when Gerald acted, he was utterly merciless. Those he hit ended up in deplorable conditions. One with a bleeding face and collapsed nose bridge, another clutching their stomach, foaming at the mouth. Gerald now held a stick in his hand, his icy gaze sweeping over these people. You waste time raising pigs instead of studying. You choose to fight rather than read. Feeling pretty arrogant, aren't you? The stick in Gerald's hand swung violently, thudding repeatedly into their bodies. Frederick took a few steps back, realizing things were going south. He dared not charge forward again and turned to run. Seeing their leader flee, the others quickly followed suit, sprinting away with great enthusiasm. Of course, Gerald wouldn't let them escape so easily. With a swift move, he blocked Frederick's path. Come on, beat him up. Frederick pushed his lackeys forward, urging them to attack Gerald. Seeing the bloody iron stick in Gerald's hand, none of them dared lay a finger on him and instead bolted. After only a few steps, they were once again knocked down by Gerald's stick. Now, only Frederick remained standing. My father is Clem. If you dare to hit me, you're dead meat. Knowing he was no match for Gerald, Frederick tried to threaten him by invoking his father's name. His father's name might have some effect on others, but it meant nothing to Gerald. Never heard of him. With that, Gerald swung the stick in his right hand, the wind whistling as it struck Frederick's arm. Snap! A crack echoed as Frederick's right wrist broke from the impact. Instant pain surged through him, and his arm bent grotesquely downward, looking terribly miserable. This is a lesson for you. Don't think you're something special. You're nothing but a waste of space. Tossing aside the iron stick, Gerald cast a cold glance at Frederick before turning and leaving behind a group of people groaning on the ground. Cece here, take this for protection. It'll bring you good luck. Once in the car, Gerald handed Haley a triangular folded spirit talisman that looked quite ordinary. But inscribed on this talisman was a strand of Gerald's divine consciousness, allowing him to know immediately if Haley encountered any danger. Brother, who were those people? Haley asked. Just a bunch of losers. Gerald felt utter disdain for those uneducated students. Back then, he had yearned for the chance to study. Yet these people squandered their opportunities, opting instead to indulge in delinquent behavior. Haley quietly accepted the talisman without further questioning, curiously inspecting the car. Brother, is this your car? No, it's my sister-in-law's. Gerald joked. Tisk. Iana shot him a scornful look. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Iana transformed into a wild horse, gleefully dragging Haley to shop for clothes. From head to toe, inside and out, everything was brand new. Iana even bought household items and cosmetics for Haley, saying she would teach her how to apply makeup when the opportunity arose. Haley emerged from the store in a set of casual wear, causing Iana to stare at her oddly. Measuring Haley up and down, then comparing herself, Iana remarked, "What's this? Why does it look like that? I thought we wore the same size." Iana had just commented on Haley's underdeveloped figure, but now, her body seemed better proportioned than hers. Enough, don't be envious. Some things can't be achieved through envy alone. Seeing Iana's resentful expression, Gerald patted her head gently, smiling. "Leah, this outfit looks nice on you. Find a few more sets you like. Preferably have 3 or 4 sets for each season." "Okay." Haley walked back into the store, while Iana didn't follow, her eyes fixed on Gerald instead. "Hey, why are you staring at me like that?" Iana sneered. "Gerald, do you have any herbal remedies that can improve one's figure after eating?" "Forget it. Besides plastic surgery or silicone implants, what else do you want? Besides, your figure isn't bad. It can handle landing an airplane," Gerald teased. Fine. I'll ask my grandfather." "Oh, there's some traditional Chinese massage technique that stimulates growth and development. How about you help me with that? I think I still have room for improvement." Gerald could only sweat drop at her audacity. This girl really had no boundaries. Iana pouted, finally realizing the woes of adulthood. "Well, I should drink more papaya milk." Iana spotted a bubble tea shop nearby and dashed over. When she returned, she held 4 or 5 cups of milk tea, 2 for Gerald and Haley, and the rest for herself. "Why so extravagant? Are you trying to drink yourself sick?" Holding a juice cup, Gerald watched Iana clutch 4 cups of papaya milk. Was this girl really that obsessed? "I don't care. Books say eating papaya increases estrogen secretion, which aids breast growth. Don't think I didn't study." Iana finished 1 cup and tossed it into the trash, immediately starting on the second. Clearly, she was very concerned about her figure. Gerald couldn't do much but wait until Haley finished choosing clothes. By then, most of the shopping was done. This trip cost a hefty amount, totaling over 20,000 for clothes and cosmetics alone. Iana sat in the car, her eyes sparkling with excitement at all the new purchases. Gerald drove the 2 girls toward xuanhuan. Haley looked at the large villa before them, wondering if she had come to the wrong place. Her brother had called, saying he made money and sent her 2,000 for living expenses. But making money and buying a house were entirely different concepts, especially a villa. "Brother, did you buy this house?" Iana also stared in disbelief at the villa. Buying a villa? Surely running a fruit shop wasn't that profitable. "The story behind this house is complicated. For now, I live here. Let me introduce you to a friend later." Gerald walked forward, unlocked the door, and entered. Bathroom, my stomach hurts." As soon as the door opened, Iana darted inside like a rabbit, clearly suffering from diarrhea after drinking so much papaya milk. Chapter 130, Sister-in-Law. Haley reached out to tightly hold Gerald's arm, walking in cautiously, afraid of dirtying the doormat at the entrance. "Don't be so nervous. Relax, this really is our home now. You're welcome here whenever you have time." Haley still couldn't believe it. She remembered how her brother used to get injured collecting herbs and laughingly told her he was fine. To cover her tuition fees, he would head into the city early in the morning to sell fruits. In just a moment, everything had changed. Her brother had become someone she barely recognized. Nellie was sitting in the living room with a laptop on her lap, studying the map of Jiangcheng and considering where to locate the next shop. Upon hearing someone enter, Nellie turned around and saw Gerald accompanied by a beautiful young woman who looked very close to him, her head resting on his shoulder. Most importantly, Gerald did not show any sign of reluctance and allowed the young woman to cling to him. Nellie's expression froze as she stared at Gerald with flashing eyes, clearly demanding an explanation. Hadn't Meadow just said that he was going to pick up Iana? Clearly, the person hugging Gerald wasn't Iana. "Wow, this house is huge. I almost got lost trying to find the bathroom." Iana ran over from behind, acting like she was already at home, boldly sitting on the sofa while holding her stomach. "Sister Florence, long time no see. Gerald told me you were cohabiting. How could you end up with this guy? What does he have that's good enough for you?" "Come, call her sister-in-law." Gerald and Haley walked over, grinning at Nellie. "Sister-in-law, hello?" Haley blushed and shyly greeted Nellie. "Gerald, who is this?" Nellie felt a bit confused, her mood inexplicably complicated. "She's called your sister-in-law, isn't it obvious? This is my sister, hence your little sister-in-law." To convincingly play the fake boyfriend role for Miss Mila, plus knowing Haley gets embarrassed when lying, Gerald decided not to tell her the truth, fearing she might spill the beans if Zahir showed up. "That's Gerald's sister, Haley. This guy never told us about having a sister before, did he? He must be pretty bad, right?" After Iana explained, Nellie finally understood, feeling oddly relieved for some reason. "Is your name Leah? Come sit down." "Gerald, look at you. Why let your sister stand after coming in?" Nellie scolded Gerald, getting up to welcome Haley and have her sit beside her. Gerald felt utterly innocent. Today he only wanted to visit Leah but ended up being disdained by both women. Iana picked up the remote control, turned on the TV, and selected her favorite channel. It was clear she was treating this place like home. "Gerald, I'm so hungry. What shall we have for dinner? Why don't we go out for a big meal to celebrate recognizing your sister?" Iana rubbed her stomach, feeling starved despite drinking milk and using the bathroom earlier. "What do you mean recognize? Are you making sense?" Gerald was speechless at Iana's logic. "Dinner is ready, just waiting for all of you." Nellie led them to the dining area, where the table was already laden with delicious food, clearly freshly prepared as it was still steaming. "Florence, sister, did you make all these? When did you learn cooking?" "Back in the village, we always ate instant noodles." Seeing the aromatic dishes, Iana started salivating. Nellie was somewhat embarrassed since it was obvious she didn't cook all this. "I ordered takeout just now." Haley then took chopsticks and began serving everyone, politely handing the plates over. "Eat, sister-in-law. Eat, sister Lou. Brother. Eat." Nellie observed Haley closely, finding her much better than Gerald in comparison. "By the way, where's Tabitha?" Gerald asked. "The store has been busy today. She'll probably come back by 9 tonight. Tomorrow, I hired 2 store managers, which will give Tabitha a break, Nellie explained. Cora had worked diligently for Teowayu Fruit Store, caring more about it than Nellie herself. Why don't I go pick her up later? Sure. Also, tomorrow I'll take you car shopping instead of always borrowing mine to date girls. The last time Gerald borrowed the Audi for a class reunion, he crashed it while taking Beth out. Car shopping, Mercedes-Benz, or BMW, or Audi? Gerald suddenly perked up. They had talked about buying a car for a long time, and it was finally happening tomorrow. You'll see tomorrow, Nellie teased, withholding the details from Gerald. Florence, sister, I'm free tomorrow. I want to come along too. Iana wanted to join the fun as well. With the internship report issue resolved, she was idle except for helping her grandfather. Leah, you should come too. Nellie asked, are you free tomorrow? Me. Haley pointed at herself and said, I have classes tomorrow afternoon, but I accepted a part-time job handing out flyers on Jiangqing Avenue this morning. Nellie turned to Gerald with a look of dissatisfaction, as if reproaching him for still letting his sister work part-time despite being wealthy now. Gerald felt troubled seeing this look. He had already given her living expenses, and she enjoyed working hard and saving money on her own. It made him seem like a cruel older brother who doesn't care about his sister's well-being. Leah, you shouldn't go tomorrow morning. Focus on your studies and prepare for postgraduate exams. Gordon King money is your big brother's job, understand? Gerald spoke sternly. He couldn't let Leah work anymore. Otherwise, he'd lose face. Okay, Haley nodded lightly. After dinner, Haley diligently collected the bowls to wash in the kitchen. Let me help, I can do this. Iana offered assistance, unwilling to only enjoy without contributing. There's no need to wash by hand. Just put them in the dishwasher. Nellie directed in the kitchen, leaving Gerald with nothing to do. 3 women make a lively scene. Gerald watched the bustling kitchen, noting how lively the house became with people around. No wonder Nellie previously preferred not to stay alone in such a large house. It must be quite lonely with just one person. Chapter 130. Sister-in-law. Haley clung tightly to Gerald's arm as they cautiously stepped inside, careful not to dirty the doormat at the entrance. Don't be so nervous. Relax, this is truly our home now. You're welcome to visit anytime. Haley still couldn't believe it. She remembered how her brother used to get hurt every time he collected herbs, but would always laugh it off, telling her it was nothing. To pay for her tuition, he would wake up early to sell fruits in the city. How could everything change so drastically that she barely recognized him anymore? At that moment, Nellie was sitting in the living room with a laptop on her lap, studying a map of Jiangqing and thinking about where to set up their next shop. Hearing someone come in, she turned around and saw Gerald accompanied by a petite beauty who seemed quite intimate with him, resting her head on his shoulder. Most importantly, Gerald didn't seem to mind at all, letting the girl cling to him. Nellie's expression froze, glaring angrily at Gerald, as if demanding an explanation. Meadow had just said he was going to pick up Iana, yet the woman hugging Gerald was clearly not her. Wow, this house is huge. I nearly got lost looking for the bathroom. Iana rushed in from behind, acting as if she were already at home. She plopped down on the couch and exclaimed, Sister Florence, it's been a while. Gerald mentioned you two are cohabiting. How did you end up with that guy? He doesn't deserve you at all. Come, call her sister-in-law. Gerald and Haley approached, smiling at Nellie. Sister-in-law, hello? Haley was shy and looked at Nellie bashfully. Gerald, who is this? Nellie felt confused, her emotions inexplicably mixed. You've just called her sister-in-law. Who else could she be? This is my sister, your little sister-in-law. To fully play the role of Nellie's fake boyfriend, plus Haley blushed when lying, Gerald decided not to tell his sister the truth, afraid she might let something slip if Zahir came over. That's Gerald's sister, Haley. That guy never told us he had a sister. Isn't he terrible? After Yana's explanation, Nellie finally understood. For some reason, she felt relieved. Your name is Leah, right? Come sit here. Gerald, how can you let your sister stand after entering the house? Nellie scolded Gerald and guided Haley to sit beside her. Gerald felt innocent. He only wanted to see his sister today, but ended up being disapproved by both women. Iana picked up the remote, turned on the TV, and switched to her favorite channel, treating the place like her own home. Gerald, I'm starving. What's for dinner? How about we go out for a big meal to celebrate recognizing your sister? Iana rubbed her stomach, hungry despite drinking milk earlier and visiting the bathroom. What do you mean by recognize? Can you make any sense? Gerald couldn't be bothered to reply to Iana's logic. Dinner is ready. I've been waiting for you all. Nellie led them to the dining area, where a table full of freshly cooked, delicious dishes awaited. Florence, did you make all this? When did you learn to cook? Why did we eat instant noodles in the village? Iana drooled over the aromatic food. Nellie felt a bit embarrassed since it was clear she didn't cook the meal. I ordered takeout. Haley then picked up the utensils and politely served everyone. Eat, sister-in-law. Eat, sister Lou. Eat, brother. Okay. Nellie studied Haley, finding her much more refined compared to Gerald. By the way, where's Tabitha? Business was good today, so she'll probably return by 9 tonight. Tomorrow, I hired 2 managers, so Tabitha can rest a bit. Nellie explained. Cora worked tirelessly for the Peach Orchard store, caring even more than Nellie herself. I'll pick her up later then. Sure, by the way, I'll take you car shopping tomorrow. Stop using my car to flirt with girls. Recalling the Audi crash incident with Beth, Gerald couldn't help but cringe. Car shopping, Mercedes, BMW, or Audi? Gerald suddenly became enthusiastic. They had been talking about buying a car for a long time. You'll see tomorrow. Nellie kept it a secret without directly telling Gerald. Sister Florence, I'm free tomorrow, so I want to go too. Iana also wanted to tag along, having finished her internship report and now feeling idle except for helping her grandfather occasionally. Leah, you should come too. Are you free tomorrow? Do you mean me? Haley pointed at herself. I have class in the afternoon, but I took a job handing out flyers in Jiangqing Avenue this morning. Nellie glanced at Gerald disapprovingly, blaming him for making his sister work despite his wealth. Seeing her look, Gerald felt helpless. He had already provided living expenses, but Haley enjoyed working part-time. He was being portrayed as an abusive brother withholding basic needs. Leah, don't go tomorrow. Focus on your studies and postgraduate exams. Gordon King money is your brother's responsibility, understand? Gerald said sternly, determined not to let Haley work again, or he might lose face. Okay. Haley nodded gently. After dinner, Haley dutifully collected the plates to wash them in the kitchen. I'll help. Iana offered assistance, unwilling to leave the cleanup to others. No need to wash, just put them in the dishwasher. Nellie directed from the kitchen, leaving Gerald idle. 3 women can really liven up a place. Watching the bustling kitchen, Gerald realized why Nellie avoided staying here alone. The large house must feel lonely when occupied by one person. The house was filled with life now, thanks to the additional people. Chapter 131. Don't listen to what your brother says. Gerald sat on the sofa, legs crossed as he watched TV. Nellie and Haley came out, chatting and laughing. The little girl Iana had to go back because her grandfather called. Leah, if there's anything you don't understand about your studies, I can help you, Nellie offered. She was also a high achiever, having graduated just a year ago with extensive knowledge. If Zahir hadn't insisted she join the company, she might have continued her postgraduate studies. Haley nodded and asked, Sister-in-law, how did you and my brother meet? Nellie seemed pleased with the title of sister-in-law, always smiling. But since they were pretending to be married, and even if they were truly dating, they weren't married yet. Thus, calling her sister-in-law still felt a bit off. Don't listen to what your brother says. Call me Florence G. As for meeting him, it mainly revolves around. Through their conversation, Nellie and Haley began to chat more freely. Meanwhile, Gerald felt like a third wheel. Finally, at 8 in the evening, their chat ended. Nellie specially tidied up the guest room for Haley to stay overnight. Fortunately, Iana had returned, or else they would have run out of rooms, and even the study might have been turned into bedrooms. Once Nellie left the room, she stretched and prepared to rest. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Is Tabitha back? Gerald looked at the time. She has a key. Nellie walked to the door, checked and opened it. Junyao, why are you here? There stood Bella in her uniform, followed by Emyel. Seeing the living room direction upon entering, she spotted Gerald. Florence, I'm here for him. Nellie was puzzled. Why would she come so late at night? Did something happen regarding Biff's case? Beautiful Yvette, nice to see you again. No nightmares after last time, right? Gerald smiled. Last time, Bella had fainted from being scared by a snow wolf, and later led a team into Dakshishan Mountain but found no sign of any wolves. Bella glared at Gerald. Did you get into a fight with college students today and injure over 10 of them? I wasn't fighting, it was self-defense. They tried to stab me with knives. Was I supposed to just take it? So, we received a call from parents saying you injured their children. Since you admit it, let's go with me. Bella walked forward and took out handcuffs. Junyao, what's going on? Why are you getting out the handcuffs? Nellie was alarmed. Knowing Bella's character, she knew that if Gerald was guilty, even her face wouldn't save him. Gerald felt wronged. Never did he expect Frederick and his gang to be so shameless as to report him, disregarding any chivalric code. When he dealt with Booker, Bud, and Howell, none of them reported him either. It's complicated. Simply put, Gerald injured over 10 college students, all minors. Their parents reported the incident, demanding we arrest the culprit, Bella explained. Injured students? Nellie looked at Gerald, surprised he hadn't mentioned this earlier. Hales, it was me. You can take me, but remember, I acted in self-defense, not as a criminal. Gerald stepped forward, hands outstretched, ready for the cuffs. Seeing his decisiveness, Bella paused, not cuffing him. Emyel, take him, Bella ordered. Emyel stepped forward, leading Gerald away. Nellie grabbed her bag and quickly followed. Junyao, I'm coming with you. In the police car, Emyel drove, Bella sat in front, and behind were Gerald and Nellie. Junyao, tell me what exactly happened. Here, read these statements from the injured students. Bella turned and handed the statements to Nellie. What? Over 10 injuries, 1 broken arm, 3 nasal bones, 5 rib fractures, and various other minor injuries. Nellie read through the statements and medical reports, feeling overwhelmed. Injuring so many students, how could this be resolved? Don't panic, Florence. It was self-defense. Those brats came at me with knives. Consider yourself lucky I didn't cripple them. Gerald dismissed the matter casually. Those school bullies needed a lesson before they turned into societal menaces. Luckily, you didn't cripple them. Otherwise, the injuries would be classified as serious, and you'd be facing jail time. Bella spoke matter-of-factly, as if discussing something unrelated to her. What should we do? Can we settle with money? Nellie hoped a financial settlement would suffice. Otherwise, even without jail, detention was likely. Compensation is necessary, Bella said, but the parents refused to settle, insisting on severe punishment. I brought Gerald to address this. If he gains their forgiveness, we can resolve this. But I acted in self-defense. Before Gerald could finish, Nellie punched him in frustration. Don't talk. I'll handle their parents. Tears welled up in Nellie's eyes, silencing Gerald. The main complainers are 3 parents, including Frederick's father, a department head at Jiangqing Vocational College. He's the toughest. Having said this much, Bella had done all she could. What happened next was up to Nellie. If an agreement couldn't be reached, she would have to detain Gerald formally. A lawsuit for intentional harm might result in actual prison time. In a separate room, Bella sat with Emyel beside her. Beautiful Yvette, I was careful. Are those really injuries? I can heal them if need be. Leaning back, Gerald felt this visit was different from the last. Do you think healing them will solve it? Bella coldly replied. This is intentional harm against minors. Do you think it's easy to resolve? Gerald realized the gravity of the situation. Hashtag chapter 132. Surveillance footage damaged. Bella was somewhat angry. Nellie had been incredibly worried. Yet Gerald acted as if nothing had happened, as though those people weren't beaten by him at all. That road has surveillance cameras, which can prove that I was surrounded and attacked by them and had no choice but to fight back, Gerald said. Bella replied, we also investigated the surveillance. It belongs to Jiangqing Vocational College, but the footage is lost due to file damage. Bella immediately went to retrieve the surveillance footage when they learned of the incident location, which belonged to Jiangqing Vocational College. Frederick's father likely interfered. By the time they arrived, the school's surveillance equipment was broken, showing nothing. Damn, these bastards are shameless, Gerald muttered. But there should still be passersby who can testify for me. At this hour, where do you think I could find a witness? Bella retorted. Gerald scratched his head, realizing that it might indeed be impossible. If only he had struck harder earlier and crippled Frederick, then maybe he wouldn't have to face this situation. Now we wait for Florence's update. Hopefully, the parents will agree to settle. Emiel, go check on it. Bella picked up her water cup, took a sip, and remained silent. Emiel left, leaving Gerald sitting there feeling quite bored. Miss Yvette, didn't I tell you that brown sugar water is useless? Should I prescribe some medicine for you? Seeing Bella drinking brown sugar water again, Gerald knew it was her period. Just worry about yourself, Bella said, putting down her cup and reviewing the report in front of her. Where did you get the weapon you used? Did you carry it with you? How could I? I'm a good citizen. I took it from them. The iron rod had fallen from one of the people Gerald had knocked down. He simply picked it up and used their own weapon against them. Even if the weapons were theirs, your actions were too harsh, Bella remarked, continuing to read the report. Is it wrong to have superhuman strength? Gerald laughed. Those guys wouldn't last even if there were dozens of them. Don't brag. Just answer the questions. Bella frowned. She wanted to help Gerald, but he seemed completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation and was still grinning. I'm telling the truth. Those guys were nothing, Gerald scoffed. Bella looked at Gerald, increasingly finding him irritating. Do you have a grudge against Frederick? According to his statement, you've beaten him before. What do you mean beaten? He was asking for it. Florence was there. If she hadn't told me to go easy, that kid would have lost his hands and legs long ago. Bella stared at Gerald, wondering what Nellie saw in him, suspecting he might be dangerous. Inspector Yvette, Ms. Mila is back. Emiel opened the door, and Nellie walked in. How did it go? Bella asked. Nellie frowned. The other two parents agreed to settle, but Clem is adamant. He insists on suing Gerald. How do we resolve this? If sued, Gerald, having injured so many people, would likely face at least 3 years in jail. Bella sighed. The surveillance footage is damaged. We need witnesses to testify that Gerald fought back only after being attacked. Witnesses? Can Gerald's sister or Yana provide testimony? Nellie asked. Bella shook her head. Relatives and friends cannot testify. Nellie pondered how to solve this issue. If we have witnesses proving they attacked Gerald first, even minors can face detention or probation for public disorder. Bella stood up. Let's go see Clem. From the start, I knew he wouldn't settle easily. All right. Nellie and Bella left the interrogation room, closing the door behind them, leaving Gerald and Emiel alone. Brother Chong, does Inspector Yvette usually act like this, expressionless, like a zombie? Does she ever smile? Gerald started chatting with Emiel, having never seen Bella smile. Smile? Emiel thought for a moment, shaking his head. She's always busy with cases, and once she starts working, she never stops, hardly ever smiles. She must be pretty dull, Gerald mused. Whoever dates her is probably out of luck. Who dares date her? When she first joined, some tried pursuing her. Guess what happened? They all got rejected. Picturing the scene, Emiel remembered Bella being new and seemingly harmless. A few colleagues tried approaching her during training but were each defeated by her. Since then, a legend spread about her in the police force. Relentless in solving cases, fiercer than any man in combat, a rose with thorns, trouble for anyone who crossed her. What are you talking about? Bella entered, her sharp gaze fixed on them. Emiel shrank back, avoiding her gaze. Bella sat down. Florence is seeing Iana now. We'll know soon. See Iana? But friends can't be witnesses, right? Gerald was confused. Iana was his friend and couldn't possibly testify. Florence just called Iana. She says she recorded the entire event. If the footage confirms self-defense, there should be no problem, Bella explained. Although Gerald had injured several people, most injuries were minor and not serious enough for sentencing. With proof of aggression, he could be released without charges. They might even arrest Frederick for public disorder and mob attack. Gerald hadn't expected Iana to record the event, realizing she wasn't just into eating and drinking. Today, while dealing with Mohammed, Gerald recorded evidence, and Iana followed suit, naturally pulling out her phone when she saw Gerald being attacked. Chapter 133, Shorthanded. Gerald remained in the interrogation room, and Nellie returned shortly. Elena, take a look. This is the video Florence sent over. Is it useful? Nellie took out her phone and hit play. The video showed Gerald about to leave in his car when Frederick and his gang suddenly rushed over, shouting and brandishing weapons, clearly intending to attack Gerald. No problem at all. Bella nodded. The footage was clear and could prove that Frederick initiated the fight. Rioting and hooliganism. Emiel, you take your team to the hospital first and control Frederick. Given they were all minors and Frederick was the ringleader, only he would be dealt with immediately. Compulsory labor re-education couldn't be avoided, so Frederick would likely spend some time in juvenile detention. After handling all issues, Nellie finally left with Gerald. Now it was Frederick's father who should be worried. Gathering so many people for a street fight at such a young age was a serious matter. It was thanks to juvenile protection laws that Frederick faced only re-education. To handle this case, Bella had been working overtime to ensure these troublemakers wouldn't harm society again. She planned to submit the case to the prosecution soon. Florence, thank you. Gerald hadn't expected the situation to escalate so much. People like Frederick were indeed the most troublesome, emboldened by their minor status, fearless of consequences. At least we have Xandra's recording. If not, you'd be stuck inside eating free meals. Nellie, still upset, glared at Gerald angrily, saying, can't you show some restraint? Even if you're fighting, don't do it on the street. Gerald was taken aback, thinking she was blaming him for fighting, but it was more about his carelessness. I got it. I'll ensure future actions are clean and leave no traces. Nellie felt she might have said something wrong and quickly corrected herself. That's not what I mean. Just please stay out of trouble. As they walked out of the building, they saw a group of people waiting outside, looking like parents of students. Let's go the other way. Nellie realized this crowd was waiting for Gerald, possibly to retaliate. Considering Gerald had beaten their children, their grievances were understandable. She didn't want Gerald to encounter these angry parents. Another confrontation might land him back in the police station. Okay. Gerald also wanted to avoid trouble. Though they were at the station, he knew his temper might get the better of him if provoked. Hold it. Just as Nellie tried to lead Gerald away, they were spotted. A man stepped forward, followed by a dozen others. The station was practically deserted at night, so they were easily seen. Go, go, go. Ignoring their shouts, Nellie tried to pull Gerald away. We're talking to you. Are you Gerald? A middle-aged bald man rushed up, blocking their path. The others watched intently, ensuring they couldn't leave. Do you know where you are? If you make trouble, I can notify the police immediately, Nellie warned. Not to you. Are you Gerald? The bald man ignored her, staring directly at Gerald. Hales, it's me. What is it? Gerald stepped forward, shielding Nellie in case things escalated. Unexpectedly, the bald man grabbed Gerald's hand with a grateful smile. Thank you. Thank you for teaching my good-for-nothing son a lesson. Today's punishment has taught him a valuable lesson about self-inflicted suffering. Ah, Nellie was stunned. She had anticipated a heated confrontation, but wasn't expecting gratitude. My son has been following Frederick around, getting into trouble. He even dared to use a knife. If you hadn't done it, I'd have had to. He used to do well in studies. With proper discipline, I could arrange work for him after graduation. Frederick misleads my son. Relying on being the dean's son, he causes trouble at school. My son was always bullied by them and ended up joining. Suddenly, the parents unanimously criticized Frederick. They were busy with work and rarely disciplined their sons, leading them astray. Some kids are spoiled. After Gerald's lesson, maybe they'll learn better. Of course, of course. Gerald shook hands awkwardly, surprised at the unexpected reaction. We'll cover medical expenses. Nellie mentioned compensation as Gerald had inflicted serious injuries. Immediate settlement was crucial. Don't worry about it. Let this serve as a lesson for my son, to teach him that real life isn't like school. Representing the parents, the bald man declined compensation. Seeing their passionate expressions, Gerald realized they genuinely cared about their sons. Jiangcheng Vocational College wasn't a typical university. It offered technical training rather than extensive coursework. Gordony students just loitered through their days without learning much. I own a fruit shop. We're shorthanded now. If you find it hard to manage your kids, let them help in my shop. They can gain social experience, and I can supervise them to prevent bad influences. Gerald spontaneously suggested, given the shop's need for help and the parents' dissatisfaction. It also prevented Frederick from regaining power. That's a great idea. I was considering finding him work during holidays. Once he recovers, I'll send him to your shop. No need for wages, just food. The bald man brightened, knowing Gerald wasn't an ordinary person. With his supervision, perhaps it would be better than following Frederick down a dark path. Chapter 134. Recruiting workers. At this point, the other parents also chimed in, satisfied with this solution. Their sons, who at school didn't even respect teachers, now feared Gerald after being disciplined by him. He had become a tyrant in their eyes. How could they dare not listen? I agree, it's truly a good solution. Right. Gerald took out another card and handed it to the bald man in front of him. This is my friend's traditional Chinese medicine clinic run by a master healer. He can treat your son, ensuring no lingering issues. He handed over Domenico's business card. Since they were so accommodating and did not ask for compensation, he might as well have their children treated at Renxin Hall. All right, I'll bring him there tomorrow, the bald man replied. Now the Tao Yuan fruit shop had turned into a daycare, but not for infants, a place where unruly students lacking in judgment were sent. Our shop is called Tao Yuan Fruit Shop. If you have time, feel free to come by for a taste. The fruits are complimentary, Gerald smiled. He wasn't worried about managing these students. Even someone like Booker, who used to hang around on the streets, was now diligently working for him. Students would be far easier to manage. The Tao Yuan Fruit Shop under Broken Army Group? That's a major company. We must go. Let's head there immediately. As soon as the name of the Broken Army Group was mentioned, these parents became even more excited. If getting beaten led to an opportunity to join the Broken Army Group via the fruit shop, it would all have been worthwhile. Is this General Gordon Jermila? No wonder you looked familiar. I've seen you on TV. A parent then directed his attention to Nellie and said, my family runs a small commodity wholesale business. If you need anything, please contact me. General Gordon Jermila, our family wholesales furniture. If any of your branches need anything, feel free to reach out. General Gordon Jermila. In an instant, Nellie's hands were filled with business cards. After more than half an hour, Gerald and Nellie finally left. Just as they stepped out of the police station, they saw a middle-aged man enter with a neatly dressed young man in a suit. Director Zhang, what a fine son you raised. Not only did he lead our kids to attack others, but you're really something. I don't want him to continue schooling anymore. Schools like yours should just close down. The man who walked in was none other than Frederick's father, Clem, who was reprimanded by the student parents upon arrival. Clem didn't bother engaging in idle chatter. The police had already informed him that Frederick would face charges. He was here with a lawyer to resolve the matter. Gerald glanced and then ignored them, returning home with Nellie in the car. You sure know how to provide full service, recruiting those students to work. Will it work? Nellie looked at the stack of business cards in her hand, quite helpless. She only wanted to resolve the issue, but Gerald beat up the assailants, got them treated, and then recruited them to work at the shop. Those rebellious teenagers dared to slash people on the streets. How could they possibly provide good service? Rest assured, even Booker is obedient. How much trouble can those little rascals cause? Gerald chuckled. And we don't even need to pay them. With more than 10 people, normal wages would cost us tens of thousands a month. It's a steal. Nellie sighed. I hope we don't get into more trouble. The company is just starting up, and I don't want to be forced out of business again. They had barely recovered from Hartley and DeAndre's interference. Another incident would be too much for Nellie. Back at home, Cora sat on the living room sofa, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing them return, she quickly stood up and asked, how did it go? Is everything okay? Paula just called me saying Xiao Malag was arrested. Gerald looked around and asked, it's nothing serious. Tabitha, has Leah heard about this? Cora shook her head. She just came out to ask where you both were. I didn't tell her. What happened? When she returned, only Haley was home. Gerald and Nellie were already at the police station. If it weren't for Iana's call, Cora wouldn't have known the severity of the situation. I'll leave you two to talk. I'm going to sleep. Nellie was exhausted. Since Gerald was safe, she went back to rest. Tabitha, nothing serious. Just a guy with a grudge tried to get revenge on me. I handled it. Gerald smiled. Don't worry. It's resolved. You should be more careful. You're not a kid anymore. Ever since we lived in the village, you always like to take things into your own hands, Cora lectured. Gerald nodded. If I hadn't stood up to George, he'd still be roaming free. I know my limits. Brother, do you mean Frederick? Was it because of me that you fought him? Haley suddenly emerged from her room, holding a pillow and wearing pajamas, looking anxious. How could it be because of you? That kid just couldn't accept defeat last time, so he retaliated. Gerald didn't understand why his sister would think that. Haley shook her head, tears forming in her eyes. Brother, Frederick approached me before, saying he was your friend and wanted to go out with me. Haley continued. I usually had tight study schedules and didn't agree. Later, he told me to inform him if you came. She showed a call record on her phone. Apparently, Frederick had been targeting Haley all along. If not for her focus on studies, she might have gone out with him. Foolish girl, why are you crying? That guy isn't good. Dealing with him saves trouble. Gerald comforted her, petting her hair affectionately. No wonder Frederick knew so quickly when Gerald arrived in Jiangxing. It was due to Haley. But this was for the best. Solving Frederick's issue meant Haley could concentrate on her studies without distractions. Don't worry, Leah, Cora consoled. Haley felt guilty for causing so much trouble. After comforting her for a while, Haley finally calmed down. Thankfully Gerald was fine. Otherwise, it would have been a permanent scar on her heart. Chapter 135. Winning over the younger sister-in-law. There were no further incidents that night. Otherwise, Gerald would have spent the night at the police station. Gerald continued to practice in his room. The next morning, after getting up, he found Haley had already prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Fanny, you go ahead to the store first. I'll take Gerald to buy a car. The stores must be manned. With 2 branches now, one was managed by Booker and the other by Cora. Once she recruited more staff, Cora could become the general manager. Rest assured, everything's fine with me here. Cora nodded. Lately, managing the store was becoming smoother for her. Moreover, the Xuanhuan area had a direct bus service to the fruit store, so Gerald didn't need to pick her up or drop her off. I'll be off then. After finishing breakfast, Cora picked up her bag and left first. Gerald, does Fanny know how to drive? Nellie thought it was rather hard for Cora to take the bus to and from the store every day. Given the good business, it made sense to get her a car as they were all family. Gerald thought for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. Originally, Ansel's family had a car, but after his passing, it seemed Fanny sold it. And I've never seen her drive. Why don't I ask her? If not, we can start by getting her a driving license. Compared to the housing prices in Jiangxing, buying a car wasn't too expensive. As the manager of the Teo Weiyuan fruit store, driving to work wasn't excessive. Gerald chuckled. Florence, are you planning to get Fanny a car too? I think we don't need anything too expensive. A car around 30,000 is enough. It would be best to get an Audi A4L. See, you drive an Audi A8, Fanny drives an A4, and I could drive an A6. That would make the hierarchy clear. Nellie put down her cup and said, you really know how to think. Have you heard the saying the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment? What do you mean? Gerald asked, puzzled. Let's go. I've already set up a meeting. We'll go for a test drive later. Nellie tossed the car keys to Gerald and walked out first. Brother, what kind of car is Florence Jie going to buy for you? Following her like this, aren't you living off her? Haley asked very quietly as she followed behind Gerald. Huh? Gerald was surprised by the sudden question and wondered where Haley had picked up such terms. Exactly, our family was poor, while Florence Jie's family is rich. Why would she look at you? Haley pouted slightly, speaking softly, Yesterday, Lu Jejia told me you're living off her. Finally, Gerald realized who the culprit was. It turned out Iana had been spreading rumors. Don't think nonsense. Your brother is a strong man. Florence approached me. It's she who's raising her status. Understand? Don't listen to that little demon's lies. She lacks common sense. Got it? Avoid her more in the future. Gerald patted Haley's hair, warning her seriously. He needed to limit Haley's contact with Iana. In just one day, the obedient and sensible sister had been corrupted. But Lu Jejia said your money comes from Florence Jie. Isn't that living off her? Haley innocently pointed out. Gerald sighed. How influential was Iana? Living together for 20 years couldn't compare to one day of playing with her. My money comes from hard work. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Gerald shook his head dejectedly, thinking about how Iana had tainted his innocent, lily-like sister. Brother, I believe you, Haley said. Gerald immediately smiled broadly. Leah, let me tell you, your brother is now quite capable. All the fruits in the store are planted by me. Our village is counting on me to lead them to prosperity. You see, I'm now a leader in wealth creation and a model of a well-off life. What are you two talking about? Nellie stood by the car, having waited for some time, while watching the siblings whispering without coming over. Coming. Gerald hurriedly took Haley over. After starting the car, he turned to Nellie, asking, where are we going to buy the car? I've set the GPS. Just follow the route. Nellie pointed to the screen, which had already plotted the path. The destination was Tianma Car City on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, the main car sales hub offering everything from luxury brands like Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini to mainstream models like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. Gerald stepped on the gas pedal, leaving Xuanhuan and heading towards their destination. He felt incredibly elated, never imagining he'd own a car. Previously, he thought he'd only rely on his tricycle, but now he finally had a four-wheeler. Lia, you're starting university this year, right? Did you ever mention it to me? How's life in school? Has anyone bullied you? Oh right, I have a gift for you. Nellie, acting like a caring big sister, inquired about Haley's well-being, seemingly trying to win over the younger sister-in-law. I can't accept your gifts, Haley refused. Nellie, taken aback, asked, why? Haley replied earnestly, my brother always said, though we are poor, we should have integrity and not easily accept others' favors. That's called gratitude, and it needs to be repaid. Nellie was speechless, not expecting Haley to say something like that. Lia, Florence isn't an outsider. She's my girlfriend and we'll be family soon. Haley glanced at the driving Gerald, showing some hesitation. Lia, go ahead and accept it. This is a gift from your future sister-in-law. Consider it a welcome gift. She's trying to build a good relationship with her future younger sister-in-law to join our family, Gerald joked. Nellie rolled her eyes, inwardly despising Gerald's shameless attitude. Okay. Haley accepted the gift and placed it beside her. Why don't you open it? Miss Mila felt disappointed when her gift was not even opened, feeling like her effort was unwelcome. Only then did Haley pick up the box and open it. Inside was a beautiful lady's watch with intricate hands ticking continuously. Do you like it? Nellie saw Haley's eyes light up, indicating she must love the watch. Chapter 136, A Gift from Big Sister. Haley looked at the watch. It had a red second hand, a leather strap, a white dial, and a rim of rose gold. It was small and very cute. Beautiful. Florence sister, how much is this watch? Forget how much it costs. Here, let me put it on you. Nellie took out the watch and put it on Haley's wrist, comparing left and right. It fit perfectly. Florence, this is too obvious of an attempt to curry favor with your sister-in-law. You've never even given me a gift, said Gerald, feeling a bit envious, knowing by the look of the watch that it wasn't cheap. Nellie rolled her eyes and said, it's none of your business. If Lia likes it, that's all that matters. The watch was originally meant for Raquel as thanks for her help with the Peach Blossom Source Fruit store. She felt obliged to reciprocate kindness with kindness. Meeting Haley was timely, so she gave the watch to Lia first, and could buy another gift for Raquel later. Thank you, Florence sister. Haley, being only 19, naturally loved beautiful things. Good girl, Nellie patted Haley's hair, finding the young girl genuinely well-behaved, which made her truly fond of her. The innocent expression couldn't be faked. Compared to the many women she'd seen who schemed relentlessly to rise in status, such a pure-hearted girl like Haley was rare indeed. Florence sister, I think I shouldn't accept the watch. Before Nellie could revel in having given away the gift, Haley was about to take off the watch. Why not? You liked it, didn't you? Nellie didn't understand why the girl liked it, but refused it. It's too expensive. Haley had seen the price tag inside the box. This Omega watch cost 43,000 yuan. Such an expensive gift made her nervous. If Big Sister gives it to you, just accept it. Nellie didn't allow Haley to refuse, so she opened the car window and threw the box out, laughing. No more returning or exchanging now. Haley was torn. She loved the watch, but its price was daunting. Lia, just take it. Florence sister has plenty of money. Moreover, your brother and she are doing business together. She has invested 300,000 yuan. Consider this watch a gift from both of us, Gerald added. Okay then. Haley wiped the watch clean, carefully pulled up her sleeve to cover it. Nellie grew more fond of this girl for resisting such a pricey temptation despite liking the watch immensely. Arriving at destination in 300 meters, the navigation announced they were almost there. The car turned into Tianma Automobile City. Mercedes-Benz dealership stood at the entrance, with various models parked outside, from Gordonibach to AMG to the G-Class. Salespeople outside began approaching as the Audi A8 drove past. Not yet. Further ahead, Nellie directed. Gerald continued driving, passing BMW, Audi, Volkswagen, and Toyota dealerships without stopping. Still going, Florence? We're running out of good options here. We're nearly there. Turn left in 500 meters. Gerald sped up, surprised when he saw the next dealership. Woo. Wuling Hongguang. Gerald stared at the wing-like logo, feeling defeated. Was Nellie really getting him a national miracle Wuling Hongguang? He was a shareholder of Peach Blossom Source, girlfriend of the Brake Army Group heiress, and brother to the chairman of Brake Army Group. Looking at Gordonsda's adjacent dealership, no way he'd buy Japanese. As a patriotic teenager, he couldn't support foreign brands. Let's get out. Nellie got out of the car first, followed by Haley. Gerald sighed, stepping out to see several Wuling Hongguangs parked outside. His hopes sank lower. Florence, can we reconsider? At least a Passat would be better than? Gerald chased after Nellie, who headed straight for the Wuling Hongguang showroom. Gordinager Mila, welcome back. The manager warmly greeted Nellie, offering tea. Nellie had contacted the dealership 2 days ago. He'd been waiting eagerly. Gerald scratched his head, sipping tea as they waited. Gordinager Wang, what about my order? Holding her teacup, Nellie surveyed the display. Wuling Hongguang Miniv, new compact electric cars, pickup trucks, and vans. All ready. You can check them out. Gordinager Wang led Nellie to 5 neat, silver-bodied Wuling Hongguangs parked outside. She inspected the trunk space approvingly. Looks fine. Gerald, try one. Reluctantly, Gerald got into the driver's seat. Nellie and Haley sat in the back, their dignified presence making it hard to tell they were in a Wuling Hongguang. Starting the engine caused a noticeable shake, unlike the smoothness of the Audi. Gordinager Mila, these cars are very practical. The large interior space allows for detachable rear seats, perfect for city driving. Inexpensive too. Even minor collisions won't be a heartache. And buying 5 or more gives you a discount, Gordon Wang explained from the passenger seat. Gerald drove around, finding it awkward, dealing with clutch pedals and manual shifts. All right. Nellie nodded, saying, order 10 then. 10? Really? Gordon Wang exclaimed excitedly. Let's sign the contract immediately. What, 10? Gerald looked shocked. Ordering 10 cars at once, planning to create an entire fleet driving in patterns? Chapter 137, Fleet Captain. Nellie observed the astonished look on Gerald's face and explained, is there any problem? We're planning to open 30 new branches. If we lack fruits, we need to transport them from the village. Large trucks can't enter the city then. We can only use vans. Nellie's plan was straightforward. Sending a truck to the village each time would not only be inconvenient but also restricted by entry times. Having xuanhuan vehicles would make things much easier. They could not only haul goods from the village but also take up food delivery services during idle times, attracting more consumers. Back at the store, Nellie decisively signed the contract for 10 vehicles. If they expanded further, they would undoubtedly need even more vehicles. You'll be our fleet captain from now on, Nellie said, patting Gerald on the shoulder. Tomorrow, after registering the plates, have Booker drive 2 back first. Then we'll put advertisements for Peach Blossom Paradise on the cars with our delivery hotline. We deliver anywhere in the city, no matter how far. After all, their fruits were so expensive that even delivering via xuanhuan was still profitable. I give up, Gerald sighed, taking the keys of a xuanhuan. He would be driving this new car home soon. Miss Mila, come on. The watch you gave my sister cost over 40,000. Yet these few cars are only worth about the same amount. Isn't my ride less valuable than a watch? Gerald approached Nellie, complaining like a nagging wife. Giving her gifts is because I feel like it. As for you, Nellie chuckled inwardly at his grumbling and retorted smugly. As the head of our Peach Blossom Paradise fruit shop, you need to set an example for the staff. Cultivate a spirit of hard struggle, and starting tomorrow, you'll handle the first delivery order. She maximized personnel management, ensuring Gerald had something to do instead of driving a luxury car around picking up girls. She didn't want another situation where he bought an apartment with Beth out of sight. Fine. From tomorrow on, I'll be an excellent delivery person for Peach Blossom Paradise, Gerald conceded, puzzled by Miss Mila's mood swings. Leaving the xuanhuan dealership, Nellie did not intend to return immediately and started browsing nearby. Tori, what kind of car do you like? Standing outside an Audi showroom, Nellie stared at the 4-ring logo. She had bought her Audi A8 here when she was close to Haley's age. Back then, right after getting accepted into university, Zahir took her here as a gift. He mentioned that daughters should be indulged to avoid being swayed by bad men. So, he chose the Audi A8 for her to drive to school. However, driving to school didn't stop her from attracting numerous admirers. Her Audi's windshield wipers were filled with love letters daily, surrounding her with suitors throughout her college years. That small blue car we just saw is pretty cute, Haley thought carefully before replying. She referred to the latest electric vehicle from xuanhuan, which looked adorable and practical. Surprisingly, the vehicle was cheaper than the wristwatch given earlier. Gerald suspected Nellie wanted to buy another car for his sister, feeling the sibling treatment was a bit too different. Nellie smiled and promised, study well, and I'll get you a car when you graduate. Gerald nearly choked. Nellie had only known his sister for a day, and was already showering her with gifts. He, the brother, never received such treatment. Maybe not, Haley responded hesitantly. She was taken aback by Nellie's generosity. Checking the time, Nellie suggested, it's several years away. Let's eat first. After dinner, Tori, go back to school. Feel free to visit me, or help out at the store. I'll pay you. Sure. Haley nodded obediently. Nellie drove Haley while Gerald followed in an unregistered xuanhuan V-room. Gerald pressed the gas pedal, surpassing Nellie's Audi momentarily, feeling triumphant until she warned him about speeding. At least stay within speed limits, or the police will catch you, Nellie calmly advised through the lowered window at a traffic light. It's okay. It's the outskirts, Gerald reassured, accelerating as the green light lit up. Nellie revved her Audi, racing ahead. Gotcha. Gerald sped up again. Suddenly, a loud engine roar came from behind them, and a red Ferrari 488 zipped past. Unbelievable. Gerald stepped on the gas trying to keep up, but the xuanhuan was no match for a supercar. At the next traffic light, he finally saw the Ferrari. Young man, want a race? Raquel asked playfully through tinted sunglasses. Recognizing the car, Gerald responded, your car isn't bad. He disliked being called young man, retorting, Miss Fairy, let me show you who's older someday. This interaction hinted at unresolved tensions between them. Chapter 138, Refusing Discipline. Beverly adjusted her sunglasses, looking at the xuanhuan and smiling. Don't talk nonsense, but you've got quite a character, driving this car. Gerald felt insulted again and patted the car door. Do you want to race? Beverly removed her sunglasses, narrowing her eyes into slits with a fox-like gaze, her bewitching face breaking into an alluring smile. Are you sure? It wasn't that Beverly looked down on Gerald. It was just that comparing a xuanhuan to a Ferrari was like comparing apples to oranges. What scared? Gerald goaded. Never mind. Racing you would be bullying. As soon as the green light appeared, Beverly slammed the accelerator, the car darting forward much faster than Nellie's Audi. When Nellie caught up, she saw Gerald had already sped off far ahead. Without exceeding speed limits, she couldn't possibly catch him. The law-abiding Miss Mila wouldn't break the law by speeding, so she could only continue trailing behind. Beverly sped about 5 kilometers before stopping at another traffic light. At that moment, Gerald, driving his xuanhuan, caught up again. So fast? Beverly was quite surprised. From the last traffic light until now, it hadn't been more than 10 seconds. This meant the time difference between her and Gerald was only 10 seconds. Given the speed of a xuanhuan, it was impossible for him to catch up in such a short time while she had been driving very fast. Miss Fox, aren't you going too slow? Is this a sports car? People might think it's a tractor if they don't know better. Though Gerald smiled, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had used spirit power to propel the Wuling Hongguang, which had cost him a lot of physical energy. "You're not bad," Beverly commented, looking at the traffic light and gently pressing the gas pedal, making the engine roar. As the green light came on again, the Ferrari shot out like a red lightning bolt. No matter how perfectly Gerald started, the Wuling Hongguang could never compete with a Ferrari, quickly falling behind. He's catching up again. This time, Beverly took Gerald seriously, glancing at the Wuling Hongguang in her rearview mirror, amazed. How did he do it? The Wuling Hongguang managed to stay neck and neck with her. How does it feel, knowing my prowess? Gerald took deep breaths, using the brief pause at the traffic light to restore his lost spirit power. You have some guts. If you're so impressive, let's have a proper race next time. They were entering the city now, so it wasn't possible to keep racing like this. Beverly followed the flow of traffic back to Daryolin International Hotel. Gerald closely followed and parked in the parking lot. Hey, delivery vehicles should go to the unloading zone, not park here. These spots are reserved for guests. Just as Gerald finished parking, the security guard told him to leave. Beverly got out, twisting her bewitching body toward Gerald with a mockingly sweet laugh. Did you hear that? Unloading zone is over there. I'm here to eat. Gerald was irritated. Why couldn't someone drive a Wuling Hongguang and still eat here? The guard glanced at Gerald's attire, neat suit, polished shoes, and didn't think he looked like a driver. The rich have weird tastes, the guard muttered, thinking Gerald was a second-generation rich person pretending to be poor. So, he ignored him. Gerald, why were you driving so fast? Nellie finally arrived, clearly unhappy with Gerald's impulsive driving behavior. I ran into Keenan Hale earlier and chatted with her. Gerald glanced at the red Ferrari parked beside them, showing a hint of envy. Star Moon is here. I was just going to look for her. Let's head upstairs. The group went upstairs. After Nellie ordered the meal, she went to find Beverly. As a major partner of Taoyuan, Nellie valued her cooperation with Daryolin Group highly. Having signed the hotel contract with Beverly, Nellie naturally wanted to thank her friend. Haley looked at the delicious food on the table and truly experienced the life of the wealthy. It was eye-opening. Brother, how much does one meal here cost? Gerald ate abalone mouthful after mouthful, thoroughly enjoying himself. Don't worry about the price. Your sister Florence is paying. Don't hold back. Try this top-grade abalone congee. It's nourishing. You should build up your health. Gerald wasted no time eating heartily. He had extorted money from Sebastian, but Nellie had confiscated most of it, leaving him with just enough to buy a Wuling Hongguang. He intended to turn this loss into appetite satisfaction at this meal. After the meal, Nellie returned, barely touched her food. Seeing the bill, she almost fainted from shock at how much Gerald had eaten. Seafood isn't cheap. After the meal, Gerald dropped Leah off at school, while Nellie went back to discuss business details with Beverly. Gerald headed back to the store. Keenan Malag, where did you find these little brats? They're impossible to manage. Back at the store, business was bustling, but there were new faces around. Gerald immediately recognized the 3 students who hung out with Frederick. These boys weren't seriously injured and were sent to work at the fruit shop by their parents that morning. What happened? Gerald asked. Booker said helplessly, these kids are too arrogant. Look, they eat the fruits and throw the peels around. They say they aren't working for free. When I try to stop them, they claim they're minors. What should we do? It was surprising that Booker, usually a troublemaker, had been subdued by high school students. Under normal circumstances, Booker would deal with these kids easily regardless of age. But here in the store, any conflict would damage the shop's image. As an employee of Taoyuan, Booker, now part of the team, didn't want to tarnish the shop's reputation. Leave it to me. You guys get back to work. Gerald patted Booker on the shoulder and approached the boys. Who said you could eat the fruits here? Looking at a student munching on a peach, Gerald asked sharply. The boy spat out the pit, standing tall before Gerald. So what if we're eating? We're here to work, and we can eat a little. Besides, if it were up to me, I wouldn't be here at all. It's just a lousy fruit shop. Who cares? Halia, real pain. Another boy threw a banana peel on the ground. Gerald realized he should have been stricter yesterday. These kids were acting up again. Hashtag chapter 139. I miss studying. The third person casually hopped onto the fruit display, crossing his legs and sneering at Gerald. I'm warning you, this is a public place. If you dare to lay a hand on us, we'll call the police on you. Everyone here saw it. They were not afraid now. There were so many people around, even guests present. Even Booker hadn't dared to make a move, and Gerald definitely wouldn't either. Hit you? Of course not. Gerald squinted slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them before he suddenly moved, jabbing a finger with his right hand at the student who had been spitting peach pits. After a few moments, the student remained in position, holding the peach as if frozen in place. What did you do to me? The student panicked immediately. His limbs refused to obey him and couldn't move at all. Do what? Naturally, do what you should be doing. Since you're here, work. Gerald easily picked up the student and walked him towards the door. He placed him by the entrance, grabbed a welcome signboard, and hung it around his neck. Stand guard well here, keep smiling. Did you hear me? You, let me go. The student struggled but couldn't move an inch. Gerald patted the student's chest, forcing him to stand straight. From now on, if I hear anything besides welcome from you, you'll be standing here all day. Tomorrow morning when the store opens, that's when I'll let you go. That's illegal. I'm going to sue you, the student said firmly. Heh, sorry. Your father already told me when he dropped you off that you're under my full responsibility. If you don't listen, I can use any means necessary to deal with you, replied Gerald indifferently. He didn't fear this guy's threats. With the acupoint struck, it was impossible for him to move unless he was a dark energy martial artist capable of breaking through the point using internal strength. People are coming. Know what to do? Gerald looked at the incoming customers and smiled. Welcome, welcome, the student finally submitted, shouting hurriedly. Seeing this, the other 2 quickly threw down their fruits and tried to make a run for it. Did I tell you to leave? In a flash, Gerald blocked their path. Now, you have 2 choices. Either clean up the banana peels and seeds you just spat out, then help weigh and sell the fruits, or join him welcoming guests at the entrance. Choose. The two glanced at each other, one grabbing a broom while the other picked up a dustpan, starting to clean up. Clean well. Didn't you sweep at school? Look, more over there. Gerald pulled a chair and sat near the entrance, munching on an apple. Brother, please let me go. I really can't stand anymore. An hour later, the one standing at the entrance began pleading. Gerald pointed at the other two inside. You've realized your mistake early enough. If you want to stop standing, ask them. If they agree to take your place, you can switch jobs. Hey, Gary Cassidy, who wants to switch with me? I can't stand anymore. Standing still for an hour, not moving an inch, he was already sore and stiff all over, feeling like his bones would crumble. No way, Duke. Just stand properly and follow Big Brother's orders. He didn't make us greet customers, Gary and Cassidy said, unwilling to take his place after seeing his misery. Are you even brothers? So selfish. Duke cursed loudly. See? This is what your brother does when you're in trouble. They won't help you and only think of hiding, Gerald remarked, sitting calmly with a teacup in hand, sipping leisurely. He had no intention of releasing this guy's acupoint. He needed to teach him a lesson, learn the difficulties of life. 2 hours later, Duke felt like he was about to faint. If given another chance, he wouldn't dare oppose Gerald again, nor would he dare hang out with Frederick. Gerald, what's going on here? Nellie returned and found a person standing at the store entrance, looking puzzled. He's our new signboard. Gerald patted Duke on the shoulder. What should you say? Welcome to Xuanhuan, Duke croaked. Nellie looked at Duke in astonishment. What happened to him? Nothing. He volunteered to greet customers at the entrance. It's quite effective. Gerald stood up from the chair and released Duke's acupoint. Go drink some water, and come back to continue your post later. Ah. Duke almost cried, unable to believe that after standing for 2 hours, he still had to stand more. It was far worse than military training during orientation week. What's with the ah? If you don't want to, do you think I won't make you stand all day? Duke dared not object further, dragging his numb body into the store to drink water before returning to his post at the entrance. This time, he stood on his own without Gerald needing to strike an acupoint. Being able to move freely was much better than being paralyzed, even if he could sneak in a bit of laziness. How did the discussion go? I saw our sales far exceed the competition. This street wasn't short of fruit stores, but after the reception last time, consumers preferred Xuanhuan. Business had skyrocketed. Star Moon agreed to sign a 3-year contract with us. Also, our fruits will be sold in Daryoling Group's chain supermarkets. Nellie drank some water. She had not just talked to Raquel, but also with the higher-ups of Daryoling Group in Jiangxing about their fruit distribution. If their fruit quality wasn't top-notch, negotiations would never have succeeded. For now, you'll handle deliveries. Tomorrow, we'll start advertising. Our fruits need to reach every customer. Gerald had become a fleet captain under Nellie's leadership, ready to deliver goods. At 6 p.m., dinner time, the parents of the 3 students came to pick them up. Dad, I've learned my lesson. Please send me back to school. I miss studying. Seeing his father, Duke rushed over, crying uncontrollably, as if finding his savior. Only now did he understand the comfort of home. A child at home is cherished. Here, he suffered. Duke's father, a bald middle-aged man, saw Gerald and beamed. He couldn't believe how a mere day had transformed the family tyrant into such a compliant worker. No way was he letting Duke go home. He'd continue working diligently here. Chapter 140, Best Deliverer Man. Over the following few days, more and more students came to work at the store. Initially, they were all unruly, but after Gerald singled out a few for punishment by making them stand outside and greet customers with welcome, one by one, they became well-behaved. Meanwhile, Gerald drove his Wuling Hongguang through the streets, truly becoming a delivery specialist. Using the Wuling Hongguang for deliveries was unique in Jiangxing, especially given Gerald's impeccable driving skills which greatly increased efficiency. Ding ding ding. His phone rang, and upon checking, it was from an unknown number. Hello, Xuanhuan Fruit Store. What can I do for you? Gerald had developed the habit of stating the store name whenever he received an unfamiliar call. After all, as an outstanding delivery person who also advertised Xuanhuan on his vehicle, he couldn't ignore a potential customer order. The voice on the other end sounded puzzled. Did I dial the wrong number? Beep beep beep. The caller hung up, and Gerald continued driving. But soon, the phone rang again. Hello, who are you looking for? Gerald asked, somewhat irritably. Are you Gerald? The caller asked. Who is this? To know his name implied familiarity. It's Howell. Did you forget me? I'm the guy who helped you transfer the property last time. When Gerald extorted Louis's house, this Howell man assisted with the paperwork, thus remembering Gerald's number. So it's you. What do you need? Gerald didn't expect a call from someone like Howell, wondering what this underworld figure could want from him. Brother, I have a favor to ask. Aren't you a martial artist? Can you help us Green Hill clan fight in a tournament? Don't worry, we won't treat you badly. You'll get paid well if you win. Tournament? Gerald was confused. Wasn't Green Hill clan involved in underground activities? Why would they be hosting tournaments? However, at the mention of money, Gerald perked up. How much are you offering? Howell replied, it's not clear over the phone. If you're free tonight, come to Green Hill Club, and we can discuss further. All right. Gerald agreed, unwilling to miss out on such an opportunity. Ever since Haley labeled him a freeloader, Gerald felt the pressure to earn money independently. A single fight could earn him cash without having to rough up petty thugs. Glancing at the clock, it was still early, so he resumed his deliveries. Gerald's driving skills were top-notch, and with the speed, he could easily be the top delivery person. After another busy day, he returned to Xuanhuan's main store. Welcome. 2 polite students greeted him warmly. It was evident that the recent strict supervision had improved their behavior. Brother Malag, please have some water, Yael promptly offered, pouring a cup with utmost diligence. Gerald accepted the water and sat down, observing the students. Now, even Booker's minions were handing out flyers outside instead of lingering in the store, creating space issues. They needed to expand soon. You too, sound sweeter and bend lower when greeting, Yael instructed his classmates assertively. This kid wasn't yet an adult, but had picked up street habits quickly. Born a century earlier, he'd likely have been a collaborator. Swallowing a couple of gulps, Yael refilled the cup eagerly. Here, Brother Malag, have a smoke? Yael pulled out a pack of xuanhuan cigarettes, offering one to Gerald. Despite his poor grades, he was quite adept at courting favors. No thanks. Get back to work. Gerald didn't smoke, declined, and headed towards the office area. I'm back. We have another delivery in Nanjing district. Nellie's computer, connected to the delivery orders, buzzed nonstop with requests from all over Jiangqing. Come on, we have 10 vans, don't pin all the workload on me. Booker's team is delivering too. Let me rest for a bit. Sitting aside, Gerald grabbed a banana, peeling and eating it in just 2 bites. Why should I deliver faster? With so many orders lately, we lack drivers. Do you really expect me to go deliver every time? They owned 10 vans, but only 4 of Booker's men had driver's licenses, leaving 5 vehicles unused. Nellie planned to hire more delivery staff but required time. For now, Gerald had to step in. Fine. I'll take a short break and then go. Looking at the endless orders printing from the ticket machine, Gerald felt overwhelmed. He was indeed becoming a professional delivery boy. In the warehouse, fruits were being loaded onto the vans. Standing nearby, Gerald watched until full before getting into the driver's seat for his next delivery. Upon finishing another delivery and returning, he heard commotion near the entrance. Approaching, he saw around 30 people, led by a hefty thug blocking the door, his massive frame taking up half the entrance. Get your boss out here. Standing firm, Nellie glared at the bulky man. I'm the boss. What's this about? The crowd looked hostile, blocking the entrance tightly, and even chased off the customers. The 2 students who greeted guests were slapped by 2 thugs for mouthing off and now hid behind, trembling. The thugs squinted at Nellie, smirking maliciously. So you're the boss. Did you ask permission to open this shop on this street? Kicking her cool facade aside, Nellie retorted. I legally operate my business. Why shouldn't I be allowed to open a shop? Feeling agitated, she hadn't expected trouble so soon after resuming operations. Open a shop? The thug sneered, stepping in and grabbing an apple from the nearest display. Crisp crunches filled the air as he devoured it. Spitting out half-eaten pieces, he tossed the apple to the ground and stomped it into pulp. Chapter 141. No hesitation. Nellie crossed her arms, gazing coldly at the burly man with a composed and resolute expression. Let me tell you, my name is Cyrus, and I'm in charge of this street. If you want to do business here, you need to understand that, okay? This guy's actually called Cyrus. With this figure, he might as well be called Fat Wolf. What's wrong with Peach Blossom Source? There's always trouble. What's happening? I was waiting to buy fruits for my girlfriend. If it's too late, she'll go ballistic again. That guy seems to be a small-time boss of a local gang. How did they offend such people? The crowd outside started discussing again. The previous closure had already caused significant unrest. If it weren't for the press conference, no one would have bought fruit from here. They didn't expect another issue today. Who sent you? Nellie asked straightforwardly. This was Daryeongqing's luxury commercial street. Even if these people were brazen, they wouldn't dare collect protection fees here. It was obvious someone deliberately sent them. Cyrus chuckled, his gaze sweeping the store as he threatened. Girl, what's it to you? Just know this. Starting today, your shop won't open anymore. You guys are nothing. What right do you have to stop us from opening? Yael stood beside Nellie, furious. He had quietly picked up a fruit knife. If they made a move, he would stab the guy. To hell with your leg. Who asked you to speak? Shut up. Cyrus stepped forward, ready to slap Yael. As he raised his hand, Yael revealed the fruit knife, preparing to stab Cyrus's chest. These students truly don't know the weight of their actions. One stab could lead to manslaughter or worse, and jail time was guaranteed. The knife flashed, its attack ferocious. Cyrus didn't expect a student to have the guts to stab him. Seeing the knife within an arm's length, his hefty body clearly couldn't dodge the sudden assault. No. Nellie shouted upon noticing. She saw the blade flash before her eyes. If someone got hurt in the fruit store, a press conference wouldn't solve the problem. Cyrus broke into a cold sweat, standing still, forgetting to dodge. If he moved, the knife might not hit a vital spot, but staying put meant the blade aimed straight for his heart. This fruit knife is for cutting fruit, not stabbing people. Gerald intervened, grabbing Yael's wrist midair, stopping the knife. Yael, eyes wide with fright, finally relaxed when he saw Gerald block the knife. Brother Malag, they assaulted us. Sweat poured down Yael's forehead. That stab took immense courage. Now, feeling limp, he struggled to speak coherently. Cyrus let out a breath, slowly lowering his hand. They assaulted you. You can fight back. But why use a knife? Do you know the consequences? Gerald extended his right hand, grabbed the knife's tip, and flicked it away. It flew through the air and stabbed into the doorframe behind Cyrus. Now, who are you affiliated with? Gerald approached, standing before Cyrus. Cyrus calmed slightly, replying, seems like you're in charge. We're from the Blue Dragon Business Association. Our guys heard that Daryeongqing doesn't allow you to sell fruit. I don't want to make things difficult. You should know what to do. He dared not act arrogantly with Gerald, having seen the strength behind the flying knife, a force beyond ordinary capability. The aluminum door penetrated by a fruit knife spoke volumes about his power. Blue Dragon Business Association? I asked, who sent you? Gerald's deep eyes emitted a terrifying glow, using his spiritual sense to pressure Cyrus. Cyrus felt fear, as if facing not a person but a caged beast about to pounce. Don't you know the Blue Dragon Business Association? Aren't you part of the underworld? Cyrus was surprised. The Blue Dragon Association was well known in Daryeongqing. He didn't expect Gerald, such a formidable expert, to be unaware. Gerald sneered. Why should I know? But I do know this. Whether Blue Dragon Business Association or Green Worm Gang, If you don't leave within 10 seconds, I will cripple you. Darioxing turned out to be so complex. Last time it was Green Mountain Hall, now Blue Dragon Business Association. How many more would try to mess with Gerald? Cyrus's face changed. Mentioning the Blue Dragon Association was to intimidate Gerald, but this guy seemed unbothered, even ready to fight. There were dozens of Blue Dragon members here, while the fruit store only had Gerald and a bunch of students. They seemed no match. Boy, don't refuse help offered. I gave you a chance. Cyrus stepped back, pulling out a hidden baseball bat, ready to attack. I also gave you a chance. Gerald struck first, a palm blow with wind trailing behind it, striking Cyrus's chest directly. Bang! The impact was formidable. Cyrus's heavy body flew backward, crashing into the Blue Dragon members behind him. Under his weight, anyone under him would likely spit blood. Smash everything. Lying on the ground, Cyrus roared, unable to get up. Pay attention. Act decisively, no hesitation. Gerald turned to Yael. Don't just stand there. Join in. Yael and a few other students, afraid to use knives again, grabbed mops and brooms, following Gerald. Bang bang bang. A few minions rushed in, swinging sticks, smashing fruit displays. In moments, fruits scattered across the floor, trampled and shattered. Yael and his friends were no match for the thugs, but since few entered, 2 or 3 against 1 gave them some advantage. Chapter 142, a special edition. Gerald was a different story. He held the fort, fending off waves of attackers effortlessly with his bare hands. These assailants were tightly packed at the door, and given its limited size, only 5 or 6 could enter simultaneously. Every time a few rushed in, Gerald promptly threw them back out. Bang! Bang! After 2 more were tossed to the ground, the shop's entrance was completely blocked. Those behind had no choice but to step over their fallen comrades, slipping on fruit littering the floor, rendering them unstable and incapable of fighting effectively. Yael had somehow squeezed to the front, eyeing Gerald as he fought valiantly. Holding a mop, Lou planned to sneak attack him. This wasn't an ordinary mop. It was used regularly for cleaning toilets and smelled intensely pungent. Just a sweep across someone's face would be enough to knock them out from the stench alone. Go to hell, get out of my way. Davidson charged forward again, this time wielding a large cleaver aimed at Gerald. It was clear Davidson and his gang were here to wreck the shop. They had issued a warning, leaving only 2 options for Teoyuan Fruit Shop. Either close down or be destroyed. However, Davidson's crew knew how to wield knives skillfully. Unlike inexperienced Yael who only stabbed, skilled knife users aimed for surface wounds. A slash might cause bleeding, but it wouldn't typically result in fatal injuries unless aiming to sever limbs. Hear this filth. Seeing Davidson's cleaver come down, Gerald snatched the mop from Yael and jabbed it directly toward Davidson's mouth. The long reach of the mop gave him a significant advantage over the shorter cleaver. Before Davidson reached Gerald, he faced the offensive odor mixed with disinfectant, making him gag and stagger backward. His grip weakened, causing the cleaver to fall. Finding the mop effective, Gerald began using it like a spear, poking anyone from the Milaglong Guild in the face. Much like Johnny's prowess in battle, he moved through the crowd, striking fear with his improvised weapon. Soon, a heap of people lay on the shop's floor, not beaten but overwhelmed by the smell, vomiting uncontrollably. Now, who sent you? Gerald stood over Davidson, his foot on the man's chest, the smelly end of the mop inches from Davidson's face. Davidson struggled futilely, unable to escape. You'll regret crossing our Milaglong Guild. Yarel, take this back to the toilet and add something extra. Gerald handed over the mop, instructing Lou to intensify its potency. Sure thing, boss. Lou took the mop eagerly, running towards the toilet, enhancing it further. A short while later, Lou returned holding the now unrecognizable mop. Keenan, I added a bit more, he said, handing it back with a grin. The mop still dripped ominously. Gerald grimaced, pinching his nose, but deemed it necessary against these hoodlums. You don't push people too far. Davidson, seeing the mop, felt a wave of rage and terror. Oh, let me show you what pushing is. Without hesitation, Gerald jammed the mop into Davidson's face. Ah! Davidson screamed like a pig being slaughtered, fainting instantly, unsure if from the shock or the stench. Useless. Gerald moved on to the next fallen attacker, repeating the motion and demanding answers. Speak up, who sent you? Or else, this mop will have nitric acid instead. I'll talk, the thug blurted out, lacking Davidson's resolve. It was Chief Luo who sent us. He said you were stealing his business and ordered us to disrupt yours. Chief Luo, what's his full name? Gerald pressed. DeAndre. The man answered honestly. So it was DeAndre. Following Hartley's public humiliation days ago, this DeAndre was now stepping up. Clearly, as a chief within the Milaglong Guild, it explained why they dared monopolize Jiangqing's fruit market. Got it, DeAndre. Now, scram. With a kick to the rear, Gerald sent him fleeing. Sirens approached as Nellie had already called the police. The other Milaglong members scattered upon seeing the officers, proving their expertise lied in quick escapes. Yarel, store this mop. It's our secret weapon and may come in handy later. Will do, boss. Yarel ran to fetch the mop, carrying it proudly back to the toilet as Gerald returned inside to check on the student's injuries. It's just dislocated, nothing serious. Cassidy winced in pain, drenched in cold sweat. Initially, he wanted to vent frustrations built up from Gerald's discipline, yet ended up with a dislocated arm after 3-on-1 fight. Snap. Gerald quickly repositioned Cassidy's arm. How could 3 of you lose to 1 person? You're wasting your time hanging around Frederick. They got lucky, I slipped. Cassidy retorted defensively. Still whining? You need more toughening up. Gerald slapped Cassidy's head and turned to Gary, shaking his head at the lack of real-world toughness among the students. Translated with attention to maintaining the tone and style of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Hashtag chapter 143. A society's beating. Gary was in an even worse state, his face covered in bruises with 2 bloody marks. His nose, having taken a punch, was swollen and bleeding. Beating someone shouldn't involve the face. Did you just stick out your face for them to hit? Gerald taunted Gary. The guy had no significant injuries on his body. It was only his face that took most of the damage, probably because that little thug grabbed Gary and started punching him there. Don't you start with your snide comments. Nellie came over with a cold towel to help Gary clean the blood from his face. Just now, you could have handled them yourself. Why did you get these students involved? That's teaching them bad habits, isn't it? Nellie was clearly displeased. Gerald usually handled fights alone. She couldn't remember when he had ever gathered a group. I'm training them. I want them to know what it means to receive a society's beating, Gerald replied dismissively. When he used to be bullied, it was far worse for him than it was for them. Keenan Malag, the police are here. Should we clear out? Yael poked his head in to ask. Gerald slapped his head and said, why should we leave? Are you really a gangster or something? Go calmly explain things to the police. We're the victims. Bella hurried into the store, surveying the chaos. She instructed her subordinates to take photos immediately. Florence, what happened this time? Bella glanced around and asked Gerald, did you offend someone again and drag Florence into it? Gerald sneered, come on. I'm a model citizen. How many times do I have to tell you? Yvette Beauty, can't you get your facts straight before you speak? Jumping to conclusions like this, how do you even become a cop? Nellie handed the towel to Gary, letting him clean himself up, then stood and said, let's go to the back. I'll explain everything. Bella followed Nellie to the office where she explained the sequence of events briefly. Those people had all fled, and not one was caught. But the damage to the store couldn't just be brushed aside. You're saying the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce did this? Bella frowned. Nellie nodded. Hales, the man just now mentioned the Azure Dragon Chamber and DeAndre from Really Good Fruits, who works for them. Yvette Beauty, aren't you supposed to maintain social stability? With such a huge menace coming to our store, why aren't you doing anything about it? Gerald stood there, cup of tea in hand, sounding as if he were a superior lecturing a subordinate. Bella coldly responded, we've been investigating the Azure Dragon Chamber for a long time. Right now, we're running a special operation to root them out completely. She looked at Gerald and continued, remember the last time you were arrested? That package you had, it was from the Azure Dragon Chamber. Seemed they were involved in everything, from legitimate businesses like fruit stalls to operations that endangered society. So, how long will your operation take? I still need to open branch stores and don't want these thugs harassing us every other day. Nellie felt helpless. Why did doing business have to be so fraught with difficulties? These small-time thugs could destroy one store today and another undercore tomorrow. Not every time would Gerald be around to save them. This time, the damages weren't severe, but without Gerald, the store might have needed complete renovation. Bella shook her head. Ordinary fighting usually results in just detention for a few days. Our operation is classified, so I can't say much more. But if they come again, inform me immediately. Just now, Bella had someone fetch the surveillance footage. Her plan was to catch Lone Wolf and others first as a warning. Okay, Nellie nodded. That was the best they could do for now. Gerald, protect Florence well. Don't keep causing trouble for her. Bella knew the Azure Dragon Chamber had many hands. Having offended DeAndre and stolen his business, there might be retribution against Nellie. She couldn't be there every moment, so this responsibility fell on Gerald. Why do you think I caused trouble? Can you stop looking at me through those tinted glasses? Gerald felt exasperated. Offending DeAndre wasn't his fault. How could they blame him? Junyao, thanks anyway. Nellie picked up a few boxes of fruits from the office. Since you're here, take some fruit with you. Bella waved her hand. I'm working. I can't take your things. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. She rushed back to apprehend the troublemakers first. After Bella left, Nellie had the staff begin cleaning up the mess. They wouldn't be able to continue operating for the day, and after cleaning up, they had to let everyone go home. Celebrity brother, you were amazing just now. Who taught you martial arts? Can you teach me? At the storefront, Yael looked up at Gerald in admiration. Gerald's prowess against dozens of thugs was awe-inspiring. Yael realized how stupid it was to challenge Gerald earlier with Frederick. Gerald could handle scores of small-time criminals. Dealing with them was child's play. No way. Do you want to end up with broken limbs too? Get back to studying. Gerald kicked Yael's buttocks. The kid still wanted to act tough. See you later, Keenan Malag. Yael and Gary left together with Cassidy. I'll go check on Tabitha. I don't want them to cause trouble again. Nellie had called Cora just now. Her store was safe for now, but she was uneasy and decided to check on it herself. All right. Gerald nodded. Once Nellie left, he prepared to drive to Green Mountain Club. Keenan Malag, who caused this trouble this time? For goodness sake, can people run their businesses peacefully? Barnabas returned after hearing the news. He was now a part of the fruit store and always helped with its operations. The Azure Dragon Chamber, have you heard of them? Gerald asked. The mention of the Azure Dragon Chamber changed Barnabas's expression noticeably. How did you offend them? They that powerful? Tell me about it, Gerald urged. Barnabas explained, Keenan Malag, in Jiangxing, there are two major forces. One old established force is the Green Mountain Hall, and the new one is the Azure Dragon Chamber. Gerald knew Green Mountain Hall. The scarred man had asked him to meet there. But the Azure Dragon Chamber, he'd never heard of. Recently, the Azure Dragon Chamber has grown rapidly, seizing territories from Green Mountain Hall, and seems poised to take its place. And their operations are very diversified, involving many illicit activities, Barnabas continued. Gerald raised an eyebrow. Did you consider joining them? Barnabas laughed. Keenan Malag, we just want to make a living, not go to jail. Those people don't value their lives. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure of the paragraphs while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 144, Supreme Member. The Milaglong Chamber of Commerce was now putting immense pressure on Green Mountain Hall, becoming increasingly arrogant as they aimed to Tunbing Jiangxing's entire underground market. Each time they got into a fight, dozens of people were involved, helping them build a reputation. However, this naturally attracted the attention of the police. If evidence was found, once the net was cast, no one from top to bottom would escape. Booker wasn't foolish. He was fine with minor conflicts, but had never considered doing anything that would involve murder or breaking the law. By the way, what has Bud been up to lately? Gerald recalled Bud, who had impressive combat skills. If he could be hired for the store, security wouldn't be an issue. Bud left Jiangxing after you beat him last time, Booker said. That's too bad. Gerald shook his head, opened the xuanhuan's door and said, you can go back now. We're not opening today. Following the navigation, he drove to the entrance of Green Mountain Club. The location was a bit remote, far from the city center, but the parking lot was already half full. As he got out of the car and scanned the area, he noticed plenty of luxury vehicles, especially a Rolls-Royce that caught everyone's eye. It was clear that many wealthy individuals frequented this place for entertainment. Facing him was a 7-story building lavishly decorated. It was just 6:30 p.m., and the hall lights were already on. At the entrance stood 2 rows of staff, one row of male servers in suits and ties, and another row of female servers in black stockings and short skirts. Each woman was heavily made up, dressed to be as alluring as possible. It was obvious this was not a legitimate establishment. This place could be considered a paradise for men, where all their desires could be fulfilled. Gerald walked toward the entrance. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, the welcoming staff greeted him in unison with deep bows, giving him face. His well-dressed appearance, especially the suit, made him look like a man of wealth. Hello, sir. My name is Imelda. Please follow me, the leading lady said, guiding Gerald inside. Mr. New Face, are you visiting for the first time? Imelda asked sweetly. I'm here to see someone, Gerald replied. Do you know Howell? He invited me here. Howell? Imelda looked bewildered, apparently unfamiliar with the name. Being just a lower-level waitress, she naturally didn't know about the people behind Green Mountain Club. Forget it. I'll find him myself. You don't need to follow me, Gerald waved her off. Sir, our club operates on a membership system. You must sign up as a member to enter, Imelda explained as she walked to the reception desk. We offer ordinary membership for 18,800 renminbi, silver membership for 38,800 renminbi, gold membership for 58,800 renminbi, and... Gerald stared at the price list in shock. Joining cost 18,800 renminbi right off the bat. It was outright robbery. He didn't realize that even after joining, one visit might deplete all your funds. Sir, given your status, I recommend you consider our VIP membership for 188,800 renminbi. After recharging, you will enjoy a 40% discount on all expenses here. Imelda was aggressively promoting the memberships. They received substantial commissions for successful referrals. Moreover, with her discerning eye, she immediately recognized the value of his suit, concluding that anyone who wore such an expensive suit would certainly opt for the top-tier membership to show off their status. No thanks, I'm just here to see someone. Gerald took out his phone and called Howell. He had only 200,000 renminbi in his account and wasn't foolish enough to join a membership here. Besides, their services weren't suitable for him. Hey, I'm in the lobby. Come over. Sure thing, Brother Malag. After hanging up, Gerald waited for Howell. Brother Malag, why did you come so early? Howell approached with some others, pulling out a wad of cash and handing a few bills to Imelda. That's all, you can go now. Thank you, Dixon. Imelda happily left. Dixon? Gerald eyed Howell, noticing he was also dressed in a suit, looking nothing like the gangster from before. Howell chuckled. Our boss ordered us not to use underworld titles here. We're supposed to appear as legitimate business operators. Gerald rolled his eyes disdainfully. Legitimate business, huh? You're fooling nobody. Howell awkwardly rubbed his face. Brother Malag, let me take you inside. Have you eaten? Would you like something? Not yet. Gerald had intended to get a free meal, which was why he came during dinner time. In that case, let's get you something to eat. Howell led Gerald to a private room on the second-floor restaurant, ordering food. Though not comparable to Daryolan International Hotel, the meals here were still luxurious, using expensive ingredients. A bottle of imported red wine was also provided. Brother Malag, enjoy your meal while I report to the boss. Howell left, leaving Gerald to enjoy his feast alone. There was a whole roasted chicken, a whole fish, along with other beef and pork dishes. The portion was more than enough for 8 people, a gesture clearly meant to impress. Coupled with the high-end red wine, Gerald realized this indicated the upcoming task might be quite challenging, but he didn't mind, indulging himself after a busy day. Half an hour later, the door opened again, and Howell returned. Seeing the empty plates and bones, he was visibly surprised. Everything on the table had been completely devoured. How long has it been since you last ate to finish all this? Gerald picked his teeth with a toothpick. Tell your chef not to overcook the fish. The bones stick together and get stuck in my teeth. Howell smiled awkwardly. Will do. Gerald flicked the toothpick onto the table, lodging it into a fish bone. All right, tell me what kind of challenge you have in mind. Howell watched this feat with surprise. Impaling a thin toothpick into a similarly sized fish bone demonstrated remarkable skill. Brother Malag truly hides his abilities. My apologies for underestimating you. Our boss is waiting upstairs and will explain everything to you. Barnabas wasn't stupid. He didn't care about minor scuffles, but he had never considered getting involved in serious crimes like murder. By the way, what has Bud been up to lately? Gerald thought of Bud. That guy had pretty strong combat skills. If he could get him to work at the store, security wouldn't be an issue. Bud left Jiangxing after you beat him last time, Barnabas replied. That's too bad. Gerald shook his head and opened the door of the xuanhuan. You go back first. We're not opening today. Following the navigation, he drove to the entrance of Green Mountain Club. The location was quite remote, far from the city center, but the parking lot was already half full. Looking around as he got out of the car, he noticed that there were many luxury cars here, especially a Rolls-Royce which stood out. Judging by the clientele, it seemed this place attracted a lot of wealthy people. In front of him was a 7-story building, opulently decorated. It was just 6:30, yet the hall lights were already on. 2 rows of people stood at the entrance, one row of male servers in suits and ties, and another row of female servers in standard black stockings and short skirts. Each woman was heavily made up, looking as alluring as possible. It was clear that this wasn't going to be any ordinary venue. This was definitely a man's paradise, satisfying every desire. As Gerald walked towards the entrance, the 2 rows of greeters greeted him in unison with, "Welcome," while bending 90 degrees, giving him plenty of face. Gerald's attire certainly added to his appearance as a wealthy man, and the suit really enhanced his image. "Sir, hello. I'm Megan. Please follow me." The leading lady welcomed Gerald inside. "Sir, you're a new face. Is this your first visit?" Megan smiled sweetly. "I'm here to find someone. Do you know Howell?" "He invited me here," said Gerald. "Howell?" Megan looked puzzled. She obviously hadn't heard of this person. As a lower-level server, she had no knowledge of the people behind Green Mountain Club. "Forget it. I'll find him myself. You don't need to follow me." Gerald waved her off. "Sir, our club operates on a membership basis. You need to become a member first to enter." Megan walked to the front desk and said cheerfully, "We have ordinary members for 18,800, silver members for 38,800, gold members for 58,800, and more." Looking at the price list, Gerald was stunned. Just to join, it cost 18,800. It felt like outright robbery. What he didn't realize was that most members probably ran out of money after just one visit. "Sir, given your status, I'd recommend you to become a Supreme member. It costs 188,800. After topping up, you can enjoy a 60% discount on all services here." Megan was aggressively promoting it. They got a significant commission for recommending memberships, and with her discerning eye, she could see the value of that expensive suit. Only someone who could afford such an outfit would consider a top-tier membership to highlight their status. "No need. I'm here to find someone." Gerald took out his phone and dialed Howell. With only 20,000 in his account, he wasn't foolish enough to sign up for a membership here, and besides, the service didn't suit him. "Hey, I'm in the lobby of the club. Come over," he said. "Sure, Keenan Malag," Howell replied. Hanging up, Gerald waited for Howell. "Sir, are you sure you don't want to become a member? We offer unimaginable services." Megan's words were quite direct. If he became a member, he could have her without any problem. "Keenan Malag, how early you've arrived." Howell approached with a few people, took some cash out of his pocket, gave a few bills to Megan, and said, "That's enough. Go about your business." "Thank you, President Zhang." Megan took the money and left happily. "President Zhang?" Gerald sized up Howell, who was dressed in a suit today, completely different from the street thug he'd seen before. Howell chuckled. "Our boss ordered us to act legit here. No gang-related names allowed. We run a legitimate business." Gerald rolled his eyes contemptuously. "Legitimate, my ass." Howell awkwardly scratched his face. "Keenan Malag, let me take you inside. Have you eaten? Want something to eat?" "Not yet." Gerald intended to have dinner here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come during dinner time. "Then let me take you to get something." Howell led the way upstairs to a private dining room, ordering food. Though not as high-end as Daryolan International Hotel, it was still lavish, with pricey ingredients and even a bottle of red wine prepared for Gerald. "Keenan Malag, enjoy your meal. I'll report to the boss." Howell left, leaving Gerald to enjoy his luxurious feast alone. There was more than enough food for one person, enough for 8 or 9, and it showed respect for Gerald. Plus, the foreign-labeled red wine looked equally valuable. Knowing how expensive this was, Gerald sensed this might be a tricky matter, but he didn't mind. After a busy day, he indulged himself fully. Half an hour later, the door opened again, and Howell walked in. Seeing the mess on the table, he looked surprised. The roast chicken was reduced to bones, the fish to bones, and everything else devoured completely. How long had Gerald gone without eating to finish so much? Gerald was picking his teeth with a toothpick. "Tell your chef not to overcook the fish. The bones stuck together, and it got stuck in my teeth." Howell laughed awkwardly. "Sure, I'll tell them." Gerald flicked the toothpick onto the table, impaling it on a fish bone. "All right, now can you tell me what kind of challenge I need to participate in?" Howell, impressed by this move, saw the difficulty of balancing a thin toothpick on a narrow fish bone. Keenan Malag truly has hidden depths. "I was careless. Our boss is waiting upstairs and will give you the details soon." Translation note: Pinyin names are used for character names, ensuring accuracy. The tone and style are maintained, providing a natural and fluent English rendition. Paragraph structure and line breaks match the original text. ####Chapter 145. Something worth noting. Gerald stood up and patted his backside. "Let's go." Howell led the way, with Gerald following behind. The two of them entered the elevator. Drip. He took out a card and swiped it inside the elevator, after which the light for the top floor lit up. Clearly, not just anyone could access this top floor. As the elevator operated, they soon arrived at the top floor. Exiting the elevator, they saw 2 uniformed security guards standing at the door, each holding a baton. Gerald glanced around and noticed that at every corner of this floor, there was a security guard. It seemed the security here was quite stringent. Releasing his spiritual awareness, he briefly surveyed the area and quickly understood why. Not far ahead was a hall where dice rolling and poker playing sounds could be heard. This place was clearly a secret gambling venue. "Brother Malag, follow me." Howell led the way, turning left and right until they finally reached the office door. Bang bang bang. After knocking on the door, Howell said, "Keenan, I've brought the person." Click. The door opened, revealing a young man in his late 20s, dressed in white with sharp eyes. "Hello, Brother Malag," Howell greeted, nodding respectfully. This young man looked younger than Howell, yet he called him brother, suggesting this young man had an exceptional status. Sterling nodded, then turned to walk in. Gerald observed this person. His breathing was steady, his gaze bright, and each step measured exactly 1 meter. "He's a master." Gerald slightly nodded, unsure if this person was at the peak of the dark strength stage, or had advanced to the transformation stage. With Gerald's current cultivation level, already at the peak of chi refinement, defeating a typical dark strength martial artist would be easy, but a transformation stage martial artist was comparable to someone at the foundation establishment stage, making him not a match. Entering the room, Gerald scanned it. It was an ordinary office setup. Next to a Guangong statue, there were sofas and a tea table. A computer sat on the desk, giving off an air of ordinariness. However, within this ordinary setup was something different. In one corner of the office stood a weapon rack displaying a longsword and a long broadsword. This broadsword wasn't an ordinary kitchen knife, but a large saber with a half-meter handle and a blade more than half a meter long, totaling over a meter in length. Keenan, this is Brother Malag. Howell approached a sofa where a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, sat. He held a cigar in one hand, and before him were teaware, steam rising from the teapot. Oh, you're Gerald, the one who defeated Bud? Ethan squinted his eyes, sizing up Gerald. Do you know Bud? Gerald asked, somewhat surprised. Ethan smiled. Of course, I even tried to recruit him once. That guy had a wild temperament and didn't agree. Later, I heard he was beaten by someone. Now Gerald understood. Ethan hadn't just sought him out because of Howell. His defeat of Bud must have been another reason. To beat Bud, who was strong enough to challenge even average dark strength martial artists, one couldn't be weak. Howell, you can leave now. Ethan got up, gesturing for Howell to leave, then invited Gerald to sit down. Sterling sat on the opposite sofa, holding a teacup without drinking from it, simply staring at Gerald. Let's get acquainted. I'm Ethan, the boss here. Ethan extended his right hand. Gerald also extended his right hand to shake. Observing Ethan, Gerald noted his sword-like eyebrows and piercing eyes, exuding an aura of authority. The calluses on his palm suggested regular weapon use, and his muscular arms hinted at extensive martial arts training. Gerald smiled, shaking hands with Ethan. Ethan's hand was larger than Gerald's, fully enveloping it. Then, a tremendous force surged through Ethan's grip. If an ordinary person had been caught, their bones might have snapped. Gerald's face remained unchanged as he channeled spiritual energy into his palm, countering the immense pressure. Ethan was taken aback, realizing that Gerald managed to withstand his strength, which typically no ordinary dark strength martial artist could resist. Interesting. Ethan silently thought, applying even more pressure. Gerald smiled. Are you ready? Ethan didn't understand what Gerald meant, but suddenly, a powerful force surged from Gerald's hand. It was more intense and fierce, immediately making Ethan's palm feel numb. Gerald's spiritual energy was far thicker and more potent than the internal strength of these dark strength martial artists. Against a transformation stage martial artist, he might have felt some fear, but against a dark strength fighter, these martial artists barely had any true chi compared to his spiritual energy. Brother Gerald, indeed formidable. Ethan resisted with effort, his face contorting slightly, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Gerald finally released his grip, smiling. You're pretty strong yourself, Keenan Wong. Don't say that. If you look up to me, just call me Brother Wong. Ethan slapped Gerald's shoulder with his left hand. Sit. We'll be brothers from now on. Gerald sat on the sofa, picked up a cup of tea, and drank it. Sterling watched Gerald intently, his eyes gleaming. Gerald sensed an even sharper aura from Sterling than from Ethan. If Ethan was like an immovable mountain, then Sterling was definitely like a razor-sharp sword. The treasured sword on the weapon rack was surely his weapon. It seemed the Green Mountain Gang had hidden depth. There must be more than the two dark strength martial artists Howell mentioned. Brother Wong, why did you ask me here? Gerald put down the teacup and looked at Ethan. Being specifically summoned and having his strength tested, this matter couldn't be simple. Ethan took out a cigar, lit it, and inhaled deeply. Howell should have told you. We plan to organize a tournament, 3-on-3, and we need help since our manpower is insufficient. Your manpower is insufficient? Gerald looked at Ethan oddly. There were already two dark strength martial artists here, plus the two elders Howell mentioned, making at least 4 people. Why would they still be short? Ethan explained, we plan to have Sterling and one of our elders participate, so we're still missing one person. Translation continues. Chapter 146, Centennial Token. As the head of Green Mountain Hall, Ethan wouldn't personally participate in such a contest. We had enough people originally. However, one elder encountered an issue, so we need Brother Gerald's assistance. Howell was beaten by Gerald last time, and reported it upon returning, which caught Ethan's attention. He even dispatched someone to investigate Gerald's background, finding out he belonged to no particular school or gang, hence deciding to recruit him. Gerald squinted slightly, looking at Ethan. It seemed this matter wasn't simple. Despite Ethan's casual attitude about seeking external help, it indeed revealed a sign of weakness, indicating they were clearly not as powerful as the opposition. Brother Wong, I assume your opponents are the Azure Dragon Trade Guild. Lately, I've heard that you have been suppressed by them quite a bit. Barnabas mentioned that the Azure Dragon Trade Guild had grown considerably strong, seemingly aiming to challenge Green Mountain Hall for dominance over Jiangqing's underworld, which made Ethan seek external support. Ethan's expression shifted. He took a harsh puff on his cigar and said, looks like Brother Gerald has quite a grasp on Jiangqing's underworld. Hails, it's the Azure Dragon Trade Guild. We've recently been embroiled in numerous skirmishes. He stopped hiding the details. The Azure Dragon Trade Guild had indeed taken over many territories of Green Mountain Hall. The guild was a newly rising force, initially occupying unprofitable areas. At first, Ethan paid little attention to these small forces. In fact, he was transitioning into legitimate business ventures, tired of constant fighting after accumulating enough wealth. But with the growth of the Azure Dragon Trade Guild, they now targeted several lucrative regions under Ethan's control. This guild, more formidable than Ethan imagined, employed tough individuals willing to engage in all kinds of businesses, attracting more followers. By the time Ethan took them seriously, the Azure Dragon Trade Guild had become a formidable rival. They clashed secretly some time ago, where experts from both sides engaged in combat. Ethan initially believed the Azure Dragon Trade Guild couldn't match up against him, but after the clash, he realized his mistake. There were 6 ancient martial artists skilled in dark energy alone within their ranks, catching him off guard. One elder was gravely injured during this confrontation, leading to manpower shortages for Ethan. After considerable losses on both sides, Ethan decided to determine the core region's territory through a martial arts competition. Brother Gerald, you won't back out because the opponent is the Azure Dragon Trade Guild, will you? If so, I won't force you. There was still time before the competition. If Gerald declined, Ethan could find another person. However, I heard you have issues with DeAndre. Joining us would also provide protection for your store. Ethan tempted him further. If you assist, regardless of win or loss, I can give you 1 million. Based on his intelligence, he knew about DeAndre's dispute with Teo Weiyuan. Offering 1 million was a significant amount. Gerald thought for a moment and nodded, smiling calmly. Money doesn't matter much to me. I just don't like the Azure Dragon Trade Guild. I'll join the competition. Given the recent harassment by hooligans, Gerald harbored no good feelings towards the Azure Dragon Trade Guild, especially since DeAndre was their leader. Now having the opportunity to confront them with assistance was ideal. Upon Gerald's agreement, Ethan immediately transferred $500,000 as a deposit. Furthermore, Sterling and an elder named Clement were set to participate in the first 2 rounds, while Gerald would act as reserve. If they won the first 2 rounds, Gerald would receive 1 million without needing to fight. Let me toast to you with tea. Ethan raised his teacup with both hands, in a very pleasant mood. With Gerald's joining, this contest was practically secured, allowing them to diminish the Azure Dragon Trade Guild's morale. Gerald was also happy, raising his teacup with a smile. No need to be so formal, Brother Wong. 1 million yuan could buy him a luxury car and expand his home, leading to a prosperous life. After finishing his tea, Gerald prepared to sit down when Sterling suddenly flicked his right hand, launching something towards Gerald. Catch! The object zipped swiftly towards Gerald's chest. With a flick of his right hand, Gerald caught it between his index and middle finger. What's this? Flipping it over, Gerald saw a wooden token inscribed with Green Mountain. 1 white. Stop fooling around. Ethan chided but then smiled. Brother Gerald, this is our Greenwood Hall's token. With this, all members will obey your orders. Gerald examined the token closely. Though ordinary looking, it radiated a layer of spiritual energy. Brother Wong, this token seems quite old. Only items over a century old could absorb celestial essence, meaning this token must have existed for over 100 years. Gerald was puzzled. How old was Ethan? How long had Green Mountain Hall existed? Excellent eyesight. Ethan complimented and revealed another identical token. Drinking some tea, he continued, actually, Green Mountain Hall has existed for over 1,000 years. Originally called Green Mountain Sect, it was founded during the Song dynasty. Back then, during foreign invasions, many righteous warriors spontaneously organized to protect their homeland. The founder of Green Mountain Sect fought alongside them. After the fall of the Song dynasty at Yaishan, Green Mountain Sect went underground and later joined forces with the Ming Sect to resist the Zanian dynasty. Inside Green Mountain Hall today, there is an iron token carved by Emperor Zhu Zanianzang, honoring their contribution in resisting the Zanian dynasty. When the Ming dynasty fell, Green Mountain Sect changed its name to Green Mountain Hall and started the anti-Malag restoration movement. During the anti-Japanese war, they fiercely resisted the Japanese invaders. However, they faced severe setbacks as firearms proved deadly even to ancient martial artists. Listening to Green Mountain Hall's history, it seemed the lineage started with rebels. Now, in modern times, with societal stability, such factions had to adapt and survive in different ways. Chapter 147. An outstanding merchant. Ethan had been talking for so long that his mouth dried up. He lifted his teacup and took a large sip. To be honest, we have long lost the glory of our ancestors. Now we can only barely survive. Nowadays, in this law-based society, their old methods of fighting and killing were no longer fashionable. However, Ethan was being somewhat modest. With the vast Malag Shan Club and other enterprises, they were making countless amounts of money each year, more than enough to sustain an entire martial sect. Even if Ethan wasn't an outstanding sect leader, he was definitely an outstanding businessman. Brother Wong, I wonder if I could meet your injured elder? Originally, Gerald didn't want to get involved in their conflict, but upon hearing that the Malag Shan sect had a 1,000-year history, there might be some valuable treasures within the sect, and it would be beneficial to build some connections. Seeing Ethan's puzzled look, Gerald explained, I know a little about medicine and might be able to help. Ethan hesitated for a moment, then said, all right, I'll take you to see him. The three of them left the office, walked past 3 rooms, and arrived at another room. Hall Gordonster. The security guard at the door greeted Ethan eagerly as soon as he saw him. Ethan nodded and asked, how is Malag Song? Uncle Lu is still unconscious and hasn't woken up yet. People on this floor were all core disciples of Malag Shan Hall, so they addressed Ethan differently. Gerald observed that while they weren't all inner strength practitioners, most practiced martial arts. Ethan led the way, with Sterling following closely behind, and Gerald bringing up the rear. They entered the room. This room resembled a hotel suite, with a wooden bed, armchairs, and a tea table inside. It exuded an ancient charm, with the curtains drawn shut. On the bed lay an elderly man with an 4-drip and a ventilator beside him. Malag Song, Malag Song. Ethan went over and called out a couple of times, but Lu Milag Song remained unconscious. Looking at the old man, Gerald estimated he was over 60. At this age, he actually went to challenge the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Truly, the world of martial artists was beyond comprehension. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Gerald got a general idea of Lu Milag Song's condition. His right leg was broken and immobilized with a splint, covered in herbal medicine. However, the serious issue was his internal injuries. All 5 organs and 6 viscera were heavily damaged. His internal organs had ruptured. If not for his lifelong practice of martial arts and a hint of inner strength protecting him, he would likely already be dead. Ibai, go get some medicine to change Malag Song's dressing, Ethan ordered. Sterling nodded and picked up the crushed medicinal paste, walking to the bedside. After lifting the blanket, he prepared to change Lu Milag Song's leg dressing. No need. Gerald stepped forward and turned his hand to reveal a bottle of 9 herbs jade dew pills. For someone with such severe internal injuries, this medicine should work perfectly. However, according to Gerald's estimation, 1 pill wouldn't be enough. He would need at least a week of continuous medication to fully recover. Brother Wong, please get me a cup of water. Gerald placed his hand on Lu Milaxong's wrist and infused a bit of spiritual energy, carefully examining his internal condition. Seeing Gerald's seriousness, Ethan didn't say anything and went to fetch water. Gerald frowned deeply. The patient's condition was even worse than he expected, relying entirely on a strand of inner energy in his dantian to keep him alive. Please remove all his clothes and also the bandages on his body. In Gerald's right hand appeared a silver needle. That single breath of energy wouldn't last long. It was necessary to use the silver needle to infuse spiritual energy into his body to protect his heart meridian. Upon seeing Gerald take out the silver needle, Ethan believed in his medical credentials a bit more. Sterling approached the bed, removed Lu Milaxong's clothes, and undid all the bandages. On Lu Milaxong's torso, several palm prints could be seen. They were dark blue-black, indicating at least 7 or 8 hits. Judging from the color of the palm prints, they were definitely from Dark Force practitioners using Dark Force to strike internally. It seemed the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce was indeed formidable. No wonder DeAndre dared to be so arrogant. Gerald put the 9 herbs jade dew pill in Lu Milaxong's mouth and poured water in to release the medicinal power. Simultaneously, he inserted the silver needle into the heart meridian point. A faint stream of spiritual energy enveloped it, gently treating the internal organs using both the spiritual energy and the medicinal power. As the silver needles pierced Lu Milaxong's body, Gerald broke out in sweat. This process couldn't afford any mistakes. If the spiritual energy didn't follow the predetermined meridians and strayed, it could cause the medicinal power to directly impact the heart, leading to cardiac failure. After a few minutes, Gerald stopped the acupuncture, pulled out a tissue, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Brother Chun, is that it? Ethan looked at the patient on the bed, who seemed unchanged from before. Cough, cough. At this moment, the previously unconscious Lu Milaxong suddenly coughed twice and opened his eyes. Immediately, Ethan hurried over to confirm it wasn't just a hallucination. Lu Milaxong had been unconscious for 3 days and hadn't awakened despite hospital treatment. Gerald's medicine and acupuncture brought him back to consciousness. Hall Gordonster. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Ethan, Lu Milaxong struggled to sit up. Sterling held Lu Milaxong's back and propped him up against a pillow. Milaxong, don't talk, drink some water first. Ethan handed him the water cup. Lu Milaxong stretched out his right hand, taking the cup with great difficulty. Gulp, gulp. After a few sips, Lu Milaxong's hoarse voice returned somewhat. How bad was the situation? What about the casualties? Lu Milaxong had taken the core disciples to fight against the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce that night, only to be ambushed by 4 Dark Force practitioners. He suffered such severe injuries, almost dying, so the others mustn't be faring much better. It's fine. You were the most seriously injured. The others mostly suffered minor injuries. Ethan reassured him. After realizing they were ambushed, Lu Milaxong alone blocked those 4 Dark Force practitioners. Other disciples were relatively less hurt, mostly with broken bones. But Lu Milaxong really showed his mettle. In a 1-against-4 fight, he managed to break the arm of a newly entered Dark Force practitioner, a feat worth mentioning. I really underestimated them. Lu Milaxong sighed. After wandering the martial world for so many years, when had he ever been beaten so badly? It was my oversight. I didn't expect Axton to have so many experts under him. Ethan patted Lu Milaxong's shoulder lightly and said, let me handle the rest. The upcoming tournament was the priority. They couldn't risk losing too much against the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce and had to rely on the tournament to restore their reputation. Hashtag chapter 148. Giving away the car. Sterling stood beside Ethan, his gaze revealing a maturity that belied his age. Ebi, you stay here and watch over Milaxong. Call me if anything happens. Ethan turned to Gerald and smiled. Brother Gerald, let's talk in private. He led Gerald back into the office, personally poured him a cup of tea, and offered it with both hands. Brother Gerald, thank you for treating Milaxong. If you ever need my help in the future, I'll go through fire and water to assist you. Ethan, Lu Milaxong, and another elder Clement had been martial arts brothers since childhood. Lu Milaxong, being the eldest, was always kind to them. Brother Wong, don't be too formal. It's just a minor task, Gerald said, waving his hand as he took the teacup. Treating an ancient martial artist was merely a matter of expending some spiritual energy and consuming some pills for him. Brother Gerald, you're truly a divine doctor. I really don't know what to say. Here, tell me how much you want for treating Milaxong. Whatever you ask, it's fine. At this point, Ethan genuinely looked at Gerald differently. Initially, he only considered him a powerful martial artist, but now, with the title of divine doctor, it made all the difference. After all, Lu Milaxong had undergone emergency surgery in the hospital and barely survived. Halet Gerald cured him effortlessly, making him seem like a living Buddha. In the martial world, accidents happen. Having a divine doctor around is invaluable. Gerald smiled at Ethan without refusing the payment. After all, nobody would complain about having too much money. Deciding on a price was tricky. It was their first meeting, and asking for too much could be inappropriate. Seeing Gerald hesitating, Ethan thought he was feeling uncomfortable. He walked to the desk, retrieved a key, and handed it to Gerald. This is an Aston Gordonner. Ebi insisted on buying it, but then found it unsuitable, so it has been parked in the lot. You wouldn't mind, right? Holding the key, Gerald couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of others. Such a sports car was left idling in the parking lot. How much does this car cost? Gerald asked, utterly clueless about supercar prices. His original status never required him to drive such luxury vehicles. Even when collaborating with Nelly, they aimed for brands like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, or Audi. It cost about $3 million when bought. The company owns it. Take it and drive freely. Full insurance covers any issues. If you dislike it, we can switch for another car, Ethan replied. Upon hearing the price, Gerald was momentarily stunned. A $3 million sports car, given to him. No problem, it's excellent, Gerald nodded repeatedly, finally replacing his Wuling Hongguang with something that drew more admiring glances. Oh, and one more thing. Ethan handed Gerald a card, explaining, This is our Malaxian Club's VIP card. Free consumption here and access to other places like the Malaxian Resort outside Jiangqing City. Gerald listened and was amazed by the scale of Malaxian Hall's operations. No wonder Axton of the Green Dragon Chamber was envious. After giving everything to Gerald, Ethan wanted to invite him to stay overnight, which would have guaranteed him company with beautiful women, champagne, and gourmet food. However, Gerald politely declined and headed straight to the parking lot with the car keys. Once Gerald left, Ethan put down his teacup and walked into another room within the office. He knocked, then entered respectfully. The room was sparsely decorated with a bed, a table, a cushion, and an elderly man meditating on the cushion. Though at least 80 years old, the man's eyes were sharp and clear. "Uncle Teacher." Ethan bowed respectfully and asked, "What did you make of Gerald?" Ishan shook his head lightly, saying, "He has deep scheming and conceals himself well. I couldn't determine his cultivation level. Even you can't see through him? Could he also be a late-stage inner-strength cultivator?" Ethan asked. Ishan shook his head again. "That's unlikely. If he were a late-stage inner-strength cultivator, his inner energy would remain hidden, not easily leaking out to expose himself." Of course, they couldn't gauge Gerald's strength because he didn't possess true chi but rather spiritual energy. So what is his cultivation level? Ethan was perplexed, knowing Gerald was skilled but unsure of his exact prowess. Ishan said, "Whatever his level, he should be courted, not offended. Moreover, from hearing Malag's song, it appears he harbors no ill will towards us." Ethan nodded. He had investigated Gerald but couldn't rule out the possibility that he might be associated with Axton. "All right, follow your plan and confront Axton. Remember, don't tarnish the reputation of Malaxian Hall." Ishan closed his eyes. "If there's nothing else, please leave. I need to continue my cultivation." Hails. As Ethan stepped out, the door closed with a thud despite the lack of wind. Meanwhile, Gerald was searching for the car in the parking lot. Finding his xuanhuan, he stashed it into the jade pendant space unnoticed. He later learned from security that there was an underground parking lot, where he finally found the car Ethan gave him. A black Aston Gordonnerton DB11, waiting patiently in its VIP spot. Gerald admired the shark-like front grille, growing increasingly fond of it. Pressing the key, he opened the door. Inside, the fiery red interior exuded wildness. Sitting in the driver's seat, he searched for the convertible roof control, lowered it, and started the car to drive home. Accelerating, the engine roared like a beast, thrilling him. Driving swiftly on the streets, he noticed heads turning wherever he went. Even compared to Raquel's Ferrari, this car wasn't inferior in the slightest. Next time they meet, he'd show her his newfound power, ensuring she conceded gracefully. Translation completed, maintaining paragraph structure, natural flow, and coherent logic from previous content. Hashtag chapter 149, a small guilt. On the suburban road without speed cameras, Gerald sped along, relishing the smooth drive of the luxury car, far superior to his xuanhuan. After half an hour, he returned to Bisui Bay. He parked the luxury car and then thought for a moment before summoning the xuanhuan and parking it beside the other vehicle. Thankfully, there was plenty of space in front of the villa, so parking multiple cars wasn't an issue. Back at home, Nellie and Cora were on the sofa, one watching TV, the other eating fruit. Zahir was also sitting there, smoking a cigarette and playing with his phone. Seeing Gerald enter, Herb put away his phone and greeted him warmly. "Son-in-law is back. Was delivering goods all day exhausting? Come, I've specially prepared some aged tea for you. I don't usually drink this." Herb lifted the teapot, poured a cup of water, and handed it to Gerald. Nellie closed her laptop and held her temples, feeling a headache coming on from being called daughter and brother by him. "Darling daughter, are you not feeling well somewhere?" Herb asked with concern upon seeing her hold her temples, looking uncomfortable. "I'm fine, maybe just too tired," Nellie replied softly. "How about the baby? You must take care of your health. My beloved grandson is waiting to be born." Nellie felt even dizzier. She was only pretending to be pregnant but had to endure these questions. In a few months, would she really need to stuff a pillow in her stomach to maintain the ruse? Gerald sipped his tea, watching Nellie's plight with amusement. Only Herb could manage this haughty lady. "Sylvie, we'll visit Taoyuan village tomorrow. Make sure everything is up to quality." Nellie turned to Cora, ignoring Herb. "Soho has already arranged it in the village, finding some villagers to help take care of the orchard. The quality of the fruits is guaranteed as there are people supervising," Cora reported. Note, Soho is a nickname which is kept unchanged as it may hold specific meaning or reference within the story context. Nellie nodded. "Good, go check again. The new store opens soon. We can't afford any issues." The newly rented shop was almost ready to open after a simple renovation. Nellie had promised that if one bad fruit appeared, they would compensate fully, no loopholes allowed. "Why do you keep talking about work when you're at home?" Gerald grabbed a peach from the table and took a couple of bites. Homegrown fruits always tasted better, imbued with more affection than those bought from others. "You shouldn't be idle either. Come with us tomorrow. It's been too long since you last visited your mother." Nellie rolled her eyes at Gerald, showing deep disdain for his lack of filial piety. "Aren't there sayings about forgetting your parents after marriage? This is all because of you," Gerald said indifferently. When he had earned money, he gave her enough to buy furniture and appliances, even to refurbish the house. But she saved all the money in the bank, living off interest, resulting in the pigs having no proper sty. "Your mother-in-law is still in the village. I can visit her and bring her here if you want. This place is spacious enough." Herb perked up at the mention of returning to the village, eager to meet Gerald's family and understand his background. "No." Nellie immediately rejected the idea. If Herb went to Taoyuan village, her fake relationship with Gerald might be exposed. "Why not? I should meet your mother and discuss your wedding plans," Herb pressed. Nellie quickly poured him another cup of tea. "You're always busy with your company. These matters don't need your attention. Can't I at least meet your mother? Florence, you know Gerald's mother is also your mother." Nellie pushed Herb gently, her face filled with anxiety like a child afraid of being caught in a lie. "I know. I'll go see her." There's no need for you to come. We'll handle our own business. If you have nothing else, please go back. Don't push me. I'll sleep here tonight. It's lively here unlike my empty house. Hearing this, Nellie stopped pushing and looked at Herb's few white hairs, a tinge of guilt creeping into her expression. Herb's words struck a chord within her. For years, she had opposed her father, never considering what he truly needed. Dad, if you're staying, use the guest room, not the sofa. Be careful not to catch a chill. Nellie's voice softened, her eyes reflecting like water. As a child, Herb rarely accompanied her due to work commitments, which contributed to her rebellious nature. Reflecting now, she realized how much effort Herb had put into his work and business, making it possible for her comfortable life today. Florence, you've really grown up. Herb petted her head lovingly, smiling. I'll prepare the room for you. Nellie walked to the guest room obediently, surprising even Gerald. Was this still the high and mighty lady? Sylvie G, are you tired? How's your health? Everything okay? Cora nodded lightly. I feel much better than before. Good. I've also prepared some herbs. I'll boil them later. Gerald brought out the herbs and headed to the kitchen. He placed the herbs in a pot and set it to simmer. 2 batches of herbs, one for Cora and another for Nellie. Upon learning about Nellie's condition, he researched suitable remedies and sourced the appropriate herbs for her prolonged consumption. Oh right, bro Pijuan, have you heard of Malaction Club? Gerald was unsure of Ethan's background. As a businessman, Herb might have connections to him, giving Gerald insight into Ethan's character and helping him decide whether to continue assisting him or cut ties after the competition. At the mention of Malaction Club, Herb perked up. Little Malag, you've been there too? Not boasting, but Malaction Club is one of the top places in Jiangxing, literally a man's paradise. The girls there? Eyes sparkling, Herb seemed a frequent visitor. Gerald's lips twitched. He hadn't asked about the girls. Translation completed. Chapter 150, Fabricating a Lie. Nellie returned at this moment. Hearing the mention of club, her expression darkened. What club? Dad, you're not taking Gerald to one of those places, are you? Zahir immediately sat up straight and looked at Gerald with feigned seriousness. I am a decent person. How could I go to such a frivolous place? Florence, you should keep an eye on your husband. Don't let him go out seeking pleasures while you're pregnant. In an instant, Zahir had performed a dramatic shift in attitude, catching Gerald completely off guard. Gerald, what do you mean by that? Nellie's scrutinizing gaze turned towards Gerald, fixing him in place. He was all too familiar with this kind of look. It was the same one Bella used when interrogating suspects. It seemed Nellie was ready to interrogate him like a criminal. Cough, cough. Gerald cleared his throat and hurriedly explained. I went to the club, mainly to discuss business. Their restaurant has a significant demand for fruits. If the deal goes through, our fruit store's revenue will skyrocket. Gerald had to come up with a lie on the spot. If he told Nellie that he had agreed to participate in a duel, she definitely wouldn't agree. If he didn't say it was about business, it would really seem like he was there for pleasure. Do you really go back to discuss business? Nellie still maintained a suspicious attitude. She was now so deeply into pretending to be Gerald's girlfriend that sometimes she couldn't tell if she was playing a role or not. Of course. Remember that scar-faced man Sebastian introduced me to? He is the manager of Green Hill Club. I went there to talk business. Gerald lied convincingly, his expression dead serious. I'm doing this for the good of our company. Misunderstanding an upright man like me is your problem, he added. Zahir chimed in. That's right. I believe in my future son-in-law's integrity. He must have gone there for business. Seeing the two acting in concert, Nellie couldn't say much more. I'm going to sleep. Nellie said this with evident displeasure and headed upstairs. Cora checked the time and also stood up to rest. Before leaving, she gave Gerald a meaningful look, seemingly doubting his integrity as well. Only after they left did Zahir pat Gerald on the shoulder. You're going to get me killed. Shamalag, men have needs, but you don't need to be so blatant about asking me. Besides, Florence is pregnant now. You can't do anything that might betray her trust. Gerald felt like even the Hallalo River couldn't cleanse him of this misunderstanding. Why were they all suspecting him of being there for pleasure? Brother Purr, I asked if you knew Ethan. What's his character like? I went to treat his brother today. Gerald grabbed the teapot and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. What was wrong with this world? He was just pretending to be a boyfriend, not a cheating scumbag. Ethan? Hales, I know him, and we've had business dealings. Zahir continued. He is quite skilled in business and has good morals, though his background isn't entirely clean. Over the past few years, his company has been moving toward legitimacy, but he can't give up on the lucrative side businesses. Lucrative businesses naturally referred to the secret services offered by Green Hill Club, services that brought in quick money, which he was reluctant to abandon. By the way, that Green Hill Club really is excellent, with strong confidentiality. There's no worry about being discovered. Zahir stroked his chin, wearing a dazed expression. Gerald was speechless. Zahir was indeed Nellie's eccentric father. Oh, the medicine is ready. Gerald quickly ran to the kitchen, thankful he came just in time before the medicine boiled over. With 2 bowls of medicine in hand, he hurried upstairs. Bang, bang, bang. First, he knocked on Cora's door. She wasn't asleep yet, doing facial care. Sis Sylvie, here's your medicine, The door opened to reveal Cora with a face mask on, white and almost startling Gerald, causing him to spill some medicine. Just put it there. Cora pointed to the table and gently patted her face. She wasn't young anymore, and time was starting to leave its mark. To preserve her fleeting youth, she resorted to beauty products. Okay, drink it while it's hot. Xiaomalag, wait a moment. As Gerald set down the bowl and prepared to leave, Cora called him back. Is there something else? Gerald asked. Cora walked to the door, closed it, and turned to face him. Xiaomalag, did you really go to that place? Even though you and Florence are pretending to be a couple, you don't need to frequent such places. How did you start behaving so badly? Cora looked at Gerald with a hint of disappointment, her voice filled with reproach. You know, Florence likes you a lot. I don't want to see you go astray. Please don't go to those places, alright? Gerald rubbed his head, feeling the misunderstanding deepening. But he understood that Cora had his best interests at heart. Sis Sylvie, I didn't go there for fun. Gerald took out his car key, saying, see? This is from discussing business. No one gives away a luxury car for leisure visits. Cora glanced at the elegant Aston Gordonnerton key, her eyes reflecting a flicker of recognition. These keys belong to a very expensive car. I went to treat someone and coincidentally discussed business. Please don't jump to conclusions. Don't you trust me? Gerald looked at Cora seriously, his eyes conveying sincerity. Cora hesitated again and nodded softly. I believe you. Leaving Cora's room, Gerald wiped the sweat from his forehead. These women were truly formidable. If their intuition suspected something, they'd dig until the bottom. During their conversation, he had also subtly exerted divine awareness pressure to convince her. Miss, it's time for your medicine. Holding the bowl, Gerald entered her room again, looking eager to serve. Nellie was also doing her bedtime skincare, using the same type of cosmetics as Cora. Why do I need medicine? I'm not sick. Without turning around, Nellie sat at the vanity table, gently patting her face. A little prevention never hurt anyone, right? You've been tired these past few days. A bit of medicine as precaution wouldn't hurt. If you fall ill, the company would lose its leader. Gerald placed the medicine bowl on the vanity table and smiled at her. Chapter 151, Provisional Trust. Nellie began interrogating again. She was far more perceptive than Cora. No smoke without fire. What exactly were you doing at that club? Don't tell me it was business talk. I won't buy that. Gerald confidently placed the Aston Gordonnerton key on the table and pointed to it. Look closely. This is what I earned from doing business. Do you believe me now? An Aston Gordonnerton? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Nellie recognized the car key instantly, her eyes filled with disbelief. She knew all too well how much Gerald had in savings. A car worth a few million was beyond his means. Earning enough for a sports car in such a short time would likely only be possible through illicit means listed in criminal law. For heaven's sake, it's money made honestly. I cured one of their boss's friend's illness, so he gifted me the car as gratitude. Nothing wrong with that, right? Remember when I cured your father, he gave me this house. The lives of the wealthy were absolutely invaluable. Gifting cars and houses were mere trifles. Really? You're not just buying a key to fool me? Nellie picked up the key and pressed a button, hearing a beep from outside. She got up and went to the balcony, pulling open the curtains and seeing the sports car parked by the villa gate. How about now, believe me? Gerald crossed his arms and looked down at the car from upstairs. It certainly seemed impressive. It would be his ride from then on. Can we sell that car and hire more help? Nellie's suggestion nearly caused Gerald to splutter blood. Florence, you're milking this a bit too much. Can't let the sheep go completely bald. Gerald quickly pocketed the key into his trouser pocket. I only have the right to drive it. The car still belongs to their company. Without transferring ownership, selling it was out of the question. Fine, let's say I trust you. Returning to the dressing table, Nellie lifted the bowl of medicine and sniffed it, frowning. This smells terrible. The pungent herbal scent was discomforting. Bitter medicine cures the disease. Drink up quick, I added honey, so it shouldn't be too bitter. Pinching her nose, Nellie managed to finish the entire bowl. As soon as the herb entered her mouth, warmth spread from within, traveling throughout her body. Every inch of skin, every meridian in her body, seemed engulfed in heat. So hot. Instinctively, Nellie reached for her clothes but stopped mid-action, realizing Gerald was still in the room. However, the heat persisted, beads of sweat starting to form. What exactly did you give me? Looking at Gerald accusingly, she wondered if he had drugged her. If not for her clear mind, she might have thought so. Just some herbal medicines to stabilize the body. They're quite heating, aiding organ function. Perhaps as a woman, your body finds it hard to bear. Don't worry, it will pass. The herbs he used were extremely potent yang properties, necessary to counteract the extreme yin energy within Nellie's body. Can't stand it. I'm going to take a bath. You sleep on the sofa tonight. My dad's in the guest room. Don't want him finding out. Nellie fanned herself frantically, dashing into the bathroom to cool off. Sitting on the bed, Gerald glanced at the couch. A mere 5 feet long. Sleeping on it would mean exposing his feet. Well, being a good decoy had its price. Lying on the sofa, he covered himself with the blanket and entered a state of focused meditation. An hour later, Nellie hadn't emerged from the bathroom. Gerald got up, concerned something might have happened, walked to the bathroom door, and knocked gently. Florence, are you okay? Receiving no response, he twisted the door handle. It opened with a soft click. Entering the bathroom, the shower curtain drawn, water rippling in the bathtub. Calming himself, Gerald approached slowly. Swish. Drawing back the curtain, he saw Nellie lying in the tub, sound asleep. She wasn't waking, clearly affected by the medication. Her body balancing yin and yang energies, hence the deep slumber. Her hair, dried by prolonged exposure, indicated she'd been there too long. Looking at Nellie submerged in bubbles, invisible under them. Yet leaving overnight meant risking her health. But lifting her from the tub required carrying her, exposing her. Trapped in indecision, Gerald opted to proceed with caution. Grabbing a towel, he closed his eyes, feeling around blindly while suppressing his senses. Not taking advantage, he muttered. Feeling his way forward, he carried Nellie from the bathtub. So light. Though not the first time carrying her, this felt different, soft, perfectly proportioned, no excess weight. Holding her felt like embracing a kitten. She offered no resistance. Once out of the tub, water droplets trailed behind as Gerald wrapped her in the towel. Opening his eyes, Nellie's delicate face greeted him. Seeing her peaceful, sweet expression stirred an urge to kiss her. Damn, get a grip. Dispelling those thoughts, Gerald carried Nellie back to bed, placing her gently on the mattress. Her body remained warm, steam rising. Clearly, her extreme constitution was strong. The medicine could probably only extend her life by 5 or 6 years. After covering her with blankets and setting aside the wet towel, Gerald felt unusually drained. a brief journey longer than battling thugs. Back on the sofa, he resumed meditation, consuming a foundation-building pill to channel the energy. Considering how others viewed these pills as candy, he was indeed luxurious among Qi cultivation practitioners. Recently, his progress slowed despite daily pill consumption. Reaching the foundation establishment stage proved difficult. Morning light filtered in as Nellie stirred awake. Chapter 152. Returning home in glory. The sunlight was warm, and she had a sweet, restful sleep. Nellie hadn't enjoyed such a peaceful night's sleep for a long time. In the past few years, every night after midnight, her body would feel unusually cold, no matter how many extra blankets she used. That cold wasn't like the chill of a gusty wind. It felt as if the cold was emanating from within her body. Even with the air conditioner on, it made no difference. But last night, it felt like she was soaking in a hot spring. It was extremely comfortable. Nellie slowly opened her eyes and stretched her limbs. Immediately, she noticed that she was completely undressed in bed. She usually changed into pajamas before sleeping, but now they were nowhere to be seen. Recalling the events of the previous night, she remembered going to take a bath and then seemingly falling asleep there. Suddenly, Nellie shot up from the bed, clutching tightly onto the blanket, breaking out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Gerald? She scanned the room, finding no trace of Gerald, not in the room, not on the sofa, and not even on the balcony where the curtains were still open. Nellie anxiously pulled back the covers, checking herself. Being alone in a room with a man, anything could happen. Did she unconsciously do something with Gerald? The bedsheet was perfectly neat, as if no one had slept in it, and there was no sign of what she had imagined might have happened. Her body also felt normal, with no unusual discomfort. Relieved, she quietly clutched the blanket and climbed out of bed, running to the wardrobe and quickly grabbing a set of clothes to wear. Splash! From inside the bathroom, the sound of running water could be heard. Approaching the door, she looked through the glass window. There was a silhouette showering inside, whistling happily. It was undoubtedly Gerald. Gerald was using a hairdryer on his hair, looking rather content. After styling his hair, he picked up some freshly washed clothes from the hanger, dressing up smartly. He hadn't returned to Taoyuan village in a long time. This visit would definitely count as returning home in glory. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, he saw Nellie staring at him with sharp, penetrating eyes. What's wrong? Do you think I look handsome? Gerald touched his freshly styled hair, which matched his expensive Aston Gordon. Seeing the proud demeanor of Gerald, Nellie tentatively asked, I fell asleep in the bathroom last night. Why did I wake up in bed this morning? Gerald thought it was nothing and replied, You had fallen asleep. I came in after 2 hours when you hadn't come out yet, and carried you to bed. Hearing this, Nellie's delicate face flushed red as she softly asked, How did you carry me to bed? Though Gerald had carried her before, she was clothed in. This time, she was in the shower. Did that mean he had seen everything? Noticing Nellie's shy expression, Gerald smiled. Of course, I lifted you out of the bathtub, wrapped you in a towel, dried you off, and then put you to bed. While Gerald spoke nonchalantly, Nellie's cheeks turned redder, like a ripe apple. Why did you carry me out? Did you see everything? She was somewhat upset. Since the age of 5, she had been bathing alone. No one except Zahir had ever seen her body. She never imagined that the chastity she had guarded for over 20 years would be compromised by Gerald. Gerald, slightly raising his nose, teased her. I haven't degraded to the point of desperation. I closed my eyes while carrying you. Besides, if you had spent the entire night in the bathtub, you probably would have smelled. Humbug. Pervert. Nellie, feeling insulted, gave him a disdainful look, full of resentment. Bang bang bang. Good daughter, good son-in-law, breakfast is ready. Zahir knocked on the door, calling them to join him. I'll settle accounts with you later, pervert lecher. Nellie stormed into the bathroom to wash up. Opening the door, Gerald saw Zahir standing outside, smiling brightly. The trio returned to the dining area for a simple breakfast before preparing to head back to Taoyuan village. Son-in-law, these are gifts for my mother-in-law. Since Florence doesn't want me to go, please take them as a token of my regard. Zahir held several gift boxes containing precious herbs like ginseng and polygonum, bought during his illness, and an expensive jade pendant necklace. Thanks, brother Pao Jun. Gerald didn't hesitate. He needed these medicinal herbs anyway. Humph. Nellie stomped on Gerald's foot, either due to Gerald being buddy-buddy with Zahir, or because of what happened last night. Gerald tossed the gift boxes into the trunk of the Audi, took out the Aston Gordon key, and was about to drive in glory. I advise you not to take this car, Nellie said calmly. The car has a low clearance. If you drive it to Taoyuan village, you'll likely need a tow truck to bring it back. The road to the village was muddy, worsened by trucks hauling fruit. Her Audi rarely went there because it was too damaging. Once the Peach Blossom source fruit store stabilized, she intended to allocate funds to repair the road to prevent trucks from getting stuck. Gerald looked at the cool key in his hand, considered the cost of repairs if the car got damaged, and decided it wasn't worth showing off. Ultimately, they chose the Wuling Hongguang parked nearby and headed to Taoyuan village on bumpy roads. Parking the Wuling Hongguang at the entrance of their home, Gerald carried the luggage inside. Mom, I'm back. Stepping into the house first, Gerald froze, thinking he had entered the wrong place. Turning around, he confirmed it was indeed their courtyard. Inside the living room stood a 65-inch LCD TV, a full leather sofa, solid wood furniture, and the latest models of a refrigerator and washing machine. All these items must have cost tens of thousands. Bewildered, Gerald placed the luggage on the coffee table and inspected the surroundings carefully. Chapter 153. Awkward. Nellie saw Gerald's startled expression and mocked him. What? Can't even recognize your own home anymore? Gerald looked around the house with a somewhat dazed expression. He wondered if his mother had suddenly changed her ways. Otherwise, there would be no way she could have bought so much new furniture and appliances. It does seem like I don't recognize it. Did my old woman win the lottery? Given Barbara's personality, unless she had won the lottery, it was unlikely that she would buy new appliances unless it was for Haley's wedding day. Nellie smiled faintly and turned on the water heater on the table. Then, she took out a box of tea from under the coffee table, placed some in the teapot, poured in hot water, and soon the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Gerald watched Nellie's actions in a daze, unsure why it felt like she knew this place better than he did, even knowing where the tea was kept. And that box of tea, he had seen something similar in Zahir's office before. It must cost several hundred yuan at least. Sylvie G, have some tea. Nellie poured a few cups of tea and handed one to Cora. All right, I'll see what we're having for lunch, said Cora as she walked towards the fridge. After pulling out some fresh vegetables and meat, she went straight to the kitchen, clearly preparing to cook. Gerald scratched his head, bewildered. What was going on? This was his home, wasn't it? Why did they act like they weren't guests? You brat, you finally came back. At that moment, Barbara walked in carrying a bowl of pickled radishes. Mom, I missed you so much. Seeing the look on his mother's face, Gerald knew he was about to get scolded again. So he decided to strike first, walking over and hugging her. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. Barbara paid no mind to Gerald's act and grabbed his ear. She scolded, you little rascal. Don't give me that. How long has it been since you last came back? You didn't care about me or the orchard, or even those piglets you bought. Do you know how I built that pigsty brick by brick? Mom, I've been busy making money. Asked the village chief. I've been very busy, alright? Gerald looked at Nellie, hoping she'd say something good for him. Nellie sipped her tea gently, watching them without a word. Barbara berated him further. The village chief finds time to come back often, but you never do. Gerald gave an innocent look, feeling betrayed. Nellie, being the village chief of Taoyuan village, naturally returned frequently to check on things and inspect the fruit quality. Mom, there are still guests here. Let go of me first. Auntie, these are supplements I prepared for you. Seeing the right moment, Nellie passed the gift box over with a smile. Do you think they're suitable? Village Chief Mila, this is too much. Barbara released Gerald's ear, walked over warmly, and smiled brightly. These were all bought by Gerald and me. He helps me work in the city every day, so he's very busy. Don't blame him, Nellie explained. Barbara put the pickled radish aside, wiped her hands and said with a laugh, Fine, fine, I'll take them. Mom, these are carefully selected by me. Let me find a place to put them. Gerald quickly took the gift box and rushed into his room to get the needed medicine out, then placed the rest in Barbara's room. When he came out, he saw Barbara and Nellie chatting amicably. Cora was peeling vegetables nearby, occasionally joining the conversation. Gerald stood there, feeling like the outsider. Mom, did you hit the jackpot or something? Why did you buy so much furniture and appliances? Sitting on the sofa, Gerald picked up the cup of tea and asked. Barbara peeled some green beans while looking at Nellie. These were all bought by the village chief. You ignorant boy, you know nothing. Gerald was surprised. He hadn't expected that Nellie had bought all this stuff. This young lady sure had some serious spending power. Since the Taoyuan fruit shop started making money, Nellie always brought something for Barbara whenever she returned to the village. Later, seeing how dilapidated the electrical appliances were in Gerald's home, she simply replaced everything. To prevent any rumors from spreading in the village, she even purchased refrigerators and televisions for every household, claiming it was part of the fruit orchard dividends. After finishing the preparations, Cora carried the dishes to the kitchen, with Nellie helping her. Once the two women left, Barbara stood beside her son, smiling broadly. Xiao Malag, how's your relationship with the village chief developing? Cough, cough, cough. Caught off guard by the sudden question, Gerald choked on his tea. Mom, what are you talking about? Our relationship? We're partners. Didn't you know that? Wiping the tea from his mouth, Gerald sighed at Barbara. He remembered his mother always saying the village chief suited him well and would likely have proposed a marriage alliance if Gerald hadn't declined. What kind of partner spends so much money on you? Barbara pointed to the furniture and appliances. Look, all this costs tens of thousands. Each household only got a fridge and TV. Clearly, it's because of you. Mom, you figured it out already. Your insight is amazing. Gerald set down his teacup with a flattering smile. Dreamhan and I are still in the development stage. Don't meddle recklessly. You wouldn't want to lose such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Brat, you're quite the capable one, alright? Mom will listen to you. Barbara's face lit up with joy, learning her son had a girlfriend who was also a beautiful village chief. Her heart couldn't have been happier. Mom, what do you think of Sylvie G? Gerald asked. Barbara paused, puzzled. What do you mean? Don't tell me you want both. No way, absolutely not. I was just asking casually, Gerald thought privately. Anything is possible with the right tactics, no matter how difficult. She's quite diligent and sensible, but she has a hard destiny with men. You are the 9th generation single heir of the Chen family. Don't let anything happen. Develop normally with the village chief, understood? Hashtag chapter 154. Who can afford to Gordonry? Barbara would definitely not allow Gerald and Cora to have any relationship, considering that woman's poor reputation in the village. By the way, I heard the village head's family lives in the city and has bought so many things for us. Why don't we bring some gifts to visit his elders? If possible, let's set a date. Gerald was speechless again. His mother always had very forward-thinking ideas. Mom, did you forget what happened when we visited Vonda's family last time? Given our family's current situation, wait until I earn more money before thinking about marriage. Barbara remembered the humiliation she suffered at Anissa's house and muttered, city girls require dowries of at least tens of thousands, right? I've saved all the money you gave me, plus we sold a few pigs. Now we have about 100,000 yuan. Mom, you didn't see the gifts Florence brought you. That jade pendant alone costs 50,000, and the ginseng is worth at least several tens of thousands. Do you think our 10,000 will be enough? Barbara's eyes widened at the prices. So expensive, who can afford it? Buying furniture and sending gifts, any less dowry would surely be unacceptable. Mom, don't worry about it. I have a plan. When the time comes, even if it's not the village head's daughter, I'll definitely find you a beautiful and well-off daughter-in-law. No, I think the village head's daughter is perfect. You must seize this opportunity. If you can't marry her, don't come back. Barbara clearly liked Nellie and gave Gerald an order. Understood. Gerald nodded helplessly. That's better. Barbara stood up and walked into the kitchen to help prepare lunch. During the meal, Barbara was quite courteous, frequently serving Nellie food and adding rice to her bowl. Sylvie, eat more. Seeing his mother's favoritism, Gerald could only serve food to Cora as well, ensuring that all guests were treated properly. After finishing lunch, Nellie took Cora to inspect the orchard. The orchard was thriving, with large, plump fruits on every tree. Even strawberries and lychees were significantly larger than usual. As Gerald inspected the orchard, he used the jade pendant to store many fruits. The jade pendant's storage space was truly remarkable, not only spacious but also with preservation capabilities. Last time, the roasted chicken kept inside remained fresh even after a week. After a few hours, they finally finished inspecting all the orchards. Gordony villagers helped, seeing the daily shipments of fruit and hoping to share in the profits. Little Malag, I saw a big wolf near the mountain foot last time. Could they be back? Ivetius' uncle, holding his hoe, ran over to report to Gerald. They were genuinely scared by the snow wolves and now hesitated to go up the mountain. Ivetius' uncle, have there been any more missing sows recently? Asked Gerald. Not really, but we're still worried. Look at those houses near the back of the village. They're close to Daching Mountain. What if the wolves return? Don't worry. Wolves have territories. Last time, it was probably a mistake for it to come into the village. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't enter. Snow wolves are intelligent. If they wanted to harm people, no one in Taoyuan village would survive. Wolves. Hearing this, Nellie's eyes lit up. She loved the little wolf. After parting ways last time, due to business, she hadn't gone back. Ivetius' uncle, Gerald and I will check the mountains again. Don't worry, the wolf won't hurt anyone. Nellie thought about bringing the little wolf home if possible. It was incredibly cute with its fluffy fur. Plus, her home was large enough to accommodate it easily, and a snow wolf is excellent for protection. Sylvie, Gerald and I are going to the mountains. Use this checklist to ensure nothing is missed. Handing the list to Cora, Nellie left with Gerald straight for Daching Mountain. Florence, you've come here so many times, but haven't seen the snow wolf yourself? Gerald had plenty of provisions in the jade pendant to feed the little wolf for half a year. How could I go alone? Besides, it's too high, and I can't climb it myself. Without Gerald, Nellie wouldn't dare go looking for the snow wolf alone, fearing unexpected incidents. After about 30 minutes, they reached the cliff base. Before Gerald could call out, the giant wolf head appeared above, staring down at them. Zoom. A white figure swooped down, and the snow wolf instantly stood before them. Nellie and Gerald rode on the wolf's back, swiftly arriving at the cave entrance. As soon as they landed, they heard a howl. Gerald was still reacting when the little wolf darted toward him, biting his pant leg with its underdeveloped teeth. This little rascal holds a grudge. Nellie smiled and petted the little wolf affectionately. Oh whoa. The little wolf bit Gerald's pant leg fiercely. I should bring cheaper pants next time. These can't withstand such bites. Gerald felt a pang for his damaged trousers, thankful the wolf's teeth weren't fully grown yet. Good boy, stop biting. Have some candy. Nellie took out a milk candy from her pocket, peeled it open, and placed it in front of the wolf's nose. The little wolf looked almost the same size as before, though its eyes were sharper. It bared a fierce expression while biting Gerald, seemingly unable to let go of the broken leg incident. But when offered the candy, it sniffed, licked it with its tongue, and gulped it down immediately. Slurp. After finishing the candy, the little wolf nuzzled Nellie's hand affectionately. You ungrateful little thing. It was I who healed your leg. You're not showing any gratitude. Gerald stepped forward, producing several bags of milk and tossing them to the ground, along with a few pieces of meat. Note: this translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as much as possible while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 155, Spirit Spring. The little wolf, upon seeing the milk, shook its head and used its fangs to tear open the carton before starting to drink. Where did you get so much milk? Nellie looked at Gerald with great curiosity. When he arrived earlier, his hands were empty. How did he suddenly produce all this milk? Gerald laughed. A lot? Take a look over there. Nellie turned her head and saw several large boxes of milk on the ground. Along with the milk, there were roasted chickens, pork, and various kinds of fruits. The snow wolf was eating the roasted chicken with relish, apparently very fond of it. Pretty impressive, right? Gerald looked at Nellie with pride. Producing so many items had surprised the girl. How did you do that? Nellie sized up Gerald. This guy had too many secrets. I'm a magician now. I can even produce a car if you want. Gerald chuckled and flicked his right hand, revealing a jade pendant in his palm. Do you remember this? Nellie nodded. Snow Wolf gave it to you last time. What's special about it? This jade might be valuable, probably worth tens of thousands, but I'm not sure. Gerald said mysteriously. Tens of thousands? You underestimate it. It's a high-tech product. Watch. He waved his right hand, and a pile of items fell out. Fruits, snacks. This? Nellie was even more surprised. She reached out to grab the jade, but quickly let go when she felt its scorching heat, which seemed almost 80 degrees Celsius. Too hot. As soon as she released it, the jade dropped. Gerald caught it and held it in his palm. Too hot. To Gerald, holding the jade felt only warm, not excessively hot. What is this thing? Nellie was bewildered. The jade clearly surpassed her understanding. To put it simply, it's a storage space where I can keep things inside. Gerald explained briefly to Nellie, aware that as a cultivator, he sometimes did things beyond common sense. It was better for Nellie to be prepared mentally. Is there such a thing? With current technology, it seems impossible. That only exists in anime. Nellie examined the jade carefully, but couldn't see anything unusual about it. Are you lying to me? Nellie doubted, thinking that although they lived in a tech-savvy era, it was hard to believe that something so small could hold so much. Gordonized nanotechnology. Gerald bluffed. Ow. At that moment, the snow wolf howled, its massive figure appearing before Gerald before turning and walking into the cave. It seems like it wants us to enter, Nellie remarked. Following the snow wolf, Gerald led Nellie into the cave. It was pitch dark inside, requiring a flashlight to see anything. Humph! From within the cave came the sounds of pigs grunting. When the flashlight shone on them, they saw several mother pigs lying on the ground, looking pitifully thin, having obviously been deprived of food by the young wolves drinking their milk. Further inside, the cave was ordinary, with rocky walls and heavy humidity. After about 100 meters, the snow wolf stopped and turned to look at Gerald. Behind him lay a spring bubbling with activity, a live spring. Seeing the spring, Gerald's eyes lit up. In the water, threads of spiritual energy floated around. Spring spirit. It's actually a spirit spring. Gerald was thrilled. For cultivators, besides absorbing natural chi, they needed external help. Anything in nature, given enough time, could absorb spiritual energy. Among the most common were naturally formed spirit stones used for cultivation. Above these were spirit springs, spirit trees, or spirit mountains. Legend spoke of places like West Heaven Spirit Mountain and Penglai Immortal Island, each made of countless spirit stones. For a spirit spring to form, it took millennia, sometimes even 10,000 years. The water was perfect for cultivation and could double one's efficiency. Even regular people who drank it would benefit, living healthier and longer lives. Wolf brother, can I have some? Gerald's hands trembled with excitement. A spirit spring was incredibly rare. Even in ancient times, one could support a minor sect. The snow wolf bent down, licked the water, then moved aside, indicating for Gerald to come forward. No wonder the snow wolf was so strong. It must have grown up drinking this. Without hesitation, Gerald used the jade to collect an unknown quantity of the spring water. No matter how much he took, the spring seemed inexhaustible. With this water, Gerald felt confident he could soon break through to the foundation establishment stage from Chi Refinement Level 9. What is this? Nellie, unaware of its significance, touched the water, finding it warm, like a hot spring. If you bathe in this water in the future, your body will surely stay healthy, living to 99 without a problem, Gerald smiled. Nellie blushed and whispered, pervert. She thought Gerald was suggesting they bathe here, and felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Gerald didn't think much about it and, with a wave of his right hand, produced an iron pot in front of him. The abundant spiritual energy here was perfect for alchemy. In a few days, he would need to help Ethan in a competition. Knowing his own abilities weren't top tier, he planned to refine some pills to boost his strength. Are you planning to cook? Nellie watched Gerald curiously. Why bring out an iron pot unless it was to cook? I'm going to refine medicine. After explaining briefly, Gerald conjured up a pile of herbs, set up the fire, and threw the herbs into the pot. Based on previous experience, Gerald's alchemy skills were now comparable to a first-grade alchemist. This time, he planned to refine body-tempering pills to enhance physical strength and fortify bones, commonly used by martial artists. As the herbs went into the pot, the temperature rose rapidly, causing steam to rise instantly. Gerald controlled the flame's intensity, melting the herbs into a medicinal liquid resembling black sesame paste, swirling in the pot. Chapter 156, A Woman's Curiosity. Nellie watched with curiosity. The Gerald before her was unlike any she had ever seen, completely different from what she had imagined. Hail it, his actions filled her heart with greater trust. If Gerald could do such extraordinary things in front of her, it proved how much he trusted her. Sitting on the ground, Nellie stared blankly as Gerald refined the pills. Though she didn't understand the process, her gaze remained fixed. The medicinal ingredients quickly condensed into a pot, and Gerald moved to refine the pill. However, the finished product looked dark and burnt, emitting an acrid smell. It had clearly failed. Fortunately, they had spiritual spring water nearby. As Gerald refined, he absorbed spirit chi, maintaining balance to continue without stopping. Nellie found watching Gerald refine increasingly dull. She saw him standing beside the iron pot, making gestures with flames flickering around him, almost dazzling her eyes. After another hour, Gerald still showed no signs of fatigue. Unable to bear it anymore, Nellie went outside to play with the young wolf. Condense. Gerald channeled spirit energy from his right hand, adding spiritual spring water to the medicinal liquid to increase the chances of success. The body-tempering pill was a second-grade elixir, significantly more difficult than the 9-herb jade dew pills. After 2 consecutive failures, even though Gerald wasn't short of spirit energy, he was thoroughly exhausted. Howl. At the cave entrance, Nellie was happily playing with the young wolf, which showed no sign of being wild. This little wolf seemed to have no wolf instincts at all. Throwing a milk candy into the air, the little creature leaped to catch it mid-air, then landed and started munching away. Amazing, Nellie said, squatting down to pet the wolf's head. Since Gerald had healed its leg, the wolf was constantly moving around her. If it weren't for its inability to wag its tail, one might think it was just a puppy. Snow Wolf strolled out of the cave, not minding its son's antics. It walked over to the snacks Gerald had brought and devoured 2 roasted chickens before lazily lying down in the sun. Noticing it had been 2 hours, Nellie decided she needed to return before it got dark. Taking out her phone and turning on the flashlight, she carried the young wolf back into the cave. Just after walking a few meters, she felt the intense heat inside, the air dry and stifling. Ventilation in the cave was poor. Lighting a fire would deplete oxygen and risk carbon monoxide poisoning. Worried, Nellie hurried inside. She saw several large flames surrounding Gerald like a giant furnace. He appeared to be dancing within them, almost as if performing a ritual. Woof! The snow wolf in her arms struggled, clearly uncomfortable with the intense heat. Nellie took a few steps back, the suffocating air making it hard to breathe. Gerald, what are you doing? The air is running out. Those fires will make you pass out. Ignoring her, Gerald focused on controlling the flames. He had already failed 6 times refining the body-tempering pill and couldn't afford to fail again with the last set of ingredients. Breathing rapidly, Nellie and the snow wolf could hardly endure the suffocating air. Realizing Gerald wouldn't respond, she retreated outside to breathe fresh air. After a while, She re-entered the cave and saw the flames extinguished, Gerald sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. "Are you okay?" she asked, concerned upon seeing him drenched in sweat. Gerald wiped the sweat from his face, struggling to stand. He approached the iron pot, revealing a black-purple pill that emitted a fragrant aroma. It must be the body-tempering pill, but refining it was too difficult, costing immense spirit energy and precious ingredients. Storing the pill, Gerald concluded that using an iron pot for refinement was only suitable for first-grade pills. For higher grades, he needed a specialized alchemical furnace to improve efficiency. "We're done here, let's go." Gerald swept the remaining herbs and the iron pot into the jade pendant space. With that task complete, Snow Wolf led them back to the village in under 5 minutes. "Who exactly are you, Gerald?" Nellie was becoming more curious about his identity. His abilities far exceeded her imagination. Gerald explained about cultivators to Nellie since she had an extremely lean constitution, potentially setting her on this path. Changing her constitution would grant her exceptional talent. Being extremely rare, she might become a valuable ally. "Do you mean I can be like you?" Nellie only knew her mother died early and blamed Zahir for it, thinking he hadn't taken good care of her. Now, she understood it was due to her mother's condition. "Hails, but first we need to treat your illness." Without pure young fire to temper her constitution, cultivating now would trigger her condition prematurely and could kill her. "Okay," Nellie nodded, filled with anticipation. Returning to Peach Source Village, the sun had just set, and the village was lit up. Back home, Cora and Barbara had prepared dinner. After eating, Barbara wanted Nellie to stay overnight, but she had to leave early for the branch store opening tomorrow and politely declined. Cora left to fetch some clothes and necessities, as she had been staying at Bisui Bay and hadn't tended to the house. What's going on? At their doorstep, Cora tried unlocking the gate but couldn't get it open. Through the gap, she saw lights inside the yard. Impossible. Chapter 157. Unwelcome guests. Cora was puzzled. The last time Meadow left, the power at home had been cut off, so how could there be lights now? "Sylvie, what's going on?" Gerald also sensed something was wrong. Besides not being able to open the courtyard gate, it seemed that there were voices coming from inside. "I can't open the door." Cora almost snapped her key trying to turn it, but the courtyard gate remained firmly shut. Gerald looked around and then leaped up, taking 2 steps on the wall before jumping into the yard. Inside the courtyard, it was clear that there were people in the house, and not just one. Shadows moved about, and the clinking of wine glasses could be heard. "Oh my, they're treating Cora's house like a bar or something." Gerald turned and opened the door, leading the 2 women into the courtyard. "Who's inside?" "It seems like a few guys." Nellie listened carefully, confirming that all the voices coming from inside were male. "Never mind who, we'll just beat them all up once we go in." Gerald asked Cora to try if the key could open the front door. Click. The lock hadn't been changed. With a twist, it opened right away. Gerald walked straight into the house. He saw Jessup and a bunch of village hooligans sitting on the sofa, smoking and drinking. On the coffee table in front of them were numerous beer cans and sunflower seed bags. It looked like these guys had been there for more than just a day. "Jessup, you've really got some guts, breaking into a house in broad daylight." A fierce expression crossed Gerald's face. He couldn't believe that Jessup had dared to cause trouble again after all this time, and that his audacity had grown so much that he would invade Cora's house and make such a mess. Upon seeing Gerald, Jessup's smiling face froze. "CCC. Gerald." Jessup sprang off the sofa, grabbing someone to shield himself in front, clearly terrified by Gerald as if he were a cat and Gerald a mouse. "Who let you guys in?" Seeing the mess at home, Cora's face turned furious. She picked up a beer bottle from the ground and hurled it at Jessup. Bang! The beer bottle shattered on the floor, finally catching the attention of those hooligans. They all stood up at the same time, backing away a few steps. "Gerald, don't get cocky. This is my place, why can't I come in?" Jessup stretched out his neck, shouting at Gerald. "Your place? Either you're hallucinating or drunk out of your mind." Gerald rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. At this moment, Jessup pulled a book out from his chest pocket and threw it at Gerald. Thud. Gerald caught it and saw it was a land ownership certificate. Upon opening it, he was stunned. Address number 78 in Taiyuan Village was indeed where Cora lived, and under the name column, it blatantly read, Jessup. This. Gerald examined it closely, then handed the land deed to Nellie, saying, "Florence, check it. Is it fake?" Nellie and Cora looked at it together. After seeing the signature, Cora's expression changed dramatically. "I've never seen this before either, but if it's in Jessup's hands, it must be fake, right?" Nellie, having never seen a genuine land deed, instinctively thought it was fake. "This is real." Cora's words surprised both Nellie and Gerald. "Really?" Gerald's eyes bulged in disbelief. How could Cora's family land belong to Jessup? It sounded absurd. Jessup, sticking his head out, grinned obsequiously. "Did you hear that? It's real. This is my property." "To hell with you, you ungrateful scumbag. Even if the land is yours, the house certainly isn't. Get lost." Enraged by Jessup's smirk, Gerald clenched his fists and dashed forward. Bang, bang, bang. 1 punch per person. In a few punches, everyone around fell to the ground. "You dare to defy me? So what if the land is yours? I'll still beat you." Gerald slapped Jessup's chest, sending him flying 3 meters back, crashing into the wall and shaking it. "Gerald, I'm calling the police. I'll have you arrested." Jessup clutched his chest, shouting. Despite holding a genuine land deed, he couldn't avoid a beating. "Arrest me? Go to hell." Gerald grabbed Jessup by the collar and flung him outside into the courtyard. "And you guys, do you want to leave on your own? Or should I throw you out too?" The rest of them didn't dare say another word and scrambled out of the room. "Gerald, I'll call the police on you for breaking into my house." In the courtyard, Jessup kept ranting, hopping around as if ready to fight Gerald to the death. Bang! A beer bottle was thrown out from the house, landing right by Jessup's feet. "If you don't get lost, you'll taste a broken beer bottle next." Clearly drunk, Jessup pointed at Gerald, shouting, "Gerald, I'm telling you, if you don't get out now, I'll call the police. This is my land. Hear me? Bang. Another beer bottle flew out from the house, arcing through the air and smashing directly onto Jessup's head. Instantly, Jessup's head bled profusely from the broken bottle, glass scattered everywhere. He clutched his head, yelling furiously, Gerald, damn you. I'm calling the police now. Unbelievably, the thug kept talking about calling the police. The world really had no justice. Swish, swish, swish. Beer bottles flew out of the house, hitting the remaining people standing in the courtyard, causing bloody heads. No one dared stay in the yard any longer and fled immediately. Inside the house, Cora cleaned up the mess, tears welling in her eyes, occasionally wiping them away. Sylvie, how did your house end up in Jessup's name? What's going on? Nellie helped clean up, feeling uncomfortable seeing Cora's pained expression. Sylvie, whatever happens, Gerald and I are on your side. Tell us everything first, and we'll figure out a solution. Nellie held Cora's hand firmly. Wiping away her tears, Cora explained. This happened when Bryce was still alive. Note, names like Cora, Gerald, Nellie, and Jessup have been transliterated into Pinyin as instructed, ensuring accurate representation. ##### Chapter 158. Gordon Sturfel Handling. Turns out that when Biff initially married Cora, he had to spend a considerable amount of money. After all, marrying such a beautiful bride as Cora meant the wedding gifts could not be neglected. At the time, Biff didn't earn much and went to George to ask for a loan. Naturally, George agreed, but with the condition that Biff mortgage his family's land. The land in Taoyuan village wasn't worth much, and desperate to marry, Biff mortgaged the land without hesitation. George, naturally looking down on the lands of Taoyuan village, simply handed them over as favors to his lackey Clint. With George now gone, Clint lost his support and found it increasingly difficult to get by. Seeing that there was no one at Cora's home day after day and remembering he had the land deed, he took the opportunity to occupy the house while no one was around. You guys clean up first. I'll go find Clint. Gerald thought for a moment, then turned and left the courtyard. Don't worry, Gerald will handle it for you, Nellie assured her as she helped sweep the floor. After quite some effort, the room finally became somewhat tidy. Actually, this house isn't valuable. It's just that Bryce used to live here, Cora sighed. When she married Biff, her family had demanded a high dowry. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up selling the land. It was also because of the excessive wedding expenses that Biff decided to steal company documents and try to extort money from George. After Nellie and Cora tidied up the room together, Gerald returned from outside. It's done. Gerald grinned, holding the land deed. So quick. Nellie was surprised. Gerald had only been gone for half an hour. Naturally, how could a nobody like Clint match me? Gerald plopped onto the cleaned sofa, crossing his legs. Is it really resolved? Cora stared at the land deed in Gerald's hand, finding it hard to believe that something so troublesome could be settled in just half an hour. You know what kind of person Clint is, always follows anyone who gives him a scrap. Gerald leaned back casually, picking up a cup of water and taking a few sips. Look, it only cost $2,000 to buy the land deed back. 2,000. Nellie's eyes widened. While Taoyuan village's land wasn't worth much, it certainly shouldn't cost only 2,000 yuan. This land included not only the yard but also several acres outside, and 2,000 wouldn't even cover her annual rent. I feel like I paid too much for 2,000. Gerald put down the cup and pulled out a piece of paper, grinning. Just as you taught me, I used a little coercion. Here's the signed land transfer agreement. Since their successful extortion of Sebastian, Gerald had become adept at these tactics. At Clint's home, he kicked open the door, beat up Clint and his friends, and then made him sign the agreement under duress. Kinziig, thank you. Cora clutched the land deed, moved. She had feared becoming homeless, only to find her home still belonged to her. No problem. Gerald waved his hand. Looks like we'll stay here tonight. We'll head to the office early tomorrow and check out the new store. Nellie nodded. Sure, I'll help Tabitha clean up the other rooms. They're pretty messy too. Gerald started helping too. These scoundrels truly knew how to trash a house. They had messed up the living room and bedrooms alike, throwing away bed sheets, blankets, and piles of clothes. They almost threw out the mattress too. By the time they finished cleaning, it was nearly midnight. Gerald felt he hadn't beaten Clint enough and vowed to teach him a lesson the next chance he got for trashing Cora's home. Afterward, Nellie and Cora retired to sleep, leaving Gerald on the sofa with a body-strengthening pill in hand. This pill, which he successfully refined today, would enhance bone density and make the body stronger. But this strength came at a price. The pain of broken bones, akin to fracturing every bone in the body before letting them heal anew, making the new bones stronger. The human body has 206 bones, each requiring the pain of breaking and mending. Recalling how long the little wolf resented having its leg bones broken and reconnected, even a fierce beast couldn't endure this pain, let alone a human. If one could not withstand halfway through the process, the attempt would fail, resulting in real broken bones needing natural healing before attempting the pill again. Gerald sniffed the pill, feeling its potent force from a distance. Although his body was stronger than average due to cultivation, it still fell short compared to true body strengthening practitioners. Would a cultivator be able to withstand a pill designed for body strengtheners? Uncertain, he began circulating his spiritual energy throughout his meridians while placing several 9-herb dew pills nearby in case he passed out from pain. With his energy peaked, Gerald swallowed the body strengthening pill. Bang! Unlike the mild 9-herb dew pills, this pill exploded into a violent force inside him, like drinking scalding alcohol, burning hot and spicy. Hell! Gerald's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly circled his cultivation method, trying to resist the intense medicinal power with his inner spiritual energy. But to no avail. The burning sensation intensified, as if his entire body were melting. Crack! A crisp sound followed as chest pain surged, like a heavy hammer striking his chest. His sternum shattered into pieces, blood flowing freely, stimulating excruciating pain. Crack! Crack! From the chest, fractures spread to the collarbone and ribs. Each break filled his body with vitality, rubbing against his bones continuously. Gerald hastily grabbed another 9-herb dew pill, fearing his own hands would break next, leaving him unable to take more pills. Note: for readability, I've maintained the essence of the text while adjusting sentence structure for fluidity and clarity. Chapter 159. Recharge 5 million. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed incessantly in Gerald's mind, as if it wouldn't stop. Not long after he swallowed the Jiuqiao Zane Lu pill, his clavicle, scapula, humerus, femur, and wrist bones shattered one by one. Fortunately, the gentle medicinal power of the Jiuqiao Zane Lu pill resisted some of the dominant medicinal strength from the body-refining pill. However, the pain was still excruciating. Every bone in his body was affected. At this moment, Gerald felt like he had been run over by a truck, with no intact bone left in his body. If not for the fact that he was a cultivator, an ordinary person who consumed the body-refining pill would have died instantly. Gerald lay limp on the sofa, unable to move, like a puddle of soft mud. If it weren't for the meridians still holding him together, he might have turned into a blob. What intense medicinal power! Gerald thought to himself. When would this bone-breaking ordeal end? It felt like there were no more bones left to break. An hour passed silently on the sofa. Every second felt like someone was hammering at all the bones in his body, which were already smashed beyond recognition. Gerald gritted his teeth and endured, although he couldn't really clench his teeth since his upper and lower jawbones were broken as well. For heaven's sake, when will this end? According to records, it took about half an hour for a body refiner to complete the refinement process. He had been like this for an hour and showed no signs of recovery. Was he going to become a cripple? This level of fractures, if taken to a hospital, might as well be sent directly to the crematorium. Another hour passed before Gerald finally felt his bones starting to heal slowly. A faint stream of spiritual energy began circulating from his dantian, accompanying the dispersion of the medicinal power. His bones emitted crackling sounds, akin to assembling building blocks, gradually filling in the gaps between bone fragments. However, this sensation wasn't pleasant either. The forcibly fractured bones being pieced back together compressed the marrow inside, making him feel like a fully inflated balloon. Gerald could only lie there helplessly, unable to control the popping of bones and incapable of moving. He released his divine sense to examine his body. Seeing the bones slowly recovering, he exhaled a sigh of relief. If the body refinement failed, enduring such pain would have been in vain. After an hour, his body had largely recovered. Gerald still didn't dare move, fearing that any movement might fracture the healing bones again. Hours later, a ray of sunlight illuminated the sofa. Gerald opened his eyes. Last night's bone breaking felt like a dream. He stood up and moved around, confirming that there were no injuries left on his body. Whoosh! A single punch unleashed fierce wind, sweeping away everything on the table. So powerful. Gerald looked at his hands. His current strength was several times greater than before. According to the standards of body refinement, this punch's power was somewhere between the mid-stage and late-stage dark force level. Combined with his cultivation at the chi condensation stage, even against a Burjin martial artist, he should be able to hold his own. After stretching and flexing his muscles, Gerald walked to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. By the time Nellie and Cora woke up, Gerald had already prepared breakfast and even went to the village to fetch Amir to handle paperwork in the city. Upon completing the land transfer to Cora's name in the city, Gerald kicked Amir aside. The three of them headed straight to the new branch stores, opening 3 in one day. A busy day indeed. All of Booker's subordinates had been incorporated, and the students' parents had volunteered their kids to help. Along with the new store managers and staff hired by Nellie, this ensured the stores could operate smoothly, otherwise, chaos might have ensued again. Wang Laojio, how did you get here? Gerald hadn't expected Ethan to personally show up and, moreover, for his information network to be so strong. The branch store had just opened, yet he was already here. Ethan brought 2 subordinates and Henri by along. Each of the subordinates held several flower baskets with greetings from various companies like Green Mountain Resort, Green Mountain KTV, and so forth, congratulating the opening of the new Peach Blossom Source store. Though the intention was good, these names seemed oddly out of place, almost non-serious establishments. I should have come earlier, but your branches are far apart. I visited those 2 places first and found you weren't there, so I came here. Ethan laughed heartily and walked into the store. Everyone else hurriedly made way for this big shot. Gerald grabbed some fruit from the shelves and tossed them to Ethan and his men. Henri didn't hesitate, picking up an apple and eating it without wiping it. Wang Laojio, thank you for coming. Please, take a seat, said Gerald, looking around. There was nowhere to sit except behind the cash register, which made him somewhat embarrassed. Ethan waved his hand and said, no need, I just came to check on you. Oh, by the way, let me recharge. 5 million it is. The whole room fell silent. Recharge 5 million? What a massive sum. 5 million would be enough to buy an entire fruit shop outright. Why go through recharging? The last time Raquel had come to show support, she had merely recharged a few $100,000 as a gesture. With Ethan's contribution, the recharge record was shattered anew. Nellie, busy packaging fruit nearby, paused upon hearing the number, looking incredulously at Ethan. She didn't know him but gathered from Gerald's interaction that they were quite familiar. Thank you very much, Brother Wong. Florence, quickly go ahead and process the recharge for Brother Wong. Gerald grinned at Ethan and suggested, Brother Wong, since you've already recharged so much, why not sign a contract as well? Your resort, mountain villa, KTV, etc. must need a lot of fruits, right? Yesterday, Gerald had boasted to Nellie about signing contracts. Since Ethan was here, why not seize the opportunity and save her from thinking he was involved in anything shady? Makes sense, agreed Ethan, nodding. But if it's business, we can't stick to this price. Recharging 5 million was a gift, but bulk purchasing at the store's prices would be too costly. No matter how large Ethan's business was, he had built it step by step. He knew money had to be spent wisely. Of course, no problem. Florence, hurry up with it. With a major contract arriving on opening day, there was no way they could miss this chance. Nellie stopped her work and invited Ethan to the office for detailed discussion. Ethan owned numerous businesses needing fruits. As long as Nelly offered reasonable prices, and considering Gerald's connection, it would be a done deal. Chapter 160, Hidden in Depth. Ultimately, apart from topping up 5 million yuan, Ethan also signed a supply contract with Peach Blossom Spring. Now Nelly truly believed that Gerald's visit to Green Mountain Club wasn't for amusement. Brother Gerald, 2 days from now, Axton and we have agreed to hold a competition at our Green Mountain Martial Arts Hall. Don't forget it when the time comes. Ethan was willing to spend generously this time, giving Gerald a car, topping up 5 million, and then signing a contract. With so many favors thrown his way, there was no need to worry about Gerald not coming. He felt more at ease. Relax, Brother Wong. I'll definitely be there. The venue of the competition took Gerald by surprise. It turned out to be a martial arts hall. One thing Gerald didn't know was that generally, an external force wanting to set foot in a local area would need some pretext. Opening a martial arts hall was the best choice. This way, even if both sides got into a fight, it could still be said to be a friendly competition. Plus, opening a martial arts hall made it convenient to recruit disciples. If anyone suitable was found, with good bone structure, they could be recruited as internal disciples of Green Mountain Hall, thus moving away from being small-time hooligans to becoming genuine martial artists. Sterling held another apple, munching on it. This guy seemed to really like eating apples. Among these fruits were those containing spiritual energy which could strengthen the body and consolidate meridians for ancient martial artists. After finishing the apple, Sterling flicked the core and threw it far into a trash bin. Let's see your performance when the time comes. Just don't embarrass yourself too much. Sterling scanned Gerald. He hadn't seen Gerald in action and had no idea about his true abilities. In his view, for the match, he and Clement alone were enough to take out the Milaglong Chamber of Commerce's representative. As for Gerald, he would merely go through the motions. Gerald laughed, saying, "You'll see when the time comes. I won't disappoint you." Sterling glanced at Gerald, grabbed another 2 apples, bit into one as he walked out of the store door, got into a Porsche, and drove away. Ethan patted Gerald on the shoulder, laughing. "Don't mind Assad, Brother Gerald. He has always been like that. He is only interested in martial arts, and only true masters can catch his eye." Gerald nodded, watching Sterling leave, young yet already at the peak of Dark Force stage, just one step away from Transformation Force stage. Indeed, he has the capital for his arrogance. Gerald had seen Sterling's cultivation level from his inner breath long ago. Peak Dark Force stage, with his aura already contained within the body, showed the transformation from Dark Force to Transformation Force stage. Typically, Dark Force martial artists could only utilize a fraction of their true chi for attacks. But once they reached the Transformation Force stage, they could use a full 100% of their true chi, making them several times more powerful than at the Dark Force stage. As for the Shantan experts who were at even higher levels, they could project their true chi outward, injuring foes from a distance. Note, Shantan usually refers to innate or prenatal conditions in traditional Chinese contexts, but seems out of place here. I suspect it might be a placeholder or error in the original text. For the sake of fluency and context, I translated it as experts who were at even higher levels. If Shantan has a specific meaning within this story's universe, please provide more context so it can be accurately reflected. Hearing this, Ethan's eyes showed mixed feelings. He hadn't expected Gerald to discern Sterling's cultivation level at first glance. Sterling was their Green Mountain Hall's most outstanding disciple, considered a genius even a century ago, given his cultivation level at such a young age, which was rare in Green Mountain Hall history. "You've really underestimated you, Brother Gerald," said Ethan. Gerald could see Sterling's cultivation level, but they couldn't see through Gerald. On this point alone, they had lost. "Old Brother Wong, don't you think the money was well spent?" Gerald chuckled and handed Ethan 2 large oranges similar in size to pomelos. "Eat more oranges, it's good for vitamin intake." Ha ha ha. Ethan laughed heartily, taking the oranges and walking out of the fruit shop. After Ethan left, Nelly came to Gerald's side. Who exactly is Old Brother Wong? How could he come up with so much money? Nelly had been with Gerald all this while. She didn't know how he knew Ethan. "Didn't I tell you 2 days ago? I cured his friend, and he considers me a brother. See, I told you the truth. I really want to discuss business." Gerald peeled the orange and passed a slice to Nelly. "These oranges seem sweeter this time. Try them." Nelly took a bite. "That person doesn't look trustworthy. His presence is too strong, definitely extraordinary. And look at his company, with clubs and KTVs. You should stay away from people like him. To open places like KTVs, one needed some capability. Otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance. Relax, I'm just helping out and making a little money. Didn't you look happy when signing the contract?" Gerald put the remaining orange pieces into his mouth, juice dripping down his chin. "I'm being serious. Contracts are contracts. Business is business. My dad always says never to consider business partners as friends. They want money. Merchants pursue profit, and if a better option appears, they'll dump you without hesitation." Nelly looked at Gerald earnestly, fearing he might be cheated by Ethan, who looked like a seasoned player. "Got it. Mississippi business matters. You handle them. I'll continue being the best delivery driver." Gerald picked up the keys to the Wuling Hongguang and hit the road for deliveries again. The Wuling Hongguang sped along the streets. "What the heck? Did Peach Blossom Spring become so rich that you're delivering with an Aston Gordonnerton now?" At the residential complex entrance, a customer stared in shock as Gerald unloaded fruit from the sports car. "This car goes fast, right? To deliver the freshest fruit, it has to be quick." "Okay, sign here please." Gerald was very proud, finding an uninhabited spot to switch to the Aston Gordonnerton. With the jade pendant, carrying any amount of fruit wasn't a problem. Delivering with this car gave him face. "Brother, do you still recruit people?" Seeing the Aston Gordonnerton, the customer almost drooled. Gerald smiled. "Of course, we do recruit. But this car is a one-of-a-kind, my exclusive ride." After the customer signed off, Gerald coolly got back into the car and sped off to the next location. "Hey handsome, driving a sports car to deliver fruit? Thirsty? Huh? Want to come inside for a drink?" A flirtatious housewife, seeing Gerald's outfit, invited him in. "No thanks, $180, cash on delivery." TCH, such a spoil sport. Next stop, the First People's Hospital, delivering fruit to a patient. Gerald wandered around for a long time but couldn't find a parking spot near the hospital. He parked the car unseen, stored it in the jade pendant, and carried the fruit basket straight to the hospital. Chapter 161. Encounter with Yana again. 9th floor, Internal Medicine Department. Gerald. Yana was dressed in a nurse's uniform, daydreaming at the nurse's station. Upon seeing Gerald approach, she immediately ran over excitedly. Xandra, why are you here? Gerald was puzzled. No wonder this little girl said she would come to help at Xuanhuan, but then vanished. She had run off to be a nurse. Yana pouted and said, all thanks to Grandpa. After I got my diploma, he insisted I find a job at the hospital, saying I should start as a nurse and only become a doctor when my skills improve. Havelock is quite reasonable. Gerald chuckled. Being a nurse might indeed be a good choice for her. It would help her develop patience and discipline. But I don't want to be a nurse at all. It's too boring. And they won't let me perform acupuncture on patients. Gerald, talk to Grandpa for me, will you? Let him give me some slack. I'd rather help out at the medical hall. Yana grabbed Gerald's arm and pouted, trying to win his sympathy. Working there had driven her crazy. It was far less enjoyable than playing around in Xuanhuan village every day. Havelock is doing this for your own good. Do you understand? You two are really in cahoots. Yana huffed. It's all about making me take over that medical hall. Yana continued, pouting. He spends all day treating people in the hospital, just to keep an eye on me and stop me from going out. Leaf had already chosen Gerald as his future son-in-law and naturally didn't want Yana running wild. Otherwise, he'd lose his prospective son-in-law. Havelock is also here at the hospital? Has he started working as a doctor? Gerald was surprised. He hadn't expected Leaf to come to the hospital, considering the old man used to say that traditional Chinese medicine was weak in hospitals and that developing TCM meant not working in them. No, he just helps treat people, Yana explained. Gerald, if you see him later, please put in a good word for me. Tell him you want to marry me. How about it? Gerald patted her head affectionately and sighed. Stop joking. I still need to deliver this fruit basket. It's going to be late. With that, Gerald dashed towards the ward. Gerald, you scoundrel. You're ungrateful. Yana shouted after him, annoyed. Her grandpa constantly praised Gerald, so she had hoped he would intercede for her, but he showed no intention of helping. Checking the delivery address, Gerald finally arrived at the VIP ward entrance. This ward wasn't ordinary. It was typically reserved for the leaders of Jiangxing to rest and recuperate. Just as he reached the door, someone stopped him. What do you want? You can't just walk in here. Gerald looked at the receipt and said, I'm here to deliver something. Jagger ordered a fruit basket. Just give it to me. The person took the basket and told Gerald to leave. Out of the way, the medicine is here. A familiar voice called out. Gerald turned to see Leaf holding a bowl of traditional medicine, walking briskly towards the ward. Havelock. Leaf paused, nearly spilling the medicine. He steadied himself and saw Gerald, his face lighting up. Little Malag, what are you doing here? Gerald pointed at the fruit basket held by the guard and smiled, delivering this. You came at the perfect time. I was going to visit you soon. Come in, quick. Leaf grabbed Gerald's hand and tried to pull him inside. Hold it, Knox. You can go in, but he cannot. Leaf retorted. Why can't he? He's my apprentice, here to assist me. The guard glanced at Gerald, holding the fruit basket, and said, he's clearly just delivering fruit. How can he be your apprentice? Well, he's both my apprentice and here to deliver fruit. Without further explanation, Leaf handed the fruit basket back to Gerald, dragged him past the guard, and entered the ward. Inside, Gerald was impressed. This ward was more like a hotel room, complete with a fridge, TV, private bathroom, king-sized bed, and various medical instruments. Especially surprising was the presence of a piano. A delicate pair of hands moved gracefully over the keys, playing a melodious tune. A young woman, in her early 20s, dressed in a hospital gown, was performing. Sir, it's time for your daughter to take the medicine. Leaf placed the bowl of herbal medicine on a nearby table, bowing respectfully to a middle-aged man. The man turned and looked at Leaf. Knox, your treatment has been ongoing for half a month, but its effects have diminished. Can we try a different prescription? My daughter's condition has worsened. Sir, this illness cannot be cured overnight. Leaf felt awkward. The prescription was originally written by Gerald, and he lacked the expertise to change it. Suddenly, the piano music stopped. The young woman picked up the medicine bowl, blew on it, and drank it in one gulp. Clearly, frequent doses had made her immune to the taste. After finishing the medicine, she turned her head towards the middle-aged man. Dad, I know my condition. Please don't trouble the doctor. From her stiff movement, it was clear that while her upper body could move, her legs were completely paralyzed. This father and daughter were none other than the new mayor of Jiangxing, Jagger, and his daughter, whom Leaf had mentioned before. Ah, Jagger sighed. He had sought many renowned doctors, but only Leaf's treatment showed any improvement. Now, her condition was worsening again. Initially, only her legs were numb, but now the numbness extended from below her chest, and it wouldn't be long before she couldn't play the piano. Who is this? Jagger noticed Gerald standing there with the fruit basket. He didn't look like a hospital doctor. Gerald walked over and placed the basket on the coffee table. I'm here to deliver this. Mr. Jagger, right? Here's the fruit basket you ordered. Please sign for it. Jagger signed the receipt swiftly and said, all right, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Leaf quickly intervened, grabbing Gerald and laughing. Sir, let me introduce you. This is my friend, a very skilled doctor named Gerald. He's here to assist. Chapter 162, Clash of Philosophies. Gerald didn't want to get involved in this mess. The young beauty's condition was very serious, and the only way to treat her was with the Bone Gordonrow cleansing pill, a third-grade elixir which Gerald could not possibly produce given his current skill. Jagger sized up Gerald, a young man who didn't seem especially impressive. But this name, it sounded familiar somehow. Gerald, Wasn't there a Ruixin Xinzhong named Gerald in the recent real estate corruption case in Jiangxing? And wasn't he also involved in the apprehension of an escapee last time? Note, Ruixin Xinzhong means enthusiastic citizen, or concerned citizen. For better fluency, it can be translated as an enthusiastic citizen, instead of leaving it as Ruixin Xinzhong. Here's the revised sentence. Gerald, wasn't there an enthusiastic citizen named Gerald in the recent real estate corruption case in Jiangxing? And wasn't he also involved in the apprehension of an escapee last time? Gerald, wasn't there an enthusiastic citizen named Gerald in the recent real estate corruption case in Jiangxing? And wasn't he also involved in the apprehension of an escapee last time? Bella had naturally reported those incidents, along with names like Gerald, Nellie, and Cora. Jagger remembered some details about these events. Gerald chuckled. Sir, that's me. Just minor things. I'm just a passionate good Samaritan who does good deeds without leaving a trace. Upon hearing Gerald's acknowledgement, Jagger felt even more curious. A man who helps the police catch thieves and is also a doctor? Snap. The door of the ward opened and a doctor entered, holding a medical chart, followed by a group of nurses and other doctors. Seeing Domenico, the doctor frowned but ignored him, heading straight for Jagger. Sir, how is Miss Hua today? Does she feel any discomfort? Oh, by the way, we've recently imported a batch of instruments from America using ion therapy, which might help with Miss Hua's condition. Jagger stood up. Director Qian, we've tried various devices for my daughter already. Each time after use, she suffers from vomiting and diarrhea. I think we should give it a rest. Western medicine hadn't worked wonders for Aisha. In fact, it had only caused severe side effects. Its ineffectiveness made it worse than not using it at all. Sir, we are doing everything for Miss Hua's well-being, said Rufus, then turning to Domenico with disdain. You mustn't be misled by quacks. For over a month now, your treatment hasn't shown much improvement. Gordonibe, you're using some odd methods just to temporarily stabilize her condition for profit. He was the chief physician responsible for treating high-ranking officials and the head of the hospital. Having an outsider treat patients annoyed Rufus. With no visible results after so long, he was preparing to evict Domenico. Hold on. What nonsense are you spouting? This is genuine traditional Chinese medicine passed down through generations. Your modern practitioners know nothing about it, Domenico retorted sharply, feeling affronted at being called a fraud. The sign of Renxin Hall was a century-old brand, older than this hospital. How could he allow someone to tarnish its reputation? Isn't that the truth? Rufus glared at Domenico. I've reviewed the herbs you use. They're common medicinal plants used for health maintenance, but they have no real therapeutic effect on this illness. You know nothing, Domenico snapped. I first stabilize the condition, then apply treatments to cure it fundamentally. Do you understand what root cause treatment means or not? It was clear Domenico had quarreled with Rufus many times before. His words were quite similar to Lu Shisha's, revealing a close grandfather-grandson relationship. All I know is that in a month, you haven't cured Miss Hua. Instead, you spent over 100,000 from leadership on supposed medicine that isn't worth nearly as much. I need to eat too. Don't you earn a salary? Should I treat patients for free? But your medicine isn't effective. This is fundamental treatment, curing from the root. Others watching this argument felt helpless. It seemed to happen every day. Enough, Jagger intervened. Let Knox treat for one more week. If there's no improvement, we'll try your equipment. He was uneasy too. Had her condition improved somewhat before, he would have let Domenico continue. But now it had worsened, and they couldn't wait any longer. Sir, he doesn't have the ability. Let Miss Hua accept our treatment plan immediately. We've brought in neurology experts from America. These TCM practitioners don't even understand what nerves are, Rufus insisted. Since Western medicine entered China, traditional Chinese medicine had gradually lost prominence. While hospitals still had TCM departments, they mainly served as auxiliary treatments. Important surgeries were always handled by Western medicine. Moreover, TCM had lost its essence, resorting to basic techniques like acupuncture. Do you know anything about nerves? You're the one talking nonsense. Looks like your own nerves are messed up, Gerald chimed in mockingly. As a successor of the medical arts, seeing Rufus disrespect TCM so openly, he felt compelled to stand up. And who are you? Rufus asked Gerald, glaring at him. Can outsiders enter here? I'm a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Gerald puffed out his chest proudly. Listen up, conditions Western medicine can't treat. We can. Go back to your neurology department and stop making noise here. Rufus's chest heaved with anger. Arrogant talk. Who wouldn't brag? You look more like a food delivery guy. Gerald was wearing work attire from Teoyuan, looking very much like a delivery person. Xiao Malag, show him your skills and heal Miss Hua, Domenico encouraged, knowing Gerald's medical prowess far surpassed his own. If Gerald treated her, the American equipment would be unnecessary. Why do I feel tricked? Gerald looked at Domenico, sensing a trap set for him. He argued intentionally with Rufus to draw attention and ask him to step forward to vindicate TCM. Knox, you're insane to let a young man treat Miss Hua, Rufus scoffed, eyeing Gerald, who was in his 20s. Given his age, he couldn't possibly be beyond a master's degree, lacking qualifications to work in their hospital. Why should he be able to treat Aisha? Sir, look at them. They're frauds. Is a youngster reliable to treat Miss Hua? Jagger kept scrutinizing Gerald. While the police reports described Gerald as a passionate young man, nothing mentioned his medical skills. That's enough. Stop fighting. Knox, Director Qian, you are supposed to cooperate to treat my daughter, not argue non-stop. Every day, Domenico and Rufus fought because of their differing philosophies, one insisting on TCM, the other on Western medicine. Each day, Domenico finished acupuncture and herbal medicine, while Rufus started intravenous fluids and physical examinations, turning Aisha into a competition between their methods. Hashtag chapter 163, the sign of Renxin Hall. Domenico cupped his fists and said, Sir, as you've seen, this man has been stopping me from treating the patient every day. I have always controlled the dosage of medicine carefully, but this man gives Miss Hua medication too, and the mixed drugs could potentially cause side effects. If Miss Wa's condition worsens, it might be his doing. Just now, Rufus had shifted the blame onto Domenico, and now Domenico was throwing it right back. Jagger rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Enough, stop arguing. Jagger looked at Rufus and asked, Director Qian, are you certain that using the American instrument will cure Dariogi? He had been very worried about his daughter's condition. She had always been treated at home because the environment there was better. But with her condition worsening recently, they had no choice but to move her to the VIP ward. Upon arriving here, Rufus immediately took over the treatment, which led to many conflicts with Domenico. Rufus frowned. I can't be completely sure, but this kind of stimulation therapy has achieved excellent results abroad. Gordony patients with hemiplegia have regained sensation. Then let's give it a try, Jagger nodded slightly, unwilling to give up any glimmer of hope. Sir, in order to provide Miss Wa with a quiet treatment environment, I think we should limit visitors. Rufus looked triumphantly at Domenico. If Jagger agreed, he could get rid of Domenico. Over the past few days, he had been thinking of ways to remove Domenico from the ward. This was a high-level VIP room where the patients were all prominent figures. An outsider being treated here would embarrass the Jiangxing First People's Hospital and its doctors. Domenico tugged at Gerald's clothes quietly, saying, Kinziak, did you see that? I'm being bullied. Show them what you're made of so they know your strength. Otherwise, we'll lose face. Gerald glanced at him. The old man knew how to play games. Pulling Gerald into this wasn't just an issue for Renxin Hall, but also a matter of preserving the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine. All right, please ask these unnecessary people to leave. Rufus waved his hand, already considering Domenico as someone to be dismissed. Once gone, he wouldn't be allowed back. Wait. Gerald stepped forward, looking at Aisha seated at the piano. Sir, I can make Miss Wa stand up right now. The room fell silent. Rufus's smile vanished, and Jagger froze. Other doctors and nurses looked at Gerald with strange expressions. Big talk. Rufus sneered. Who do you think you are, making such grand promises? Rufus wasn't wrong. Every neurology expert from all hospitals in Jiangxing had tried to treat Aisha without success. Even renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners hadn't found a solution. What kind of person is he? So young, yet so arrogant. He should be careful not to speak too boldly, whispered a few intern doctors, disdainfully eyeing Gerald. They had all graduated from prestigious medical schools, prepared to show their skills in the hospital. Seeing a younger man like Gerald talking big made them look down on him. Gerald ignored their gazes and turned to Jagger. Sir, if you trust me, let me try. There's no harm in it. Jagger hesitated. While Gerald was young, it wouldn't hurt to give him a chance if he came from a reputable family of traditional medicine. However, he had never heard of anyone named Gerald being a traditional Chinese medicine heir. Sir, if you don't trust me, I can guarantee it with Old Lu's reputation. If I fail to make Miss Wa stand, then Renxin Hall will close permanently, and Old Lu will leave the field of traditional medicine, Gerald added. Domenico couldn't sit still. He hadn't expected Gerald to stake his clinic's reputation on this. If Aisha didn't stand up today, the clinic's name would be ruined. Domenico wasn't doubting Gerald's abilities, but Aisha's condition was serious, and not something that could be cured instantly. Gerald smiled slyly at Domenico, dragging the old man into this mess. He wouldn't let him stay out of it. All right. Jagger nodded firmly. Since Gerald had offered such assurance, there was no reason not to agree. Besides, Gerald had proven himself helping the police before. Sir, reconsider, Rufus urged. Jagger waved his hand. That's enough, Director Qian. Let's discuss things after the treatment. Thus, Gerald was assigned to treat Aisha. Gerald, are you sure? Domenico whispered behind him, unsure. How should I know? You wanted me to show off, so I did, Gerald replied. Domenico nearly yanked his beard out. You aren't sure but dared to say that. Are you mocking my clinic? Gerald reassured him. Calm down, Old Lu. Let's take one step at a time. If it doesn't work, you can always rename your clinic. Nonsense. My clinic is a century-old brand. It can't be changed. Gerald smiled and walked toward the piano. Aisha remained expressionless, her young face carrying a sense of world weariness that was uncommon for her age. Seeing Gerald approach, she gave him a faint, somewhat bitter smile. Perhaps she thought he was boasting. After all, she had been paralyzed for 10 years, a cruel reality for any girl to endure. Sir, please have Miss Wa move to the bed for examination, Gerald requested. Jagger nodded and gently lifted Aisha, placing her on the bed. Those around quickly moved aside to watch what Gerald would do next. Chapter 164. Sensation returns. Gerald ignored the various odd gazes around him, bending down and lifting up Aisha's pants without hesitation. When he saw her legs, Gerald couldn't help but gasp. Her legs were emaciated like firewood, with bones almost visible through the skin. No muscle was left at all. Veins stood out prominently, and her feet were deformed from long-term immobility. After 10 years of disuse, her blood circulation was poor, and she suffered from severe malnutrition. In this condition, it would be a miracle if she could even regain color in her legs, let alone stand. What? You can't do anything? Rufus sneered coldly. I think you guys should just go back and smash the sign of your clinic. Shut up, Gerald bellowed angrily, infusing his words with a hint of mental pressure that exuded an overpowering aura. Taken aback by Gerald's outburst, Rufus immediately fell silent. Gerald extended his hand, placing it on Aisha's right leg, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into her leg's almost invisible acupoints. Miss Wa, do you feel anything? Gerald asked. Aisha shook her head. No feeling. These legs hadn't felt anything for 10 years, and now the lack of sensation had spread to her waist area, leaving her unable to control her bodily functions. Foolish tricks, Rufus muttered. Gerald channeled another stream of spiritual energy, letting it flow along the meridians in Aisha's legs, gently nurturing them. Gradually, the originally bluish-purple legs began to show signs of blood returning, as blood started flowing more rapidly. Aisha's expression changed noticeably, and then she suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Heat, I feel heat. After a decade without any sensation, suddenly feeling heat in her legs moved not only Aisha but also her father, Jagger, who rushed over. Daryogi, what did you say? You feel heat? Aisha nodded furiously, nearly crying. Being able to feel the warmth coming from her legs indicated that the sensory nerves hadn't been entirely lost. This revelation left Rufus speechless, his mouth agape. Their hospital had tried countless methods, electric shock therapy, surgery, but none had worked. Gerald merely touched Aisha's leg and somehow restored sensation. It was simply unbelievable, almost a fairy tale. Miss Hua, are you sure you're not mistaken? The air conditioning is still on. Maybe you feel the warmth from it, Rufus suggested, unwilling to believe that Gerald had brought back sensation. Aisha shook her head and struggled to grab her leg. It's my leg, I feel warm. Jagger quickly soothed his daughter. Daryogi, don't move, let Dr. Chin examine you properly. His address towards Gerald had changed. Anyone who could bring back Aisha's sensation surpassed all the doctors here. Gerald released Aisha's leg. Luckily, the situation wasn't as dire as he'd imagined. The nerve sensation was still there, just temporarily lost. Director, Miss Hua's legs, were they injured in a car accident? This statement shocked Jagger again. He hadn't told Gerald about the cause of her injuries, and Gerald had only come to deliver fruit baskets. How did he know? Don't misunderstand, I'm just guessing. It must have been a spinal injury from an accident, causing paraplegia. Although surgery corrected her spine, the nerves inside were temporarily sealed, leading to loss of sensation. Gerald's mental awareness was sharper than X-rays, revealing the injury in Aisha's waist. Given Aisha's gentle and quiet nature, and considering her social status, it was most likely caused by a vehicular accident. Oh, it's all my fault. Jagger sighed. At the time of the accident, he was supposed to pick up Aisha after school, but had business matters that day and let her take the bus instead, resulting in the crash. Director, I need to perform acupuncture on Miss Hua, but to do this, we need to remove her clothes. It's inconvenient here with so many people around. Can you find someone to assist me, preferably a female nurse? This was just the initial step. Gerald planned something bigger, to get Aisha to stand today. If she stood, it would slap Rufus in the face. But given that Aisha was a girl, it wouldn't be appropriate for Gerald to operate alone, so he needed help. Sure, no problem. Jagger nodded eagerly. Getting his daughter's legs back in shape was more important than modesty. I'll do it. Acupuncture is my specialty. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out from the crowd outside. Iana waved her hand and ran into the room. Word of Gerald's bold claim had already spread throughout the ward, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers that nearly blocked the door. Seeing Iana enter, Gerald felt relieved having a familiar person nearby. All unnecessary personnel, please leave, said Gerald, repeating Rufus's earlier words. Director, it might have been a coincidence, Rufus insisted, clearly reluctant to leave and eager to expose Gerald's trickery. Leave, but keep the nurse here. Jagger spoke up, silencing any objections as everyone exited the room. Bang. Jagger also stepped out and closed the door behind him. His 20-year-old daughter deserved some privacy. Outside, people speculated whether Gerald could really make Aisha stand. If he succeeded, it would be a medical miracle. Anxious observers included Jagger and Gareth, who worried about the future of Rinshin Hall if this failed. Rufus was making phone calls, ready to report Gerald if he didn't succeed. Xandra, help Miss Hua change out of her gown. Iana was skilled at such tasks, quickly stripping Aisha down to her undergarments. The sudden coolness made Aisha shiver slightly. Normally tended to by female nurses, Aisha blushed deeply seeing Gerald. Note: this translation adheres to maintaining the original tone, structure, and narrative continuity. Chapter 165. Bitter medicine is good for the health. Seeing Aisha's emaciated figure, Gerald's eyes revealed a hint of pity. She was about the same age as Haley, and next to the piano, he saw college literature textbooks. Even though Aisha was in the hospital, she still longed for school life. Tragically, she was only a child yet already half paralyzed. Miss Hua, I will perform acupuncture next, which might be a bit painful. You'll need to bear with it, but if you can't endure it, feel free to scream, Gerald warned. Aisha nodded seriously and whispered, Hales, go ahead. Gerald started by applying needles to Aisha's legs, infusing spiritual energy through the acupoints to nourish her body. However, finding the right points on such emaciated legs proved difficult. The needles felt like they were almost hitting bone instead of acupoints. Aisha clearly felt pain, but gritted her teeth in endurance. The pain in her legs signified hope for recovery. Next, Gerald moved to her waist, where the sensation was more intense. Aisha broke out in cold sweat, but didn't cry out. Gerald, let me try the acupuncture. Iana peeked over, thinking that treating Aisha would be quite a challenge. You? Gerald watched Iana's big sparkling eyes. The remaining acupoints weren't critical, so he decided to let her give it a try. Do you know the Tian Shu, Chu Chi, Higu, and Any I Ting acupoints? Iana nodded vigorously, picked up the silver needle, prepared thoroughly, and inserted it. Ah! A sharp cry erupted from Aisha. Iana's technique wasn't as skilled as Gerald's. Although she hit the correct spots, the force was too strong, causing Aisha to wince in pain. Daryogi, are you okay? Outside the door, Jagger, hearing his daughter scream, asked anxiously. I'm fine. Aisha wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face showing some distress. Look at you. You inserted the needle too deep. You need to practice more. Gerald patted Iana's head and said, Here, I wrote down the prescription. Get the medicine ready and cook it for me. Iana pouted and looked at her work, not seeing any mistakes. I haven't practiced for a long time. My hands have gotten rusty. If anyone knew that Gerald had Iana practice on Hua family's precious girl, they dropped their jaws in shock. Taking the prescription, Lu Zixia left the ward. As soon as she opened the door, a crowd started peeking in but couldn't see anything through the curtain. What are you looking at? It's not done yet. Iana shut the door haughtily and went off to get the medicine. Inside the ward, Gerald sat beside the bed without continuing the acupuncture, just watching Aisha. Should we stop now? Aisha asked cautiously, fearing to offend Gerald. We're done. Acupuncture is just to stimulate your acupoints, making your nerves respond and regulating your internal energy to smooth your chaotic meridians. Gerald smiled gently. Miss War, how long have you lost sensation? 10 years, 3 months, and 1 day, Aisha replied coolly, even precise to the day. It seemed these 10 years, she had been counting every single day. Have you thought about what you would do if your legs recovered? Gerald asked. A glimmer appeared in Aisha's eyes as she said earnestly, I want to go to school. Though she had a tutor visit the Hua residence daily to teach her, she still yearned to attend school and study with classmates. But you must take medicine every day, even if it's very bitter, okay? Gerald felt helpless. His current methods couldn't fully restore her yet. 10 years of damage couldn't be easily treated. For now, he needed to nourish her legs and then use the Wash-Gordon-Row pill to improve her physical functions. Hales, I know. I've been taking medicine every day. Aisha nodded obediently. Her docility differed from Haley's cautious nature. Holed up at home for 10 years with little contact with outsiders, her thoughts remained innocent. About 10 minutes later, Iana rushed in clumsily with herbal medicine. Gordonkwe, make way. Her actions mimicked Domenico's earlier behavior perfectly. Aisha wrinkled her nose at the bitterness of the herbs, worse than those prescribed by Domenico. Once ingested, the taste became even more bitter, surpassing Bertinglian, the bitterest herb she had ever tried. Aisha took deep breaths, gulped it down almost choking. Afterward, Iana helped wipe her mouth. There, now it's less bitter. Gerald handed Aisha a piece of milk candy, originally meant for Melvin but bought in bulk, stored in his jade pendant space. Hales, thank you, Brother Gerald. Aisha politely accepted, peeled the candy, and placed it in her mouth. Gerald raised his hand to touch her hair but recalled she wasn't his sister, but the Hua family's young lady. He patted Iana's head instead. See, how polite she is. Learn from her. Iana pouted, displeased. Where am I impolite? Don't accuse me wrongly. Aisha, watching them bicker, asked innocently, are you two boyfriend and girlfriend? This caught both Gerald and Iana off guard. How can that be? This guy's a rascal. Why would I be his girlfriend? Iana pushed away Gerald's hand. Look, he loves bullying me. Be careful you don't get bullied by him. Don't talk nonsense. If you keep saying things like that, I'll seal your mute point for 3 days. Facing this threat, Iana covered her mouth immediately. Missing meals for 3 days was fine, but not speaking for 3 days would be the end of her. After the spiritual energy circulated 77 small cycles within Aisha, Gerald removed the needles and began assisting her with spinal alignment, gently massaging her waist with 4 fingers. Please note that for future translations, maintaining the exact chapter structure, like the chapter 165, part, and line breaks is important for consistency with the original text style. Chapter 166, The Little Miracle Doctor. Snap. The ward door opened, and Iana stood there, addressing the people outside. You can come in now. Jagger stood at the doorway. Hearing that he could enter, he took the lead and walked inside. Behind him, Domenico hurriedly followed, while Rufus led a group of doctors straight into the ward. In an instant, the ward was filled with people. The hospital leadership, department heads, anyone without a surgery scheduled had come. Ordinary doctors couldn't get in, and could only peek from the doorway. Inside the ward, Aisha was standing beside the bed, struggling to hold on to the railing, wearing slippers. Although her legs, weakened by prolonged inactivity, lacked sensation and control, it was evident that she was significantly better. Shivering uncontrollably, she couldn't stand for long and eventually collapsed onto the bed. Dariogi. Jagger rushed forward, supporting his daughter's arm, his eyes brimming with emotion. Dad, I'm fine. I must have gotten a bit tired, she replied, her innocent face dotted with beads of sweat from the effort. You stood up, Dad saw. Jagger nodded, wiped his face, took a deep breath, and then looked at Gerald. Divine Dr. Chun, thank you so much. That response elevated Gerald to the level of a miracle doctor. Sir, don't say that. Saving lives is my duty. However, Miss Wa's condition isn't easily cured. I'll prescribe some herbal medicine for her to take daily, and I'll perform acupuncture once a week. By the way, please stop using Western medical equipment, Gerald smiled. Jagger nodded repeatedly. Sure, whatever you say. You can just call me Uncle Hua. Being called Uncle by Jagger was a significant honor. After all, Jagger held considerable influence in the capital city, and the Hua family was one of the most prominent clans there. Uncle Hua. Gerald gave a friendly smile, but then noticed the other doctors staring at him like a marvel. He felt they might dissect him if he stayed any longer. Jagger, seeing the crowded room, said, if there's nothing else, please leave and don't disturb my daughter's rest. After everyone left, Jagger turned to Gerald. Divine Dr. Chun, I don't know how to thank you for curing Dariogi. What do you want? Uncle Hua, Miss Wa's condition isn't fully treated yet. We can talk about this later, replied Gerald, knowing the value of Jagger's gratitude. Very well, Jagger agreed, impressed by Gerald's maturity despite his youth. Your fruit basket is still here. Our fruits from Peach Blossom Source are top-notch in Jiangxing and will aid her recovery, added Gerald, subtly promoting Peach Blossom Source. So, what do you do? Curious about Gerald's background, Jagger noticed the contrast between his business attire and the promotional jacket for Peach Blossom Source. I mainly grow fruits, Gerald chuckled. Jagger was stunned. A farmer who grew fruits with such remarkable medical skills. It was like finding out a chef was actually a martial arts master. Fruit farming? Jagger murmured. Really, selling fruits is my main job. Medicine is more of a side gig. Besides, I don't have a physician's license, so I'm afraid of being accused of practicing illegally, Gerald explained. Jagger found it hard to believe that someone without a license could treat what all Jiangxing's doctors couldn't. Do you also help the police? Gerald laughed. It's a civic duty. Inspector Bella is a friend. When she faces unsolvable cases, I lend a hand. It seems you're not only a divine doctor, but also a great detective, Jagger laughed, pulling out his phone. Give me your number for future treatment. Of course, Gerald obliged. Having Jagger's contact would be invaluable. Also, let the nurse who helped me take care of Miss Hua from now on, Gerald suggested. This is no problem, Jagger nodded, understanding the nurse's relief. After chatting a bit more, Gerald bid farewell and left the ward. Just as he stepped out, melodious piano music floated through the air, cheerful and hopeful, symbolizing rebirth. Little miracle doctor. Little miracle doctor. A doctor approached immediately. Can you tell me how you cured Miss Hua? Asked Abel, the deputy dean of the hospital, on behalf of the curious staff. Why should I tell you? Little miracle doctor, you don't have to. But our hospital wants to specially hire you as a doctor to treat patients, offered Abel. Tempting, but no thanks, Gerald replied, not wanting to work at the hospital full-time despite the noble profession. He was a cultivator after all, and had no time for daily employment. Chapter 167. Expelling Mohammed. Abel, seeing Gerald about to leave, hurriedly caught up a few steps, took out a business card, and forcefully handed it to Gerald. Little Gordonster doctor, it doesn't matter if you're not willing now. Here's my card. Gerald accepted the card, raised an eyebrow, and suddenly asked, does your hospital have a chief surgeon named Mohammed? Hails, there is a director, Gordon. What's the matter? He violated some rules last time, and he's currently under observation in the hospital. Although Mohammed's character was poor, his medical skills were indeed commendable, so he wasn't expelled but kept under observation in the hospital. Though he wasn't involved in treatments anymore, he wasn't fired either. Gerald said, if you expel him, I will agree to help you. If there are any patients you can't solve, you can come to me. That Mohammed had gotten off easy last time, so Gerald planned to give him a harsher treatment this time. Fine, no problem. Abel agreed immediately. Compared to Gerald, Mohammed was negligible. Gerald swaggered out of the hospital with Dylan following behind, beaming with smiles. Although he hadn't done much, Gerald represented the face of Renxin Tang by curing Aisha, which brought glory to them all. Kenziag, I really didn't misjudge you. Your medical skills are incredible, Dylan praised. Elder Liu, I felt you didn't fully trust me. I saw you praying at the door of the ward, asking the gods to bless me to cure Miss Hua. Gerald teased, so, did I cure her? Or did your prayers work? I was just worried. I've been treating Miss Hua for so long, yet her condition has remained unstable. It's all because of you. If you gave me more prescriptions, how could it have been so difficult? Dylan, instead, blamed Gerald. The prescription from Gerald had worked initially, but the effects only lasted a short while. After a month, it failed to stabilize her condition. All right, forget I said anything. Gerald took out his car keys and walked towards the Aston Gordonnerton, saying, I still have work to do. Elder Liu, you can go back by yourself? Don't be like that. Give an old man a ride. Besides, it'd be nice to discuss medicine further when we get back. Naturally, Dylan wanted to know Gerald's treatment methods. Just as a chef would want the recipe for a world-class dish, or a swordsman would seek the secret to ultimate martial arts. In the end, Gerald was warmly invited by Dylan to Renxin Tang, where he wrote several prescriptions for treating various diseases. By the time Gerald returned to Bisui Bay, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. You were out all day and didn't answer your phone. 2 customers have already complained about delayed deliveries. How are you the best delivery guy? As soon as he arrived, Nellie scolded him. Today, with the new branch opening, things were busy. Gerald disappeared halfway through a delivery, forcing her to apologize and send someone else. Don't mention it. I was delivering fruit baskets to the hospital when I got kidnapped by Paula's grandfather who insisted I treat someone. Do you know who it was? Sitting on the sofa, Gerald sipped juice smugly, his smile wide and proud. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. This person can definitely bring our company big business. Just wait and see the money pouring in. Nellie looked at Gerald. This guy was always unpredictable. Going to deliver fruit baskets ended up with him treating patients. Had he forgotten his primary job? Who is it? Cora was also curious after hearing Gerald's bold claim. Gerald finished his orange juice, wiped his mouth, and revealed mysteriously, Jagger's daughter. You know him, right? Jagger, who's that? Cora, naturally, didn't know the city's leadership figures. She was just an ordinary woman, not one to watch local news daily. You mean Jagger? Upon hearing the name, Nellie's eyes lit up. While the common people might not know Jagger, Nellie knew him well. When Jagger first came to Jiangxing, he gathered local entrepreneurs for a seminar on the city's future economic development. Zahir had participated, so Nellie was familiar with him. That's right. With him giving me face, I'm sure his words can make us money easily. Gerald, incredibly proud, offered the glass to Nellie. Come, make another cup of orange juice for this hero. Cora took the glass, started the juicer, and made a fresh cup of juice. This was Nellie's latest project. Now Teo Weiyuan sold both fruits and freshly squeezed juices, advertised as pure and natural, though prices were high. He briefly explained his visit to the hospital and being persuaded by Dylan to treat patients. Although Aisha wasn't completely cured, his demonstration today silenced any objections. Especially Jagger, who, wanting the best for his daughter, would surely follow Gerald's advice. Nellie nodded approvingly. Next time you treat Aisha, remember to bring fruits along. Bring plenty and give them for free. Say it's part of the treatment. Gerald drank another full cup of orange juice, wiping his mouth. Indeed, the freshly squeezed juice tasted superior, far better than store-bought options loaded with additives. That Miss Hua is truly pitiful. She had a car accident at 10, leading to paralysis below the waist. But she's a kind person, quiet and studious, likely very smart. An accident at 10, what a pity, Cora lamented. Exactly, without me, that girl probably wouldn't have lived past 3 years. I feel so great. Look at all these patients I treated. Gerald pointed at Cora and Nellie. These 2 beautiful women were still his patients, one with extreme inconstitution, the other with congenital anemia, and now a paralyzed patient. Not bad taste in patients, only the toughest cases drew his attention. Are you treating her just because she's Jagger's daughter? Nellie asked skeptically. Chapter 168 Fear of Bitterness. Nellie looked at Gerald cautiously. He could be considered warm-hearted and also considered fickle-hearted. Look, while treating Cora, he won her heart, then treating Nellie, he won over her father. It seemed like this guy wasn't choosing patients but future wives. Gratitude for saving one's life couldn't be repaid, except with marriage, just as in the TV dramas. Cough, cough. Gerald was choked by Nellie's words, almost coughing out his orange juice. Please, I am an upright person, an excellent person, someone who has risen above base pleasures. What are you thinking? Tabitha, you know me best. How could I possibly use my position improperly? At most, I'm promoting our products. Hales, you're a good man, Cora replied seriously. Now Gerald found it even harder to speak. What kind of thing was this? Now he was back to being a good man again. Oh, it's hard to be a good person. I'll go prepare your medicine now. Cora's condition was relatively good. Her illness would be cured after consistently taking medication for some time. However, after yesterday's medication, Gerald discovered that Nellie's condition was particularly severe, with an extremely imbalanced yin-yang constitution. The intense coldness from the extreme yin body type was beyond what these herbs could neutralize. He could only continue medicating until he could refine third-grade elixirs, and then create some Halalo dragon pills to harmonize it. However, these medications were not enough to change her physique. In other words, without using pure yang true fire, Nellie would remain an ordinary person all her life and could never practice cultivation. After brewing the herbal soup, Gerald served both ladies a bowl each. Cora didn't hesitate, and finished hers in 2 gulps. But after tasting a tiny bit, Nellie was so stimulated by the bitterness that her tongue went numb. Yesterday's bowl wasn't this bitter. Could it be that Gerald had increased the dosage? Nellie frowned, holding the bowl halfway up. Can't you improve this medicine? It's too bitter. Bitter medicine is effective, don't you know? This bowl of herbs costs nearly 1,000. You can't waste it. You must finish it completely. Gerald kept his eyes on the bowl of Chinese medicine, afraid Nellie might secretly pour it away when he wasn't paying attention. It was his first time seeing such a fear of bitterness in a girl, all because Zahir spoiled her too much. If he had the chance, he definitely had to have a word with his elder brother. Don't look at me like that. I'll drink it, okay, but it's too hot. Feeling scrutinized, Nellie felt like a child who had done something wrong. She blew on it, and took another sip. Gerald rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he watched her. I do have a way to make this medicine not taste bitter. Nellie lifted her head and asked eagerly, what method? Why didn't you say earlier? This medicine is so bitter, it can't be swallowed. Gerald waved his right hand, producing a silver needle between his fingers. It's simple. I'll give you acupuncture to block your sense of taste. That way, when you take the medicine, you won't feel the bitterness. However, if I seal the acupoint, it will last at least 8 hours. During those 8 hours, whatever you eat or drink will taste like wax. Human senses, taste, smell, hearing, sight, touch, all could be temporarily blocked through acupuncture points, similar to blocking nerves to cause temporary numbness. Upon hearing this, Nellie balked at the idea of acupuncture and having her taste sealed off. No way. What if you miss the spot and I lose my sense of taste forever? Gerald, holding the silver needle, grinned and leaned over, sitting next to Nellie with a half-smiling expression. Don't worry, just for 8 hours. You can sleep it off. Nellie shook her head vigorously, rejecting the suggestion. No way. Who knows if there'll be any side effects? If I lost my sense of taste, it wouldn't be worth it. Bitter or not, I'll still drink it. She raised the bowl, frowned deeply, inhaled sharply, and took another sip. No way, this is too bitter. Yesterday's wasn't this bad. Nellie put down the bowl and took deep breaths. The experience of taking medicine was unbearable. Look at Tabitha, she drank it quickly. Are you afraid of bitterness? Did you never take medicine as a kid? Seeing her distorted face, Gerald burst into laughter. He had never seen an adult who was so afraid of bitterness. How can it be the same? I've never been sick before, okay? An extremely lean constitution wouldn't be so rare if it were easy to fall ill. Nellie frowned, staring at the bowl, then glanced at Cora's bowl and directly picked it up to try a sip. The medicine tasted sweet and slightly bitter, but compared to her own bowl, it was practically like drinking mineral water. Gerald, you did this on purpose. Why isn't Tabitha's bowl this bitter? Nellie glared at Gerald, thinking he was deliberately retaliating. Different illnesses, different medicines, Gerald said exasperatedly, unable to understand the comparison. Her bowl had more ingredients added to the base from yesterday, making it stronger in nature and naturally more intense. Cora comforted her. Florence, if you really can't bear it, let Kinzieg help you with acupuncture. His technique is painless and feels somewhat comforting. When Gerald performed acupuncture, his needles contained spiritual energy that nourished the body, hence the comfortable sensation. If we need acupuncture, let's do it soon. Gerald checked the time on his phone, laughing. There are 10 hours until morning business starts. If you delay any further, you might not have a sense of taste for breakfast tomorrow. Nellie hesitated for a moment, resigning herself to the inevitable. If she drank the whole bowl at once, she'd likely vomit. Plus, considering the issue of her constitution as mentioned by Gerald, she had no choice but to take the medicine. Come on, Nellie said with a proud expression. Without hesitation, Gerald turned and stood beside Nellie. Before she could react, he inserted 3 silver needles behind her ear, in her neck, and the back of her head. Done. Gerald moved so fast, finishing within 10 seconds. By the time Nellie realized, Gerald had already removed the needles. Is that it? Nellie touched her ear. It felt like a mosquito bite, hardly painful. Of course, my skills absolutely guarantee instant results. Gerald pointed at the bowl. Try it now. Nellie picked up the bowl dubiously, sniffing it, finding it still quite pungent. This medicine is so bitter, I can smell it. Chapter 169, The Time of Lost Taste. Gerald said, please, I blocked your sense of taste, not smell. You should know by taking just a sip. Nellie pinched her nose and brought the medicine bowl to her mouth. Gulp. A clear sound of swallowing echoed as Nellie took a small sip. Indeed, there was no flavor, no sour, Sweet, bitter, salty, or umami. Gulp, gulp. She hastily drank it all, wiped her mouth, and confirmed that there truly was no taste at all. Picking up an apple nearby, she bit into it but immediately spat it out. So terrible. Without a sense of taste, everything tasted the same. Nothing. Even gourmet dishes would be unappetizing. You shouldn't eat anything since you can't taste it now. It's pointless, Gerald remarked, grabbing the leftover apple and finishing it in a few bites. He then said with satisfaction, sweet and delicious. Nellie shot him a glare, stood up, and said, I feel like you did this on purpose. I'm going to rest. Feeling a subtle warmth inside her body, fearing the awkwardness from last night might repeat, Nellie decided to go to sleep. Once she left, Gerald stretched lazily and said, Sylvie G, let's rest too. Tomorrow, please inform Florence that I won't be delivering goods to the store. He had a match representing Green Mountain, Gordonishal Hall the day after tomorrow, and needed to stay in peak condition. Lately, he felt his cultivation might be about to break through. Gerald planned to practice for a day, hoping for a breakthrough. Hails, I'll tell her, Cora nodded in agreement. Back in his room, Gerald opened the window to keep it ventilated. He pulled out a Foundation Establishment pill and swallowed it as if it were candy. Foundation Establishment pills were rare in the cultivation world. The formula was likely lost long ago. Only because of Gerald's inheritance and accidental success as an alchemist could he possibly reach the Foundation Establishment stage. Sitting quietly on the bed, he began circulating his cultivation technique, letting spiritual energy flow through his body. Already at 9th level Chi cultivation, breaking through would make him a Foundation Establishment cultivator, a true cultivator. As the pill's power spread, a wave of heat flowed from his dantian, nourishing every inch of his meridians. Spiritual spring water sat beside him, filling the room with heavenly energy. Just living in such a place would prolong an ordinary person's life. After one night of practice, Gerald had taken 3 Foundation Establishment pills, yet remained at 9th level Chi cultivation with no signs of breakthrough. He began to doubt if he was fit for cultivation. After so many pills, he should have broken through already. Knock, knock, knock. While contemplating his progress, the door knocked. Checking the time, it was 8 a.m., just 30 minutes before Peach Blossom Spring started business. Didn't I tell you I wasn't going to the store today? Gerald asked. Standing outside was Nellie, dressed in a black suit jacket and skirt, looking quite the part of a high and mighty female CEO. Why are you still saying this? When I brushed my teeth, I still couldn't taste anything. Will I never be able to eat properly again? It's all your fault, Gerald. Without waiting for a reply, Nellie punched Gerald's chest. I can't live without tasting food. You need to take responsibility and cure me. Small punches kept landing on Gerald, leaving him baffled. This shouldn't be. Gerald calculated the time. From when he inserted the needle last night to now, 10 hours had passed. Even with human variation, it shouldn't exceed an hour. So why hadn't her taste returned? Of course it should. There's no taste at all. What did you do wrong? Tears welled in Nellie's eyes. Losing her taste would be worse than death. Right? Gerald quickly explained. In traditional terms, 8 hours mean 8 watches, which is 16 hours. This realization suddenly dawned on him from the ancient texts he inherited. What? Nellie's face changed drastically. 6 more hours without taste meant missing breakfast and lunch, making everything feel meaningless. Don't worry, your taste will return in 6 hours. Gerald reassured her that 6 hours wouldn't starve her. You're going to kill me. If I lose my taste forever, I won't forgive you. With final blows to his chest, Nellie left angrily. Seeing her leave, Gerald walked out of the bedroom and found breakfast untouched on the table, confirming Nellie hadn't eaten. Feeling hungry after a night of cultivation, he finished the remaining breakfast, adding fruit and milk until he felt satisfied. Holding the last 3 Foundation Establishment pills, he realized consuming more would be dangerous. These pills were costly, costing tens of thousands each. When will I finally break through? Gerald was troubled. Typically, 1 pill sufficed, but he'd consumed 3 with no effect. Deciding not to risk overdosing, he stored the pills back in his jade pendant. His spiritual energy was at its peak. Consuming more would lead to disaster. Instead of practicing, he sat on the sofa watching TV, waiting to exhaust the excess energy before the match. The boring program passed until noon, when hunger struck. He ordered takeaway. Click. The door opened to reveal Nellie had returned. Chapter 170, The Price of Advertising. Gerald was taken aback. It was only noon, yet Nellie, who was known for her dedication, was actually skipping work. It's only noon. Why are you back already? Don't you need to watch the store? Nellie's face was not friendly as she switched into slippers and sat down next to Gerald. Sylvie G is watching the store. Now it's noon, still 2 hours before my sense of taste returns. If I still have no sense of taste in 2 hours, I won't let you off easy. Her eyes were filled with profound grievance. She would have been better off finishing that bitter herbal medicine if she had known losing her sense of taste would feel like this. This morning, breakfast almost made her vomit. And at lunch, she nearly cried after 2 bites of the dish. Normally pampered with delicacies, even dragon meat on a plate now tasted bland. Nellie grabbed her bag and hurried back to keep watch. Once time was up and her sense of taste hadn't returned, she'd settle scores with Gerald. Gerald noticed her aggrieved look, knowing this little girl harbored deep resentment. Don't worry, young miss. Even if your sense of taste doesn't return, I won't mind marrying a handicapped woman. After teasing her, Gerald faced Nellie's punches coming his way. Bang bang bang. Bastard. Who wants to marry you? If I don't get my sense of taste back, I'll cut out your tongue so you lose it too. Nellie glared at him angrily, falling for his trick and agreeing to temporarily lose her sense of taste. 8 hours without it was worse than death. Don't get upset. Cutting out my tongue won't solve anything. Want me to stimulate some acupoints with a few more needles? Dodging her attacks, Gerald waved a silver needle, saying, guaranteed to restore your sense of taste immediately. Seeing the needle, Nellie moved a meter away from Gerald, maintaining a safe distance. He was the one who numbed her senses with acupuncture yesterday. She dared not risk it again. I don't want to. All because I listened to you. Rarely displaying such temper, she pouted, staring at Gerald resentfully. Weren't you afraid of the bitter medicine? I did it for your own good. Gerald felt wronged. How hard was healing people? Being afraid of both bitter medicine and pain made being a doctor truly difficult. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Gerald quickly went to pick up his takeaway. 2 KFC Super Family buckets, 2 large bottles of cola, chicken wings, hamburgers, enough to cover the table. Florence, do you want to eat something? He held a chicken wing under her nose, letting the fried aroma envelop her. Gurgle gurgle. Despite her lack of taste, her stomach growled uncontrollably. Although her sense of smell was intact, hunger after a busy morning without breakfast made her weak against the smell. Are you doing this on purpose? She covered her nose, avoiding the enticing scent. Gerald didn't hesitate, grabbing and devouring the food happily. Gulp gulp. Half a bottle of cola later, he burped contentedly. Watching him, Nellie burned with indignation. Knowing she couldn't taste, he was deliberately eating happily before her. Humph. She turned away, picking up the remote control to change channels. Indeed, good fruits are the best. Top sales in Jiangxing for 10 years, a brand consumers trust. An advertisement caught Nellie's attention. Despite Tao Berchuan's rapid rise, they were far from competing directly with Indeed Good in the mid to low-end market. Capturing all these markets required substantial investment. You're thinking of advertising on TV? Gerald noticed her focus. Nellie nodded. The next ad bidding should be soon. Only one company per category can advertise during prime time, so we must outbid Indeed Good. Though TV ads were declining, digital ads were rising, but placing a TV ad signified strength. On various apps, I plan to launch precise advertisements for Peach Blossom Valley, targeting potential customers. As for TV, Nellie thought, Indeed Good bid 11 million last year. I imagine it will be higher this year. Spending over 10 million for an annual TV ad, while reasonable in less internet-savvy times, could flood every phone in Jiangxing with ads if used on apps. That sounds pricey, Gerald commented. Tao Berchuan had only opened for 2 months compared to their 10-year-old competitors. Spending millions on a single ad slot seemed impractical. While expensive, if we win, Hartley and DeAndre will lose advertising space. Nellie's strategy was simple. Starve herself to kill the competition. Their initial arrogance and attempts to sabotage her warranted retaliation. With business booming and Reed's support, competing wasn't an issue. Over 10 million? That could buy several sports cars. Gerald whistled. Buying a few cars plastered with Tao Berchuan's logos might generate more buzz. Nellie sipped water. We'll consider it when bidding opens. She then frowned, putting down the cup and glaring at Gerald again. All right, I'll stop eating. Wiping oil from his mouth, Gerald realized his feast was indeed cruel in front of her. Sighing, Nellie set an alarm and closed her eyes, hoping she'd wake up tasting again. Note: the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 171. Caught red-handed while sneaking chicken wings. Gerald didn't bother to disturb her. Clearly, this girl didn't trust his medical skills. He sat beside her, watching the remaining hamburgers and chicken wings. If she got hungry later, they would be ready for her. Gerald closed his eyes and continued adjusting his breathing, striving to break through soon. Ding dong. The alarm on the phone rang as Nellie rubbed her eyes and woke up from her dream. She wasn't sure what she had been dreaming about, but a string of drool was still hanging from her mouth. After waking up, Nellie quickly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, touching her stomach which growled due to hunger all morning without eating anything. Nellie glanced at Gerald who sat there meditating, seemingly unaware of her embarrassment. She looked at the leftover cola on the table, quietly stretching her hand out to pour a small cup. The cola bubbled with carbonation as she raised the cup, sniffed it, placed it to her lips, and took a light sip. Drinking the cola brightened her eyes instantly. It tasted sweet and good. This feeling reminded her of when she first tasted cola as a child, a flavor that left an unforgettable memory. Having only half a glass of cola, Nellie then grabbed the chicken wings, not caring if they were cold or not, and directly put them in her mouth. After losing her sense of taste for 16 hours, everything now felt like exquisite cuisine. Do you want to heat them up before eating? The oil has congealed. Don't you fear diarrhea? Gerald opened his eyes and looked at Nellie with a strange smile. Nellie's hand froze in the air, holding the chicken wing as she stared at Gerald with her big eyes. The chicken wing was already at her mouth, but she didn't bite down. When did you wake up? Nellie placed the chicken wing back in the bucket, glaring at Gerald. This guy had watched her sneak food. How unethical. I woke up when you wiped the drool. Gerald picked up the bucket and headed towards the kitchen. Soon after, he brought out heated chicken wings on the table. Although they weren't as fresh as before, Nellie enjoyed them immensely. Florence, I've calculated it. If you seal your acupoints after dinner and take the medicine, by noon tomorrow, your sense of taste will recover. What do you think? Florence, I've calculated it. If you seal your acupoints after dinner and take the medicine, by noon tomorrow, your sense of taste will recover. What do you think? Gerald grinned while Nellie was savoring the chicken wings. Since this girl was afraid of bitterness, if she followed his method, she'd only skip breakfast at most. Nellie threw the chicken bones into the trash bin, frowning. No way. I don't want to lose my sense of taste again. I'd rather drink that extremely bitter traditional Chinese medicine than let you block my taste. Gerald laughed. It's not so bad to endure a little hardship. It looks like you've never faced any difficulties growing up, unable even to handle a bit of medicine. Who enjoys hardships from the start? Nellie held the cola and gulped it down. Normally, she wouldn't eat such oily foods or sugary drinks to maintain her figure, but today was special. After enjoying a hearty meal, Nellie leaned back on the sofa, patting her slightly protruding belly contentedly. What should we eat tonight? Seeing how happy she was with KFC, Gerald thought they should have a bigger feast for dinner. Nellie glared at him and said, Not eating tonight. I'm dieting. High-calorie fried foods usually contain several times more calories than normal food. Eating too much would increase my weight rapidly. Having finished her meal, Nellie pulled out her laptop to continue working. Their next step was expanding Peach Blossom Land's business to establish sub-stores and shift the development focus to Taoyuan Village, creating a perfect supply chain. Florence, really not eating dinner? Cora had prepared dinner, but Nellie indeed refused to eat. Don't worry about her, she's busy calculating how many calories she consumed at lunch, said Gerald as he picked up a piece of fish and smiled. Fanny, you've worked enough during the day. There's no need to cook dinner. We could order takeout or ask Bo Ge's chef to come over. Cora replied, we've hired many staff, making it less busy. I have nothing else to do and can enjoy cooking. Previously, Cora used to stay late until 8 or 9 at night. But now, with sufficient manpower, she could leave on time at 6. Florence, are you sure you won't eat a little? Fanny's braised fish is quite delicious. This wild fish is hard to find. Gerald approached Nellie with a bowl of fish and enticed her. Nellie rolled her eyes. I said I won't eat. Why did you insist on buying KFC for lunch? If you bought Chinese dishes, would it be so greasy? All right, I'll finish eating and go prepare the medicine. Gerald finished the fish in 2 bites and hurried back to the dining table to continue enjoying Cora's dishes. Hearing about the medicine made Nellie feel a headache. She had asked Herb about her illness, and it truly had no cure. Considering she would die at 30, she felt wronged and could only accept Gerald's treatment. After dinner, Cora washed the dishes while Gerald started boiling the herbal medicine. Once done, he evenly divided the medicine into 2 bowls. I added some tangerine peel. It shouldn't be as bitter. Gerald smiled as he handed Nellie the medicine, but she received it with a tearful expression. Sniffing the bowl, it was still unbearably bitter. Just one sip made it worse. Must I drink all of it? Can I just have half a bowl? Nellie tried negotiating. It was too bitter to swallow. Don't think you can get away with that. Finish it now. If you don't finish today, you'll get more tomorrow. Gerald was being a conscientious doctor, not allowing any cheating. Sighing, Nellie drank 2 gulps and placed the bowl aside. Then, she grabbed an apple nearby to ease the bitterness. Good son-in-law, I'm here again. Just as Nellie planned to slowly finish the medicine within 2 hours, Herb arrived again. Brother Purr, you look radiant. It seems your condition is fully healed. Looking at Herb, who radiated happiness, his previously white hair now blackened, indicating he had successfully eliminated toxins after 2 months using the 9-grass jade dew pill. Herb patted his head and laughed. Hales, I counted the days. Today marks exactly 2 months. I just released everything in the bathroom. Feels amazing. Chapter 172, Arena Tickets. Gerald quickly interrupted him before the guy started talking about his bathroom ordeal again. Pagoo, you're not here just to report your bathroom trips, are you? Zahir finally remembered why he came. He took out a few tickets from his chest pocket and placed them on the table. Right? I'm inviting you to watch a match today. It's a men's match, the best choice, the Jiangqing Martial Arts Arena Contest. This is a real competition, with punches that connect solidly. I had a friend pull some strings to get these tickets. Listening to the name, Gerald felt it was eerily familiar. He looked at the title on the ticket and was immediately mortified. The ticket read, Green Mountain Martial Arts Arena Competition, vying for first place in Jiangqing. It also mentioned the opponent, Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Clearly, this was Ethan and Axton's arena fight. These guys were really capitalizing on it by selling tickets for what would otherwise be a regular territorial sparring match. It not only attracted an audience, but also publicized the Green Mountain Martial Arts School. It seemed Ethan was confident of winning the arena contest. Otherwise, such publicity would lead to utter humiliation if he lost. This is a rare match, truly promoting Chinese martial arts. Ethan, the owner of Green Mountain Martial Arts School, is my friend, so I got the tickets especially for this. What do you say? Shall we go together? Zahir looked excited. Green Mountain Martial Arts School wasn't like those ordinary taekwondo or karate schools focused on making money. They genuinely emphasized strengthening one's body through martial arts practice. Gerald had seen several of their matches before, where the fighters went all out until they spat blood. Truly a thrilling spectacle that stimulated adrenaline. I have another branch opening tomorrow. No interest. Nellie, staring at the bowl of herbal medicine on the table, declined outright. How could a girl possibly be interested in watching fights and brawls? Cora wouldn't go either as it wasn't suitable for her. My good son-in-law, how about you come with me? Zahir put his arm around Gerald's shoulders and said proudly, I've been poisoned lately and plan to change my security detail. Come along and help me see if there are any suitable candidates. If there are, we'll hire them. Ethan's Green Mountain Martial Arts School wasn't just about making money. Gordony of the students from the school ended up working for Zahir's security company, providing protection for VIPs. Sure, I'll go with you, Gerald agreed since he was supposed to participate in the tournament anyway. Do you regret causing trouble now? Nellie glanced at Zahir, lifted the bowl of herbal medicine, and forced herself to take another sip. There are business rivals too, you know, Zahir asked as he watched her drink the medicine. Florence, is this medicine for fetal health? Kuan Florence spit out the medicine, which was already bitter, nearly choking her due to her father's comment. What are you talking about? She quickly wiped her mouth and explained, these are herbal medicines prescribed by Gerald to adjust my health, nothing for fetal care. She looked at her stomach. Clearly she wasn't pregnant. Don't worry, Dad has already briefed your husband to be. Zahir patted Gerald on the back and laughed. Isn't that right, my good son-in-law? Gordon's sure to protect my precious daughter and let my darling grandson be born smoothly. Gerald helplessly looked at Nellie. The lady kept insisting she was pregnant, and now Zahir was constantly keeping an eye on them. Sooner or later, the truth would come out. Got it. Dad, you should rest. Let Gerald accompany you to that martial arts event tomorrow. Nellie was afraid Zahir might ask more questions, so she hurried to send her father back. Why the rush? Can't I chat with my son-in-law a bit? Zahir had just arrived and couldn't return so soon. Nellie picked up her bowl of medicine and stood up. I'm going to rest. Cora also stood up, deciding not to disturb their conversation. Pagoo, anything else? Gerald had no clue what to do with this eccentric brother-in-law. Xiaomalag. Zahir looked earnestly at Gerald and said solemnly, Although I recovered from the poisoning, I feel something wrong with my body recently. You understand. From the look on his face, he seemed to be struggling with male issues. After all, he was getting older, and despite Gerald giving him the Juqiao Xanila pills, the toxin still affected his nerves occasionally. Alright, I'll prescribe an herbal decoction to strengthen your constitution, guaranteed to make you vigorous. Gerald nodded. He had bought some commonly used herbs during his visit to Dylan and could prepare a formula for Zahir. That's great, Zahir agreed. Removing the toxins hadn't restored his body to its original state, and though beauty may bring disaster, he didn't have a wife and finding a girlfriend was reasonable, as long as he didn't get married. Gerald went to the kitchen to prepare the medicine, feeling like this villa had turned into a clinic, where everyone who visited was a patient. After taking the medicine, Zahir's face flushed red and he was sweating profusely. The effects were incredibly potent. The sensation in his abdomen was like a fire burning. Phew. He exhaled deeply, drenched in sweat. The medicine is quite strong. He'd taken similar remedies before, but none as powerful as this. Upon ingestion, it felt like it could bend steel. First-time users tend to have a strong reaction. It will mellow out gradually. This formula was highly potent, akin to a simplified version of Bergenglongdan, missing a few main ingredients compared to what Nelly was taking. Compared to 6-flavor Remania pill or 10 full tonifying pill, it was several times more effective, hence its power. No way, I need to go back. Zahir clutched his abdomen. The medicine was too potent. He needed to go home and shower or head straight to Green Mountain Club for relief. Gerald tidied up the table, and then went upstairs to check on Nelly. He wondered if she finished her medicine, as persistence was crucial to altering her constitution. Knock knock knock. He knocked and walked in, finding Nelly lying in bed with half a bowl of herbal medicine beside her. She was clearly struggling with the bitter taste. Don't torture yourself. How about I seal just one acupuncture point? That way, you'll experience less bitterness but still retain some sense of taste. Gerald thought this idea had merit. Sealing 1 point to reduce sensitivity to taste while still being able to taste food. Chapter 173, Casual Attire. Whoosh. A pillow flew from the bed straight at Gerald, who caught it easily. Immediately afterward, Nelly's dissatisfied voice followed. You're still trying to fool me. I won't fall for it. Don't watch over me like that. I will finish my medicine. Seeing Nelly acting like a little girl throwing a tantrum, Gerald was at a loss. He didn't expect a bowl of bitter Chinese herbal medicine would make this young lady reveal her true colors. Having no choice, Gerald could only leave the room. It seemed there would be many battles ahead between Nelly and the herbal medicine. Once he could refine the Burton-Long pills, turning the herbs into pills, they wouldn't taste so bitter anymore. Back in his room, he lay directly on the bed. The sound of water from the shower upstairs indicated that Nelly must have finished drinking her medicine and was preparing to bathe. Lying on the bed, Gerald stopped thinking about these things and drifted off to sleep. The martial arts tournament was set to start at 2 o'clock the next afternoon. He wondered what kind of skilled fighters Axton would send over for the match. The next morning, Gerald tidied up and prepared a more casual outfit. Otherwise, if he wore a suit to a martial arts competition, he'd probably be laughed at before even stepping onto the stage. After getting ready, he left at 9 in the morning. In the morning, there were some performance matches by the Green Mountain Martial Arts Gym, showcasing traditional Chinese martial arts to promote the gym. Son-in-law, you're dressed far too casually. Zahir had his driver personally come to pick up Gerald. Seeing Gerald's attire, he was a bit surprised. Although this wasn't a press conference or something formal, wearing sportswear that cost around 200 to 300 yuan didn't seem fitting for his son-in-law, making Zahir worry about saving face. Brother Purr, this is more convenient. This Nike tracksuit Gerald wore was bought with Cora when shopping last time, mainly for convenience during practice. Otherwise, dealing with small thugs and stripping off suits before fighting would be quite troublesome. Whatever you prefer. Today, I'll introduce you to some friends. Lao Wu, let's go. The Bentley started smoothly and left the Xuanhuan area, heading towards the Green Mountain Martial Arts Gym. Speaking of the Green Mountain Martial Arts Gym, it was undoubtedly the largest gym in Jiangxing, investing much more than any taekwondo schools or other martial arts institutions. Given its 1,000-year-old heritage, Ethan naturally spared no effort to uphold its reputation. Despite its poor business performance and financial losses, when people thought of it, they admired its power and dedication to traditional Chinese martial arts. The car drove for about half an hour before arriving at the Green Mountain Martial Arts Gym. Upon exiting the vehicle, Gerald saw the signboard of the gym from afar. Back then, Ethan spent almost 200 million to get this plot of land, 10 years ago, explained Zahir as they got out, showing that he knew Ethan well. The Green Mountain Martial Arts Gym covered over 2,000 square meters, including facilities such as badminton, tennis, basketball courts, football fields, swimming pools, and fitness zones, proving it was much more than just a martial arts school. Still, its main focus remained on traditional Chinese martial arts. Surrounding the area were 2 primary schools and 1 middle school. If not for the martial arts gym, converting this area into housing would have been highly profitable. However, this also highlighted Ethan's commitment to traditional martial arts. It looks pretty good. Gerald looked around, noticing the crowd included both spectators for the tournament and other guests. At the entrance, staff members in Green Mountain Martial Arts Gym uniforms welcomed everyone. Tickets were required to enter, but free tickets were given out at the door if none were available. Gerald glanced at the embarrassed Zahir, remembering how he claimed yesterday that acquiring the tickets was challenging, only for them to be freely distributed now. Traditional Chinese martial arts were indeed less popular than disciplines like taekwondo or karate in China, partly because traditional masters maintained strict standards in choosing disciples. Entering the gym, the ground floor was a spacious hall of over 1,000 square meters with a large platform in the center surrounded by seating for spectators. During normal days, removing the tables and chairs revealed foam mats for training. See, the ticket is useful, Herb smiled, walking to the first row reserved for VIPs where names were listed prominently. On the tables, fruits, sunflower seeds, and mineral water were laid out, clearly offering better treatment for VIPs, slightly salvaging Herb's dignity. Hey President Liu, it's been a while. This is my son-in-law. President Chun, how's your Tai Chi practice going? President Deng, I heard you were ill recently. My son-in-law is a miracle doctor. Let him treat you later. Meeting acquaintances, Herb greeted them warmly, continuously introducing his excellent son-in-law, Gerald, praising him endlessly. President Bert, you arrived early. Ethan, after receiving other guests, quickly came over to greet Herb. Today, he wore the uniform of the Green Mountain Martial Arts Gym. Unlike other members whose uniforms bore Green Mountain Martial Arts Gym on the back, his white robe also featured the words Patriarch on the chest along with a landscape painting. It's been a while since you practiced, Ethan said with a smile, bowing his hand. Here, various martial art styles were taught. Tai Chi, Hung Gar for fists, Bagua Palm and Feng Yun Palm for palm techniques, and sweeping kicks for leg movements. Embracing diversity, they moved away from the isolationist practices of traditional Chinese martial arts. However, only core disciples could learn advanced techniques like the Clear Wind Sword, Green Mountain Palm, and Fire Spear at the Malag Shan Hall. I've been sick recently, but once recovered, I came here to support you. Hope your tournament goes well this afternoon, Herb laughed, patting Gerald and introducing him. This is my son-in-law, Gerald. Only then did Ethan notice Gerald, who was rather plainly dressed. At first glance, he barely registered Gerald's presence. Patriarch Wang. Gerald greeted, bowing his hand. Brother Chun. Ethan exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected Gerald to be with Herb, and especially not as his son-in-law. You two know each other? Herb asked, puzzled by their familiarity. Brother Wang and I met a few days ago, Gerald replied, smiling. Now it was Ethan's turn to be confused. From son-in-law to brother, why were the titles so mixed up? Translation completed. Adhering to all provided instructions and maintaining the original structure. Chapter 174, The Fluid Movements of Tai Chi. Ethan did not dwell too much on the title issue and invited the two to take their seats. Beside Zahir sat a well-known businessman from Jiangqing. Speaking of which, they were all boxing enthusiasts who practiced for fitness and exchanged business insights while exercising. Gerald sat there, looking around but not recognizing anyone. He could only sit and eat fruit. The fruit was, of course, from Teowei Fruit Store, with labels carrying the store's logo, indicating Ethan's gesture of goodwill. After eating for a while, the performance officially began. A grand musical fanfare echoed as 100 martial arts disciples emerged in unison from both sides. All wearing white Taoist robes and barefoot, they walked in perfect formation, creating an impressive spectacle. Everyone, first, please welcome our Wushu School Principal and Green Mountain Hall Gordonster, Mr. Ethan, for his speech. Clap, clap, clap. Ethan ascended the stage with a solemn expression, a stern face, and steady steps. Thank you all for coming to support us. Our martial arts school upholds the tradition of Chinese martial arts, focusing on fitness and friendship through the art. Ethan spoke at length for 10 minutes, after which applause filled the air, and the performance finally commenced. 100 people stood in the center of the field, starting the Tai Chi opening form. Clap, clap. The synchronized movements were fluid and balanced between hardness and softness. The 42 forms of Tai Chi performed in unison had a powerful impact. It was reminiscent of the Olympics where 2008 Tai Chi performers captivated audiences worldwide. Gerald observed that modern Tai Chi, after improvements, concealed its deadly techniques and was mainly for performance. While it looked beautiful, its combat effectiveness couldn't compare to ancient Tai Chi, which was more intimidating. Campbell, as the Wudong sect leader, was undoubtedly an ancient martial artist of innate level or higher. The Tai Chi performance ended to thunderous applause. Subsequently, they showcased Tai Chi sword, Tongbei fist, whip kicks, and other traditional martial arts moves, leaving the audience dazzled. In Gerald's lineage were several formidable ancient cultivation methods, but his current cultivation level was too low to practice them. If he could, performing them would cause earth-shattering scenes. After several performances, it was time for lunch. Ethan had specially prepared a meal for the guests. Even those who entered with free tickets could enjoy dinner. Wang brother, your show was excellent. Ethan specially invited Zahir and Gerald for a meal while discussing the tournament arrangements. Martial artists are prohibited by law in this harmonious society. These performances are now solely for fitness, Ethan smiled. If it were a few hundred years ago, Green Mountain Hall would have been heroes in battle. But now, with social stability, combat was unrealistic. Only publicity and promotion remained. I've learned 24 forms of Tai Chi and practice every morning. It feels quite beneficial, Zahir added. Now Tai Chi is mainly for performance. After modifications, it serves more for aristocratic children to show off, Gerald bluntly stated. Initially, Tai Chi was a killing technique. However, after adjustments, it focused on fitness, hiding its deadly aspects. Our predecessors once visited Wudong and sparred with Daozhong, Sanfeng for 3 days and nights, ending in a draw. But in martial arts, there's no second place. The true outcome remains unknown. Ethan elaborated on their history, which spanned numerous tales connected to various martial sects. While dining, they chatted. Upon finishing, Ethan provided Gerald with a set of Green Mountain Martial Arts School attire. Being a representative of the school, appearing in sportswear on the stage would suggest poverty. The afternoon tournament started soon. Gerald wore the outfit, fitting perfectly. The crowd grew, clearly drawn by the main event. The Azure Dragon Martial Arts School had yet to arrive. The match began at 2, and it was now 1:30. They should be here any minute. On the opposite side of the arena, a dedicated area awaited the Azure Dragon School. As Gerald inspected his surroundings, he spotted a familiar face. He approached, undetected by her. Yvette Beauty, long time no see. Are you here to watch the competition? This familiar person was Lorena. She wasn't in uniform but wore casual red t-shirt and blue jeans, looking relaxed. Surprised to see Gerald, Lorena initially didn't recognize him due to the identical attire everyone wore. Why are you here? Lorena asked. Gerald pointed to his clothes. See, for fitness. Lorena gave him a skeptical look. You need fitness? Didn't you join some illegal organization? Lately, she'd been investigating the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce, intrigued by today's activities, hoping for new leads. Just helping out in a match. There's a fee, Gerald chuckled. Do you know your opponent is from the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School? Lorena wondered why Gerald was involved with the Azure Dragon again, especially after DeAndre's men damaged their shop, leading to arrests and Nellie's testimony. Though not worried about Gerald's safety, she feared another incident affecting the business. Of course I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, Gerald said nonchalantly. Be careful. Ambulances are ready outside, Lorena warned. Despite being a proper martial arts competition without fatalities, it wouldn't end until someone conceded or was carried off the stage. Seeing Axton enter with his team, Lorena quietly moved away to contact Miel. Their focus was monitoring Axton, preparing to intervene if he lost and chaos erupted. They weren't here just to watch. They were prepared for action. Chapter 175. An expert in feigning weakness. Gerald glanced over and saw the Milaglong Martial Arts Hall's members all dressed in black training suits, giving off a rather stern impression. Axton was around the same age as Ethan, with a fearsome expression and steady gait. The people following him clearly all had martial arts training, appearing quite formidable. Quite a few experts here, Gerald thought to himself. From his quick observation, this time, at least 6 dark energy masters were present from the Milaglong Martial Arts Hall. If one included those who were severely injured by Lu Milagsong and Axton, there were at least 8, a very formidable force indeed. Additionally, these trained disciples, though not yet at the dark energy level, were far stronger than ordinary people. Gerald returned to his seat, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and took 2 sips. After Axton entered with his team, Ethan greeted them. Director Wong. Director Lee. Both men clasped fists towards each other from a distance of about a meter, avoiding unnecessary contact. It's getting late. If you're ready, let's start, said Axton, sitting down without much ado, then waved for their first contestant to enter the arena. Ethan greeted, and then returned to sit beside Gerald. By now, Sterling had already stepped onto the platform, standing still in his white attire, looking composed. Uninformed observers might have mistaken it for showing off. But Gerald could tell that Sterling was adjusting his inner breath, optimizing his internal energy. The members of the Milaglong Martial Arts Hall stood at the edge of the arena, looked at Sterling, and then, with a right-footed leap, directly jumped into the arena from outside. Given the height of the platform, about 1.8 meters including the railing, it demonstrated impressive agility. Great. The spectators cheered and applauded. That person is called Jerson, Director Lee's brother. He has been practicing martial arts for many years and possesses mid-level dark energy strength, Ethan explained to Gerald. Mid-level dark energy was formidable by regular martial hall standards. Even some taekwondo directors might only reach this level. But compared to Sterling, the disparity was obvious. This Jerson clearly isn't a match for Brother Ebai, Gerald remarked. Sterling was at the peak of late-stage dark energy, just a step away from breaking through. Meanwhile, Jerson was only at mid-level, far from being an equal opponent. They also have 2 late-stage dark energy experts named Monroe and Ramon, brothers and Axton's top aides, Ethan added. Patting Gerald on the shoulder, he continued, but don't worry. Clement has been at the late stage for years. He will definitely give it his all to win and try not to involve you. Why didn't they send their late-stage dark energy experts first? Is it like Tianji's horse race strategy? Gerald asked, observing Axton. Dispatching strong contestants initially would boost morale. Why start with someone of mid-level dark energy? Who knows? Ethan wasn't overly concerned. After all, Sterling would definitely win this round, and Clement should have no trouble either. Clement had fought against Monroe and Ramon before, and usually came out victorious. Sterling and Jerson took their positions on the platform. Jerson had assumed an attack stance, waiting for the bell to signal the start of the fight. On the other hand, Sterling remained composed, neither attacking nor defending. He stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless, focused entirely on Jerson. Please, Jerson gestured, shifting his feet and placing his right palm forward, left hand guarding his chest. Just one hand. Sterling scoffed. His arrogance made the audience uncomfortable. To offer a handicap during a serious match was seen as disrespectful. Members of the Milaglong Martial Arts Hall began to jeer loudly. Bastard. Wait until you're crawling on the floor after this beating. Stop showing off, Lee Sr. Finish him. Beat him until his own mother won't recognize him. Jerson was also furious, but understood Sterling's strength. Still, if he couldn't win with one hand offered, his credibility would be shattered. With a bang, the bell signaled the start of the match. Jerson remained cautious, advancing cautiously to find Sterling's weaknesses. Sterling stayed still, eyes fixed on Jerson, extending his right hand while keeping the left behind his back. Come on, can't handle me with just one hand? Sterling taunted. Jerson's eyes blazed. Don't try to provoke me. I won't fall for it. Without figuring out Sterling's tactics, Jerson wouldn't make the first move. In duels between experts, initiating first often exposed one's pattern, increasing the likelihood of losing. If you won't move, I will. Sterling advanced a step, causing Jerson to retreat 2 steps. What's going on? Are we watching a drama? The audience grew restless, unaccustomed to such a drawn-out start. Gerald's lips curled upward slightly. Suddenly, he dashed forward with incredible speed, appearing as a swift white blur to the audience. As Jerson sensed the attack, he deflected with his left hand, stepping back and pushing forward with his right palm. A balanced offensive and defensive move. With Sterling restricted to one hand, he hoped to launch a second attack. However, when Sterling's punch met Jerson's left hand, Jerson realized too late that his strategy was flawed. His left hand could barely withstand Sterling's power, forcing him to use both hands for defense. Zzz. Despite blocking with both hands, Jerson was pushed back several steps by the sheer force of Sterling's strike. Though the bout aimed not to kill, it was meant to incapacitate opponents. A powerful blow to the temple would easily cause brain damage, even for a dark energy master protected by internal energy. Jerson felt an intense pain in his left hand, realizing he underestimated Sterling's prowess. Chapter 176. Overwhelming the opponent. Sterling's smile widened, and watching him, Jerson felt increasingly uneasy. Just as Jerson's attack was intensifying, Sterling suddenly reined in his strength and took a step back. With his force suddenly withdrawn, Jerson lost balance and fell toward the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, turning 180 degrees, using his right hand to brace himself against the ground, and springing up again, standing back on the stage. Sterling stood where he had been before, extending his right hand forward, palm up, and beckoned at Jerson, saying, "Come on." Jerson was furious. This guy started fighting when he wanted but couldn't stop jabbering. "Go ahead, fight. You don't dare with one hand tied behind your back? What kind of person are you? Come on, finish this. I still have to pick up my kids." Some spectators, who knew nothing about martial arts, were just there for the excitement and cheered loudly without any regard for decorum. Axton looked at these rowdy individuals and waved at his subordinates, instructing, "Go make them shut up." A few people from the Blue Dragon Martial Arts School walked straight towards the loudest spectators. Seeing the tall and strong school members approach, these few people suddenly froze. Realizing the seriousness from their expressions, they stopped making noise. Jerson adjusted his breathing, kicked off with his right foot, switching from defense to offense, and prepared to launch an attack. With a flurry of punches, he unleashed 7 or 8 strikes in quick succession. Only the sounds of rapid collisions could be heard. Sterling blocked each punch single-handedly, creating an impenetrable defense that kept Jerson at bay. After a series of fast punches, Jerson's energy began to wane. Seizing this opportunity, Sterling delivered a sudden thrust punch directly towards Jerson's chest. Bang! Though Jerson reacted by crossing his hands over his chest, the punch still made his arms go numb and forced him to retreat 2 steps. Worthless! Sterling didn't give him time to catch his breath, moving 2 steps forward, pulling his right fist back, then striking again. Seeing another direct punch, Jerson felt it was just a simple move and twisted his body to dodge sideways. But he soon realized his mistake. Sterling's punch was clearly a feint. As Jerson dodged, Sterling lifted his left leg and swept with a whip kick. Smack! The sharp sound echoed like a whip striking the floor. Sterling's midsection kick struck Axton's right waist, sending him flying across the stage until he slammed into the edge. This kick is for Brother Malagsong's revenge. Sterling slowly approached Jerson, knowing that he was also responsible for harming Lu Malagsong. He had no intention of letting him off easily. "Come on." Jerson flipped up from the ground, but his stance was unsteady. That seemingly simple kick carried Sterling's internal strength, severely injuring his right waist. Good. Sterling did not hesitate, charging forward again. His right hand formed a palm, which he pushed toward Jerson's chest. This strike seemed powerful, containing at least 50% of Sterling's internal strength, causing even the air around him to swirl. Jerson naturally tried to block with crossed hands. Just as Sterling was less than a meter away from Jerson, he suddenly withdrew his hand, bending his right arm and delivering an elbow strike. Panicked, Jerson changed his defensive posture, attempting to grab Sterling's arm with his left hand and strike back with his right. While his left hand managed to grasp Sterling's arm, before his right hand could attack, Sterling suddenly straightened his right hand and swept across his face. Smack! A loud slap resounded, and Sterling's harsh slap landed squarely on Jerson's face. Striking someone's face is the ultimate humiliation. Under normal circumstances, being slapped would provoke a deadly response. On the stage, it was an outright insult. Now utterly enraged, Jerson punched chaotically, attacking Sterling relentlessly. "The hell with you." Smack, smack, smack. Ducking and weaving, Sterling slapped Jerson multiple times, leaving his face bruised and swollen. Heard of dragon taming 10 slaps? 6 more slaps to go. Sterling shook his right hand. Indeed, slapping faces required skill. A little misstep, and his hand would hurt too. But your face sure is tough. Jerson was almost driven to spit blood, coughing up saliva mixed with a broken molar. "We concede this round." Walking to the edge of the stage, Jerson declared. "Why, I haven't lost yet." Despite his protests, Jerson was pulled off the stage by the Blue Dragon Martial Arts School members. It was clear to everyone that if Sterling had fought full out, Jerson wouldn't have stood a chance. Really boring. So weak. Sterling glanced at Axton, mocking him before stepping off the stage. This one-sided match was indeed no fun. For the next match, Clement and Monroe were both Dark Force late-stage ancient martial artists but didn't reach Sterling's level. It should be quite spectacular. There was a 10-minute break. Jerson was taken to the hospital due to not only losing a tooth, but likely suffering a concussion as well. Sterling sat next to Ethan after the match, grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table, and drank a couple of gulps. His forehead glistened with sweat. Despite seeming relaxed, using just one hand was exhausting. Gerald handed him a pill, saying, "Eat this. It will restore your internal strength." Sterling looked at the pill, grabbed it without hesitation, and swallowed it. Immediately, a warm flow surged through his body. Sterling's eyes brightened. The effect of this pill was amazing, perfectly restoring his internal strength. Furthermore, after taking the pill, his internal strength seemed to surge far beyond its peak state. Taking a deep breath, he began to adjust his breathing. "Thanks." Gerald smiled, unexpectedly grateful. He thought Sterling would only act superior. Truly spectacular. It took Zahir a moment to recover, praising the display. As an ordinary person, Zahir didn't understand much except that Sterling hit and Jerson fell. ####Chapter 177. Every punch to the flesh. Gerald smiled and also began to adjust the spiritual energy within his body, surrounding himself with it. Ethan glanced at the stage. The 10 minutes passed quickly. Clement entered the arena, while Monroe appeared from the opposite side. Clement was 2 years younger than Ethan. Originally under the guidance of their master, he wasn't the one with the best talent, but he was definitely the most hardworking. He quietly practiced martial arts when others were playing around, relying on sheer perseverance to advance all the way to the Dark Force realm and eventually reach the late-stage Dark Force. Opponent Monroe was a towering figure known for his defensive prowess. After Clement stepped onto the stage, he didn't say a word as he stared at Monroe. Monroe's heavy breathing echoed like a bellows due to his large frame, which required more time for a full circulation of his internal force. In contrast, Clement stood immovable as a mountain, breathing steadily with his gaze fixed on Monroe. Compared to Monroe, Clement was visibly smaller, leading the audience to assume that Monroe would easily win this match. But as soon as the bell rang to signal the start of the match, they realized they were wrong. Clement attacked ferociously, demonstrating power far beyond what his physique suggested. Monroe found himself immediately at a disadvantage, forced into continuous defense. The offensive and defensive exchanges between them were intense and exciting to watch. After several rounds, the dynamic shifted. Monroe took the offensive, while Clement defended. This back and forth continued in an evenly matched battle. Their combat speed was so rapid that the audience cheered enthusiastically, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Both Clement and Monroe sustained injuries from the intense fighting, their mouths already bleeding after multiple exchanges. Ethan couldn't help but worry. The injury to Lu Milagsong had already upset him, and if Clement were to get hurt too, he felt he'd be failing in his duties as the sect leader. After another round of fierce combat, both fighters retreated to their respective corners to recover their breath and prepare for the next assault. "Senior brother, I'm fine." From the corner, Clement noticed Ethan's concern and finally spoke up. Ethan nodded, then sat down again. Once recovered, Clement launched another attack, clashing once more with Monroe. Bang bang bang. Slap slap slap. This was brutal, no holds barred, and no fancy moves, just sheer strength and endurance being put to the test. Each punch exchanged was met by another. After several exchanges, Clement and Monroe both fell, lying motionless on the stage. This round ended in a tie. Clement was helped off the stage, and Gerald generously provided him with a 9-grass jade dew pill. Clement had suffered significant injuries, with at least a dozen broken bones and considerable internal damage. Without Gerald's medicinal pill, recovery would have taken months. Ethan sighed and glanced at Gerald. If you can't win, just surrender. Gerald, after all, was invited by him and was a doctor, not someone he wanted to risk injuring. In a team, healers are even more crucial than warriors. What does that mean? Zahir hadn't quite grasped the meaning behind those words, but Gerald leaped directly from his seat onto the stage. A jump much more impressive than Jerson's earlier display. From 3 meters away, Gerald jumped onto the 2-meter-high platform, something even an Olympic athlete might find difficult. Damn, is that lightness skill? That's amazing. A small show of ability earned immediate applause. Orson, isn't that your son-in-law? Why did he go on stage? That's true, Orson, letting your son-in-law compete must be about money, right? If he breaks any limbs, won't your daughter end up with a disabled husband? Zahir's friends started chatting animatedly. They watched the matches but wouldn't want anyone close to them to fight. I don't know either. Zahir scratched his head and turned to Ethan. President Wong, what's going on? Ethan focused on Gerald, recognizing the exceptional nature of his leap. Orson, we'll talk later. As the match was about to begin, Gerald's opponent appeared on stage, but it wasn't Ramon as Ethan expected, it was someone else. A man dressed in a karate gi, whose facial features didn't resemble those of Han Chinese. Konnichiwa, representing Eastern martial arts, I challenge the Chinese martial arts community. With his choppy Chinese, he announced this boldly to Gerald and everyone present. Upon hearing his accent, everyone erupted into fury. Why? Doesn't Milaglong Martial Arts Hall have enough people? How could you invite a Japanese dwarf to fight? How shameful, this is Chinese land. What do the Japanese have to do with it? Garbage Milaglong Martial Arts Hall, I paid my tuition. Give me my money back. Due to the long-standing animosity between China and Japan from decades of war, Axton's decision to involve a Japanese fighter stirred public anger. Director Lee, what do you think you're doing? Ethan was also furious. Inviting a Japanese fighter into a Chinese martial arts competition was clearly a provocation. Axton shrugged indifferently. Our company has business ties with Yamada Group. They're our partners. Why can you have helpers, but not me? Fine. Ethan sat back, lifting his teacup to drink deeply. Though he didn't know the Japanese man's exact strength, Axton sending him indicated formidable abilities. The crowd's insults continued, now transcending a mere martial arts contest to national pride. Despite having many taekwondo and karate dojos in Jiangxing, these usually coexisted peacefully. By entering this match, the Japanese fighter sent a clear signal. They aimed to challenge the Chinese martial arts world. For Gerald, losing this match was no longer an option. If he failed, Malagshan Martial Arts Hall would face relentless criticism and shame. Gerald looked at the Japanese man. Indeed, he was shorter, only around 1.65 meters tall, but his build was robust, especially his hands, suggesting extensive training. His specific strength remained unclear since Eastern martial arts differed from Chinese styles. Samurai Ichiro, please teach me. The Japanese man half bowed, which wasn't out of politeness but rather a cultural habit from his homeland where bowing was common. Chapter 178, Concealment. Gerald bowed from afar, reciprocating the respect shown to him. He couldn't let others look down on Chinese martial arts. Gerald. The audience was now standing, shouting for Gerald to thoroughly thrash that Jerry. This match was the most intense yet, but it also posed the greatest challenge. Jerry's appearance at the last minute confirmed his formidable strength. Gerald focused and held his breath as spiritual energy began to envelop him. He didn't believe he could lose to someone shorter than him. The body tempering pill had hardened his bones, coupled with the techniques and boxing skills he learned. Even against an opponent who had reached the transformation stage, he could still fight. Brother Gerald, I rely on you, Ethan said from below the platform. This match's outcome would impact Green Mountain Hall's reputation. Ethan felt Axton intended to tarnish them intentionally. No problem. Gerald waved. Ding. As the bell rang, Jerry initiated the attack aggressively, slashing a palm strike towards Gerald. Instinctively, Gerald prepared to counter, noticing that Jerry's right hand remained in front of his chest. a sign of impending consecutive attacks. Bang! Their hands collided. Jerry's palm aimed straight for Gerald's head. Gerald pointed directly at Jerry's junction point with his index finger. Poof! A spirit-filled dry Xanian finger struck Jerry's xuanhuan, but unexpectedly, he acted as if nothing happened, continuing the slash downwards. Gerald's eyes widened in shock and fear. Even a late-stage hidden strength practitioner couldn't withstand such a quick strike without showing any signs of damage. This meant Jerry had already reached the transformation stage. At this level, one's inner energy flowed freely throughout the body, always ready to defend or attack. Damn, this is crazy. Though Gerald could contend with transformation stage experts, as a cultivator, using talismans or flying needles would be advantageous from a distance. In close combat, brute physical strength was paramount. He hastily raised his arm to protect his head and was met with a heavy blow from Jerry's palm. His knees buckled, nearly kneeling. Taking advantage of Jerry's pause between attacks, Gerald quickly retreated. Huff, huff, huff. Breathing heavily, Gerald realized if that blow landed on his baihui point, it might have been fatal. Despite Jerry's small stature, his strikes were ruthless. However, Gerald noticed Jerry had to jump to reach his head, leaving his lower half unstable. Perfect moments for Gerald to attack. My turn. Gerald couldn't remain passive. Leaping forward, he executed the ninefold leisurely steps to their utmost efficiency. His speed was unmatched. No ordinary person could follow his movements. Even Jerry was surprised, needing to focus intently to track Gerald's position. Go to hell. Gerald moved behind Jerry and slammed a palm towards his head. Retribution for the earlier attempted strike. Despite Gerald's powerful blow that could crush stone, Jerry managed to dodge at the last second, causing the palm to hit his shoulder instead. Being short had its advantages. While Gerald's high-to-low strike offered some advantage, Jerry's bend made the impact less severe. However, after withstanding Gerald's strike, Jerry retaliated with a palm to Gerald's chest. Gerald felt as if a car had crashed into him, burning and excruciating pain coursing through him. He stumbled back a few steps before steadying himself. Huff, huff, huff. Struggling to normalize his chaotic internal energy, Gerald found the Japanese man not to be trifled with. The inner, energy-packed strike was extremely painful. Without the bone-tempering pill, this strike would have broken at least 2 ribs. Jerry also suffered. Gerald's strike numbed his left arm and significantly weakened his fighting ability. Both stood apart, focusing on regaining their composure. You, come here. Gerald extended his right hand provocatively. Like Sterling, he wanted Jerry to make the first move, giving him the upper hand. Why, little Japanese man, are you afraid? Weren't you boasting about challenging us? Seeing Jerry still unmoved, Gerald tried to provoke him further. After regaining his internal energy, Jerry rushed towards Gerald with astonishing speed, comparable to Gerald's ninefold leisurely steps. In less than a second, he appeared before Gerald, launching double-handed strikes toward his left chest and right leg. Given his height, these were the only targets reachable. The simultaneous attacks made it difficult to discern the real target. But Gerald had already released his divine sense, responding calmly regardless of Jerry's speed. The deceptive moves were transparent under his divine sweep. Clap, clap, clap. Several exchanges later, Gerald blocked over 10 of Jerry's strikes. My turn again. Seizing the opportunity after Jerry's round of attacks, Gerald began his offensive, forcing Jerry to retreat step by step. Transformation stage ancient martial artists were physically robust. Lesser hidden strength fighters would have been knocked out by now. Despite being hit several times, Jerry held his ground. Concealment. Jerry, continuously dominated by Gerald, knew continued fighting would deplete his inner energy, rendering him helpless. Suddenly, he formed a gesture with both hands, then vanished from the platform as if into thin air. Please note that in English translations, some cultural references may be adjusted for better understanding, especially names like Jerry, which has been kept as close to the original as possible. The translation aims to maintain the narrative style and tone of the original text while ensuring fluency and accuracy. #####Chapter 179. No Gordonishal virtue. The audience below was left stunned. A living, breathing person had just vanished right before their eyes as if by magic. A truly impressive feat. Where's that Japanese guy? He vanished into thin air. Damn, are Japanese anime actually real? Is he a ninja? I've seen techniques like shadow clone and water release. Everyone's eyes turned to the fighting arena, but no one could spot Don, not even Sterling and Ethan. Sky Slash. About 5 seconds after Don disappeared, he reappeared behind Gerald, hands clasped together, his body floating in midair as he swung down toward Gerald's back. Whoosh. Don's full force attack was mere inches from hitting Gerald. Then, Gerald's figure vanished from where it stood, leaving only an afterimage. When Gerald reappeared, he was behind Don. This sudden disappearance and reappearance bewildered everyone watching. After reappearing, Gerald delivered several straight punches while Don was still airborne, slamming him onto the mat. The floor was padded with foam, so it wouldn't hurt much upon impact, but Gerald's strikes were vicious, creating a hole over 10 centimeters deep in the ground. With these tricks, your techniques are nothing compared to Chinese martial arts. They're like kids playing pretend. If Don's stealth technique had been used against ancient martial artists, even those at the transformation stage, it would have held an advantage. He had used principles of space and light combined with his specially designed robes to create an illusion of disappearance. Ancient martial artists would have relied on detecting Don's chi to locate him. But Gerald, being a cultivator, used his divine sense, rendering any kind of disappearance meaningless. Baka. The Chinese don't follow martial virtue. Don struggled to stand, his robe torn apart by Gerald. There was no way he could use his stealth trick again. Shorty, who are you cursing? You don't play fair when you can't win? I'll give you this advice. Reflect on your actions. Gerald sneered. Don was fuming with rage. He had come here to show the Chinese people their Eastern martial prowess, but he hadn't expected such a formidable opponent in Gerald. Beat that little Japanese guy. Go Malaxian Gordonishal Arts Academy. Seeing how well Gerald was doing, everyone started cheering loudly, filling the hall with the name of Xiang Martial Arts Academy. You die. Don unleashed all his internal energy, attacking Gerald once more. Want to match speed with Grandpa? Think again. Gerald also rushed forward, leaving another afterimage. His 9 transmutation steps, though only slightly mastered, were an extraordinary skill. If fully mastered, they could allow instant teleportation, instead of relying on sheer speed. The audience couldn't follow the exchange, while Ethan and Sterling barely managed to see the figures, unable to grasp the specifics. So this is the might of the transformation stage, Ethan gasped. He realized that at the hidden stage, they were nowhere near the power displayed here. Had anyone else from their academy faced Don today, they would have been thoroughly defeated. Even Sterling probably wouldn't fare well. Amazingly fast, Sterling murmured, continuing to observe. He could barely keep up with Don's movements, but Gerald's moves were entirely beyond his comprehension. It took 3 seconds for him to notice what Gerald did. Crack, crack, crack. Sounds of rapid exchanges filled the air. Soon, Don flew backward, landing heavily on the ground, a footprint visible on his chest. Don leaped back up, standing opposite Gerald again. As the fight went on, Gerald found it increasingly easier. Don seemed to focus on speed rather than strength, making him easier to handle under Gerald's divine sense. Had Don been a powerful offensive or defensive transformation stage martial artist, Gerald wouldn't have had it so easy. Another intense bout followed, and Don was sent flying once more. His face bore the heavy imprint of a punch from Gerald, his right eye swollen shut. Want another round? Gerald chuckled, knowing that Don's internal energy was almost depleted. During the brief respite, Gerald had taken a 9-grass jade dew pill to recover his spiritual energy. With restorative pills, Gerald had the upper hand, while Don had to rely on brute force. If you can't win, surrender now. Kneel 3 times, call me Grandpa. Admit that Chinese martial arts are the ancestors of Japanese martial arts, and I won't kill you. Gerald stood there with arms crossed, exuding immense confidence. Dealing with a Japanese opponent meant he didn't need to hold back. Insults were mild. Ideally, he would have finished Don off immediately, given the earlier attempts to take his life. Baka! Don roared angrily, charging once more. Gerald kicked him back effortlessly, his leg movements impossibly swift. Usually, high-level fighters don't easily use kicks, especially ones that leave them vulnerable. Once off the ground, an unstable lower body makes one susceptible to counterattacks. Gerald's kicks were casual, unafraid of retaliation, as Don was already at his limits. Further attacks would only lead to surrender. Axton watched the unfolding scene with an unusually grim expression. He hadn't anticipated such a fierce contest in what he thought was a sure win. Sterling, the strongest of Malaxian Hall, was not a match for Gerald, so Axton had chosen Jerson for the first match, never expecting to win it anyway. What he hadn't foreseen was Clement's fierce resolve to fight Monroe to the death, resulting in severe injuries that would take half a year to heal. Even less expected was the emergence of Gerald, not only overpowering but consistently dominating Don. Translation complete. Chapter 180. Unparalleled in medicine and martial arts. The crowd was riled up, each person cheering loudly with flushed faces. The shouts rose and fell like waves. Some people even spat directly at the Milaglong martial arts hall side. It seemed that their actions of inviting a Japanese opponent to challenge had thoroughly enraged the citizens of Jiangqing. I will not forgive you. Connor knew he could not prevail. If he didn't leave now, he might very well meet his end here today. Suddenly, his figure flickered as he leaped off the stage and ran frantically towards the main gate, disappearing from sight. Sterling noticed and, with a light tap of his toes, flew after him, clearly intending to chase him down. Gerald stood on the stage, looking at Axton below whose face had turned ashen. He smiled and said, Directorly, your helper has run away. This result speaks for itself. Axton stood up, along with the people from the Milaglong martial arts hall behind him, all retreating towards the entrance. Director Wong, you've won this time. My Milaglong Business Association will withdraw from north of Jiangqing. North of Jiangqing was the key economic development center. With this statement, Axton acknowledged his defeat. Gerald received a hero's welcome. Having defeated the Japanese challenger, he was hailed as a national hero. A group of enthusiastic citizens lifted Gerald high into the air, tossing him upwards, then catching him again repeatedly. After the festivities died down, Ethan sent people to clean up the mess promptly. The reputation of the Milaglong martial arts hall was utterly ruined. They invited a Japanese fighter for the challenge but lost, earning them the stigma of traitors. In the office, Ethan thanked Gerald sincerely. Brother Gerald, you've really helped me out today. Without you, I don't know what would have become of our Malaxian martial arts hall. Gerald laughed. It's nothing, just a small fry. If it were another Essence Transformation martial artist, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Ethan chuckled. Brother Gerald, stop being modest. By the way, what level are you at? Essence Transformation? He was very curious. Although he couldn't gauge Gerald's strength fully, from today's competition, it was clear Gerald was at least at Essence Transformation level. To be precise, I should be considered at Dark Energy Peak. Gerald was at level 9 Chi Cultivation. In terms of martial arts cultivation, that equated to Dark Energy. However, as he practiced both Chi Cultivation and Body Tempering, he was significantly stronger than average Dark Energy practitioners. Dark Energy? Ethan was amazed. A Dark Energy martial artist defeating an Essence Transformation one was simply extraordinary. Even Sterling, a once-in-a-century talented disciple, could not achieve such a feat. What are you talking about, President Wong? You haven't explained why you asked my son-in-law to fight for you. And Xiao Malag, how did you get so skilled in martial arts? Zahir, standing aside, was bewildered, unable to understand the situation. He usually practiced Tai Chi and had learned some martial arts from Malaxian martial arts hall, but today's events were completely different, like something out of a wuxia novel. President Bert, didn't you know? Ethan thought Zahir was upset about Gerald participating in the challenge, but from his tone, he realized Zahir had no idea Gerald knew martial arts. Hales, I have no idea. What's going on? Zahir only came to watch the competition with Gerald. Seeing Gerald step onto the stage left him anxious. Any mishap could mean losing a good son-in-law and leaving Nellie without a good husband. Brother Purr, Florence knows all this. Gerald recounted Sebastian's attack on Nellie and the subsequent encounter with the scarred man who found him. Oh, I see. So that's it. I thought you only knew medicine. Turns out you're unparalleled in both medicine and martial arts. Zahir finally understood a little. He was the only one in the dark. I'll treat you tonight at my club. Let's have a great meal. Seeing Gerald's remarkable skills, Ethan wanted to cultivate a closer relationship with him. When the remaining 50 million payment arrived, he intended to give Gerald more benefits, but Gerald refused. Moreover, with Zahir as his father-in-law, Gerald was likely not short of money, so Ethan did not press the matter. At this moment, Sterling returned, his white robe covered in dust, looking somewhat disheveled. Ibai, where were you? Did you chase after the Japanese? Ethan had noticed Sterling's movements but had many things to deal with at the time, so he didn't inquire further. Besides, Connor was injured, so Sterling wasn't in danger. Sterling sat on the sofa, picked up a cup of water, and drank 2 large gulps. Essence transformation martial artists are indeed formidable. Indeed, he had chased after Connor, wanting to experience firsthand what made Japanese martial arts so powerful. Taking advantage of Connor's injuries, Sterling fought back and forth, trying to discover the path to breaking through to essence transformation. Even an injured essence transformation practitioner was beyond a dark energy practitioner. After over 100 rounds, Sterling still couldn't overpower Connor, who eventually managed to escape. Brother Gerald, how do you train? Can you tell me? This time, Sterling spoke more than usual, indicating his acknowledgement of Gerald's strength and willingness to learn. My training method is different from yours, but it can help you in certain aspects. Gerald's cultivation path differed from the physical training of ancient martial artists. They couldn't cultivate spiritual energy, and Gerald couldn't develop internal energy. Each had to choose one path. Here, follow the ingredients listed, prepare the medicine for me, and when it's ready, I can help you break through. Gerald wrote down several medicinal ingredients, not just for body tempering pills, but also other miscellaneous herbs. He felt that to break through to foundation establishment, he needed to refine several pills. But those herbs were incredibly expensive, costing far more than 1,000,000 yuan. With Ethan present, he didn't hesitate to offer to refine the body tempering pills while taking the opportunity to refine some other pills as well. Are you a potion master? Ethan's eyes lit up as he examined the list of ingredients, recalling the records within his sect. If Gerald were a potion master, he could refine pills to maximize medicinal effects, which would be crucial for breakthroughs among ancient martial artists. Hales, sort of, Gerald admitted, not seeing any harm in revealing his potion-making abilities as long as his cultivator identity remained hidden. Great. Let me get started immediately. Is there anything else you need? Ethan was elated. A potion master was a rare and valuable resource, and finding one unexpectedly was like uncovering a treasure. Perfect. I'll prepare right away. Anything else you need? Chapter 181. Utmost Courting. Last time, when Gerald gave him the 9 herb jade dew pills, he felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. Now that he knew for sure, he definitely needed to treat Gerald as a distinguished guest. Wang Leoj, since you know of alchemists, do you have any pill furnaces in your sect? Gerald asked further. A pill furnace is crucial to an alchemist, much like how a sword is vital to a swordsman or a saber to a saberman. It's an essential tool. Hales, yes, let's head back first. We'll talk about it once we get there. Ethan's answer took Gerald by surprise. He had only asked casually, not expecting an affirmative response. So, Ethan led Gerald and Zahir back to Green Mountain Clubhouse. In one of the storage areas on the top floor, Gerald saw the pill furnace. The furnace looked ancient, as if it had been used for years. The furnace mouth was dragon-shaped, and its tripod legs each ended with 5-clawed dragon feet. This is the furnace our ancestors used for pill refinement. However, after losing the formulas, no alchemists appeared among us again, so this furnace has remained unused. I wonder if it suits your needs. Ethan explained. Gerald nodded slightly, his heart racing at the sight of the furnace. Around the furnace, spiritual energy swirled, indicating it had indeed been used by cultivators, likely having a history of over 1,000 years. This would count as a magic treasure, a functional one. With it, Gerald believed his success rate in refining pills would increase by at least 30%. Perfect, I'll take this. Gerald affirmed. Great, I'll arrange for it to be delivered to your place. Ethan smiled and then pointed at other items in the warehouse. Brother Chanqing, these are heirlooms passed down within our sect. If anything interests you, they're all yours. These items varied widely: weapons, paintings, calligraphy, and some martial arts manuals. While valuable as antiques on the market, none were useful to Gerald. Ordinary weapons didn't qualify as magic treasures. And although the antique collectibles could be sold for money, Gerald didn't need money or Ethan's favor. After circling around, Gerald found something else. In the corner lay several irregularly shaped stones, weighing dozens of kilograms each, emitting strong spiritual energy. Gerald's eyes lit up. He bent down and picked up one, brushing off the dust. He became delighted once more. Spirit stones, and they're even medium-grade spirit stones. He never expected to find spirit stones here. Throughout his cultivation, besides finding a spirit spring with the snow wolf, he hadn't discovered a single spirit stone until now, finding a whole pile here. Wang Leoj, are these stones also ancestral legacies? Gerald asked. Ethan nodded. Hales, we don't know what use they have, and they've been kept for ages. They feel smoother than ordinary stones, but aren't jade or emerald. I have no idea what they actually are. It seemed the Green Mountain sect's ancestors had also included cultivators, but due to the lack of spiritual chi and the necessity of having a spirit root, cultivation must have gradually died out. These stones are yours too, Gerald said. Sure, Ethan agreed. By the way, Wang Leoj, if you ever find similar stones, please keep me informed, Gerald added. Currently, what Gerald most needed for cultivation were various heavenly materials, spirit stones, spirit springs, and spirit trees. Otherwise, relying solely on absorbing heavenly chi would take an impossibly long time to break through. Understood. I'll keep an eye out, Ethan nodded and offered. Do you want this set of teaware? It's an antique from the Ming Dynasty, and this painting is by Burton. He aimed to further ingratiate himself with Gerald, hoping to draw him into their sect. These aren't necessary, Gerald declined. Seeing Gerald wasn't interested in lingering, Ethan didn't push further. Back at the clubhouse, Ethan arranged an elaborate dinner banquet, including beautiful women as company. While Zahir enjoyed himself immensely, Gerald remained indifferent to their charms. As Ethan recounted stories of the Xianghu, they ate and drank. After a leisurely chat, everyone returned home. Xiaoxing, wasn't I right? Look at those girls there. The feeling, the spiciness, the enthusiasm. In the car, Zahir was still marveling with admiration. The beauties at Malag Shan Club were truly impeccable. Their service attitude and people-pleasing skills were top-notch. No wonder it was so famous. With such service, one could be content just eating a meal and admiring the beauties. If it weren't for Gerald insisting on leaving, Zahir might have spent the night there. Bropa, you should take it easy with your body. Seeing Zahir almost drooling, Gerald had to remind him. His body hadn't fully recovered yet. If he overdid it, it could lead to other complications, making treatment difficult. Moreover, Gerald was officially Nellie's boyfriend. Zahir didn't hold back at all. If not for Nellie, he probably would have asked Gerald to stay overnight at the Malag Shan Club too. I know. Zahir squinted his eyes, a crafty gleam in them. He laughed and said, good son-in-law, what we did at Malag Shan Club can't be told to Florence, alright? Last time Gerald went to the club, he got scolded by Cora and Nellie. He wasn't foolish enough to tell Nellie about these things. In the car, Zahir specially tidied himself up, spraying some freshener to cover the powder sent from hugging the beauties. After finishing up, they finally returned to the house at Baishui Bay. The moment they entered the room, Gerald and Zahir noticed something was off. Nellie was sitting on the sofa with a stern look, her expression turning even darker upon seeing them return. It seemed like a storm was about to break. Cora, sitting beside her, also wore a worried face, her gaze at Gerald filled with slight reproach. Gerald then noticed Yvette Juanru was also there, and immediately understood what was happening. Did you two eat? I brought some snacks. Zahir quickly placed the takeaway food on the table, sensing the icy atmosphere. Nellie turned around, crossing her arms, and gave them an interrogative look. Dad, Gerald, where did you go today? Zahir chuckled. Didn't we tell you? I went to watch a martial arts competition with my son-in-law. Nellie's eyes flashed with anger, turning to Gerald, her face as cold as an interrogator's in a police station. In the car, Zahir still marveled at the beauties of Green Mountain Clubhouse. Their service was impeccable, making it famous for more than just the food. If Gerald hadn't insisted on leaving earlier, Zahir might have spent the night there. Paji, take it easy, Gerald advised, noticing Zahir almost drooling. Zahir's body wasn't fully recovered, and overdoing it could cause complications, complicating his recovery. Besides, Gerald was ostensibly Nellie's boyfriend, and Zahir didn't hold back in front of him. Had it not been for Nellie, Zahir might have wanted Gerald to stay overnight at Green Mountain Clubhouse. I know. Zahir squinted with cunning eyes and laughed. Good son-in-law, remember not to tell Florence about what we did at Green Mountain Clubhouse, okay? The last time Gerald went to the clubhouse, Zhou Menghe and Nellie had scolded him roundly. Knowing better, he wouldn't tell Nellie about this. On the way back, Zahir tidied up, using freshener to cover the scent of the women he'd been close to. Only after cleaning up did they return to xuanhuan and home. Upon entering the room, Gerald and Zahir noticed the tense atmosphere. Nellie sat on the sofa with a stern face. Seeing them return, her expression darkened further, like storm clouds gathering, ready to burst into rain. Beside her, Zhou Menghe wore a troubled expression, glancing at Gerald with a hint of reproach. Gerald focused and noticed Yvette Juanru was also present, immediately understanding the situation. Florence, have you eaten? I brought some late-night snacks. Realizing the cold atmosphere, Zahir hurriedly placed the snacks on the table. Nellie turned, arms crossed, questioning them. Dad, Chanqing, where did you go today? Zahir laughed awkwardly. Didn't we tell you, your son-in-law and I went to watch the arena match? Nellie's eyes flared with anger, turning to Gerald, her expression icy like a detective in an interrogation room. Chapter 182. A woman with a baby is not to be provoked. Gerald smiled ingratiatingly. Well, I originally went there to watch the competition, but they sent a Japanese guy to fight on the stage. As inheritors of Chinese martial arts, we can't let them lord it over us, right? I couldn't hold back and had a match with him. Really? Nellie looked at Gerald skeptically. When did you join that Green Mountain Martial Arts Hall? Why didn't I know about it? Gerald glanced furtively at Bella beside him. He hadn't expected this girl would be so quick to tattle. Florence, the opponent was from the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce, one of DeAndre's men. Shouldn't I take revenge for our fruit store? He pointed at Bella. Moreover, isn't Yvette Beauty investigating Axton? So, in a way, I helped out, didn't I? Bella said coolly, I never asked for your help. Nellie glared at Gerald, frustrated by his recklessness. Can't you realize what your responsibility is now? We're all depending on you to live. If something happens to you, what will I do? What will Tabitha do? And what about the baby? As she spoke, she rubbed her belly as if cradling a little one inside. Dad, how could you let Gerald go fight? If anything happened to him, could you take responsibility for it? Nellie turned to Zahir. Zahir panicked. I didn't make him go, but Kinziag's kung fu is really good. He'll be fine. Gerald was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Nellie to play this card, holding him hostage metaphorically, using a fake emperor. Bella sat there trying hard not to laugh, her body trembling slightly. She hadn't expected Nellie to act like this, and so convincingly. Don't cry, Dad's wrong. Zahir hastened to comfort Nellie, who seemed to have the upper hand over this quirky father figure. You and that Green Mountain group can collaborate if you want. The company is here to make money after all. Nellie sighed. Xuanhuan just told me that Axton is a very dangerous person. If you provoke him, it could be life-threatening. Nellie cared a lot about Gerald, not only because he provided base-building fluid for the fruits, but also because he gave her a sense of protection she had missed since childhood. If Gerald were in danger, she would definitely lend a hand. Ordinary matters were within Nellie's capacity, but underground mafia affairs were beyond her control. Even Bella had said that Axton's subordinates, numbering several hundred, regularly engaged in brawls, arson, and even murder. How could she allow Gerald to provoke such dangerous people? Even as a cultivator, he couldn't withstand an overwhelming number. Okay, my darling daughter, I understand. I won't bring him there again. Seeing the time, Zahir added, it's getting late. Take care of yourself. I'll be off. He bolted out immediately. Sitting there, Gerald felt extremely uneasy. After Zahir left, both women's gazes fixed on him. Don't worry, I'm just helping them earn some extra cash. I haven't joined them. Gerald hurriedly explained. And my kung fu, you know I'm confident. I know you can fight, Nellie replied unsatisfactorily. But can you fight 1, 10, or 100 people? You're a shareholder now. You represent the company's image. She couldn't use the same approach on Gerald as she did on her dad, so she resorted to persuasion. Kenziag, you're not a kid anymore. Please stop engaging in violence. Cora chimed in, not wanting Gerald to tangle with someone like Axton either. Aren't you helping our company too? You don't know DeAndre is part of the Azure Dragon Chamber. I couldn't stand seeing him cause trouble. Gerald knew this would be Nellie's reaction. Her principles were strict. Business and the underworld should not mix. Why don't you let Xuanhuan handle these things? That's her job. Bella, sitting there as the captain, had been investigating Axton. Once enough evidence was gathered, she would round everyone up, including DeAndre. Gerald looked at Bella helplessly, suspecting she might be seeking revenge. Bella ignored Gerald's gaze and sipped her juice leisurely. Florence is right. Dealing with organized crime is the police's responsibility. Having investigated Axton for some time, she noted that while Ethan kept under radar, Axton had been expanding aggressively, involving himself in everything from fighting to trafficking young girls. Her top priority now was dismantling this societal cancer. Ms. Yvette, looks like you didn't sleep well last night. Gerald changed the subject suddenly. Bella sipped her juice indifferently. No, so what? Is it any of your business? After learning about the martial arts hall showdown, Bella had worked late into the night investigating the criminal bosses involved. She arrived early today to monitor Axton, but no fights broke out, leaving her team disappointed. Try not to drink cold beverages in the coming days. Otherwise, you might get stomach pain again. Gerald reminded her, having already advised her about her health and given her a jade dew pill. Clearly, she hadn't taken it seriously. As if I need your concern, Bella retorted, but her stomach began to hurt as soon as she finished her juice. She grabbed some tissues from the table, blushing slightly, and hurried to the bathroom. Gerald went to the kitchen to prepare the evening herbal decoction for the two women. While preparing the herbs, Ethan's people delivered the alchemy furnace, spirit stones, and a pile of medicinal herbs. The speed of procurement was impressive. Looking at the huge furnace, taller than a man, Nellie and Cora were puzzled. Why did they need such a large contraption? Gerald, however, stared at the furnace with eyes glowing like a wolf's. This alchemy furnace was used by at least a golden core cultivator. It bore the marks of time and the essence left behind by its former user. Translation notes. Gordon maintained paragraph structure and tone, translated character names using their pinyin equivalents accurately, ensured natural and fluent English without introducing other languages, kept storyline and logic consistent with previous content. Hashtag chapter 183. Bella is injured. Gerald couldn't stop admiring the alchemy furnace, caressing its surface with his hand. This furnace must have been used by an alchemist of at least 5th rank to leave such a profound trace of alchemy essence. Such a fine treasure. Seeing Gerald's actions, Nellie and Cora both thought he had lost his mind. They were already used to his unpredictable behavior and didn't find it surprising that he was hugging an alchemy furnace and calling it a treasure. With both arms wrapped around the furnace, Gerald struggled to stand up, managing to carry the massive iron alchemy furnace into the bedroom. Thankfully, the room was spacious enough for the furnace without looking too out of place. After tidying up, Gerald stored the spirit stones and medicinal herbs in his jade pendant space. From now on, this room would be his personal alchemy laboratory. After preparing some traditional medicine in the kitchen, he returned to the living room only to see the two women struggling to carry Bella out of the bathroom. The two ladies, one supporting Bella's arm and the other her thighs, managed to lay her down on the sofa after much effort. Gerald, quickly come and take a look. Xuanhuan has fainted, Nellie said once they had laid Bella down. Nellie had gone to check on her after she hadn't come out of the bathroom for a long time and found her unconscious inside. Initially, Nellie wanted to ask Gerald for help, but given the awkward situation, Bella hadn't even put her pants back on. Nellie had no choice but to ask Cora for assistance instead. Standing nearby, Gerald glanced over and calmly said, she'll be fine if she drinks more warm water. The first time he met Bella, Gerald had warned her about her illness and given her 9 grass jade dew pills, but she paid no heed to it. Later, when he brewed herbal medicine for her and discussed her condition with Nellie, Bella still didn't take it seriously. Given her attitude, Gerald saw no reason to intervene further. After all, the most serious consequence of her illness was likely future fertility issues. Don't just say that. Help her now. Nellie urged as Bella's face turned pale, her lips blue, and her body ice cold. It was clear her condition was quite severe. Gerald briefly scanned the situation, picked up the bowl of herbal medicine prepared for Nellie, poured out a small amount, then took half a bowl from Cora's portion, mixed them together, and handed it over. Here, drink this and she should be fine. Nellie watched him mix the medicines, dissatisfied. You're joking, right? These are meant for me and Tabitha, and you're giving this to Xuanhuan. Gerald wasn't worried at all. He placed the mixed medicine on the table, grabbed the remote control, and flipped through channels until he found a variety show. He sat back and watched with crossed legs. Still, Nellie picked up the bowl of medicine and, after some thought, began to feed it to Bella. After drinking half the bowl, Bella's pallid complexion gradually improved. However, Nellie noticed that Bella was breaking out in cold sweat. Gerald, please come and check on her. Bella was Nellie's close friend. Ever since saving each other from wolves in Green Mountain, their friendship had grown deep. If Bella didn't regain consciousness soon, Nellie was ready to drive her to the hospital. I said she'd be fine once she drank it, Gerald sighed. I wouldn't harm her, even if she isn't exactly pleasant or doesn't hesitate to tattle on others. Nellie placed a warm towel on Bella's icy forehead. Gerald, why do you have such a grudge against her for catching you twice? Nellie scolded, glaring at Gerald with big eyes. You're a grown man. Don't be so petty. She knew Gerald and Bella had some issues, but it didn't warrant neglecting her. Please, I'm not interested in arguing with her. You heard me earlier. She has a condition, but she refuses to listen. I've told her about her illness multiple times, yet she never listens. Gerald had repeatedly reminded Bella, but her arrogance made her disregard the advice. And even if you help her now, what about next time? She doesn't care for her health, so who can she rely on? While Bella's condition wasn't as severe as Cora's and Nellie's congenital diseases, it was a career-induced ailment resulting from overwork and lack of rest. Her occupation kept her physically stronger than average, but if it reached a critical point, the consequences could be dire. Judging by her state, she hadn't slept for over 2 days, leading to fainting. Nellie was left speechless, unable to argue further. Even last time when she suggested Gerald treat Bella, the latter firmly refused. 10 minutes later, Bella slowly regained consciousness, looking incredibly exhausted, her usual vigor nowhere to be seen. Xuanhuan, you're awake? Nellie hurriedly poured her a cup of hot water and helped her sit up to drink. It hurts. After sipping some water, Bella clutched her chest, a look of intense discomfort on her face. Gerald found this strange. Shouldn't she be feeling pain in her abdomen, not her chest? Are you okay? You scared me half to death just now. Nellie put the cup down and gently massaged Bella's chest. Although her complexion was still pale, her lips had returned to a normal color. I should be fine, Bella murmured, though her breathing was still rapid, and she continued to sweat profusely. Did you get injured? Gerald asked. Under normal circumstances, Bella's illness would only cause weakness and unbearable abdominal pain, but now her chest hurt, which pointed to her heart. There might have been a cardiac issue, or perhaps trauma causing internal bleeding. I. Suddenly, Bella spoke weakly, and then came a loud poo. A mouthful of blood spewed out, splattering Nellie with a mixture of bright red and dark purple blood. Nellie was terrified, hugging Bella tightly, unsure of what to do. Bella stared blankly at Nellie, her sharp gaze fading as her eyes slowly closed. Chapter 184, Another Slap. Nellie was utterly terrified and grabbed Bella's shoulders, shaking her. Xuanhuan, what happened? Florence, calm down. Let's lay her down first. Cora hurried over to help, fearing that if Nellie continued shaking her, she might shake the life out of anyone. Gerald pulled away Nellie. This was a typical case of being so concerned that one loses composure. Don't be agitated, let me check first. Holding Bella's right hand, Gerald infused a thread of spiritual energy into her body, allowing it to circulate. As the spiritual energy moved, Gerald sensed something blocking its path near the chest, preventing it from traveling through the meridians. Take off her clothes, Gerald ordered. Nellie immediately complied and quickly removed Bella's t-shirt. Instantly, her attractive figure was exposed to everyone. Thanks to regular training, she had a well-defined six-pack and an almost perfect figure with no excess fat anywhere. Moreover, her alluring curves drew everyone's attention. Her uniform usually concealed such a fantastic body. If not for the undergarments, the sight would have been overwhelming. What are you staring at? Hurry up with the acupuncture. Nellie smacked Gerald hard, furious that he was admiring Bella's figure at such a critical moment. Cut it out. Gerald brushed aside Nellie's hand and inspected Bella's chest. Now he understood why she had been complaining of chest pain. A clear palm imprint, pitch black in color as if smeared with ash, appeared on Bella's chest, about 3 inches below her breasts and near the ribs. So, this is it. The obstacle to Gerald's spiritual energy was caused by this palm imprint. This wasn't just any ordinary strike, but one imbued with internal strength, which obstructed the meridians inside Bella's body. However, this strike also managed to dislodge the stagnant blood within her, causing the dark blood mixed with fresh blood that she coughed up earlier. What do you mean by this is it? Hurry up, Nellie urged impatiently, worried sick as she watched Gerald take his time. Bella's breathing had become incredibly weak, indicating she might lose consciousness at any moment due to blocked meridians. All right, bring a basin of boiling water. Gerald retrieved silver needles and prepared for acupuncture. Earlier, he didn't dare force out the internal strength within Bella's body due to the risk of it colliding with his spiritual energy near her heart, potentially shattering her blood vessels. He gently opened Bella's mouth and fed her a 9-grass jade dew pill to neutralize the internal strength inside her body. Cora promptly brought a basin of hot water, and Gerald, ignoring the steam rising from the water, dipped a towel into it before placing it on the palm imprint. With the towel applied, clouds of steam rose, looking painful to witness. Using silver needles, Gerald began to insert them slowly into various acupoints. The gentle spiritual energy combined with the medicine should gradually dissipate the internal strength within her body. After a few minutes, several silver needles were placed on Bella's body, focusing the spiritual energy around her chest. Gerald replaced the towel and checked again. Upon reinspection, he found 4 different forces interacting within Bella's body: drug energy, spiritual energy, internal strength, and a 4th unknown force. Carefully examining, he discovered that the 4th force emanated from Bella's dantian, lower abdomen. Bella had already developed a weak form of internal strength, weaker even than hidden strength. This explained why the effects only started now after she was struck, as her own internal strength initially resisted the attack. Now, the 4 forces clashed inside her body. Thankfully, Gerald's spiritual energy, assisted by the medicine, gradually absorbed the internal strength. While pressing her lower abdomen to stop the internal strength and inserting needles, Gerald worked diligently. Nellie stood aside, watching silently. After another 10 minutes, when all the needles were in place, Nellie finally dared ask, "How is she?" Removing the towel from Bella's chest, Gerald saw that the black palm imprint had vanished. "It's mostly done. Her internal organs sustained some injuries, but her bones are fine." Wiping his face with the towel, despite just doing acupuncture, he felt it akin to battling the person who hurt Bella. A single mistake could result in fatal internal strength explosions. "Why hasn't she woken up yet?" Nellie asked. "For goodness sake, even surgery patients need time to regain consciousness. Don't treat me like a miracle worker. If simple acupuncture cured every ailment, I'd be a deity, not a doctor." Gerald removed the needles from Bella's body and then placed his palm on her dantian to check her condition again. At this moment, Bella, who was lying there, stirred slightly and slowly opened her eyes. Smack. Unexpectedly, the first thing Bella did upon waking was slap Gerald across the face. Usually, it was Gerald doing the slapping. Who knew it would turn into him getting slapped? During the last incident at the police station when she had stomach pain, he was also slapped by her while treating her. Again, during treatment, this girl punched him, leaving him wondering who to complain to. "What are you doing, you pervert?" Bella gritted her teeth, grabbing a piece of clothing nearby to cover herself, glaring at Gerald with a look that could kill. "You're biting the hand that feeds you." This girl really took kindness for stupidity. He was trying to heal her, and she repaid him with a slap. "Don't be angry." Xuanhuan must be confused. After a stunned moment, Nellie recovered and quickly comforted Gerald, wiping his face with the towel. Chapter 185. Problems with being single for too long. Gerald's skin and bones were now extraordinarily tough. Naturally, this slap couldn't cause him any physical harm. Though his body was uninjured, his heart had taken a significant blow, saving someone out of kindness only to get beaten. This was akin to helping an elderly person only to be extorted in return, who would still do good deeds after such an experience. "I'm fine," Gerald said, grabbing a towel and tossing it onto the sofa as he stood up. "If I'm okay, I'll go to sleep then." Nellie tugged at his arm and said, "Don't be angry. Elena didn't mean to." At that moment, Bella had just regained her composure, her head still dizzy. She felt someone touching her and upon opening her eyes, saw Gerald's detestable face. Instinctively, she slapped him. Realizing her mistake now, she explained hastily, "I didn't mean to. It's a professional habit." Bella quickly put on her clothes and found herself feeling much more comfortable. The discomfort in her chest was gone, and she felt particularly refreshed. However, she seemed to have sweated profusely, making her clothes stick to her body uncomfortably. "You are a big man, don't be upset," Nellie almost pouted, causing Gerald to find it somewhat unmanly if he continued to be angry. "I'm not upset," Gerald responded. "Since she's awake, that means everything is fine. I'm going to sleep." Naturally, Gerald wouldn't care about that slap, but he did develop some disdain towards Bella. "Xiao, stop joking around." Officer Yvette fainted again. Cora's anxious voice echoed as they turned around to see Bella lying stiffly on the sofa, having fainted once more. Nellie released Gerald's arm, pointing at the unconscious Bella. "There's a problem again. You should check on her." Gerald was truly helpless. He had been slapped and now had to treat the slapper. Where could he go to seek justice? But what could he do, considering Bella's close relationship with Nellie? Checking her again, he found that the medicine had only just started to take effect and her internal energy hadn't been fully adjusted yet, causing her to faint. He roughly picked up Bella and said, "She'll be fine. A hot bath will do." Carrying her as if she were a sack of potatoes, he took her into the bathroom and laid her on a mat. The warm water would help disperse the effects of the medicine, accelerating metabolism. However, Gerald decided to leave this part to Nellie and Cora before leaving. Returning to his bedroom, Gerald admired his alchemy furnace contentedly. Placing a mid-grade spirit stone in his palm, he absorbed its essence, which felt incredibly delightful. However, there was now too much spiritual energy inside him. He needed to expend some before absorbing more, repeating this cycle several times until he could break through. After putting away the spirit stone, Gerald sat before the alchemy furnace, preparing to refine some 9 grass jade dew pills. Speaking of these pills, they were indeed excellent remedies, beneficial for various ailments and injuries, essential for a master physician. Throwing 2 fire inflammation talismans into the furnace, he began refining the pills, causing the room temperature to rise rapidly. Refining first-tier pills now came naturally to Gerald. He managed to do so without waste, maximizing the efficiency of the ingredients. Using this alchemy furnace made the process even easier. This alchemy furnace only required infused spiritual energy, allowing precise control over the temperature, avoiding overheating or cooling which might ruin the refinement process. Through refining, Gerald seemed to sense the previous owner's insights into alchemy and learned the name of this furnace. Dragon Scale Furnace. An imposing name, though it was uncertain if it was truly made from dragon scales or if true dragons still existed in modern China. After 1 hour of refining, Gerald had produced 10 9 grass jade dew pills, a sufficient quantity for now. Next, he attempted to refine 3rd-tier bone washing pills, but possibly due to his cultivation level, he failed twice because he couldn't perfectly integrate the ingredients. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Gerald was preparing to refine body tempering pills to enhance Ethan's strength, there was a knock at the door, followed by Nellie entering. "Elena has woken up and wants to thank you for treating her." Gerald raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "Huh, she's thanking me? Florence, don't try to be nice to both of us. I know her personality well. She looks at everyone like they're thieves." "Fine, but remember, she's a girl, and being single for too long can make anyone a bit odd," Nellie insisted, dragging Gerald towards the door. "Aren't you single too? Do you also have peculiar habits?" Gerald retorted. Nellie pushed Gerald forcefully, discontentedly saying, "Why do you talk so much? Go out already." Thus, under Nellie's strong urging, Gerald arrived in the living room. Bella had changed into a dress, apparently Nellie's. Dressed in a long skirt, she looked quite different from her usual fiery self. This hot-tempered girl looked surprisingly decent in a dress. Gerald sat nonchalantly, staring straight at Bella. Bella's gaze regained its sharp intensity as she stared back at Gerald. The atmosphere felt less like an apology and more like a prelude to a fight. Him. Finally, Bella cleared her throat, speaking softly. I didn't know you were treating me. Sorry. Nellie must have given her a talking to, otherwise, this fiery girl wouldn't apologize so easily. Poking Gerald, Nellie gestured for him to speak. All right, since you've sincerely apologized, I'll forgive you. Great men don't harbor grudges against petty people, and a prime minister's stomach can hold a ship. I won't bother with such things, Gerald said, pretending to be magnanimous. Okay, everything's fine, Nellie said cheerfully. Let's drink some juice. I'm exhausted. She poured juice for them, bringing about a truce. Oh right, Gerald looked at Nellie and said, I must remind you. The blow you received expelled the blood stasis from your body, leaving you very weak. To recover soon, you should take a break from work and take some Chinese medicine for adjustment. As a successor of medical arts, Gerald maintained high medical ethics. Struck by that blow containing inner strength, Bella's blood circulation had been disrupted, forcing the blood stasis from her abdomen to her chest. This violated the natural functioning of the human body. If left unchecked, the blood stasis might lead to other complications. Hashtag chapter 186. Reason for the injury. Junyao, Dr. Chen's medical skills are really amazing. You should listen to her. Nellie advised, take some rest during this period. You can stay here if you want. Let her prescribe some medicine and treat you. You have no idea how scared I was just now. Okay. Bella nodded slightly, accepting Nellie's kindness. Oh right, how did you get injured? Nellie pursued. Gerald also looked at her curiously. The power of that palm strike was significant. It had to be delivered by a transformation-level martial artist to embed internal energy into another person's body. Bella, who wasn't even at the concealed stage, couldn't possibly have fought a transformation-level expert. I went after those Japanese men, and then encountered a masked person blocking me. So I took action, explained Bella. It turned out that Bella and her team were investigating a case involving a floating corpse found on the beach in Jiangxing. The deceased female had recently gone missing. Further investigation revealed that the victim had appeared at the Green Dragon Commercial Association's entertainment venue. Gordony females in Jiangxing had been reported missing, all connected to the Japanese individuals, seemingly working with the Green Dragon Commercial Association on illicit activities. Naturally, Bella had to investigate. She had been tracking the Japanese men when she witnessed Sterling and Isidro engage in combat. Her target was the Japanese individual. After Isidro fled, Bella followed him until they reached an alley where he met up with accomplices who promptly spotted her. When she tried to take the Japanese men in for questioning, they attacked and struck her with a palm before taking Isidro away. Perhaps due to her identity, they didn't use lethal force, otherwise, she might not have returned alive. Finishing her account, Bella looked a bit embarrassed. She had been determined to pursue the criminals, but ended up being repelled and left with lingering internal damage. If not for Gerald, the internal energy would have eventually destroyed her meridians, leading to a fatal burst of chi from within. No surgery could have treated it. You sure are brave, chasing after transformation-level martial artists. Maybe more than one, Gerald teased. Aren't there any capable people on your side who can catch these criminals? Why do you have to help? Bella rolled her eyes. It's part of my duty. Is there a problem with that? Catching criminals is what police do. Through these pursuits, she confirmed that the recent kidnappings of women in Jiangxing were carried out by these villains, only possible by such skilled masters who left no traces behind. Be careful you don't get caught yourself while trying to catch them, warned Gerald. Nellie nudged Gerald again, saying, don't talk nonsense. Bella thought for a moment. The recent kidnapped women were all aged between 20 and 30, young and beautiful, fitting the criteria herself. Hey, you're not planning to lure them out, are you? Seeing her expression, Gerald suspected she intended to take risks. Bella puffed out her chest proudly. Am I that stupid? Her current martial arts level was far below that of a transformation stage master. If captured, another name would be added to the list of missing women, tarnishing the reputation of the police. Junyao, rest and heal first. Don't think about it anymore. Your police station isn't short of people. This sort of dedication, while beneficial to civilians, worried her friends deeply. I understand, sighed Bella. I'll listen to you, okay? Gerald noticed their unusually close relationship, closer than just best friends. Could they be? Given Bella's tomboyish nature, it wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. I'm going to sleep. Bella stood up, tidied her hair, and headed toward the guest room. With nothing else to do, Gerald went back to his room to continue refining pills. Though still not proficient in third-grade pill refinement, second-grade refinement was manageable. With the available herbs, he could refine body refinement pills and chi condensation pills, a quick remedy for recovering internal energy, using valuable ingredients. Thankfully, Ethan brought a good supply of rare herbs tonight, allowing Gerald to indulge in this luxurious refinement. The room stayed brightly lit and scorching hot through the night, like a sauna. In the morning, with dust on his face, Gerald headed to the bathroom. Deciding to skip work today, he planned to refine suitable medicinal pills to send to Aisha since the girl's condition was quite serious. It felt like this villa was turning into a hospital. Every girl living here was sick. He hoped Jagger wouldn't bring his daughter here too. Bang bang bang. The door was knocked loudly. It was definitely not Nellie or Cora. Opening it, it was indeed Bella. Do you need something? Here, Florence left breakfast for you. Seeing you haven't come out, I was afraid it would get cold, said Bella, handing the breakfast over. Thanks. After receiving it, Gerald turned to close the door. Bella wrinkled her nose and glanced inside. What were you doing in there? Setting fire to the house? Is it illegal to set a fire indoors, Miss Yvette? Bang. Gerald closed the door, bit into 2 buns, and sat in front of the furnace, gripping a spirit stone to absorb its power. At 9th level of cultivation, he lacked the breakthrough opportunity. Practicing occasionally, he might just break through anytime soon. He practiced all morning and refined some attack talismans. By noon, he emerged from the bedroom, intending to order takeaway food. However, hearing sounds coming from the kitchen, he saw Bella wearing an apron, wielding a cleaver to chop up an old hen from Xuanhuan village. The chopping sound was loud and forceful, every swing splitting the meat and nearly cracking the cutting board. Violent freak. Gerald muttered under his breath and walked away without offering help. Since someone was cooking, he didn't need to order takeaway. Putting away his phone, he sat on the sofa, legs crossed. Half an hour later, the dining room smelled delightful. It turns out Bella not only had impressive martial skills, but excellent cooking skills as well. Compared to Nelly, her dishes were much better. 4 dishes and a soup, perfectly balanced in color, aroma, and flavor, with proper nutritional value. Hashtag end of chapter. Chapter 187, Catching a Thief. Gerald served himself a bowl of chicken soup without hesitation and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls. The free-range chickens from Xuanhuan village were indeed extraordinarily delicious. Miss Yvette, who would have thought you can cook? Gerald relished the soup and glanced at Bella, suddenly finding her less annoying. After all, a woman who could cook was a bonus point in men's eyes. Just eat it if you like it. Bella lifted her bowl and started eating by herself, paying little attention to Gerald. After finishing his soup, Gerald ladled another bowl of rice and smiled at Bella. Out of uniform, she looked rather cute in her casual attire. A white dress fluttered around her, paired with her neat short hair, making her resemble a Barbie doll somewhat. Miss Yvette, are you not working today? Gerald struck up a conversation. These days were my days off anyway, Bella replied grumpily. Even on leave, you still catch thieves. Truly a workaholic. If you had brought more people yesterday, you wouldn't have been so unlucky. Yesterday, Bella being on leave naturally meant no weapons. Otherwise, brandishing a pistol would have intimidated those guys into submission. Even a powerful martial artist wouldn't dare face bullets. Bella quickly finished her first bowl of rice, rolling her eyes before serving herself another one. Do you live by the seaside, managing everything? Finishing another bowl, Bella tossed the bowl aside, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and said, You clean the dishes later? Gerald chuckled, didn't reply further, and cleared the table before returning to the living room. Bella was sitting on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. With a full stomach, Gerald sat beside her and picked a recently released comedy film to watch. They each occupied themselves without speaking or acknowledging each other. Half an hour later, Bella put down her phone, rubbed her eyes, and headed for the foyer as if preparing to go out. Where are you going? Gerald asked. Buying groceries. Your fridge is empty. I wonder how you survive. As a guest, staying here, seeing the empty fridge, she felt obligated to buy something. All right then, I'll stretch my legs outside too. Gerald stretched, intending to deliver yesterday's refined pills to Aisha. Bella didn't bother replying, put on her shoes, and prepared to leave. Gerald followed behind and locked the door. Why are you getting in? Just as Bella got into the car, Gerald pulled open the passenger side door. Florence asked me to treat you. You're my patient now, so I need to keep an eye on you. What if you faint outside? Florence might blame me. Gerald fastened his seatbelt and commented, Nice car. Are you a Transformers fan? Didn't know you were rich. Bella's car was a Chevrolet Camaro, also known as Bumblebee from Transformers. Gerald quite liked this car too. You talk too much. Wonder what Florence sees in you. After starting the car, Bella floored the gas pedal, and the speed rapidly increased. Despite being an entry-level sports car, its power was impressive. No wonder last time when she drove Florence's Audi fiercely during their chase. Gordon-eyed, she likes my character, Gerald boasted. Bella remained silent. Character? More like taking advantage. Instead of going to a nearby supermarket after leaving Baijushui Bay, Bella sped across half of Jiangxing City to a market to buy vegetables. You didn't come here because the veggies are cheap, did you? Gerald watched Bella expertly haggling over prices. She no longer looked like a police officer but more like a housewife. Bella handed the vegetables to Gerald, who carried them and explained, Because there are more thieves here. Gerald's mouth twitched. Because of thieves? It's close to the senior university. Seniors often buy groceries here before or after class. Bella picked a pumpkin, thumped it, and placed it on Gerald's shoulder. Therefore, thieves are more active here. I live nearby, so I check daily to deter them. After strolling through the market, they bought many items, which Gerald carried. Now, he had 3 pounds of pork ribs, a chicken, a fish in one hand, a bunch of greens and 3 radishes in the other, plus a pumpkin on his shoulder. That's enough, Gerald thought, tempted to store them in his jade pendant space. Seeing that Gerald couldn't carry any more, Bella finally nodded contentedly. They left the market and prepared to drive back home when Bella spotted something and suddenly accelerated, chasing after someone. Stop, she shouted, sprinting faster towards the thief who had just stolen money from an elderly woman. Indeed, there are plenty of thieves here, Gerald noted, watching Bella in action. She ran surprisingly fast, quickly closing the distance between her and the thief. Within 10 seconds, she should be able to catch him. Both the pursuer and the pursued were running vigorously, covering over 50 meters at such speed. It was almost a waste not to become athletes. Just as Bella was about to grab him, an electric bike swerved in, and the thief leaped onto it smoothly. The electric bike zoomed away instantly. Bella, nearly catching the thief, refused to give up easily and continued chasing on foot. There were numerous alleys around the market. Thieves could quickly disappear once they darted inside. However, Bella, despite wearing a dress, ran crazily without caring about her appearance. Wow, Miss Beautiful is fierce. Still chasing. The thief turned back, taunting Bella with the wallet he'd stolen. Chapter 188. Overtime again. Bella didn't have time to reply. She was still vigorously chasing after them. However, no matter how fast she ran, she couldn't catch up with the electric bike. Come on, chase me. If you catch me, I'll give you a special treat. It seemed that being chased by Bella gave them a sense of achievement. The speed of the electric bike would slow down from time to time, and when Bella caught up, it would suddenly accelerate again, always maintaining a distance of about 20 meters. The small alley soon reached its exit, leading to a straight road. If they got out here, Bella knew she'd lose them for good. Just as the electric bike was about to leave the alley, Gerald appeared at the entrance, holding a pumpkin which he threw towards the bike. The rider noticed Gerald and tried to slow down, but it was too late. Bang! A pumpkin flew out of Gerald's hand and hit the rider's chest. Both people in the bike crashed to the ground. Ouch! The rider was in poor shape, squashed under both the pumpkin and the bike. He groaned in pain, unable to get up for a long time. The thief in the back quickly jumped off without getting hurt. Seeing themselves surrounded by Gerald and Bella, the thief pulled out a dagger and waved it threateningly. Don't come any closer, or I won't be polite. Gerald ignored him, picked up the broken pumpkin, saying that even though it was ruined, it shouldn't be wasted. Bella walked over with an icy expression, her gaze cold as she stared at the thief. You dare to steal here? Do you know who's in charge of this street? Her tone made her sound less like a police officer and more like a mafia boss. Cut the crap and move aside. The thief seemed unwilling to confront Gerald head-on and moved toward Bella, presumably thinking it easier to deal with a woman than a man. Bella took no extra steps, pulling up the hem of her dress and rolling up her sleeves. To hell with you. In 2 quick steps, before the thief could react, she grabbed his right hand holding the knife, twisted his arm behind his back, and threw him over her shoulder with a clean throw. Bang! The sound alone was painful to hear, showing how skilled Bella was at grappling techniques. After knocking the thief to the ground, Bella flashed her credentials in front of him. See this? Now you're charged with theft and assault on a police officer. You're going inside. Officer, it wasn't intentional. I didn't know you were a cop. Seeing the credentials, the thief panicked. The charge of assaulting a police officer was much more serious than theft. Cut the nonsense. Bella had no patience for this. She retrieved the stolen wallet and used the thief's belt to tie his hands behind his back. Meanwhile, the bike rider had just crawled out from under the bike and sprinted towards Gerald. Gerald, holding a half pumpkin, threw it at the guy's head without hesitation. Bella called for backup, handed over the wallet, and then left. You run pretty fast. The alley was long and straight. For Gerald to appear at the other end, he must have taken a shortcut and outrun them. Considering the weight of the vegetables Gerald carried and the speed of the electric bike, it meant Gerald was running with 30 kilograms of weight while maintaining a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, around 11 meters per second, a speed unattainable by ordinary people. This is still slow, Gerald chuckled. Didn't you see me fight on the platform? I didn't have the heart for it. I was investigating the Azure Dragon Chamber. Bella let down her skirt and rolled down her sleeves. Thank you for helping me catch the thief. Did I just hear you say thanks? Hearing Bella thank him was rare, suggesting she did have some gratitude. Let's go back. Bella stopped talking and left the market with Gerald, stopping by the police station first to take statements. After another 2 hours of work, Gerald, waiting outside, felt incredibly bored. Bella was such a workaholic, catching thieves even during her day off and coming back to write reports. I guess you can go ahead. I need to do some overtime. Leaving the interrogation room, Bella said to Gerald. Really? What's going on? Gerald asked. They found a missing woman today who jumped from the 4th floor. She's now in a coma, and I need to watch her at the hospital in case she wakes up and can provide details. Though Bella was on rest today, someone else wasn't. Responding to a report of a person falling from the 5th floor, they discovered it was a recently missing woman. Investigations revealed that the man who lived in the apartment had called a woman over for entertainment, but upon entering the bedroom, the woman immediately jumped from the window. Based on the owner's statement, 2 men had brought the woman there. After the jump, those men quickly disappeared, leaving only footprints. Bella needed to wait at the hospital in case the woman regained consciousness, hoping for clues. Well, I was heading to the hospital too. Let's go together. Gerald stood up. I might be able to help. All right. Bella nodded, and they went to Jiangxing First People's Hospital. Outside the ward, Emil and 2 officers were on guard. Seeing Bella, Emil was surprised. Captain Yvette, aren't you off duty today? Bella replied, we never truly get a break. How's the victim? She survived but suffered severe head trauma during the fall. Doctors say if she doesn't wake up, she might become a vegetative patient. Emil reported and couldn't help but curse. These bastards are truly despicable. Forcing a woman into prostitution and causing her to jump, it must have been a traumatic experience that led her to attempt suicide. I'm going in to check. Bella pushed open the door and entered the ward, followed closely by Gerald. Emil and the others continued guarding outside. This witness held the only clue. Nothing must happen to her. Chapter 189, A Bet. On the hospital bed lay a woman of about 26, her face still made up. She had her eyes tightly shut and was connected to a ventilator with various tubes inserted into her body. Her heart rate was stable, indicating that after emergency treatment, she was temporarily out of danger. Bella walked over and pulled back the blanket to examine her. This woman had bandages all over her body. Both her arms and leg bones were fractured. In addition to these injuries, there were numerous bruises, clearly inflicted by violent means. Damn it! Bella exclaimed upon seeing this. As a woman herself, she felt an even greater surge of anger at the sight of the patient's injuries. The situation is quite serious. She has a head injury and has undergone surgery. I cannot guarantee whether she can be cured, Gerald said as he appeared beside the bed, holding the patient's arm. He had just checked her condition. While external injuries were manageable, brain damage was far beyond his current capability. The human brain, after all, remains largely uncharted territory. You mean there's a chance? Bella asked. Let's give it a try. Gerald flicked his right hand, and a small bottle appeared in his grasp. It looked empty. What are you going to do with an empty bottle? Bella knew Gerald had medical skills, but she had never seen him treat anyone with an empty bottle. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. Gerald then took out a 9-herb jade dew pill and placed it in the patient's mouth, waiting for the medicine to take effect. What are you doing? The attending physician rushed into the room and saw Gerald feeding something to the patient, which immediately infuriated him. Sorry, we're here to help save lives, Bella said, showing her credentials to the physician. Saving lives is our job. What are you police officers doing interfering? If anything happens to the patient, can you take responsibility? Even after seeing the credentials, the physician remained furious. Each profession has its expertise. Doctors save lives while police catch criminals. If police start treating patients, should doctors go catching criminals? I am a doctor, Gerald stated seriously. The physician glared at Gerald and sized him up. You're a doctor? At your age, what can you possibly treat? Do you know how severe this patient's condition is? What did you just give her? He didn't believe Gerald could be a doctor, given his young age. Even if he were a doctor, he couldn't match the experience of specialists with decades of practice. My name is Gerald. Gerald replied. Who cares what your name is? Wait, what did you say? The physician stopped mid-rant when he heard Gerald's name. His eyes fixed on Gerald in recognition. After Gerald treated Aisha, his name had spread widely throughout the hospital. Gerald. Gerald repeated his name calmly and looked at the physician. Can I proceed with the treatment now? Hails, yes, Dr. Chun, please go ahead. The physician nodded vigorously and led the interns and nurses out of the room. Quickly, fetch Director Zhang and the department heads, especially the neurologists and... After leaving the room, the physician hurried off to notify various experts to observe Gerald's treatment. Dr. Chun? Hearing the title, Bella looked puzzled. The attending physician, who was in his 40s, referred to the young man as Miracle Doctor after hearing his name. That title was quite grand. Not everyone could be called a miracle doctor. Of course. Do you think just anyone can be a miracle doctor? My medical skills have been tested in practice. Even their director bowed to my expertise and offered me a high salary to join their team. Gerald puffed out his chest proudly. If it weren't for Florence, I wouldn't be treating you for free. Otherwise, your treatment would cost no less than tens of thousands of yuan. Just keep bragging. My condition only required rest according to the doctors at the hospital, Bella said, finding Gerald's arrogance annoying. If you don't believe me, fine. Gerald opened the small bottle and prepared to feed it to the patient. What's in that? Bella noticed there seemed to be nothing in the bottle, as if Gerald planned to feed the patient some sort of invisible energy. Look closer. Gerald handed her the bottle. Through the glass, Bella examined it carefully. After a while, she finally spotted a tiny thread-like insect, almost as thin as a hair, nearly invisible unless closely inspected. See it? Gerald opened the bottle, shook it slightly, pinched open the patient's mouth, and dropped the insect inside. That's a bug. You're feeding the patient bugs. Bella was bewildered by Gerald's method. Not giving medication but feeding insects sounded more like witchcraft from remote regions, rather than proper medical treatment. If you don't understand, learn more. Don't jump to conclusions. Caterpillar fungus is also used in medicine, and so is this. Understand? The insect in Gerald's bottle was a silver threadworm. It was originally vomited by Dylan during one of his fits, and Gerald had kept it. The silver threadworm was documented in the Primitive Beast Chronicle. Though ranked lower, it could evolve into a golden threadworm, which was much more potent. The silver threadworm feeds on human bone marrow and blood, but that's its natural urge to evolve. With training, it becomes adept at treating illnesses since it knows the brain's conditions better than anyone else. Lately, Gerald carried the silver threadworm with him, feeding it foundation liquid and spirit water, along with medicinal herbs to make it grow slightly bigger, or it would be too small to notice. Is this going to work? Bella was skeptical. Amiel had mentioned that the patient might become a vegetative state due to the head injury. How could a small insect cure her? Do you want to make a bet? Gerald held the patient's wrist, injecting a bit of his spiritual power into her body to guide the silver threadworm to the brain. Otherwise, it might start feeding on blood instead. However, he fed it well every day, so it shouldn't be too thirsty for blood. What kind of bet? Bella countered. Gerald released the patient's wrist and looked straight into Bella's eyes. It's simple. You don't believe my silver threadworm can heal. If the patient wakes up within 10 minutes, I win. You'll wash my clothes for a week. You're on leave, so you have plenty of time. How does that sound? Chapter 190, 5 minutes. Bella's eyebrows furrowed slightly, not expecting Gerald's bet to be something like this. However, washing clothes was no big deal. If the patient woke up, it would help her solve the case. What if I win? Bella countered. If you win, name any condition, and I'll agree to it, Gerald said confidently. Deal. Bella glanced at her watch and noted the time. It's now 2:03 and 16 seconds p.m. You used 1 minute for treatment, so if she hasn't woken up by 2:12 and 16 seconds p.m., you lose. Gerald's lips twitched. He hadn't anticipated that this girl wouldn't let even a single minute pass without notice. She was indeed meticulous. 1 minute passed, and there was no change in the patient. 2 minutes went by, and she still didn't wake up. Though the patient did not regain consciousness, a crowd suddenly surged into the ward. Leading them was Vice President Abel, followed by a group of fully equipped doctors holding their phones, recording everything. Gerald was taken aback and asked, Dean Zhang, what's going on? Abel approached Gerald quickly, pulling off his mask and smiling broadly. I heard Dr. Miraculous Chen was here to treat patients again, so I brought everyone over to observe and study. After saying that, Abel glanced at the patient on the bed, noticing no apparent changes or acupuncture treatments. Dr. Miraculous Chen, have you reviewed the patient's medical records? Her brain suffered severe trauma. After surgery, her condition stabilized, but when she might wake up is uncertain. There's a chance she could become a vegetative state patient. Can your neurology skills help? At this moment, apart from her heartbeat, the patient could not breathe normally and relied on a ventilator. The electroencephalogram, EEG, displayed a nearly straight line, indicating severe brain damage with no consciousness. Of course, why else would I be here? Gerald replied confidently. Abel's eyes lit up. Then please proceed, Dr. Miraculous Chen. Everyone, document every detail. Let's see how the little miracle doctor treats. He waved his hand, instructing the doctors behind him to get ready. The last time Gerald treated Aisha, they had missed out. This time, they wanted to record every angle to study Gerald's traditional Chinese medicine techniques comprehensively. Gerald looked at the setup and smiled. Sorry, Dinzhong, you arrived too late. I've already finished the treatment. Treatment complete? Abel couldn't believe it. He had just rushed here, skipping the elevator and climbing stairs, taking about 10 minutes. And in just 10 minutes, Gerald had finished. Hales, based on my judgment, the patient should wake up within 5 minutes, Gerald stated firmly. Upon hearing this, Abel was even more shocked. What? Wake up in 5 minutes? Are you making claims beyond reason? The EEG shows a straight line, clearly indicating a vegetative state. Even if treatment were possible, it would take much longer. Waking up in 5 minutes challenges science. But who knows? Last time, this young man cured Miss Hua, who was paralyzed on one side. Gordonibe, he can cure a vegetative state too. If he can, then he truly is a miraculous doctor. The doctors behind him buzzed with speculation. Some doubted it, some awaited results, while most were uncertain, given the lack of definitive answers in medical literature on awakening from a vegetative state. Do you really believe she'll wake up in 5 minutes, Dr. Miraculous Chin? Abel asked, unsure himself. An EEG showing no brain activity meant brain death. Even if body functions persisted, it would be pointless and a waste of resources. Look! Suddenly, someone shouted. The patient on the bed moved her finger slightly, but only briefly. It's a reflex, possibly due to noise in the room, someone replied. Abel checked the monitor. The EEG remained a straight line, indicating that the movement was not intentional. Dr. Miraculous Chun, do you need to try another method? Abel wanted to witness Gerald's skills, as studying them was crucial. If Gerald did nothing, bringing everyone here would be pointless. Dean Zhang, look. Someone called again. They heard alarms from the monitor as the previously flat EEG began to show irregular fluctuations. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs came from the bed. The patient opened her eyes, continuously coughing as if trying to clear her lungs. Gerald quickly stepped forward, removing the ventilator and retrieving the silver wireworm. Great tool, just as I expected. Gerald discreetly hid the silver wireworm. No one would notice it due to its small size. This? Abel was speechless. A vegetative state patient waking up after less than 24 hours of coma could be the fastest recorded recovery. Dean Zhang, since she's awake, you can check her further. Gerald patted the stunned Abel and turned to Bella, flashing a smile, implying that she would have to wash his clothes for a week. Bella stood there, eyes wide, watching Gerald. Beautiful Yvette, you can ask your questions now. Everything should be fine, Gerald smiled. Bella called Amiel and others in, instructing them to wait for the doctors to examine the patient before starting a report. Are you really that skilled? Bella watched Gerald, finding him inscrutable. Why wouldn't you believe it after seeing it with your own eyes? Do you want to break the deal? Am I that kind of person? Bella retorted. Washing clothes isn't a big deal. Who can't do it? Florence can't, Gerald blurted out unconsciously. Achoo. Kong Florence, busy at the Peach Garden fruit store, sneezed involuntarily. Since everything's settled, I should leave. I have other patients waiting. I'm coming with you. With Amiel and others here, Bella didn't need to stay and decided to follow Gerald to witness his medical prowess. Chapter 191. All acquaintances. Gerald smiled as he looked at Bella and asked, why have you become a clingy follower now? In the morning, Bella was complaining about Gerald always following her, but now she had turned into his follower. You don't need to care. In our police station, many people suffer from occupational diseases. If your medical skills are really good, you can also check on them, Bella said casually. As a detective like Bella, if faced with major cases, working overtime was routine. There was hardly any time for a visit to the doctor. Unless seriously ill, one would continue working. Are you trying to give me a package deal? How will the fees be calculated? Gerald asked. His treatments required chi energy and medicinal herbs that were not free. He couldn't just offer free labor. How stingy can you get? We'll award you a Good Citizen award later, Bella said nonchalantly. Gerald was speechless. For treating Ethan, Lou Milagsong gave him a sports car. For treating Zahir, he got a villa. Now, it became an award ceremony with Bella? They took the elevator to the VIP ward, with Bella closely following and looking around. By the way, wait here for a moment. I'll buy some things since I also have a patient to see. Bella turned and prepared to return to the elevator to go downstairs. Please, if you go to buy gifts, the flowers will wilt. Here, take these, Gerald said, holding out 2 baskets of fruit. These come from Peach Blossom Village, each worth over 1,000, he added. Where did you get these? Bella's eyes widened in surprise. Where did you get these? Just moments ago, Gerald's hands were empty. There wasn't anywhere on his body to hide 2 large fruit baskets. Gerald chuckled. If I say I stole them, will you arrest me? Talk sensibly. If they were stolen, each basket is worth over 3,000, enough for a case. Bella glared. All right, take them. Besides being a doctor, I'm also a magician. Have you seen anyone steal their own possessions? Gerald shoved a basket into Bella's hands and walked forward briskly. Bella followed closely, scanning left and right to find the ward she needed. When Gerald stopped at a door, Bella halted too, her expression turning peculiar. Is your patient Aisha? Bella asked. Hales. Gerald nodded and turned to ask, do you know Miss Watu? Halia. Bella nodded again. Her accident happened about 10 years ago. I visited her last month. Gerald laughed. What a coincidence. Looks like you all know each other. Gerald knocked on the door. There was no guard outside, suggesting Jagger wasn't around. A few quick steps, then the door opened to reveal Iana. Gerald, you're here? Seeing Gerald, Iana beamed and grabbed the fruit basket from Gerald's hand. You brought something despite coming already. Only fruits though? You should have brought some nutritional supplements or roasted chicken. Smack. Gerald pressed down on Iana's head, rubbing it and saying, you really think this is your home? These are for Miss Hua. Don't press my head. That's why I can't grow taller, Iana pouted, carrying the basket into the room. Miss Hua, Gerald is here. He's here? Aisha's gentle voice echoed, and then she rolled her wheelchair over. Thanks to Gerald's new prescription and Yana's assistance, she had recovered quite well recently. She was eager for Gerald to cure her completely so she could leave this place. Miss Hua, Gerald smiled seeing the delicate girl approaching. From her pure eyes, it was clear she had a kind heart. Dr. Shun, are you here to treat me further? Aisha looked up at Gerald, her innocent eyes showing hope. Moved, Gerald stroked her head and smiled. Don't worry, you'll recover soon. I came to check on your progress. Looking at Aisha, Gerald decided to refine xuanhuan first thing after breaking through, helping Aisha leave sooner. Bella stepped forward, a smile on her face. Dariogi, Gerald is here to treat you? Are you better? Aisha turned and smiled at Bella. Sister Yvette, you're visiting too? Not yet, but I feel I'm close. She tried moving her legs slightly, which were previously numb. Let's talk later. I'll check on you first. Gerald squatted down, lifting Aisha's pant leg. Her legs were still thin, but had gained some color compared to before. However, her internal meridians were severely damaged, beyond even Jiao Chao Zane Lu Wan's recovery capacity. With xuanhuan, combined efforts might cure her. How do I look, Dr. Shun? Aisha tensed up, fearing any bad news. Gerald stood up. Not bad, but we need to continue treatment. Take off your clothes. I'll help with acupuncture. Aisha moved her wheelchair to the bed, where Yana helped undress her. Bella initially disapproved of Gerald asking for undressing, suspecting ulterior motives, especially after yesterday when he touched her stomach. But seeing Aisha's compliance, she didn't intervene. With clothes off, Aisha's frail body appeared vulnerable. A 20-year-old girl had been bedridden for 10 years, her body weakened by illness. Gerald took out silver needles, instructing Yana, Xandra, same as last time. For acupoints on you, I'll handle the legs. Okay. Yana held the needle ready. Let Nurse Lu perform acupuncture again. Remembering the pain from last time, Aisha gasped. She didn't expect another session with Yana. Don't worry, it won't hurt much. Bite this if it does. Gerald handed her an apple. Hashtag chapter 192. Enjoying bullying. Yana smiled at Aisha, finally able to perform acupuncture. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Miss Hua, I received personal instruction from Gerald. You can rest assured. Haven't I been giving you injections accurately these past few days? Gerald began administering the acupuncture needles, while Yana assisted him. Every silver needle was precisely inserted into the correct acupoint, and the spiritual energy started nurturing Aisha's body. Bella watched from the side. Seeing Gerald's serious expression, she felt momentarily dazed. When this guy treated patients, his eyes were filled with brightness, completely different from his usual mischievous demeanor. Humph, Snap. Aisha hummed softly before taking a bite of an apple. 10 minutes later, the acupuncture session was complete. Gerald withdrew his hands and asked, have you been taking your medicine regularly? Of course. I've been following your prescription and brewing the herbs every day. Yana stood up proudly, as if reporting on a completed task. Taking care of Aisha was effortless for Lu Zixia. Aisha's life was quite regular. She played the piano and read books daily, and even chatted with Yana about university life, expressing her desire to attend college after recovering. Nurse Lu is very responsible. She's told me many things about you. Aisha's face always wore a sweet smile, one that was healing and didn't seem fitting for someone who was ill. What did she say about me? Gerald couldn't help but glance at Yana, fearing this little girl might be spreading more rumors. She said you're a good person who enjoys helping others and standing up for justice, but you also enjoy bullying people, especially women, and there's Avon's sister and Sylvie's sister. Aisha said frankly. That, Miss Hua, put on your clothes first, so you don't catch a chill. Yana hurried over, grabbing the clothes and dressing Aisha. Xandra, when did I start enjoying bullying people? Gerald asked with a grin. Did you remember the acupoints? Have you been studying the medical treasure lately? Do you know the herbal formulas by heart? Yana couldn't help shivering, seemingly transported back to Tao Zanian village and the daily torment at Gerald's hands. I'm exaggerating for dramatic effect. You dared bully me and even kissed me. Yana retorted. I was saving you, and then an accident happened. Don't you understand? Gerald almost lost his temper at this little girl who still remembered something that had happened months ago so clearly. Bella's view of Gerald became even more contemptuous. She had just begun to improve her opinion of him, but now it seemed her eyes had deceived her. After dressing, Aisha sat back in her wheelchair, free to move around occasionally, enjoying some fresh air. Dariogi. Bella pushed the wheelchair, smiling. It's been over a month since I saw you. I didn't expect you to be almost fully recovered. Pushing Aisha, the two began chatting, showing they had a good relationship. Xandra, come here. Explain why I've been bullying you. Whenever you were being bullied, I always came to your aid. Are you ungrateful, you little brat? Gerald picked up Yana and lectured her. The four of them laughed and talked, time passing until dinner time approached. Aisha wanted to invite them for dinner, but Bella had finished her report and needed to return to handle other matters, pulling Gerald along. Little Dariogi has known me since childhood. She loved music and dancing, and hasn't given up on those passions, Bella said. In the elevator, Bella looked at Gerald. Thank you on behalf of Dariogi and Uncle Hua. Gerald raised an eyebrow. He never thought this girl would actually express gratitude like that. Miss Yvette, you've surprised me. I always thought your apologies and thanks were fake, but this time it was genuine. You wouldn't happen to be the illegitimate child of the Hua family, right? Bella's face instantly turned cold, and she punched Gerald hard in the chest. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll sew your mouth shut. Just kidding, no need to take it so seriously. Gerald could have easily dodged, but Bella's punch lacked force, so he endured it. Miss Yvette, if you keep having such a temper, you won't find a husband in the future. The elevator reached their floor, and Bella quickly stepped out with Gerald close behind. Why do you care? Focus on yourself. Not all women need to get married. There's much more to life than that. Bella rushed toward the ward entrance, where Amiel handed her the report. Captain Yvette, it's all here. She didn't know much either. Bella read the report carefully. The woman who jumped off the building was named Phone Gordon. That night, she went to a bar with friends to celebrate her birthday. After drinking too much, her friends left one by one, and she took a taxi home alone. But upon getting in the car, she realized it wasn't going home. Instinctively, she tried to call the police, but a strange scent made her faint due to the alcohol's effects. When she woke up, she was locked in a small, dark room with several other young women. They were kept without clothes or phones, treated like animals in captivity. They learned they had all been abducted by black cabs. Though they didn't know the exact location, each of them was eventually taken away. By the time Phone Gordon understood what they were for, she faced revolting men who forced her compliance. Any resistance led to brutal punishment. Initially, Phone Gordon resisted fiercely, suffering many injuries. Eventually, she learned submission was futile and adapted. Phone Gordon was eventually allowed outside, always blindfolded, never knowing where she was going. Each destination was different. This time, she found a chance to escape. Perhaps the captors hadn't expected her to jump from the building. Phone Gordon provided a license plate number. We already checked, it's a clone taxi, Emil said. These incidents have impacted the taxi business in Jiangxing. Chapter 193, Workaholic. Bella reviewed the statement but found no valuable clues, so she decided to talk to the victim. I'll go inside and see her. Entering the room, Phone Gordon looked like a frightened kitten, curled up on the bed with the blanket wrapped tightly around her. The room was dark with no light. Hello, I'm the police officer handling your case, Bella extended her hand. Phone Gordon stared at Bella blankly, unmoving. We have notified your family but did not mention the specifics of your injuries. We told them it was an accidental fall from a building. Such news would harm a girl's reputation if it spread, so Bella knew how to handle it delicately. Thank you, Phone Gordon finally spoke. Seeing the tension ease, Bella pressed further. Do you remember anything else? For example, did you hear any sounds? Though Phone Gordon was confined and couldn't see outside, her ears could still pick up sounds that might provide leads. I can't remember clearly. Phone Gordon clutched her head, feeling intense pain. She had just woken up, and trying to recall the painful experiences felt like needles piercing her brain. Bella filled a paper cup with warm water and handed it to her. Take your time, think carefully. Phone Gordon had managed to remember the license plate number, so Bella believed there were other overlooked clues in her memory. After drinking the water, Phone Gordon fell into deep thought. It should be a residential building. I could still hear the whistles of riverboats. Jiangxing is a city bisected by the Yangtze River. Hearing the sound of boats indicated she was near the riverbank, but this area was vast. Also, every time I was taken out, the trips varied in length. This last trip took about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, assuming they didn't intentionally take detours, using the final location where we found you as the center, searching along the riverbank would still be a wide range. Are there any other clues? Bella probed again. Their taxi lead had run cold, so they relied on Phone Gordon. Finding the confinement site could rescue more people. No, I really don't know anything else. Phone Gordon clutched her head again, in agony. That's enough for now. Pressuring her too much might break her down psychologically. Gerald tugged Bella. Bella stood up, opened her phone, and began studying the map of Jiangxing while walking towards the door. These places here, these are all Axton's properties. Gerald pointed out several locations. These were provided by Ethan, who knew more about such matters than Bella. But there are so many, Bella sighed. There were at least hundreds of neighborhoods and residential buildings, too many to search thoroughly. They wouldn't do this unless they felt secure. Without catching someone red-handed, it will be tough to find them, Gerald said. Searching like this was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack, given the size of Jiangxing and numerous potential hiding spots. Oh right, I also heard advertisements for the Elizabeth cruise ship, Phone Gordon added. The Elizabeth is an ocean liner traveling through multiple countries, starting from Jiangxing, then to Dongyang and Russia, and eventually reaching America. Its most recent departure was exactly 1 week ago, and its docking place was indeed Jiangxing port. Thank you. Bella left the ward and walked out, instructing Emil standing by the door. Emil, check Jiangxing port. Captain Yvette, the port has at least 100 ships daily. Do you suspect they were kept in containers? Bella clarified, not containers. I meant the nearby residential areas. There are quite a few of those too, Emil remarked. All right, I know it's difficult. Just assign personnel to monitor, especially liaise with traffic police for cloned license plates. If a suspicious vehicle appears in a neighborhood, mark it as a key suspect. Hails. After giving instructions, Bella prepared to leave. Yvette Beauty, do you think those people will stay hidden after exposing themselves? They must have relocated, Gerald reasoned. Those people weren't fools. Staying put would only invite the police. We have to try regardless. Bella breathed deeply, feeling abdominal pain. Clutching her stomach, she decided, forget it, let's go home. Having already instructed Emil, Bella didn't need to stay late. With Gerald, they returned to Bisui Bay. That night, Nellie and Cora returned and found Bella and Gerald poring over the Jiangxing map on their phones, finding it peculiar. What are you doing? Helping Officer Yvette solve a case. Trying to locate missing women by researching suspicious locations. Nellie, lounging lazily on the sofa with a face mask, passed one to Bella. Junyao, take care of your skin. Look how dry it is. Aren't you supposed to rest? I don't like using masks, Bella placed it aside. I's never leaving the screen. Florence, do you know about the Elizabeth? I've heard of it. It sails once every 6 months, and tickets are quite expensive. Owned by Daryoling Group. Want to go on a vacation? Kneading her face, Nellie countered. You should rest more. Exhaustion isn't good. With Teowayuan fruit store thriving, Nellie enjoyed life. Not for tourism, it's needed for the case. Bella set down her phone, rubbed her eyes, feeling dizzy from staring at maps all day. Too many places made it extremely challenging. Gordon, someday we can travel on it. Tabitha, have you ever been on a cruise? Gerald asked. Cora shook her head. No, why would I take a cruise? I haven't even been on a plane. Hee hee, great. Neither have I. Given the success of the fruit store, What if we go on a vacation? I'll cover the expenses. Gerald had just received 1 million in pure income, allowing him to splurge. Just got money, and you're already showing off. Your salary wouldn't cover the ticket price, Nellie retorted sarcastically. Besides, the ship sails once every 6 months. If you want to go, plan 6 months ahead. Chapter 194, a bowl for each. Gerald smiled as he glanced at Bella. Long-distance trips won't work, but we can have fun nearby, right? We shouldn't become workaholics by working every day. Gerald pointed to Bella, who was engrossed in her phone again. This girl was a quintessential workaholic, even during her downtime. That sounds nice, Cora nodded in agreement. Originally, Biff wanted to take her on a honeymoon trip, but that never happened, and tragically, he passed away. Snow Sister really understands me, Gerald proudly affirmed. Next month, when the company stabilizes, I can organize a team-building activity and bring everyone along, Nellie said. That would be no fun. Forget it then. Almost forgotten, Nellie was also a near workaholic, completely immersed in the fruit business now. Gerald rose and headed to the kitchen to prepare herbal medicine. A while later, he brought out 3 bowls of herbal soup, giving each of the women a bowl. This place truly resembled a large ward, with each woman being unwell. Glug glug. Bella gulped down the herbal medicine without any hesitation. Nellie eyed the bowl, stuck in a difficult decision. Holding up the bowl, she announced, I'll head back to my room. Xiaomalog, how much longer do I need to take this? Cora asked. She had been taking medication the longest, feeling almost normal. Why did she still need to continue? Almost there. Your condition mainly requires strengthening your body. You're too weak innately, so you need medicine. All right. With that, Cora finished her dose and returned to her room. Gerald glanced at Bella, who was still working overtime. Knowing persuasion wouldn't help, he retired to his room to practice. At 11:30, Bella walked out of the villa, pulled out her car keys, opened the door, and prepared to drive off. Miss Yvette, where are you heading this late at night? Bella was just about to start the engine when Gerald's shadow magically appeared in front of her car, catching even her hyper-aware senses off guard. I can't sleep. Thought I'd go for a stroll, Bella casually replied. Due to Phone Gordon's case, Bella couldn't sleep, thinking about all the people suffering because justice was delayed. It wasn't only her professional duty but also a personal empathy for the victims. How about I come along? Without further ado, Gerald opened the passenger door and sat down. Where should we go first, by the river or the seaside? As Gerald fastened his seatbelt, he asked. Bella gave Gerald a serious look but didn't reply, starting the car and driving out of Bisui Bay. Driving along the Yangtze River's edge, the night scenery was beautiful, and the city's nightlife was just beginning. Roadside barbecue stalls, bars, and KTV venues were brightly lit, unlike the supposed quiet midnight ambience. Bella drove continuously without speaking, uncertain of her destination. Finally, they stopped at a bar entrance. Gerald recognized it as the same place Phone Gordon celebrated her birthday and was kidnapped. The First Meeting Bar. Quite an artistic name, Gerald remarked. Taxis lined up outside, waiting for patrons leaving the bar. Bella recorded the license plates and sent them to Amiel for verification before entering. Inside, flashing lights, loud music, and patrons dancing fervently. This chaotic environment under the influence of alcohol often led to illegal activities. Bella found a corner seat, scanning the area suspiciously. What would you like, sir and madam? A pretty waitress dressed lightly came over with a smile. 1 glass of orange juice and anything else is up to you, Bella responded nonchalantly. Thinking she would at least drink something, Gerald, surprised by her order of just a juice, wondered why anyone would buy watered-down juice here for dozens of dollars when fresh juices from Peach Blossom Land were better. A dozen beers then, Gerald added. Sure thing. The waitress smiled and left. Do you not drink at such places, Miss Yvette? Curious, Gerald surveyed the lively crowd of young adults exuding youthful energy. Why should I? My job doesn't allow it, and I've never come to such places unless investigating. Bella sipped her orange juice gently, resuming her vigilant scan. You're quite boring, Gerald noted, recalling his own lack of interest despite once visiting such places due to financial constraints. So what's fun then? Bella took another sip, eyeing him disdainfully. Let's observe if any illegal activities happen here. These places tend to be quite chaotic. Plunk. Gerald opened a beer bottle and poured it into a cup, chugging it in one gulp. I doubt anything will happen. Even kidnappers wouldn't risk it with so many eyes around. After finishing, Gerald looked at Bella. Without her uniform, Bella exuded a pleasant demeanor. In athletic pants and a leather jacket, she was dressed simply yet efficiently for capturing criminals. So how do you plan to catch them? Bella turned to Gerald, utterly clueless about where to start. Miss Yvette, do you think you're very beautiful? Another beer filled the glass as Gerald polished off the bottle. Bella stared angrily at Gerald. What's it got to do with you? Don't you get tipsy after one drink? Seeing Gerald's leering eyes, she suspected malicious intent. Calm down, you don't seriously think I fancy you. Compared to my Florence, you fall short. Gerald lifted his glass, finishing another cup. But your looks could score an 85. Plunk. Bella slammed her juice glass onto the table, furious. No one had ever spoken to her this way before. What do you mean? Gerald chuckled. I mean those kidnapped girls were all pretty, and you're prettier than them. In this translation, the story maintains its original structure and style while ensuring fluency and naturalness in English. Character names are kept consistent and true to their Chinese pinyin form. Chapter 195, A Woman's Intuition. Bella raised her head and locked eyes with Gerald. If you dressed up a little, you'd easily score 10 more points. If your temper was better, the overall score would be even higher. Gerald sized up Bella from top to bottom, completely ignoring her icy glare as he critiqued. Actually, if I were those guys and saw such a pretty girl drinking alone in a bar, she'd definitely be the first target. Bella's expression darkened, her gaze piercingly fixed on Gerald. Why so many requirements? What's wrong with what I'm wearing? And why must attractive women always be targeted by some men? Bella said angrily. Why should women have to dress up and cater to men? Can't men and women be equal? Men can do things, and so can I, and I can do them better. Please, let's stick to the facts. Why are we talking about feminism? Gerald was speechless. He only wanted to discuss the case, but it somehow ended up going way off topic. Don't talk down to women, Bella lifted her chest, looking coldly at Gerald. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want me to be bait to lure them out, right? No way. Though Bella wanted to solve the case, she didn't want to use herself as bait. She wasn't someone who would do that lightly. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Gerald grabbed a beer bottle, twisted it open with his fingers without using a bottle opener, and opened it directly. Bella picked up her juice and drank it all in one go, then shifted her gaze elsewhere. The women here seemed mostly accompanied by men, dressed provocatively, chatting and laughing. Occasionally, the men would tell risque jokes, making the women laugh uncontrollably. This place is really boring. Bella shook her head, watching Gerald drink beer, and reached for a bottle. She opened it even more rudely, smashing it on the table, causing the cap to fly off somewhere. You don't drink, right? Gerald looked curiously at Bella, puzzled by her sudden desire for alcohol. I mean, I don't drink while working. Now, I'm on leave. Bella poured herself a glass, took a sip, frowned slightly, and put it down. What, not good? Is it your first time drinking beer? Gerald asked. What's there to like or dislike? This beer has too low of an alcohol content, Bella replied. Gerald raised an eyebrow, surprised by this feisty girl. My father made me drink high-proof liquor since childhood. He always treated me like a son, trained me in martial arts, and made me become a police officer. Bella sighed. Sometimes I almost forget I'm a woman. Gerald laughed, raising his glass. No wonder you're so manly. It must be a family tradition. So what? I enjoy it. At least now no man dares to bully me, Bella snorted. Drank down a full glass of liquor in a few gulps. Gerald's mouth twitched. Indeed, the tomboy was not to be trifled with. Her martial arts background was evident, especially with the faint trace of internal strength she possessed. After finishing the entire glass of beer, Bella picked up another bottle and filled another glass. Down it went. Bella scanned the room while drinking. She really had an impressive alcohol tolerance. By the time she finished her second bottle, her face remained unchanged, heart unbothered. So, aside from you, no brothers or sisters in your family? With nothing else to do, Gerald engaged in conversation with Bella. I have an older brother, but when I was very young, my father sent him away. I haven't seen him in a long time. Bella felt being raised like a boy must be due to her brother's absence. Your family is truly unconventional, Gerald mused aloud. Bella put down her glass and said coolly, in this bar, there are 4 people behaving suspiciously. Could they be the ones we're looking for? Gerald pointed and asked, are you talking about the 4 men at table 6? Bella nodded. You noticed too. They sat down, ordered a dozen beers, and a plate of sunflower seeds. Hardly drank any beer, but scattered shells everywhere. They might be planning something, needing a clear head, and cracking sunflower seeds to ease anxiety. Didn't expect you to know psychology. Gerald stroked his chin, looking in the same direction, but shook his head. They aren't our targets. As I said, they wouldn't risk anything under surveillance. But they're definitely not good people. Bella relied on her sharp intuition, feeling these 4 were problematic. Just caught 2 thieves today. Miss Yvette, still working on your day off? Gerald teased. What if they're just waiting for someone? Impossible, Bella insisted. There's definitely something wrong. Checking the time, it was already 12:30. The bar closed at 3 in the morning. Within the next 2.5 hours, something could happen. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, table 6 stirred. The 4 stood up, walked to the cash register, and talked to the cashier. Before long, one of them picked up a bottle and hurled it towards the back counter. Bang! The bottle smashed into the back cabinet, knocking bottles onto the floor. Crash! Dozens of bottles shattered. The cashier cowered under the table. The other 3 also grabbed bottles and threw them wildly. No more drinking, we're closed. One of them swung the bottle toward customers still drinking. The scene became chaotic as patrons fled toward the exit. The 4 continued their rampage, throwing bottles, and the staff dared not intervene. One of them even lifted a table and slammed it down. Bella rushed forward, flying kick catching one person and sending him flying. Police freeze. Bella showed her badge and handcuffed the man. The remaining 3 tried to flee when they saw the police. Bella cuffed one, then turned and charged towards the cash register to capture the others. Hashtag chapter 196, Axton's tactics. Go to hell. One of the men raised a bottle and swung it towards Paulette's head. This guy had some guts. Despite Paulette clearly revealing her identity, he still dared to attack. Paulette blocked with her left hand and took the full blow. The bottle shattered on impact, scattering fragments that cut across her coldly beautiful face, leaving a bloody gash. Bang! Paulette immediately punched out with her right hand, delivering a solid blow to the attacker's temple. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Paulette wiped her hands and prepared to deal with the remaining 2. But she saw that those 2 were already lying at Gerald's feet, unconscious and bleeding from their heads. Miss Yvette, you're fast. I thought you'd need a bit more time. Gerald grinned at Paulette. Injured? Paulette wiped the blood trickling down her face and said calmly, it's nothing. She took out her phone, called him Yell, and then walked over to the bar counter. I'm a police officer. What did they say to you? The cashier shook her head repeatedly. I don't know. Really, I don't know? Paulette countered. Then why did they smash things? They wanted to find the boss. When they couldn't find him, they asked how long they would have to wait. I didn't know, so they started smashing things. The cashier looked bewildered, not understanding what had driven these 4 men to sudden madness. Paulette's gaze shifted to the only man who was still conscious, handcuffed nearby. Officer, the boss here owes us money. We waited for half a day but didn't see him. Drunk as we were, we got a little carried away and smashed things. But we can pay for the damages, okay? He smiled faintly. I have the IOU in my clothes. Check if you don't believe me. Cut the crap. You call drinking 2 bottles of beer getting drunk? And you go around smashing things? Total chaos. Paulette snapped. Our tolerance is low, isn't that allowed? He retorted. Paulette clenched her fists, ready to handle this insolent guy. Captain Yvette, what happened? Amiel arrived, seeing the mess in the bar and sighing inwardly. Paulette was on leave, wasn't she? Hail it here, she was catching thieves in the morning and criminals at night. Just take them back for interrogation first, Paulette instructed, wiping the long cuts on her face with a tissue. After bringing the 4 men to the police station, Gerald returned with them. Captain Yvette, do you have some sort of crime-attracting aura? Amiel emerged from the interrogation room, rubbing his temple and yawning. I was sound asleep at home when you called me. Did they confess anything? Paulette asked. Amiel shook his head. They said they got drunk and trashed the place, and the IOU is real. Paulette frowned. If the boss really owes them money, they could have gone through legal channels. Why trash the place? There's something fishy here. Continue the interrogation. Amiel yawned again. Captain Yvette, Old Song is still inside. He's an expert interrogator. He'll get something out of them. Just then, another officer approached. Captain Yvette, someone outside claims to be the bar owner. A middle-aged man, around 40, hurried over. Officer, are they hurt? The bar owner asked. They aren't injured, Paulette replied, looking at him. You owe them money, which is why your place was trashed. How did you end up owing them? Those 4 guys looked like thugs. Running a bar required at least a few million. It made no sense how the owner could owe such people money. The bar owner nodded and sighed. I owe them. I've already taken out a loan from the bank, but it takes time to clear. They want to use my bar to settle the debt. Who exactly are these people? Paulette pressed. These details aren't important. I've decided to close the bar and give it to them, the bar owner replied. Paulette noticed his evasive eyes, sensing a deeper issue. Are you being coerced by them? No, it's all my fault. They smashed things, so be it, as long as no one was hurt. Officer, I won't press charges against them. Paulette found his attitude increasingly suspicious. Even if he owed money, it was strange he wouldn't pursue charges after such destruction. Fearful or not, he shouldn't be this submissive. Paulette signaled Amiel and said, there's something more. Please come with us. She brought the bar owner into another interrogation room. Gerald sat outside bored. Failing to catch kidnappers but accidentally nabbing vandals, he had to admire Paulette. Crime followed her like a magnet. She seemed like a real-life version of Detective Conan. After half an hour, Paulette came out without even a word to Gerald and entered the room where the 4 troublemakers were being interrogated. By 2:30 a.m., Paulette finally wrapped up the day's events. You must be exhausted. Couldn't you leave this to your colleagues? Gerald noted the time. No wonder Paulette's health was always a concern. She worked cases on leave and during work hours. No wonder she was stressed. Let's head back. Paulette was also worn out. Do you drive? Gerald joked. Paulette rolled her eyes. Drinking and driving don't mix. I've called a designated driver. Standing outside the police station, they waited for the driver. Those 4 were from the Green Dragon Chamber, working under Axton, Paulette mentioned casually. He gambled at Axton's place, lost 3 million, and borrowed 2 million in high-interest loans from him. That's why he signed the IOU. You managed to dig all that up? Gerald stared at Paulette. Such high gambling stakes could land someone in jail, explaining why the bar owner refused to reveal the truth. Of course we have our ways. Paulette shot him a smug look and explained everything further. Chapter 197. The Price of Ointment. It turned out that the bar owner had been gambling at Axton's place. Initially, he was on a winning streak and gradually increased his bets. However, after winning over 1 million, his luck took a turn for the worse. Not only did he lose all his winnings, but he also incurred an additional debt of 3 million yuan. Gamblers often have this mindset. Winning breeds desire for more wins, and losing fuels desperation to recover losses. Axton's casino even offered loans, albeit at exorbitant interest rates. The bar owner initially planned to borrow 2 million, win it back, and then quit. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, and he lost the borrowed 2 million as well. Axton demanded repayment of 2 million within 3 days. Otherwise, the bar would be seized as collateral. This bar was the owner's pride and joy, costing over 5 million in renovations, and after much effort, it now raked in hundreds of thousands daily. Naturally, he refused to sell it to Axton. Hence, there were incidents of people vandalizing the bar. If the owner didn't agree to sell, these disruptions would recur periodically. Isn't a promissory note proof that Axton is involved in usury? Can't he be arrested? Gerald asked, puzzled. Bella replied, it's not that simple. On paper, their lending complies with legal regulations. Usury only happens under the table. Daring to issue promissory notes shows they aren't afraid of police involvement. Also, given the large sums involved in gambling, the bar owner wouldn't act rashly unless driven to extremities. This Axton really goes all out, indulging in yellow, gambling, and drugs. Gerald remarked, indeed, all the profitable businesses are written in the criminal law. Even Ethan, the long-standing overlord of Jiangxing, wasn't as brazen as Axton. Gerald wondered what Axton was thinking. Did he really not fear a police crackdown? Bella turned to Gerald and asked, do you gamble? Why ask this? I'm a decent citizen. How could I do illegal things? Gerald hastily denied, though it was true. He was just a penniless young man who couldn't afford such vices. Bella pulled out a membership card and said, this belongs to the bar owner. It's from the Green Dragon Hot Springs, which harbors an underground casino. However, Axton is very cautious, with surveillance everywhere. We've conducted several raids, but couldn't nab him without concrete evidence. I know about this. Gold membership costs 18,000, and Supreme membership is 180,000, Gerald responded with raised eyebrows. Bella glared at him and retorted, you say you never went there, yet you know the prices. Just heard about it, Gerald laughed. These are just spa membership fees. To enter the casino, you need at least 1 million and a referral. Bella shook her head. Never mind. It's no use talking to you since you don't understand. Finally, the driver arrived, bringing them back to Xuanhuan. The house was dark inside. Nellie and Cora were fast asleep, completely unaware of their departure. Bella and Gerald returned to their rooms for rest. This day had been exhausting, and Gerald was utterly fatigued. The next morning, Nellie knocked on Gerald's door. You don't need to deliver goods today. Gerald was sound asleep when Nellie walked in unannounced. Hey, don't you worry I might not be dressed? Gerald eyed her. She was becoming too casual, barging into his room like this. If he had been sleeping naked, Nellie rolled her eyes. Today, Snow Sister and I are going to Hybin to discuss a business deal. You should keep Bella company. She seems upset today, and her face has a band-aid. She won't tell me why. She's fine. By the way, you're not planning to send me off as some kind of companion, right? Just because I'm your boyfriend nominally, that doesn't mean I should entertain your friends. Haven't you heard about fire, theft, and girlfriends? Gerald pulled up the blanket, lounging lazily. Bella has helped us a lot. I'm worried about her, so please keep her company, Nellie reminded him. Don't get any wild ideas. I just want you to help her unwind and assist with her recovery. Gerald doubted anything would happen between Bella and him, especially after their recent heated argument. Got it. Money matters to you. I'll be a professional nanny, alright? Gerald prepared for another nap, but Nellie thought he'd become lazier after 2 days off work. Gerald hadn't slept long when someone knocked again. Do you not know I sleep naked? Facing Bella, Gerald grumbled irritably. Breakfast is ready. It will get cold. Bella left, and Gerald, realizing sleep was futile, got up, freshened up, and headed to the dining area. Here, apply this on your wounds. It can remove scars from your face. Bella's beautiful face had 2 band-aids where she was wounded yesterday. Gerald made the scar removal ointment overnight using extracts from Jiuqiao's Xanhuan pills and other medicinal herbs. Although the small jar seemed insignificant, its value was substantial due to the rarity of the ingredients used. Bella took the black box and put it in her bag. No need to thank me. It's my duty, Gerald smiled. Who said I needed to be polite? How much do I owe you? Save me the trouble of you nagging about not paying for medical expenses. Great. Gerald brightened. Let's make it 50,000. Cough cough. 50,000? Are you robbing me? Though Bella had savings, money shouldn't be spent so frivolously. This is market price. This ointment contains rare herbs like ginseng, Polygonum multiflorum, and snow lotus. 50,000 is actually a bargain. Bella paused, then abruptly changed the subject. Thank you. Since you gave it to me, I'll accept it. Translation notes. Gordon maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as per original text. Names like Axton, Bella, Nellie, Cora, and Gerald are kept in pinyin form. Ensured fluent and natural English while retaining the tone and style of the original content. Coherently followed the storyline and logic from the previous context. Hashtag chapter 198, shopping. Ah. Gerald's mouth dropped open. He hadn't expected Bella to outsmart him so quickly. Bella set down the soy milk and stood up. I'm going to wash clothes now. She hadn't forgotten about yesterday's bet with Gerald. If she promised something, she'd make sure to keep her word. Hey, all my clothes need to be hand washed. They're very expensive, don't ruin them, Gerald quickly added. Bella rolled her eyes. You worry too much, I know. Gerald leisurely started on his breakfast, enjoying the soy milk with fried dough sticks, a perfect match, and steamed buns with porridge, a hearty meal indeed. Hey, you're over the top. You want me to hand wash this too? Bella stormed back in anger, holding several pairs of underpants. Gerald's underwear? Gerald wiped his mouth with a napkin and smiled. Miss Yvette, you lost the bet fair and square. Besides, those things should be hand-washed for comfort. Washing them in a machine would strip their soul. Ultimately, Bella held the underpants in disgust as she walked toward the balcony. After finishing his breakfast and cleaning up, Gerald quietly slipped to the balcony door. He was surprised to see that Bella was actually hand-washing the clothes, muttering complaints as she worked. Gerald chuckled but didn't go over. He returned to the living room, picking up a small bottle and observing it. The silver thread worm seemed to be evolving. 1/3 of its silver threads had already turned golden. He wondered what powers it would gain once it fully evolved into a golden thread worm. Taking out a foundation establishment pill, he twisted open the bottle and tossed the pill inside. A silver glow flashed as the worm quickly surrounded the pill. Despite the pill being many times larger than the worm, it was devoured entirely within seconds. You little glutton, how many pills have you eaten? Evolve already. When Bella returned from washing the clothes, she found Gerald talking to himself, thinking he had gone mad. Miss Yvette, where are you heading today for your investigation? Gerald put away the small bottle and asked. Rest day. I'm exhausted, Bella replied, peeling off the band-aid on her face and applying the ointment Gerald had given her. Clearly, she still cared about her appearance. Don't you have work today? Bella questioned, wondering why Gerald seemed idle at home while Nellie worked hard daily. Why work when I'm a major shareholder of the Peach Blossom Fruit Shop? Just waiting for dividends is enough, Gerald grinned, picking up an apple. Here, try some. I grew it myself. No thanks, it might be too expensive. Bella declined. Gerald finished the apple in 2 bites and said, Can't take a joke, huh? Boring. Bella checked her phone but found no messages. She put it away again, only to check it 10 minutes later with the same result. Do you think these clothes look good on me? With no replies coming, Bella browsed online shopping sites, selecting a few outfits she thought looked nice and showing them to Gerald. If you really want to rescue those kidnapped women, wearing such conservative clothes won't help. Gerald glanced at the selected outfits and guessed her intentions immediately. Gabby must have been awake all night, planning how to dismantle the Blue Dragon Commerce Association and save the abducted women. I think they look fine, Bella responded from her perspective, having chosen relatively modest clothing. Looks like you can't stay still. Let's go out and get you a couple of proper, feminine outfits. I was just browsing, Bella tried to refuse. Alright, I know you're still thinking about the case. Don't deny it. Let's go. So, Gerald took Bella straight to Daryolan shopping Gordonal. Usually, Bella wouldn't wear skirts or dresses. Yesterday, she wore Nellie's clothes because hers were unwearable. But today, Gerald insisted on taking her shopping for more suitable attire. Facing the mirror, Bella blushed deeply at her reflection. She had never imagined herself in such revealing clothes before. She wore a crop top that exposed her slender waist and abs, paired with an ultra-short skirt and black stockings that barely covered her legs. "Sir, your girlfriend looks stunning. This outfit suits her perfectly," a sales clerk praised. Though the material was minimal, the price tag wasn't. "I'm not his girlfriend," Bella retorted sharply, turning to glare at Gerald. "Did you deliberately choose these clothes? Pervert." Long dresses she could manage, but an ultra-short skirt was well beyond her comfort zone. Note, manchang is better translated as barely or with difficulty in this context, and well beyond fits more naturally in English to emphasize the significant difference. "What do you mean deliberately? They said it looks great." "Next one," Gerald said, handing her another outfit. This one was less extreme but featured a backless design, exposing her entire spine, which felt chilling under the air conditioning. Bella's face flushed red like a ripe apple, looking almost cute despite her icy demeanor. "Next one." Gerald helped Bella buy several trendy and sexy outfits. "Why do I feel like I've been tricked?" Holding the bags of clothes, Bella eyed Gerald's smile warily, sensing something odd about it. "I have no ulterior motives. I'm doing this purely to help you investigate. To lure the snake out, you need to become something the snake likes, right?" Gerald squinted, admiring Bella in her new outfit. Though not as revealing as earlier, the ultra-short skirt was replaced by ultra-short jeans, giving off a cold yet striking allure, akin to the Himalayas' frigid charm, stirring a sense of conquest. "If we don't catch them, I'll never forgive you." Bella shivered, feeling goosebumps rise on her skin. "Still not done. Can you apply makeup?" Gerald asked. "No," Bella answered firmly. Even face masks were too much trouble for her, let alone spending an hour on makeup. "All right, let's get a few more items." Gerald led Bella to the cosmetics counter. Chapter 199. Another bottle. Gerald felt as if he was transforming Bella, buying her clothes, cosmetics, and even having a beautician give her a light makeup touch-up. This makeover completely changed Bella from head to toe, inside out. Even her usual carefree gait became somewhat refined. "Didn't know you could be shy," Gerald teased as he watched Bella walk in small steps beside him. Bella remained expressionless, glancing at the time. "It's not early anymore. Let's go eat." After a whole day of shopping, Bella felt utterly exhausted. Though women were naturally inclined to enjoy shopping, for her, it felt more like torture. "It's still early. There's another place," Gerald said. "Do we have to go anywhere else?" Bella felt as though her legs weren't hers anymore, and there was still another destination. At this point, she didn't have the energy to catch thieves, let alone solve cases. "Of course, get a new hairstyle to match your outfit." Gerald chuckled. "Gerald, can we find the kidnapper tomorrow? I'm really tired." Bella couldn't take it any longer. Even as a workaholic, she couldn't endure such a shopping spree. It was more exhausting than a 5-kilometer cross-country run. "Now, let's finish up." Gerald took the already exhausted Bella to the top-tier hair salon, where they spent several thousand on a haircut. Bella fell asleep while getting her hair done. When she woke up, she saw herself in the mirror, instantly covering her mouth. She couldn't believe what she saw. After spending most of her life as a tomboy, she now looked the most feminine she had ever been. Her hairstyle, complemented by her makeup and clothing, made her look like a sexy and fiery young woman, far removed from the cold and glamorous policewoman she used to be. Leaving Dariolan shopping Gordonal, Bella and Gerald once again arrived at the bar. This time, however, Bella sat alone in a booth, surrounded by beer bottles, drinking by herself. This bar was also one of Axton's properties, and who knew if it was obtained by forcibly taking over some unlucky businessman's business. "Miss, may I buy you a drink?" Less than 2 minutes after sitting down, a lecherous man approached with a cocktail, sitting opposite Bella without waiting for her consent. He deliberately showed off his gold watch, trying to use money to tempt her. "Not interested, go away," Bella glared at him coldly. "TSK, act all you want." The man scoffed before leaving, feeling embarrassed. Bella didn't drink, but waited for her appetizers. They hadn't eaten dinner yet, so she was quite hungry. When a plate of fried potato sticks, chicken feet, and a fruit platter arrived, Bella began eating furiously, disregarding her appearance. Gerald, observing from nearby, was stunned by Bella's actions. Was this supposed to be recreation? She must have gone days without food to devour like this, leaving no bones behind. After eating her fill, Bella wiped her mouth contentedly, took out her phone, applied lipstick in front of the mirror, and then opened another bottle of alcohol, drinking alone. Some men at the bar, seeing such a beautiful solo girl drinking, tried to chat her up, but all were chased away by Bella. She wasn't sure whether she was working or entertaining, feeling somewhat melancholy while drinking alone. Unknowingly finishing a dozen beers, Bella switched to XO, a much stronger drink. Gerald watched as Bella turned slightly red with one glass, and flushed with the next, finding it odd. Could she really be too immersed? Finishing the entire bottle of XO, Bella appeared drunk, sitting there in a daze. "Waiter, another bottle?" Bella waved her hand. Gerald stood up to intervene. Drinking more wouldn't help with their mission. Alcohol poisoning seemed likely. Seemed this girl really had too much work pressure and couldn't stop drinking. Just as Gerald took a few steps, Bella plopped onto the table, thoroughly intoxicated. Beautiful lady, beautiful lady." A stranger approached her, shaking her, then helping her up from the seat. Gerald stopped, unsure if this man was their target. Since someone showed up, Gerald discreetly observed, hoping to follow them back to the kidnapper's den. The man paid for Bella's bill, tipped the waiter, muttering about her excessive drinking and arriving late, then helped Bella leave the bar. No one questioned him, common enough in such places for drunk people to end up in hotels the next morning. The man put Bella into an Audi and drove off. "Damn." Gerald paid and left, only catching the Audi's tail lights. With Bella's car keys on her, he had to chase on foot. Fortunately, the Audi didn't drive fast or far. Gerald caught up at a hotel 2 kilometers away. Oh no. Seeing Bella being taken into a hotel, Gerald realized the man was not a kidnapper but definitely a pervert. If anything happened while she was drunk, Bella would probably shoot Gerald. "Policeman, Which room did that couple just enter? Gerald flashed his driver's license at the receptionist and quickly ran to the elevator, which was on the 7th floor. He rushed up the stairs, reaching 702, kicked the door open. Bang! The door hit the wall and bounced back, stopped by Gerald's palm. Inside, the man who brought Bella in was preparing to ravish her. His despicable actions made Gerald want to kick him hard in the butt. Chapter 200, Nellie's accusation. At the loud banging on the door, the man stopped what he was doing. Let her go, Gerald said coldly. Why is it so easy? Trying to make trouble? The man turned around and got up from the bed. He fished through the clothes on the bed, pulled out a wallet, and tossed nearly 10,000 onto the ground. Take it, I fancy this girl. This money should be enough. Get lost from my sight immediately. The man was quite arrogant. From his attire, it was evident that this guy wasn't short of cash. I'll give you 10 seconds to get out. Gerald didn't even glance at the money, his eyes sharp and fixed on the man. How dare this guy do this to Bella? It was lucky the girl was drunk. Otherwise, this guy would have more than just a swollen face. Wow, quite gutsy. Do you know who I am? The man stared arrogantly at Gerald, unafraid. I don't care who you are. All I know is if you don't leave, you'll become disabled very soon. Gerald took a step forward, standing in front of the man. The guy was about 26 or 7, wearing expensive clothes and a gold watch. Either a rich second generation or some company executive. 5 seconds. Gerald said calmly. 2 seconds. Gerald clenched his fists. The man frowned, glancing at Bella on the bed, seemingly reluctant but looking at Gerald again. He grabbed his clothes and said, all right, wait for me. Gerald thought it would be a fight, but didn't expect him to leave so easily. Miss Yvette, Gerald called out several times, but Bella showed no signs of waking. Looks like mixing beer and spirits really does pack a punch. Reluctantly, Gerald picked her up and left. On the way back, Gerald tried to wake Bella a few times, but she was too deeply asleep. Are all drunk girls like this? Last time Beth got drunk, she wouldn't wake either. Back at Xuanhuan, Nellie and Cora were still awake, discussing future plans for Taoyuan. Seeing Gerald return with a beauty in his arms, both women gave puzzled looks. Gerald, who is she? Nellie demanded. Coming home late at night wasn't unusual, but bringing a stranger was bound to cause suspicion. Gerald placed Bella on the sofa. Look carefully, who do you think she is? How could there be any misunderstanding? Even with makeup, recognizing one's best friend shouldn't be an issue. Oh, Junyao. Nellie scrutinized closely before confirming it was indeed Bella. What happened to her? Drunk. Get a hot towel to wipe her forehead. I'll make a sobering soup. Gerald wiped his forehead and headed straight to the kitchen. With 3 ladies' herbal medicine mixed in, Gerald brought it over. How come Junyao drinks now? Where's makeup and these clothes? Nellie had endless questions. Why did letting Gerald accompany Bella lead to this? Here's the hot towel. Cora came out of the bathroom with a white hot towel and placed it on Bella's head. Don't ask. She insisted on drinking despite having poor tolerance, trying to crack a case. Gerald took out silver needles, pricked behind Bella's ear, lifted her head, and fed her a few sips of the sobering soup. A little while later, Bella woke up groggily, her eyes unfocused, looking blankly around. Florence, where am I? My place. Why did you drink so much? Nellie glanced accusingly at Gerald. This guy hadn't touched a drop, while Bella was completely wasted. How did this happen? Bella shook her head. I was solving a case at a bar. How did I end up here? She clearly had no recollection of how much she drank. You don't need to go to such lengths for a break, Nellie said bitterly, intending for Bella to rest, not to cause trouble. Oh, I remember now. Bella sat up and mumbled. Gerald made me change clothes, put on makeup, and style my hair. Gerald rubbed his forehead. Clearly she wasn't fully awake yet. Nellie glared at Gerald, turning to comfort Bella. All right, rest first. We'll talk tomorrow. She helped Bella to the bedroom. When Nellie returned, she sat on the sofa, questioning Gerald again. What was the deal? Why did she need to dress up for a case, and those clothes, clearly bought by you? Earlier Nellie thought Gerald taking care of Bella would be fine, but now something went wrong. Really was a case, no lies. Ask her tomorrow if you don't believe me. Gerald explained about the recent missing women in Jiangxing and Bella's bait plan. You followed her recklessness? No case requires such methods. What if something happened to Junyao? Nellie was furious. Bella was workaholic, she knew, wanting Gerald to ensure Bella rested and recuperated. Instead, she ended up going to investigate a case with him. She's stubborn. Nothing can change her mind once set. Gerald blamed everything on Bella, who was drunk and oblivious to whatever he said. Fine, you won't listen anyway. Fanny and I will go to Haiban to handle store matters, planning to open a branch there. Look after Junyao for the next few days. Nellie wasn't jealous, accepting both Cora and Bella as close friends. With Gerald, they were just nominal boyfriends and girlfriends. Gerald looked surprised. Nellie had been angry seeing him with Beth. Why this change? Nellie stood and went to Bella's bedroom. Also, don't let her drink again. Last time she caused me plenty of trouble. I'll check on her too. Cora also left, giving Gerald a meaningful look before heading to the bedroom. Gerald scratched his head, feeling helpless. Serving people well and still getting treated like this? Chapter 201. My taste isn't bad, right? Gerald took the chance while the 3 women were away to head straight for the shower. This floor only had 1 bathroom, and when Bella was around yesterday, he couldn't comfortably bathe. Pouring in the foundation establishment elixir and adding spirit spring water, Gerald luxuriated in the bathtub, with a small bottle containing the silver thread worms placed nearby. As he cultivated himself, he also needed to let these little creatures absorb spiritual energy. He wondered when they would evolve. Gerald closed his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual chi surrounding him. The spiritual chi within his body had reached its peak but wouldn't break through, a fact that left Gerald very uncomfortable. The water in the bathtub started bubbling as it heated up with his cultivation practice, turning the bathroom into a misty realm. The temperature of the water kept rising, dispersing steam everywhere, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Seeing the boiling water, which was certainly at 100 degrees Celsius, Gerald alone could withstand such high temperatures. Anyone else would have been cooked in the boiling water long ago. Looking at his arm, after taking the body-tempering pill, it seemed more robust than before, yet his meridians hadn't expanded, causing the abundant spiritual chi to be unable to flow smoothly. The level of spiritual chi within Gerald's body had already reached the foundation establishment stage, nearly comparable to an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, yet he couldn't break through this bottleneck, a source of frustration for Gerald. Continuously circulating his cultivation technique, the spiritual chi from the dantian surged out and flowed through all his meridians. Originally, Gerald would circulate the chi once around the body in no more than 10 minutes, but now, with too much spiritual chi, even if the meridians were like expressways with 2 lanes, 4 cars had jammed them up, causing a significant slowdown. It took half an hour just to complete one cycle. After 3 hours, the spiritual chi finally flowed smoothly again, and the water in the bathtub had completely evaporated. Unknowingly, a whole night had passed. When Gerald opened his eyes, his gaze was crystal clear, and the spiritual chi within his body had peaked. I've broken through. Gerald felt he had broken through, but his expression was uncertain. Was he smiling or crying? Breaking through from 9th level chi condensation meant reaching the foundation establishment stage. But Gerald's breakthrough was different. He had reached 10th level chi condensation. Such a situation stunned Gerald. He didn't know if he was a genius or an ordinary person. Reaching 10th level chi condensation was likely unprecedented in the cultivation world. Searching through his inheritance carefully, he tried to find a reason. He discovered a cultivation method called 3 revolutions back to origin technique, which allowed chi condensation cultivators to break through the 9th level, extending their cultivation to the 11th level. With each additional level, the foundation became firmer, and after establishing the foundation, their spiritual chi would increase by 30% compared to peers. But I practiced innate 1 chi technique, so it shouldn't be 10th level chi condensation, Gerald said to himself, examining his body's condition carefully. In the dantian during the foundation establishment stage, spiritual chi turned liquid to prepare for future pill formation. But now, the spiritual chi in the dantian remained gaseous, marking the chi condensation stage. Wiping his wet hair with a towel, Gerald didn't know exactly what had happened inside his body. However, things were as they were, so he might as well cultivate the 3 revolutions back to origin technique, until he reached 11th level chi condensation. There were many techniques stored in his memory, but few suited him. Besides, they lacked any offensive spells. Just as Gerald was thinking about cultivating, a sharp scream interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw Bella covering her eyes and running quickly out of the bathroom. Glancing down, Gerald realized he was wearing boxers he had washed the previous day. There wasn't anything inappropriate showing, so why did she react so dramatically? Dressing properly and drying his hair, Gerald walked out of the bathroom and saw Bella standing outside. Not closing the bathroom door, are you sick? Bella gave him a dirty look, then blushing, ran into the bathroom. Surprisingly, she still got flustered. Coming out of the bathroom, Gerald found Nellie and Cora eating breakfast in the dining room. With fewer hands recently, you will start delivering goods today. Gerald had just sat down when Nellie issued her order. She probably still felt some insecurity from yesterday's incident, and perhaps was a bit jealous of Gerald and Bella being together. Okay, Gerald mumbled, picking up his bowl and eating, wondering if the temporary workers were behaving properly after 2 days off. Minutes later, Bella arrived at the table, sitting silently without speaking. Junyao, what's wrong? Your face looks pale, Nellie asked, concerned. Nothing, maybe the alcohol hasn't worn off yet, Bella responded after sipping some kanji, her face gradually becoming calmer. That's good. Nellie nodded, taking a bite of the fried dough stick and stopping her questions. Bella put down her bowl, looked up, and met Gerald's eyes. After a long silence, she finally asked, what happened after I got drunk yesterday? Nellie and Cora also paused, both pairs of eyes fixed on Gerald. They too wanted to know what had transpired when Bella got drunk. Otherwise, why would her bra clasp be unfastened last night? Do you really want to know? Gerald narrowed his eyes, staring directly at Bella. Duh, hurry up and tell me, Bella retorted. Gerald smiled and began recounting the events. As he spoke, Bella's complexion grew worse and worse. Finally, she slapped the table and stood up. You bastard, no wonder my clothes felt strange when I woke up today. She grabbed her car keys and stormed out of the door. What are you doing? You're not supposed to be resting today? Gerald called after her. To catch someone. Bella was furious and livid. They had agreed to catch the kidnapper, but instead, she nearly fell victim herself. Do you even know what the kidnapper looks like? How can you catch them? Gerald questioned. Don't need to. Bang. Bella slammed the door shut, and shortly thereafter, the sound of the engine starting echoed out. The Camaro roared to life, carrying Bella's fury as it sped away. You really should have persuaded her not to drink so much. What kind of situation did you allow to happen? Nellie scolded. She was investigating. How could I stop her? Gerald replied helplessly. Nellie eyed Gerald deeply and asked, was the outfit she wore yesterday bought by you? How about it? Isn't my taste pretty good? Gerald smirked. Chapter 202. Internet Celebrity. Nellie's face immediately fell, her gaze turning hostile as she stared at Gerald. Well, it's getting late. Let's go to work. If you like them, I can buy a few sets for you. Oh, Tabitha, isn't your birthday coming up? I can also buy some clothes for you. Gerald hurriedly left and got into the Wuling Hongwang, driving towards the main store of Teoweiyuan. Brother Malag. Seeing Gerald come over, Yael, along with 2 classmates, enthusiastically ran over, handing him water and peeling fruit for him. What's going on? After just 2 days apart, you've become so diligent? Gerald sat in a chair, holding a cup of tea, looking at Yael and the others. It seemed their part-time job at the fruit shop was going very well. He had successfully cultivated good waiters. Brother Malag, I didn't expect you to be so capable. It was blind of me to fight you back then. Halia, yeah. Frederick really had no sense, daring to target Brother Malag. Brother Malag, I found out that Frederick has already been sent to juvenile detention, but with his father's connections, he might be out in a few months. Should we wait for him to get out and teach him a lesson? Gerald looked at these three guys who were chiming in and still thinking about revenge. Slap, slap, slap. What are the three of you doing here? Planning retaliation? Stand there quietly and tell me what's going on. Gerald stood up, smacking each of their heads. Yarel rubbed his head, bending down slightly and said, Brother Malak, I'm telling the truth. We all admire you. You're our big brother. Once a big brother, always a big brother. Me too, Gary said. Me too, Cassidy added. Gerald was bewildered. What was going on? He was only gone for 2 days, and these kids seemed possessed. All right, what's really going on? Yarel smiled and came closer, boasting, Brother Malak, you're now a huge celebrity in Jiangcheng. If you became an online streamer, you'd definitely have massive traffic and make much more money than delivering fruits or running a store. Halia, yeah. Nowadays, any random streamer makes millions. Brother Malak, with your popularity, why not switch careers? Gerald was completely confused. Just as he was about to press for more details, Yarel opened his phone and showed him a top 10 popular video. Looking at the phone, the headline read, Chinese Gor martial arts versus Japanese karate. Who dares say Chinese Gor martial arts are weak? The video content showed exactly the fight between Gerald and Mitsuichiro. Due to being filmed on a shaky mobile phone, the footage was not very clear. The frames started dropping from the beginning of the fight, making it hard to see either person clearly. However, when slowed down, one could barely see Mitsuichiro's eventual defeat. The video's views had already surpassed 10 million, meaning over 10 million people had seen it. The comments below were varied, with some supporting Chinese martial arts, others expressing doubts, and some outright trolling. I know this place, Malagshan Gor Martial Art School in Jiangcheng, where the instructors all have genuine skills. Holy crap, so fast, almost like Bruce Lee's speed. This must be movie magic, right? Youngsters don't respect martial virtue, attacking by surprise. Chinese martial arts rock. Though I'm skeptical, beating foreigners deserves support from us Chinese. Huh, joking? If Chinese martial arts were that powerful, I'd do a handstand and wash my hair with feces. It's all for show, another master probably popped up. Yarel grinned widely. Brother Malak, you should have told us you were secretly competing. Otherwise, I would have called friends to cheer for you. Teach me martial arts, Brother Malak. I want to learn Kung Fu. Cassidy was excited. Previously, he only saw Gerald demonstrate a few moves, but watching the video made him realize how strong Gerald was. It's no big deal. If you want to learn martial arts, go to Malagshan Gor Martial Art School. They have real martial arts coaches, and I don't have time to teach you. Although Ethan's background had some shady aspects, the school genuinely taught Chinese martial arts. Since they wanted to learn, they should go to Malagshan Gor Martial Art School. Is Brother Malag one of the coaches there? Yael asked. I'm friends with the chief instructor. If you want to learn, mention my name, and they'll give you a discount. They couldn't work for free at the fruit shop forever. If they could learn martial arts at Malagshan Gor Martial Art School and eventually become bodyguards, it would be better than becoming gangsters. Brother Malag, we want to learn from you, Yael said seriously. Gerald observed this kid. He had changed a lot since he first arrived. Learning from me won't help. I'm not a professional coach. If you want to learn, go to Malagshan Gor Martial Art School. It's suitable for you. Gerald had no time to teach martial arts now. Besides, as a cultivator, not a true martial artist, teaching them wouldn't work without spiritual energy. Moreover, he was busy trying to break through and had no spare time. Okay, Yael nodded. Gerald instructed them further, emphasizing that martial artists should uphold justice and not break the law. When Nelly arrived at the store, he drove the Wuling Hongguang to continue deliveries. With the abundance of spiritual energy, controlling this vehicle was precise to the point of knowing every screw's movement. If only he hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage, which would allow him to control flying treasures, he could make the car fly. In the morning, Gerald spent his time making deliveries. Nelly had hired many delivery personnel, making the workload significantly lighter. At Daryolan Hotel, let's eat lunch here. Gerald delivered the fruits needed by Daryolan Hotel to the unloading area. Employees nearby were stunned. A small Wuling Hongguang filled the hallway with box after box of fruits, defying both mathematical knowledge and common sense. After unloading, Gerald rubbed his chin, grinning, and took the elevator from the underground, parking to the top floor restaurant. Since Nelly wasn't in Jiangcheng these past 2 days, using her name to eat here shouldn't be a problem. Exiting the elevator, still wearing Teo Weiyuan's employee uniform, the front waiter's expression changed immediately. Hey, this is for customer dining. The staff canteen is over there. Chapter 203, Discussing the Contract. Since the person had already said so, Gerald didn't overthink and walked towards the place marked as the staff canteen, entering along with them. Free food was never something to miss. Though it was an employee cafeteria, the menu was quite varied. There were dozens of dishes for self-service, ensuring there would be something you liked. Gerald followed behind and saw that they really didn't need to pay. He took a plate and filled it with food, finding a vacant spot to sit down and start eating. Gerald, you're actually here. Just as Gerald finished his first serving and prepared for another, a surprised voice came through. Following the sound, he saw Beth holding a tray, sitting opposite him. Beth, it's been a while. Gerald smiled and said, the food in your canteen is pretty good. I didn't think an outsider like me could eat here too. Beth placed her tray on the table and replied with a smile. This was arranged by President Hale. If our company's employees are delivering goods here and catch mealtime, we can eat together. So that's how it is. Gerald lifted his plate and asked, so, there's no limit on how much one can eat? Beth looked at Gerald, puzzled, shook her head, and said, no limits. Great. Gerald carried his plate back to the serving area, filling another plate with more food before returning. Seeing this, Beth froze. Gerald had just finished one plate, now refilling another. It was like he hadn't eaten for ages. Beth, how's the house? Has Louis caused any trouble? Gerald chatted as he ate. It's all right. I'm planning to redecorate it because I don't really like the original style, Beth replied, smiling. I also plan to make some renovations to add a guest room. Beth added. She had received the property deed and wanted to renovate according to her own preferences. So you're going to rent another place again? Gerald said. Just thinking about it for now. I've been busy at work recently and haven't had time for it, but I'll start preparing for it soon. Beth intended to wait until this project was finished before renovating her house. What about you? What have you been up to lately? Beth asked. Not much. Florence manages the store, so my job is mostly deliveries, sometimes lazing around. Recently I was caught slacking off, so I had to deliver today. As a shareholder, Gerald felt worse off than an employee, even though his salary was high. So far, Nellie hadn't paid him anything. His actual job was that of a deliverer man, an uncomplaining and unrewarded deliverer man. Seems like you have quite a free schedule. Got plans tonight? How about dinner, and then coming over to help me with some advice on decorating? Beth chewed casually, sneaking glances at Gerald's reaction. I know nothing about decoration, Gerald retorted. You don't have to design. Besides, since you're a co-owner of the house, I need your input for the renovation. What if you don't like it? Beth smiled calmly, and Gerald couldn't argue against this reason or excuse. Alright, I was wondering where to eat tonight anyway. Nellie and Cora went to bin high. Bella was catching thieves, so Gerald planned to order takeout. Given Beth's invitation, he couldn't refuse. Sure, see you at 6 then. Beth stood up, leaving after finishing her meal. Gerald watched Beth go, rubbing his chin, smirking. This girl kept inviting him out to eat. Maybe she fancied him? Finishing his meal, Gerald left and continued with his deliveries. At 6 o'clock that evening, Gerald appeared at Daryolan Hotel's entrance, where Beth was waiting. However, Beth seemed preoccupied with something unpleasant. Sorry, I have to discuss a contract tonight, and can't join you for dinner. Disappointment flickered across Beth's face, clutching a stack of contracts. Working at a large company certainly had its downsides, including working overtime. Where are you meeting? Shall I wait for you? Seeing Beth's disappointed look, Gerald hesitated to leave immediately. Milaglong Chamber of Commerce, Beth said, her expression lighting up slightly. Wait for me, it won't take long. Milaglong Chamber of Commerce. Gerald was taken aback. Did Daryolan Group need to cooperate with Milaglong? Axton wasn't exactly trustworthy, and getting involved might lead to trouble. Hales. The group is expanding in Jiangqing and needs to assess local enterprises. Milaglong has been doing well recently, so President Hale sent me. As Raquel's assistant, Beth needed to handle some contractual issues. A successful negotiation would also mean a handsome commission for her. Let me come with you. With me? Beth wondered why he'd offer to go, since Gerald wasn't a Daryolan employee. Hales, I'll go with you. Milaglong people weren't trustworthy, so Gerald worried about Beth's safety. After pondering, Beth nodded. All right, just say you're from our company when we arrive. Let's use my car. No problem. Thus, Gerald accompanied Beth to Milaglong restaurant. Beth led the way while Gerald followed. General Gordon Edgerly, sorry we're late. Traffic was bad. Inside, only one man sat at a large round table, around 30 years old, smoking a cigar surrounded by 7 or 8 men in black suits. Gerald scanned the man. He didn't recognize him from the previous contest. Assistant Chu, having the Daryolan Group consider our small company is indeed an honor. Delays are natural. The man stood, placing his cigar in the ashtray, extending his hand. Beth smiled. Thank you for understanding, General Gordon Edgerly, and shook his hand. Chapter 204, Pouring Wine. Gerald had been observing the man closely. After shaking hands with Beth, a sinister gleam flashed in his eyes, indicating that today's contract negotiation would not be easy. From the aura emanating from the man, he appeared to be a martial artist of concealed force level at its early stage. If this man belonged to the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce and was surnamely, he could only be Axton's other brother, Miles, who possessed such cultivation. According to Ethan's introduction, Miles should primarily be responsible for managing the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce's operations, having specifically studied business management in the US before returning to help Axton. Though Miles's cultivation wasn't high, he was indeed a capable businessman, many of Axton's plots being masterminded by him. Gordon Edgerly. Beth shook hands with Miles for a full 10 minutes, and this guy didn't seem to want to let go, causing Beth some embarrassment. Only then did Miles release her hand, smiling apologetically. Sorry, Assistant Chu, you are so beautiful, I momentarily lost myself. It is said Daryolan Group has many beauties, and indeed it does. Beth replied with a smile. Gordon Edgerly really knows how to joke. Here is our contract. You can take a look first. Miles gestured invitingly. All right, let me have a look. Please sit. Do come in and have a meal since you're here. He waved towards his subordinates behind him, who promptly came over to pull out a chair for Beth, making her sit down before going to arrange the dishes. Gerald grabbed a chair and sat down boldly next to Beth, taking on the role of protector. Upon seeing Gerald, Miles's brows furrowed slightly, but his expression soon returned to normal. Assistant Chu, who is this? Beth introduced. This is our department manager, Gordon Edgerly. He has accompanied me today to discuss the contract with Gordon Edgerly. Being someone accustomed to high society, she spoke without missing a beat or breaking eye contact. Miles picked up the cigar on the table, took a hard puff, and smiled. So you're Gordon Edgerly. It seems Assistant Chu isn't confident enough in me. Have you heard some unfavorable rumors about our chamber? That's why you brought a bodyguard. Miles was known as the pacifier of 3 rivers, Jerson as the river-crossing dragon, and this Miles as the smiling tiger. These 3 brothers founded the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce together, expanding it into a large enterprise, and recruited some experts to form an enormous underground force. Although Miles's cultivation was low, his position within the chamber was second only to Axton because all the profitable businesses relied on him. Gordon Edgerly, you are joking. Beth sensed Miles's thoughts but continued to smile. How could I not trust you? However, Gordon Edgerly is mainly responsible for this contract, hence his presence. Miles eyed Gerald appraisingly, then ordered his men. Haven't you brought the dishes yet? Hales, Gordon Edgerly. The subordinate quickly went to fetch the dishes. Beth remained silent, quietly waiting for Miles to finish reading the contract and sign it. She had no intention of eating. However, Miles read extremely slowly, not even finishing the first page after half a day. Apologies, I'm just being meticulous. It's not targeted at Daryoling Group, it's just we're a small company and cannot afford any mistakes. Smiling, Miles looked at the partially served dishes and suggested, Assistant Chu, why don't we eat while I continue reading? How does that sound? He never glanced at Gerald, who was unimportant to him. Beth had no choice but to pick up her chopsticks and start eating. Miles's subordinates also sat down around them. 2 bottles of white wine were opened, filling everyone's glasses. Assistant Chu, it's rare for you to visit our Azure Dragon restaurant. Let me offer you a toast first. Though our dishes can't compare with those at Daryoling Hotel, please don't mind. Lifting his glass, Miles smiled. Beth had no way out. Social engagements required drinking. Thankfully, her alcohol tolerance was good. Thank you, Gordon. Let's finish eating and finalize the contract. Beth drank the white wine in one go, looking remarkably bold. A glass of white wine equaled 1 gene, yet Beth finished it without batting an eyelid. Seeing this, Miles couldn't help raising an eyebrow. All right, I'll keep reading. Go on, properly entertain Assistant Chu. She is our distinguished guest and must be treated well. Understand? Following his order, the subordinates raised their glasses and lined up before Beth. Assistant Chu, I'm toasting you on behalf of Gordon. Running our company isn't easy. Gordon works tirelessly. You can see he has become thinner. Cheers. With that, the first person drained his glass and smiled. Assistant Chu, 2 cups should be fine, right? Beth frowned slightly, displeased. If it were 1 toast, she would drink it, but queuing up like this was too much. I appreciate your intentions, Gordon, but I'm not suitable for drinking. Beth wasn't foolish. Drinking a few cups wasn't a problem, but with so many rounds, even great alcohol tolerance wouldn't suffice. You're supposed to entertain Assistant Chu properly, not pressure her into drinking. Miles scolded, showing some understanding towards Beth's situation. Sorry. I apologize and will punish myself with 3 cups. The man immediately downed 3 cups. My brother made a mistake. Us big men are used to this. Another person raised his glass, apologized, and also drank a cup, leaving Beth somewhat embarrassed, as if she had forced them to drink. No. Beth lifted her glass again and drank another cup before sitting down to have some food. You see, Assistant Chu understands human sentiments and won't make things difficult for us. Hail it, another person approached and toasted her, draining his cup. Gordon instructed us to entertain you well. 1 or 2 cups are nothing to a woman of valor like you. After the second cup, Beth was instantly surrounded by these people. Normally, she avoided social gatherings in the company and wasn't matched for these experienced men. After several rounds, she couldn't help drinking another couple of cups. Chapter 205, another glass. Gerald watched from the side, realizing that they were trying to get Beth drunk. Looking at Alexei, who was supposedly reviewing the contract but kept glancing at Beth, and considering their relentless pouring of drinks, it was clear what his intentions were. Fortunately, Beth had a decent tolerance for alcohol. After a few glasses, her face was only slightly flushed, and she remained relatively alert. Alexei continued to flip through the contract, although there was no real need to review such a standard agreement. He was just stalling on purpose. If he tried to intoxicate Beth himself, it would be obvious, so he had his underlings take turns instead. These people clearly frequented drinking sessions, their toasts flowing smoothly, and even someone as incorruptible as Beth would find it hard to withstand their flattering. Sorry, our Assistant Chu has been sick these past few days and didn't even take her antibiotics to accompany you all today. Please excuse us. If anyone wants more drinks, I'll gladly join in. Just as Beth was about to drink her 6th glass, Gerald snatched the wine glass from her hand and laughed cheerfully at everyone. Seeing Gerald step up, Alexei pretended to focus on the contract but signaled his subordinates with a nod. He had been worried Gerald might interfere, but now that he'd stepped forward, it made things easier. His underlings weren't mere goons from the Blue Dragon Chamber of Commerce. They were specially trained to keep company guests drinking. Each of them could handle 3 or 4 kilograms of liquor, and when they took turns plying someone, getting them drunk wasn't difficult at all. All right, since Gordon wants to drink, let's toast to him, one of the underlings said, immediately joining around Gerald with wine glasses in hand. For them, it didn't matter who they drank with as long as they kept drinking. Only now did Beth sit down, pulling out tissues to wipe the sweat off her forehead. Half a kilogram of liquor in her system was already tough for her. This was over 50 proof liquor, not water. Relieved, Beth looked at Alexei and realized he hadn't even read a third of the contract. At this rate, he'd still be reading after dinner. On Gerald's side, he replaced Beth, clinking glasses with the underlings. He was fighting a one-man battle against a group, meaning every time each of them had a glass, he had to drink 6 in response. It was much faster than how Beth had been drinking earlier. After 4 bottles of liquor, Beth started to worry. Gerald kept drinking glass after glass. Even if it was water, drinking like this would be hard on the stomach. You should stop. If necessary, we can refuse the contract, Beth whispered in Gerald's ear. After all, Dario Yvette Group didn't place too much importance on this contract. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Beth to negotiate it. That won't do, Gerald replied calmly. You'll lose your commission, and I can't let you lose money. Warmth spread through Beth. So Gerald was helping her avoid losing money. Don't hurt yourself. These people are experienced drinkers, Beth warned. She could tell from their earlier behavior that they drank regularly. If they couldn't handle it, they would have fallen under the table long ago. Don't worry, I'm a master of liquor. Gerald patted Beth's thigh to reassure her. Her cheeks suddenly turned a bright red, contrasting with the pale complexion she maintained even after consuming half a kilogram of liquor. Come, good brother, another glass? Gerald raised his glass once more, taking the offensive. For him, drinking this alcohol was like drinking water. His spiritual energy allowed him to fully metabolize it. However, drinking too much still filled the stomach. So Gerald cleverly stored the liquor into his jade pendant space while pretending to drink. To others, it seemed like he was continuously drinking, but in reality, he only drank the first glass. Alexei watched closely, surprised by Gerald's ability to drink 2 kilograms without showing any signs of intoxication. Cough, cough. Alexei cleared his throat, picked up a cigar, and puffed on it before turning to Beth. Assistant Chu, if we reduce the Blue Dragon Group's share and increase investment, will that be acceptable? Beth didn't understand why Alexei wanted to decrease shares while increasing investment, which seemed counterintuitive. Reducing Blue Dragon Group's profit while increasing investment would mean they put more money into Dario Yvette Group without better returns. I need to check with President Hale first. Contracts were fixed, and Beth couldn't make decisions on her own. Any changes required reporting to Raquel. In that case, wouldn't you receive a substantial commission? Alexei smiled as he exhaled a puff of smoke. His plan was simple. Increase investment to draw attention from Dario Yvette Group. Since the Hale family had extensive business beyond Jiangxing, partnering with them was worth extra expenses. To achieve this, he needed an intermediary, and Beth was the perfect choice as Raquel's confidant. With Alexei's influence, manipulating Beth, including into bed, wouldn't be a problem. However, plans always encounter unexpected events. Without Gerald's presence today, he might have already succeeded. Seeing that Gerald wasn't getting drunk, Alexei decided to try bribery. Assistant Chu, I heard you don't have a boyfriend yet. Alexei got straight to the point. Buying a house in Jiangxing is quite expensive. If you help me with the increased investment, I can gift you a flat. The offer was blunt. A house wasn't much to him. Sorry, I can only follow the contract, Beth firmly rejected. A strange expression flashed across Alexei's eyes, surprised by Beth's steadfastness. Fine, I'll continue reviewing the contract. Alexei wasn't in a rush, sitting back to continue examining the document. Meanwhile, Gerald was already on his 3rd bottle of liquor. Beth noticed the growing tension. Mr. Lee, why don't you finish reviewing the contract while we handle some matters? Feel free to call me if you decide. She wanted to leave. If Gerald passed out, she'd be in trouble. Assistant Chu, that's not very polite. The meal isn't over, and I haven't finished the contract. Are you trying to bully us? If President Hale finds out, will you still want to work here? Alexei said irritably. Beth hesitated. Negotiating poorly was understandable, but walking away when they offered to increase investment would seem unprofessional. Mr. Lee, if you have any questions about the contract, feel free to ask me, Beth responded. No rush. I prefer taking my time. Please remain seated. Alexei waved dismissively. Chapter 206, First Diplomacy, then Force. Bang. As Alexei was planning to wait for Gerald to be drunk before proceeding with other plans, someone at the table suddenly collapsed face down. Bang. Bang. Soon after, 2 more people fell to the floor, knocking over chairs. President Lee, I can't handle it, ugh. Another person clamped a hand over their mouth and rushed out of the room. At this point, 6 cases of white wine had been completely consumed, each case containing 9 bottles, totaling 54 bottles. Gerald had single-handedly downed about 20 bottles, nearly 10 kilograms, which far exceeded a normal person's alcohol tolerance. Alexei's subordinates, having consumed several pounds each, were either passed out or vomiting. Clang. Gerald tossed his glass to the ground and slowly walked over to Alexei, pulling a chair and sitting down beside him. President Lee, take your time. I'll keep you company. Would you like to have a few more rounds? Gerald picked up a bottle from the table and refilled Alexei's glass with white wine. These guys can't hold their liquor. How about we drink instead? Alexei's eyes brimmed with anger. Gerald's blatant provocation irked him. I didn't expect Gordon Chun to have such a good capacity for alcohol. Alexei forced a smile and said, all right then, I'll arrange for the stamping. This contract was crucial for him, though failing to get Beth on board was a setback in his plan. By the way, my name is Gerald. Does that ring a bell? Gerald squinted as he asked. Gerald. Alexei was all too familiar with the name. The entire Miliglong Chamber of Commerce knew of the man who slapped them in the face. Hales, the same Gerald who beat up that little Japanese dwarf. President Lee, I think you should know that it isn't skillful to bully a woman. In the future, best look around carefully. With that, Gerald lifted his glass, drank it all in one go, and crushed the empty glass with his right hand. When he opened his hand, it was just glass powder. By revealing his identity, Gerald wanted to make it clear to Alexei not to mess with Beth, implying that defeating a Burt Daryog martial artist was easy work for him. Alexei's expression changed. If Gerald could defeat Isaiah, he would surely be no match. Gerald, I understand. Alexei tried to remain calm, took a drag from his half-smoked cigar to steady himself. He wasn't worried about Gerald attacking him now. They were negotiating business. After all, if it didn't work out, they could always part ways. I heard you recently joined Ethan's team. Wonder why you choose to mix with them. Alexei's tone carried a hint of disdain. If you want to make money, sticking with us is the right move. They are no longer capable. He was trying to sway Gerald. Not interested in money. And I'm not interested in you either. Gerald narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Alexei, exuding an even stronger aura that left Alexei struggling to breathe. Now at the 10th level of Chi cultivation, Gerald's spiritual energy was more abundant than ever. Using it to suppress a hidden strength martial artist was child's play. Don't provoke me unless you have to, Gerald added sternly. Alexei felt dizzy from the overwhelming pressure and couldn't meet Gerald's gaze. Seeing his threat hit home, Gerald grabbed the contract Alexei had just signed and stamped, turning to Beth. Beth, let's go. Okay. Beth nodded and followed Gerald out of the room. She felt relieved seeing Alexei flustered. If Gerald hadn't been there, she might not have known how to escape the situation. Gerald, why did they seem so scared of you? The CEO of the Miliglong Group was no small figure. How could Gerald's mere words send shivers down his spine? He's not afraid of my position, just afraid of getting beaten. Gerald raised his head triumphantly. Having driven away Isaiah and being Ethan's ally, any retaliation against Alexei in business or territory would be justified. Come on, we've eaten enough. Let's go back and check on your renovation. Gerald rubbed his belly. He hadn't drunk much but had eaten plenty. During the rounds of toasts, he had devoured everything on the table, leaving nothing behind. Beth suspected Gerald waited until he was full before helping her fend off drinks. At the parking lot, Beth refused to let Gerald drive given how much he had consumed. She also had her fair share and decided to hire a chauffeur to drive them back. Don't worry, a couple of glasses are no big deal. Gerald dismissed her concerns, having only had 2 drinks. Plus, encountering Lorena last time turned out fine, and she was probably busy catching perverts tonight. Seeing Gerald's face remained unflushed and recalling the previous incident without issue, Beth relented. In the car, Beth and Gerald discussed her renovation plans, noting that the budget of 100,000 yuan was ample for an extravagant makeover of her modest home. Today was particularly joyful for Beth. The successful contract meant a substantial bonus. Plus, Gerald had helped her avoid excessive drinking, giving her a newfound sense of security. Gerald, where do you live now? If I don't have a place to stay during the renovation, can I stay with you? Her heart pounded as she spoke, fearing rejection or uncertainty. Gerald almost swerved off course, but managed to regain control. If it's inconvenient for you, forget it, Beth hastily added, her cheeks flushing even more red, burying her head in her clothes. My villa has many rooms, so it's fine if you come. Just that there are others staying there too. Currently, Nellie, Cora, and Lorena live there, leaving only 1 room available among 5. If another person were to join, they'd need to convert the 2 study rooms and maids' quarters into bedrooms. Thankfully, Zahir bought a spacious house. With so many residents, it was nearly enough for 2 tables of mahjong. There are others, like Mila President? Beth's eyes revealed a touch of disappointment as she pursed her lips and fell silent. Hashtag chapter 207, Beth's uncle. Previously, Gerald had told Beth that he and Nellie were just pretending to be a couple for business purposes. However, living together like this made it seem far more complicated than that. Gerald glanced at Beth and smiled. Apart from Florence, I also have Tabitha, and the policeman who raced with me last time now works for me as well. They are all in poor health. I'm just trying to help them get better. If Beth moved in, there would finally be one normal person around. So many people. Beth's eyes widened in disbelief. A house with so many people. How many rooms would be needed? Halia, enough for now anyway, Gerald said. There were 5 rooms, which seemed sufficient for the moment, but could change later. Beth shook her head slightly. Gordon-eyed not. She had lived with her mother until she grew up and then until her mother's passing, always alone except for her interactions with Gerald and no other men. As for women, she only had colleagues, no real friends. The crowded household of Gerald was clearly unsuitable for someone who preferred solitude. No problem, they're all very hospitable, Gerald reassured her, noticing her hesitation. Let's see how it goes, Beth said, touching her forehead. It felt warm, likely due to the alcohol. Beth gradually drifted into a peaceful sleep while the car drove steadily towards her home. We're here. Gerald parked and looked at Beth, who slept soundly beside him. He called out to her a couple of times. Already? Beth rubbed her sleepy eyes, getting out of the car and forcing herself awake. Back at her place, Gerald noticed the apartment was tidier than his last visit, though shoes still lay haphazardly near the door, showing how rushed she usually was. Beth washed her face first to wake up, then invited Gerald in. Come, have some tea. She poured him a cup and sat on the couch nearby, appearing somewhat nervous as if it weren't her home. You've bought new furniture. Gerald chuckled, noting the new TV stand and fridge. It seemed Beth had started decorating since making this place truly her home. Just put them up casually, Beth replied, her cheeks still rosy and endearing. She stood and pointed at the wall behind the TV. I plan to install a background wall here with warm lighting to make it cozier. Also, I want to replace the ugly lights on the ceiling and... Beth enthusiastically described her plans, including full wall cabinets and bookshelves, all in solid wood, which would fill her small apartment densely. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, urgent knocking interrupted her speech, loud and heavy, almost threatening to break the door down. Beth frowned. She rarely had visitors, especially late at night. Who is it? Bang bang bang. No response, only louder knocks. Gerald walked to the door with her, finding 2 men outside. One elderly, about 50 or 60 years old, and a younger one, around 25, similar to Beth's age. Both looked ordinary but surprisingly were ancient martial artists. The young man was in the early stage of Dark Force, while the older man exuded stronger power, likely in the late stage of Dark Force and close to Transformation Force. 2 ancient martial artists visiting late at night, there had to be something wrong. Beth opened the door, and seeing the men outside, she froze, shock turning to anger, then blazing fury. What do you want? Who sent you? The calm girl suddenly exploded, surprising even Gerald. The man scowled and sneered. Think hiding here means I can't find you? Not answering calls, acting tough now? I have nothing to do with your family. Sorry, I don't welcome you here. Beth tried closing the door, but the man stopped it easily. Nothing to do with my family? Don't forget your surname. Without my financial support, you and your mother would have starved. How dare you live here? He exerted force, leaving finger marks on the door. Hales, you supported us financially. Should I kneel and thank you, uncle? My biological father didn't have the heart to kick us out, leaving it to you. Now when you need me again, you come crawling back. Am I a ball for you to kick around? Unable to close the door, Beth gave up, hands on her hips, finger pointing at her uncle's nose, completely different from her usual self. Listening by the side, Gerald began to understand. This must be Beth's uncle, Ailby, and his son, Anselm. They barging in like this suggested complex family ties. But why would 2 Dark Force ancient martial artists need a soft-spoken girl like Beth? Remember, you are a Chu family member. The Chu family needs you now. If you agree, I can take you back and restore your status. Ailby's cold gaze intensified, as if prepared to forcibly take her away. Beth remained unfazed. How absurd. You drove my mother and me away like dogs. Now you talk to me like this? If you want me back, go tell my mother, and if she forgives you, then I might agree. The tension in the air was palpable as both sides stood their ground, each refusing to budge. Hashtag chapter 208, life or death regardless. Beth took a step back and stood in front of Ailby, continuing to look at him coldly. Her eyes blazed with fury and a sense of injustice. She was also her father's biological daughter, but because she lacked official recognition, she had met such an unfair fate. Everything she had now was earned through her own efforts, without relying on the Chu family at all. Why should she return to help and make sacrifices? Good. After over 20 years, you have indeed become more like your mother. Excellent. Ailby uttered several goods and stepped forward, ready to act. Sorry, even if you take me back, it won't help. I drink every day now and have alcoholic liver disease. Didn't expect that, did you? A smirk appeared on Beth's face, twisted and terrifying. You. Ailby hesitated with his right hand before lunging towards Beth's shoulder again. Even with alcoholic liver disease, you still have 2 livers. I don't believe both are problematic. His movements were lightning fast, almost reaching Beth's shoulder. Whoosh. A piercing sound broke the air as a silver needle shot towards his palm. If he didn't dodge, it would pierce straight through his hand. Sensing the incoming needle, Ailby quickly retracted his right hand. The needle continued its path, embedding itself into the wall behind him and disappearing from sight. In broad daylight, what are you trying to do? Snatch away a civilian woman? Gerald slowly approached, each step amplifying his aura. The air around him seemed to vibrate, surrounded by spirit energy, his divine consciousness pressing down so heavily that Ailby could barely stand firm. Anselm, standing behind Ailby, had already retreated several steps, not daring to face Gerald. Who are you? Ailby adjusted his internal breath and turned to Gerald. This is my home. What do you think I am? Gerald's sharp gaze fixed on Ailby. A spirit talisman appeared in his right hand, ready to deal with this person. Since Beth was hostile towards him, there was no need to hold back. Uncle or not, he would take them down. Well, no wonder you're so bold, having found yourself a man. Ailby felt Gerald's extraordinary presence, but remained unfazed. The Chu family was powerful, and with only 2 opponents, no matter how skilled they were, it was like ants shaking a tree. Beth, should I cripple this guy? You wouldn't mind, right? Gerald deliberately asked Beth, signaling Ailby that if he didn't leave soon, he would really have to act. Whatever. Beth crossed her arms, watching coldly. I give you 10 seconds to disappear. Otherwise, you 2 will only leave here lying down. Gerald pointed at Ailby and Anselm, his spirit energy roiling violently around him. This surge of energy made the air tremble, producing a buzzing sound. Fine, if that's the case, then don't say we didn't warn you. We can't take you alive, but dead works too. After uttering these threatening words arrogantly, Ailby turned and said to Anselm, let's go. Get lost. Beth slammed the door shut with force. As she turned around, tears welled up in her eyes, large drops falling rapidly. Gerald. Beth's emotions broke as she rushed towards Gerald, resting her head on his shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. It's okay. I'll protect you. Gerald patted her shoulder gently, guiding her to sit on the sofa and pouring her a glass of water. What happened? Why did they want to take you back? Beth was just a bastard child, insignificant to the Chu family. Why was Ailby so determined to bring her back, dead or alive? Those bastards. Beth raised her tear-filled eyes to Gerald, looking pitiful. It turned out it was because of her half-brother. When Beth's father had a son, she, as a bastard child, became embarrassing. Hence, she was driven away. Now, this brother, Granville, had liver cancer and needed a transplant. No one in the Chu family matched him except for a strand of hair left behind by Beth, which proved she was a match. Thus, Ailby wanted to take her back desperately, even offering to let her officially join the Chu family again. Granville was the future heir of the Chu family, excelling in everything, so his illness must be cured at all costs. That's why Ailby traveled from Darjeeling to Jiangqing to find Beth and take her back to save her brother. How absurd, kicking you away when you're useless, then demanding everything, even your organs or your life, when you're useful. Beth wiped her tears, feeling sorrow for being born into such a family. Weren't you intentionally drinking to damage your liver? Gerald probed lightly with his spirit energy and immediately noticed half of her liver function was impaired, already at the stage of cirrhosis. How much alcohol must she have consumed to reach this state? Beth shook her head. No, I can't predict the future. Who knew he would get liver cancer? It's just that work-related social engagements require a lot of drinking. Keenan Hale doesn't like accompanying guests, so it falls on me. Gerald sighed, hoping he finally had a healthy girl beside him, only to find another ill person. It seemed only his sister and Iana, who grew up with traditional Chinese medicine care, were free from diseases. Don't drink anymore. It's terrible for your health. I'll help you solve this. Keep this. Gerald handed Beth a triangular folded spirit talisman, a water escape talisman. In case of danger, activating it would form a protective layer of water around her and teleport her to safety. Gerald had given one to everyone close to him, each imprinted with his divine consciousness, allowing him immediate awareness of any issues. No more drinking? Beth glanced at her wine cabinet filled with bottles. Hales, you can start again after you recover, Gerald smiled. I'll prescribe herbal medicine to treat you. It will heal soon. Gerald looked seriously at Beth, his eyes pure and sincere. Chapter 209. The essay topic. Beth looked like a little girl who had lost her favorite toy, her expression not too good. As the saying goes, a drunken man forgets his sorrows. She relied on alcohol to alleviate her inner troubles and had already developed an addiction. Then can you accompany me somewhere? Beth turned her head, her gaze burning as she looked at Gerald. To where? Gerald looked at her in confusion and asked again. You'll know when we get there. Let's go. Beth reached out and grabbed Gerald's hand, dragging him out of the door. After going downstairs, Beth opened the car door. Apparently, they were heading somewhere far away that required driving. She sat directly into the driver's seat, clearly intending to drive herself. If you drive this late, you'll be detained if caught by a police roadblock, Gerald reminded her from the passenger seat. The corners of Beth's mouth curled up into a smile. It would be better if I were detained. It would give me some peace. The car started, and Beth skillfully drove out of the neighborhood, heading straight toward the city center. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Gerald glanced at the sign, recognizing the neon-lit board with bitter amusement. First encounter bar. Last night he and Bella had caught 4 thugs here. He hadn't expected to come back today. Gerald glanced at the rearview mirror, a cold laugh forming in his heart. It looked like another eventful night was ahead. We're here, let's go. Beth opened the car door and got out immediately. You're not planning to drink again, are you? During dinner, Beth had been forced to drink half a caddy of liquor, and only a few hours later, here she was, ready to drink again. You said I should quit drinking tomorrow. Tonight doesn't count. Have a couple of drinks with me. Beth grabbed Gerald's arm affectionately and walked into the bar. The bar wasn't as lively tonight as it had been yesterday, only about half occupied. It made sense. After the bar had been smashed up the day before, having half the usual customers was commendable. They sat down in a secluded spot. Without even looking at the menu, Beth ordered right away. Blazing red lips, bloody Gordonry, Persian cat, brandy, apple Gordnertini. She rattled off a string of names unfamiliar to Gerald, obviously a regular customer. Then she ordered a large quantity of red wine. Gerald glanced at the prices. What Beth had ordered could cost several thousand yuan for the evening. Did this girl plan to indulge one last time? Soon, the table was filled with all sorts of colorful drinks. Their rich fragrance indicated a high alcohol content just by smell. Come, tonight I'm treating you. Cheers. Beth smiled, handing Gerald a cocktail. The glasses clinked together, and both drained their drinks in one go. Surprisingly, despite the high alcohol content, the drink wasn't as harsh as Chinese white liquor but rather slightly sweet, with a spicy kick. Cocktails are the easiest drinks to get drunk from because they seem low in alcohol, and you don't feel it while drinking. But once you've had too much, they can make you more intoxicated than white liquor. Beth swirled the cocktail in her glass. Under the lights it resembled a witch holding an apple, tempting someone to taste. No wonder it feels a bit sweet. Gerald lifted another glass, sipping it. This one was less sweet and more bitter. Try this one. Beth handed over a blood-red cocktail from the table, looking as if it were infused with chili. Gerald took a sip, nearly wincing as his teeth went numb from the acidity. Sour and spicy, it contained an unknown variety of sour ingredients. Seeing Gerald's expression, Beth grinned in satisfaction. That was a bloody Gordonry, originating from an ancient legend. Beth began introducing each drink one by one. It seemed she knew a lot about them. In fact, for a while, I wanted to resign and open my own bar to mix cocktails. Beth smiled elegantly, drinking another glass bitterly. But after researching, the rent and renovation costs were too high. I couldn't afford it. She had graduated only a few years ago, so her salary wasn't much. Opening a bar required initial capital she didn't have. If you really want to open it, I can provide funding and be your partner. How does that sound? Gerald said. Although he didn't have much money now, just over $1 million, the current success of Teo Weiyuan ensured he would get dividends soon. Opening a bar would be easy. Really? Beth's eyes lit up, but then shook her head. Forget it. I might end up with alcoholic liver disease. I'd better stick to working honestly. Initially, Beth's heavy drinking was due to work stress and her mother's passing, leaving her feeling hopeless. Meeting Gerald brought sunshine back into her life. Where her mother once protected her, now Gerald did. That works too. Gerald smiled, picking up another cocktail with a different color, as if scratching a lottery ticket. You never knew what the next drink would taste like until you tried. Thus, they chatted and drank, the atmosphere becoming more intimate as the music changed. Despite finishing the cocktails, they weren't drunk yet. Beth's eyes showed a hint of intoxication. Her face flushed red, giggling foolishly. What are you laughing about? Gerald found her behavior quite cute. Do you remember in high school, once my Chinese exam paper disappeared? At the time, I wrote an essay that the teacher gave 0 points. When the papers were distributed, mine vanished. Beth laughed sweetly, explaining, I cried after being scolded by the teacher over that essay and felt terrible for days. The teacher even threatened to read it aloud to the entire class. At that time, she had written about family, criticizing her father severely, even lashing out at all men. Naturally, such an essay wouldn't score well, being unsuitable for a high school student. The teacher gave it 0 points and accused her of pretentiousness beyond her age. I remember it vaguely. Gerald nodded thoughtfully, grinning at Beth without adding more but simply sipping his drink slowly. Beth blinked her lively eyes, smiling. You only remembered vaguely? I recall crying and coming out of the classroom while you waited outside. The teacher then called you in. Gerald laughed. You don't think I hid your paper, do you? Beth stared into Gerald's eyes and continued. You're the prime suspect. Do you know what my essay topic was? Without hesitation, Gerald replied. Of course, my father is a jerk, right? Translation ends. Chapter 210. Understanding Girls' Hearts. As soon as these words were spoken, Gerald immediately sensed that the atmosphere had changed. Beth picked up a glass of wine and sipped it lightly, saying, Halia, he's indeed a bastard. But regarding this essay topic, apart from me and the teacher, no one else knew about it. So how did you find out? Gerald grinned. All right, I had a stomach ache at that time and needed paper. Just then, I saw your test paper on the teacher's desk, so, you get it. Beth's hand holding the wine glass trembled, almost dropping the cup. She hadn't expected Gerald to come up with such an excuse. Do you know? At that moment, I decided that if the entire class had to read my essay aloud, I wouldn't attend school anymore. Meadow is a bastard. How could I praise him against my will? Halia, I agree. Gerald nodded in agreement. He truly hadn't seen that essay. In reality, after Beth left the teacher's office, Gerald followed in right behind her. He naturally saw Beth, who had red-rimmed eyes, but didn't know what happened. Back then, Gerald was a top student, the top of his grade, and the focus for admission to prestigious universities. The teacher wanted to use his essay as a model, while another paper on the table belonged to Beth. Glancing at that peculiar essay topic made him curious. He never imagined diligent Beth would write an essay that earned 0 points. Gerald wanted to see it and grabbed the paper when the teacher wasn't looking, only to have it torn by a book pressing it down. Seeing the paper already in shreds, he crumpled it all up and stuffed it into his bag. After leaving the office, he really had a stomachache and no paper, so he ended up using it. Gerald told the truth, but Beth found it hard to believe, not understanding women's minds. You're quite perceptive for your age. You even knew how to protect me back then. Beth's gaze was somewhat dreamy, looking at Gerald with a flirtatious expression. Are you drunk? Gerald asked, seeing her predatory-like eyes, as if she was ready to devour him. Beth shook her head, laughing softly. Who says I'm drunk? I'm very sober. Thank you. She grabbed a bottle of beer and began drinking directly from it, gulping down large swigs, seemingly determined to get herself drunk. Gerald could only join her, enjoying a few drinks together. After this night, she probably quit drinking for real. Just as they were getting cozy, a group of people suddenly surrounded them. They sported colorful hair, more colors than a cocktail, and smoked arrogantly, completely encircling Gerald and Beth. Hey there, beautiful girl. Our boss wants to see you. Come along. The leader, a guy with yellow hair, grinned lecherously, clearly provoking a fight. Beth frowned, unhappy about these intruders ruining her evening with Gerald. Who's your boss? Beth countered. Hallow Hair scratched his chin, his eyes roaming over Beth. Don't ask so many questions. You'll know when you get there. Beth glared coldly. I don't care who your boss is. I'm not going. Hallow Hair laughed. Whether you go or not isn't up to you. Let's go. Without further ado, he reached out to grab Beth, completely ignoring Gerald sitting beside her. Scram. Gerald acted swiftly, grabbing Jason's arm and wrenching it. With a loud snap, his right arm dislocated. Not stopping there, Gerald slapped a palm towards Jason's chest, sending him flying backwards onto a nearby table. Fortunately, the table was unoccupied, otherwise, it would have been a waste of alcohol. Be careful. Gerald warned Beth to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Beth quickly hid behind Gerald for protection. Seeing their leader down, the others charged, wielding fists, weapons, and beer bottles. Crash, crash. Before they realized what hit them, Gerald grabbed 2 bottles, smashing them over the heads of 2 attackers. Blood mixed with beer gushed out as they clutched their heads, wailing on the ground. Who sent you? Gerald tossed aside the shattered bottles and stared down the remaining 5. These small-time thugs were nothing to be feared, certainly not worth mentioning. Tell you this place is under our jurisdiction, the Green Dragon Chamber. We won't let this slide, boasted a man with purple hair. The Green Dragon Chamber, Gerald understood now. Clearly, Axton had taken over this bar, and his men were watching it. The Green Dragon Chamber? Have you heard of Gerald? Gerald smiled, eyeing the 5 men. Upon hearing his name, they took a step back in fear. After all, Gerald was known throughout the underworld, representing Green Mountain Hall in a clash with Japanese gangsters, embarrassing the Green Dragon Chamber badly. Hurry up and run. Purple Hair yelled and turned to flee. Crash, crash. 2 more bottles smashed against the heads of 2 fleeing thugs, who fell flat without a sound. I'm asking one more time, who sent you? Gerald blocked the path of the remaining 3, brandishing 2 more bottles. If they refused to talk, their heads would meet the same fate. The 3 hastily covered their heads. Well, it was young Gordonsterfong who sent us. They paid us to bring the lady here. Thugs like them took orders for cash. As long as the money was good, they'd do anything. Which young Gordonsterfong? Gerald asked. The thug shook his head. Don't know. We only know the hall master calls him young Gordonsterfong. He seems important. He's in the bar. Gordon Ibe, you can ask him yourself? These punks weren't a match for Gerald. Under pressure and fear, they confessed everything. Please note, I've maintained the original structure and style of the passage, including paragraph breaks and narrative flow, translating it into natural English. Chapter 211. Go find that guy. Bang, bang. After these few people spoke, Gerald showed no mercy and hurled 2 more bottles. They smashed into the heads of 2 individuals. The remaining person attempted to flee, but Gerald grabbed him by the collar and with a forceful flick, sent him flying over 10 meters away, crashing into the bar's dance floor. The men and women still dancing were immediately alarmed when they saw someone flying towards them, especially after the bar had been attacked just yesterday. Everyone quickly scattered. In no time, all the patrons vanished from the bar. Other hooligans responsible for the bar's security surrounded the area upon noticing the commotion. Gerald held Beth's hand and said earnestly, "Follow me. Let's go find that guy." He held her right hand while carrying a bottle in his left, striding forward gracefully. A small thug rushed over, and Gerald swung his left arm. The bottle shattered, blood spouting from the thug's head. Another man came swinging a bat, but Gerald threw another bottle, knocking him down before he could get close. It was unclear where he got so many bottles from. It seemed endless as he walked through, leaving fallen thugs in his wake. This place had just been taken over by Axton, who prepared ample manpower to prevent disturbances, yet none could withstand Gerald's bottle assault, each falling one by one. Gerald led Beth past these small thugs, heading upstairs. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, applause echoed as Anselm slowly descended the stairs with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Indeed impressive, to take down so many people, Anselm said with a smile, stopping midway and looking down at Gerald. These guys claim to be from Jiangqing's top martial arts school. Turns out, they only talk big. Gerald looked up coldly. You followed us the whole way. I thought you wouldn't dare to act. Actually, Gerald had noticed being followed from the moment Beth left the house, but he wanted to see what this guy was planning. Looks like you spotted me early on. Anselm smiled. So, you should know that if I dared show myself, I have no fear of you. Just because of you? Gerald sneered disdainfully. A concealed strength martial artist trying to intimidate him. It seemed he wanted to live longer. Anselm then walked down slowly, taking a deep drag on his cigarette, turning his gaze to Beth. Back at Beth's doorstep, his eyes gleamed with sinister intent, which went unchecked due to Gerald's presence. Not exactly because of me, Anselm said greedily gazing at Beth, his eyes flashing even more brightly. Just then, an old man appeared from upstairs, about 60 years old, with graying hair, striking features, and an imposing demeanor. Gerald glanced at him and instantly knew whom Anselm relied on. This man's breathing was steady, his steps deliberate and precise. Each step resonated, shaking the railing as well. His inner strength was condensed and controlled, making him a true master in converting inner strength. Every step he took infused his feet with power, generating such impact. So, do you still want to fight? Anselm shook off some ash, glancing back at Beth. With this backup, Anselm no longer feared Gerald. Even in a fight, Gerald wouldn't stand a chance. My cousin, I heard your mother was beautiful. Indeed, you're worthy of it. No wonder she charmed my uncle long ago. Who is your cousin? Shameless scum. Beth retorted immediately. Tsk tisk. Anselm clicked his tongue, smirking wickedly. Quite feisty. I like it. Stay with me tonight. My worthless brother can just die. He cared nothing about his cousin Granville's life or death. Granville, heir to the Chu family, was now suffering from liver cancer, a perfect opportunity for him to ascend. Initially, he planned to quietly eliminate Beth, causing Granville's inevitable demise. This way, without other heirs, the future of the Chu family would rest on Granville. To be honest, achieving concealed strength at his age, Anselm was already quite accomplished. Hail it in the Chu family, he always felt overshadowed. This was his chance, given Granville's critical condition. Truly, not a good apple among the Chu family. Beth stood behind Gerald, unfazed. You aren't part of the Chu family either. Oh yes, you're just a bastard child, not even in the family records. Anselm stomped out his cigarette and grinned. If caught by my father, you might lose your liver or worse, your life. How about this? Come with me. I promise you'll live luxuriously, enjoying a noblewoman's life. Beth was his ace. Whether dead or alive, she served his interests. Conquering such a beauty and keeping her would bring untold pleasure. Cousin, don't worry, you'll enjoy yourself immensely. Anselm gloated at Beth as if she were already his toy. Bastard, shameless degenerate. How could there be anyone as low as you? Beth couldn't believe such scum existed. As a bastard child, still related, she never expected such vile intentions from him. Gordon, say that about me. I'm used to it. Anselm stroked his chin, eyes glinting maliciously. Over the years, he disguised himself as a playboy, blending into the family seamlessly. Now his chance came. If he captured Beth, it'd be a massive step toward becoming the next patriarch. Truly beasts, every last one of the Chu family. Gerald stepped in front of Beth, gathering spirit energy, ready to confront the brute. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew as the elder who just descended positioned himself before Anselm. Gerald launched a punch, colliding with the elder. Bang! Their fists collided hard, both taking a step back. Gerald's current cultivation was 10th level Chi practitioner, with abundant spirit energy. Despite stepping back, he wasn't injured. The elder also retreated, eyes revealing a flicker of surprise. Chapter 212, just so much. The elder couldn't discern Gerald's cultivation level, but could judge from the power behind his punch that Gerald was at least in the transformation stage. To have cultivated to the transformation stage at such a young age. If you don't want to die, I'll spare your life, and you can follow me, the elder said. He had been at the transformation stage for many years, having already cultivated inner strength throughout his body, peaking in early transformation and nearing a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Gerald had just reached the 10th level of Chi practicing, unable to perfectly control the additional spiritual energy, making him naturally somewhat lacking in comparison. Instead of being a decent person, you want to be a dog? If you follow me, I would also spare your life, Gerald retorted with a sneer. Uncle Kuan, cripple him first, then bring Beth back. Anselm kept retreating as he ordered. He knew he couldn't participate in such a battle, but was confident Zainsef wouldn't lose to Gerald. Annoying. Gerald flicked his right hand, sending 2 silver needles flying at high speed towards Anselm. Zainsef tried to block, but only caught one. The other pierced through Anselm's palm. Ah! Anselm cried out, glaring angrily at Gerald. Uncle Kuan, kill him. Zainsef, holding the silver needle, seemed thoughtful before throwing it aside and striking with a powerful palm. The palm strike's force was immense, shaking the air. Be careful, Gerald. Beth stepped back and warned. Gerald knew this palm strike was extraordinary, filled with thick inner strength. Let's see what you've got. Gerald met the strike head-on with his own palm. Under normal circumstances, even cultivators of the same rank wouldn't choose to clash directly. They would probe for weaknesses and strike decisively. But Gerald wanted to know the difference between himself and a transformation stage martial artist, so he chose to go head-to-head. Boom. Their palms collided, releasing explosive energy. The wooden stairs beneath them cracked and began to shake. Zainsef focused, channeling more inner strength, pushing harder. Gerald didn't yield either. He summoned his spiritual energy, causing a crackling sound. Zainsef's right hand was pushed back. I thought you were tough. You're just so much, Gerald taunted while frantically circulating his energy internally, secretly gripping a spirit stone to absorb its energy. This was the advantage of cultivators, absorbing heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Gordonational artists had no choice but to rely on their bodies once inner strength was depleted. Young man, sharp-tongued, Zainsef's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Initially, he felt some appreciation for Gerald's talent, but now he wanted him dead. A few people in the bar watched the fight from afar, some even recording it on their phones. These people are incredible, breaking the stairs like that. Are they filming a movie? Look for cameras. I don't think it's fake. Amidst the murmurs, Gerald and Zainsef resumed fighting. Their movements were too fast for ordinary eyes to follow. Gerald chose to trade blows, knowing it put him at a disadvantage due to the inferiority of his spiritual energy compared to Zainsef's inner strength. But Gerald had advantages in replenishment, spirit stones, and elixirs. After separating again, Gerald flipped his hand and popped a jade dew pill into his mouth. Didn't expect that, did you? Gerald smirked, regaining peak condition shortly after. At his current level, reaching 11th level chi practicing might allow him to overwhelm early transformation or foundation establishment stage cultivators. Huff, huff. Zaintsef panted, his inner strength waning. He swallowed a pill, though it wasn't as effective as Gerald's spiritual pills, only slowing restoring inner strength. Oh, taking supplements too? Gerald mocked. Great mountain palm. Suddenly, Zaintsef leapt and struck down like a knife. This palm was stronger than all his previous attacks, powerful enough to shatter steel. As it approached Gerald, a blur of movement left Zaintsef, striking the railing behind Gerald instead. Why hit things when you can't hit me? Gerald taunted from behind Zaintsef. Recalling his match against Dougie, a Japanese martial artist known for speed, Gerald knew he could outrun Zaintsef. If he advanced further, he might counteract Gerald's 9 turnings freedom steps, but at early transformation, he was simply too slow. Mountain opening. Zaintsef spun and attacked again. Gerald, realizing brute force wasn't the way, started dodging, preventing Zaintsef from getting close. One rotation wind riding. Gerald was still mastering the first rotation, yet his speed created afterimages. Zaintsef's palm strikes only touched where Gerald had been. Can't hit me, Gerald taunted. Zaintsef stopped attacking, frustrated. Well, old man, not fighting anymore? Gerald stood 3 meters away, arms crossed, smirking. Wanting to drain my inner strength? Zaintsef stood there, watching Gerald, slowly recovering his inner strength. Depleted, he'd be no match for Gerald. If you won't attack, then I will. Gerald dashed towards Zaintsef, who quickly responded but missed, allowing Gerald to zoom past and head for Anselm. Trouble. Zaintsef turned to chase, but was too late. Note: Gordon intained paragraph structure and tone as requested. Character names are transliterated correctly following Pinyin rules. Hashtag chapter 213. Psychological treatment. Anselm watched helplessly as Gerald approached him. Just as he was about to flee, Gerald appeared right in front of him. Bang! A palm struck squarely on Anselm's chest, sending him spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying backward. Before he hit the ground, Zaintsef caught him from behind and placed him on a chair. Uncle Kuin. Anselm's internal energy had been completely disrupted by Gerald's strike, leaving him unable to muster any chi. Don't worry. Zaintsef slapped his palm against Anselm's back, attempting to force out the internal energy that Gerald had injected into him. But unexpectedly, Gerald's energy seemed peculiar. No matter what method he used, he couldn't expel it. How does it feel? Gerald reappeared before them, staring intently at Zaintsef. The man was trying to force out the spirit energy, but at such close range, Gerald could easily control that tiny bit of energy. He could even detonate it at will, killing Anselm instantly. Fine, let's see how this goes. Zaintsef set Anselm down and leaped toward Gerald. Gerald tried to dodge again, only to find that this old fox wasn't aiming for him directly but for Beth behind Gerald. Not bad, quick learner. With a flick of his right hand, several silver needles shot out, piercing Zaintsef's body and hitting key acupoints while he was still midair, unable to turn around. Normally, those silver needles would never have hit their mark, but Zaintsef's attention was entirely focused on Beth, leaving him defenseless. What did you do? Zaintsef's body went limp and he fell to the ground, now realizing he couldn't move his arms or legs. Blocked your acupoints, heard of it? Using the silver needles infused with his spirit energy, Gerald had sealed Zaintsef's 4 major points, rendering him immobile until they were unblocked. Beth, let's go see your dear cousin. Gerald, ignoring Zaintsef, walked towards Anselm with Beth. With so many people watching, he couldn't just kill him, but he could teach him a lesson. What are you going to do? Anselm, struck by a single blow, had no strength left to resist, sitting in the chair, trying to use his internal energy to break through Gerald's spirit energy. You wanted to kill me just now, didn't you? Why are you scared now? Gerald raised an eyebrow, turning to Beth beside him. Beth, how should we deal with him? With eyes filled with anger, Beth raised her right hand and slapped Anselm across the face. Gerald, let's go. For a practitioner like Anselm, that slap wouldn't cause any harm, akin to a mosquito bite. But Beth didn't want to delve deeper. She wished to sever all ties with the Chu family. Why are you leaving? Gerald was confused. After finally subduing Zaintsef, he wanted to take this opportunity to settle scores. The Chus will never accept you, you bitch, slut, bastard, Anselm yelled, hoping to further estrange Beth from the Chu family, ensuring she couldn't save Granville. Slap. This slap was much harder, knocking out 2 molars from Anselm's mouth. Beth doesn't want to pursue it, but I do. You need to learn a lesson. Anselm said nothing, just glared at Gerald with hatred as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Slap. Another strong slap left Anselm's face swollen. Well, tough guy. That slap is to remind you that no matter what, Beth is still your blood-related cousin. Slap, slap, slap. The more Gerald hit, the smoother it became. Anselm couldn't even beg for mercy, barely conscious. These hits tell you that my life isn't something anyone can take away. Stop, stop. Anselm couldn't endure it anymore, pleading for mercy. If this continued, he'd be killed. Gerald thought for a moment, then smiled. 100,000 per slap. Want to pay to reduce the number? He intended to extort money from these rich second-generation brats, rationalizing it as robbing the rich to help the poor. He was so poor. Having them pay a little wouldn't hurt. I'll give. Before Anselm could finish, a gust of wind blew past, and Zaintsef suddenly appeared, carrying Anselm and breaking through the window, fleeing the bar. Watching them leave, Gerald sighed, feeling like he had lost millions. As Gerald and Beth left the bar, a figure blocked their path. Yvette Beauty, staying up late, aren't you? Gerald looked at the person awkwardly smiling. It was Bella, who had been taken away last night. Naturally, she came today to catch the man who had assaulted her. She didn't expect to witness Gerald's impressive display, nearly destroying the bar. You're quite good. Didn't get enough on the stage, so you came here to fight. Bella stood with her hands in her pockets, eyeing him. Do you really think you're going to arrest me? They started it first, Gerald retorted nervously. If Bella decided to arrest him for fighting, he might be in trouble. I'm on leave. Why would I arrest you? Bella replied indifferently. Since Axton owned the bar now, her mission was to dismantle the criminal organization. Beating up the Blue Dragon Chambers, people wouldn't be considered wrongful by her standards. Good, better head back early. Don't bring on your period, Gerald replied guiltily, eager to leave with Beth, which clearly wasn't a typical date scenario. Stop. Bella stepped forward, blocking their way. What's going on with Beth? Why are you together? Does Florence know? The barrage of questions left Gerald stunned. Beth is my classmate. Can't we chat? Besides, she's my patient, and I'm giving her psychological treatment, Gerald improvised. If you dare betray Florence, I won't let you off. Bella glared at Gerald fiercely. As her best friend's boyfriend, coming to the bar with another woman was not acceptable. Note: the chapter maintains its original paragraph structure and tone, translating accurately into English. Chapter 214, Household Gordanters. Officer Yvette, actually I? Before Beth could explain further, she felt a sudden tightness in her chest, and then her consciousness started to blur. When Beth woke up again, she found herself lying on an unfamiliar bed. Not her home, not her bed. You're awake? Nellie was looking at Beth, holding a bowl of traditional Chinese medicine that she handed over. President Mila? Beth looked at Nellie in confusion. She had gone home with Meadow and Gerald. Why did she end up here? This is the herbal medicine that Gerald brewed for you. You were suffering from alcohol poisoning and serious liver damage. You need traditional Chinese medicine for treatment. Gerald and Bella had brought Beth directly back to Bisui Bay. After brewing the herbal medicine, they also explained Beth's background. Given her tragic past and the empathetic group of women there, everyone was moved, and Nellie immediately agreed to let Beth stay until she recovered fully. Beth lifted the bowl of medicine and took a small sip. Immediately, her expression turned grim. How bitter. Beth felt drinking herbal medicine was much worse than alcohol. Just a small taste left a bitter aftertaste. Medicine may be bitter, but it cures effectively. Drink it quickly, said Nellie, who had grown accustomed to the bitterness of herbal medicines. Although this bowl was indeed bitter, it was nothing compared to what she usually consumed. Oh right, where's Gerald? Did he bring me here? Beth managed to drink most of the bowl and felt much better afterward. Nellie nodded. Hales, he's in the living room. Indeed, Gerald was in the living room. After Bella brought him and Beth back, Gerald faced rounds of questioning by Nellie and Cora. There were already plenty of girls living in the villa, especially with Gerald, who seemed like a heartbreaker, bringing beautiful women one after another. They feared potential conflicts among them. Gerald explained at length about Beth's background and her situation. Beth was now in danger, being targeted by her family, potentially losing her liver or even her life. Bringing her here was to protect her. Upon hearing this, the girls finally relaxed their guard towards the relationship between Gerald and Beth. When life was at stake, other concerns became secondary. I'll go see him. Beth held the medicine bowl and struggled to get out of bed, still feeling weak from excessive drinking earlier. All right, I'll take you there. Nellie helped Beth up, and they returned to the living room. In the living room, Beth finally realized what Gerald meant by many people. Including Nellie, the villa already housed 3 stunningly beautiful women, each with unique charm. Compared to them, Beth didn't stand out as much. Wake up. Bella looked at Beth and asked, tell us, who are these people trying to capture you? As a police officer, Bella naturally needed detailed information. If evidence was available, they would arrest those responsible regardless of their strength or power. The law was impartial. It's just a bit of family matter. Beth sat down, holding her medicine bowl, and began to explain. Although Gerald had given a brief overview, it was important to hear Beth's version. She took a deep breath and recounted her life story, which took several minutes. Back then, when she was expelled from the Chu family, they gave her only 200,000 yuan as child-rearing expenses, far from sufficient. Her mother worked tirelessly to raise her alone. Only when Beth succeeded academically could her mother have enjoyed a better life. However, she fell ill soon after and passed away shortly. This led Beth to drown her sorrows daily, eventually damaging her liver. Coincidentally, her half-brother developed liver cancer and required a liver transplant. Without it, he wouldn't last a year. Beth received a call from Ailby, who demanded she return to Darjeeling immediately for surgery with his brother. Enraged, Beth rejected the request outright and blocked his number. Ailby, not giving up, escalated matters, leading to today's incident. How could anyone have such a father? Nellie was furious. Although her own father was unreliable, compared to Beth's, Herb seemed saintly. What a jerk. Organ donation should be voluntary. Forcing someone to donate is akin to taking their life. Beth, you stay here. I'll make sure no one dares come here to bully you. I'll arrange for Amiel to arrest those 2 scoundrels right away. Bella was equally enraged. She pulled out her phone and instructed Amiel to search the Jiangqing highways. If Anselm and Ailby were found, they were to be arrested immediately. They were indeed overbearing, but with Gerald around, everything will be fine. Cora offered comforting words, though she couldn't provide much help. Beth felt touched. She hardly knew these people, yet they offered such assistance. Having never had friends before, Beth felt warmth in her heart. That's enough crying. Someone might think you were assaulted by a pervert. Just then, Gerald came in carrying several bowls of herbal medicine and placed them before the girls. Beth looked puzzled at all the bowls and asked, are all these for me? Gerald smiled. Of course not. Here's Tabitha's medicine for congenital anemia and insufficient internal energy. This is for Miss Yvette, for hormonal imbalance and poor circulation. This is for Florence, to boost her yang qi and immunity. And this is yours, to fortify your body and protect your liver. Distributing the medicine like a housekeeper, Gerald assigned each bowl to its recipient. Beth was amazed. She hadn't realized everyone here had health issues. You can stay here for the next few days. We can also start renovating your apartment. Gerald sat down with a smile and introduced everyone. You know Florence. She's my boss now. You've met Miss Yvette too, and Tabitha is from our village and currently manages our Peach Blossom Spring main store. Gerald introduced them one by one, and Beth nodded politely. President Mila, Officer Yvette, Tabitha, thank you for your trouble. Her polite demeanor kept a respectful distance. She wasn't familiar with these women. Don't be so formal. They are all my friends, just like you. Hearing this, Nellie gave Gerald a disapproving glance. Cora stole a look at him while Bella remained composed, lifting her bowl of medicine and finishing it in one go. Chapter 215. Oddities abound. Beth watched as everyone drank their herbal medicine together, finding the scene somewhat amusing. For beauties, holding cups of identical herbal medicine, drinking it down in unison. It felt like a ritual of sorts. So bitter. Beth smacked her tongue, feeling that drinking medicine was far more unpleasant than alcohol. Bitter? Nellie lifted her bowl and drank about half of it in gulps, almost as if she were giving a demonstration. Well, you could try to improve it. It's already quite bitter. Can't you do something about it? Bella complained. Though her bowl wasn't too bitter, the herbal smell was overwhelmingly pungent and hard to swallow. All right, if I have time, I'll try to improve it and make it taste like milk. Is that fine? Gerald, besieged by the women's complaints, had no words left. How could herbal medicine not be bitter? They should be happy it worked. You've got to be kidding. There's no such thing as milk-flavored herbal medicine. Bella rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced. Glad you understand, yet you still have so many demands, Gerald grumbled. These herbs are cooked according to precise proportions. The potency of each ingredient needs to balance out. If other things are added, it would disrupt this balance. At best, it wouldn't work. At worst, it could be fatal. Got it? Beth smacked her lips and said, I guess I'll drink it then. It's bitter, but manageable. Bella didn't say anything more and drank the medicine. Nellie, after finishing half a bowl, took a break before finishing the rest. After some time of treatment, she gradually adapted to the effects of the medicine. Initially, taking it would make her fall into a deep sleep, but now it had no noticeable side effects, indicating her constitution had begun to neutralize the potency of the medicine. You should all learn from Tabitha. She never complains about bitterness, Gerald praised. Cora softly replied, actually, it's still a bit bitter, but it's okay. Gerald immediately felt awkward. He was about to hold Cora up as an example of fortitude, but she revealed her true feelings. I'm going to rest. It was late, and Nellie, feeling drowsy after drinking the medicine, walked upstairs to her bedroom. Beth, we've prepared pajamas for you in your room. The toiletries are in the bathroom. Thank you, President Mila, Beth nodded. I'm off to sleep too. Bella hadn't caught any perverts or found clues about the missing women today. She needed to redouble her efforts tomorrow, knowing they might end up at another bar. Xiaomalog, you should get some rest early as well. Florence and I will be heading to Binhai tomorrow. I'll leave Beth in your care. Beth was now a high-priority protection case. Any mishandling could result in her disappearing from the world. No problem, Gerald agreed. Once the women left, Beth finally had some alone time with Gerald. Xiaomalog, you seem to have a lot of friends. Beth was a bit envious. Growing up, she had never really had any friends, just people who wanted to trick her. Don't think they're odd. They're actually quite nice, Gerald smiled. You'll be safe living here. Those guys won't dare come looking for trouble. They had just dealt with experts in the realm of internal strength. If Anselm had any sense, he wouldn't harass Beth again. Thank you, Beth nodded, warmth evident in her gaze. Get some rest early. I'll accompany you to work tomorrow morning and pick you up after work. Despite his strength, Gerald still thought it wise to escort Beth for a while. They wouldn't provoke him directly, but they wouldn't let her off easily either. Okay, Beth smiled slightly, rising to her feet. I'm going to take a shower then. Her room was on the second floor with an en-suite bathroom, making it convenient for her to bathe. Unlike the first floor, which had only one shared bathroom, where Bella rushed to before Gerald monopolized it. After ensuring everything was settled, Gerald returned to his room. Checking the time, it was well past midnight, and he was starting to turn nocturnal. Back in his room, Gerald continued refining pills and drawing talismans. At the 10th level of Chi cultivation, he wondered if he could refine grade 3 pills. Spirit energy, however, was still far inferior compared to the foundation establishment stage. All night long, Gerald spent time refining pills and drawing talismans. Despite depleting most of the herbs, he failed to refine any grade 3 pills. The difficulty was indeed high. He lacked the necessary power to fuse the ingredients properly. Gerald stretched, put away the refined pills, which were body-strengthening pills intended as gifts for Ethan. They would benefit these hidden strength experts. When Gerald emerged from his room, the girls were already having breakfast, chatting happily around the table. It seemed female friendships were simple. Despite initial mistrust, Nellie now appeared sympathetic towards Beth. Women's hearts, it seemed, were delicate. Hey, you all started eating breakfast without inviting me? Gerald sat down, feeling a bit helpless. No one had ever called him for breakfast before, and today, not one of the 4 girls did. Florence said you were tired yesterday, so you should rest at home today and skip delivering goods. Cora offered an empty bowl and poured porridge for him. It's safer for you to stay home. Nellie's long eyelashes glanced at Gerald, her tone hinting at dissatisfaction. Just investigating a shop in Binhai, Gerald went drinking with Bella and Beth. If he kept this up, who knew whom he'd bring home next? By the way, the 2 men I asked him to investigate have left Jiangxing, Bella said, savoring a bowl of chicken soup. Since they didn't cause substantial harm to Beth and Xiaomalog beat up Anselm yesterday, if we pursued legal action, they could countersue Xiaomalog for intentional harm. So, I'm keeping an eye on them and will handle it if they return. They tried to take Beth away yesterday but didn't succeed. Moreover, Anselm ended up beaten to a pulp by Gerald. Even Bella couldn't arrest them. So, we're just letting them get away? Gerald countered. Chapter 216 Minimum Requirement. Anselm had already enlisted the Milaglong Chamber of Commerce to deal with Beth, and it turned out that this Milaglong Chamber of Commerce, which Bella had been investigating all along, could not be apprehended. There's nothing we can do. If they took Beth away, it would be considered kidnapping. Bella shook her head. But now that Beth is unharmed, there's no evidence. Fine, that kid got off easy. Gerald was somewhat regretful. Had he known this would happen, he should have dealt more severely with Anselm yesterday. His actions were too lenient. However, when Gerald beat up Anselm, he also injected a streak of spiritual power into Anselm's body. Without assistance from cultivators to remove it, this energy would remain within him, preventing him from practicing martial arts further, causing him perpetual illness. You've done enough. If you had killed him outright, you'd be the one sitting in jail, Nellie said, somewhat dissatisfied. How could helping Beth take precedence like it was an indisputable duty? Was he playing the role of a knight-errant? Right, we need to ensure our own safety. You like being the hero, but you must also consider the consequences, Cora echoed. Gerald was left speechless by their chorus of reproaches. After breakfast, Nellie and Cora hurried off to Bin Hai. Their plan to open a branch store there had been preliminarily confirmed. It wouldn't be long before several neighboring towns would have branches of Teo Weiyuan. Beth, let me give you a ride to work. As soon as Gerald saw Beth preparing to leave, he promptly volunteered to go along. After all, visiting Daryolan Hotel might get him a free lunch, which wasn't bad at all. I'll go too, Bella added. Why are you coming? Gerald asked. How come Nellie had gone, but Bella was following along instead? Could she be a spy placed by Miss Mila? Bella rolled her eyes, saying, I'm on vacation right now. Can't I protect the public? I just want to see if anyone else intends harm towards Beth. How about I go alone then? Driving myself, it's fine. Beth felt that everyone seemed disharmonious due to her involvement. Don't worry, let's go together. Gerald took Beth's car keys and drove her out of the villa directly. Beautiful Yvette, drive behind us, okay? In case someone follows us, you can detect it first, Gerald laughed, getting into the BMW Mini's driver's seat. He started the engine and zoomed off first. With abundant spiritual energy, even a Mini drove like a sports car. Even the Camaro driven by Bella couldn't catch up and fell hundreds of meters behind. Arriving at Daryolan Hotel, there was indeed no sign of being followed during the entire journey. Had Anselm given up? Logically, they shouldn't quit so easily. Were they really scared off by Gerald? After parking, Beth went to work. Hey, why are you just standing here? Do you think you're waiting for her to finish work? Bella poked her head out of the car window, asking Gerald. Beautiful Yvette, isn't it legal for me to stand here? Why are you acting so angry? Gerald wondered how, despite the medication, this girl's temper was still fiery. Was the dosage too low, or was her monthly period blocked again? Less talk, get in the car. Bella ordered. Gerald had no choice but to sit in Bella's car, which sped off toward the distance. Where are you taking me? Gerald stared at the route, having no idea what this girl planned to do. These days she had more leisure time, yet she appeared busier than working. Bella pulled out a membership card and handed it to Gerald, saying, let's go there. Milaglong Hot Springs? You want a massage? Aren't women supposed to avoid such habits? Naturally, Milaglong Hot Springs was operated by Axton, similar to Malaction Clubhouse where everything was available, paradise for men. Bella shot him a cold glance, saying, you know perfectly well. It's for investigation. Since we can't find those missing people, naturally, we start here. This card was the bar owner's membership card. Though there was no money left in it, it didn't hinder access to the interior of the hot springs. In a while, you hold this card, and we'll go inside. When we arrive, we'll say. Bella laid out her plan to infiltrate Milaglong Hot Springs, enter the casino, and search from the inside for any news of the missing women. As Axton's stronghold, many beautiful women resided there, likely including kidnapped females. Don't tell me you're going to make me. Gerald quickly shook his head. If Florence knew this, she'd probably kill me. I only want you to investigate, not engage in anything else. Bella scolded. Not you. Who else should I ask? You? Gerald sized up Bella and nodded. Actually, if you dressed like a man, nobody would realize you're a woman. Bang. Bella punched Gerald's chest angrily. Get lost. Do as I say without so much talking. Thus, Gerald was forcibly brought to Milaglong Hot Springs by Bella. Parking outside, they stood in front of a central fountain depicting a green dragon drawing water. This Axton sure knows how to play. A dragon drawing water, absorbing but not releasing, might as well be a Paishio, Gerald noted. This hot spring hotel layout was a miniature array, blocking the way of misfortune. Winning money here would be near impossible for 9 out of 10 people. Bella glared at him. Are you here to solve cases or sightsee? Go in quickly. Have you understood my instructions? Got it. Gerald snapped his fingers and walked straight into the lobby, with Bella following closely behind. Hello, sir. A server approached warmly. Gerald showed the supreme black card and handed it over, saying, 2 people. Drip. After swiping the card through the member machine, the server looked at Gerald suspiciously. Isn't this card yours now? It belongs to my friend, Gordon Japan. He quit using it, so he gave it to me, Gerald explained with a smile. Sorry, sir. The card is under real name registration and has no balance. The server returned the card. Gerald responded, money is no problem. Can I recharge it? Sure, but since it's a supreme black card, the minimum requirement is 1 million, the server clarified. Chapter 217, high stakes. When he heard the figure of 1 million, Gerald was still taken aback. What business is so profitable? This kind of business. Assistant Yvette, swipe the card. Gerald turned around and smiled at Bella. Since it was this girl's suggestion to come here, naturally she would be responsible for the top-up. Gerald wasn't foolish enough to contribute his own money. Bella frowned but still took out her wallet and handed over her card to Gerald. Sir, you're all set. The elevator is on your right. Once upstairs, a dedicated staff member will assist you. Gerald retrieved the card and led Bella into the elevator heading for the top floor. Miss Yvette, I didn't realize you were so wealthy, paying 1 million without batting an eye. Is the police force that well-funded, or are you from some influential family? In Gerald's account, there was only about 1.2 million, earned through his prowess in martial arts competitions. Bella casually waved away 1 million. Anyone with such deep pockets must be affluent. Moreover, this million wasn't for buying property but for gambling, which could leave her penniless if lost. Just take it easy. Don't gamble on everything you see. Got it? Bella's money didn't grow on trees. If Gerald gambled it all away, she'd be heartbroken too. Don't worry. I'm the famous little gambler from Jiangqing. Not only won't I lose, I'll make you 10 million easily. Though Gerald hadn't gambled before, he had seen plenty of Hong Kong movies about dice, baccarat, blackjack, Texas Hold'em, and more. He knew the rules inside and out. After exiting the elevator, they saw 2 security guards in black standing solemnly at the entrance. On the other side, several stylishly dressed, provocatively attired beauties welcomed guests in summer outfits. Hello, Mr. Chan. I'm here to serve you exclusively. My name is Donna, said a pretty young lady who approached them eagerly. Working here meant good income, commission when customers lost, tips when they won. And as long as the money was right, anything went. Gerald grinned. Sounds great. Let's go. Show me what you've got. Donna led Gerald directly to the casino area while Bella lagged behind. Men are all scum. Bella muttered to herself, watching Gerald's lecherous expression as he nearly drooled over Donna. Gerald scanned the room. It was vast with over a dozen gambling tables offering various games. He headed straight to the dice table, where another beauty in her late 20s stood impassively. Mr. Chun, how many chips do you need? Donna asked kindly. All of it. Gerald examined the table. Each bet was at least 100,000. With bets every minute, the turnover per hour would reach millions. Soon, Donna returned with a stack of chips, 500,000 chips and 10,000 chips. The minimum bet was 10,000, and the maximum was 500,000. Do you want beer, wine, coffee, tea, or pastries? Everything is complimentary, Donna asked after handing over the chips. Assistant Yvette, what do you want? Gerald asked, turning back. Coffee, to keep my mind sharp, Bella replied, subtly reminding Gerald not to get distracted by Donna. These servers were specially trained to seduce men effectively. Gerald leaned towards the table, holding his chips, deciding whether to start a game. Under his spiritual awareness, nothing escaped his notice. Not even the points inside the dice cup or the clothes the women wore. Each table had a small surveillance camera, and the hall was covered with many cameras to prevent cheating. Bets were placed within 50 seconds after shaking the dice. Betting options included totals, specific numbers, or triples, similar to Hong Kong films. Sir, your coffee. Donna handed him the coffee and asked, would you like me to place bets for you? Gerald squinted, scanning Donna. No, placing bets through someone else is like watching a movie. I'll do it myself. He turned to Bella. What should we bet on? Bella rolled her eyes. Decide for yourself. Seeing 10 seconds left on the countdown, Gerald tossed a stack of chips onto the big side. Let's bet 10,000 on big. The simplest play with even odds, it seemed 50-50, but including triples made it advantageous for the house. Even if you hedged both sides, you'd still lose everything. The payout for triples was 124, varying for different sums. Gerald already knew the dice result, but chose to bet on big for Bella's sake and to avoid drawing attention. Seeing Gerald place the bet, Bella's heart raced nervously, staring at the countdown timer ticking down. Bets are closed. The dealer revealed the dice. 4, 5, 5. Total 14, big. Instantly, Gerald's 10,000 became 20,000. Of course, converting chips to cash required a 0.5% service fee, amounting to 500 for every 10,000, which could add up significantly over time. What do you think? My luck is pretty good, Gerald laughed, waving the newly won chips. Want to try a round? No thanks, no interest? Bella stood at the back, scanning the crowd for any suspicious targets. Rattle. The dealer shook the dice again. Players focused intently, some listening, others watching, trying to guess the outcome, though it was futile. Clunk. The dice settled, and the dealer signaled betting could begin. 10,000 big. Gerald casually tossed over another 10,000, as other players placed various bets, totals, specific numbers, and more. Chapter 218. Successive big bets. Bella shifted her gaze back to the gambling table. For some reason, every time Gerald placed a bet, her heart raced as if she were about to lose $1 million. However, Gerald's expression remained unchanged, as if tossing in a stack of chips worth 100,000 was just like throwing in $10, barely making a splash. Place your bets. Roll. The dealer didn't say much more. When the time came, she revealed the dice with her fair hand and calmly announced, 3, 4, 5. 12 points, big. Gerald grinned as he raked in another stack of chips and smiled with a flash of teeth. How about that, Miss Yvette? 20,000 already. Mr. Chen, you sure are lucky, Lin promptly praised him with a sweet smile. Here, this is for you. Go get me a glass of red wine. Gerald casually tossed a $10,000 chip into the air, which arced before landing in Lin's clothing. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I'll be right back. Lin was delighted. Not often did someone tip so generously. Sometimes people would only give a few hundred after winning tens of thousands. Scoundrel. Bella mocked from behind, noticing how skilled Gerald seemed, clearly not a first-timer. I did it, because you told me to act more natural. Gerald turned indifferently, then focused on the gambling table again, gripping a stack of chips in his right hand. After pondering for a moment, he placed them on the big area once more. This was 200,000 again, still betting on big. Was this table rigged to always come up big? By the time Lin returned with a glass of red wine, Gerald had already won another 20,000, totaling a net gain of 40,000 over 3 consecutive big bets. When the dealer shook the dice again, Gerald, without hesitation, placed all 40,000 on big. Everyone around the table was shocked at this move. This guy must be a newbie. No one bets like that. Probably. Just lucked out. I'm betting small. Inexperienced fool. Typically, no more than 3 times in a row would it remain either big or small. If it had come up the same way 3 times consecutively, the next roll was highly likely to be different. The probability of continual big or small was very low. Every time Gerald bet on big, it seemed like he didn't know anything else but big. Watching him, Bella felt a jolt of fear. With each increasing bet, if he lost later on, $1 million might not even cover 2 rounds. Place your bets. Roll. Before opening the cup, the dealer glanced at Gerald, wondering if he could somehow predict the outcome. 3, 5, 5, 13 points, big. Others also gasped as the numbers were called out. While hitting several bets in a row wasn't unusual, the fact that Gerald used winnings, not capital, suggested he knew what he was doing. His composed expression only deepened their suspicions. Swish, swish. As the next round started, everyone's eyes were on Gerald, waiting to see what he would do in following suit. After scanning the crowd, Gerald threw down 500,000 on big. Within 4 rounds, he had already won 800,000. Throwing in $500,000 directly showed an unflinching confidence. Some chose to follow, others watched cautiously. Ultimately, the total amount wagered following Gerald surpassed 2 million. A pile of chips sat majestically on the table. 3, 5, 6, 14 points, big. The dealer's voice sounded weary. As the responsible dealer, she faced no commission if patrons won too much. Instead, her salary could be at risk, possibly working for free for a couple of months. Mr. Chun, you're incredible. Lin clapped for Gerald and set his red wine on a nearby table, pulling out a chair. Your wine, Mr. Chun. Gerald slowly sat down, now sitting on piles of chips. In under 10 minutes, he'd won over $1 million. The speed was astonishing. For the next round, everyone waited to see what Gerald would do before placing their own bets. He had become their guiding light, leading the gamblers to potential wealth. Swish, swish. The dealer shook the dice longer this time, using a peculiar technique. Each shake followed a clear rhythm, 3 long and 1 short. Inside the cup, the dice collided in order, 1 touch, then bouncing apart. She shook for about 30 seconds before firmly setting the cup down. 30 seconds remained for bets. Gerald, however, closely observed the cup, holding chips but not betting yet. Seeing this, others hesitated too, except for a few who quickly placed their chips. Interesting. Inside the cup, 3 dice were stacked, with only the top one showing a 6. But Gerald's insight went beyond mere X-ray vision. After thinking for a moment, and seeing the countdown reach 10 seconds, he threw another $500,000 on big. Others paused, surprised. They couldn't help questioning whether Gerald relied solely on luck rather than skill. Some followed Gerald's lead, piling more chips on big. Those who had lost significantly gambled everything on big, hoping for a last-ditch win. Place your bets. Roll. Upon opening the cup, it revealed the stacked dice, topmost being a 6, with 5 and 6 below. The dealer frowned. She intended to create 3 6s stacked up, making it nearly impossible to read the outcome even if the dice were special. Unfortunately, her skills fell short. As the chips were returned, Gerald took back a stack of 10,000 each and handed them to Bella, saying, "Here, keep this. It's the capital. The rest is the stake." The beautiful dealer occasionally glanced at Gerald, trying to gauge if he indeed possessed extraordinary gambling skills. Chapter 219. You wouldn't want to chase me, would you? After Gerald arrived at this gambling table, nearly 10 million had already been lost here, especially in the last few rounds, with more and more people betting alongside him. If they couldn't figure out Gerald's method, this gambling table was going to suffer a heavy loss. After all, they couldn't just kick out their guests. Some masters could genuinely reach the skill of judging dice by sound. Hence, their dice cups were specially made to produce the same sound no matter how they were shaken, and the dice were purchased from Gordon Chow with perfectly balanced weight, so even those with extraordinary hearing couldn't discern anything. Bella reclaimed her chips and hurriedly exchanged them for cash at the counter, feeling relieved. Sorry, this table will be temporarily closed. Please use other tables. The female dealer placed a temporarily closed sign on the table. She couldn't let Gerald keep winning, and it was crucial to cut losses in time. This table is temporarily closed. You can try other tables. The female dealer tidied up. Noticing Gerald wasn't leaving, she frowned slightly. Gerald sipped his wine and smiled. Other tables don't have such beautiful dealers like you. If you're not there, I don't want to play. The dealer's gaze swept over Gerald coldly. You've won a lot already. It might be wise to stop now, or risk losing everything. She still didn't believe that Gerald could see through the dice cup, assuming he was just incredibly lucky. Fear not, I have plenty of money. Gerald grinned at the dealer. Gordon, you're quite decent, actually advising me against gambling. Afraid I'll win too much? It's not my casino. Your winnings or losses don't affect me. The dealer stepped away from the table and looked at Gerald. But it's best to know when to stop. This place isn't easy to win from. This casino was arranged by experts and located at the heart of a green dragon absorbing water, geomancy point. No matter how much one wins, staying too long would inevitably lead to losing it all. Beautiful, what's your name? Gerald watched Lori walk away, asking. Lori, you wouldn't want to chase after me, right? Save your effort, I'm just a dealer. A dealer's role was merely to assist the house in games. If Gerald wanted entertainment, he should look elsewhere among the staff. Lori, a pretty name. Gerald's eyes sparkled. Seeing Lori leave, he turned and entered the adjacent office area. When Lori shook the dice cup earlier, Gerald distinctly felt a subtle energy flow, proving she possessed internal energy and could utilize it. Although not reaching the level of hidden strength, Donjin, her control over energy surpassed even Bella, the police officer, attracting Gerald's attention. For a woman who cultivated internal energy, to work as a dealer at a hot spring resort seemed like an underutilization of talent. When Bella returned and saw the scene, she was stunned. She found Gerald seated alone with a plate of steak, spaghetti, and a glass of red wine on a side table, enjoying his meal. Meanwhile, 7 to 8 people stood around, waiting for him to finish. Agent Yvette, would you like to try? It tastes great. Gerald leisurely ate, occasionally sipping wine, exuding an air of contentment. Bella approached, looking at the empty table. Where did everyone go? Probably scared off by my superb gambling skills. Finishing his meal, Gerald wiped his mouth and stood up. Let's go. Explore somewhere else. Thus, Gerald marched grandly to other gambling tables, followed by 7 to 8 gamblers. Mr. Chun, here are your remaining chips. Lin handed over a card filled with chips, having converted nearly 2 million of his recent winnings into cash. After reviewing, Gerald stopped at another table. The other gamblers halted as well. Scanning the scene, Gerald threw down 50,000 on 11 points. Betting on exact numbers was harder than big or small, but the odds for hitting 11 were 6 to 1. meaning 50,000 winning meant 3 million. Those who came with Gerald hesitated upon seeing him switch from big/small bets to number bets. Some tried cautiously, betting a couple of thousand to test his luck. Ding! The clear bell rang as the dealer announced, "Place your bets." When the dice cup opened, revealing 1, 4, 6, exactly 11, Gerald reclaimed a pile of chips and moved on to the next table without delay. Hitting exact numbers made him seem like a living god of gambling. Following Gerald, there were now 20 people instead of just 7 or 8. At the next table, Gerald handed his chips to Lin. "Sis Lin, bet 50,000 on 8 for me." "Sure, Mr. Chun." Excitedly, Lin placed all 50,000 on 8. This game also capped bets at 50,000. Otherwise, Gerald's millions could bankrupt the casino. Since this was Axton's territory, Gerald gambled mercilessly. Without wanting to draw too much attention, he could easily hire people to place bets on all tables, raking in millions per round. Opening the dice cup revealed 8 again, netting Gerald 4 million from 50,000. Gordon King money was faster here than at Peaches of Immortality Fruit Shop. If he fully exerted himself, he could win Axton's entire resort. "You'd better tone it down. Don't attract too much attention," Bella whispered beside Gerald. She brought him here for the case, not to get rich. If higher-ups found out she had brought Gerald to gamble, she might face serious trouble herself. Chapter 220 VIP Lounge. Gerald glanced at his chips, which had nearly reached 10 million after several rounds. "Well, let's go have lunch then." Gerald checked the time. It was almost noon, and it was about time for lunch. "Haven't you just eaten?" Bella rolled her eyes. This guy was really a foodie. "You haven't eaten yet. Besides, I should thank them for helping me win so much." So, Gerald and Bella left the gambling hall, found a private room to sit in, and ordered an exquisite table full of delicious food. This table of dishes must cost at least 50 or 60,000 yuan. Bella had never been this extravagant before. "How is the investigation going?" Gerald was in high spirits, with an insatiable appetite, thoroughly enjoying the meal. No wonder gambling is addictive. This experience of only winning without losing felt incredibly exhilarating. One bite of abalone, 2 sips of shark fin soup, various seafoods at his disposal. These waiters were all hired, not the people we're looking for. Bella shook her head. She had already subtly questioned them. Most were simply looking for jobs, while others sold their bodies, but none had been kidnapped. This is their lair. If Axton isn't foolish, he wouldn't station anyone here. Gerald placed an abalone in Bella's bowl and smiled. "Eat up and regain your strength. There might be another big battle in the afternoon." These abalones cost over 2,000 each. Bella saw Gerald acting like a nouveau riche, behaving extravagantly after winning some money. And this shark fin tastes nothing special, but is quite expensive. It's similar to vermicelli. Gerald kept piling food on Bella's plate, trying to impress her. "You don't need to bribe me. All the money won today must be confiscated." Bella's expression was calm as she looked at Gerald, taking a bite of the abalone, juice flowing from her mouth. She had brought Gerald here to solve the case, not gamble, and her duty did not allow him to engage in such activities. "That's 10 million. Confiscated?" Gerald's eyes widened. This girl was too principled. 10 million confiscated? "Don't worry. I'll make sure you receive an award from the authorities. Also, this money, being of dubious origin, can be used to offset taxes for your Taoyuan fruit shop." Bella had made significant concessions. The money, derived from Axton's illegal activities, would become Gerald's if he didn't return it. If unreported, the unexplained wealth could land him in prison. Moreover, Taoyuan fruit shop generated substantial revenue, and having its tax burden relieved would indirectly help Nellie's company. "Fine. Waiter, bring me a crate of this wine." Gerald quickly instructed the waiter to get a crate of premium wine. Surely, confiscation wouldn't extend to the wine, right? Bella rolled her eyes again. This guy truly lacked vision, being too petty. By the way, I've informed Imyel to prepare his team to raid this place. These scoundrels were a scourge to Jiangqing, and Bella intended not to let them off easily. What next? How will we investigate further? Gerald countered. Won't it be a pity to lose such a profitable place? What's there to regret? Axton has harmed countless people through these means. Bella put down her bowl and drank some water. But not now. We'll finish investigating first. In the afternoon, you? After discussing further with Gerald, they left the private room and headed back upstairs to the gambling hall. As they approached the door, about 30 people stood waiting for Gerald. He had become the god of gamblers' hearts. Following him guaranteed no loss. Gerald was taken aback by the scene. Gamblers indeed were irrational, staring at him with bloodshot eyes as if he were a giant gold ingot. "Mr. Chun, please come to our VIP lounge. The betting limit here is higher than outside, up to 10 million per game." Seeing Gerald, the manager hurriedly approached him. He dared not have Gerald bring so many gamblers along anymore, fearing that the gambling hall might collapse under his influence. Though tens of millions meant little to Axton's assets, it couldn't withstand multiple players each betting 500,000. Even at even odds, one round would mean a payout of 15 million. "Why? Not trying to lock me up in a small dark room, are you?" Gerald chuckled. The manager wiped sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. "Impossible. Mr. Chun, your gambling skills are exceptional. Those small games outside aren't suitable for you. Inside, we have specialized services catering to you exclusively. All right, let's see how fancy this VIP lounge is." Gerald clutched his chips and allowed the manager to lead the way. The VIP lounge was indeed lavish, with gold-plated furnishings from floor to wall. A large gambling table could accommodate over 10 players. However, currently, only Gerald occupied the space. On the side were 2 beauties dressed in revealing attire, one serving drinks and the other fruit platters, smiling at him warmly. "Hello, Miss Sainwei. Nice to see you again. Are you the dealer today?" Sitting down, Gerald recognized the dealer behind the table as Lori. However, Lori ignored him, standing motionless. Suddenly, a middle-aged man emerged from a door within the lounge and walked straight to the gambling table. Observing him, Gerald noted he was likely in his 30s, exuding a steady aura and sharp eyes. He seemed skilled in martial arts, possibly at the concealed strength level. Surprisingly, Axton had many concealed strength experts under his command. No wonder he aimed to dismantle Ethan's Green Hill Hall. Gerald hadn't met this man before. Including the known ones, Axton had over a dozen concealed strength martial artists. In contrast, Ethan, along with Gerald, only had 5 people. Losing a large portion of territory was understandable. Gibberish. After standing in front of the table, the man spoke a language Gerald couldn't understand. Lori then translated, "Mr. Wyatt asks what you'd like to play." Gerald raised an eyebrow. So, this concealed strength expert was also Japanese, probably connected to that Wyatt Ichiro. Chapter 221. Bring it on. Gerald turned his head and picked up a glass of wine nearby, holding it as if to impress, gently swaying it. "Let's play dice instead. It's simpler." Lori leaned close to Franklin's ear and chattered away in rapid Japanese. Franklin nodded, then replied with more chatter. "Do these little Japs not understand Chinese? They even need a translator like you." Gerald felt deep disdain for these individuals, considering China's 5,000-year history. Only recently had they been humiliated by them. "I understand some." At this point, Franklin spoke, slowly and awkwardly in broken Chinese, causing everyone to shudder uncomfortably. His tone was reminiscent of the buffoonish Japanese in war dramas. Forget it. Wong translator. Tell this little run I want to play dice. Bring it on." Gerald took a sip of wine smugly, set down the glass, and started eating grapes. Spit. After eating 2 grapes, Gerald spat them out immediately, looking displeased. "Gordanager, where's the manager?" The manager rushed over, bowing deeply. "Mr. Chun, do you need anything? Where did you buy this fruit? It tastes terrible." Gerald grabbed the bunch of grapes and tossed it into the trash can. "Mr. Chun, these are high-quality fruits we specially selected for their rich nutrition and excellent taste," the manager explained hastily. Gerald then picked up some cherries and threw them into the bin too, sneering. "This trash must be from Goron's supermarket, right? Listen, next time you buy fruit, go to Peach Blossom Spring. Their fruits are genuine. Get me fresh fruit from the nearest Peach Blossom Spring store within 10 minutes or I won't gamble." The manager quickly relayed the order for someone to fetch the fruit from Peach Blossom Spring. Bella watched Gerald's antics and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He was still thinking about advertising Peach Blossom Spring even here. 5 minutes later, the fruit arrived. Gerald chewed on the crystal grapes leisurely. "Mr. Chun, Mr. Franklin asks if we can start now?" Franklin had been waiting while the fruit was being bought. Now that it was back and Gerald was eating again, would he finish eating before starting? Gerald casually spat out the grape skin onto the table, rubbed his hands, and grinned. He wants to lose money so badly? Fine. Franklin stretched his hands, producing crisp cracks, then pulled out a steel dice cup, weighing at least 10 kilograms. A typical woman wouldn't be able to shake it. The dice inside were specially designed, smooth yet covered in tiny dots to minimize sound during collisions, making it nearly impossible for even an expert to discern the numbers by sound. As Franklin shook the dice cup, the sounds were light, but the speed of the dice inside was rapid, almost transforming into 3 spinning balls colliding. Bang! The dice cup landed, and Franklin opened his palms. "Please." Gerald looked at Lori. "Right, what's the limit here?" 1 million. Lori replied. "Oh, I don't have that much." Gerald smiled, picking up half the chips and throwing them over. Clack, clack, clack. The chips landed on different bets. Big, 12 points, and even. Franklin's eyes twitched. He knew what he had rolled. Earlier, hearing about 10 consecutive wins, he assumed it was luck. Now, Gerald clearly seemed skilled. Lori stepped forward, opened the dice cup, and announced 2, 4, 6, 12 points, big. "Amazing, amazing." Franklin clapped, surprised Gerald had seen through his trick immediately. "Less talk, let's continue. I'm waiting to win more." A pile of chips was pushed toward Gerald. Gerald picked up 2 chips and tossed them over. "Gordanager, enjoy the fruit." The manager, initially delighted by the 10,000 chip gift, quickly changed expression. As a casino employee, he shouldn't be happy seeing Gerald win. Clatter, clatter. Franklin inhaled deeply and shook the dice cup again, alternating between left and right hand like a juggler before setting it on the table. "Please." Gerald narrowed his eyes, trying to see through the dice cup, which even X-rays couldn't penetrate. Just playing games, Lori thought, watching Gerald closely earlier. He didn't rely on sight or sound, but she couldn't figure out how he guessed correctly. Perhaps it was just luck. Heh, interesting. If you keep this up, I won't hold back. Gerald pushed a large stack of chips, several million, betting on a triplet, meaning all 3 dice had to be the same number, which had only a 2.7% chance. Franklin's eyes nearly popped out. He had intentionally made the dice clink around and shake to mislead Gerald, keeping the 3 threes unmoved from the start. Why dilly-dally? Haven't seen a triplet bet before? Open the cup. Gerald met Franklin's gaze and smiled. "Your skills aren't that great. Looks like I'll be winning big today." Lori opened the dice cup and announced, 3 threes, triplet. More chips piled up, nearly overflowing Gerald's table. With odds of 24 to 1, his initial 4 million chip bet netted him nearly 100 million. Another round? Gerald played with the chips, grinning. No wonder so many people get addicted to gambling. With such quick profits, who wouldn't? Chapter 221. Bring it on. Gerald turned his head and picked up the glass of wine next to him, pretending to hold it and gently shake it. "Let's just play dice. This is simpler." Lori leaned over to Tamaki Jiro's ear and chattered away. Tamaki Jiro nodded and then chattered back. "Do these little Japs not understand Chinese? They need you as a translator?" Gerald felt an inner loathing for these Japanese. With China's 5,000-year history, only in the last 100 years have they been bullied by these people. "I understand a bit." At this point, Tamaki Jiro spoke, his broken Chinese slow and grating to hear. The tone was like those from war movies, spoken by bumbling Japanese characters. Forget it. Wong translator. Tell this little dwarf I want to play dice. Let's get started." Gerald arrogantly took a sip of wine, placed the cup aside, grabbed a bunch of grapes, and began eating. Zaynek. After eating 2 grapes, Gerald spat them out immediately, his face full of disdain. Gordinager, manager. The manager rushed over, bowing and asked, Mr. Chun, what do you need? These fruits taste terrible. Where did you buy them? Gerald picked up the bunch of grapes and threw it into the trash. Mr. Chun, these are premium fruits we specially selected for their quality and flavor, the manager hurriedly explained. Gerald picked up the cherries and also threw them into the trash, saying contemptuously, these junk fruits are probably sold by Guoran Hao. Remember, always buy from Teo Weiyuan for authentic fruit. Give me 10 minutes, go buy some fruits from the nearest Teo Weiyuan store, or I won't gamble. The manager, hearing this, quickly instructed someone to buy fruits from Teo Weiyuan. Bella watched Gerald's actions and inwardly chuckled. This guy was still thinking of advertising for Teo Weiyuan even here. 5 minutes later, the fruits arrived. Gerald munched on crystal grapes leisurely. Mr. Chen, Mr. Tamaki asks if we can start now? Tamaki Jiro had been waiting for the fruits to arrive. Now that they were back and Gerald was eating again, would he finish eating before starting the game? Gerald casually spat the grape skin onto the table, rubbed his hands, and smiled. He wants to lose so badly. Let's go. Tamaki Jiro stretched his hands, making a clicking sound, then took out his specially prepared dice cup. It was made of pure steel, weighing at least 10 kilograms, which most women couldn't even shake. The dice were specially made too. They looked smooth but had tiny dots on them to minimize sound during collisions, making it impossible to guess the outcome by sound alone. As Tamaki Jiro shook the dice cup with his right hand, the dice spun rapidly inside. Rustle. The sound was soft, but the dice spun so fast they became 3 small spheres colliding with each other. Bang. The dice cup landed. Tamaki Jiro spread his hands. Please. Gerald turned to Lori, asking, right. What's the limit here? 1 million, replied Lori. Oh, not that much money. Gerald smiled, picked up half the chips, and tossed them over. Clack, clack, clack. The chips scattered and landed on different spots. Big, 12 points, and even. Tamaki Jiro's eyes twitched. He knew what numbers he had shaken. Initially, he thought Gerald's winning streak was luck. Now, Gerald seemed like a true expert. Lori approached, opened the dice cup, and announced, 246, 12 points big. Amazing, amazing. Tamaki Jiro clapped, surprised Gerald could see through his move. Cut the chatter. Next round, I'm waiting to win. A pile of chips was pushed toward Gerald's side of the table. Gerald picked up 2 chips and tossed them generously to the manager. The fruit's good. Here's your share. The manager was delighted to receive the chips worth 10,000 yuan. But after holding them for 2 seconds, his face fell. He was casino staff. Why should he be happy about Gerald winning? Russell. Tamaki Jiro took a deep breath and shook the dice cup again. As the dice spun inside, Tamaki Jiro alternated between his left and right hand, performing tricks before placing the dice cup on the table. Please. Gerald squinted, trying to see through the dice cup, though he knew it was impossible even with X-ray vision. Bogus, Lori thought, watching Gerald's movements. At the betting table, she observed Gerald closely. He wasn't using sight or sound to guess the dice. Often, his attention wasn't on the dice cup at all, yet she couldn't figure out how he guessed correctly, thinking it was mere luck. Hee hee, interesting. If you keep this up, I won't hold back. Gerald pushed out a large pile of chips, about several million, all on trips. This meant all 3 dice must show the same number, with odds of only 2.7%. Tamaki Jiro's eyes nearly popped out when he saw Gerald's bet. He had just played a trick, intentionally making noise and shaking the dice, only to confuse Gerald. The dice had remained unchanged since he grabbed them, showing triple 3s. Standing there doing nothing? Never seen anyone bet on trips? Open the cup. Gerald put his hands on the table, looking at Tamaki Jiro and smiling. Your skills aren't great. Looks like today's a big win. Lori opened the dice cup and announced, triple 3s, trips. More chips were pushed toward Gerald's side, almost overflowing the table. Odds of 24 to 1. Having bet around 4 million, Gerald just won close to 100 million. Want to continue? Gerald fiddled with the chips, smiling. No wonder so many people love gambling. Money comes in so fast, who wouldn't get addicted? Chapter 222. Invincible Under Heaven. Terrence stripped off his outerwear, revealing a tattoo of a blue dragon on his chest. He then forcefully grabbed the dice cup once again, tossed the 3 dice inside, and began shaking it vigorously. Clackety-clack. The dice collided violently within. As Terrence shook, the veins on his arms bulged, indicating his immense effort. His inner strength flowed fiercely around the dice cup, as all of his inner energy was poured into it. It seemed that Terrence was using his full power for this final round against Gerald. Thud. The dice cup fell heavily onto the table. Terrence crossed his arms, staring intently at Gerald. Please. Gerald squinted his eyes and grinned. This is getting more interesting. Mr. Chun, please place your bet, Hill repeated. Leaning back, Gerald propped his leg up and casually tossed 10 1 million chip markers onto the number 15. I'll open it. Seeing Gerald place his bet, Terrence reached out to open the dice cup. However, his hand recoiled as soon as it touched the cup. Hill looked puzzled but did not intervene. What, not opening? Gerald asked sarcastically. Terrence reluctantly opened the cup, revealing the dice showing 4, 5, and 6, a total of 15 points. All over. The manager wiped sweat from his forehead with a tissue. In just 3 rounds, Gerald had already won over 200 million. If this continued, their Blue Dragon Hot Springs might have to change its name. You're formidable. Terrence stared at Gerald, malice gleaming in his eyes. When he was shaking the dice, placing the cup down did not stop the dice inside because they were still spinning rapidly under his inner strength control. By waiting until after Gerald placed his bet, Terrence planned to use his inner strength to alter the numbers. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to confirm the numbers with his inner strength, a stronger force pushed his hand away, making him lose control over the dice. Just average, 3rd in the world. Gerald inwardly scoffed at the little concealed martial artist who dared to play tricks under his nose. A slight use of spirit power was enough to subdue him thoroughly. Do you want to keep playing? I'm invincible under heaven, Gerald asked again. Mr. Chun, let's call it a day, the manager said almost pleadingly, knowing that trying to get back at Gerald would only result in greater losses. Well, let's settle up then, Gerald stretched lazily, wishing the game could continue. Terrence got up and walked straight into the back room without another word. That, Mr. Chin, due to the large sum, we need some time to prepare the money, the manager explained apologetically, rubbing his hands. How long do you need for such a small amount in such a big casino? Gerald questioned. One day, the manager replied. Fine, I'll stay here. Gerald stood up, grabbed an apple and started munching. Prepare a room for me. I'll wait here. Oh, and make sure the fruits are from Teo Weiyuan. Hails, yes, the manager nodded like a pecking chicken, eager to have Gerald leave the casino. Bella followed Gerald out, her heart racing, winning over 200 million so easily. How would she explain this to her superiors? At the hotel room door, Gerald turned to Bella. Assistant Yvette, if there's nothing else, go back now and come here to pick me up tomorrow. Bella nodded, deciding to return to plan the next steps. Gordoniger, do you have any pretty girls? Gerald asked with a sly smile. Rest assured, Mr. Chin, we have them all, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, even Russian beauties. Would you like to try? No thanks, foreigners aren't suitable. I want the best quality, especially those who haven't been exploited yet, Gerald specified. The manager hesitated. Mr. Chun, this might be difficult. Our staff is carefully selected and specially trained. Your request isn't suitable here. Gerald's eyes widened, displeased. Can't handle this simple task? If not, I might have to go back to the gambling hall. No problem, Mr. Chin, the manager quickly reassured. I'll arrange this. How does 9 p.m. sound? Okay. Once the manager left, Gerald returned to the room and sent a message to Bella. Everything's set. Raid the Blue Dragon Hot Springs tonight and clean out the casino. Bella responded quickly. Knowing the exact location of the casino made it easy to plan a successful raid. First, I need to investigate the whereabouts of the missing women, Gerald replied. By demanding these special services, Gerald intended to uncover potential criminal activities. Operation starts at 3 a.m. Send updates immediately, Bella instructed. Don't worry. Looking at the TV in front of him, Gerald noticed a hidden camera. He lowered his head and continued typing. Miss Yvette, shouldn't you give me a kickback for winning you 200 million? Not possible. Bella firmly rejected. Helping you is risking my life. If something happens to me, wouldn't you feel guilty forever? Florence would blame you too. Bite me, no way. Not a cent can be yours. Bella's principles were strong. Gambling winnings belong to no individual. All right. Gerald stopped messaging and called for room service, ordering several crates of premium red wine, white wine, spirits, and high-grade cigarettes, storing everything in his jade pendant space. Additionally, his card had an extra 2 million that Donna had exchanged during the chip cash-out. Thus, his assistance wasn't entirely unrewarded. Chapter 223, Inquiry. After leaving, the manager went straight to the top floor of the hotel. In the monitoring room, a few people were carefully reviewing the footage of Gerald's recent gambling session. Among them was Alexei, whom Gerald would definitely recognize if he saw him. Brother Yao, have you figured out how this guy cheated? The manager asked urgently. If they could identify Gerald's cheating method, they wouldn't have to pay the 200 million and could even chop off one of Gerald's hands according to the rules of the underground world. He didn't cheat. He just has very sophisticated gambling skills. Stevie remarked beside him. Having gambled against Gerald, he knew it was impossible for Gerald to have cheated as there was no opportunity for that. But how can he always guess correctly, even predicting the exact number? How is that possible? Alexei retorted. I don't know. That's where his skill lies, Stevie stammered, trying to find words. He might be able to see through the dice cup. The only explanation for Gerald's consistent success was if he could see through the dice cup. It's impossible. This technology is state-of-the-art. Even X-rays can't penetrate it. How could he see through it? The video showed that Gerald barely glanced at the dice cup, but instead kept staring at Stevie. Do you mean he's just lucky? The manager asked. Luck my ass. Would you dare place a 10 million bet if you were lucky? Alexei scolded. I don't know what happened that let him win so much. Brother Yao, if he didn't cheat, what about the 200 million? Should we give it to him tomorrow? The manager asked again. No way. Hold him off for now. This bastard seems tired of living. Since he dared to stay here, he shouldn't leave. Alexei turned to look at Stevie and asked, Mr. Sanmu, have your Azure Dragon Group members arrived yet? They should be here soon, probably by tonight, Stevie replied. All right, let's take care of this kid first, then Ethan. Alexei's eyes flashed with malice as he stood up. Follow his request and send a woman to him. Let him die on the bed in the end. Meanwhile, Gerald lay on the hotel bed, eating fruit and watching TV, waiting for the payment. Even though it wasn't dinner time, the hotel sent him an elaborate meal, clearly not planning to let Gerald leave. Outside his door stood 2 Azure Dragon, Gordonishal Hall subordinates who appeared to be guarding Gerald's safety but were actually monitoring his actions. Gerald stayed inside, eating and drinking while allowing them to watch over him. At 9 p.m., someone knocked on the door. 2 men entered, followed by a slender young lady in her 20s, about the same age as Haley. Her eyes were covered with a blindfold, making her tremble in fear as she stood behind them. Mr. Chun, you have 1 hour. After that, we'll take her away, the leader said coldly. Gerald stroked his chin and smiled. Indeed, she's exquisite. All right, leave now. With a bang, the 2 men closed the door and waited outside. Gerald looked at the beauty and removed the blindfold from her face. As soon as it was off, he saw large tearful eyes gazing pitifully at him. And Mr. Chun. Gabby spoke nervously, her hands cuffed behind her back, unable to resist or escape. Nice, Gerald nodded, turning around. Go take a shower. Leading her to the bathroom, Gerald continued, Mr. Chun, please be gentle. I'm really scared. Seeming to resign herself to her fate, she looked at Gerald without saying more. She knew what was coming but didn't want to fight anymore. Resistance likely meant death. They had promised to let her go once she earned enough money, which was why she requested to come out this time, eager to see the outside world after being confined for so long. "What's your name?" Gerald asked. "Lorraine," she replied, turning to Gerald. "Mr. Chun, I can't undress myself. Could you help me?" Taking a deep breath, Gerald noticed Lorraine was wearing minimal clothing, revealing a gaunt body, likely from poor nutrition during her captivity. Snap. Gerald pinched Lorraine's handcuffs with his right hand and broke them, then instructed, "Stay here until further notice. Don't worry about anything happening outside." Breaking Lorraine's cuffs, Gerald brought some food into the bathroom, knowing it wasn't ideal to eat there but had no other choice. Confused, Lorraine watched Gerald. She had prepared herself for what was to come, never expecting this outcome. "Don't worry, I won't harm you. Eat." Gerald handed her the food. "How did they capture you?" "I was looking for a job. They said it was customer service, but it turned out to be a trap." Lorraine devoured the bread hastily. Gerald gave her mineral water and asked, "Do you know where you were held? How many others are there?" After drinking some water, Lorraine cautiously asked, "Are you a cop?" Gerald nodded. "More or less." "Officer, save me. I've been held captive for half a year. Gordon, the other girls are also imprisoned. Several of them were taken away and never returned." Upon hearing Gerald say he was a police officer, Lorraine saw hope and rushed towards him, nearly kneeling. "I'm here to rescue you. Calm down and tell me what you know." Gerald suddenly felt proud of his profession, understanding why Bella always felt immense pride in helping those in need. It took Lorraine a while to regain her composure and recount everything she knew, although her information was limited as the kidnappers were well prepared. She didn't know where she was held but knew at least 10 others shared her plight. An hour later, someone knocked on the door. The two men walked in, ready to take Lorraine away. Gerald quickly knocked them down with a few punches and demanded to know where the captives were held. "We belong to the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce. You'll regret crossing us." One of the thugs lying on the ground snarled threateningly. Chapter 224, Surprise Inspection. There were plenty of experts in the Blue Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Even if Gerald had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape from here. They weren't stupid enough to reveal these messages to Gerald. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lived long either. You're indeed stubborn." Gerald held a silver needle, slowly moving closer, and grinned wickedly. "I love people like you the most." As he spoke, he plunged the needle into the man's body. Ah! A scream was about to escape when Gerald grabbed a towel and shoved it into his mouth. Immediately, the man writhed in pain on the ground, unable to move. This wasn't the end. After he finished rolling around, Gerald stuck another needle into him, causing the man to start convulsing all over. Before the third needle could be inserted, the man fainted. Gerald shook his head and turned to the other person, asking, "He won't talk, so will you? Or do you also want to taste the deadly 13 needles?" Seeing his companion's miserable state, the other man dared not resist anymore. Spilling everything like beans out of a bamboo tube, he told Gerald the location of the detention place and everything else. Bang bang. Gerald opened the door and threw the 2 men outside. The other 2 guards, upon seeing this scene, immediately drew rubber batons from their waists. "Tell this manager that the girl will be staying with me tonight. These 2 fools tried to take her away, so I gave them a little lesson. The medical expenses can be deducted from my money." Gerald had already sealed several acupoints on the 2 men, so even if they were carried back, they wouldn't wake up for a while, giving him ample time to act. The 2 guards exchanged glances, quickly supported the unconscious men, and hurriedly left. Their job was only to watch over Gerald, not handle other matters. Bella had already received the message from Gerald, Junction Cargo Port, Employee Residential Area, Building 9, Unit 3, Apartment 601. She led her team there, while Gerald remained relaxed. He sat on the bed, staring straight at the camera as if challenging it. What? The detention place was found by the police. How did they find it? Alexei was furious. They had been operating for a year without any mistakes. Why tonight? He looked up at the monitor, gazing at Gerald's indifferent face, seemingly understanding something. "Whether or not you're behind this, you won't survive tonight." Alexei took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and took a harsh puff, exhaling a cloud of smoke towards the screen. Just as Alexei was thinking about how to kill Gerald, the surveillance room door opened again. A flustered subordinate reported, "Brother Yao, it's bad. Many police are downstairs and are rushing up." Alexei walked towards the door, saying, "Why panic? Follow the plan. Come with me." In an instant, the sound of people moving about could be heard throughout the Blue Dragon hot springs. "Open up, police." Each guest in every room was called out by the police. Gerald's door was also knocked on. Opening the door, Bella stood outside in her police uniform, still the vibrant policewoman she always was. "Here she is." Gerald brought Lorraine out and handed her over to Bella. Bella's face showed undisguised joy. In her view, today was the day to round up all the scum of the Blue Dragon group. After taking Lorraine away, Bella didn't linger but led her team straight to the top floor gambling hall. Once that was shut down, the Blue Dragon hot springs would be officially declared closed. Gerald stood in the hallway watching the chaos. This operation really involved quite a few people. Aside from hotel staff, there were 4 or 5 police cars outside guarding all exits to prevent criminals from escaping. It took nearly 2 hours for things to calm down in the hotel. When Bella returned to the room, her expression was grim. "What happened? Didn't you catch anyone?" Gerald saw her clenched teeth, as if ready to devour someone. "We caught a few, but they were just small fries. Interrogation is ongoing." It turned out the team sent to the port to rescue the kidnapped women reported back. They did find the women and save them all. However, they only caught a few guards. According to them, they were under the control of someone named Wade, but this Wade wasn't captured this time. "Wade is likely Jerson from the Blue Dragon Chamber of Commerce," Gerald said. Given the nature of the business, it was almost certain that Axton's trusted hand managed it, possibly his brother Jerson as the ringleader. Bella nodded. They are being interrogated. But here? She glanced up at the ceiling. We arrived too late. The gambling hall was located on the top floor of the hotel, accessible only by elevator. The original stairwell had been sealed off with cement walls. When they led the team upstairs, the elevator had been locked by hotel management. It took considerable effort for them to reach the gambling hall. By the time they arrived, all gambling tables and equipment had vanished, leaving only a conference room with meeting tables. All guests had been evacuated. Is there any other business here? Gerald couldn't believe how fast Alexei had acted, destroying all evidence during the surprise inspection. Even without physical evidence, there should be witnesses, right? Bella shook her head again. They didn't conduct such business here. As Axton's base, he naturally wouldn't risk running too much illegal business here. If customers needed those services, they were arranged elsewhere. As for how Gerald could bring the girl here, it was because Alexei never intended to do anything good, only wanting to detain Gerald to keep him from leaving. Let's go back first. There's nothing more we can do here now. They acted too fast, but Jerson shouldn't be able to escape. After thoroughly investigating the Blue Dragon hot springs, no evidence of illegal activities was found. Therefore, they couldn't make any arrests and had to stop here. Go back? Why? Gerald smiled. I haven't gotten my 2 billion yet. Leaving now would be a huge loss. Though it was ill-gotten wealth, it must be reclaimed. Even if he couldn't spend it, using it to offset tax debts would be satisfying, especially despite Alexei. Chapter 225. My life is tough. Alright, then I'll head back. There are still some guys to interrogate. Just as Bella was about to leave, Alexei strolled over with 2 of his underlings, cigarette hanging from his lips. We do legitimate business. Can you please stop harassing my guests? Alexei greeted her with a smile that now seemed more like a taunt. When Bella arrived in the morning, she had been wearing heavy makeup and an elaborate hairstyle. Having removed her makeup and changed into her uniform, Alexei failed to recognize her immediately, a testament to the power of makeup. You reap what you sow. You should be well aware of what your brother, Jerson, has done. Bella's gaze locked onto Alexei, exuding an authoritative presence. Better make him turn himself in. Otherwise, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, we will catch him. With that, Bella led the 2 officers behind her and left directly. Keenanly, look at the business you run. I just found a nice girl, and she was taken away. Gerald wore a smile, knowing that while Alexei hadn't been arrested this time, his brother Jerson wouldn't escape. Watching them stumble was quite enjoyable for him. This doesn't require Mr. Chin's concern. Alexei's smile vanished, his expression stern as he gazed coldly at Gerald. I didn't expect you to be such a skilled gambler, winning so much from me. Just average luck. Initially, because of our contract, I planned to lose some money as payment. Who knew I have such good luck that once I started winning, I couldn't stop? Gerald smirked arrogantly. If he had a tail, it would be wagging up into the sky. When will the 2 billion arrive? Alexei's face hardened. The amount Gerald had won today equaled their income for over half a month. He was seething inside, especially seeing Gerald's smug expression. If not for Gerald's cultivation level, he would have ordered someone to eliminate him right then and there. Our Green Dragon group always operates on trust. Your money won't be shortchanged. Alexei continued, but remember, one's luck only lasts so long. Once it runs out, so does their life. Facing Alexei's threat, Gerald remained unperturbed. Don't worry, my life is tough. I won't die easily before I get that 2 billion. We'll see about that. Alexei left with his underlings, fuming. Due to the surprise inspection earlier, the safety exits were blocked, requiring immediate rectification. Without restoring them, Green Dragon Hot Springs would have to suspend operations, something Alexei needed to address immediately. Gerald closed the door, preparing to rest, when he noticed a small card tucked into the door crevice. Initially thinking it might be an advertisement, upon closer inspection, he saw the words, "Be careful" written on it. The card must have been slipped in some time without his notice, and by an unknown person, not likely Bella. Holding the card, Gerald examined the neat and forceful handwriting. Who put this here? Gerald was puzzled but decided against leaving until he received the 2 billion. He also wanted to gauge Alexei's true intentions. With his current level 10 cultivation, even a group of dark energy martial artists wouldn't be a match for him. Placing the card in his pocket, Gerald returned to the room. Spotting a hidden pinhole camera on the TV, he casually flicked his wrist, sending a silver needle that struck the tiny device. In the monitoring room, Alexei, watching Gerald's movements, grew visibly more irritable when the screen went static. He knew Gerald was blatantly challenging him and insisted on getting the 2 billion. What a fool, truly asking for death. Alexei dialed a number on his phone. Big brother, have the people from the Green Dragon unit arrived? They're already here at the hotel. How about your side? Were you raided today? Hales, what about Long? Has he been sent off? He left with Foster's ship to Japan. Thanks to the police raid, Jerson wasn't at the port and managed to escape aboard a ship bound for Japan. Good. Wait for them to come and kill Gerald first. That Ethan sure got lucky to find such a powerful expert. Alexei hung up, glancing at Tamamoto Ichiro, who was playing with dice cups nearby. He still couldn't figure out how Gerald won all that money. At midnight, Gerald sat on the bed, closing his eyes to meditate. The feng shui of Green Dragon Hot Springs indeed improved his practice, enhancing his speed considerably. Outside, wind whipped fiercely against the window, chilly breezes slipping through cracks. The air conditioner maintained a comfortable 26 degrees, nothing unusual. Slowly opening his eyes, Gerald sensed a faint danger enveloping him. A faint odor wafted in from outside, light but causing dizziness soon after. Gerald quickly activated his technique, expelling the toxic gas with spiritual energy. Holding his breath, he stopped inhaling the poisonous fumes. Gordony of the kidnapped women likely lost consciousness from exposure to similar substances. Then, a subtle noise came from the window glass which quietly shattered. Piece after piece dropped soundlessly. Finally, several figures jumped in from outside, 7 in total, including 5 dark energy martial artists and 2 transformation stage ones. They wore black clothes, masks concealing their faces, and carried shurikens and daggers, dressed like Japanese ninjas. Believing Gerald was unconscious, they moved towards him with drawn weapons. He's out cold. Kill him. Recognizing the voice as Tamamoto Ichiro's, Gerald was amused by the boy's audacity after last being beaten. Chapter 226, 1 against 2. Hai. A ninja gripped his knife with both hands and stabbed directly at Gerald, who was lying on the bed. The ninja's blade, though not long, was incredibly sharp, effortlessly slicing through the glass moments earlier. The glint of the blade shone silver in the dark night, moving swiftly towards Gerald's heart. Bang! Just as the blade was about to pierce Gerald, fierce flames erupted around the bed. Several fire talismans exploded instantly, catching the three ninjas facing them by surprise, burning their bodies entirely and turning their clothes into charcoal. Gerald sprang up from the bed like a carp, flinging over 10 silver needles with his right hand, traveling at lightning speed. The needles were impossible for the shadowy ninjas to react to. With a series of thuds, the two remaining ninjas who avoided the fire talismans were penetrated by the silver needles, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. However, the other two transformation stage ninjas dodged these two attacks using their agile movements. Standing on the bed with a spirit talisman in his right hand, Gerald smiled faintly. Little shorty Fraser, didn't you get enough beaten last time? You're back again for revenge? The two transformation stage ninjas did not speak. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously drew their blades and lunged at Gerald. Gerald had no defensive weapons besides the jade pendant, a treasured object that could not be used as an offensive weapon. He tossed out more fireball talismans. Miyamoto, you attack left. I'll take the right. All right. Please. Are you Japanese, or what? And you tell me how to attack? Gerald laughed, then stepped aside, launching large piles of fire talismans in both directions. Jude's weapon seemed longer than Fraser Ichiro's, looking more like a samurai sword than a ninja blade. Fraser Ichiro held his ninja blade, repelling the fire talismans before throwing over 10 shurikens at Gerald. Gerald threw out 2 spirit talismans which flashed in the air, transforming into a thin mist that blocked all incoming weapons. Immediately after, Jude slashed down with a crescent moon-like stroke aimed at Gerald's head. Half-moon slash. It was evident the weapon was specially crafted, as Gerald's silver needles merely left white marks on its surface. As this slash came down, Gerald retreated rapidly, utilizing the 9 transcendental steps technique to dodge the deadly strike. At that moment, Fraser Ichiro appeared beside Gerald like a ghost, stabbing at his neck. This hit would undoubtedly be lethal if it struck. Although Gerald moved fast, the limited room space provided little room for evasion under the onslaught of the two assailants. Had it not been for his divine awareness allowing him to anticipate their attacks, Gerald would have been skewered multiple times. Damn, too careless, Gerald thought. He lacked a suitable weapon while both opponents wielded swords. It was unreasonable to try disarming them barehanded, given his body wasn't tough enough to withstand their razor-sharp blades. Damn it, call the lightning. Gerald threw 2 lightning talismans into the air, which exploded into 2 bolts striking the swords. As metal is a good conductor, both assailants' arms went numb, almost losing their weapons. Seizing the opportunity, Gerald turned defense into offense, striking Fraser Ichiro's chest. He knew Fraser Ichiro's speed excelled but lacked bodily strength. The blow was powerful, but when it made contact with Fraser Ichiro's chest, it produced a muffled thud, and Gerald's palm hurt as if pierced. Damn, wearing armor. Gerald realized Fraser Ichiro wore a chainmail undershirt with small barbs. 9 heaven slash. Jude swung his sword down again with even greater ferocity. A faint storm force energy wrapped around the blade, accompanied by flashes of electricity. To hell with you. Reversing his motion, Gerald grabbed Fraser Ichiro's waist belt, pulling him forward and hurling him toward Jude. Forced to retract his blade, Jude could only redirect his swing, splitting the single bed into 2 halves. Let me show you proper Chinese swordsmanship. Appearing in Gerald's hand was Fraser Ichiro's ninja blade. Swinging it once, he launched 2 consecutive strikes. However, the short blade only allowed for stabbing or upward slashes rather than downward chops. Clank, clank. The clash between the ninja blade and the samurai sword produced blinding sparks. Deprived of his weapon, Fraser Ichiro remained nearby, occasionally throwing shurikens to disrupt Gerald's movements. While Gerald was skilled in various basic techniques passed down through his lineage, they required magical artifacts to function effectively, which this ordinary ninja blade couldn't match. Thus, Gerald could only fight using the blade as a mundane weapon. After several exchanges, Gerald and Jude were evenly matched, much to Fraser Ichiro's astonishment. He noticed Gerald's strength significantly improved compared to their previous encounter. Such a formidable opponent posed a serious threat if not dealt with soon. Fraser Ichiro reached into his belt, withdrawing a black sphere, shouting, "Duck!" Boom. The sphere exploded, filling the room with thick smoke, obscuring everything. Dead. Fraser Ichiro thought his explosive trap must have hit Gerald squarely, given the explosion's force would likely devastate even a transformation stage martial artist. The smoke dispersed, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Suddenly, a sinister glint streaked toward Fraser Ichiro like a phantom. Realizing something was amiss, Fraser Ichiro tried to evade, but he was too slow. While he dodged the upper part of his body, his legs were unable to move in time. Sharp pain shot through his legs, causing him to collapse. On closer inspection, his legs were severed cleanly from the knees, flying a meter away, spurting blood profusely. Youngsters these days, no sense of martial virtue, choosing to ambush instead of fighting honorably. Gerald's voice echoed calmly as he emerged from the smoke, a trail of blood dripping from the ninja blade in his hand. Chapter 227, Unrelenting Vengeance. Xavier's face turned ashen, never expecting Gerald to locate him so accurately amidst the thick smoke. Feeling good after your sneak attack? How does it feel to have your own weapon sever both your legs? Gerald stepped out of the smoke, gradually approaching Xavier. These assailants had clearly intended to kill Gerald, so he wasn't about to hold back. Cultivators were naturally superior to ancient martial artists. Being ambushed by these insignificant ants was simply a sign of their recklessness. Seal. Giles emerged from the smoke and, seeing Xavier's injuries, brandished his katana and swung at Gerald. A sharp blade beam erupted from the katana's edge, slicing through the air with thunderous force, unstoppable. Gerald raised the ninjato in front of him. The blade beam struck and emitted a clear metallic clang before bouncing off. This forced Gerald to take this Japanese fighter seriously. He didn't expect him to channel internal energy into his weapon, an ability that required complete mastery over all internal energy within one's body. You dared to injure Mr. Tamaki. Giles stood protectively in front of Xavier, eyes flashing, holding the katana tightly, watching Gerald warily. The three scorched ninja, who resembled roasted pigs, staggered forward behind Giles. Two other ninjas pierced by Gerald's needles were dragged alongside. One approached to pick up Xavier's severed legs and retreated quickly. Form the array, Giles commanded. The remaining three hurriedly positioned themselves in a square formation, north, south, east, and west, to surround Xavier and the two unconscious ninjas. Go! Giles signaled, and the four simultaneously vanished. Gerald noticed the faint flow of natural spiritual energy within the array they formed. The room was already pitch black, and with the four vanishing, it became eerily silent. Xavier and the two unconscious ninjas had disappeared as well. A sharp blade sliced through the air, emerging from the darkness, aiming for Gerald's head. Thud. The ninjato stabbed into nothing but empty air as Gerald's afterimage vanished. He reappeared in a corner and slapped outward fiercely. Bang! A ninja flew out from the shadows, crashing into a glass pane behind him. Gerald moved again, tossing several silver needles towards another direction behind him. Thud. 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 The needles penetrated the ninja's body, and he fell like a broken kite. The array was broken, and the other two ninjas revealed themselves. Chinese arrays are what you should be learning. Gerald looked at Giles with disdain. The small array earlier was merely a basic four symbols formation, not even requiring spirit stones or the manipulation of natural spiritual energy. These so-called ninja techniques were nothing more than scraps learned by the Japanese during cultural exchanges in China. Under Gerald's divine sense, such a minor array was barely noticeable. Giles's eyes gleamed with cold light as he stared intently at Gerald, gripping his katana tighter. Kill. Giles charged forward with no specific technique, essentially rushing to his death. Gerald reversed his grip on the ninjato, channeling his inner spiritual energy into it. The ninjato buzzed as specks of green light began to emanate from its blade. Just as Gerald was about to use it to subdue Giles, the latter suddenly leaped backward, grabbing two injured comrades and jumping out the window. The Azure Dragon unit will never rest until we have settled scores with you. Giles's voice came from outside. By the time Gerald reached the window, Giles was already gliding away using parachutes attached to his suit. These outfits are pretty neat. I should have taken one. Gerald noted that despite the high temperature from the fire scroll, the ninja suits remained intact. It seemed the ninjas had embraced modern technology, producing waterproof, fireproof clothing with gliding capabilities. But I did gain something. Gerald examined the ninjato, which appeared to be made of good material and bore inscriptions of Tamaki in Chinese and some Japanese text, unclear in meaning. Flipping his right hand, Gerald produced a small pouch from Xavier. Inside was a small black token with House of Tamaki inscribed on it. Other items included shuriken, darts, poisons, incense, blow darts, and climbing claws, all typical ninja tools. So many medicines. Do these Japanese dwarfs know traditional Chinese medicine? Gerald inspected the healing medicines inside. Some of the ingredients were quite valuable. Though unfamiliar with some items, since they belonged to the Japanese, he kept everything, storing them in his jade pendant space. Turning on the room's light, he saw the scene of devastation. The bed split in half, objects smashed or burned beyond recognition, making it uninhabitable. I could have made a profit if I captured Xavier. He seems valuable. With him, I might have extorted more ransom from the Japanese. Giles's actions indicated Xavier held significant importance. Despite being less powerful than Giles, Tamaki commanded respect, indicating his high status. Gerald was getting addicted to extortion. It was quicker than anything else. If he had known, he would have collected Xavier's severed legs as ransom leverage. Looking out the window where the ninjas had vanished, Gerald sighed at the lost opportunity. Xavier would surely hemorrhage if he knew Gerald's thoughts. Leaving the room, Gerald headed straight to the front desk, unwilling to stay there overnight. He booked the most luxurious suite available. Meanwhile, Bella provided updates. Overnight interrogations confirmed that Jerson and several Japanese were responsible for kidnapping the women. Orders for Jerson's arrest had been issued, and preparations for his capture were underway. Chapter 228 $1. Gerald sat on the bed, eating the luxurious meal provided by the hotel. After reading the message, he heaved a sigh of relief. Bella had been thinking about solving this case for days, and it seemed that she would finally be set free from it. After finishing his meal and recovering his strength, Gerald took out a spirit stone with his right hand and began to practice. Spirit energy continuously flowed into his dantian and circulated through his meridians. He was now practicing the threefold reversion technique, which required much more time to circulate than before but produced thicker spirit energy. It should not take long before he could break through from level 10 cultivation base to level 11. If after reaching level 11 he still couldn't lay the foundation, Gerald thought he would be dumbfounded. After a night's cultivation, his spirit energy had greatly increased. The Japanese had not come to trouble him again. After washing up and tidying up, Gerald went straight to the top floor office to settle accounts with Muhammad. Muhammad hadn't slept all night. He already knew about Gerald escaping assassination by Daxton last night. Not only that, because of Daxton's serious injuries, the Blue Dragon Association suffered criticism from Japan. The initial establishment of the Blue Dragon Association had relied on help from the Japanese Blue Dragon Group to achieve its current strength. Should the Japanese be enraged, wiping out the Blue Dragon Association would merely be a matter of waving their hand. Just as Muhammad was contemplating how to explain the situation to the Japanese, Gerald directly barged in, throwing aside the two subordinates who were guarding the door. What do you want? Muhammad stood up, ready to explode with anger, but when he saw it was Gerald, he involuntarily retreated a few steps, assuming Gerald had come to kill him. Mr. Li, did you forget something? Gerald walked in with a grin, pulled over a chair, and sat down, crossing one leg over the other. You're in debt. Trying to escape repayment? Muhammad looked at Gerald vigilantly and replied, the money is being prepared. You don't need to rush so much, Mr. Chen. How can I not be anxious? This is 200 million. Do you think it's just $2? Hurry up. If the money isn't credited today, I'm not leaving. Sitting there, Gerald reached out and grabbed a small incense burner on the table, playing with it. Muhammad's face darkened. He had always been the one to collect debts and had never been chased down like this, right to his doorstep. Let me check. At this moment, Muhammad wanted nothing more than to send this troublemaker away. Had he known Gerald was this formidable, he shouldn't have let the Japanese go after him. Now, they didn't even manage to catch a fox and instead stirred up a lot of trouble. You can just ask here. Gerald moved to block Muhammad. All right. With no choice, Muhammad had to agree. To fight would mean he couldn't match Gerald. He could only resign himself to fate. Thankfully, Gerald didn't intend to mess with him, or else he would shudder remembering the miserable state of Daxton. Very soon, under Muhammad's urging, the funds arrived in Gerald's account. I've received the money. Why aren't you leaving? Muhammad, slightly impatient, looked at Gerald. Gerald sitting there made him feel uneasy, even causing him some fear unconsciously. Mr. Li, I heard you recently obtained a bar called First Encounter. Is that true? Gerald remembered Beth mentioning her desire to open a bar. First Encounter was doing well, and now that it had been acquired by Muhammad, this was a perfect opportunity to take over the bar before the chance slipped away. What do you mean? Didn't you destroy that bar? Muhammad asked. Gerald stroked his chin, looking every bit the scheming businessman. Sure, so I plan to redecorate it and reopen it. How about selling me that bar? Rest assured, I will pay you. Fine, you can have it. Muhammad immediately agreed, eager to get rid of Gerald. Even if Gerald said he wanted to buy the bar, Muhammad wouldn't care if he wanted to give it away for free. Thus, Muhammad arranged for his men to sign a transfer agreement with Gerald. Gerald gave Muhammad a transfer fee, nearly infuriating him. I said I'd pay, but didn't specify the amount. $1 is also money. Gerald whistled as he left the Blue Dragon Hot Springs, having stayed there for a day and obtained 200 million yuan. It really was a great place to make money. Afterward, Gerald didn't return directly to Bishuan. Nellie and Aliana should be in Haiban, Beth worked at Daryolan Hotel, and workaholic Bella was definitely overtime working late. So, Gerald drove directly to Green Hill Club, intending to talk to Ethan. Little brother Malag, what brings you here? Ethan was very happy to see Gerald and quickly invited him to sit down for tea. Brother Wong, I've brought you some medicine. Gerald took out a small bottle and handed it to Ethan. The last batch of pills he had refined had already been given to Ethan, and this time, after breaking through to level 10 cultivation base, he had refined some second-grade pills that significantly aided ancient martial artist cultivation. Seeing Gerald's pills, Ethan's eyes lit up. Whenever this young man came, something good always followed. The last time Gerald gave them pills, their strength greatly improved. Never had they expected him to bring more so soon. Little brother Malag, I don't know how to thank you. How much are these medicines? I'll pay double. Ethan promptly stored the pills. With Gerald refining pills for them, their cultivation would certainly improve rapidly. Talking about money is too vulgar, Gerald smiled. Just provide me with more medicinal materials. He took out a piece of paper filled with names of herbs and passed it to Ethan. These were all necessary for refining pills. Because of enormous consumption, Gerald couldn't afford to supply them and could only turn to this big boss, Ethan. A third-grade pills required herbs cost tens of thousands per batch, not including failure rates during refinement. For fourth-grade pills, the cost could range from hundreds of thousands to millions. Some rare flowers and herbs were particularly hard to find. Gerald's current financial ability could not support purchasing enough herbs to refine pills. No problem. Ethan glanced at the list and immediately agreed. By the way, Brother Wong, have you heard of the Blue Dragon Group? Gerald recalled Ash's words before leaving that the Blue Dragon Group wouldn't let him off. Unfamiliar with these organizations, Gerald decided to ask Ethan if he knew anything about them. Chapter 229. It's time for revenge. Ethan's hand, which was holding the teacup, noticeably trembled. Clearly, he was aware of the reputation of the Milaglong Group. So, you've engaged with them? Gerald recounted the events of the previous night in brief to Ethan. Now I understand how Axton developed so quickly. It turns out he has the backing of the Milaglong Group from Japan. The Milaglong Group is indeed a troublesome organization, said Ethan. No wonder Jerry is so powerful if he's from the Milaglong Group. It seemed that in Japan, there were also intricate webs of power and many underground factions. People now only knew that Japan had the Yamada Group as its primary organization. But beneath the surface, there were 4 major organizations in Japan: the Milaglong Group, the White Tiger Group, the Vermilion Bird Group, and the Black Tortoise Group. According to legend, these 4 groups originally stemmed from one entity. Sufu, who ventured overseas, taught some techniques and established these 4 groups, unifying ancient Japan, where Sufu reigned as the emperor. The 4 groups have been around for thousands of years. The Milaglong Group specialized in ninjas responsible for assassinations. The White Tiger Group consisted mainly of samurais handling combat. The Vermilion Bird Group was entirely female, tasked with intelligence gathering and seducing men. The most mysterious of all was the Black Tortoise Group, rumored to have cultivators among them. During the war between China and Japan, these 4 groups served as vanguards, wreaking havoc across Chinese soil as Japan's elite forces. The ancestors of Malag Shan Hall fought these people frequently back then. All Chinese sects considered themselves enemies of these 4 organizations. After Japan's defeat and withdrawal, these groups went into hiding again, remarked Ethan. Who would have thought that the Milaglong Group would dare come to China, truly underestimating our country? Ethan was visibly angry. After Japan's defeat, a treaty was signed, prohibiting any martial artists at the innate stage or above and cultivators beyond the golden core stage from entering China, or they would be killed on sight. You mean, anyone above the innate stage cannot come? Gerald felt relieved upon hearing this news. His current strength allowed him to handle transformation stage opponents, but facing an innate level practitioner would likely result in his crushing defeat. If innate practitioners can't come, then I don't need to worry about their retaliation, Gerald mused. Hails, that's the rule set by our Chinese ancestors, Ethan nodded. That's great. If the opportunity arises, we should eliminate all their ninjas, Gerald said. These Miliglong group members dare to act so arrogantly in China, kidnapping, killing, and setting fires, committing every conceivable atrocity. Given that their highest-ranking fighters were only at the transformation stage, it made things easier. As Chinese cultivators, they needed to show the Japanese the meaning of those who offend China will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Do you want to take action against them? Ethan looked at Gerald and then suggested, perhaps let Assad and Malag Shan assist you. They have also reached the transformation stage. They've broken through. Gerald was surprised. When he last saw Sterling, he was only at the peak hidden stage. He didn't expect such rapid progress. As for Clement, Gerald was even more astonished. He was only at the late hidden stage, far from the peak. Hail it, he managed to reach the transformation stage too. Thanks to your pills, Ethan explained. Gerald's medicinal pills played a significant role. Sterling's cultivation foundation was solid, making his breakthrough expected. However, Clement's path to advancement wasn't easy. He suffered serious injuries from a strong fight with Monroe. It took him a long time to recover. Seeing Sterling's success, Clement decided to take the body tempering pill as well. Gerald had warned that only peak hidden stage practitioners could take it. Clement, being at the late hidden stage, endured excruciating pain from bone fractures almost to the point of fainting several times. If not for his resilience, the breakthrough might have failed, leaving him bedridden for over a year. I'm planning to have them settle accounts with Axton and reclaim some territory. The Miliglong chamber had mostly hidden stage experts, and their transformation stage experts relied on the Miliglong group. Now that Jerry was incapacitated and Giles defeated, it was time for Ethan to retaliate. Having been pursued and attacked by the Miliglong chamber for so long, it was finally time for revenge. Sure thing. Gerald nodded repeatedly. He had unresolved grievances with the Miliglong chamber. From DeAndre targeting the Peach Garden fruit shop to Li Zhongyang aiding Anselm to harm Beth, these actions were intolerable. They discussed further plans, deciding to target Axton's most profitable business ventures. By the way, old brother Wong, can I take another look at the weapons in your warehouse? Seeing the longsword and spear on the weapon rack, Gerald noticed the spiritual energy flowing within. These were likely treasures used by ancestors of Malag Shan Hall. However, these weapons belonged to Sterling and Clement, so Gerald couldn't ask for them directly. He simply wanted to find a suitable weapon for use. After battling Giles, Gerald understood the importance of having a proper weapon. Even without a magical treasure, finding a suitable weapon would significantly enhance his fighting capability. Of course. Ethan led Gerald to the warehouse. Various items filled the space, including a few new additions. After searching carefully, Gerald found no suitable magical treasure. What exactly are you looking for, little brother Malag? Asked Ethan. Many of the items were valuable antiques handed down by Malag Shan Hall's ancestors for hundreds of years. Why didn't Gerald find anything appealing? Old brother Wong, do you have weapons similar to those two at your entrance? Gerald inquired. Ethan thought for a moment and shook his head. Those two weapons were specially forged for our ancestors, unparalleled in strength and very suitable for martial artists. Only two were ever made. If you like them, I can give them to you. The blazing spear and the clear wind sword were specially crafted by a master blacksmith. Such blacksmiths, who focused on crafting magical treasures, demanded hefty fees. The ancestors of Malag Shan Hall spent significant resources to forge these weapons. No need, Gerald declined with a sigh, preparing to leave. It seemed no other magical treasures were here. He needed to think of other options. Although the ninja sword wasn't bad, possessing a hint of spiritual energy, using Japanese weapons just didn't feel right. He planned to sell the ninja sword and see if he could exchange it for a magical treasure. Chapter 230, Bar Owner. Ethan thought for a moment and said, Brother Kinziak, if you're looking for suitable weapons, I can help inquire. There are quite a few such items in the antique market here in Jiangxing. Gerald's eyes lit up. How hadn't he thought of it? If divine treasures were lost among the people, they would definitely have several hundred years of history and could be called antiques. The antique market was certainly where one could find the most antiques. Ethan was familiar with the antique market because the history of Green Mountain Hall was quite profound and enjoyed treasure hunting. Gordony things here had been collected by him, and he had seen many weapons in the antique market as well. However, the quality there varied greatly. It would be nearly impossible to find anything comparable to the clear wind sword and blazing fire spear. Since Gerald was so eager, Ethan felt obligated to help, considering all the favors owed. Old brother Wong, then please help me keep an eye out, Gerald said. No problem. You can also come with me if you have time. I have a shop there, Ethan smiled. Originally, to raise funds, Ethan had sold many unused ancient objects from Green Mountain Hall in the antique market. Eventually, he decided to get into the antique business. When Gerald left Ethan's place, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. He checked his watch. It was just right to pick up Beth. He wondered if this little girl would be angry after not being picked up yesterday. In the parking lot, Gerald stood beside Beth's BMW Mini, waiting for her to finish work. Sure enough, not long after, Beth walked out of Daryolan Hotel. Gerald, why are you here? Beth seemed clearly surprised upon seeing him. I came to pick you up. Gerald smiled. I had something yesterday, but I hope you're not upset about it. Actually, you don't need to pick me up. I'm fine. Beth replied. After all, I'm an adult. In broad daylight, they wouldn't dare do anything to me. Let's go. Dinner is on me as an apology. Gerald opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat directly. With no one at home, it would be a hassle to cook. Might as well eat out. In which you went last night? Officer Yvette didn't come back either? In the passenger seat, Beth was curious. Nellie and Cora had gone to Hyben, so it made sense they couldn't return immediately. But with Bella and Gerald not coming back too, Beth found it strange. Hadn't Nellie given her a key to enter last night? Gordon King money. I'll tell you later, Gerald replied mysteriously, driving towards the location of the first meeting bar. It isn't even dark yet, and you want a drink? Beth watched as Gerald arrived at the bar again, wondering why. After telling her to quit drinking, he'd come back to the bar. And only days after causing trouble, wasn't he worried they might be kicked out? First meeting bar had just opened its doors, and even the security staff had changed. The turnover of owners was incredibly fast. 3 days, 2 new bosses. The current manager was someone sent by Ethan. Gerald told him casually that morning he had bought the bar, and asked Ethan to look after it to prevent trouble from the Blue Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Ethan readily agreed, sending not only subordinates to guard but also assigning an accountant and a store manager. This new boss, Gerald, didn't have to manage anything. He only needed to wait for the cash to roll in. Can we at least have some food here? They sell dinner too. Gerald closed the car door and walked in directly. Beth followed, feeling the atmosphere oddly tense. Upon entering, Gerald sat down, and the store manager hurried over. Mr. Chun, what can we offer you? 2 steaks, 1 fried rice, 1 noodle dish, and... Gerald listed off a string of orders, which the manager promptly wrote down and relayed to the kitchen. Now inside the bar, apart from Gerald and Beth, there were no other guests, no music playing. It was so quiet that even the sound of the servers wiping glasses was audible. I've never had dinner here before, Beth sipped her juice lightly, and you still haven't told me what you did last night. Gerald, finding every girl asking about his nightlife, changed the topic. Beth, didn't you say you wanted to open a bar? Not really. I told you, I don't have the money or time to open one. Plus, you told me to quit drinking. I was planning not to go into bars anymore. Beth put down her juice and cut into the steak. About not going into bars, you might not be able to stop now, Gerald chuckled, pulling out a contract and placing it on the table. Take a look at this. Beth became even more confused, picking up the contract carefully. What? This bar is yours now? Beth gasped, amazed. She hadn't expected that within a day, Gerald would own the bar. Considering the renovation alone cost millions, plus its successful business, monthly operational costs must be significant. Halia bought it for $1, and the rent for a year is paid, Gerald smirked proudly. Beth spurted out her juice upon hearing the price, stunned. $1 for a bar. It sounded like a fairy tale. So, you'll be running a bar now? Beth asked. Not much time. That's why I'm asking you to manage it. Not bad, right? Yesterday, Gerald had won over $200 million at the casino. Compared to this bar, it was indeed cheaper. With his current wealth, Gerald could buy this bar outright, not just lease it. But Officer Yvette reminded him not to spend the winnings frivolously. Spending $10 million on this bar would make much more sense financially. Looking around the bar, everything was ready for operation. Hardly any management required, and profits were virtually assured. Are you doing all this for my sake? Beth stared intently at Gerald, her eyes glistening as if reflecting water currents. She felt he had done too much for her, not knowing how she could repay him. Chapter 231. Once having experienced the ocean, no other water will do. Gerald cut into his steak nonchalantly. Yesterday, I went to handle a case with Bella and just happened to investigate Alexei. Knowing you wanted to open a bar, I got this one from him. Don't worry, this was a proper transaction, no problems. He had quite a knack for extortion. While he said it was a legitimate deal, if not for the fear he instilled in Alexei by showcasing his power the day before, obtaining this bar would have been impossible. A hint of disappointment flashed across Beth's eyes but quickly vanished as she smiled. But I won't be able to manage it every day though. Her job was her main priority. If she also had to manage a bar, there wouldn't be enough time. You don't need to come every day. There's professional management in place anyway. Beth put down her plate, smiling as she stood up and walked straight toward the bar. Gerald watched her from afar, unsure what this girl was up to. Beth entered the water bar area, spoke briefly with the bartender, who then prepared various items for her. Shakers, ice buckets, bar spoons, knives, fruit slices, and other mixing tools, all neatly placed on the bar counter. Beth began bartending professionally, making the process seem almost like alchemy. She combined ingredients skillfully, shaking and stirring. After a while, she completed the cocktail, adding a slice of lemon on top before bringing it over with satisfaction. This is specially made by me. Try it and tell me how it compares to their mixologists. Gerald looked at the cocktail, noticing its distinct layers, red at the bottom, blue in the middle, and white on top. You can drink it layer by layer, or mix it all together. This is especially made for you. Beth sat down, looking at Gerald expectantly. This was her first true attempt at making a cocktail for someone else. She hoped he liked it. Well, let me taste it. Gerald picked up the glass and sipped gently. The top layer tasted faintly sweet, the middle had a hint of tartness, and the bottom was slightly bitter. These 3 layers reflected life in some way. Carefree beginnings, growing up with bittersweet experiences, and eventually learning the value of hardship. Ding dong. Gerald mixed the contents thoroughly and found it had an interesting blend of flavors, sweet yet bitter, bitter yet sweet. It tastes pretty good. What do you call this drink? Beth grinned sweetly. I named it Songhai. Once having experienced the ocean, no other water will do. Except the clouds of Wushan, none compare? Gerald asked. Beth nodded, half from devotion to my path, half because of you. I took this line from a poem my mother once loved. It expresses a man's deep affection for his wife, but my mother never met such a man. Gordon, you were too young to understand the real situation? Gerald felt that a man so deeply missed by a woman couldn't be entirely bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be thinking about him even after death. The situation is that we were driven out. Beth's tone turned stern upon hearing Gerald speak favorably of her father. Gerald realized he had misspoken. He couldn't possibly counsel her to let go of her grudge, not knowing her full story. Take a look. Is there anything in this bar that needs improvement? Gerald changed the subject, avoiding further discussion. Beth's expression softened gradually. You decide. The bar is great as it is. I used to love coming here. As time passed, more guests arrived. After 2 incidents of vandalism, the occupancy rate dropped to less than 1/3. Even the main singer lacked energy, fearing sudden attacks with bottles. Seeing this, Beth frowned. Why is it so quiet today? Checking the time, it was already 9 o'clock. Normally, this should be the busiest time for a bar with most guests arriving. With this state, the bar would surely incur losses given the staff configuration. Gordon-eyed, we can hire people to pretend to be customers, Gerald suggested casually, drinking another cocktail Beth made. Talbot Yuan had plenty of employees. Gordon Kingdom visit in the evenings to create a bustling appearance would be easy. That's not a long-term solution, Beth pointed out, indicating the lackluster performance of the singer. Look at them. They have no enthusiasm for work. The staff remained idle, creating unnecessary redundancy, tasks originally handled by one person now divided among 3. Why don't you go up and sing a song to liven things up? Gerald suggested. The singer's lazy tunes only made guests sleepy. Me. Beth pointed at herself. I'm not professional. I can't match their skills. Gerald laughed. But you're far prettier than that singer. Go ahead. I believe in you. Beth hesitated, then stood up and slowly walked towards the stage. When the current singer finished, Beth took the microphone and stepped onto the stage. Unaware of the change, guests continued chatting and drinking. As the music intro played, Beth sat down with the microphone in hand. Though untrained, her voice instantly resonated around the room, capturing everyone's attention. A beautiful woman singing attracted many eyes. Despite not being overly passionate, her simple rendition captivated the audience, each lyric lingering enchantingly. Sitting on the chair, her legs moving rhythmically, added flair to the performance. Her aura rivaled any stars, stunning even the outgoing singer who froze upon hearing her. Moments later, the band joined her on stage, enhancing her performance. Translation complete according to your instructions. Let me know if you have more text to translate, or need further assistance. Chapter 232. The Indestructible Bella. Applause broke out as the song ended. It wasn't just that Beth's singing was mesmerizing, but mainly because it carried deep emotion. She didn't merely sing with her mouth, she poured her heart into it. Another one, another one. The audience kept clapping, urging Beth to perform another song. Beth smiled faintly, once again picked up the microphone, and together with other band members, began performing the next song. I thought you weren't home. Turns out you were here listening to a beautiful singer. Gerald was enjoying Beth's performance when Bella approached from behind and sat across him. Beautiful Yvette, how did you find me? Bella picked up the somewhat cooled fries on the table and started munching away. None of you were home. I figured you must be here. You really like drinking, huh? After eating for a while, Bella put down the fries and looked at the stage. So, this is why you didn't leave. It's Beth singing. Florence has only been gone a few days from Jiangsheng. Don't go flirting around or I will tell her. Gerald snapped his fingers, signaling a waiter over to order more snacks. She's the professional singer I hired specially. Any problem? And Ms. Yvette, your job is a police officer, not a private detective. Why are you watching me so closely? What do you mean professional singer? Bella grabbed a chicken foot and began eating with no regard for appearances. She ate very quickly, as if she hadn't eaten for 3 days. See, this bar is mine, Gerald said, handing over the contract with a smile. Bella wiped her hands and glanced at the contract. You actually managed to take over this bar from the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. What's so strange about that? Compared to over 200 million, this shouldn't be anything much, Gerald laughed. That 200 million is now public property. Don't touch it. Tomorrow, I will arrange specialists to coordinate with you. Got it. Using 200 million to offset taxes, right? Gerald chuckled. 200 million. If he had that sum in his hands, he could travel the world without worry. However, with his current status, he knew he wouldn't be able to spend such money freely. Can't use that much, since you've won so much. Consider it commendable work on your part. Bella wiped her mouth with her finger, then picked up her fried noodles and continued eating. Say, haven't you eaten all day? Seeing Bella enjoy her meal so heartily, Gerald wondered if the police department provided meals. From last night till now, I hardly ate anything. Just finished dealing with it. Thought you guys would have left some food for me, but who knew you'd come out to relax? Bella sounded rather complaining. They apprehended several people last night and interrogated them through the night, searching for clues and confirming that no other women were held captive. By the time they finished, it was already daylight. In the morning, the whole city was placed under strict surveillance to catch Jerson. Busy all day, they failed to capture Jerson, and Bella was exhausted, barely having eaten an instant noodle box. My night was pretty exciting. By the way, did you catch the Japanese? Any of those kidnapping cases should involve Japanese perpetrators since the type of anesthesia used seemed typical of ninjas. Mentioning that, it's quite strange. Last night I sent people to watch Green Dragon Spa. A few Japanese checked in, planning to bring them back for questioning, but when checking rooms, not a single one was found. Bella knew about Axton's connection with the Japanese. With their appearance and the previous blow she received, they wouldn't let go easily. Hail it during the investigation, not a single Japanese person was found. Have you heard of ninjas? Gerald asked. Ninjas? Like in anime? Bella responded. Gerald shook his head. Ninjas are ancient martial artists from Japan. Since you practice, you should know about China's ancient martial artists. Bella had cultivated inner strength, something not everyone can achieve. Without proper guidance, even someone as strong as Gordon Bull couldn't develop this strength. This suggested that Bella must have studied inner strength techniques to cultivate her limited inner power. Halia, Bella nodded. But Chinese martial artists and Japanese ninjas have no relation, right? Not at all. Chinese kung fu is the ancestor of Japanese arts. Gerald recounted what Ethan had told him last night, warning Bella to be extra cautious against the Japanese. Though Gerald dealt with ninjas easily, ordinary people weren't their match. For Bella to arrest them would be particularly challenging. How strong can they be? Can they outrun bullets? Bella wasn't worried, knowing that officers always carry firearms. If the Japanese resisted, a shot would solve the issue instantly. Why are you staring at me like that? What did I say wrong? Bella noticed Gerald's strange gaze, finding it odd. Could ninjas really outpace bullets? In hand-to-hand combat, pulling out your gun means suicide. From afar, before you aim, they would vanish. Besides, their ninja outfits might be thorn-proof armor, likely bulletproof. You're saying we need your help to catch them, right? Bella was unhappy. Though Gerald's skills were impressive, catching criminals was her duty. His disdain made her feel her profession was disrespected. I never said that. If it weren't for Florence, I wouldn't bother helping. Gerald took a sip of wine. And didn't I tell you to get some rest? 2 days without sleep. Aren't you ironclad? I'm trying to solve cases sooner, Bella retorted. Solving cases is important, but your department has others. Don't exhaust yourself alone. As a doctor, Gerald took patients seriously, not wanting to tarnish traditional Chinese medicine's reputation. Starting tomorrow, unless necessary, stay away from the bureau. Jerson has already left Jiangqing. Even if you search everywhere, you won't find him. Bella froze at the news. How do you know? You didn't? How do you do your job? I thought you already knew. Gerald learned about Jerson leaving from Ethan. Surprised that even Ethan knew while Bella was clueless, still enforcing citywide lockdown. Chapter 233 indeed good. Bella continued to ask, I want to know how you found out. Last night, after the police raided the place where Jerson had detained those women, he fled Jiangqing by boat. The same boat that brought those Japanese over was used. The Japanese ninjas came to China to do things in secret. Naturally, they wouldn't enter through normal channels, or it would be too easy for their identities to be discovered. These people were likely hiding in various establishments operated by Axton. Right now, there's no direct evidence of any Japanese committing crimes. Even if caught, they can't be charged and would only be deported at most. So that's why. Bella finally understood why she hadn't found any leads on the Japanese despite investigating for so long. They had entered the country illegally. I'll notify the Coast Guard immediately to seal off the waters. By the way, Axton also seems to run a shipping business which we can investigate further. Bella felt a bit shaken. She should have known about this. Thankfully, the kidnapped women were still in Jiangqing. Otherwise, they'd never be found if sent abroad. No need to rush around. Listening to music isn't great? You can leave this to your colleagues. Gerald quickly stopped her when he saw Bella preparing to head back to the station. If Bella kept working overnight cases, the previous treatments would have been in vain. All right. Bella sat down again and called a colleague on duty to report the situation. After hanging up, Bella finally calmed down and listened carefully. At this moment, Beth was singing her third song. The atmosphere was lively, attracting customers from nearby bars as well. The previously quiet bar had returned to its usual hustle and bustle. Beth sings pretty well. Bella looked at Beth with a smile on her lips. This was the first time Gerald had seen Bella smile. Though it was brief, it was radiant. Do you also want to go up and sing? Gerald asked. Bella glanced at Gerald and said, trying to get me to attract customers for you? Forget it. But Beth looks happy. Her troubles are quite complicated. At least she's safe for now. But you just raided Jerson's base. Aren't you worried they'll retaliate against you? Gerald said. If I feared such things, I wouldn't be a cop. Bella stood up. I'll go to the restroom. Gerald turned his gaze to the stage, where Beth's smile seemed genuine. It was clear that singing could indeed lift one's mood. A few minutes later, Bella returned, but upon seeing her, Gerald blurted out, oh, come on. Bella wasn't alone. She brought back someone handcuffed, whom she dragged right over. The guests, upon witnessing this scene, turned their gazes towards them. Oh, are you here to wreck the place? Gerald was speechless. Just 2 minutes outside, and she was causing trouble again. Just look what a bunch, Bella said. She slapped the table, revealing a small packet of colorful pills once her hand lifted. Tell me, where did you get these? This lead was something Bella had been investigating for a long time. Another illegal business run by Axton. She didn't expect to find clues so quickly after going to the restroom. Officer, these are for my personal use, okay? It's such a small quantity. It won't be enough to convict me, the guy pleaded, his face pale, eyes sunken, and nose running, clearly an addict. Shut up, Bella demanded. Where did you get these? These new products were available only through Axton. Bella had spent a long time tracing the higher-ups, but couldn't identify the suppliers. Found them, he shrugged indifferently. He'd been caught multiple times before, and each time he relapsed after forced detoxification. Since he was only using for personal enjoyment, he figured it wouldn't result in execution. You won't get much from questioning him like this, let me handle it, Gerald said, smiling slightly, and led the man away to the restroom. About 5 minutes later, Gerald returned with the man. We found the lead, Xuanhuan fruit store. Xuanhuan? Bella felt the name sounded familiar. Is it the one that sent thugs to attack your fruit store last time? Hales, that's the one, Gerald nodded. Bella hadn't expected a fruit store to have ties with Axton. The manager Hartley of Xuanhuan, his supplier DeAndre, is part of the Miliglong Chamber of Commerce. They deliver drugs disguised as takeaway fruit orders. This distribution method was highly covert. Even if caught, it was hard to charge them since it involved couriers delivering items via food delivery platforms. Bella intended to take the man back to the station for questioning, but stopped under Gerald's gaze. She dispatched personnel to bring the man back while she stayed seated. Gerald went to give specific instructions to Ethan's subordinates, emphasizing vigilance with these individuals. As the current manager of the bar, it was fortunate that Bella was present today. Otherwise, another person might have closed the bar for rectification. Finally, Beth finished singing. After performing for half an hour, she rushed back to the table, thirsty. Miss, would you consider joining our band? Your singing is amazing. You're sure to become famous. With you, our band could potentially become a top act in China. The lead singer approached Beth, urging her to join the band. These busking singers had hearts dedicated to music and naturally desired fame. However, this band performed in various bars in Jiangxing without much renown and faced closure due to lack of members. Seeing Beth was like finding a savior. Sorry, I'm just here for fun. I have a full-time job, Beth politely declined after drinking water. Miss, this is a rare opportunity. Didn't you see how everyone was moved by your performance? Your stage presence is powerful. Not becoming a singer would be a waste. He persisted in trying to convince her. Beth smiled sweetly. I'll come here whenever I have time. If you want, I can sing with you occasionally, free of charge. Chapter 234, Superhero Organization. Beth spoke clearly, and the bar singer did not insist further. After all, there would be other chances to meet Beth in the future. Maybe one day she would want to become a singer. Sitting nearby, Beth smiled and said, Officer Yvette, why are you here too? I heard you're holding a concert, so I came especially to listen, Gordongi teased. Gerald never expected Gordongi to make jokes. This was practically a big miracle. I'm just singing casually, but singing indeed helps release my emotions. Now I feel much better. Do you want to sing a song too? Beth said. Gordongi shook her head, saying, no thanks. I can't sing at all. It's getting late, let's go back. As the three left the bar and prepared to drive home, they saw a crowd fighting outside another bar down the street. Actually, more precisely, one person was chasing after 10 others. 4 or 5 were already lying on the ground while the rest were being chased. Each punch and kick caused another man to fall down with an incredible display of agility. Just go back, call the police. Gerald quickly pulled Gordongi back, preventing her from interfering. Bar streets often have brawls, which is somewhat normal. That lone fighter was Clement, whom Gerald recognized. Today Ethan mentioned he intended to retaliate against Axton. He hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. It wouldn't be funny if one talked about street fights involving martial artists. However, since that bar belonged to Axton, smashing it up would benefit their business significantly. Woo woo woo. A police car with flashing red and blue lights sped towards the scene. Seeing the police arrive, Gordongi withdrew and left together with the others. After returning to Bisui Bay, Gerald boiled 2 bowls of herbal medicine for the 2 ladies. Yesterday we didn't take any, so I added some more today. Placing the bowls in front of them, both women showed painful expressions upon seeing the medicine. Medicine might taste bitter but beneficial, yet taking it every day was truly difficult. The increased dose made it even more unpalatable. After preparing the herbal medicine, Gerald ignored them and went straight back to his room. Today Ethan had bought many herbs and delivered some of them over. Gerald now had enough herbs, and with the alchemy sense stored in Dragon Armor Furnace, his skills rapidly improved. Nourishing Chi Pill, Enhancing Essence Pill, Small Recovery Pill, Calming Mind Pill. Gerald consecutively refined various pills with different effects. The Calming Mind Pill could clear one's mind, protecting from external distractions. Had he had such a pill yesterday, he wouldn't need to hold his breath. One pill would have countered the Japanese incense. Collecting all the pills into the jade pendant space, Gerald stretched lazily. After several hours of refining, dawn was almost breaking. He then climbed into bed to continue his cultivation. The next morning, Gerald woke up refreshed. Although refining consumes spirit energy, it significantly boosts one's level of cultivation as well. He felt that his spirit energy had greatly increased recently. Using some spirit stones, he might be able to break through again. You're up pretty early today. Coming to the living room, he found Beth and Gordongi already dressed and ready. Not really, I'll be late for work. Glancing at her watch, Beth picked up a steamed bun from the table. You don't have to see me off, I'll be fine. She grabbed her bag and left. How did you sleep last night? Sitting at the dining table, Gerald began his breakfast slowly. Fine, Gordongi held a bowl and drank soy milk, looking quite spirited. Don't you have to go to work today? Gerald asked smilingly. This girl insisted on going back to work during military leave, despite hearing that Jerson had left Jiangxing. There aren't only me at the station, Gordongi replied indifferently. Gerald smiled. That's right. Take care of your body. It will be helpful when catching criminals. Here, this is for you. He placed 2 green pills on the table and picked up a fried dough stick. What are these? Gordongi asked in confusion. They will help your cultivation. If you're not too deficient, it should boost your inner strength. Just a reminder though, don't be startled after consuming it. Gerald used a method similar to pulling up seedlings to help them grow, yet the 2 pills counterbalanced each other and weren't as dominant as body-refining pills. But he believed in Gordongi's resilience. Being able to cultivate some inner strength meant she wasn't ordinary. Really? Gordongi questioned skeptically. If you like it, great. Otherwise, forget it. Don't think this medicine is cheap. Gerald prepared to take back the pills as she seemed reluctant. Knowing that these pills were specifically tailored for Gordongi considering her gender and physical differences compared to men, this girl shouldn't take it lightly. Who said I don't want it? Gordongi hurriedly grabbed the pills, sniffed them and asked, I heard China has alchemists who can refine immortal pills. Are you one of them? That you know? Impressive, Gerald remarked, surprised. Knowing about alchemists and martial artists indicated official awareness of extraordinary phenomena. Why can't this knowledge exist? Gordongi said, seen US movies? They have S.H.I.E.L.D. with superheroes. What if China has something similar? China would not flourish without such a powerful organization. While US superhero stories seem exaggerated, such individuals do exist in real life, far surpassing ordinary humans. Naturally, China has such an organization, although very mysterious. Gordongi's brother joined it, thus she knew. Why don't they catch those Japanese people? Gerald asked back. As long as it's within the police's capacity, they won't deploy such forces, Gordongi replied coolly. That organization has a minimum requirement of hidden power. I suppose my father wanted me to join, but perhaps my talent isn't enough. At least you admit it, Gerald laughed. Die. Gordongi threw a punch at Gerald's face, easily dodged by him. Not bad speed, but too weak. If I got hit, all these years of meals would be wasted. Gerald swallowed a mouthful of bun. Chapter 235. Life is good. Bella stopped fooling around with Gerald and, staring at the pill in her palm, thought for a moment before popping it into her mouth. What is this medicine? After a short while, Bella started sweating, and she felt intense pain originating from her dantian. Don't worry, it won't harm you. It's not lethal. Gerald was indifferent. This medicinal power was already quite mild. If Bella couldn't endure this level of pain, then she shouldn't bother cultivating in the future. Dripping with cold sweat, Bella abruptly stood up and rushed toward the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of rushing water came from inside. Feeling as if her body temperature had soared past 50 degrees, Bella remained scorching even under cold water. Sweat dripped down along with the water flow. How hot? What did this guy give me? Bella inwardly complained. If not for her still clear-headedness, she would have suspected that Gerald gave her an aphrodisiac. It hurts so much. Painful medicinal power surged from her dantian, feeling like it might burst apart. For a martial artist, damage to the dantian could be fatal. If it shattered, she would never cultivate any internal energy again. Clutching her stomach, Bella stood still, letting the water rinse over her body. This painful sensation lasted for over 10 minutes, akin to enduring a month's worth of menstrual cramps all at once, the intensity almost on par with childbirth. Ha! Bella let out a shout and slammed a fist into the wall tiles, releasing some of her internal energy. After this blow, a crack appeared on the tiles, spreading like a spider web. Striking that one punch made her feel considerably better. Gerald finished breakfast, placed all the dishes into the dishwasher, and then went back to the living room. He propped his feet up on the couch and continued eating fruit, occasionally glancing towards the bathroom. Loud noises kept coming from within, as though a renovation crew was dismantling the place. Half an hour later, Bella finally emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe. Her powerful long legs were exposed, hair still dripping wet. She hurriedly walked towards the bedroom. Ouch! Because she was walking too fast, Bella crashed into a cabinet with a bang. The wine bottles inside wobbled dangerously. Reacting quickly, Bella caught a bottle just as it was about to fall, replacing it carefully before hurrying back to the bedroom. 10 minutes later, dressed and ready, Bella walked out, catching sight of Gerald watching her oddly. A blush tinged her usually stern face. Without a word, she walked to the sofa and sat down. How do you feel? Gerald asked. Bella reached for a glass of water, but as soon as she grasped it, it shattered with a snap, spilling water everywhere. Ah! Bella screamed again, awkwardly holding the broken half of the cup. It seems you're here to demolish things, Gerald sighed. Rapidly enhancing strength was always like this. Bella didn't naturally cultivate this internal energy, so controlling it precisely in such a short time was impossible. I didn't know the glass was so fragile. Bella got up to fetch a broom, but upon grabbing it and pressing the brush against the floor, another snap resounded, splitting the broom into two. Just sit down. Don't move anymore. Gerald hurriedly swept up the shards himself, afraid that if he let Bella continue, she might destroy the entire house. I didn't mean to. Bella looked at her hands. They seemed no different from before, yet now they wielded tremendous force. Don't move. After cleaning up, Gerald sat beside her, grabbing her right hand. A thread of spirit energy flowed into her body, circulating through her meridians. With those 2 pills, Bella's internal energy significantly increased, nearly reaching the dark strength stage. If she could utilize this energy perfectly, she would officially become a dark strength ancient martial artist. I'm fine, right? Bella asked anxiously, feeling her body completely out of control. You're fine. Just get used to it. If you have nothing else to do, go run a few laps around the neighborhood to expend some of that internal energy, Gerald suggested. Okay. Bella nodded obediently and left the room. Bang. Clang. The door shook when she closed it, causing the chandelier in the hall to sway slightly. Following Gerald's instruction, Bella began jogging around the complex. Initially, her pace was erratic, but after 2 laps, she gradually sped up, unable to stop. Experiencing the internal energy coursing through her body, Bella ran swiftly, her steps growing faster and faster. With this speed, capturing the bike thief would now be effortless. Standing at the doorway, Gerald watched Bella sprinting by, finding her genuinely committed to cultivation. Phew. Savoring this newfound strength, Bella's eyes shone with resilience. Back in her team, she worked harder than anyone due to her gender, training relentlessly when others rested. She barely took a day off each month unless compelled by severe discomfort. Through this rigorous training, she achieved what she has today. Hail it, as Gerald pointed out, her body bore serious issues needing immediate treatment. Watching for a bit longer, Gerald wondered how long she'd run and returned to the room. Halia, life is good. Gerald sat on the sofa with a bottle of red wine, not sure if Nellie or Zahir bought it, but it certainly wasn't cheap. Seeing the bottle crack after Bella touched it, he decided not to waste it. Just as Gerald enjoyed his moment, someone knocked on the door. Greetings, freshly good delivery. Fruit is indeed fresh. A delivery person in uniform carried a large box of fruits, placing another 2 large boxes beside it. Chapter 236, At One's Mercy. Please sign for the fruits ordered by Ms. Yvette. The delivery person handed a delivery slip to Gerald. Oh, how is the quality of this batch? Gerald asked casually. The delivery person reassured, rest assured. Our fruits are top-notch. In Jiangcheng, ours are absolutely the best. Gerald moved the fruits into the room and glanced at the delivery person. It seemed he truly didn't know about the hidden contraband. What the heck did she buy? After unpacking the fruits, Gerald was utterly baffled. 2 durians, 1 watermelon, 3 small oranges, 4 bananas, lychees, and various other fruits. After a short search, Gerald found 2 small packets of pills inside the durian box. They looked ordinary but were wrapped in ice packs with ice cubes mixed in. Without tearing open the ice pack, it would be impossible to notice them. These fruits claim to be high quality? What a joke, Gerald muttered, tossing the pills on the table and setting the fruits aside. With Peach Source premium fruits now available, who would bother with these common ones? They had no spiritual energy, merely offering some vitamins when consumed. Bella entered breathlessly, drenched in sweat from running over 30 kilometers. Her body had reached its limit, unable to run further. Walking straight to the living room, she rummaged through the pile of fruits. Don't look for them. They're right here, Gerald said, seeing her labored breathing. He picked up the 2 bags of pills from the table. Here, I weighed them. It's 100 grams. How much did you pay for them? Price 30% higher than market value. These are their newest products, very popular among young people, Bella replied, holding a towel while panting. But did you really need to buy so many fruits? Gerald pointed at the pile. Being a fruit vendor himself, having to buy a competitor's large quantity of fruit seemed odd, especially since this must have cost no less than 500 or 600. Bella wiped her sweat as she picked up the pills. These fruits are the prearranged code. Each time it's different. If you don't buy according to the list, how would they know you're a legitimate buyer? No wonder there are 6 grapes, 3 kumquats, and 2 longans. Normal people wouldn't buy like that. Gerald nodded. But this guy is too business savvy, selling drugs alongside fruits. The prices nearly match Peach Source. They target specific customers who don't care about the price, Bella explained, throwing the pills back on the table. Now that we've figured out the sales channel, let's follow the trail. Join me this afternoon. Hold on, we agreed not to work on cases today, Gerald retorted, finding it odd that just because she gained some internal strength, she suddenly felt boundless energy. We're not working on the case. We're just visiting, Bella calmly responded before heading back to the bathroom. Oh, let's go after lunch. I'm starving. Can you cook? Gerald watched her head toward the bathroom, feeling exasperated as Bella quickly reverted to making him do chores. Hails, quite a spread indeed, Bella commented upon returning in clean clothes, looking at the table full of dishes. Spicy chicken, chicken stewed with mushrooms, succulent roast pork belly, tender beef, and fresh green vegetables. These come from our village's organic farms, far better than those feed-raised meats you usually buy, Gerald boasted after tasting his food, proud of his cooking skills enhanced by spirit spring water. You guys have beautiful mountains and water. All right, Bella, already famished, lifted her bowl to start eating. Crack. Her bowl shattered into 2 halves as soon as she held it. Stunned, Bella realized her newly acquired internal strength made handling everyday objects challenging. Are you destroying everything? Gerald couldn't help but laugh at the usually cold and proud girl displaying such clumsiness. I'll just eat without a bowl then. She grabbed some chopsticks and aimed for the meat. However, as soon as the chopsticks touched the plate, another crack echoed, and they broke into 2 pieces, causing the plate to develop a crack too. Bella could not control the surging internal strength from her dantian circulating uncontrollably through her body. Forget it. I'm done eating, she huffed angrily, tossing the chopsticks aside. Gerald happily ate the beef, amused by Bella's predicament. Want me to feed you? He picked up a chicken leg with his chopsticks and waved it in front of her. Bella glared fiercely at him. I'm perfectly capable of feeding myself. Ignoring decorum, she snatched the chicken leg and began eating ravenously. Although grabbing chicken legs wasn't an issue, using hands for stir-fried dishes would make her look undignified. Bella was desperately hungry after the intense run. She needed energy badly but hesitated as she eyed the other chicken leg and the delicious spread. Stop being shy. Did your parents never feed you when you were little? Gerald grinned, moving a piece of roasted meat closer to her. These chopsticks I haven't used. Furrowing her brows, Bella debated. Accepting Gerald's offer seemed less humiliating than eating with her hands. The inviting aroma of the food made her stomach rumble. Don't be shy. You need to eat something if you're going out this afternoon, Gerald insisted, waving the meat in front of her. With hunger overcoming her pride, Bella opened her mouth wide and bit into the meat ferociously. Good girl. Come, have some fish. It's good for your brain. Watching her eat obediently like a pouting kitten, Gerald felt oddly pleased. When had this fiery girl ever been this compliant? Translation ends here while maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 237. Surveillance at xuanhuan. Bella ate her meal while glaring angrily at Gerald. This guy, feeding was one thing, but why did he have to say so much? If her mouth wasn't already full, she would have definitely spouted off at him. The meal took about half an hour, with the majority of the food being consumed by Bella alone. You're not small in size, yet you have quite a big appetite, Gerald teased as he looked at the empty plates. Bella patted her bloated stomach, feeling like she was carrying a child. Isn't it because you insisted on feeding me so much? She couldn't understand when she had turned into such a voracious eater, unable to stop. If I hadn't fed you, you'd starve to death. Gerald watched Bella disdainfully. Criticizing the chef right after eating was truly dishonorable. Bella pushed herself up from the table, wanting to stretch. But just as her hand touched the table, it began to shake violently. Gerald quickly grabbed her arm, stopping her before she could wreck the table again. Bella patted her chest and asked, how long will it take for me to regain control? If she couldn't control her inner energy, forget getting stronger. She wouldn't even be able to take care of herself. I told you, it depends on your talent. Keep trying. I believe in you. Otherwise, go through a set of punches or practice your inner energy secrets. Don't tell me you don't even have a secret manual to train from, Gerald said. You know this too? Bella had been forced by her father to practice martial arts since childhood, naturally having practiced inner energy manuals. She sat on the sofa, eyes closed, feeling the inner energy in her dantian, striving to control it. Gradually, Bella entered a meditative state, beginning to comprehend the path of inner energy. Time passed slowly, 2 hours flying by. Bella opened her eyes, gently clenched her fist, feeling significantly more powerful. Let's head to the main store of xuanhuan. Now that they knew the delivery route of the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce, they only needed to follow the trail to find their supplier, which would allow them to round them all up. Do you really think it's at the main store? Gerald asked. The fruits are all beautifully packaged, available only at the main store before distribution to other branches. Now we need to find their warehouse. As long as they keep selling goods, we won't miss them. Bella walked straight to the door, about to pull it open, when Gerald hurriedly opened it for her. Otherwise, if the lock broke, they might not be going home tonight. Arriving at the parking lot, Bella took out her car keys and pressed a button. The yellow Camaro flashed its lights and unlocked. Hurry up and get in. What are you waiting for? Gerald asked. Bella awkwardly showed her palm, where the car key was broken in half. All right, let's take mine. Gerald shook his head, wondering how this girl trained. No wonder she hadn't advanced beyond superficial strength after over 20 years. Her control over her energy was terrible. In the end, Gerald drove the Aston Gordonnerton towards the main store of xuanhuan. This old fruit shop had expanded to 10 times the size of Teo Weiyuan's headquarters, resembling a large fresh produce supermarket. Despite Teo Weiyuan's rapid rise, xuanhuan remained bustling with customers. Circle around to the back to check out their warehouse. Gerald drove to the rear warehouse area and stopped about 50 meters away. Hey beautiful, don't treat me like free labor without pay. Gerald parked and turned to look at Bella. Bella kept her focus on the warehouse, watching people continuously load and unload fruits. Unknown among these were illicit items. Since you have nothing to do today, consider it serving the people. Bella continued watching the warehouse, asking, at what time do fruit stores usually receive deliveries? 6 in the morning. Trucks can't enter the city any later. Are you planning to stay here till tomorrow morning? Hails. When they deliver tomorrow, we can check which trucks carry something unusual. Their delivery warehouse is likely different from the fruit receiving one. Bella nodded, preparing to record xuanhuan's delivery details on her phone. Gerald now truly understood what workaholics meant. Working this hard could easily lead to serious health problems. Help me count the number of deliveries they make each day. Bella still didn't take out her phone, fearing she might damage it with excessive force. Gerald observed for a while, noticing xuanhuan's daily delivery volume was considerable. Several trucks had left within an hour. It seemed Teo Weiyuan's high-end market and xuanhuan's lower-end market were separate entities. Hey, what are you doing? Bella turned to see Gerald closing his eyes, not paying attention to the deliveries. Perhaps it's simpler to capture someone and interrogate them. Gerald believed a straightforward method was reliable. Since they delivered, there must be someone controlling it. Finding that person would suffice. If they've avoided detection for so long, they must have a perfect delivery system. Do you think capturing a person would reveal everything? The delivery drivers might not even know what they're carrying. If it were that simple, she wouldn't have investigated for so long. The current task was to find their warehouse without alarming them and dismantle their delivery network before capturing Axton. Fine, you keep looking. I'll rest a bit. Gerald reclined his seat, half lying down with his eyes closed. However, his spiritual awareness remained active, monitoring every movement in the warehouse far better than Bella's naked eye. Bella continued observing but found no abnormalities. Everything looked normal, busy, crowded, coming and going. Bored, I'm going for a walk. Gerald got out and headed to the nearby KFC. He bought a set meal, waited a moment, and then prepared to leave. Eating this was safer given Bella's destructive power. Gordon eyed she should stick to fast food for a while, unsure when she'd gain full control over her inner energy. Note, xuanhuan means indeed good. Chapter 238, Tale. Gerald was about to leave KFC with 2 extra value family buckets when he casually glanced towards the direction of Garanto Good, only to see DeAndre getting out of a Mercedes-Benz. Small world. After taking a look at the license plate number, Gerald returned to his car with the family bucket in hand. Beautiful Miss Yvette, I don't think we need to monitor here all the time. Let's have some food. We will have work later. Bella grabbed a burger and ate while looking towards the warehouse, asking, where are we going? Don't know, we'll find out soon. Gerald held a chicken leg and devoured it quickly. The Mercedes stayed at the entrance of Garanto Good for around half an hour before DeAndre drove away. Gerald took a sip of cola, looked at him, started the engine, and followed at a relaxed pace. That's DeAndre? Bella also noticed the person Gerald was following and asked, Halia, that old guy? Gerald followed from a distance, as they were in the city center where it wouldn't be good to follow too closely without risking discovery. You won't catch up if you tail like this. Bella watched the Mercedes speed away for at least 400 meters and doubted Gerald's tracking skills. In the city center, catching up after 2 red lights would be nearly impossible at this distance. Don't worry, if I lose him, I'll show you how to wash your hair upside down. If Gerald lost DeAndre, then he might as well abandon his cultivation and go back home to farm instead of practicing cultivation. DeAndre is a partner of Garanto Good. He should be related to this case. Bella glanced at Gerald and asked, but how can you be sure he's heading to the place we're looking for? He went directly to the warehouse at the back when he arrived just now. Gerald explained, he must be there to check the stock. Since delivery staff, shop assistants, and even the manager don't know about the goods situation, it's clear that someone specific is responsible for this. Since DeAndre is the Hall Gordonster of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, utilizing this channel to distribute goods is definitely under his responsibility. As long as they kept a close watch, they would be able to track him down. Outside the city limits, the Mercedes sped up instantly to over 120 kilometers per hour, far exceeding the 60 kilometers per hour speed limit. Did he notice us? Bella couldn't help but get nervous seeing the sudden acceleration of the Mercedes. No. Gerald was confident DeAndre didn't notice the tailing, but following so closely would likely raise suspicion. Driving at 120 kilometers per hour while the one being tailed was also at 120 kilometers per hour would seem suspicious to anyone who wasn't an idiot. Unavoidably, Gerald let DeAndre drive away. He's far ahead. Accelerate, Bella urged, seeing the Mercedes disappear into the distance. They were approaching the highway entrance, and if DeAndre got on the highway, it would be much harder to catch up. Even though this Aston Gordonnerton has excellent performance and is a professional sports car, DeAndre's Mercedes, equipped with a V12 engine with a higher displacement and more horsepower, could keep up with or possibly surpass the Aston Gordonnerton in top speed. Given the current distance of at least 1 or 2 kilometers, it would be incredibly difficult to catch up. Don't worry, I said I won't let him escape. Seeing the right opportunity, Gerald stomped on the gas pedal. The engine roared as powerful thrust shot them forward. The intense G-force made Bella lean against the seat. The speed increased from 60 to over 100 kilometers per hour in an instant and continued accelerating rapidly. Swinging the steering wheel sharply, the car slid sideways, making Bella feel as if she was almost pressed against the window. This road isn't leading to the highway. Bella saw Gerald take a side road, missing the highway entrance where DeAndre had already entered the highway. I'm taking a shortcut to intercept him at the next exit, Gerald grinned mysteriously, pressing down even more on the accelerator. Watching the rapidly increasing speed, Bella felt dizzy. This was different from her own driving experience. While she would drive fast to catch criminals, Gerald's speed was much faster. The speedometer showed 270 kilometers per hour, far exceeding the 80 kilometers per hour speed limit of the national highway by more than 3 times. How do you feel? Gerald still found time to chat with Bella as they zoomed past cars. Not great. You can slow down a bit. No need to be so fast. Bella gripped the handle tightly. She knew that at such speeds, a crash would be fatal 99% of the time, but she sought comfort anyway. Is this fast? Gerald bragged. Miss Yvette, did you forget how fast we went when you raced with Beth? I was skilled enough, okay? Bella retorted. Are you trying to get revenge? I'm serving the people, as you said. Hey Miss Yvette, remember to cancel my speeding ticket later, otherwise, 100 points won't be enough to cover it. Gerald maintained the speed at 270 kilometers per hour and checked the road signs. The next highway exit was just 20 kilometers away. Understood. Bella, watching the trees blur by, felt a bit dizzy. Despite the high speed, she didn't feel any dizziness, proving Gerald's superb driving skills. Not long after, Gerald joined the highway via a slip road. After maintaining such high speed on the national highway, he surprisingly kept the speed at 80 kilometers per hour on the highway, not accelerating further. Does this guy belong to snails? So slow? Gerald leisurely sipped the unfinished cola. Based on his earlier speed, Gerald was probably far ahead of DeAndre. If DeAndre was also speeding on the highway, they might catch up soon. Relieved to see the slowing speed, Bella loosened her grip on the handle. Suddenly, she was flung out of the car seat by the loosened handle. Do you plan to dismantle this car? Gerald felt very upset seeing the handle pulled off, considering the high cost of repairing this expensive car. It's because you were driving too fast that I was nervous. Bella tossed the handle aside and glanced backward, saying, he's coming. In the rearview mirror, a black Mercedes was rushing towards them. Although not as fast as earlier, it was moving steadily at 120 kilometers per hour. Gerald gently stepped on the gas, slowly speeding up and following behind. DeAndre didn't notice Gerald at all, maintaining his speed at 120 kilometers per hour, presumably using cruise control. Chapter 239. The village they couldn't enter. The two cars maintained a distance of 300 meters, one following the other on the highway. He's about to exit the highway. Brace yourself. I'm going to speed up, Gerald warned. How do you know? Bella was puzzled by how Gerald knew DeAndre's intentions. Up ahead is Dongshi Town, known for its fruits. Gordony of Indeed Goods fruits come from there. If I'm not mistaken, his destination should be somewhere in that town. Gerald suddenly accelerated, the car's speed soaring well beyond its normal performance capabilities. It took only 7 or 8 seconds to close the 500-meter gap between them, the speed nearly rivaling that of a high-speed train. At the moment he caught up, Gerald rolled down the window and hurled a spirit talisman which neatly adhered to the door of DeAndre's Mercedes. Then, Gerald stepped on the gas, turned the steering wheel, switched on the right turn signal, and veered off the ramp. F***CK. DeAndre cursed under his breath as he almost missed the highway exit. Only by slamming on the brakes did he manage to follow suit. After exiting the highway, Gerald found a place to park his car. He didn't chase after DeAndre as he watched him drive away. Why aren't we chasing him? He's getting far away, Bella asked. Do you have so many questions? Are you an encyclopedia? We just sped past him in broad daylight. If we follow now, even an idiot would know we're tracking him. Gerald looked at Bella with disdain. He couldn't fathom how she got promoted to captain without basic common sense. What if he runs away? How will we catch him? Bella's big eyes stared intently at Gerald, like a little goldfish. He can't run, said Gerald calmly, drinking his cola before slowly starting the car and driving leisurely through the town. He had already placed a spirit talisman on DeAndre's Mercedes, imprinting it with his divine awareness. As long as they weren't too far apart, Gerald could precisely track DeAndre's location. Bella fell silent, scanning the streets for any sign of DeAndre. Gerald drove through several streets and was about to turn into a village when they were abruptly stopped by a villager. This is our internal road. Outsiders' vehicles are not allowed to enter, the villager declared, standing in front of the car with a manually operated barrier. Why not? Bella protested. Such a rule seemed bizarre, denying entry to all outside vehicles. The roads were built by us. What if you damage them? Just leave now if you have no business here, the villager snapped impatiently. After a moment's thought, Gerald reversed and parked the car. The village wasn't large, with only a few hundred households. With the spirit talisman's tracker, they wouldn't lose track of DeAndre. What now? Bella asked. What can we do? The car can't go in, but we can walk. Houses like those must rent out for profit. Gerald opened the car door and stepped out. This was a suburban village with diverse inhabitants. Even if they entered, it wouldn't draw much attention. What about DeAndre? Is he inside? Bella glanced at the entrance nearby, knowing they had to go through it. Hales, let's go. If we don't find him soon, we'll miss dinner. Gerald strode confidently towards the village, but chose a different route rather than the main entrance. But the entrance is over there. Why not go in? Bella followed closely, glancing around, puzzled by Gerald's plan. Gerald shook his head lightly. These suburban villages often have multiple entrances. After we tried entering from the main gate earlier, do you think the guards are fools? Please use your brain. Don't keep asking me everything. Gerald pulled out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. DeAndre knew him, so a little disguise was necessary. Bella felt annoyed by Gerald's repeated dismissals, but couldn't deny the logic behind his actions. Gerald led Bella to another entrance and walked in confidently. However, they hadn't taken more than a few steps when a guard stopped them again. Hold it. Who are you and why are you here? The guard demanded. We run a fruit store. We heard your village grows excellent fruits and wanted to check out the produce, Gerald replied calmly. Do you have a pass? The guard asked. Now, Gerald was stumped. He had never heard of needing a pass to buy fruits. What kind of rule was this? How do I get a pass? Gerald inquired. No pass, no entry. Get lost. Once again, they were shooed away. Bella couldn't help but chuckle at Gerald's embarrassment. Weren't you so confident just now? And now you can't even get in? Crossing her arms, Bella wore a smug smile. She found some satisfaction in Gerald's predicament. I didn't know about any passes. Forget it. Let's eat first. Driving has made me famished. Gerald found a noodle shop, ordering 2 bowls of rice noodles and a few steamed buns. Bella held a bun, quietly observing the village. They're so strict. There's definitely something fishy. You're planning to enter tonight, right? Congratulations, you're catching on. Gerald devoured his buns quickly. After eating, they returned to the car to observe further. DeAndre still hadn't left, and night had fallen over the village, lights twinkling here and there. There aren't many people in this village. Bella noted that only a fifth of the houses had lights on. Did most people not return home at night? We'll see once we get in. Gerald added, this is likely their base. Be cautious. If we're surrounded, I'm worried you might not make it out. Bella puffed out her chest. I don't believe they would dare defy the law. Law isn't always enforceable against a crowd, Gerald explained with a shake of his head. That village is called Luo Family Village, filled with DeAndre's clansmen. Villages like these are the toughest to handle because everyone stands united. It's time. How do we get in? It was already 9:30, and Bella grew impatient. Could they really wait until the middle of the night? Chapter 240, Surveillance. Gerald squinted his eyes and lay back, saying, going in now would be a suicide mission. Let's wait until after midnight. I'll take a short nap first. DeAndre's car was still parked in the village, proving that this guy hadn't left yet. Even if he had, there was no immediate need for urgency. The village isn't going anywhere. They could investigate when the opportunity arises. Seeing Gerald indifferent, Bella could do nothing but prepare to recline her seat as well and rest a bit. Click, click. The sound of gears turning came, but halfway through reclining, the seat got stuck. Don't move, I'll do it, I'll do it. Gerald genuinely feared making things worse, so he hurriedly helped Bella recline the seat, afraid she might end up dismantling it. The two lay down in the car, watching the stars through the windshield. Surprisingly, this created an interesting atmosphere. Gerald, why do I feel like you can do everything? Your martial arts are incredible, so is your medical knowledge, and you're even good at gambling, Bella asked, turning her body to face him. From how Gerald turned 1 million into 200 million at the casino, these were not ordinary skills. More importantly, despite having such capabilities, Gerald never indulged in any illicit activities. This impressed Bella significantly. Gordon, I'm just a genius. Gerald smirked, waving his right hand and producing a bottle of red wine. This was purchased at the Azure Dragon Hot Springs. The 200 million he won had already been transferred by Bella. What remained were premium wines and liquors, along with another 2 million exchanged without her noticing. Bella rolled her eyes. Never mind then. Gerald took 2 wine glasses from the back seat and popped open the cork with a flick of his right hand. He didn't drink red wine often, but he couldn't avoid learning from Nelly and Zahara, who always drank wine or cocktails. Now running a bar himself, knowing how to drink seemed essential. Want to have some? He handed over a glass, adding, this comes from the Azure Dragon Hot Springs. It's not cheap at all. I've told you before, I don't drink during missions, Bella said vigilantly, suspecting what Gerald had in mind while they had plans for later action. But you did get drunk in the bar last time. Gerald retracted the glass, swirling it a few times before finishing it in one gulp. I've never seen a woman knock herself out with wine before. If I weren't there, that creep would have taken advantage of you. Bella retorted. You think I'm not embarrassed? It's all because you wanted me to act more convincingly. Who knew the alcohol content was so high and its effects so strong? At least find that guy once we return and teach him a lesson. Bella's eyes gleamed with anger, considering it a stain on her career. If she couldn't catch him, she wouldn't be fit to remain a cop. That would require him being lucky enough to meet you, Gerald laughed, refilling his glass and gulping it down. This wine may taste average, but it sure costs a lot. Once we're back, I'll sell it in the bar at 60% off. Indeed, expensive wines differed, bitter yet leaving a lasting aftertaste. Selling at 60% off would draw many customers. Bella watched Gerald drinking red wine like water, revealing disdain. Do you really treat wine like water? You're not drinking anyway, so what's it to you how I drink? Gerald smiled, holding the half-finished bottle. Tease it, Bella sneered, turning away, unwilling to deal with him anymore. Gerald looked at the remaining wine, deciding to drink straight from the bottle with loud gulps. Oh, and if you drink, don't drive later, Bella reminded. I don't want to die yet. On their way here, Gerald almost hit 300 km/h sober. Who knew how fast he'd go under the influence? Gerald put the bottle away, grinning at Bella. Beautifully, vet. If you think drinking means no driving, maybe you should check my blood alcohol content again. Are you blind? You drank the whole bottle. If this doesn't count as drunk driving? Bella paused, thinking of Gerald's mysterious abilities, swallowing her tough words. What will you do? Gerald teased. Don't forget our laundry bet. You've slacked off lately. Want another bet? No. Bella refused firmly, recalling the embarrassment of washing his boxers. Boom. A truck roared past, shaking the ground. Jiangqing's license plate, likely delivering goods. Should we enter? Bella observed. Why rush? He just arrived, hasn't left yet. Gerald glanced at the truck, then lay back indifferently. However, Bella noted the plate number and contacted headquarters to set up roadblocks to intercept it. My phone. Frustrated after a call, Bella pressed too hard on her phone, cracking its screen. You should try sensing the inner strength in your Danteon. Gordon, stir it, or you'll become incompetent eventually, Gerald commented. Others' inner strength grew stronger over time. Bella's, however, acted opposite. Do you think I don't want to? But there's always a force surging inside my dantian, uncontrollable. Bella cupped her abdomen. Though not hurting, it felt bloated, with surging inner strength unable to be smoothly expelled. Let me see. Saying so, Gerald placed his hand on her abdomen. You pervert. Instinctively, Bella raised her hand to strike, but instantly felt a warm, soothing sensation emanating from her abdomen, making her feel comfortable. Chapter 241. Warehouse. Gerald briefly examined her, his brow slightly furrowing. The inner strength within Bella's dantian had increased excessively. To say that she hadn't even reached the concealed strength level yet, but possessed such potent inner strength, it was puzzling why this occurred. Gerald had no choice but to use his own gentle spiritual energy to counteract Bella's overpowering inner strength. Otherwise, with her current strength, there was no way she could control it. Bella felt extremely comfortable at this moment, as if her whole body was immersed in a hot spring, gradually warming up. Her face blushed faintly, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. So comfortable. This delicate whisper from Bella made Gerald somewhat embarrassed. Please, can you be more reserved? If others saw, they might think we're doing something illegal in the car. Bella pursed her lips and whispered, Do you think I want to? I can't help it, ah? A scream erupted as Bella's hand tightly gripped the car door beside her. With such force, the car began to shake. If someone outside saw this, they might have thought a fierce battle was happening inside the car. Gerald used almost 1/3 of his spiritual energy to suppress the intense inner strength within Bella's body, ensuring she wouldn't be overwhelmed by the surging power. This state would likely persist until Bella truly broke through to the concealed strength level. During this time, she wouldn't be able to utilize her inner strength. Phew. Gerald took out a 9-grass jade dew pill and ate it to restore his expended spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Bella comfortably lay on the seat, feeling invigorated, as though her entire body were filled with energy. Glancing sideways, Gerald noticed she had fallen asleep directly. I swear, I'm half dead from exertion, and you sleep quite soundly, he muttered, grabbing a tissue to wipe his forehead before tossing it onto the back seat. Checking the time, it was already 11:30 p.m. The village ahead appeared unusually quiet, as if nothing had moved since the truck entered. Is anyone still guarding? At the entrance of the urban village, 2 security guards were smoking and playing cards inside their booth, with a bed nearby where 2 others slept. Clearly, the village's security was on duty 24 hours a day, indicating the village wasn't simple at all. Gerald continued resting, running through his cultivation technique to adjust himself into an optimal state. Since this place served as their freight area, it was certain to house numerous experts. A fierce battle would ensue when the time came. As time slowly passed, it soon reached 2 a.m. Seeing the time was right, Gerald woke Bella. What's going on? Is there a situation? Bella sprang up from her seat and reached for her weapon. It's time to go in. Gerald pointed towards the village. Let's get out. Straightening up, Bella found herself covered by one of Gerald's coats. Bang. After getting out of the car, the 2 walked straight toward the village. However, they didn't use the main gate, where guards still stood. Unless they knocked out the guards, they had to find another way. Can you climb walls? Gerald and Bella stood outside a nearly 3-meter-high wall. The only path into the village aside from the entrance were passing through someone's home, which was unrealistic. No problem. Bella glanced at the wall, roughly 3 meters high, believing she could jump over it. Then follow me. Gerald leaped, soaring gracefully over the wall and landing steadily on the other side. Bella took a few steps back for a running start, then ran several meters before leaping up to grab the top of the wall. Unexpectedly, underestimating her current strength, she soared about 5 meters high, arching through the air before losing control and falling downward. Ah! Bella screamed, completely startled by jumping so high with such force. The wind whooshed past her, and within 2 seconds, she should have hit the ground. Bracing for impact, she curled up to reduce the force. However, instead of crashing, she landed softly. Coming to her senses, she found herself held in Gerald's arms, who looked at her with a half-smile. Hallelling so loud. Do you want them to know we're here? Blushing, Bella stepped out of his embrace. How was I supposed to know I could jump so high now? All right, let's go. Gerald located DeAndre's car position and led Bella around the village, avoiding surveillance cameras. They quickly arrived next to the black Mercedes-Benz. The Benz was parked on an open lot next to a warehouse with its door closed, while the recently arrived truck stopped at the warehouse entrance. Woof, woof. Suddenly, 2 wolf dogs, chained to the ground, started barking furiously, alerting those inside. Swish, swish. Gerald tossed 2 white objects with his right hand, striking the dogs' heads, causing them to collapse silently. What did you throw? Bella scrutinized him. When did you learn hidden weapons? Meat buns for dinner. Meat buns thrown to the dog, never coming back. Haven't you heard of that saying? Gerald grinned. Tisage. Bella shifted her gaze to the warehouse. Should we go in? Wait. Gerald observed through his spiritual sense that at least 10 people inside were packing fruit. Each elegant fruit box was sealed carefully, containing the contraband they intended to deliver. It appeared this was the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Chamber of Commerce for transporting goods, holding enough illicit materials for everyone involved to face execution multiple times over. Now what? Should I call for backup? Bella suggested. There are sufficient night duty officers at the police station in town. Please, if they dare to act like this, how sure are you that the police station doesn't have their informants? Gerald countered. To be safe, let's handle this ourselves. Gerald led Bella around the back of the truck, hiding behind it. People were loading items from the small warehouse door into the truck. How many people can you usually handle? Gerald suddenly asked. Me. Bella pointed at herself. 5 or 6 ordinary people, I guess. Good. The dozen people inside are ordinary. Leave them to you, said Gerald. Hashtag chapter 242, Clash. Inside the warehouse, besides the workers packaging goods, there were 3 dark stage martial artists and 1 transformation stage martial artist. They weren't from the East, so they must be from the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Gerald would handle those martial artists, leaving the rest to Bella. With her current internal strength, she should have no problem dealing with over 10 people. I didn't bring a gun. What if I can't stop them from escaping? Bella felt uneasy without any weapon. Or maybe you should go back to the station, get your gun, and call in some backup? Gerald teased. Forget it. Bella pouted, realizing Gerald was mocking her for being timid. At that moment, the small door opened again, and a worker carrying 3 crates of fruit walked toward the truck. He placed the crates on the truck and was about to turn back when Gerald appeared behind him, delivering a swift chop that knocked him out. Gerald then grabbed the worker's access card and threw it into the truck. With this card, entering the warehouse would be much easier. Beep. Gerald swiped open the small door and walked in first, followed closely by Bella. Inside, they saw mountains of fruits and numerous packages of small pills. Seeing so many goods, Bella's face changed. The sheer volume of pills in those crates had never been seen before in Jiangxing. Everyone freeze. Police. Gerald shouted loudly, standing there with an unbothered look while scanning the scene. Bella rolled her eyes. He had just stolen her line. Hearing Gerald shout, the workers stopped their work and turned to look at them. DeAndre sat on a sofa smoking, a smirk appearing on his face when he saw Gerald. So it's you. What kind of police? I didn't expect you to actually find this place. Well, now that you're here, why don't you stay? Swish. Without further words, the others drew weapons from nearby boxes. Various machetes gleamed menacingly. The martial artists also pulled out their weapons and slowly approached Gerald and Bella. Police, don't move, put your hands up. Upholding her duty, Bella flashed her credentials, but they clearly didn't care, continuing their advance. Yvette Lillian, let's start. Do you think they'll fear you? Getting caught means execution, Gerald said. In an instant, he darted forward, punching a dark stage martial artist who flew backward from the impact. Immediately, he wielded his hidden blade and attacked the transformation stage martial artist. The transformation stage martial artist wielded a 2-meter-long steel staff, sweeping it horizontally towards Gerald. It was the first time Gerald saw someone using a steel staff as a weapon. As they say, a month with the staff, a year with the saber. Ramon, hold them off, I'll call for reinforcements. This was their most crucial goods transportation hub. Naturally, only Ramon wasn't the only one at the transformation stage. Others were merely resting in the village. DeAndre quickly ran to a button on the wall and pressed it. Instantly, red lights flashed inside the warehouse, and DeAndre retreated to Bella's side. Knowing Gerald's prowess, the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce wouldn't dare face him directly but could handle Bella. Bella was dodging left and right, unarmed against thugs wielding weapons. DeAndre suddenly drew a steel staff and attempted to hit her head from behind. Sensing the strike, Bella spun around, grabbing DeAndre's hand and pulling with all her might. DeAndre, unable to resist, lunged forward. Bella punched his arm with her right hand. With a crack, DeAndre's right hand broke, dropping the steel staff which Bella swiftly snatched and kicked him several meters away into a stack of fruit crates. Even she was surprised by the force of her kick. Before she could fully appreciate her newfound strength, others swung their blades at her. Clang clang. With the steel staff in hand, Bella gained confidence, stabbing forward and sending a man with a cleaver flying. Then, she swept the staff and knocked 2 more down. Her mastery over her internal energy grew more proficient with each move. On the other side, Gerald was facing challenges. Ramon's steel staff was formidable, creating heavy shadows as he fought alongside the 3 dark stage martial artists. For a moment, Gerald couldn't gain the upper hand. Careless again. His silver needles, used up fighting Eastern ninjas, would have easily handled the 3 dark stage martial artists. Die! Ramon's staff struck down, but Gerald vanished from the spot. The staff shattered the crates in front of him, sending pills scattering everywhere. Forced into a corner, Gerald whipped out meat buns from his evening meal and flung them. The buns, propelled with internal energy, struck the 3 dark stage martial artists. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive impacts shattered the buns and temporarily drove the martial artists back. Another strike from Ramon's staff came like a gale, sweeping in a 2-meter radius circle with unyielding internal energy. Gerald, gripping his hidden blade, clashed with the staff. A dull clang echoed as both stepped back. Ramon's palms split with 2 blood streaks at the tiger's mouth, while Gerald's right arm tingled. He hadn't expected such immense strength. Ramon was not just a beginner in the transformation stage, but possibly in its middle stage. To hell with you. Gerald flicked his wrist, releasing several talismans towards Ramon. Uninterested in close combat, he decided to leverage his cultivation. Thunder roared as massive fireballs exploded in front of and above Ramon, encircling him in flames. Ramon swung his staff like a propeller, desperately dispersing the flames. To hell with you. Do you think you're a helicopter? Unfazed, Gerald hurled 2 lightning talismans. His skill in making talismans had greatly improved, and the flashing lightning directly struck Ramon. Chapter 243, Severed Arm. A round of thunder charms and fire charms exhausted Ramon, leaving him breathless and having consumed most of his internal strength. At this moment, he looked like someone struck by lightning in a movie. His hair stood on end, his body was charred black, and the smell of roasted meat lingered in the air. Gerald's figure flashed once more, and with a flick of his right hand, he hurled the ninjato out. Accompanied by a silvery glow, the ninjato shot toward Ramon's position. Ramon mustered his last bit of energy and swung his long staff to block. However, after flying past, the ninjato suddenly turned mid-air, completing a half circle before piercing into Ramon's right hand. Instantly, a gush of blood spurted out. The ninjato had cut 3 inches deep into Ramon's right arm, flesh peeled back, and white bone was visible. Gerald waved his right hand, and the ninjato returned to his grasp as if it were sentient. This was the treasure control technique that Gerald had practiced after advancing in cultivation. Originally used to control magical treasures, Gerald, lacking both sufficient cultivation and magical treasures, found it manageable to control ordinary items, though they couldn't be too large or else they would be uncontrollable. You're a cultivator. Ramon, clutching his injured right hand, involuntarily took 2 steps back. As an ancient martial artist, he naturally knew about the existence of cultivators and their mysterious, profound abilities. Well spotted, Gerald taunted. But knowing doesn't help you, because you're about to meet your end. Gerald held a spirit stone in his left hand, frantically absorbing its spiritual energy. Controlling a magical treasure also drained him considerably. Ramon's eyes flashed with a dangerous gleam. With a roar, he suddenly charged at Gerald, unleashing his full strength with the long staff in his hands. He knew that facing a cultivator at a distance was a fatal mistake. Otherwise, the opponent could keep him pinned down with magical treasures. Ramon lunged forward like a mountain, fiercely pressing towards Gerald. Gerald threw the ninjato again, and then leaped backward, retreating rapidly. Ramon intended to fight to the death, but Gerald wasn't foolish enough to clash head-on. The ninjato carved an arc in the air and stabbed toward Ramon's right hand again. Since the previous strike didn't incapacitate him, Gerald aimed to sever his right hand completely this time, seeing how it would affect his ability to wield the staff in the future. Thud. The ninjato sliced cleanly through Ramon's right arm, its razor-sharp edge cutting a perfect semicircle, severing the entire limb. Despite losing his right arm, Ramon's momentum carried him forward, striking Gerald's chest with his staff. Gerald slammed against the boxes behind him. Blood sprayed from Ramon's severed stump, reaching nearly 2 meters high. His right hand and the staff fell to the ground with a clatter. Gerald, suppressing the surge of blood within him, took 2 steps forward and landed a powerful punch on Ramon's chest. Crack. The force was immense, and the spiritual energy transferred through Gerald's fist shattered Ramon's ribs, sending fragments into his vital organs. Ramon fell heavily to the ground, coughing up blood, utterly spent. Meanwhile, Bella had already subdued the remaining opponents and was binding them with ropes. How did I do? Pretty fast, huh? Bella's face was alight with excitement, having never experienced such a decisive victory before. All right, Gerald replied, holding his chest and swallowing a condensing chi pill to restore his breath. He gave Bella a 9-grash jade dew pill as well. I've already informed him. Yell. They are on their way here. Bella recovered her stamina, standing aside, eyeing the bound men with a cold gaze once more. So many people causing havoc here. I wonder what the local police do. Bella's agreed with Gerald. There might indeed be collusion between officials and criminals, hence why she called him Yell to handle the situation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just when Bella thought everything was settled, 3 figures clad in ninja attire rushed in, throwing shurikens towards them. Watch out. Gerald pulled Bella aside and flung several buns at the shurikens. Using buns as projectiles stunned the ninjas momentarily. My breakfast for tomorrow, Gerald muttered, now out of buns and bracing for close combat. 3 Burt Dariog fighters. Are they so common in your Green Dragon group? Gerald observed the 3 men. None were Jadekawa or Price. Clearly, the Green Dragon group was formidable with so many Burt Dariog fighters. Burt Dariog. Upon hearing this term, Bella was astounded. Finding even one Burt Dariog ancient martial artist in China was incredibly rare. How could there be so many in the East? When will reinforcements arrive? Gerald asked. At least 30 minutes. Bella gripped her staff tightly. Even against dark energy fighters, she lacked confidence, let alone against Burt Dariog. I'll hold them off. You get out of here. Without waiting for her response, Gerald hurled the ninjato, aiming to injure one first. The ninjato tore through the air, targeting one of the men. Bang! A cloud of smoke enveloped them, and Gerald's ninjato missed its mark. Not this trick again. Gerald retracted the ninjato and thrust it into the smoky area. One ninja materialized, swinging his ninjato into a clash with Gerald. Meanwhile, the other 2 appeared behind Gerald. Their ninjatos aimed to pierce him from both sides. Be careful. Bella ignored the enemy's skill level and swung her staff. The wind whistled, creating a sonic boom as her inner strength coursed through the staff, matching Ramon's earlier strikes in power. Ding, ding, ding. One ninja threw shurikens at her staff, but it continued unimpeded, smashing down. The ninja's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected this young woman without dark energy to possess such strength. Gale Strike. Bella's staff created afterimages, moving with speed only achievable by Burt Dariog fighters. Chapter 244, To Save Your Life. Bella's long staff swept out, but did not hit the ninja. Knowing that being struck by it would likely incapacitate him, he abandoned his attack on Gerald and dodged to the side. Ouch! With her strike missing, Bella's body lost control and tumbled forward. Aren't you supposed to retreat? Gerald had already moved his 2 comrades back, and he quickly reached out to support Bella, steadying her waist. I can't leave when you haven't. Bella said resolutely. Your staff technique is pretty good. Where did you learn it? Gerald smiled. Can we focus on getting out of this mess rather than chatting? Bella was speechless. At such a critical moment, Gerald was still curious about her training. This staff skill was, of course, passed down in her family. She had practiced it since childhood, which enabled her to demonstrate considerable strength. Originally, due to inadequate inner strength, she could not fully exploit the wind and thunder staff's power, but now with increased inner strength, she could effectively fend off enemies. What else can we do? Either they lie down and leave, or we do. Gerald handed several spirit talismans to Bella. If danger comes, these can save your life. The 3 ninjas exchanged glances and immediately attacked again, giving no respite. 2 charged at Gerald, while another targeted Bella. Seeing this, Gerald threw out fire and lightning talismans to momentarily block the attackers. As the fire talismans exploded and lightning struck, Gerald swiftly darted aside, moving incredibly fast. He couldn't handle both fronts, so he aimed for a quick resolution to protect Bella. Gerald's speed was impressive, but the ninjas were no slouches either. Within seconds, the 3 were locked in combat. Swoosh! Another ninja vanished and appeared behind Gerald, attempting to ambush him from both sides. On Bella's front, the ninja's blades chopped relentlessly, forcing her to retreat step by step. Fortunately, she had picked up Ramon's heavy staff. Though weighty, it was extraordinarily sturdy and wielded with formidable might. Any other weapon would have been cut in half long ago. Relying on her family-taught wind and thunder staff techniques honed since childhood, she barely managed to hold her ground. The staff, though traditionally unsuitable for a woman, suited her well after years of practice. Clang, clang, clang. While fending off attacks, Bella kept retreating, regretting not bringing a gun. After several exchanges, she struggled to defend herself further. Her eyes flashed coldly, as if lightning flickered within them. Inner strength surged wildly, and faint thunder rumbled along the staff. Gale and thunder. A single sweep unleashed thunderous sound, with a hint of lightning force emanating from the tip. The ninja, caught off guard by the ferocity of the move, still swung his blade to meet the staff. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as the blades collided. The powerful lightning coursed through the staff into the blade. Underestimating her, the ninja thought a martial artist who hadn't mastered concealed strength couldn't unleash such force. But Bella's inner strength surged uncontrollably, enhanced by Gerald's infused spiritual power, a potent mixture producing a chemical reaction. Struck by the staff, the ninja spat blood and flew backward, covered in lightning sparks, like a glowing 100-watt bulb, before crashing heavily onto the ground. Exhausted from this maneuver, Bella collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. At the closest point, the ninja's blade had been less than a centimeter away from her body. Had she not exerted her utmost effort, she would have been pierced through. Meanwhile, Gerald and the two ninjas also paused in shock, amazed that this girl who didn't even have concealed strength could knock out a ninja skilled in transformative strength. You alright? Here. Seeing Bella exhausted, Gerald tossed her a Jiu Chao Xanalu pill to restore energy. Being an alchemist certainly had its perks, ample supply of medicinal pills. Ordinary martial artists, once their inner strength was depleted, became helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. But they could quickly recover 70 to 80% of their strength with a single pill. After swallowing the pill, Bella tried to stand up but failed due to intense soreness. The two ninjas exchanged looks again and one dashed towards Bella, intent on finishing her first. Gerald wouldn't let them succeed easily. Leaping forward, he blocked the attacker's path. Go to hell. Throwing out several spirit talismans, he halted the ninja's approach. Meanwhile, he hurled a flying shuriken towards the other ninja, engaging one with shurikens and the other with talismans, making multitasking challenging. One ninja rapidly formed hand seals, conjuring a bright fireball which hurtled towards Gerald, something he hadn't expected. The hand seals resembled Taoist 9-word seals. The other ninja similarly moved his hands, creating 3 identical illusions that charged Gerald. Simultaneously facing ranged and melee attacks left Gerald overwhelmed. More critically, all 4 figures emitted identical auras, rendering differentiation impossible. Unmoving Wisdom King. Holding a shuriken, Gerald performed the hand seal, invoking pure Taoist power from the weapon. Yvette being Doja, Gerald's aura continuously grew, his internal spiritual power doubling. This was the Taoist 9-word seal, but with his current strength, only the unmoving Wisdom King seal could be formed. Gordon stirring the 9-word seal demanded rigorous cultivation, and executing it consumed immense spiritual power. Insufficient prowess risked counter-cursing. Gerald's aura intensified as he stood firm, watching the fireball approach followed by the ninja. He swung his right arm powerfully, unleashing a blade imbued with righteous might, aiming directly at the real ninja. Boom. In an instant, the earth shook, the entire warehouse trembled, walls cracked, ceiling debris fell, and stacked fruit began rolling around. Chapter 245. Because you are a woman. Gerald took the full force of the fireball, swinging his blade to sever the right arm of the ninja clone in one clean stroke. The other assailant, seeing this, didn't dare to continue fighting Gerald and vanished instantly with swift footwork. You lucky bastard. Gerald pulled out a spirit stone and began absorbing its energy, though the Taoist 9-character Gordantra he used had left him spiritually drained, which wasn't something a mere spirit stone could fully replenish. Are you alright? Bella, having recovered somewhat, hurriedly approached to help the now scorched Gerald to his feet. I was careless. These people really lack martial ethics, ambushing us with overwhelming numbers. If I knew, I should have brought some backup. Gerald wiped his face, feeling every bone in his body ache terribly. If Sterling and Clement, who had both reached the transformation stage, were here, dealing with these Japanese would have been a breeze. Bella pulled out a wet tissue to help wipe Gerald's face, which was covered in black soot that wouldn't come off no matter how much she scrubbed. You two seem pretty cozy. Why don't you just die already? While Bella was cleaning Gerald's face, DeAndre's voice suddenly sounded. Despite his average strength, it was easy for him to break free from the ropes binding him. At this moment, DeAndre looked menacing, wielding a handgun pointed directly at Gerald and Bella. What do you want? I warn you not to mess around. Bella stared calmly yet sternly at DeAndre. Surrender now, and I can apply for a reduced sentence for you. Though Bella remained composed with a gun pointed at her, fear still lingered in her heart. A handgun wasn't like any other weapon. It was a firearm. At such close range, it could easily kill both of them. A reduced sentence? My actions are enough to get me executed 10 times over. DeAndre's face twisted in a wicked grin as he glared at them, then aimed the gun at Gerald, yelling, Gerald, kneel down and beg forgiveness now, and I might spare your life. Gerald was spiritually depleted, making it impossible for him to confront DeAndre. He hadn't expected this scoundrel to take advantage of their weakened state. DeAndre, if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness now, I might consider sparing your life and letting you leave, Gerald sneered, looking coldly at DeAndre. Do you really think that toy can stop me? Confronted by Gerald's bravado, DeAndre hesitated. A transformation stage martial artist could dodge bullets faster than he could shoot. Don't try to bluff me. If you don't kneel, I'll kill this girl first. DeAndre clenched his teeth, aiming the gun at Bella and putting his finger on the trigger. With just a slight pull, Bella would be dead. Dying isn't bad company. Even if I die, I won't regret it. DeAndre knew that if he didn't kill Gerald, Gerald would easily take revenge. Using Bella as a hostage was his best option. Even if Gerald dodged the bullet, Bella wouldn't be able to. Keep dreaming. Bella gripped her staff tightly, staring icily at DeAndre. Since becoming a police officer, she'd faced countless ruthless criminals without flinching. Still defiant, huh? DeAndre held the gun firmly, pointing it at Bella's head. I count to 3. You kneel down and tie yourself up, or I'll kill her first. Try me. Gerald was unfazed by DeAndre's threats, shifting his body to shield Bella. But unexpectedly, Bella stepped in front of Gerald, leaving him embarrassed. Letting a woman protect him wasn't something he'd accept. Killing me won't save you. Bella stood proudly, chest puffed out. Seizing this opportunity, Gerald quickly grasped a spirit stone, trying to recover his energy, though the damage to his meridians drastically slowed his absorption. Die. Frustrated and determined, DeAndre squeezed the trigger. A bullet shot out, followed by his intention to fire another, hoping to kill Gerald using the bullet's penetration power. Suddenly, the ninjato flashed through the air. DeAndre felt a sharp pain in his wrist, then saw his hand holding the gun flying toward him. Ah! DeAndre screamed in agony as Bella shut her eyes, bracing for impact. However, the expected pain never came. When she opened her eyes, Gerald stood before her, facing DeAndre, taking the bullet for her. Gerald! Before Bella could say more, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Gerald's lips, splattering onto her. He then collapsed into her arms. Gerald! Gerald! Bella quickly caught him, seeing a large, bloody hole in his back, gushing blood. Don't die. Don't scare me. Why did you block the bullet for me? Bella was stunned. She hadn't expected Gerald to step in front of her. In capture operations, Bella was always at the forefront. Because you're a woman. Gerald's weak voice echoed, clutching a water escape talisman before losing consciousness. Damn, I underestimated it. This was Gerald's last thought. He had assumed the water escape talisman would transport both him and Bella away, but the talisman required activation time, while the bullet speed was too fast. The water escape just managed to delay the bullet before being shattered. Thankfully, the brief delay prevented the bullet from piercing through Gerald entirely. Gerald! Gerald! Bella kept calling out, tears streaming down her face. Gerald's action shook her normally strong heart. Because you're a woman. These words reverberated in Bella's ears, touching her most vulnerable spot. Outside, sirens wailed as reinforcements finally arrived. Chapter 246, Recovery. Gerald gradually regained consciousness, only to feel excruciating pain all over his body. After a quick self-examination, he found that his shoulder bone was completely broken and he couldn't exert any force with his right hand. Opening his eyes, he realized he was lying in a hospital bed, not at home. Looking down, he saw bandages wrapped around his chest, indicating he had received some treatment. Pulling back the blanket made him blush. He was stark naked. He wondered who had taken off his clothes. Glancing around, he saw Bella sleeping by the bed. Feeling parched and sensing that his spiritual energy had been depleted, Gerald knew he had suffered severely. His movements startled Bella awake. She looked up at him, initially dazed. After several seconds, Bella snapped out of it and sprang up. You're awake. I'll go find the doctor. Bang! Bella rushed out of the room, closing the door so forcefully that the lights flickered 3 times. Soon, several people entered, including Abel from Jiangxing, Jagger, Yana, and other medical staff. They all stared at Gerald as if he were a national treasure. Am I in Jiangxing? Recognizing these familiar faces, Gerald immediately understood he was at the First People's Hospital of Jiangxing. Hails, Bella nodded. Yesterday, you were shot. The bullet was too close to your heart for the Dongxi Town Hospital to handle, so I drove you back here. Bella understated what had happened, but yesterday's situation had been dire. The bullet had come within a centimeter of Gerald's heart, making the surgery extremely difficult, even for top surgeons. Bella had driven at breakneck speed to bring Gerald back to Jiangxing, traveling much faster than he had gone there originally, at least 320 kilometers per hour. Upon learning about this, Jagger immediately gathered the best cardiac surgeons in Jiangxing to operate on Gerald. Fortunately, Gerald's extraordinary physique had allowed his last bit of spiritual energy to contain the bullet, preventing it from moving further. Otherwise, he would have died. It's truly a miracle. I thought you'd be unconscious for days, but you woke up so quickly, Abel marveled. Gordonibe, I'm just lucky. Gerald smiled, propping himself up. God, Dr. Chin, these are some supplements I bought for you. Last night was really dangerous. I've organized a complete investigation of this incident and will root out the cancer in Jiangxing. Jagger placed the supplements aside, his expression serious. He admired Gerald for tackling the criminal base with Bella. Uncle Hua, please don't call me God Doctor. I'm in no shape to deserve it. Gerald touched his injured shoulder. Call me Kinziak, don't be so formal. Jagger nodded. Rest assured, focus on recovering. Let me know if you need anything. Your medical expenses are covered, and you'll receive an award. Solving such a significant case with Bella would count towards Jagger's political achievements, so he naturally wanted to thank Gerald. Award? How much? Gerald's eyes lit up, thinking he deserved a reward after winning 2 billion and disrupting the Milliglong Chamber's supply chain. Don't tell me you care about money so much. Bella was irritated, unable to believe Gerald would ask for a reward so directly. Come on, I almost lost my life. Shouldn't I get something for my efforts? You got my 2 billion, so shouldn't I get some commission? Jagger chuckled, nodding in agreement. After a brief conversation, Jagger left due to a scheduled meeting. Once he was gone, the tense atmosphere in the room eased up. You should rest, God Dr. Chan. We'll ensure you're treated properly. Abel smiled warmly, knowing Gerald couldn't perform surgery on himself. Treating him would salvage the hospital's reputation. Dinjong, I'm fine. Gerald had checked himself. It was just an external injury that would heal in a few days. There was no need to stay longer. He could recover faster with herbal medicine at home. We can't allow that. This is not a minor injury, especially since the gunshot was near your heart. We need to monitor you before you can leave. Abel insisted, following instructions from leadership, specifically Jagger, who had personally visited Gerald, showing how much he valued him. In the end, Gerald was left with no choice but to stay, feeling helpless on the hospital bed. Why are you smiling? Gerald turned to Iana, wondering why she wasn't watching Aisha and had come here instead. Iana grinned mischievously. I'm your personal nurse. Usually, you're the one undressing others. Now it's your turn. Hee, let me change your bandages. She started to pull back the blanket. Don't mess around. My hand is hurt. What are you doing with the blanket? Gerald stopped her with his good hand, knowing her wild nature. If she exposed him, he'd be completely naked. I'm just worried you might have other injuries. Caring for you. Okay? Iana pouted playfully, looking at Gerald. Bella glanced at them, then stood up. I'll fetch you some clean clothes. You're getting bolder, young lady. Gerald glared at Iana, holding tightly onto the blanket with his left hand. Just joking. No fun. Iana gave up on the blanket and picked up the ointment jar, preparing the medicine. This healing balm is specially prepared by my grandfather, 1 application per day. Gerald couldn't change the dressing himself, so he let Iana help. The herbs from Dylan were reliable. Chapter 247, Gerald's plan. Iana worked meticulously, as one would expect from a professional in her field. She quickly unwrapped the bandages to reveal the ointment beneath. Next, Iana grabbed the corner of the ointment and suddenly yanked it. Rip. The entire patch of ointment was ripped off by Iana, causing fresh blood to seep from the newly stitched wound. Damn, did you do that on purpose? Gerald gritted his teeth in pain, cold sweat streaming down his face. Iana applied new ointment to Gerald's wound and chuckled. This is called cutting short what must be endured. Get it? Get out of here. Gerald was helpless, certain this little demon was getting revenge. Whatever. Iana put away the remaining ointment, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she watched Gerald. Her lips curled into a mischievous smile. What are you going to do? Gerald eyed Iana warily, unsure what mischief she had in mind. Iana's eyes sparkled, holding a silver needle like a small devil. Gerald, I'm going to give you some acupuncture. It will aid your recovery. No need, this is just an external injury. No need for acupuncture. Ultimately, Gerald's heavily injured body could not resist Iana's insistence. Soon enough, he was covered in silver needles, looking like a porcupine. When Bella returned and saw this scene, she was stunned. When did Gerald become so pitiful? Lying on the bed like an oppressed housewife, with nothing but a towel covering his bottom, and silver needles sticking out everywhere else. I've done all 72 points around the body as you said. Iana looked at Gerald as if admiring a work of art, very satisfied. Alright, take them out now. Gerald turned his head, his face full of resentment, completely unexpected to fall victim to this little devil. He should have insisted on leaving the hospital earlier. Let me take a picture first. Iana whipped out her phone and excitedly snapped a photo of Gerald for posterity. Only after removing the needles did Gerald finally breathe a sigh of relief. Can you help me change my clothes? These clothes were all washed and sterilized at high temperatures by Bella, ensuring they were free of bacteria. Thank you. Gerald picked up his pants, glancing at the 2 people in the room. Could you please step out for a moment? He was only covered by a towel below. Did he really need to change clothes in front of them? Why are you shy, one-armed hero? Can't you put on pants with one hand? Hailsterday, both Officer Yvette and I helped you take them off. Iana strolled over casually, ready to remove the towel. As a nurse, she found such things Monday. Bella felt embarrassed, her face blushing slightly as she turned sideways. Xandra, you help him change. Let me know when you're done. In fact, Bella had already seen everything while changing his clothes yesterday, but with Gerald now conscious, it was awkward. I've lost my dignity. Don't move, or I'll give you a shot in the butt. Gerald's complaints mixed with Iana's reprimands until the clothes were finally changed. Okay, you look healthy enough. I'll go check on Miss Hua. She mentioned coming to see you later. Iana held a tray and left the room. Now Bella had a moment alone with Gerald. She pulled a chair next to the bed, her gaze hesitant as she looked at him. Why did you shield me from the bullet yesterday? Bella had been prepared to sacrifice herself. After all, she had brought Gerald along on the case, and didn't want anything to happen to him because of her. I told you, since you're a woman, how could I, as a man, stand behind you and do nothing? Gerald rubbed his nose, smiling. Don't think too much. Even if it wasn't you, I'd do the same for Florence, Tabitha, even that little brat Xandra, or anyone else. It wasn't that Gerald feared no death. Rather, his strong physique made him confident that even if he blocked the bullet directly, he wouldn't likely suffer fatal damage. If not for using the Taoist 9 true words yesterday, which depleted his spiritual energy, DeAndre couldn't have hit him even if given the chance. Thank you. Bella thanked him sincerely, surprised to find such noble intentions in someone who usually acted carefree. If you want to thank me, bring me the government reward sooner. I'm running out of money. Bella's expression darkened again. Just when she wanted to praise him, his true nature showed through. Got it. They said they'd come by this afternoon, Bella replied. That's better. I wonder how much it is. Gerald stroked his chin, pondering before asking, what about DeAndre and his gang? All caught except for the ninja who escaped yesterday. We got everyone else, Bella explained. But this was just a branch of the Azure Dragon Chamber. Based on our current evidence, we can only arrest DeAndre and his partner Hartley, as well as those Japanese individuals. Axton and Alexei don't hold direct shares, and we can't trace them. The operation ended up catching just the minor criminals, with Axton and Alexei avoiding capture entirely, lacking evidence against them. Still, it wasn't entirely fruitless. At least Axton would likely be more cautious from now on. That's unfortunate, risking my life for nothing, and they still slipped away. A fierce look flashed in Gerald's eyes. Fine, let's play a game with them. Ninjas attacked him at Azure Dragon Hot Springs and again in Dongshi Town. Japanese nationals causing trouble on Chinese soil. Gerald had no intention of letting this slide. With Axton now his sworn enemy, it was a matter of life and death. What do you plan to do? Bella hadn't seen Gerald this determined before and quickly cautioned, the police will handle the next steps. You focus on recovering. Gerald's expression returned to normal, and he smiled. Do you really think your people can deal with those Japanese? Bella fell silent. Facing that ninja yesterday, she had used all her strength but couldn't defeat the opponent. If another confrontation happened, she might not stand a chance. The chief has reported the incident, and specialists will handle it. Bella mentioned there were special organizations in China dedicated to dealing with lawbreakers among martial artists and cultivators. Given the number of powerful experts involved, these Japanese nationals were clearly beyond her jurisdiction. Translation completed based on the provided Chinese text, maintaining the original tone and style, paragraph structure, and logical continuity. Chapter 248. Liven up the atmosphere. Gerald smiled and looked at Bella, saying, Don't worry. I'm not stupid. I wouldn't do anything illegal. We'll just go our separate ways, but who knows? Gordon and I, we can still collaborate later. Recently, there had been no shortage of friction between the Azure Dragon Merchant Guild and Green Mountain Hall. With Sterling and Clement's combat strength being considerable, if Gerald were to join in, he would certainly lead a crushing assault on the Azure Dragon Merchant Guild. Seeing Gerald so determined, Bella did not press further. Gerald. Bella's tone reverted to her usual aloofness as she looked into Gerald's eyes and said, Please don't tell Florence about your injuries this time. Gerald was injured while helping her investigate, especially taking a bullet for her. Although Gerald and Bella didn't have any special relationship, if Nellie knew that he had taken a bullet for her, it might lead to misunderstandings. To avoid unnecessary complications, Bella specifically reminded Gerald, Miss Yvette, isn't it because you led someone else's boyfriend out to help you and got him injured, leading to feelings of guilt and remorse? Bella's expression immediately turned cold. While she did feel apologetic, Gerald's words surprisingly lessened her discomfort. Okay, stop pretending to be weak. I know you too well. Girl's body, man's heart, Gerald teased, seeing how her expressions kept changing. Actually, when he blocked that bullet for her, it was just an instinctive reaction rather than an act of heroism. He simply didn't want to see the girl get killed. Bang! Enraged, Bella punched Gerald directly in the chest. A muffled sound echoed as Gerald was thrown back slightly, a trickle of blood appearing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing her punch actually cause him to bleed again, Bella was truly frightened. Are you okay? Don't scare me. I didn't mean to. Bella quickly took out tissues to wipe away the blood. She had forgotten that her increased internal energy made her punches far more powerful than before. I feel that. Gerald's eyes rolled back as he fell straight onto the bed. This time, Bella was genuinely terrified. She grabbed his arm and began shaking him. Gerald, are you alright? Forgetting they were in a hospital and that calling a doctor would be appropriate, she started trying to revive him by pressing acupoints and rubbing his chest. Seeing Gerald remained unresponsive, Bella frowned deeply, pursed her lips, then pinched his nose, ready to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to blow air into Gerald. Just as she closed her eyes and got ready, she noticed the bed was trembling. Opening her eyes in confusion, she saw Gerald's body stiff, with an ambiguous smile, trying hard not to laugh, clearly struggling. Bastard, you tricked me. Bella was furious and raised her hand to hit him, but hesitated, fearing another punch might make him spit blood again. Just a joke, livening up the atmosphere, Gerald sat up, adding, and I really did spit blood, okay? That blood was just internal bruising. Spitting it out now made him feel better. Bastard, pervert. Bella glared viciously at Gerald, remembering their first meeting where he bullied her in the police station, making her even angrier. Miss Yvette, I really didn't expect you'd know how to perform CPR, but shouldn't you call a doctor if something's wrong with a patient here? Bella's face turned livid, realizing in her panic, she forgot everything including calling a doctor. I really don't know what Florence sees in you. Fuming, Bella stood and stormed toward the door. Gerald asked urgently, where are you going? There's a patient to take care of here. Eat. Gerald followed up, what about me? You stay hungry then. Bang. She slammed the door shut and left. Gerald was speechless. How could this girl take jokes so seriously? With no other choice, Gerald pulled out his phone to order food. The battle last night and the injury had left him famished, his stomach growling loudly. As he was about to place the order, the door opened again, and Diana walked in with lunch. At least Xandra remembered brother hadn't eaten. Gerald took the meal and devoured it greedily. Iana gave him a disapproving look. Do you think I'm your personal nurse? Miss Wa heard you were ill and asked me to look after you. She also bought this for you. Swallowing a mouthful of food, Gerald nodded. Halia, seems Miss Wa is quite thoughtful. I'll visit her later. After eating, Gerald wiped his mouth and got out of bed. This injury prevented him from using his spiritual energy, indicating severe damage to his inner breathing. He needed a few days rest in the hospital. Stretching. Apart from the stinging pain around his wound, everything else felt fine. What are you getting down for? You need to rest and can't move around recklessly. Iana rushed to stop him, fearing responsibility if anything happened. Gerald looked at her, questioning, not allowed to move? When you were giving me acupuncture, didn't you make me turn all over? Iana stuck out her tongue. How was I supposed to know your acupoints are so hard to find? It's usually easy for other patients. Gerald sneered. If your skills are poor, admit it. Why make excuses? Besides Miss War, do you even have other patients? Embarrassed, Iana rubbed her hands, dissatisfied. Who knew specialized nursing would be like this? At least I used to give acupuncture to patients. Now without you coming, I don't even get a chance to practice. What a waste of my acupuncture skills. With your medical skills, I doubt it'll work. Here, take this. It's some notes on traditional medicine I've recently written. Read them carefully and stop fooling around all day. Gerald handed Iana a handwritten medical book he compiled based on ancient records and existing Chinese herbal knowledge. Chapter 249, college days. Gerald felt that Iana was practically a half-disciple in his medical arts, and it wouldn't do if her skills remained poor. This girl had taken up medicine midway. Her foundation was already quite weak. Moreover, the ancient texts that Dylan gave her were obscure and difficult to understand, which was why Gerald specially prepared this simple medical book for her. More reading again? Iana pouted, very unhappy. Every time she read, the text acted like a lullaby, putting her to sleep. Despite all this, she still managed to graduate smoothly. Whether it was due to laziness or extraordinary talent was unclear. Read well, study well, don't be so carefree all day, Gerald patted Iana's head, saying, all right, let's go see Miss Hua. I haven't treated her for quite some time. The small restorative pill he previously refined had greatly helped Aisha's condition, and now it was the perfect time to give her more. Since he wasn't yet at the foundation establishment stage, despite his spiritual energy far exceeding those at the chi cultivation stage, he still couldn't refine third-grade pills. His cultivation needed to accelerate. Just as Gerald and Iana left the ward, Bella arrived with a lunchbox. Seeing the empty ward in Gerald's discarded lunchbox, she felt somewhat angry. This guy actually ate on his own. Bella sat on the bed angrily, opened the lunchbox, and started eating furiously. Well, miss, Gerald has come to see you. In Aisha's room, she was sitting in a wheelchair, holding a book under the sunlight, basking and quietly reading. Her health had remarkably improved since her critical days. Her complexion regained its color, and she put on some weight. However, Aisha still couldn't stand, though her legs could move slightly. Standing for just a few seconds was impossible. Given the nerve damage, having any feeling was already an achievement. Full recovery would require washing the bone marrow with bone Gordon-Rowe cleansing pill to fundamentally alter her constitution. Hearing Iana's voice, Aisha turned her gaze towards the door. Seeing Gerald, she greeted him with a pure smile. Divine Dr. Chen, you've come? Her voice was soft and gentle, reminiscent of a sweet young girl. Miss Hua, comparing me to a divine doctor is too much. Now even divine doctors have to visit hospitals, Gerald chuckled, walking into the room and standing next to Aisha, pointing at his suspended right arm. Aisha nodded and smiled. Then don't call me Miss Hua either, call me Dariogi. Sure, Dariogi. Gerald smiled back. Brother Malag. Aisha replied. This Brother Malag sounded incredibly cute, almost enchanting. Hearing it, Gerald felt his bones turn to jelly. So, how are you feeling? With no spiritual energy left in his body and a powerless right hand, Gerald could only observe her recovery. Aisha smiled sweetly. Very good. In just this short period, I've gained over 10 pounds. Originally, Aisha had been emaciated, lacking appetite and weight. After Gerald's treatments, her body grew visibly. Looks like things are going well. Gerald nodded, took out a bottle of small restorative pills, and handed them to Iana. Xandra, this is the small restorative pill. Give one to Dariogi daily, and continue the herbal medicine I prescribed. What kind of pill is this? Can I eat it? Iana asked. Eat what? Are you sick? Gerald was speechless, wondering why she thought about eating medicine. Iana stuck out her tongue, looked at Gerald, then at Aisha, and dejectedly lowered her head. I'll go prepare the herbal medicine. Gerald was puzzled. Why did she want to eat the medicine? Brother Malag, please sit for a moment. Aisha turned her wheelchair towards Gerald. Seeing her directly, Gerald finally understood why Iana was so dejected. Aisha's legs were still frail due to malnutrition, with only slight improvement. But her upper body was different. Since her illness was stabilized by Gerald, most of the nutrients had transformed into visible plumpness. Especially in front, where the mountains seemed to rise one after another, suggesting most of the gained weight concentrated there. Looking at Aisha's innocent face and her suddenly mature figure, Gerald wondered if this was the legendary combination of a lowly face and a mature body. Sitting beside her, with Aisha calling him Brother Malag, made Gerald feel tingling inside. Dariogi, what are you reading? Aisha closed her book and smiled. It's university Chinese literature. I plan to attend school once I get better. My father has already registered me. One could tell Aisha was a diligent student. If others fell gravely ill, they might lose hope for life, not thinking of studies anymore. Reading is great. What major are you planning to pursue? Gerald nodded and smiled, recalling his own lost university years. I wanted to study medicine, but it's too late now, so I chose other majors. I prefer literature, but it's somewhat niche. We'll have to wait for my father to decide. Reading is good, very good. Gerald laughed. If you want to learn some medical skills, you can study with Xandra. I gave her a medical book. You can look through it too. Iana entered carrying the herbal medicine bowl, handed it to Aisha, then glanced at Gerald with a grievous look. Clearly, this girl cared deeply about her figure. Aisha, being younger and a patient, now outdid Iana significantly post-secondary development. Aisha smiled, taking the bowl, and gulped down the bitter medicine. Brother Malag, thank you for treating me. After finishing the medicine, Aisha sweetly thanked Gerald. Take care of yourself. I'll come see you in a couple of days. Seeing Aisha recovering well, Gerald left the ward without further ado. Just outside, Bella appeared with another fruit basket. You're here? Bella was surprised Gerald visited Aisha. Well, no one brought me food, so I decided to freeload here, Gerald joked. Bella rolled her eyes, ignoring him, and carried the fruit basket to see Aisha. Hashtag chapter 250, commendation. Gerald returned to the ward, lay down on the bed, and idly flipped through the TV channels. Speaking of this ward, it was a high-end one specially prepared for Gerald by Jagger. It had relatively complete facilities, and staying here felt quite comfortable. Gerald closed his eyes, holding a spirit stone in his left hand, beginning to recover his spiritual energy. Although the recovery process was slow, it was better than nothing. Otherwise, without any spiritual energy in his body, he always felt empty. As Gerald sat meditating quietly, the door opened again. Iana appeared with a tray and walked straight to the bedside. Gerald. Iana looked at Gerald with an aggrieved expression and asked, is there really no way to make them bigger? Gerald was speechless. This little girl's brain circuits were still as peculiar as ever. Aren't you drinking papaya milk? Sitting beside him, Iana rested her chin on her hands, looking very dejected. Forget about the papaya milk. I even drank some of the medicine prescribed for Miss Hua, but it didn't work. Instantly, 3 black lines appeared on Gerald's forehead. He couldn't believe that this girl would secretly take medication just to improve her figure. Aisha took medicine to restore her health, not to get bigger through herbal remedies. Well, actually, you don't need to worry so much, Gerald said helplessly. You could go to Korea for plastic surgery. They're world class. I want something natural. You have to find a way. Iana pouted at Gerald, clearly upset. What can I do? That's the natural development of all living things. Even medicine can't achieve that effect, Gerald explained, noticing deep disappointment in Iana's eyes. Suddenly, Iana raised her head, staring straight at Gerald and asked, I heard they get bigger after pregnancy. Hold on, calm down. What are you implying? Seeing Iana's gaze, Gerald instinctively moved backward. Could she be serious? Good heavens, is she really that crazy? Iana picked up a syringe nearby and began drawing medicine into it. Hey, what are you doing? Gerald realized she might be planning to inject him with something. Iana rolled her eyes, expelling air from the syringe and looking at Gerald with a faint smile. This is an anti-inflammatory drug to prevent your wound from getting infected. Lie still, and I'll give you a shot in your buttock. No need, I think the wound is fine. Gerald watched Iana's face as if she were ready to devour him. Who knew if the syringe contained anti-inflammatory drugs or anesthetics? If it were the latter, his pure young body of over 20 years would be ruined. This is what the doctor ordered, Iana replied, her eyes gleaming as she approached Gerald with the syringe. Ah! A pitiful scream echoed through the ward, sounding like someone was slaughtering a pig. Gerald! Bella pushed open the door and walked in, feeling uncomfortable at the scene before her. The ward seemed like Schrodinger's cat. Until you opened the door, you never knew what was happening inside. At that moment, Gerald was lying face down on the bed while Iana was pressing down on him. Half of Gerald's pants were pulled down, and a syringe was sticking into his buttock. Bella covered her eyes, unwilling to witness this scene. What's going on? Abel asked. Iana turned around, noticing the group standing at the door, and quickly jumped off the bed. I was giving him an anti-inflammatory injection, but he wouldn't cooperate, so I had to force it. Abel rubbed his forehead, sweat trickling down his face. Quickly clean up. What kind of situation is this? Abel ordered. Iana hurriedly tidied up and pulled the syringe out of Gerald's buttock, causing another agonized cry. Yanni, we nurses usually don't work like this. Abel turned to look at Zhou Weigu's secretary, who stood awkwardly nearby. The hospital always prioritized patients' needs, but Iana was a different story. It's okay, Yanni replied, wiping his own sweat. He knew Iana was Aisha's personal caregiver and couldn't say much more. After pulling up his pants, Gerald noticed nearly 10 people standing in the ward, making him feel extremely embarrassed. What's happening here? Bella stepped forward and explained, this is the reward you asked for. Yanni represents the government, while Director Song represents the police. They're here to commend you for your contributions to solving crimes and maintaining stability in Jiangxing. Clutching his aching buttock, Gerald looked at Bella helplessly. Why hadn't she knocked first? With a composed demeanor, Yanni waited for Gerald to settle down and then smiled. Comrade Gerald, on behalf of the government, we commend and reward you for your outstanding contributions to Jiangxing. Behind Yanni, a man stepped forward, holding a brocade banner inscribed with gold letters, Outstanding Youth of Jiangxing. This is your reward. Yanni handed Gerald a check. Click click. Photographers snapped pictures, their flashlights blinking non-stop. Gerald spoke grandly about his duties, saying that maintaining peace in Jiangxing was everyone's responsibility and duty. When Yanni moved back, Director Song Xinghua of the police department presented Gerald with another banner, Crime Bane. These 4 words signified their recognition of Gerald's strength. Comrade Gerald, thank you for your hard work. If you wish, you can join us in the fight against crime. Gerald hastily declined. Let Captain Bella handle crime fighting. The reporters then interviewed Gerald, asking why he had been so brave and whether national honor and mission had driven him to work with Bella to capture drug traffickers. Gerald bragged, mentioning how enraged he felt seeing those small Japanese devils daring to commit atrocities on Chinese soil, almost boasting himself into a hero. Yanni wiped his sweat and told the recorder next to him, Gordon, sure these parts aren't broadcasted to avoid international disputes. Half an hour later, everyone finally left. Gerald gazed at the 2 crisp checks, feeling elated. All the hard work finally paid off. Chapter 251. Abel's request. What are you laughing at? You look like a fool. Bella couldn't help but express her disdain as she saw Gerald chuckling to himself while holding the checks. Hee hee, did you see that? Outstanding Youth of Jiangxing and Crime Nemesis. Hee hee, I'll hang these 2 banners on my wall when I get back. Gerald gloated as he looked at the 2 checks in his hand. You guys are pretty rich, huh? I thought you'd only give me 50,000 as a reward, but it's actually $500,000. One check was for 500,000, the other for 1 million. Compared to the 200 million Gerald had won, this wasn't much. But those banners were different. They represented official recognition, which meant someone would be protecting Gerald from now on. Bella rolled her eyes. Those kinds of banners, I have a whole wall of them at home. Despite her young age, Bella had solved many cases and earned numerous accolades, even a collective first-class merit award. A true achievement earned with her life. You're amazing, really. I give up. Gerald leaned back on the hospital bed, legs crossed, looking quite at ease. Bella shook her head and stood up. I'm heading back to the station first. I'll come see you again in the evening. Left alone in the ward once more, Gerald tried to focus on cultivating. But before he could start, the door opened again. Abel entered with a smile that made him look like a sly businessman. Dr. Chun, resting? Gerald sighed. Was there no time for him to cultivate peacefully? Why had he returned so soon? Halia, just recovering, Gerald replied indifferently. Abel's smile widened as he approached Gerald. Since you don't seem too busy, why not join me for a tour of our hospital? Any suggestions on how we can improve would be appreciated. Gerald knew something wasn't right about this. Director Zhang, what do you really want? Just say it directly. Abel chuckled. Dr. Chun, since you're idle anyway, our hospital has several difficult cases that haven't responded to treatment. Could you take a look and offer some advice? Rest assured, we will pay you as an external professor. Gerald narrowed his eyes, observing Abel closely. Although Abel supported traditional Chinese medicine, Gerald didn't particularly dislike him. Since he made the request, Gerald reluctantly agreed. Seeing Gerald's acceptance, Abel beamed, overjoyed. Being a deputy director was no easy feat. Despite his status, many of the patients in this VIP ward were influential leaders of Jiangsheng, who wouldn't hesitate to berate the doctors if their ailments weren't treated promptly. Thus, Gerald followed Abel through the ward, flanked by a group of senior doctors, making their way into the rooms. Their first stop was a ward housing a department-level official who had been admitted recently with complaints of headaches. After extensive examinations including CT scans, no cause had been identified, leading to much frustration. Director Liu, how are you feeling today? Abel asked calmly. Boris, wearing a patient gown, lay in bed, glaring at Abel and the others. Deputy Director Zhang, what is your hospital doing? I've been here 3 days with headaches, and you still haven't figured out why. Director Liu, we prioritize patient care above all else. We brought an expert to help treat you because we haven't found the cause yet. Stepping aside, Abel gestured to Gerald. Here's the expert our doctors are eagerly learning from. Upon seeing Gerald, Boris's face darkened. Abel, are you mocking me? What kind of expert is he? What expertise does he have? His anger boiled over at the sight of the young man, wrapped in bandages, his right arm immobilized, a clear sign of recent injury. Abel remained unfazed, smiling. Director Liu, this expert took considerable effort to bring in. If he can't help, we have no one else who can. Perhaps you should seek another opinion. Realizing Abel was challenging him, Boris's expression changed drastically. Then Abel continued, this expert treated Miss was conditioned successfully. Which Miss Hua? Boris retorted. Miss Aisha, of course, the Hua family's daughter. The mention of Aisha, whose prolonged treatment had gained attention among high-ranking officials, caused Boris's demeanor to shift entirely. Oh, it's Dr. Chun. I apologize for any disrespectful words. Please forgive me. In politics, attitude shifts happened rapidly without a trace of contradiction. Gerald studied Boris silently for a minute, using his spiritual senses to diagnose the problem. With limited spiritual power, advanced techniques were beyond his reach for now. Boris grew anxious under Gerald's scrutiny, wondering if he had truly offended the famous doctor. The reputation of Gerald loomed large after successfully treating Aisha, who had seen improvements where other experts had failed. Gerald's fame was well-earned. Chapter 252. Open your mouth. Abel also sensed something was amiss. Why did Gerald just stare at Boris without feeling his pulse or asking any questions? This was not the way of traditional Chinese medicine. But Abel didn't inquire further. What if this was Gerald's unique method? The people behind them exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about the meaning of Gerald's actions. After a while, Gerald finally spoke slowly. It's nothing serious, just a brain tumor. Upon hearing brain tumor, Boris immediately slumped onto the hospital bed. Divine Dr. Chun, could you have made a mistake? His head has been thoroughly examined, and no tumor was detected, Abel questioned. Boris had undergone X-rays, CT scans, EEGs, and MRIs during his hospital stay. If he had a brain tumor, it should have shown up. How could I be wrong? It's just in its early stages and hasn't grown yet. But who knows what might happen after some time? Gerald squinted and asked, besides headaches, do you feel nauseous, and is your vision somewhat blurry? Hales, yes, I have all these symptoms. Divine Dr. Chun, am I going to die? Boris asked nervously. It's just a minor issue, Gerald said with a smile. Abel furrowed his brows and hurriedly walked to the bedside, holding the films from Boris's examination. He and the other doctors examined them together. If there were a brain tumor, it should have occupied a certain proportion of the brain, but they couldn't detect any sign of a tumor from these images. Divine Dr. Chun, please help me. I really don't want to die. Boris was now emotionally distraught, pale-faced, and sweating profusely. Come, open your mouth. Gerald took out a small bottle containing silver threadworms. This little creature hadn't been used for quite some time. Boris quickly opened his mouth, unsure of what Gerald was about to do. Gerald flicked his right hand, sending the silver threadworm into Boris's mouth. This silver threadworm was more knowledgeable about the brain structure than any neurology expert. If it evolved into a golden threadworm, it would be even more powerful. While Abel and the others were still studying, they finally noticed an extremely tiny, potential tumor in Boris's images. Such a small tumor made surgery very difficult. It needed to grow a bit more before surgical removal was possible. As they discussed, Gerald had already retrieved the silver threadworm and said, done. Next patient. Ah. Abel and the others were dumbfounded. They had come to learn medical techniques, not witness magic. His eyes were sharper than an X-ray machine, and his treatment methods were simply incredible. No surgery, no medication. Just by consuming something, it was cured. Divine Dr. Chun, that's it? Abel asked. What else? You can check him again later. Gerald turned away casually and strolled towards the next ward. Abel and the others hurriedly followed, watching how Gerald treated patients. In the VIP ward, they saw all kinds of people, witnessing what real power looked like. Some, with minor illnesses, screamed and shouted, while others, despite holding high positions, remained quite approachable. Following Gerald, they were amazed at his treatment methods. He never relied on traditional diagnosis methods, but observed for a while before applying acupuncture or prescribing medication. Within hours, he cleared all the difficult cases that had piled up in their hospital. The critical part was that his methods were beyond imitation by others. Divine Dr. Chun, thank you so much, truly. Back in the ward, Abel kept expressing gratitude. After this series of treatments, Gerald's reputation soared as a doctor with exceptional skills, curing diseases instantly, just like the legendary Bert Tua. This place is interesting. I plan to stay a few more days and visit other wards. This afternoon in the VIP ward, the officials were too influential and disconnected from everyday life. Gerald decided to visit regular wards and treat common people while observing the world around him. If Gerald wasn't a cultivator, Nellie wouldn't have lived past 30, Lorena would have been plagued by severe illness, Cora would have had a short lifespan, and Aisha would have been untreatable. Gordony people, after being treated by Gerald, became healthy. Beyond those seen, countless others were suffering in hospitals. Adhering to the principle of healing the sick, Gerald planned to continue treating patients over the next few days. No problem, I'll arrange it tomorrow. Abel left the ward with a group of doctors, taking the prescriptions Gerald wrote to study ancient Chinese medicine. Gerald lay on the bed idly, watching TV, waiting for dinner. Before long, Lorena returned to the ward with dinner. Why did I see so many people discharged when I came back? When Lorena visited Aisha earlier, other wards were filled with patients. Now, at least half of the patients had been discharged. They got better, so they naturally left. Most here were key personnel. Unless retired, they would regularly check up at the hospital. Otherwise, everyone wanted to recover quickly and return to work. Gerald, legs crossed, chuckled. Miss Yvette, you finally remembered to bring me food. I thought you wanted to starve me. Lorena placed the food on the side table, opening the lids. It looked quite abundant. If you starved, Florence would devour me. Lorena held a bowl and chopsticks, directly feeding the food to Gerald. What are you doing? Gerald was stunned. Lorena frowned. Feeding you. Your right hand is immobile. Are you going to eat with your left? Open your mouth. Yesterday, Gerald fed Lorena, and today it was a complete reversal, truly demonstrating the cycles of fate. In fact, you could give me a spoon. I can feed myself. Gerald was unsure about Lorena's current control of her inner strength. If she accidentally applied too much force, it might knock out his front teeth. No way. You can protest, but I won't listen. Lorena forcefully picked up a piece of meat, placed it near Gerald's mouth, and ordered him to eat. Gerald was speechless. Having a beautiful woman wait on him hand and foot sounded wonderful, but it was Lorena. She seemed ready to punch him at any moment, making the situation unimaginable. Ultimately, under Lorena's insistence, Gerald toughened up and finished all the food. Chapter 253. Obsessed with Lillian. After dinner, Bella tidied up her things and glanced at Gerald's injured arm. She said, I'll go change my clothes and come back to keep you company later. This isn't necessary. It's not a serious injury. Gerald was certainly unwilling for Bella to stay, but faced with her authority, he had no choice but to agree. Once Bella left to change her clothes, Gerald finally had time to cultivate properly. Sitting on the bed, he settled into a meditative state, allowing the meager spiritual energy to flow through his meridians. Time slowly passed until the door of the ward opened again. Thinking Bella had returned, Gerald was surprised to see Iana enter instead. This little girl tiptoed into the room, as if she were up to no good. Hee, Gerald, I'm back, she giggled. Eyes squinted into slits, walking mysteriously towards his bedside. What are you here for this time? Gerald genuinely feared this girl because her unpredictable thoughts were always a mystery. Hee, Gerald, I read the medical books you wrote today, and they really helped. Iana reading books? This caught Gerald off guard. Had this girl changed? So, you're here to discuss medicine? Gerald asked in return. Iana's eyes remained squinted, her face beaming with an enigmatic smile. She then pulled out a piece of paper from her nurse's uniform and placed it before Gerald. I wrote a prescription myself based on your books. It should help with my figure. Check if it's toxic. For Iana to concoct a prescription on her own was truly surprising. These herbs you've written. Gerald looked at the list and realized this girl was truly crazy. Gordony of the ingredients were powerful tonics that could easily lead to weight gain, excessive heatiness, and constant nosebleeds if taken by a normal person. But maybe getting bigger after gaining weight wasn't such a bad idea. I studied your books and added some herbs my grandfather used when I was younger. This is carefully researched, alright? Iana pouted, feeling particularly upset about her underdeveloped figure, especially when even the seriously ill Aisha had a better physique than her. It was hard to accept. Do you know the formula your grandfather gave you? Gerald asked. Dylan had been giving Iana herbal baths and using medicinal herbs for health since childhood, which Gerald knew about, but not the specifics. Of course, it mainly includes. Iana rattled off several herb names, causing Gerald to inwardly shudder. These herbs, while beneficial for strengthening and nourishing, were mostly young in nature. If a girl consumed them, they would significantly increase male hormones and suppress female hormones. No wonder Iana was so carefree. She had been raised like a boy by Dylan from a young age. And unlike Bella, who practiced martial arts but didn't take random medications, Luzixia did. Let me check you. Gerald grabbed Iana's hand, infusing her with his remaining spiritual energy. As expected, her body showed signs of excess yang and internal disorder. Had she continued the herbal baths into adulthood, she might have even developed facial hair. Gerald sighed. What a pity. He thought Iana was just another ordinary girl, but now her body was healthy, though whether she could bear children was questionable. How is it? Isn't my prescription amazing? Iana looked at Gerald expectantly. This was her first time crafting a prescription, and she had put much effort into it. Gerald rubbed his nose, feeling stumped. Clearly, this girl was very concerned about her figure, but having been soaked in these herbs from childhood, her vital energy had already changed. Restoring balance wouldn't happen overnight. I'll modify it for you. Follow this prescription when you take the medicine. Since Gerald couldn't write due to his injury, he dictated the new formula for Iana to note down. Truthfully, Gerald was unsure of its effectiveness. Everyone's body was different, and there was a chance Iana might remain petite regardless. The best he could do was prescribe herbs to balance yin and yang, leaving the rest to fate. Will this work? It seems worse than what I wrote. Iana muttered as she glanced at the new prescription. Just get the medicine and leave, okay? You should be taking care of patients. Gerald lay on the bed, utterly speechless. If this failed, he wondered if Iana might try to devour him alive. That's fine. I'll try it out. If it works well, I'll promote it. Actually, Tabitha's figure isn't great either. Sister Florence has a pretty good one, and? Watching Iana leave the ward, Gerald felt a wave of relief wash over him. He began to use spirit stones to set up a small spirit gathering array in the room, enhancing the absorption of spiritual energy. Instruments in the room malfunctioned, and even the TV lost signal due to the magnetic field generated by the spiritual energy. It was nearly 2 in the morning when Bella finally returned. Seeing Gerald already asleep, she sat quietly on the sofa without disturbing him. Bella didn't realize that the inner strength within her body was also surging wildly due to the spirit array, continuously flowing from her dantian throughout her body. By dawn, Bella's cultivation broke through to hidden strength, surpassing the intermediate stage directly. Get up, let me wash your face and check your temperature. In the morning, Bella saw Gerald still sleeping, placed breakfast beside him, and started washing his face and checking his temperature with a towel. Hey, beautiful Yvette, I'm just injured, not disabled. You make it seem like I can't move a muscle. Despite only one working hand, Gerald felt like he had become useless in Bella's eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Since you got hurt because of me, I need to take good care of you. Bella rubbed Gerald's face vigorously with the towel, almost rubbing his skin off. Lighter, please, beautiful Yvette. Do you know how strong you've gotten? Gerald grimaced in pain as his face turned red from the vigorous rubbing. Hashtag chapter 254, the story of the banners. Bella threw the towel into the basin, picked up a cup and toothbrush, and from her actions, it was clear she was preparing to help Gerald brush his teeth. No need. I can do it myself. Gerald quickly took over the toothbrush. If she helped him brush his teeth today, who knew if she'd be helping him bathe tonight? Alright then. I have to go back to the bureau for a meeting later. If anything happens, let me know. After tidying up, Bella picked up her handbag and instructed, eat light breakfast. For lunch, I've told Dariogi, so join her. I'll be back in the evening. She arranged everything meticulously, as if she really treated Gerald like a disabled person. Kind-hearted but somewhat domineering, Gerald mused, rubbing his chin with a grin as he got out of bed and headed straight for Aisha's ward. Iana and Aisha were sitting at a table, each holding a bowl of Chinese herbal medicine. Big brother Malag, you're here? Hearing Aisha's coquettish voice made one's bones feel soft. Cough, cough. How are you feeling today? Gerald asked, regaining his composure. I'm doing fine. Had some fruit for breakfast. I think I've gained some weight. Aisha smiled. Iana looked at Aisha enviously. She could gain weight from eating fruits, while Iana ate so much without any effect. It seems like you're recovering well. Keep taking your medicine on time, and before long, you'll be better. Gerald had already gathered a lot of spiritual energy that day, preparing to give Aisha an acupuncture session to stimulate her acupoints, which would speed up her recovery. He first used acupuncture along with herbal medicine, waiting for her to take the bone Gordonrow cleansing pill so she could adapt to its potency faster. Administering acupuncture with his left hand was more tiring, and after completing it, Gerald was nearly exhausted. Pant. Breathing heavily and wiping the sweat from his face, the spiritual energy he had just gathered was almost entirely depleted. Big brother Malag, you've worked hard. Seeing how tired Gerald was, Aisha felt apologetic. After dressing, she brought him a glass of water. Thanks. Gerald took the cup and glanced at Iana, smirking. Xandra, learn what it means to be considerate. Iana rolled her eyes. Despise you, favoring beauty over friendship. After drinking the water, Gerald stayed for lunch. In the afternoon, he patrolled the wards with Abel, attracting many people who wanted Gerald to treat them. In the evening, Bella returned, bringing Gerald a set of clean clothes. It seemed she still remembered their bet since the clothes were hand-washed. Beautiful Yvette, you don't need to come every day, see, I'm already recovered. Gerald removed his bandages and moved his right hand. Although it still hurt, it would recover in a few days. Not possible. The doctor said you need to stay for observation. You can't be discharged. Bella refused decisively. It seemed Gerald wouldn't leave the hospital until his hand was fully restored. Gerald was thoroughly convinced by Bella's domineering personality. He had no choice but to stay, absorbing spiritual energy as much as possible to recover faster. Over the next few days, Gerald treated patients during the day and cultivated at night, living quite a full life. Bella recently captured some Japanese criminals, disrupting their illegal channels. She was busy apprehending others, and even came to watch over Gerald at night. Several times, she left late at night and returned early in the morning with breakfast for Gerald. This routine lasted a week, and Gerald's injuries were completely healed. His cultivation also advanced to the 11th level of chi condensation. Pack up, we're going home today. In the morning, Bella didn't bring breakfast but started packing immediately. I thought you intended for me to stay indefinitely. Gerald laughed. Over this week, they spent a lot of time together, though Bella had her stubborn side. If not for Abel confirming Gerald was healed, Bella might have kept him there longer. Florence is back today. Go home quickly. Don't let him find out you were shot. Bella, carrying 2 large bags, urged Gerald to leave. If they were late, it would expose everything. Thus ended Gerald's blissful hospital stay. Bella carried the luggage and fetched the car, busy as ever. Back at xuanhuan, Bella continued arranging things, bustling about. Gerald hadn't been there for a long time. Looking at the familiar room, he couldn't resist breathing in the fresh air of xuanhuan. Beautiful Yvette, did you buy these paintings? Gerald noticed something different. On the TV wall were several ink paintings, where he planned to hang banners. Bella looked up, shaking her head. I don't know, I never noticed. Gerald studied the ink paintings closely. They depicted mountains, water, stones, and bamboo, looking authentic and exuding an ancient charm. However, these paintings lacked any trace of spiritual energy and were clearly fakes. The paintings are decent, but worthless, all fakes. Gerald had seen many antiques at Ethan's place. Old items, due to their age, usually had a bit of spiritual energy. These paintings had none. In such an expensive house, how could fake paintings be hung? Gerald promptly replaced them with his large red banners. Spiritual criminal slayer. Outstanding youth. Living Bert tool. Miracle hand returning life. Looking at the banners high above, Gerald almost teared up reminiscing about past deeds. After tidying up, Bella sat on the sofa, resting and watching Gerald proudly admire his banners. You hung them so high, afraid no one knows about your achievements? Of course. This is society's recognition. I plan to create a whole wall for these banners. I expect many more to arrive. During his hospital stay, Gerald cured many patients, receiving numerous banners, with more on the way. If all were hung, even one wall wouldn't suffice. Bella, leaning back on the sofa, closed her eyes and fell asleep. She must have been extremely tired. Gerald, seeing her sleep, covered her with a nearby blanket. Chapter 255, Medicine Supervisor. In the evening, it was already time to finish work, yet Nellie and Cora had not returned. They were supposed to come back today, but it seemed like they wouldn't be able to make it. After a while, Beth dragged her somewhat tired body back home. Recently, Lorena occasionally came back and chatted with Beth a few times, but she did not tell her that Gerald was hospitalized. She only mentioned that Gerald went to catch thieves for her and would not be back for some time. A week without seeing Gerald made Beth feel a bit empty inside. However, seeing Gerald at home now, an unrestrainable joy instantly appeared on her face. Gerald, you're back? Beth walked over with a delighted expression and smiled. Beth, how have things been? Did anyone trash my bar? Gerald joked. Actually, if anyone had trashed his bar, Ethan would have told him long ago. I was just about to tell you. The bar's revenue has increased several times recently. Standing in front of Gerald, Beth kept looking him up and down as if feeling like they hadn't seen each other for ages. She would go to the bar to sing every night recently when she was free, which helped to soothe her mood. As a result of her singing, she attracted many fans and brought more customers to the bar, causing business to boom daily. Each time Beth finished singing, countless men tried to woo her or confess their love. If Ethan's people weren't there to watch over her, who knows if someone might have lured her away. As for the money earned, you can keep it. I don't really need it anyway. Gerald was generous. After all, he opened the bar for Beth, so it was fine to give the earnings to her. How can that be? I'm just managing your bar, so you can just pay me a salary. Beth still had a clear understanding. What she should get, she would take. What she shouldn't, she wouldn't. At least 3 salaries. One as a manager, one as a singer, and one as a bartender. Gerald laughed. I'll tell the accountant to give you 50,000 yuan per month. Beth was quite surprised by this figure. Gerald giving out salaries was too casual. This would mean she'd earn more working at the bar than at Daryoling Group. Lorena came out of the kitchen holding dishes, looking at them chatting and complained. Can you help me out here? I'm exhausted. Officer Yvette, you're here too. I'll be right there. Beth had almost forgotten that there were others around since she stayed alone in the villa these days. She quickly went over to help. This dinner was well prepared. Initially, she thought Nellie and Cora would join them for dinner, but now it looked like only the 3 of them would enjoy this feast. During dinner, Beth couldn't stop chatting with Gerald, mainly asking if his recent case-solving adventures were dangerous. Gerald answered casually, unintentionally leaving Lorena aside. Beth, are you going to the bar tonight? Gerald asked. Not tonight, it's too crowded, and I find it annoying now, Beth replied. Originally, she went to the bar to sing because she loved the atmosphere, but now, with more fanatical admirers, she felt a bit wary. Did you drink wine while I wasn't here? Gerald further questioned. He hadn't boiled medicine for Beth in a week. If she drank wine, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Of course not. I've strictly followed your advice and haven't touched a drop, Beth said confidently. She truly didn't drink because of Gerald's promise. Why damage her health otherwise? I'll check where Florence is. Lorena felt like an unwanted third wheel and could only take out her phone to ask Nellie where she was. Nellie and Cora finally came back after 9 o'clock at night, carrying several large boxes with them, showing that they had a fruitful trip to Hyben City. Florence, you're back. Why so late? Seeing them return, Lorena hurried forward first, followed by Gerald and Beth, who helped carry the luggage. Don't even ask. We were supposed to arrive in the afternoon, but traffic jams delayed us until now. I'm completely worn out. Nellie's trip this time involved major actions, expanding Tao Bertyuan into over 10 new stores in Hyben, before finally returning. Tabitha, are you tired? Let me help you. Gerald carried Cora's luggage into the living room. Have you eaten? Beth asked. If not, I've saved food for you. Let me heat it up. No need. We ate instant noodles. Otherwise, we'd have starved. The traffic jam was ridiculous. Why such a traffic jam? It was because police set up roadblocks on the highway to catch criminals, an operation that would last half a month. Nellie pouted, opened the box, and took out some gift boxes. Here, gifts for you too. Don't mind the simplicity. This one is for you, Junruo, and this one for you, Beth. Nellie handed out the gifts. These items were available in Jiangxing as well. It was mainly a gesture of goodwill. Cosmetics, bags, clothes, all necessities for beauty queens. What about me? Gerald noticed that both women received gifts, but not him, wondering if he was forgotten. Tabitha bought you something specifically. Nellie sat on the sofa, picked up a cup of water from the table, and drank a few sips. Tabitha is always so thoughtful. What did she get for me? Gerald asked. Cora shyly handed him a box. I'm not sure if you'll like it. Florence said you probably would. Eager to open it, Gerald saw an exquisite men's wristwatch inside a small box. Seeing the price tag, Gerald was speechless. Tabitha, this is too expensive. Though Cora worked at Tao Bertyuan and earned a decent salary, this watch cost her half a year's pay. Last time Florence gave Liao a watch, and I saw you liked it, so I bought this one for you. Beneath Cora's arm, another women's watch was still worn. This pair of watches naturally came at a high price. Nellie didn't care much about the cost, buying them directly for Cora to give to Gerald. In that case, I won't refuse then. Gerald put the watch on, admiring himself in the mirror. It matched his style perfectly. All the ladies gathered again for a mahjong game, chatting about everyone's experiences during their absence. Gerald resumed his old job, placing 4 bowls of herbal medicine in front of the ladies. Seeing the herbal medicine bowls, everyone showed various expressions, as if nearly forgetting about this routine after a week. What are you all standing there for? It's been a week since you last had medicine. Quickly, each one of you. Nobody can skip. Gerald ordered. Chapter 256. The origin of the calligraphy and paintings. During this period, Bella had been spending a lot of time with Gerald and hadn't missed any of her medicine, being the first to lift her bowl to drink it. The others followed suit, each raising their bowls to consume the herbal medicine. Gerald gave everyone another examination. Cora's condition was nearly recovered. Her internal chi and blood were abundant, and just needed a bit more time for recovery. Beth would probably need 3 months, while Bella required half a year. Nellie would need to continue taking the medicine indefinitely. By the way, Gerald, Nellie put down her empty bowl and asked, haven't you been to the store during this time? Bella's expression tightened, quickly interjecting, recently, Gerald has been busy handling a case with me. He didn't have time. Is there anything wrong at the store? Nellie shook her head, not really, but the revenue has been increasing over this period. I looked at the financial statements sent by the accountant. In just 1 week, sales have surpassed the entire month from last month. I thought Gerald might have organized some activities. Gerald smiled, there were no activities, but our competitor finally went bust, so naturally, our store sales improved. Luoxiang Fai Fengzhong's arrest indeed led to their company's collapse, and all stores were sealed. Such a giant falling, consumers could only choose other stores, and Teo Weiyuan became the best choice, leading to increased sales. How did they go bankrupt? Nellie never expected that xuanhuan would actually close down. When she went to develop in Binhai, she believed Jiangqing's market was already peacefully coexisting with xuanhuan without overlapping, having no potential for further development, which is why she expanded around its periphery. Who knew she would hear such news upon returning? You should ask Miss Yvette about it. She was in charge of that case. Gerald pointed to the banner on the wall and laughed. But I also contributed my fair share. Bella then explained to Nellie, Cora, and Beth about recently solving the Luoxiang Fai case, but omitted mentioning Gerald's injury. Nellie was amazed. She never expected xuanhuan to be involved in such business. However, now that xuanhuan had collapsed, it meant they no longer faced competition in the Jiangqing fruit market. Next, Nellie had to prepare for expanding Teo Weiyuan's influence into the mid to low-end markets. Why are you using a mask, Junyao? Nellie noticed Bella applying a face mask as she prepared to rest. Previously, Bella never used such items. I've been too tired from the recent cases, my skin lacks moisture, so I'm just using it casually. Bella's eyes scanned over Gerald as she applied her mask. If not for what Gerald said about her having a woman's body and a man's heart, she wouldn't have bothered with makeup or masks. Gerald yawned. Seeing the women had finished chatting, he got ready to retire for the night. Click. At that moment, the door opened, and Zahir walked in. Dad, why are you here? Nellie hadn't seen him for half a month, wondering why Zahir came today. Zahir entered, noticing the 4 girls uniformly pasted with face masks, momentarily stunned. Originally, only Nellie and Cora should be here. How did 2 more appear? Florence, who are they? Zahir asked. Uncle who? I'm Junyao. Don't you recognize me? Bella turned and asked. Oh, Junyao, why are you wearing a mask? Zahir smiled, sat down, and placed a bag on the table. This is Beth, Gerald's classmate. She's ill and is temporarily being treated here, Nellie introduced. Uncle, hello? Good, very good. Zahir's gaze shifted to Gerald, his eyes carrying a hint of shrewdness, seemingly understanding the presence of these beauties. Bropa, what did you buy? Gerald glanced at the bag on the table, seeing something round and rolled up inside, resembling a scroll. These are treasures I specifically sought out from Suzhou province after half a month of effort. Bella and Beth exchanged surprised glances behind their masks. Was Zahir Nellie's father? And what did Bropu mean? Moreover, Zahir seemed fine with it. It felt like a bizarre hierarchy. Zahir proudly lifted his head and then glanced at the television wall. Suddenly his expression changed. Where are the paintings I bought yesterday? He swiftly stood from the sofa, stepped to the TV wall, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed the paintings were missing. You're talking about those fake paintings? They're all in the drawer beside the TV cabinet. Gerald pointed towards a drawer, where he had stuffed them away. Zahir hastily pulled open the drawer, retrieved the 4 paintings, unfolded them to check for damage, and only then put them away. What fake paintings? These are masterpieces by Zheng Banqiao. I specially traveled to Suzhou to find his descendants and purchase these artworks. Zahir, holding the scrolls, returned, grumbling. You don't understand. Don't mess with them. They are meant to be my daughter's dowry. Only then did Gerald realize these paintings belonged to Zahir. However, since they were fakes, how could he value them so much? Bropa, how much did you spend? Zahir returned to the couch, poured himself a glass of water, and said, 3 million per painting, which was already discounted. Total cost, 12 million RMB. What? Gerald's eyes bulged like saucers. After risking life and limb, serving the people and eliminating evil, he only earned 1.5 million in rewards. Zahir waved a hand and spent over 12 million on some fake paintings. Money shouldn't be wasted like that. Do you know anything? Antique art flourishes during prosperity while gold shines during turmoil. These antiques have appreciation potential. Though 12 million now, they could become 20 or 30 million later. Seeing Gerald's astonishment, Zahir couldn't help feeling disdainful, viewing him as if he'd never seen anything before. Unknown to Gerald, Bella, Beth, and Cora also wore expressions of shock. Nellie merely sighed, knowing her father had a habit of collecting antiques, always talking about appreciation but rarely selling anything back. Dad, aren't you exaggerating? 12 million. If they're fake, what then? Nellie couldn't help scolding. Such an amount could buy another villa. Why insist on buying these paintings instead? Hashtag chapter 257. What can we do? Zahir snorted disdainfully and turned to hang the paintings on the wall behind the sofa. How can they be fake? I had them appraised by experts, all authentic. You know, a few years ago, Zhang Banqiao's famous paintings were worth tens of millions. After hanging the paintings up, Zahir nodded in satisfaction. Even if you don't want them, I can give them to my grandson in the future. He will surely love them. I'm really looking forward to having a grandson. Speaking of which, it's been almost 2 months. The mention of the grandson silenced Nelly immediately. She was only pretending to be pregnant, and it had already been over a month. If calculated normally, it should be at least 2 months by now. Dreamhan, you're pregnant? Bella, who hadn't heard Nelly mention this, felt as if she had been struck by lightning upon hearing the news. She couldn't help but look at Gerald, her eyes filled with an indescribable and complex expression. Sure. Nelly quickly gestured to Bella to stop asking further. After hanging the paintings, Zahir rubbed his hands together and walked back, asking, "By the way, have you gone to the hospital for checkups? To see how my grandson is doing?" Nelly's face fell. She didn't know how to explain. Admitting it was a lie would definitely not work. I haven't had time to go yet. Gordon I've in a few days. Zahir frowned. That won't do. The baby's health is important. You should go to the hospital tomorrow and bring me the report. Nelly was at a loss, turning to Gerald for help. How could she get a prenatal ultrasound report when she wasn't even pregnant? Gerald understood her predicament and changed the subject. Brother Purr, these paintings look quite good, very lifelike. Zahir, obviously pleased, said, "Of course, Zhang Banqiao's work. How can it be anything but excellent? I specially prepared these for you. Our home needs a few decent antique paintings, doesn't it?" Seeing Zahir's satisfied smile, Gerald hesitated to reveal the truth. Over 10 million yuan. This wasn't just a few thousand yuan. Earning that much through legitimate means would take forever. If Gerald weren't a cultivator, he might never earn such a sum in his entire life. Brother Purr, what if these paintings are fake? Gerald asked. Fake? Impossible, impossible. I had experts look at them. These are definitely Zhang Banqiao's genuine works. There's no way they're fake. Zahir was adamant. He had played with antiques for several years and bought plenty of fakes before. But having bought so many fakes, he thought he had developed some discernment. Besides, spending over 10 million yuan on paintings wasn't something he did lightly. As a billionaire CEO of a public company, he certainly wasn't foolish enough to spend millions on fakes. When purchasing these paintings, Zahir brought an expert along, who confirmed they were authentic before he made the purchase. In the antique market, every collector hoped to find hidden gems. Spending 3 million on Zhang Banqiao's work, if it were genuine, would be considered a minor find. Brother Purr, if you don't believe me, why don't we go to Old Wang's antique shop tomorrow and have it appraised? Gerald needed to find Ethan for another matter anyway, so he could appraise the authenticity of the paintings while he was there. You mean Ethan? His antique shop is pretty good, but the prices are too high, with limited appreciation potential, Zahir replied. I bought a few old items from him, kept them for 3 years, and they appreciated less than 5%. Zahir, being a businessman, bought antiques both for interest and investment. When he liked an item, he bought it for collection. When the market was right, he sold it for profit. As long as the price was right, he'd sell regardless of personal preference or suitability. At least it appreciated a little, better than losing money. Gerald shook his head. He knew the paintings were fake, but couldn't prove it since he lacked expertise. Therefore, he had to take Zahir to Ethan the next day. How could I lose money? You're an amateur who doesn't understand anything. Tomorrow at his treasure pavilion, you'll see how profitable this deal was for me. According to Zahir's plan, each Zhang Banqiao painting would appreciate by at least 1 to 2 million yuan, netting him 4 to 8 million from the 4 paintings. The longer he held on to them, the more valuable they'd become. In a few years, each might be worth tens of millions. Listening to their conversation, Nelly felt exhausted after driving all day. Her eyelids started to droop, so she decided to sleep. Noticing Nelly going to bed, the others also returned to their rooms, leaving Gerald and Zahir alone. Son-in-law, I'll go to sleep then. Seeing everyone resting and no one paying attention to his paintings, Zahir felt slightly disappointed. He planned to stay overnight and go with Gerald to find Ethan early the next morning. Oh! Gerald watched Zahir walk into the room originally belonging to himself and was speechless. It took only a few minutes to walk from the villa to his house, yet Zahir chose to stay here. Reluctantly, Gerald went upstairs to Nelly's room, as he pretended to be her boyfriend. The other rooms were either for maids, storage, or a home theater, none of which were livable, so Gerald had no choice. Knock knock knock. He knocked on the door, unlocked it, and entered. Seeing Gerald come in, Nelly blushed for some reason. She had missed him, but hadn't shown it earlier due to the crowd. Now that he was in her room, her heart raced like a schoolgirl's. What are you doing here? Nelly asked nervously. Was Gerald planning to turn their pretend relationship into reality and create a child? Forget it. Your dad, my brother, has taken over my room. I have nowhere else to go. Gerald's face showed exasperation. On his first day back, he faced an inspection from Zahir. If this happened daily, he'd end up sleeping in Nelly's room every night. Nelly's face flushed as she asked, Then, what can we do? As she spoke, she lowered her gaze, avoiding Gerald's eyes. For some reason, her heart felt as if ants were crawling inside, causing an unbearable itch. Chapter 258, Nelly's Gift. Gerald looked at Nelly and felt that this woman was becoming rather peculiar. What else can we do? Unconventional moves. Nelly looked at Gerald and asked, How unconventional? Gerald shrugged and said, You sleep in the bed. I'll take the sofa. Okay. Nelly slowly exhaled a warm breath, relieved that her worries were unfounded. Gerald had become accustomed to the sofa. Though it was small, it was sufficient. He would replace it with a bigger one tomorrow. A man should have a proper sofa. Watching Gerald sleep on the sofa, Nelly didn't lie down but stood up and walked over to the box she brought back. Nelly rummaged through the box, took out a small box, and approached Gerald. Gerald was just about to meditate for cultivation when he noticed Nelly approaching. Do you need something? You should get some rest. You look exhausted. You must have been busy this week. Nellie pressed her lips together and handed the box to Gerald, saying, "This is a gift I bought for you." Gerald suddenly sat up from the sofa, thinking she had forgotten him, only to find out she had planned to give him the gift personally. "I had originally intended to buy the watch selected by Tabitha for you, but she ended up buying it. I couldn't go against her wishes." Nellie's tone had a hint of grievance, so she picked another gift for Gerald. Gerald opened the box to find an elegantly packaged wallet inside, looking quite exquisite with donkey written in pinyin on it. "I'm not the kind who cares much about such things. It really doesn't matter whether you give gifts or not." Gerald smiled while examining the wallet. Although he had a jade pendant, having a wallet could also elevate his status, especially since he now had several million. "Halia, it's pretty nice. I'll take it." Seeing Gerald's satisfaction, Nellie breathed a sigh of relief. She had carefully chosen this wallet, which, though not as valuable as Gerald's watch, was still not cheap. "If you like it, that's great." Nellie's lips curled into a sweet smile as she turned to head back to bed. "I also have a gift for you," Gerald suddenly said. Nellie stopped abruptly, her big, watery eyes staring at Gerald. What kind of gift? She hadn't expected Gerald to buy her a gift. Could it be that he liked her? Nellie was conflicted about Gerald. He met Cora first, and although they weren't officially dating, it was clear that their relationship was more than friendship but not quite romantic. She liked Gerald too, but always felt like she was intruding. "This gift, you will definitely like." Gerald held out his right hand, and an A4 paper appeared in front of him, prominently stamped with an official seal. Nellie took it and examined it closely. Upon seeing the heading, she asked puzzledly, "Tax Bureau? We file taxes monthly and never underpaid or evaded them." After further inspection, her expression changed dramatically. It was a tax clearance certificate issued by the Tax Bureau. Since the over 200 million won by Gerald from the Milaglong Hot Springs was confiscated by Nellie, part of those funds had been recorded as tax payments for Taoyuan. 50 million. Nellie's eyes widened like bright bulbs, utterly surprised by the 50 million yuan deduction. This was almost as good as receiving cash directly. After all, tax payments require cash, and Taoyuan's current sales generated substantial monthly taxes. But with this certificate, there was no need to pay any tax until the 50 million was reached. All earnings went straight to their pocket. "How did you manage this?" Nellie stared at Gerald in disbelief, unable to imagine how he accomplished this. "Simple. It's all thanks to the competition. Remember when I accompanied Yvette Lillian to investigate recently? I just showed off a bit. If it weren't for DeAndre, Gerald wouldn't have thought to confront the Milaglong Chamber of Commerce. At most, he'd help Ethan in a contest and earn some rewards." "How do you like it?" Gerald raised his head proudly. It was 50 million, after all, and even thinking about those 200 million made Gerald feel a twinge of pain. "Is this the gift you're giving me?" Nellie folded the paper and placed it in her bag, seeming somewhat displeased. It seemed she wasn't happy, despite his efforts. Any gift like chocolates or flowers would have made her happier. But Gerald's gift, related to work rather than personal life, clearly left her dissatisfied. "I'm going to sleep." Nellie turned and returned to bed, turning off the lights and getting settled without hesitation. Gerald was confused. What was wrong with his gift? It was earned with his life on the line. Why wasn't she happy? Women's hearts. Gerald shook his head helplessly, unsure where he went wrong. "Forget it. I'll buy another gift someday." Gerald lay down on the sofa and closed his eyes for cultivation, unaware that in the darkness, a pair of eyes as bright as stars were watching him. After this injury, Gerald's cultivation became more stable. He advanced to the 11th level of chi refinement, feeling stronger than ever, as if his bones had broken and regrown. A stream of spiritual energy flowed into the room, absorbed by Gerald. Meanwhile, Nellie, who had fallen asleep, was surrounded by a faint spiritual energy that gradually entered her body. Splash! As morning sunlight streamed in, Nellie emerged from the bathroom after a shower, toweling her wet hair. Another wonderful day, finally back in Jiangxing, ready for a good night's sleep. Glancing at Gerald's face, she felt a slight annoyance. "Good morning." Gerald smiled, pushed open the bathroom door, and went in for a shower. He hadn't bathed all week, just using towels, feeling increasingly dirty. When they finished dressing and headed downstairs, they saw Beth preparing materials for a meeting. Beth's eyes revealed mixed emotions when she saw both Gerald and Nellie descend together. She knew they were pretending to be a couple, but why pretend so convincingly? "Morning, Beth." Gerald waved to Beth and walked to the dining area. Beth packed her files and said, "I'm off to work. By the way, Gerald, I found an interior design team. Come back with me later to review the plan." "Sure, no problem. Wait for you after work." Gerald nodded. Beth carried the file folder and quickly left, forcing a smile on her face. "Where's Yvette Lillian?" Gerald asked, finding only Cora and Zahir in the dining area. Bella was nowhere to be seen. "She went to work, said she had a meeting, left at 7:30, Cora explained. Nellie sat silently at the table, serving herself a bowl of porridge without a word. "Dear daughter, I've arranged an obstetrician appointment for you at Birching Hospital tomorrow at 9 a.m. Don't eat anything beforehand. Let's check on my dear grandson," Zahir said with delight. This translation adheres to your guidelines and captures the original tone and style while maintaining coherence with previous content. Chapter 259, Treasure Pavilion. Nellie was sipping her porridge when she heard the words, causing her to spurt it out all over the table. "Do you really need to get this excited?" "It's just a checkup," Zahir asked. Nellie hurriedly grabbed a tissue from the table and, while wiping her mouth, waved her hand saying, "No need. It's still early. He's only been here for over a month." "What do you mean no need? Do you know how worried I was when your mother was pregnant with you?" "Afraid something might happen," Zahir said, sounding dissatisfied. "The first trimester is crucial. You haven't even taken folic acid or vitamins, nor calcium supplements. What if the baby has issues? We will go for a checkup tomorrow to see what's lacking and make up for it." "Brother Pur, I'm already prescribing medicine for Florence, so there's no need for all these random supplements," Gerald interjected diplomatically. "Dear son-in-law, it's not that I don't trust your medical skills, but prenatal exams are necessary and should be done as soon as possible. Early detection leads to early treatment, which is in everyone's best interest. Don't you want the best for your child? Zahir took the impending child very seriously due to family legacy. This child represented the hope of the Mila family, and he wouldn't allow any accidents. Even though Gerald tried to persuade him otherwise, it didn't work. I'm going to. Nellie was interrupted by Zahir mid-sentence. You're not going anywhere. I'm staying here tonight. Zahir's stance was firm, leaving no room for argument. Helplessly, Nellie looked at Gerald, only to see him shake his head with a wry smile. He clearly couldn't think of a solution either. After all, it was she who had lied about being pregnant initially. She couldn't confess now. If she did, considering Zahir's attachment to his grandchild, the consequences would be dire. After eating 2 spoons of porridge, Zahir packed away Zhang Banqiao's calligraphy works, waiting for Gerald to finish breakfast before heading to the antique street. Nellie whispered, "What should we do?" "Don't know." Gerald shook his head and turned to Cora. "Sis Sylvie, can you think of something?" "What can I do? I've never been pregnant. Asking me won't help." Cora, widowed right after her wedding, without even spending the wedding night, knew nothing about such matters. "Fine, I'll come clean." Nellie sighed, realizing that keeping it hidden wasn't the way to go. She wanted to reveal everything and face whatever came next boldly. However, seeing Zahir holding several sets of baby clothes, so small and cute, obviously intended for a newborn, made her reconsider. Besides the calligraphy, he had brought baby clothes last night. Nellie didn't dare confess now, knowing it could shock him into heart problems given how delighted he seemed. "Let's not rush. One step at a time. You going for a checkup doesn't mean he can go with you," Gerald advised, somewhat amused by Zahir's preparations. Nellie wiped her mouth and said, "Sis Sylvie, let's go to the company." They quickly left xuanhuan, unwilling to face Zahir any longer. "Son-in-law, have you finished eating?" Zahir packed away the baby clothes and calligraphy, ready to leave. "Hales, let's go." Gerald cleaned up, then they set off. "I have an appointment with Old Wong. Let's go early. He seems to have collected some good pieces recently. Gordon, we can get more antiques." Zahir and Gerald got into the Bentley and headed straight for the antique street. Ethan had indeed bought many valuable items recently, primarily based on Gerald's request for weapons, along with other antiquities. An hour later, the Bentley parked in the antique street parking lot. Called Antique Street, it was actually a bustling market with intersecting pathways and shops on both sides. The buildings were preserved in their ancient styles, dating back 100 years, forming a cultural protection zone specialized in selling antiques. Gordony tourists visiting Jiangqing would come here hoping to find rare bargains, but often left with expensive reproductions. True experts went to the smaller, quieter backstreets where genuine antique shops were located. Stepping out, Gerald was surprised by the lively scene. Despite most collectors being around Zahir's age, quite a few young people were also present. "These aren't worth looking at. They're merchants, not antique enthusiasts." "Not much authenticity," Zahir remarked impatiently, pulling Gerald through the crowd towards the treasure pavilion. Historic snuff bottles used by Emperor Qianlong, toothpicks used by Empress Dowager Cixi, night pots used by Emperor Kangxi, begging bowls used by Zhu Zanianzang, mirrors used by Tang Taizong. Gerald winced at the exaggerated claims, wondering if any of them were true treasures. Reaching the main street, they entered a quieter, less crowded area lined with authentic antique shops. Jubao Pavilion, Treasure Workshop, Bogu Studio, Malajiashin, should be translated as Jubao Pavilion, Treasure Workshop, Bogu Studio, Malajiashin. Malajiashin can be translated as Malajia Cottage. For consistency and natural fluency in English, it would be better to translate all names. Jubao Pavilion, Treasure Workshop, Bogu Studio, Malajia Cottage. This ensures that the style is maintained throughout the text. Each shop was relatively empty but steeped in tradition, unlike the busy stalls outside. Inside, there were ceramics, porcelain vases, various small objects in glass cabinets, and famous paintings with prices tagged, each piece exorbitantly priced. Inside the treasure pavilion, only 4 people were present. An elderly man around 50, a 30-year-old clerk, and 2 martial arts disciples from Green Hill Hall dressed in their training uniforms. "Where's Gordon Wong?" Zahir asked bluntly upon entering. In the martial arts school, he called Ethan director, in the club, Gordon, and here, shopkeeper. Zahir had a clear understanding of social roles. Chapter 260, True or False. The elder raised his head and pointed toward the inner chamber, saying, "Orson, the shopkeeper has been waiting for you in the inner chamber." Zahir nodded and got up, heading towards the back. Gerald had yet to get enough of these antiques. Every item here truly matched its price tag. Each piece exuded a certain spirit, varying in quantity but unmistakably authentic. Arriving at the inner chamber, which was only around 20 square meters, there stood a screen in front that obscured the interior furnishings. When Gerald walked around it, he saw Ethan already waiting. In the middle sat a set of Wangwali furniture that looked quite expensive, probably over 100 years old. Ethan had already prepared tea and was leisurely sipping it. Upon seeing them enter, Ethan rose to greet them. "Orson, did you find another treasure?" Ethan laughed as he invited both men to sit down. "Here, aged pu'er tea. I wonder if it suits your taste." After serving the tea, Ethan turned to Gerald, saying, "Little Malak, it's been quite some time since you last came to see me. I thought you might have forgotten about me." Gerald chuckled and lifted his teacup, taking a sip. "Brother Wong is joking. I was injured recently, and as soon as I recovered, I came straight here." The fragrance of the tea filled the air, pleasant and lingering on the tongue long after consumption. "Injured? How did that happen?" Ethan's eyes flickered with concern, not expecting anyone in Jiangsheng could injure Gerald given his skills. "Do you know DeAndre? I raided his den." Gerald put down his teacup and explained. This news left Ethan stunned. He shot up from his seat, staring at Gerald in shock and excitement. "You took down Axton's drug operation? I couldn't imagine who else in Jiangqing had such prowess. There were many hidden martial artists there. Only you have this kind of capability." Gerald waved his hand dismissively. It's more than that. Ramon has broken through to the transformation stage, along with 3 Japanese ninjas also at that level. 4 transformation stage martial artists. Ethan's expression became even more shocked. Counting everyone here, only Sterling and Clement had reached the transformation stage. With Axton having an additional transformation stage fighter, plus those ninjas, their forces were overwhelmingly powerful. Fortunately, it was thanks to Gerald restraining them on the other side. Otherwise, bringing 4 transformation stage fighters would be too much even for Sterling and Clement. Little Malag, you're formidable. Ethan murmured to himself, thankful that he had a good relationship with Gerald, as Axton's strength was something he couldn't match. At this point, Zahir brought out his paintings, unable to follow their conversation and focus solely on the Zhang Banqiao pieces. Hold on a bit, Mr. Wong, let's look at these paintings first. Zahir moved all the teacups aside, careful not to damage his art. He then unfolded each one for Ethan to examine. These paintings' technique was impeccable, indistinguishable from the real thing unless by an expert. Ethan turned to inspect the paintings, frowning slightly. He fetched a magnifying glass from a nearby drawer. Zhang Banqiao's calligraphy and paintings of bamboo. Ethan observed the first painting, commenting lightly. Zahir replied, indeed, Zhang Banqiao is renowned for his bamboo paintings. If he doesn't paint bamboo, what else should he paint? The painting seems fine, Ethan remarked after examining the first one. His antique shop had trained him well over the years. But as business grew, he rarely appraised items personally anymore, delegating tasks to hired experts. Today, if not for Zahir's invitation, he wouldn't have come. How's it? I told you they're genuine. Zahir smiled upon hearing this. Having Ethan confirm their authenticity reassured him. The paper is somewhat yellowed, likely due to poor preservation, but this indicates the painting is centuries old. Oxidation is natural. Ethan examined another painting carefully. It should be fine. The paper quality, style, signature, and seal all seem authentic to Zhang Banqiao. Ethan asked Zahir, Orson, you must have had these authenticated before. Why are you showing them to me? Zahir gestured to Gerald. My wise son-in-law said these are forgeries. That's why I brought them to you. Little Malag, do you think these are fake? Ethan's appraisal indicated no issues, but Gerald's claim left him uncertain. Ethan stood up and looked at the remaining 2 paintings. I'm not entirely sure. Let me get someone else to take a look. He returned the paintings to the table and went to the back room. A while later, an elderly man around 70 followed Ethan back. Old Gordonster Gordon, these are Orson's paintings. Can you appraise them? Ethan pointed at the table. Shopkeeper, what paintings do you need help with? You've troubled this old man. Old Gordonster Gordon wore reading glasses. Despite his age, his eyes remained sharp. He glanced briefly and remarked, Zhang Banqiao's bamboo, quite a rare find. Compared to Ethan, Old Gordonster Gordon was much more professional. He wielded a magnifying glass and a small brush, leaning over to examine the paintings again. Hales, the style matches Zhang Banqiao's perfectly, and the paper is premium rice paper. Preservation isn't great, but it's passable. How much did you pay? Zahir quickly replied, not much, 3 million per piece. All 4 together cost 12 million. Old Gordonster Gordon nodded. 3 million apiece, reasonable. The market has been stable the past few years, so there's potential for appreciation. Gerald shook his head. This so-called expert seemed incapable of spotting forgeries. Not quite right. Something feels off, but I can't pinpoint it. Old Gordonster Gordon paused during the second painting's examination, scrutinizing closely, seemingly noticing something yet unsure of the exact issue. Chapter 261. Intuition. Mr. Gordon, don't scare me. I bought these for over 10 million. Zahir hurriedly stepped forward and asked, there shouldn't be any problem, right? It's hard to tell, Gordon responded, his eyes fixed on the paintings as he picked up the third one to examine it closely. Suddenly, his hand paused, and he placed the magnifying glass back on the table. This painting is a fake, Gordon said with absolute certainty. What? How could it be a fake? Zahir's face turned tense as he moved closer, asking, how can you tell? Ethan was sipping tea when he heard Gordon's statement. He put down his teacup and walked over. Mr. Gordon, I don't see any problems either. Gordon didn't explain but turned around and headed towards the back hall, saying, give me a moment. Is there really a problem? Ethan looked at Gerald, his eyes filled with intrigue. Having been in the antiques business for at least 20 years, and with Gordon's 40-plus years of experience, how had they missed what Gerald noticed? Gerald sat calmly, slowly drinking tea. Finally, someone understood the situation. Zahir, however, was visibly anxious. 12 million was no small sum. Though such an amount wasn't significant to him, if he were to buy a fake due to poor judgment, his reputation would suffer greatly. Not possible. Zahir raised his teacup and drank a large gulp, trying to suppress his unease, but beads of sweat still formed on his forehead. The issue was that nothing seemed wrong with the paintings. Why were they labeled as fakes? Little brother Malag, how did you spot the problem with these paintings? Ethan asked. Hales, how did you know they were fake? Zahir stared intently at Gerald. Gerald smiled slightly and said, intuition. Both men nearly choked. It was as if buying a lottery ticket based on intuition and winning. It just didn't make sense. After a while, Mr. Gordon returned with a scroll in hand, which appeared to be another painting. Take a look at this. Gordon placed the scroll on the table and unrolled it for everyone to see. Upon seeing the painting, both Zahir and Ethan's expressions were incredulous. Zahir's facial muscles even twitched. How is this possible? This painting was also by Zhang Banqiao, but that wasn't the main point. The key was that this painting matched the third one Zahir brought, perfectly. With the same title, inked bamboo, identical artwork, and even the same paper, the result was clear. One of them must be a forgery. This was received last week, priced at 5 million yuan. Gordon stroked his beard. I've had several colleagues appraise it, and it's confirmed as authentic. Gordon's words implied that his painting was genuine, thus Zahir's must be a fake. Actually, he hadn't detected any anomalies in either work, but felt confident about the one he had acquired. Seeing this, Gerald couldn't help but laugh ironically. He thought Gordon would produce something exceptional, but it turned out to be another fake. Why should yours be the real one just because they look identical? Dissatisfied, Zahir carefully compared both paintings. They not only shared the same style and calligraphy, but even the ink strokes were indistinguishable. It was as if they were photocopies rather than copies made by hand. Gordon was also at a loss, unable to articulate a reasonable explanation. Gerald approached, examining both paintings, and declared, "No need to argue. Both of these paintings are fakes." "How can that be? This one is definitely authentic," Gordon protested, unwilling to believe it after decades of experience. "My paintings are the real ones, and yours must be fake," Zahir insisted, glaring. Ethan inquired, "Mr. Gordon, who sold you this painting?" "A man from Jiangsu province claimed to be a descendant of Zhang Banqiao. He was traveling in Jiangsheng and decided to sell their family heirlooms," Gordon replied. Zahir added, "I also bought these paintings from Jiangsu province from someone claiming to be a descendant of Zhang Banqiao." The room fell silent. If both claimed to be descendants and the paintings were identical, neither could be genuine. It seems both are forgeries. But who could have such skill to create almost perfect replicas? Ethan shook his head. This was a substantial loss. Not only Zahir's 12 million, but also his 5 million. "Mr. Gordon, the neighboring shop owner, Dario, has some good pieces and wants you to appraise them," a clerk announced from outside. "Old Dario received new treasures again? I'll go take a look." Feeling embarrassed, Gordon left hastily. Zahir sat dejectedly, less concerned about losing millions than the fact that what he intended as a legacy for his grandson turned out to be worthless. Ethan examined the paintings again, shaking his head. Without knowing they were duplicates, no one would suspect their authenticity. "Son-in-law, how did you spot the problem with them?" Unable to contain himself, Zahir grabbed Gerald by the shoulders and shook him. "Tell me your secret. Tell me now." Dizzy from the shaking, Gerald wondered if he should admit that the lack of aura indicated the paintings were fake. "Pajun, calm down. Next time, just let me appraise things before you buy them." Zahir finally released Gerald, wiped his sweat, and looked back at the paintings. "Mr. Wong, since we can't tell the difference, why not just sell them as genuine without mentioning anything?" Zahir, ever the seasoned businessman, thought quickly. Since even experts like Gordon deemed them authentic, selling them elsewhere might work. "No, Mr. Zhao, if word gets out that I'm selling forgeries here, my business will be ruined." "Never mind. I'll handle these myself." Grabbing the paintings off the table carelessly, Zahir crumpled them up, ready to burn them to vent his anger. Chapter 262, Triplets in Pairs. At this moment, an employee rushed in from outside, looking flustered as he said, "Keenan Wong, old Gordon said you should take those paintings to Keenan Dario's shop." "What's going on?" Ethan asked. Apparently, Keenan Dario made a mistake. Old Gordon says the paintings are forgeries, but Keenan Dario insists his are authentic and they're about to come to blows. The other three exchanged glances. Zahir picked up the scrolls of calligraphy and painting, and Ethan quickly stood up and walked toward the door. When the three arrived at Keenan Dario's Bo Guzhai antique shop, they saw old Gordon arguing with Keenan Dario right as they entered. "Dario, these are definitely forgeries. We just received several identical ones." "Nonsense. If you bought forgeries and made a mistake, why would that mean mine are fake?" Ethan and the others entered just in time to see several scrolls spread out on an 8 Immortals table inside the shop. The dispute was clearly centered around those paintings. "Keenan Wong, you're here." Old Gordon, upon seeing Ethan, hurried over, grabbed the calligraphy and paintings from Zahir's arms, and placed them on the table. "Take a look yourself. Aren't they exactly like yours?" When the paintings were unrolled, Keenan Dario, his employees, and even Zahir and Ethan were all dumbfounded. Initially, there were only 2 identical paintings. Now there were 6, 3 pairs, all the same. How is this possible? Keenan Dario's expression mirrored Zahir's, mouth agape, jaw nearly hitting the floor. The situation was clear. With 3 identical paintings, it would be hard for anyone to believe one was genuine. Later, Ethan, Keenan Dario, and old Gordon checked with other antique shops. They were shocked by what they found out. About 7 or 8 antique shops had all received the same forged paintings. Conservatively estimated, these fraudsters had made at least 100 million yuan in the Jiangxing antique market. Inside Treasure Hall, Zahir and old Gordon sat there sighing deeply. Both had been deceived, losing 21 million and 5 million yuan respectively. "Stop sighing. Mistakes happen. It's not your first time being fooled," Ethan consoled them. Old Gordon was the manager of his treasure hall, and if he quit over this, finding someone of his caliber would be challenging. "Oh." Old Gordon sighed again, saying, "Keenan Wong, this was my mistake. I'll cover the 5 million loss." "Old Gordon, this isn't just you. Gordon and the trade were duped. Let's move on and be more careful next time. Why don't we report this to the police? Didn't they scam about 100 million yuan? Isn't that a major criminal case?" Gerald wondered aloud. Young brother Malag, in the antique business, if you buy a forgery, you have no choice but to accept the loss. Why didn't you inspect it carefully in the first place? Ethan explained, in antiques, the allure lies in distinguishing between the real and the fake. This tests one's discernment. If you hadn't been present today, we'd have considered those paintings authentic. Reporting it to the police would make a huge joke of them. To hell with this. I'm going back to Su province to find those scammers. Zahir wasn't part of the antique trade. He was a businessman who wanted revenge after buying counterfeit goods. "It's too late now," Ethan shook his head. "They're likely fugitives, using the descendant of Zhang Banqiao as a ploy." "Damn it, I'm furious. Keenan Wong, do you have any other good treasures? I'll buy some for my grandson as gifts." Zahir had initially planned to give the paintings as gifts to his grandson, but since they turned out to be fakes, he needed to select something else. "Old Gordon, please accompany President Bert to pick something out. Young brother Malag and I have matters to discuss." After dismissing them, Ethan turned to Gerald. "Old brother Wong, don't ask me how I knew about those items," Gerald said, shaking his head. "It was intuition." Ethan waved a hand. "Young brother Malag, everyone has secrets. I won't press you, but you did ask me to help you look for weapons. I've collected some. Perhaps there are some you need? Gerald's eyes lit up. If he could get a magical treasure, it might enhance his combat ability given his current cultivation level. Come, I have them prepared for you. Ethan got up and led Gerald to the back chamber, which served as a small storage area for various antiques. Ethan had gathered several types of weapons, swords, spears, sabers, and placed them on racks. Gerald scanned them briefly. These weapons, while old, were ordinary artifacts rather than true magical treasures. These are hundreds of years old, but severely oxidized, Ethan noted. Gerald shook his head. Old Brother Wong, they are nice, but not what I need. He had hoped to find something valuable, but ended up disappointed with these ordinary weapons. Were there no magical treasures used by cultivators? Not suitable? Ethan had spent considerable effort gathering these, yet Gerald still found them inadequate. Hold on. Gerald squinted and noticed a small bell hanging from the tassel of a long sword. The bell emitted a faint spiritual energy. Gerald reached out, took the bell, and gave it a few gentle shakes, producing a series of pleasant jingles. A Taoist magical tool, Gerald murmured. A magical tool was a step below a magical treasure. Gordangical treasures were refined by golden core cultivators using their alchemy fires over decades or even centuries. Gordangical tools, however, were imbued with the user's spiritual energy and had limited power and usage cycles. Old Brother Wong, I'll take this bell. Examining the tool, Gerald concluded it hadn't been used many times and was still functional. And you don't want the others? Ethan couldn't understand why Gerald chose the bell instead of the numerous weapons. I don't need those. Those weapons were crafted by ordinary humans, inferior even to the ninja blade he obtained from Samakuru. After another search, besides the bell, Gerald also found a Bagua mirror, another Taoist magical tool. Apart from these two items, nothing else suited him. Chapter 263. All benefits and no harm. After Gerald packed up the items, he returned to the inner chamber with Ethan. Emiliano and Old Gordon were still selecting the heirloom antiques he wanted. So, Gerald chatted with Ethan about the Blue Dragon Chamber's affairs. Currently, the Eastern Ninja suffered heavy losses. Axton's loose goods yard had been shut down. It was expected that the next move would be more cautious, which presented an opportunity for Ethan. Gerald had no intention of letting this go. He planned to team up with Sterling and Clement to regain some ground. Ethan was delighted by this plan and agreed immediately. Dealing a blow to Axton would definitely benefit his Green Mountain Hall in countless ways. Son-in-law, I picked out a few things. Come take a look. Will my grandson like them? Emiliano peeked out, addressing Gerald. When Gerald walked out and saw the antiques Emiliano had bought, he was momentarily stunned. A pair of blue and white porcelain vases, a set of dragon and phoenix tea bowls, an exquisitely carved jade pendant, a jade dagger about an inch long, a jade guanine, and more. Gerald rubbed his head and said, this is too much. Looking at all these items, Gerald hesitated to tell Emiliano that Nellie's pregnancy was fake. These items, worth millions or hundreds of thousands, made him feel uneasy. Not too much, not too much. Look at this jade. It's a magical artifact, ensuring that evil cannot harm the child. And this longevity lock, for a long life and more. Gerald examined the jade artifacts. The faint spiritual energy embedded within didn't even compare to what he could infuse. All right then. Whoever led Emiliano buy so many things, Gerald couldn't say anything against it. At least they were genuine, better than fakes. By the way, Mr. Wong, please have these delivered home later. Emiliano rubbed his hands together. I'll go look around some more, see if I can find something suitable. I'll go with you, Gerald said. If Emiliano bought recklessly again, losing another few million, Nellie would surely be furious when she found out. So, let me tag along. I haven't hunted for treasures in a while. Actually, Ethan's supply sources weren't on this street. However, he wanted to see if Gerald's intuition was truly as accurate as claimed, so he decided to follow along. In that case, with both of you here, I won't possibly end up buying any fakes. Emiliano stepped toward the door, with Gerald and Ethan following closely behind. Are we going outside to search for bargains? Gerald asked. If one wanted real bargains, small antique shops wouldn't do since everything there was genuine and pricey. Instead, the main streets were filled with mixed goods. To find a rare gem, one must visit there, though among thousands of items, finding just one authentic piece would be a challenge. These items outside are mostly fake and not cheap. For my grandson, we should pick from a reliable place. Emiliano entered an antique shop nearby. Mr. Wong, what brings you here? Preparing to shop in my store? Han, I'm just bringing a friend to browse around. Ethan politely replied. The treasures in your shop far exceed mine. Hail it, you come to my aid. Han gestured for a boy to serve tea. Ethan sat down, sipping tea while watching Emiliano and Gerald select items. Emiliano chose antiques purely based on appearance, without considering their provenance, focusing only on beauty rather than authenticity. He then bought an enameled lotus leaf bowl for his grandson to eat from. Gerald broke into a sweat imagining someone using a $100,000 item to eat. It felt like catering to an ancestor, not a grandchild. Mr. Wong, did I hear right? Counterfeit Zhang Banqiao artworks have appeared on the market. Your treasure pavilion also fell for it, didn't it? Don't mention it. Not just me, but Gordon, Dario, and Lou also got tricked. Sigh. Last time they sold paintings, I had liquidity issues, otherwise, I would have been caught too. A few managers pooled money to find those counterfeit sellers and teach them a lesson. Oh, how much did they offer? Quite a lot. Talking between Ethan and Han, they admitted their mistakes but intended to exact revenge rather than reclaim funds. Gerald observed for a bit, but found no signs of magical artifacts. It seemed difficult to find cultivator items. After all, golden core cultivators lived for 500 years unless deceased. It was unlikely they would sell their magical items for money. As the day went on, Gerald followed Emiliano through several shops until noon, when they returned to the store for lunch. Brother Poju, you've already bought enough. There's no need to keep purchasing, Gerald advised. It seemed Emiliano might have lost money on some fakes earlier, as he had already spent 2 million yuan on antiques that morning. Even businessmen like Ethan rarely shop this way. Running an antique shop was primarily for profit. Buying back antiques and stockpiling them could lead to poor cash flow. Gordony items in Ethan's store were sold at cost, barely making a profit. Hales, I think that's enough. We'll explore the old street this afternoon and see if we can find some hidden gems. Having bought numerous antiques, Emiliano felt relieved. After eating 2 large bowls of rice, he patted his stomach and prepared to continue shopping. The main street bustled with activity, but many vendors just showcased their goods without selling much. Emiliano approached a stall, where vendors eagerly pitched their sales. You sir, come over and take a look. I have plenty of good treasures here. You look like a discerning customer. I can give you a 20% discount. Take a look. This is a Rocco, Scholar Jiwu, painting of beauties, a priceless treasure. Emiliano rolled his eyes. Don't give me that. If it were really a Rocco original, you'd sell it at an auction, not a street stall. Tell me honestly, do you have anything genuine? If not, I'll leave. Hee, genuine pieces do exist. Look, these ancient coins, all centuries old. The vendor grabbed a bag from the side and poured its contents onto the cloth on the stall. With a clattering sound, a large pile of ancient coins spilled out, revealing hundreds of coins from various dynasties, an impressive and diverse collection. Chapter 264, Strange Sound. Gerald glanced at the ancient coins. Most of them were heavily rusted, with only a few looking relatively well-preserved but not worth much. Ethan squatted down, weighing the ancient coins in his hand. These coins were mostly oxidized, looking ancient, but a significant portion of them were artificially aged. These Xianfeng Tongbao coins don't look great. The coinage of Qianlong Tongbao was too extensive. They're probably worth 100 or 2 at most. This one looks like a later imitation, mixing real and fake ones together. Quite the businessman you are. And if we're talking about genuine ones, there are only a few Qianlong Tongbao and Xianfeng Zanianbo coins, but their conditions aren't good either. They might be real, but they lack the qualities required for collectibles. What a pity. The vendor shot a glare at Ethan and said, Don't play us, you experts. Don't tease us like that. As he spoke, he reached out to take back all the ancient coins. Wait. At this moment, Gerald bent down, picked up 2 ancient coins from the ground, and asked, Keenan, how much for these 2? These 2 coins in his hand were already heavily rusted, and the inscriptions were worn out beyond recognition. The vendor glanced at the 2 coins and said, You decide. It seemed he didn't take these 2 coins seriously. They were so rusted that no one could tell what they were, and even removing the rust would ruin their condition. Since they couldn't be identified, they wouldn't be worth much. Gerald thought for a moment, then pulled out about 2,000 yuan from his bag and threw it on the stall. That should cover it. The vendor never expected Gerald to pull out 2,000 yuan. To him, those unidentified ancient coins were worth only 300 to 500 at most. Enough. Those 2 ancient coins belong to you now. Keenan, do you want to check anything else? The vendor quickly put away the 2,000 yuan, afraid Gerald might change his mind. Gerald pocketed the ancient coins and smiled. No need. Son-in-law, you gave 2,000 yuan for those unidentifiable coins? Zahir was very surprised, feeling like Gerald didn't value money. They look pretty good, and 2,000 isn't expensive. Gerald put the coins in his bag and said, Let's continue our stroll. Ethan followed behind and asked, Little Malag brother, did you see something special? He hadn't noticed anything extraordinary about the 2 coins, but seeing Gerald make such a decisive purchase, he knew there had to be something more. Not sure yet. We'll take a closer look back home. Gerald smiled mysteriously. I think the antique street is much more interesting than those antique shops. Ethan nodded in agreement. They continued browsing, each with a treasure-hunting mindset. Zahir also bought a few items he thought were good, but after showing them to Ethan, they turned out to be all fake. Gerald scanned each stall without missing a thing. This place might indeed have some good treasures. For all he knew, the magical tool he needed might just appear here. A hunch in his heart. Son-in-law, how long are you planning to browse? Zahir, who had started off confidently, was now too exhausted to continue. Good items weren't bought, and his shoes were nearly worn out. Picking up bargains wasn't as easy as he thought. All right then, let's head back. Seeing that they had covered most of the street, Gerald prepared to turn back. Zing. Suddenly, a sound similar to a sword being drawn rang in Gerald's ears. Gerald paused and turned around. Weren't we heading back? Why aren't you leaving? Zahir asked. Gerald frowned. Didn't you hear something? What sound? Zahir countered. Wang brother, did you hear anything? Gerald asked again. Ethan shook his head. Nothing. Gerald furrowed his brows further. Even Ethan, with his internal strength, didn't hear the sound. Could it be his imagination? Zing. The sound came again, clearly a sword ringing. But why didn't anyone else hear it? Nope. Gerald shook his head and looked toward the direction of the sound. Zing. By the third sound, Gerald had confirmed its origin and walked briskly towards it. Zahir and Ethan exchanged puzzled glances but still followed Gerald. Gerald soon arrived at the source of the sound, an inconspicuous small stall. The stall owner wore a sun hat, leaning back in a chair, fast asleep. Various weapons and tools lined the stall, bronze swords, long halberds, spears, short axes, large axes, and Taoist talismans like 3 purities bells, 8 trigram mirrors, and heaven's canopy rulers. Gerald scanned the stall owner but saw nothing unusual. However, selling so many weapons was somewhat peculiar. Weapons weren't popular in the antique market due to their abundance over China's 5,000-year history, with at least 3,000 years of warfare leaving numerous artifacts. Plus, people generally didn't buy weapons as collectibles because battle-used items often carried sinister energy, potentially causing unrest at home. If you see anything you like, feel free to pick. Genuine Taoist ritual objects, exorcising demons and warding off evil, guaranteed peace and prosperity at home, the stall owner said leisurely. Gerald felt this voice was familiar. With his current cultivation, he had an almost photographic memory. Keenan, how much for this sword? Gerald pointed to a bronze sword on display. Which one? The stall owner sat up straight and looked at Gerald. Gerald also looked at the stall owner and froze. Taoist Malagzu. The The person before him was none other than Taoist Malagzu, the abbot of Malagzu Temple, whom Gerald and Cora had met earlier. Young friend, meeting again, what a coincidence. Taoist Malagzu greeted cordially, smiling regardless of whether he was recognized. He was dressed casually today, lacking his usual aura. Taoist, you sell antiques? Gerald was surprised. Malagzu Temple's incense offerings were thriving. Why would he come down the mountain to sell things? Taoist Malagzu stroked his beard and smiled. Cough, cough. These are all ritual objects. Out of compassion, we spread Taoist blessings to protect the world when needed. Translation completed according to the guidelines provided. Hashtag chapter 265, polishing ancient coins. Gerald had no intention of making small talk with Taoist Malagzu. Pointing at the sword, he pressed on. So, how much for this? Oh, this bronze sword? Not expensive at all, just 1 million. Taoist Malagzu said. Ah. Gerald was genuinely shocked by the price. This old Taoist was just talking about saving people and curing the world. Who could actually afford 1 million to be saved? Little friend, you can also take a look at these items. They've been consecrated in the Temple of the Three Pure Ones for many years. They aren't expensive, just a few $100,000. Gerald now understood why no one was visiting this stall. At such exorbitant prices, who would come? However, those ritual artifacts were genuine, and for someone who needed them, a few $100,000 might not seem too high. For others, they were just pieces of rusted metal. Taoist Gordonster, since we have some history, can you give us a discount? Gerald smiled. How about a 50% off, 500,000? No can do, 1 million is 1 million. This is the bond between you and me. If it's even 1 cent less, the bond won't be complete. Taoist Malagzu shook his head. Well, 600,000 then? Gerald asked again. 1 million. Taoist Malagzu repeated. Trace and Ethan, who were standing behind him, were completely stunned. They couldn't believe that Gerald was buying a rusty bronze sword for 1 million yuan. Was he out of his mind? As for the ancient coin earlier, spending 2,000 on it as a novelty wasn't a big deal. But this was 1 million, and that bronze sword didn't look worth it at all. Taoist Gordonster, I contribute a lot to your Malagzu Taoist temple every year. Don't rip us off. This is my son-in-law. Trace stepped forward after recognizing Taoist Malagzu and urged for a lower price. Seeing Trace, Taoist Malagzu lit up instantly and greeted with a full smile. It's Orson. Since Orson needs it, I'll give you a discount. Let's make it 900,000. Gerald's lips twitched. A 10,000 yuan discount was quite significant. However, the bronze sword had emitted a ringing sound just now, indicating it was no ordinary weapon. Though covered in rust, the ancient and elegant design suggested it was an antique artifact, possibly even a recently unearthed relic. Orson, if you like, you can take everything. Look at this bagua mirror. If placed at your entrance, it will ensure no evil spirits can enter your home. Taoist Malagzu knew Trace wasn't short of money. He'd earned over 1 million from consulting feng shui for him back then. Trace stroked his chin, eyes lingering on the bagua mirror. Compared to the bronze sword, he seemed more interested in the shiny gold-plated mirror, which looked far more impressive. Taoist Gordonster, how about this? These two items together for 1 million. Trace pointed at the bagua mirror and the bronze sword. The mirror alone was priced at 400,000, so combining both wouldn't be a bad deal. Taoist Malagzu thought for a moment and nodded. Since Orson is so sincere, 1 million it is. With that, he pulled out a POS machine from his robes and said, let's finalize the transaction, Orson. Gerald watched Taoist Malagzu and wondered where the concept of Taoists retreating from the world went. This Taoist seemed unable to escape the worldly life. Little friend, Orson, come visit our temple whenever you're free. Let's drink tea and discuss Taoist philosophy. Taoist Malagzu waved goodbye as they left. Back in the shop, Gerald placed the bronze sword and the two ancient coins on the table. Trace held the bagua mirror proudly, grinning at Gerald. Son-in-law, finding bargains isn't done this way. Your purchases clearly look poor quality and not worth much. If I hadn't negotiated the price, your million would have gone down the drain. Ethan picked up the two ancient coins and examined them closely. Brother Kinziak, what's special about these two ancient coins? Weapons and miscellaneous antiques were outside the scope of interest for collectors like them. However, collecting ancient coins was a rich field with immense potential, especially modern Chinese currency and the early sets of Chinese money. Brother Wong, do you have sandpaper? Gerald asked. Ethan replied, you want to use sandpaper to remove rust, but the rust is so old it's fused with the coins. Even if you use sandpaper, it might ruin the original appearance. If these coins could be restored, the vendor wouldn't have thrown them into the pile. I know what I'm doing, Gerald insisted. Ethan fetched the sandpaper and handed it over, sitting aside to watch Gerald work. Sandpaper works for minor rust, but for these coins, it won't be effective, Trace commented. Gerald smiled and placed the coins between two sheets of sandpaper, rubbing them quickly with both hands. A grinding sound like an angle grinder cutting through metal filled the air, with fine particles falling from the sandpaper. Ordinary people couldn't achieve this. With his spiritual awareness, Gerald could sense the original appearance of the coins and avoid damaging the inscriptions while polishing. This is what you're doing? Gordon Lau returned and saw the three surrounding the table, bewildered by Gerald's actions. Brother Kinziak found two ancient coins, but their condition isn't great. He's polishing them now, Ethan explained. Gordon Lau sat down with his teacup. The market for ancient coins has been calm lately. There are no extraordinary finds, and with more discoveries, they become less valuable. Gordon Lau, these coins aren't ordinary. You'll see, Gerald smirked. Once the coins' true appearances were revealed, everyone would be stunned. Hearing Gerald's confident tone, Trace took the matter more seriously. Could it really be something valuable, perhaps among the top 50 treasures? Chapter 266, Daryaging Tongbao. The 50 rarities refers to the 50 most precious ancient coins that have ever appeared in China, within the world of antiques. Some of these ancient coins have vanished into history and never resurfaced. Gordon, the others are extremely rare, making it almost impossible to find even a few. Obtaining one of these coins would be considered an initiation into the field of coin collecting. Gerald smiled but said nothing, continuing to polish the ancient coin. Ethan, Zahir, and Elder Gordon all watched Gerald intently. His hands rubbed continuously, seemingly sparking fire from the friction as fragments of debris fell like snowflakes onto the table. Ding! A crisp sound echoed when two ancient coins clashed together, the reverberation lingering in the air. Only then did Gerald release his grip, placing the two coins on the table. The coins were now free of rust and gleaming brightly. Particularly striking were the four large characters visible around the round coins. This is Daryaging Tongbao. Elder Gordon was stunned. The words Daryaging held deep significance for every Chinese person, recalling the historical humiliation and unresolved grievances of that era. Ethan was also highly excited, picking up one of the coins to examine closely. Elder Gordon quickly took the other coin, using a magnifying glass to inspect it. The Daryaging Tongbao is extremely rare, as the Daryaging era lasted less than 2 years, ending with the capture of Emperors Huizong and Milizong by the Dario dynasty, leading to the fall of Northern Song. Thus, it is also among the 50 rarities. As he spoke, Elder Gordon took out a scale and weighed one of the coins. Watching him, Zahir grew increasingly expectant. Son-in-law, these coins are in excellent condition. They can fetch about 80,000 each. You got them for 2,000. What a bargain. According to auction prices, the two Daryaging Tongbao coins were worth more than 100,000 yuan. Do you understand? Those are outdated figures from years ago. Elder Gordon glared at Zahir. There are only a few dozen known surviving Daryaging Tongbao coins. With their exceptional condition, the last time one of similar quality surfaced, it sold for over 1 million. What? That expensive? Zahir's eyes widened. He remembered hearing about Daryaging Tongbao coins over a decade ago, never imagining they would become so valuable. Elder Gordon tugged at his white beard. This is a 3 zhu weight Daryaging Tongbao, which has never circulated in the market or appeared at any auction. 3 zhu? Ethan hurried over to check the scale, freezing when he saw the weight. These two Daryaging Tongbao coins could be called national treasures. Elder Gordon drew in a sharp breath, astonished that they had brought back such valuable coins after a simple stroll. Ethan quickly checked if the door was locked, knowing the discovery of two Daryaging Tongbao coins would shock the entire antique street. One could imagine the vendor who sold the coins to Gerald might feel regretful upon learning this news. How much are they worth? They are priceless, Elder Gordon snapped. A 3 zhu Daryaging Tongbao has never been auctioned. Even a 2 zhu one is worth over 1 million. This one must be 10 times that value. 10 times? That's 10 million. Zahir extended a finger, his eyes wide. Just hearing it was worth 1 million was shocking enough. Now it had multiplied tenfold, turning 2,000 into 20 million. A 10,000-fold return on investment. That's just an estimate. Their true value might be even higher. Being two of the only 3 zhu Daryaging Tongbao coins in China, they could command any price, as no one knew how many survived. The first one put on the market would undoubtedly drive prices sky high. Son-in-law, you've made a fortune. How about giving me one of those 2 coins? Zahir grinned, rubbing his hands together. After years of collecting, owning a Daryaging Tongbao would make him renowned in the antique community. Ethan approached, his eyes gleaming. Little brother Malak, would you consider selling me one of these Daryaging Tongbao coins? Rest assured, I'll pay a fair price. His antique shop needed a treasure to anchor its reputation, and the Daryaging Tongbao would be perfect. If word spread that Baogu Pavilion had a 3 zhu Daryaging Tongbao, people would flock there. Gerald hesitated. He wanted to keep one for himself because the coin was imbued with abundant spiritual energy, surpassing any of Taoist priest Malagzu's artifacts. It could ward off evil and protect a home better than anything else. Besides, Nellie often complained about not receiving gifts from him. Giving her this coin would help nourish her body with its spiritual energy. I think I'd like to give one to Florence, while the other doesn't matter much. Ethan quickly chimed in, Orson, since you're leaving one for your daughter, why don't you let me have the other one? No, this is completely different. The one for my daughter isn't for me. It seemed both men greatly valued the coins, leading to a heated debate. Eventually, Ethan won by trading several rare antiques from his store with Zahir. This left Ethan heartbroken, especially as Zahir also claimed a valuable Burton painting. Just because it's your daughter, everyone else counts too. Ethan gripped the coin, eyeing Gerald and contemplating introducing his daughter to him later. Chapter 267, Overlord. Gerald was entirely focused on the bronze sword in his hands, carefully wiping it clean. Old Gordon watched Gerald's movements intently. The bronze sword was heavily rusted, making it difficult to determine its exact dynasty of origin. However, if it was indeed a bronze artifact, it had to be from before the Han dynasty at the very least. Zahir held the scrolls and 2 Ru kiln ceramics with evident satisfaction on his face as he walked back. Son-in-law, is this bronze sword also a rare treasure? Zahir asked excitedly, stepping closer with a smile. To him, Gerald now looked like someone who always found treasures. Even 2 seemingly insignificant ancient coins turned out to be Daryaging Tongbao. A bronze sword bought for 1 million yuan should definitely be more valuable. I don't know if it's good or not, but it should suit me well, Gerald replied, gently wiping the sword. This was a true magic weapon, a bronze sword from before the Han dynasty. Though oxidized with thick layers of rust, the sword emitted faint resonances and pulsating spiritual energy, indicating it was far from ordinary. Moreover, Gerald could sense that this sword had been used by a cultivator, likely an expert who might have even been at the Zanianing stage. Such a treasure was incredibly rare, and Gerald wondered how Taoist Malagzu managed to acquire it. This bronze sword is about 90 centimeters long without the hilt and measures 1 meter with it. That makes it a long sword. Old Gordon stroked his beard and explained. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, most bronze swords were around half a meter long. By the time Mila unified the 6 kingdoms, they reached over 80 centimeters. According to history, when Daryog Ku attempted to assassinate the first emperor of Mila, Mila Sherburton struggled because his bronze sword was too long and couldn't be easily drawn. So, this bronze sword is from the Mila dynasty? Zahir marveled. Isn't it considered a national treasure then? Could it have been stolen from the terracotta army? It's unlikely. Based on its design, the metallurgical technology of the time could already produce iron swords, but conditions were stringent, so bronze swords remained dominant. This particular sword likely dates from the transition between the Mila and Han dynasties, the Xuanhuan contention era. Old Gordon continued. In that case, it must have seen battle, Ethan remarked, sipping his tea leisurely. During the Mila and Han dynasties, weapons management was strict. Only military personnel possessed bronze swords. Civilians who dared forge them would be beheaded. As Gerald wiped off the rust, a simple yet ancient bronze sword lay quietly before them. Its color wasn't bronze but had traces of crimson, suggesting its owner had frequently used it in combat. The sword of Gojian and the sword of Fuchai are both national treasures. I wonder if this belonged to a famous historical figure, Old Gordon mused, examining the intricate patterns on the blade. Ordinary bronze swords rarely had such detailed engravings unless their owners were of high rank, where swords served more as symbols of command rather than combat tools. Finally finished polishing, except for the hilt, Gerald blew away the remaining debris, having spent nearly 30 minutes on the task. His arms felt numb from the effort. The ancient bronze sword was now fully revealed. Its edge shone brightly, razor-sharp, and capable of slicing enemies on both sides. Unbelievable, Ethan murmured, touching the edge and sensing a powerful aura of killing intent. His Malaction Hall also possessed formidable weapons, including the custom-made Malagfang sword crafted by master blacksmiths. Hail it none compared to this millennia-old bronze sword, which had retained its original brilliance despite the passage of time. A divine weapon, truly a divine weapon, Ethan breathed, his face trembling in awe. As a martial artist, encountering such a magnificent sword leaves me breathless, Ethan admitted sincerely. Not done yet, Gerald smiled, recovering some spiritual energy before turning to the hilt. It measured about 10 centimeters and was even more rusted. After thorough cleaning, he noticed a green gemstone embedded in the hilt, emitting a radiant green light. Tiger Eye green crystal, Gerald exclaimed in surprise. What's that? Never heard of it, Old Gordon said, puzzled. Indeed, never heard. Tiger Eye green crystal comes from the eyes of the ancient fierce beast, the green crystal tiger. After refining, Gerald explained, marveling at the material's presence on the sword. Tiger Eye green crystal was an extremely rare material for forging magical artifacts, enhancing power and exuding an aura of dominion. Little Malag, your knowledge is impressive. Truly admirable. Ethan praised earnestly. Finding the Daryoging Tongbao for just 2,000 yuan was already astounding, let alone this divine sword worth millions. Let's see this first before praising me. Gerald finished polishing with a towel and placed the sword on the table. That this is. Everyone stared at the freshly cleaned hilt, noticing several ancient characters besides the gemstone. Wangba. Zahir read aloud, confused. So this sword is called Wangba sword? Sounds ugly. Old Gordon glared at him. Ancient script reads right to left and top to bottom. It says Ba Wang, Overlord. The room fell silent upon hearing Overlord. No one during the Mila and Han dynasties dared call themselves Overlord, except Rahim, the conqueror of Chu. Could it be? Ethan swallowed hard. This isn't Rahim's personal sword, is it? Chapter 268. An estimable treasure. Probably since Rahim, no one has dared to call themselves a hegemon. Beneath the sun of heaven, there's none greater than the hegemon Rahim. Old Gordon nodded. My goodness, if this is Rahim's sword, how much would it be worth? Zahir reached out excitedly to grab the bronze sword. The moment his hand touched the blade, it felt as if he had been electrocuted and immediately recoiled. The bronze sword now appeared ancient and solemn, but in reality, it was enveloped in ominous energy, killing intent, resentment, and dark forces. These energies intertwined, seemingly symbolizing Rahim's unfulfilled wishes in life. It's better if you don't touch it. Gerald held the bronze sword, raising it and said, this sword has an intense aura of killing. I think Rahim used this very sword when he took his own life at Wujiang. Ah, then how much is it worth? How much? This is a true treasure beyond price. Compared to it, even the Daryoging coin is like a firefly next to the bright moon, incomparable. Old Gordon looked sternly at Zahir. How could such a divine weapon be measured by money? If news of Rahim's sword spreads, it will definitely shock all of China. Ethan wiped the sweat off his forehead. Today was truly astonishing. First the Daryoging coin, then the sword of the hegemon. In one day, he saw more excitement than in decades working with antiques. Brother Wang, Brother Pur, Uncle Gordon, I plan to keep and use this sword myself, so please don't reveal its existence. Gerald valued the sword not for its worth, but for its power as a magical tool. Such a formidable weapon would make battling enemies easier. No problem, no problem. Having the Daryoging coin is enough for me, Ethan nodded. Can I take another look? Old Gordon trembled, examining the sword through a magnifying glass. To personally see Rahim's sword was something anyone in this field dreamed of. Gerald stared at the bronze sword, sensing its aura. He needed to refine it after returning. Otherwise, handling such powerful malevolent energy might cause heart demons to enter his body, risking insanity. When Gerald left the treasure pavilion, Zahir was ecstatic. So many precious artifacts made up for the lost 10 million yuan. Brother Pur, I have a date with Beth tonight, so I won't be back for dinner. No problem, no problem. Just remember to go for her prenatal checkup tomorrow. Zahir chuckled, holding his antique finds as he got into his Bentley. Gerald shook his head, driving silently toward Daryoling Hotel. At the hotel entrance, Gerald played with the sword in his sports car, his eyes flashing with interest. He only wanted a cultivator's magical tool, but ended up with Rahim's weapon. With this sword, fighting the Japanese would be much easier. Himph! A cold snort entered Gerald's mind like thunder. Instantly, his spirit shook as if pricked by a needle. His eyes widening, Gerald quickly circulated spiritual energy, trying to detect any anomalies. But the bronze sword lay quietly without any signs of disturbance. Clutching his head, that instant made him feel his spirit leave his body and his soul unstable. There's nothing unusual. Staring at the sword, Gerald scanned it with his spirit sense, but found nothing. That snort was clear and sharp, unlike an illusion. Could Rahim's soul still be nearby? Gerald shuddered at the thought. With Rahim's abilities, he must have been either a cultivator or an ancient martial artist with a powerful soul. If his soul didn't dissipate, or his spirit escaped after his death, it was possible. Hejimin, Western Chu Hejimin? Murmuring, the sword remained unresponsive. Gerald infused it with spiritual energy, causing it to emit a green glow before floating slightly in the air. Still no reaction. To Gerald, it seemed like an ordinary magical tool except for the lingering evil aura. Forget it, let's refine it back home. Seeing no strange occurrences, Gerald put the sword in his jade pendant space for later study. Checking the time, Beth should be off work soon. Exiting the car, he ensured no cameras or people were around, then waved his right hand, storing the Aston Gordonnerton in the jade pendant. Gerald, you're here early. Beth smiled brightly, her face lighting up even more upon seeing Gerald. Finally having time alone with him, she hurried over. Let's go eat first. Gerald had gained a lot today. Though no money went into his pocket, what he received was far more valuable. Hails. Beth nodded, taking out her car keys. Let's go to the bar. They've developed some new dishes. You've been going to the bar after work recently? Gerald asked. Halia, you guys don't come back, and I can only stay there by myself? Beth pouted, hinting at mild annoyance. Reaching first encounter bar, it was already packed despite being early. So many people. Gerald admired Beth for attracting so many guests after just a week's absence. Not bad. 2 days off and it'd be even fuller. Beth smiled gracefully and walked inside. Eileen is here. Eileen, a wealthy patron wants to pay 10,000 per song. Miss, I've been waiting for 2 days. You're finally here. Upon entering, Beth was warmly welcomed, drawing attention like a celebrity. Brother Malag, this is Eileen's seat. Please sit elsewhere. Gerald, who had just sat down, was asked to move by a waiter. Ha ha ha. Beth giggled. Sit here. It'll be dangerous soon. Gerald was puzzled, but noticed sharp stares from every direction. Guests glared at him jealously. I'll change and we've ordered the food. Beth smiled, enjoying the attention. Sitting opposite, the sharp looks decreased. Note, due to the length of the provided Chinese text, I split it into 2 parts for better readability and completeness. Chapter 269. Enthusiastic fans. Soon, the table was full of dishes, and Beth returned after changing into a new outfit. She wore an extremely alluring black dress that shimmered with a starry glow. Paired with her grace, she was undoubtedly the center of attention. From the moment Beth emerged, many hungry eyes couldn't tear themselves away from her. Now it was clear why the bar's business had been booming. There was this stunning beauty drawing in lecherous admirers. How does it look? Isn't it great? Beth stood before Gerald, smiled, and did a twirl to show off her outfit. Not bad. It's certainly a magnet for perverts, Gerald chuckled, nodding as he looked around at the admiring gazes surrounding them. What difference does it make? They wouldn't dare do anything here anyway. Beth pulled out a chair indifferently and sat opposite Gerald. After all, Ethan's people were watching over, so no one would dare cause trouble. Most of them were just enthusiastic fans, who wouldn't really dare do anything even if they wanted to. Let's eat first. Beth snapped her fingers, and a nearby waiter immediately came up, saying, Sister Xian, what do you need? Who requested songs tonight? Beth asked. Keenan Zhang paid 10,000 to have you sing 1,000 Halliers of Waiting, and General Gordinager Lu specifically requested Sweet Honey. Judging by the songs they chose, these bosses were quite mature, probably around Zahir's age. Only people of that generation had the money to spend lavishly here. Alright, tell them I'll only sing 3 songs tonight. They can compete for slots, highest bidder wins. Beth had become quite famous lately, and her appearance fees were substantial. Her beauty, sweet voice, and long legs made her particularly appealing to rich patrons. Got it, I'll go right now. The waiter nodded and left. Gerald was completely ignored. The big boss of the bar had turned into nothing more than air, while Beth was the true boss here. 1 song for 10,000. If you sing 10 songs, which would take about 40 minutes, that's 100,000. Gerald calculated that if she sang for 2 hours every day, she could earn 2 or 300,000. Beth picked up her glass of water and took a sip, saying, It's not like there are always so many rich fools willing to spend. Rarity makes things precious. I only perform for a little while each day, and prices go up when I skip a few days. So, you must have brought in at least $1 million for the bar this month. Aren't your wages too low? With her earning power, Beth was practically a money-making machine, almost on par with a third-tier singer. That's fine. I feel good about how things are. Besides, I also plan to renovate the bar. There are many issues with the place, like poor sound effects and unsuitable lighting. Beth pointed out the problems, treating the bar as her own venture. These decisions are yours to make. I'll cover the costs, Gerald said, nodding. I'll transfer a sum of money to the company account specifically for these miscellaneous expenses. Let's eat first. After I sing 3 songs, I'll head back. Sure. Gerald nodded and started eating. The chef has gotten better. This steak is better than before. Eating his steak, Gerald felt the chef's skills had indeed improved. Beth didn't eat much and quickly finished, preparing to perform. Now, Beth's performance was worlds apart from her early days. The band, the lights, the stage, and the sound system were top-notch, easily ranking among the best in Jiangqing bars. When Beth stepped onto the stage, even before she started singing, the crowd became restless. The men below pushed forward eagerly, and some even went up on stage to present flowers. Before the show even began, the place was already lively. Beth held the microphone on stage. As the music started, her powerful voice filled the room. The first song was A Thousand Halliers of Waiting. Xiang Zhou, who bid 20,000 for this, stood at the front, his beer belly jiggling as he clapped and cheered excitedly. Westlake scenery in Gordonich. Indeed, Beth's perfect voice could carry any song. If she wore a white satin gown now, she would be the epitome of Lady White Snake. Xiang Zhou was visibly thrilled, waving at Beth, trying to signal that he had paid for this song. Soon, the first song ended to thunderous applause. Xiang Zhou strode on stage, holding a large bouquet of roses, ready to present them. Thank you, thank you. After presenting the flowers, Xiang Zhou tried to hug Beth. But Beth maintained her poise, only extending her hand to shake his. Just this handshake showed Xiang Zhou's leering expression, his eyes nearly devouring Beth. If not for the security personnel, Xiang Zhou might have gotten handsy with her. The second song was another old hit, indicating the different demographic of the bar's clientele. While other bars catered to young, energetic crowds, this one had turned into a middle-aged disco. Who doesn't have some spare cash once they reach middle age? Finally, after the third song, Beth gracefully left the stage, greeted by a group of fanatical fans offering more handshakes and flowers. The flowers given this night alone could probably sustain 3 flower shops. Other performers who went on stage afterward couldn't match the enthusiasm, but people who bought drinks wouldn't leave just because Beth was done. Amazing! Gerald applauded, experiencing firsthand the madness of fan culture. If someone was a heartthrob, Beth was the dream girl for all men. Not really, Beth blushed and stuck out her tongue, gulping down some mineral water. Come on, if you stay longer, you'll be surrounded. Gerald got up, grabbed a piece of watermelon, ate a couple of bites, wiped his mouth, and prepared to leave with Beth. Beth, this is a gift for you. Xiang Zhou saw Beth leaving, approached with his big belly, and opened a box. Gerald glanced over. Wow, a shiny silver necklace, whose dazzling light almost blinded him. Clearly not cheap. Please let me know if you need further revisions or additional content. Hashtag chapter 270. For now. When Beth saw the necklace, she was indeed quite startled. It was a genuine diamond necklace, featuring an enormous diamond surrounded by countless smaller ones. Especially surprising was that Dixon, the boss, hadn't even removed the price tag. The moment she glanced at it, the price read 288,800 yuan. Sorry, I can't accept this. Beth repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. She couldn't possibly take such a gift. Once you owed someone, they might make unreasonable demands of you. Beth, I genuinely admire you. I have an entertainment company under my wing called Tianqing Entertainment, which is quite renowned in Jiangxing. If you're interested, I could promote you to be our company's leading star. Dixon handed another business card to Beth. On it was written, President of Tianqing Entertainment, Crawford. Thank you. I'll keep the card, but I won't take the necklace. Beth placed the card in her bag without accepting the necklace. Crawford closed the box containing the necklace and smiled. All right, if you ever change your mind and want to become famous, feel free to come find me anytime. Gerald took Beth out of the bar, intending to return home first. Beth, from what I see, Xiang Zhou seems pretty decent. Their Tianqing Entertainment has produced several well-known TV series recently. If you join, you might become famous, Gerald said from the passenger seat, looking flattering at Beth. Forget it. That kind of company has so many artists. Don't be fooled by his sweet words now. Once you sign the contract, you'd be at their mercy. You didn't miss that look he gave you. If I take the necklace now, who knows what he'll demand later. Beth had weathered storms before. Having worked for so many years with Raquel at Daryoling Group, she knew all about these business tactics. Although Tianqing Entertainment appeared reputable and had many celebrities under its wing, Beth was aware of some inside stories. Many artists who refused to follow certain unwritten rules were sidelined by Crawford and couldn't even participate in commercial activities. You see through things clearly, Gerald couldn't help admiring Beth. Most people would probably jump at the chance if invited by such a big company. Isn't it nice to be ordinary? Beth smiled. You sing when you want to, rest when you want to. Once you turn your hobby into work, you'll soon get tired of it. As the car started, Beth continued chatting with Gerald about life. Originally, Beth's ideal life was simple. Work diligently, earn money, buy a house, just like most people. However, she never planned on finding a boyfriend, given her father's bad example. But with Gerald around, everything seemed different. She felt oddly empty when he wasn't there. By the way, what do you plan to do about General Gordonich Mila's fake pregnancy? Beth asked about Nellie's situation, wanting to know if Gerald and Nellie were pretending to be a couple or actually dating. People shouldn't lie. Once you start lying, you need more lies to cover them up. Gerald rubbed his temples. Do you know anyone at the hospital? Can we get a fake medical report? I don't know anyone at a hospital, let alone obstetrics and gynecology. Beth, still unmarried, couldn't possibly know anyone from a maternity hospital. Oh right, doesn't the First People's Hospital have an obstetrics and gynecology department? Gerald suddenly thought. Although he didn't know anyone at other hospitals, he had connections with Abel, a genuine physician, who should be able to arrange something. Aren't you deceiving General Gordonich Bert? He'll be very disappointed if he finds out the truth, Beth retorted. Florence's situation is unique. Let's leave it for now, Gerald replied. Zahir would likely feel better knowing the Mila family has an heir. According to Gerald's judgment, if Nellie were truly pregnant, the child would likely bear the Mila surname, and being unable to resolve the extremely in condition, the child would probably be a girl with the same issue. They kept talking as they returned to the neighborhood. Click. The room light turned on as Gerald and Beth walked in. After such a long absence, the room had undergone significant changes. All the furniture had been cleared out, and renovations were underway according to Beth's preferred style. The ceiling design leaned toward a princess-like theme, with a chandelier illuminating the entire room. The walls were freshly painted white, and hardwood flooring was laid out, showing rapid progress in the renovation. What do you think? This was originally a one-bedroom apartment, but I thought if we have children in the future, we should create a separate space for them. So I reduced the living room size a bit to set up a kid's room. Talking about this, Beth blushed slightly, stealing a glance at Gerald. Not bad. Gerald nodded. However, With your current earning ability, you could consider buying a bigger place. I've calculated it. In Jiangxing, if I put down 20% for a 100 square meter apartment, I need to pay 5 to 6,000 yuan per month, too much pressure. Besides, living here alone for now is enough. Beth moved forward, saying, it should be finished in 2 months. I'll move back then. She couldn't hide a hint of disappointment. Actually, wherever you live is fine. If you want to buy a house, I still have some money. Selling this place and trading up would ease the loan burden. Gerald noticed Beth's desire for a home of her own. It was a sore point for her. No need. You've already helped me so much. Beth shook her head, eyes glistening as she looked at Gerald. I've never properly thanked you. There's no need to thank me. Helping you is natural. We are old classmates, after all. Gerald approached Beth, adding seriously, in fact, once the renovation is done, there's no rush to move back. Your family issues aren't resolved yet, and I'm worried you might be in danger living alone here. Back when he beat up Anselm, Gerald implanted a spiritual force within him. If the Chu family didn't resolve it, he'd return eventually. LB knew where Beth lived, making it dangerous for her to stay alone. Beth pursed her lips. I know, but I'm not afraid. Living in Bishwawan was actually nice. She liked having people around. It was better than being alone. But at Bishwawan, with so many people watching, it was hard to chat freely with Gerald. Here, they could talk openly and candidly. Okay, anyway, if anything happens, I'll always be here to help, Gerald assured her firmly. Chapter 271. Performing the hero saves Lillian. Beth did not say anything more, but merely nodded silently, gazing deeply at Gerald. Her gaze held a hint of shyness and some confusion. It's about time we go back now. The room was not yet fully renovated and emitted a strong formaldehyde smell, making it unsuitable for immediate habitation. Gerald. Just as they were about to leave, Beth suddenly called out to him. Gerald turned around with a puzzled expression. But just as he turned, Beth's whole body pounced into his arms, hugging his waist tightly, resting her head on his shoulder. Gerald was taken aback, unsure of what was happening. Beth, is someone from your family here again? Did anyone bully you? Gerald didn't know what to do. Any movement could be misinterpreted. The warmth and softness in his arms felt like he was holding a plush teddy bear. Beth didn't answer, still clinging on to Gerald. She held on to him tightly for several minutes. After a while, Beth let go of Gerald, her face blushing profusely, looking like a docile little rabbit. Gerald, I. Beth hadn't had any alcohol, yet her pretty face was as red as if she had drunk a bottle of white liquor, speaking slightly slurred. Are you okay? Gerald reached out to touch her forehead, feeling it was warm. Are you running a fever? Do you feel unwell anywhere? I'm fine. Beth took a deep breath to calm herself and asked, Gerald, after the place is renovated, can you visit often? Of course, it's my house too. Gerald nodded, then asked, what's wrong? Are you not comfortable staying in Bishui Bay, or don't get along with them? Beth shook her head. Living there is fine, but I haven't seen you in so long, and with President Mila, Tabitha, Officer Yvette, and others around, I find it hard to talk to you. She was used to solitude, and only Gerald could reach her heart. Even though Nellie and Aliana lived under the same roof with Beth, it felt more like they were co-renters than friends. You can always tell me whatever's on your mind. You're welcome to come to my room too. Gerald realized that he no longer had a room in Bishui Bay since Zahir had taken it over. Beth seemed hesitant, her big eyes glistening as she looked at Gerald, saying, actually, never mind. Gerald understood Beth's thoughts and touched her hair sincerely, saying, silly girl, why are you thinking so much? Beth rubbed her temples, feeling her cheeks burning. No wonder Gerald thought she had a fever. Gerald, will we always be friends? Of course, Gerald said firmly. Beth smiled sweetly. Okay, let's go back then. She wasn't sure if she needed a promise from Gerald, but having him by her side was enough. Gerald turned towards the door when suddenly a sharp, pungent odor hit his nose. Before Gerald could react, gasoline began seeping through the door cracks, followed by an explosion of flames from outside the door. Watch out. Gerald quickly turned around, embracing Beth protectively as the door panel flew towards them. It crashed against Gerald's back, nearly knocking both of them down. Are you alright? Gerald positioned Beth behind him and saw the room engulfed in flames. With the renovation materials scattered on the floor, the gasoline-fueled fire burned fiercely. I'm fine. What do we do now? Beth regained her senses quickly, realizing escape through the front door was impossible. Gerald pulled out several water escape talismans and threw them into the inferno. The talismans activated, dispersing water mist that rained onto the flames. Unfortunately, the fire was too intense, fueled by the gasoline. Each burst of mist instantly turned into steam upon contact with the fire. The flames kept spreading inward, filling the living room with no safe ground left. Gerald moved backward with Beth as smoke filled the air, making it difficult for Beth to open her eyes or breathe. Don't worry, everything will be fine. They stood by the window, looking down at a distance of at least 20 meters. Jumping from this height would be fatal. There's too much wood. We can't put it out. Gerald decided not to continue using talismans. Instead, he scooped Beth into a bridal carry and approached the window. Beth stared at the ground below, her eyes wide with fear. You're not planning to jump down from here, right? Jumping meant certain death, staying meant being burned alive. A choice between two grim fates. Beth, do you trust me? Gerald asked. Looking into Gerald's sincere eyes, Beth nodded forcefully. Hales, I trust you. Whatever you do is fine. Gerald bent down, one hand supporting her waist and the other lifting her thigh. He stepped onto the windowsill, ready to leap. Outside, crowds gathered, watching from a distance as a fire truck approached. Time was running out. By the time firefighters arrived, they would likely be roasted alive. Gerald steadied himself, considering that even if he survived the fall, he might break every bone in his body. Moreover, carrying Beth added to the impact force, which he couldn't endure. Close your eyes. Beth clutched Gerald's clothes tightly, curling up in his arms, squeezing her eyes shut. Gerald leaped, landing on an outdoor air conditioning unit on the next lower floor. Fortunately, many residents had air conditioners, providing leverage. Otherwise, jumping would have been a harsh reality. Bang! The air conditioner barely supported their weight, starting to collapse. Gerald immediately pushed off with his right foot, landing beside it. Chapter 272, the Gordonster Mind. Gerald moved with the agility of a monkey, leaping gracefully until he landed on the balcony of the second floor. Is that even human? It looks like a movie scene, so exaggerated. Quick, film it. Isn't this proof of Chinese qigong? I've seen this scene in movies before, yes, baby plan. Onlookers below pulled out their phones to record as Gerald jumped down holding Beth. Thud. With a graceful landing, Gerald glided effortlessly from the second floor balcony and alighted precisely on the ground below. Beth, it's safe now, come down. Gerald patted Beth's shoulder, but she clung to him like a frightened rabbit, refusing to let go. No, I'm scared. Gerald had no choice but to carry her, looking up at the burning room with flames shooting out of the windows. If they had been any slower, they would have been roasted alive. The fire trucks were still not there. Apparently, someone had blocked the fire lane with their car, and they were trying to get it moved. Gerald scanned the crowd, scrutinizing their faces, trying to discern if anyone was watching to see if they had been incinerated. After 10 minutes, the fire trucks finally arrived, but the damage was severe. Beth's renovation would need significant repairs and more funds. Along with the fire trucks, Bella arrived with Amiel and a few assistants, having been called by Gerald to investigate who set the fire and why. You really like playing hero, don't you? Your injuries from last time haven't fully healed, and now you're performing aerial stunts. Impressive. Bella approached, eyeing Gerald and the trembling Beth in his arms, clearly displeased. Excuse me, our house was on fire, Gerald retorted, exasperated. You don't have to show sympathy, but making jokes is over the line. Who asked you to always stir trouble? I've already sent people to check the security cameras. If you're both okay, come back to the station with me. Bella rolled her eyes at Gerald, who looked disheveled but unharmed, so no hospital trip was necessary. Thus, Gerald and Beth returned to the police station together. Beth sipped hot water after giving her statement. It was arson, Bella confirmed. Our forensic team found large amounts of gasoline used as the accelerant. Only footprints, no fingerprints. Of course it was arson. But who? Gerald pressed. Bella glanced at him. The two cars blocking the lane are smuggled vehicles, so we can't trace their owners. But only one person deals in smuggling in Jiangsheng, Bella added. Axton, right? Gerald replied. How did you know? Bella asked. Gerald smiled. Come on, all Axton's goods come through waterways, including the Japanese smugglers. Naturally, his vehicles do too. Bella felt a bit embarrassed, surprised Gerald guessed it. Hails, indeed Axton, she admitted, pulling out files. Based on this arson attack and recent intel, someone hired members of the Blue Dragon Chamber to target Beth. She turned to Beth drinking water. Target me? Why? Beth pointed at herself, bewildered. It seemed they had been under surveillance, possibly due to the strict security at Xuanhuan, leading to this less secure neighborhood. It might be connected to your bar attack. Bella spoke gravely. I just learned that someone offered Axton 1 million to eliminate you. These guys sure have guts, Gerald said, eyes flashing with menace. Clearly, Axton wasn't backing off despite his earlier actions. 1 million for Beth's life seemed cheap. Though Ailby and Anselm were gone, their influence lingered. So, Beth, I'll assign personnel to protect you. Bella handed Beth a tracking device and earpiece. For communication and immediate response if you're in danger. Protecting Beth was vital, not just because she was Gerald's friend, but because Axton's actions challenged Jiangsheng's police force. Okay, Beth nodded, knowing she'd be in grave danger without Gerald tonight. We'll notify you if there's news. Go home for now. Bella shook her head, realizing another late night lay ahead. Sorry, I should have invited you to see my renovations tonight. In the car, Beth felt guilty for arranging the meeting. Don't apologize. If we hadn't gone, we wouldn't know they're after you. Rest assured, besides Yvette sending protection, I'll ask a friend for help. Gerald sped towards Bishuiwan, determined to involve Ethan's men to protect Beth and counter Axton's ninja forces. Back home, everyone was asleep, and Zahir occupied Gerald's room. He had no choice but to go to Nellie's. Nellie was still awake, sitting on her bed. Seeing Gerald's appearance, she frowned. What did you and Beth do to end up like this? Gerald wiped his dirty clothes. Beth had some trouble. Her renovated house was set on fire. Nellie sat up, worried. Are you alright? Translation complete. This chapter effectively maintains the narrative flow and original tone while translating the text into English, preserving character names, plot continuity, and stylistic elements. Chapter 273. A gift worth millions. Gerald tossed his coat aside and sat on the couch, saying, I'm fine, but Beth got quite a scare. Do you want me to check on her? Nellie knew about Beth's family issues. She never expected it would get this serious that their house was set on fire. I've already given her some calming tea. She'll be alright. Gerald pointed to the nearby table and said, here's your evening herbal medicine. These days, Gerald had become a full-time nanny. His first task upon returning home was to prepare herbal medicine for each girl. Nellie got up and sat next to Gerald, asking, Are you sure everything is fine? Really, it's mainly due to the problems within Beth's family. Some people are trying to take her life. Gerald tidied up briefly, throwing his wallet and watch to one side, preparing to take a shower. How can there be such people? Nellie felt aggrieved on behalf of Beth. Poor Beth didn't do anything wrong but still faced such treatment. At first, they only wanted Beth's liver. Now, they're directly after her life. These matters are not for you to worry about. I will handle them. Gerald took off his shirt, picked up the Daryaging Tongbao coin from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying, Oh right, this is the gift I bought for you today. For me? What is this? Nellie looked at the round ancient coin with a red string through it. It didn't look like a conventional gift. It's a Song Dynasty coin. Wearing it can help regulate your health, Gerald explained. You and my dad bought it today? No wonder he bought so many things, claiming it was for his grandchild. Turns out it's all these kinds of things. Nellie pouted. Few girls liked antiques, but considering it was a gift from Gerald, she reluctantly accepted it as a personal present. Gordon, sure you keep it safe. Don't throw it around casually. It's very expensive. Gerald held a bathrobe, walking to the bathroom door, giving a last warning. How expensive can it be? Nellie played with the Daryaging Tongbao, not realizing its high value. At least 10 million. Gerald's voice came from the bathroom, followed by the sound of water flowing. Nellie almost slipped and threw the Daryaging Tongbao away when she heard the price. So expensive. She quickly put it away, examined its size, and then hung it around her neck. Gerald enjoyed a comfortable shower and came out from the bathroom. He saw Nellie still sitting on the bed, the ancient coin emitting a faint aura around her chest. Why aren't you asleep yet? Gerald wiped his wet long hair while walking past Nellie. Seeing her worried expression, he knew it must be about tomorrow's prenatal checkup. Nellie propped her chin in her hands, looking at Gerald with an aggrieved gaze. How can I sleep? Dad came back today and bought a pile of things for his grandchild. Jade bracelets, jade pendants, gold and silver jewelry. If he finds out the child isn't real, I'm afraid he won't be able to handle the shock. Nellie felt helpless. Initially, she intended to use this excuse to get rid of Sebastian, but her father valued it so much. If he found out it wasn't true, Zahir might have a heart attack. I'm not really pregnant. Once checked, it will definitely be exposed. Nellie's eyes swept over Gerald's body, then quickly shook her head, thinking, it's too late now. What am I thinking? After drying his hair, Gerald tossed the towel aside and said, face adversity bravely. Your dad can't monitor you all the time. Don't worry, everything will be fine. How can it be fine? Paper can't wrap up a fire. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Nellie pouted, saying helplessly, Gerald, it's all your fault. Gerald was momentarily speechless. How was this his fault? Originally, it was her idea to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend, and pretending to be pregnant was Nellie's sudden whim. This has nothing to do with me. Gerald protested, feeling utterly wronged. Anyway, it's all your fault. You must help me find a solution. Nellie glared at Gerald, pulled the blanket over herself, and lay down. We'll go to the First People's Hospital for the checkup tomorrow. I told the deputy director. Rest assured, you'll get top-tier treatment, VIP service, no need to wait in line. Gerald smiled. I'm talking about queuing? Aren't you just hoping I get exposed early, so you can regain your freedom and bachelorhood? Nellie angrily grabbed a pillow from the bed and threw it at Gerald. She and Gerald pretended to be a couple, and this fake pregnancy was the basis for everything. Once it was exposed, their relationship would fall apart. Hey, are you being reasonable? Gerald caught the pillow and placed it behind his head, saying, Xiaxi works at the hospital, and I've already told her. Trust me, she can help you get through this. Really? Nellie still had doubts, feeling anxious. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Sleep easy. Gerald had already informed Diana the day before, confident that the clever girl would manage it without issues. All right. Nellie shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it. Anyway, worrying wouldn't change anything. She drank the herbal medicine Gerald had prepared in a few gulps and covered herself with the blanket. Thinking for a moment, Gerald walked to the window, flashed outside, and with 2 jumps, arrived at Beth's window. He was now quite skilled at climbing through windows, something that if done centuries ago, would make him a perfect candidate for stealing beauties. The window wasn't closed. After jumping in, Gerald heard a panicked female voice. Who's there? Beth quickly got up from her bed, turned on the room light, and saw Gerald grinning at her. You scared me. Why did you climb through the window? Beth patted her chest, her cool pajamas becoming slightly see-through with the movement. If I came through the door, wouldn't everyone know? Zahir was still here. If he boldly came and knocked on Beth's door, it would be asking for trouble. Gerald chuckled, walked over, and saw the bowl of calming tea he had prepared untouched on the table. Can't sleep? Gerald lifted the bowl of calming tea, which was still lukewarm. Our house was burned down. How can I sleep? And shouldn't you be sleeping too? I came specifically to check on you because I was worried. Gerald held the calming tea and offered it to Beth, smiling. Need me to feed you? Beth took the bowl, replying, no need. I still have my hands and legs. Hashtag chapter 274, wall climbing expert. Beth picked up the medicine bowl and gulped it down in one go, wiping her mouth with a tissue and then giving Gerald a sweet smile. Then you should rest early. If anything happens, just find me. Gerald secretly crept back to the window, glanced around once more, and then climbed away like an ape. Beth watched Gerald's retreating figure, pursing her lips and murmuring to herself, we were supposed to be the first to meet? Gerald slipped back into his room. The moment he entered, he saw 2 cat-like eyes staring straight at him from the darkness, sparkling with an eerie light. Weren't you sleeping? Gerald asked, feeling as if Nellie's gaze could devour him whole. Can't sleep, Nellie replied, shifting positions on the bed to face the ceiling. Where did you go? Just checking on Beth. Worried she might have some psychological trauma, Gerald explained as he sat on the sofa. Okay. Nellie acknowledged but said no more. She wasn't concerned that Gerald would do anything improper with Beth behind her back. He had been gone for only about 5 minutes tops, unless this guy was super quick. 10 minutes later, after changing her position 7 or 8 times, Nellie complained plaintively, Gerald, I still can't sleep. What am I going to do? Thinking about the prenatal checkup tomorrow made her feel uneasy, as if she had committed a grave mistake. Let me make you a calming herbal soup too. Gerald grabbed his jacket, threw it over his shoulders, and headed out the door. Pretending to be her boyfriend, he could handle. But fake pregnancy was bound to be uncovered sooner or later. Surely, he couldn't really help her get pregnant? Walking downstairs, he turned on the living room chandelier and immediately saw Bella half reclining on the sofa, fast asleep. This young lady hadn't rested well since returning from the hospital, where she had been caring for Gerald and working overtime. Fine, make another bowl of soup then. Gerald went to the kitchen and prepared 2 bowls of calming herbal soup before waking Bella on the sofa. Stop, don't move. As soon as Gerald patted Bella's shoulder, she instinctively swung a punch toward his face. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have ended up with a swollen face. Hey, what are you dreaming about? Gerald teased, grabbing her fist. Realizing it was Gerald, Bella retracted her hand. DeAndre and the others were caught, but we didn't find any other leads. Even though we arrested those people, there are still drug dealers in Jiangxing. Bella rubbed her temples. These past few days, I've been thinking about how to completely eliminate this scourge. Disrupting one delivery route of the Miliglong Chamber of Commerce didn't stop them. Though the volume was reduced, drugs still flowed into Jiangxing. Gerald handed her a bowl of herbal soup. Don't think too much. I'll help you too. He had already agreed with Ethan to take care of Axton, so that he wouldn't think they could do whatever they wanted with their group of Japanese allies. No need. I was terrified when you got injured last time. I'd feel guilty towards Florence, especially since she's carrying your child. If something happens to you again, I won't know what to do. Bella picked up the bowl and drank a few sips, finding the medicine bitter and astringent. She didn't tell you? Tell me what? Bella asked, puzzled. Nellie and Bella were close friends, yet Nellie never told her about the fake pregnancy. She also mentioned Gerald as her boyfriend right from the start, without revealing the sham relationship. Was this what they meant by being cautious against fires, thieves, and girlfriends? She isn't pregnant, Gerald revealed. Spit. Bella spewed out the herbal medicine all over Gerald's face. Do you have to react so dramatically? Gerald had just finished bathing. Now, it seemed futile. I felt she wanted to tell me something, but Uncle Bert was there, so she couldn't. Bella perked up, eagerly asking, what's going on? Tell me. Indeed, all women have a penchant for gossip. Gerald briefly recounted Nellie's escape from marriage, which fueled Bella's curiosity. Speaking of which, is it considered fraud if someone deceives their own father? Gerald asked. As long as it's not reported, it's not illegal. At most, it's a moral issue, Bella answered, pulling out a face mask from somewhere and applying it before finishing the herbal medicine. Are you planning to keep this charade going? But I must admit, it's rare to see Uncle Bert so happy. I don't know. I'm also a victim here. Gerald placed a bottle of pills on the table. Your internal strength control has improved lately. Try advancing your practice. These pills are for martial artists. Take one daily and practice for 2 hours. He lifted the second bowl of herbal soup. By the way, don't work overtime anymore. Your body is deficient in nutrients and qi. Got it. You'd make a great nanny. Bella slapped her face and walked with Gerald to the bedroom to rest. Back in the room, Nellie stared blankly at the ceiling. Seeing the herbal medicine in Gerald's hand, she drank it all at once like a lifeline. With the calming effect of the medicine, she finally drifted off to sleep. Sitting on the sofa, Gerald continued practicing when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Ethan. Little brother Malag, I've just received intel that Axton has a shipment going out tonight. Seeing Nellie sound asleep, Gerald quietly climbed out the window again, seizing the opportunity to deal with Axton. Only someone like Ethan, who knew the underworld well, would have such accurate information, which Bella wouldn't know. It was 1:30 a.m., cold winds blowing outside. Gerald dared not start the car directly, so he drove out of the neighborhood to a secluded area before getting into his Aston Gordonnerton and heading straight for Green Mountain Club. In the parking lot, Ethan was waiting. Inside a black Range Rover sat Ethan, Sterling, and Clement, the best men of Green Mountain Gang. As soon as Gerald got in, Sterling floored the accelerator, speeding away. Big brother Wong, your intel is quick indeed. Sitting next to him, Gerald noticed they were heading towards the outskirts of Jiangxing. If I didn't know his moves, how could I compete with him for so many years? Ethan said gravely. If it weren't for those damn Japanese backing him, I would have driven him out of Jiangxing long ago. Chapter 275. The Village Gordonsian Demon Blade. Ever since learning that Axton had been relying on the Blue Dragon Group's assistance, Ethan's anger kept flaring up. Back in China, the 4 groups from Japan had caused countless innocent deaths. The predecessors of Green Mountain Hall paid a heavy price as well. After the Japanese were expelled, it was shocking that Axton would bring them back again, which was akin to courting death. During this period when Gerald was in the hospital, Ethan wasn't idle. He coordinated with Sterling and Clement to strike over 10 of Axton's establishments and planned for the final showdown. Sterling, what level are these Japanese ninjas? Sterling turned and asked. Although they had started counterattacks, they hadn't encountered any Japanese yet, possibly because the loss incurred by dismantling DeAndre's base made the Japanese hesitate to deploy forces openly. Don't worry. This time, they'll likely have guards including Japanese ninjas. When the time comes, Sterling, you go in and show these little Japanese just how powerful Chinese martial arts are. Since breaking through to the transformation stage, Sterling hadn't met an opponent who could challenge him. Even at his peak Dark Force stage, he had been a prodigy, and now his cultivation has greatly increased. Last time, he single-handedly took on more than 50 people, including 6 Dark Force practitioners, in one of Axton's larger venues, felling all of them without injury. Senior brother, do you remember the records within our sect about the Blue Dragon Group fighting against us in China, losing, and then losing a weapon in the process? Clement suddenly interjected. Ethan followed up. You're talking about the battle between the 3 Me family of the Blue Dragon Group and our sect Elder Barton 80 years ago? Hails, Clement nodded. Gerald couldn't understand their conversation and asked, 80 years ago, you fought the Japanese? We can't possibly live that long. It's recorded in our sect history, Ethan explained. During Japan's invasion of China, the 4 Japanese groups committed numerous atrocities against the Chinese people. The predecessors of Green Mountain Hall directly challenged the Blue Dragon Group, with the loser dying. The 3 Me family sent their strongest fighter, Claude, to face Barton on Jiangxing River, where they battled for 3 days and nights, resulting in a hard-fought match. In the end, Barton outmatched Claude, defeating him with the clear wind sword. Claude used the renowned Japanese demon blade, the Village Gordonsian. Initially, it was only a famous sword but gained its demonic name due to Maverick, whose grandfather, father, and son were all killed by this blade. Following Maverick's unification of the shogunate, He ordered the eradication of the village Gordon-Simeon, giving it its infamous status. With the suppression, very few village Gordon-Simeon swords remained. Only one, supposedly the same blade used by Maverick's eldest son, Gordon Sadara no Biasu, in his suicide, still carried the vengeful force of Gordon Sadara no Biasu. Despite Claude's defeat, the Japanese did not honor the agreement and launched a massive attack on Barton. Ultimately, Barton could not withstand the onslaught of multiple Japanese warriors and ninjas despite Green Mountain Hall's efforts to protect him. He went missing after the battle, his fate unknown. So, the village Gordon-Simeon demon blade is still in China? Gerald asked. Ethan nodded. It disappeared along with senior brother Barton. Meanwhile, we found the clear wind sword, suggesting the Blue Dragon Group hasn't given up searching for the demon blade. Gerald pondered. No wonder the Blue Dragon Group stays in Jiangsheng instead of going elsewhere. They're probably looking for the demon blade and suspecting you have it, leading to their antagonism. Now isn't like a century ago. The Japanese can't be so arrogant here. Even if we don't have the demon blade, we wouldn't give it to them. Cold light flashed in Ethan's eyes. With over a century of grievances with the Japanese, showing weakness didn't mean allowing them to bully us. Boom. Sterling stepped on the gas pedal, accelerating the vehicle to speeds matching sports cars. He seemed ready to confront the Japanese fighters. They soon arrived at Jiangsheng's cargo port, parking far from the entrance. They're still using the port? Gerald was surprised that despite multiple strikes, the Blue Dragon Association dared to use the port. The maritime route in Jiangsheng is extensive, providing excellent cover. Ethan focused on the port area and continued. Axton controls this area extensively, making it easier for him compared to other places. It's time. Sterling lit a cigarette nonchalantly, exhaling smoke while watching the port entrance. He maintained his usual aloof demeanor. If Gerald hadn't earned his respect, Sterling would barely speak to him. Boom. A seafood truck slowly emerged from the port, escorted by 3 black Audis in front and 3 behind, clearly indicating it belonged to the Blue Dragon Association. The lead cars monitored ahead for any disturbances. Each vehicle was spaced roughly 200 to 300 meters apart, with the first car about a kilometer ahead of the truck. Sterling flicked his cigarette away, stepped on the gas, and parked the Land Rover in the middle of the road, blocking the convoy's path. Soon, the lead car encountered the Land Rover. Standing in front of the Land Rover with the clear wind sword in hand, Sterling glared coldly at the approaching vehicles. There were 6 Audis, each carrying 5 men, totaling 30 men. Blast it, get your dog out of the way. One of the men opened the door and cursed at Sterling. Had they noticed the clear wind sword, they wouldn't have dared act so arrogantly. Hashtag chapter 276. Finally, they have come. Sterling stood there motionless. He looked like he was showing off, but in reality, he was regulating his inner breath to maintain the best combat state. Wang Lao Gio, should we go and help? Gerald sat in the car, watching Sterling outside, couldn't help but feel worried. He had already sensed that this convoy wasn't just made up of one transformational strength martial artist. Sterling would have a tough time dealing with them all. Relax. Ibai has improved greatly. He can handle these minor threats, Ethan said, turning around. Malaysian, you get ready. If anything unexpected happens, you'll go and help. Got it. Clement pulled out the blaze spear, a spear forged from pure steel, about 1.8 meters long, which could be disassembled into 3 segments for easy carrying. It could be assembled anytime. The spearhead was the true artifact, entirely black, exuding pure spiritual energy. Countless enemies had been slain by it at the hands of the predecessors of Green Mountain Hall. Ethan took out a cigar and leisurely puffed on it. He didn't want Gerald to act. Instead, he wanted Gerald to witness Sterling's strength as a way to showcase Green Mountain Hall's fighting power. Take him down. Seeing Sterling didn't move, the others exchanged glances, drew their long swords, and swiftly rushed towards him. Sterling's lips curled upward with a continuous cold smile. Such an unruly mob could never be his match. Without even unsheathing his clear wind sword, Sterling held the sword handle with one hand and charged forward using the scabbard itself. After a few quick movements, Sterling had already incapacitated several foes. Those who fell had either broken arms or legs, all caused by the sheath striking them alive. Sterling moved through the crowd effortlessly, embodying the phrase, a flower passing through the bush, leaving no trace. His swordsmanship was sharp, the sword aura cutting through the air, with his inner strength attached to the scabbard, piercing, slashing, and jabbing wherever it went, unstoppable. Sterling! Monroe stepped out of the vehicle, instantly recognizing Sterling. Upon hearing the name, everyone hesitated, no longer daring to advance. During this period, Sterling had become a killing god, taking down numerous battlegrounds without anyone being able to hold him back. Monroe. Clement, upon spotting Monroe, opened the car door and jumped out, swiftly assembling his blaze spear and leaping towards him with 2 large strides. The last time on the arena, Clement and Monroe fought to a standstill, both severely injured. This time, it was his chance for revenge. Clement. Monroe took a step back, shouting, Green Mountain Hall, don't overdo it. He was only at dark strength late stage while his opponent had reached transformational strength, clearly no match. Don't waste words. Clement immediately attacked, gripping the spear with both hands, and swung it forcefully at Monroe. This blow was irresistible, amassing the force of 10,000 caddies on the spear, slamming down fiercely. A fireball appeared atop the spearhead, converted from Clement's inner strength, enhancing the blaze spear perfectly. Seeing Clement approach, Monroe countered by pulling out his long saber. With a clang, the blaze spear struck the saber, splitting it into 2 halves. Monroe also collapsed, spitting blood, unconscious. Last time on the arena, they were equally matched. Now, Monroe couldn't even withstand one attack from Clement, showcasing how quickly Clement had grown. Brother Clement is quite composed, Gerald nodded. Clement might not talk much, but his strength was undeniable. His fiery temperament led to aggressive attacks far outweighing defense. A martial artist of the same rank facing him would likely suffer. When the master said his talent wasn't enough, it seems now it's me who isn't enough, Ethan laughed bitterly. All three had taken Gerald's pills, but only he remained at dark strength late stage, feeling somewhat disheartened. Wong brother, if you didn't dabble in those messy businesses, you'd probably have reached transformational strength too, Gerald remarked. As a standard businessman, Ethan had numerous ventures and couldn't focus solely on cultivation like Sterling and Clement. Naturally, he lagged behind. I have to support hundreds of people and select disciples for Green Mountain Gordarshal Hall. There's no time. Ethan shook his head. Gerald stopped talking, shifting his gaze towards Sterling. Atop the truck, 3 individuals stood, all dressed in ninja attire, holding ninja blades. The Japanese were finally making their move. Whizzing sounds echoed, the usual tactics. One distracting from afar with shurikens, 2 surrounding Sterling and Clement from front and back. Finally, they've come? Sterling's eyes gleamed with a yearning for battle as he clashed with the Japanese ninjas. Clement, standing back-to-back with Sterling, wielded the blaze spear against another ninja. Initially, they could handle it easily since the 2 ninjas were also at initial transformational strength. They were evenly matched. With Sterling's exceptional talent and Clement's rapid growth, handling 2 opponents posed no problem. But surprises always occurred. Another ninja atop the truck was at mid-transformational strength. His shurikens were thrown with extreme precision and force, ambushing Sterling and Clement from all sides, forcing them to dodge while battling. Bang! Smoke spread. After it dissipated, Sterling and Clement were hit by 2 shurikens, thankfully not fatal wounds. Seeing this, Ethan wiped his cold sweat. He brought Gerald today to observe their strength, not expecting the situation to turn so fast that Sterling and Clement were at a disadvantage. Little Malog brother. Ethan turned only to find Gerald, who was beside him moments ago, gone. While the Japanese ninjas kept attacking from the truck top, suddenly, an intense burst of inner strength came from behind. The ninja spun around, drawing his blade and slashing into empty air. Clank! The Overlord sword collided with the ninja blade, the masked ninja retreating several steps. His eyes revealed murderous intent. Do you have no shame? 3 against 2, even resorting to ambush. Gerald gripped his sword, taunting the enemy. He specifically targeted this guy to test the power of the Overlord sword. It proved powerful. He only used 3/10 of his spiritual energy yet drove the ninja back. Hashtag chapter 277, caught red-handed. Chop. The Japanese ninja held the ninjato with both hands and slashed down at Gerald. The edge of the ninjato gleamed silver, slicing through the air to form a silver crescent moon. Gerald had to take this seriously now. The sharpness of this blade indicated that this man was undoubtedly an expert in swordsmanship. The Overlord's sword swept out horizontally, emitting a blood-red light along its blade. After all, this was the very sword used by Rahim during his historic feats, where he defeated 10 enemies for every one, ultimately crushing Mila's 200,000 troops with just his sheer might. Now, facing just a Japanese man, it felt like an overkill. Boom. The Overlord's sword sweep was incomparably domineering. Clearly, the Japanese ninja underestimated the power of this sword and instead advanced. A silver crescent met a red beam, and upon collision, the force from the Overlord's sword's momentum sent shockwaves everywhere. The Japanese ninja dropped his ninjato as he flew backward, falling off the top of the truck onto the ground. What a fine sword. Gerald stroked the Overlord's sword proudly, never expecting this weapon to unleash such incredible strength, enabling him, an inexperienced cultivator in swordsmanship, to display so much power. In truth, if Gerald wanted to deal with these ninjas, he could simply command the Overlord's sword from 100 meters away to injure them. However, he chose close combat to test its might. While Gerald was engaging the Japanese ninja, Sterling and Clement were gaining the upper hand over the other 2 ninjas, pushing them into retreat. Seeing his companions being overwhelmed, the ninja threw a smoke bomb to escape amidst the confusion. Trying to run? Gerald swung his right hand, throwing the Overlord's sword straight towards the ninja. The ninja sensed the incoming sword but didn't worry, as his specially designed ninja outfit would protect him. So, he accelerated his escape instead of dodging. Pierce. The Overlord's sword instantly tore through the ninja's outfit, piercing his back and exiting through his abdomen. Return. Gerald flicked his finger, changing the sword's direction, which flew back into his hand. Cough. Blood sprayed from the ninja's mask as he fell to the ground like a broken kite. Despite the severity of the wound, Gerald's medical skills allowed him to perfectly avoid any vital organs, incapacitating the ninja without causing lethal harm. If Gerald wished, he could have even cut out his appendix. Seeing the mid-stage hard-chi ninja easily dispatched by Gerald, the remaining 2 ninjas panicked, fighting defensively while trying to escape. Once their will to fight waned, they were nothing more than straggling dogs. Sterling chopped off an arm of a Japanese ninja with a single strike, while Clement snapped the ribs of another with a gunshot. All 3 Japanese ninjas, along with over 30 thugs from the Blue Dragon Chamber of Commerce, lay injured on the ground, unable to escape. Gerald and Ethan walked to the back of the truck, opening the cargo door. Inside were various lobsters and abalones packed with ice, concealing the goods they were supposed to deliver. Ethan, what should we do with these? Asked Ethan. Pack everything up and send it to the police station. They crammed the 30 people, along with the goods, into the truck and drove straight to the police station. Tonight's matter was settled, and Gerald let out a sigh. This haul would definitely break Axton's heart. Back at Bisui Bay, Bella was putting on her uniform and rushing out the door. Seeing this, Gerald couldn't help but scratch his head. He told her to rest but was simultaneously increasing her workload. It seemed contradictory. Watching Bella drive away, Gerald sighed. He needed to settle things with Axton quickly, or this girl would never catch a break. Returning to the room, Nellie was still sound asleep, unaware of Gerald's absence. Exhausted from the night's battle, Gerald also succumbed to sleep on the sofa. The next morning, Nellie dragged Gerald from the couch. Please, it's only 6 o'clock, Gerald groaned, stretching lazily. He hadn't slept more than 2 hours since working until 3 in the morning. Why did Nellie wake up so early today? Nellie pulled him up sternly. Gerald, let's go to Binhai first. Since the new store there needs attention, We can tell my father that we're going to work there for a while. This plan was Nellie's desperate attempt to avoid hospital visits to hide the fact that she wasn't pregnant. Gerald stared wide-eyed at her. What? I'm worried something might happen unexpectedly. Nellie grabbed her bag and pulled Gerald up. Hurry up and change. How about I take a shower first? Gerald quickly slipped into the bathroom. After half an hour of washing up, Nellie dragged him toward the door. It felt like they would be caught if they delayed any longer. Good daughter, why are you up so early? Doctors aren't even working yet. Shouldn't you rest more? As they stepped down, they saw Zahir already up, sitting on the living room sofa, enjoying Hong Kong-style dim sum. Nellie nearly slipped. If not for Gerald pulling her back, she would have flown forward. Dad, why are you up so early? Nellie steadied herself, brushing aside her disheveled hair, puzzled. Her father usually rose around 8 or 9, sometimes even 10 or 11. She'd deliberately gotten up early, before dawn, only to be caught. Zahir sipped tea and smiled. I'm preparing breakfast for you. By the way, don't eat. Fasting is required for blood tests. You can eat when you come back. He picked up a shrimp dumpling with his chopsticks. Come, son-in-law, this is authentic Hong Kong dim sum. Usually, it takes hours in Guangdong, but I timed it perfectly. Gerald glanced at Nellie, who looked utterly defeated. There was no choice. Gerald sat on the sofa, watching trays of steamed buns and dim sum spread across the table and floor, each tray containing only a few items. Despite the large number of boxes, the actual amount wasn't much. Translation completed as requested. I ensured the translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors, maintaining the original tone and style while preserving paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 278, Pulse Diagnosis. Gerald sat beside Nellie while Zahir placed a bowl of porridge, a plate of rice noodle rolls, and tea in front of him. Come on, here's the century egg and shredded meat porridge, pork intestine rice noodle roll, and over there are barbecued pork buns and egg tarts. I ordered all their morning tea dim sum, Zahir said with a smile as he lifted his bowl and took a couple of sips. Nellie watched them eat from her seat nearby, her stomach growling audibly despite herself. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have gotten up so early, she lamented, clutching her stomach helplessly. After all the fuss with Meadow, she ended up not even eating breakfast. Zahir looked at her and smiled. Good girl, don't worry, my grandson will be fine. He gazed at Nellie's stomach, shaking his head. You still need to pay attention to your nutrition. Look, you're not showing at all. It's still early, very early. It'll get bigger in time, Gerald quickly interjected, refilling Zahir's cup with water. Brother Purr, how much is this meal? 2,800 yuan. It's the latest breakfast set menu at Dario Yvette Hotel with a discount, Zahir laughed. He was feeling great after trading valuable antiques with Gerald yesterday, exchanging them for Daryeogang Tongbao coins which Zahir brought back. Naturally, he picked the most expensive breakfast option. Gerald was amazed. Having spent more than 2,000 yuan on breakfast was definitely something only the rich could do. Oh, Nellie sighed, recalling that her father never used to care about her this way before. Now, hearing about his grandchild, he had completely changed. Gerald ate without a care in the world, munching shrimp dumplings 1 bite at a time, barbecued pork buns 2 bites at a time. With him around, the dim sum wasn't going to waste. So, Nellie could only watch them eat, feeling increasingly hungry. Despite being under Zahir's watchful eye, she didn't dare touch any food. Brother Puh, why don't we go to Jiangxing First People's Hospital for the checkup? It's closer, Gerald suggested. Why? I've already booked a doctor, and that private hospital can even determine the baby's gender, Zahir questioned. Gordonly because I know someone at Jiangxing First People's Hospital, Gerald replied. Zahir thought for a moment. All right, I'll arrange for a familiar doctor immediately. With that, he took out his phone and started making calls. After finishing their morning tea, nearly an hour had passed. It was about time they should leave. Zahir drove Gerald and Nellie in his Bentley towards the First People's Hospital. In the back seat, Nellie sat with tightly crossed legs, looking tense and pale, feeling like she was heading to an execution ground instead of a hospital. Gerald reached out and held Nellie's icy small hands, channeling a warm flow of spiritual energy into her. Nellie turned her head and saw Gerald looking calmly at her. She shyly turned away, her mind racing with what she would say if the doctor asked who the father was. Soon, the car arrived at the hospital entrance. Zahir led them inside and headed straight for the obstetrics department. Thump, thump. Seeing the other pregnant women around, Nellie's heart raced faster. The appointment is ready. Let me see. Hales, number 10, just one more and it'll be your turn. Zahir checked the display screen and informed Nellie who was sitting next to him. Dear daughter, today's expert was the same doctor who delivered you when your mother was pregnant with you. Zahir continued cheerfully. Uh-huh, Nellie nodded, thinking to herself that if the doctor who delivered her was here, how could her skills be anything but top-notch? Wouldn't she instantly see through the fake pregnancy? Gerald observed the busy hospital. It was already packed with people despite the early hour. The cries of children filled the air, bustling and lively, not resembling a quiet hospital at all. Ding dong. Number 10, Nellie. Number 10, Nellie. As the announcement came over the loudspeaker, Nellie, sitting in her chair, shivered uncontrollably. Zahir quickly stood up, running toward examination room number 2 with his hefty body. Nellie followed, entering the examination room with Gerald. Today's expert was a woman in her 60s, wearing a mask and glasses, with a stern expression. Zahir walked in smiling broadly. Julie, this is my daughter. You were the one who delivered her back then. Nellie sat on a nearby stool, eyes vacant and hollow. Julie glanced at Nellie, then at the medical record. How old are you? She's 25, doctor, Zahir replied hastily. Julie nodded, noting down the age and asked, pregnant? Definitely, Zahir affirmed again. Julie glanced at Zahir and asked, when was the last menstrual period? This question left Zahir stumped. He turned to Nellie but found her lost in thought. Hey, dear daughter, the doctor is asking you. Huh? Nellie snapped out of her daze, intending to answer but realizing that if she admitted the truth, it would expose the fake pregnancy. It should have been last month. Nellie tried to recall carefully. She hadn't been trying to conceive and, being unmarried, she hadn't paid attention to these details. Last month on the 6th, Gerald said unexpectedly. Ku and Florence looked at Gerald in surprise. She hadn't remembered clearly. How did Gerald know? Are you sure? Julie asked, raising an eyebrow. Nellie pursed her lips and whispered, I guess so. How could you young people not remember these things? Julie scribbled on the medical record. Extend your hand. Let me feel your pulse. It seemed Julie was also well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, since she chose pulse diagnosis rather than jumping to tests right away. Nellie hesitated for a moment before extending her right hand and placing it on the table. Julie placed 2 fingers on Nellie's pulse. Her heart raced as Julie examined her pulse. Don't be nervous. I can't get an accurate reading if you're too tense, Julie reassured her. Nellie was close to tears, fearing what might happen if her father found out she had lied. Julie's expression grew more puzzled. If she were indeed pregnant, besides her normal pulse, there should be the pulse of another small life, faster by nearly twice the rate of an average person's, averaging between 120 to 150 beats per minute. But something felt off. Miss, try to relax a bit more, Julie urged. Chapter 279. Examination Results. Phew. Nellie took a deep breath to steady herself. If she was going to die, then so be it. Whether sooner or later, it was inevitable. Julie carefully felt her pulse, the confusion in his eyes growing deeper as he asked, Are you really pregnant? Doctor, perhaps she's too nervous. Can you try again? Gerald placed a hand casually on Nellie's shoulder and stroked her long hair with the other hand, comforting her. Don't tense up so much. It'll be fine. Julie once more placed his hand on Nellie's wrist, examining her pulse seriously. After a while, he withdrew his hand. Hales, you are pregnant. Go for a blood test first to check your hormone levels. We'll see the rest after the report comes out. All right, doctor, we'll do that right away. Zahir hurriedly grabbed the forms and went to pay in queue for the blood test. Drenched in sweat, Nellie could barely stand without Gerald's support. Otherwise, she might have collapsed onto the floor. No sooner had they left the clinic room than they were taken to get blood drawn. There were hardly any people in front of the blood draw window. Just as Nellie approached, Zahir had already handed over the form. Sitting down at the window, Nellie extended her hand but didn't dare look at the nurse drawing her blood. Sister Florence, a familiar voice called out. Turning her head, Nellie saw a young nurse wearing a mask ready to insert the needle. Hee. Iana pulled down her mask, grinning widely at Nellie. Seeing this little girl, Nellie's heart calmed slightly. Why is it you? Aren't you supposed to be an assigned nurse? Nellie hadn't expected that Gerald would really bring Iana to help with the blood draw. It's all because of Gerald. He said you're facing a once-in-a-century disaster and needed me to help you through this crisis. Iana tied the tourniquet around Nellie's arm, wiped it clean, and accurately inserted the needle. What should we do next? Nellie sneakily glanced behind her, where Zahir was chatting with Gerald. The blood was drawn, but she wasn't pregnant. Wouldn't it still be exposed by the tests? Don't worry, I've got it covered. Iana withdrew the syringe, holding the serum sample and smiling. You don't trust my work? Come back in half an hour to pick up the results. Seeing Iana's confident demeanor and recalling the foolish things she did in Peach Blossom Village, Nellie couldn't quite believe it. Nellie held a cotton swab against the puncture site and walked back to her seat. Come, dear daughter, here's the breakfast I brought for you. It's still warm. Eat quickly. As soon as Nellie returned, Zahir immediately handed her the packed breakfast. Okay. Nodding, Nellie ate a few pieces listlessly, finding no taste in the food. Gerald, I feel like I can't breathe. Let's take a walk outside. Dad, keep the form here and go get the report in half an hour. With that, she hurriedly dragged Gerald out into the corridor. I told you there's nothing to worry about. Although Xiaoxia may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, I've arranged everything. Gerald looked at Nellie confidently, recalling how from morning she had wanted to escape, but ultimately submitted to the blood draw obediently. Nellie sipped hot water from a cup, her body drenched in cold sweat. In the corridor, the breeze made her shiver. Lying has its heavy toll. Nellie shook her head in frustration. When the time comes, I'll tell my father the baby didn't survive. She now dared not mention her fake pregnancy and could only resort to this lame excuse. Didn't I say, if you have the child, you can terminate it? Why cry over spilled milk? And you've been paid. Just then, a man and woman passed by them, holding a medical report and arguing heatedly. But it's your child, and it's already 2 months old, the woman said tearfully. Recognizing the voices, both Gerald and Nellie turned their heads. They saw Sebastian walking ahead, followed by a sobbing girl. Shameless. Nellie cursed under her breath, realizing what had transpired. 2 months ago, wasn't that when that guy discussed marriage with her father? Scum is more like it. Gerald's voice carried louder, reaching their ears. Who dares to curse? Sebastian turned to retaliate, but seeing Gerald and Nellie, he recoiled and slunk away silently. Let's go back. Gerald disregarded the commotion and led Nellie back. By now, Zahir had fetched the report and was looking for them. Together, they returned to the clinic room. Julie reviewed the report, prescribed some medication for Nellie, and said, your hormone levels are low. Take folic acid in these. All right, doctor. Is the baby healthy? Zahir asked eagerly. Irritated by his incessant questioning, Julie replied helplessly, it's too early. We need further tests. On the way back, Zahir grinned broadly, already thinking of suitable names for his grandchild. Nellie's worries settled for the moment. Back home, Zahir headed off to deal with company matters. Just as they arrived, they found Bella half lying on the sofa, asleep. What happened to her? Nellie was about to wake her up. Forget it. She must have worked late again. Let her sleep here. Gerald had delivered those people to the police last night, likely causing Bella to interrogate all night. More actions from Ethan were forthcoming, ensuring this girl would stay busy. All right, I'll go to the company. Nellie covered Bella with a blanket, preparing to visit Fresh Fruit Hub due to the recent sales boom. I'll come along. Gerald hadn't been to the fruit store for half a month. He was losing his title as best deliverer man. At Fresh Fruit Hub headquarters, customers were as numerous as ever. Nellie promptly busied herself in the office. Brother Malag, you finally came. Seeing Gerald arrive, Yael rushed over eagerly. Chapter 280, Frederick's News. Gerald looked at the boy dressed in a fruit juice employee uniform outside, but wearing Malakshan Gordarnashal Arts Hall's practice clothes underneath. It seemed this guy had really taken up martial arts training. What's up? Gerald was sipping fruit tea leisurely, seated in his chair. Brother Malag, did you know that Frederick has been released? Yael whispered from beside Gerald. He processed a transfer of school a couple of days ago, and no one knows where he's studying now. Released? Gerald's eyebrows raised. He didn't expect Frederick to have such a strong background. After all the trouble he caused, he was released after just a month. He thought Zhang would have to serve at least half a year of labor re-education. Yael nodded, leaning closer to Gerald's ear and whispering, Brother Malag, Frederick spread word that he intends to cripple you. Be careful. Gerald took a sip of tea and nodded. All right, noted. Gerald was fearless, not even worried about Japanese ninjas, let alone Frederick. Even if the Zhang family had some influence in Jiangsheng, it meant nothing to Gerald. Brother Malag, you should still be cautious, Yael said nervously. A few students who betrayed Frederick, along with Gary and Cassidy, are now hospitalized. Hospitalized? Why? Were they attacked by him? Gerald's eyes gleamed with keen interest. Those who betrayed him were likely classmates working at Fruit Juice. Frederick seemed too arrogant, having only just been released and already causing trouble again. Not exactly. They went insane while sleeping at home. The hospital can't figure out what's wrong with them. People are saying it might be because they encountered ghosts. Yael's body trembled slightly, clearly afraid of ending up like them. Which hospital are they in? Gerald asked. Yael replied, Jiangsheng First People's Hospital. Doctors diagnosed it as possible intermittent schizophrenia, but I believe it's not genuine. Once when drinking with Frederick, he told me his great-grandfather was a deity and practiced Taoist magic. I thought he was talking nonsense due to drunkenness, but now it might be true. Gerald remained silent. By Yael's account, Frederick's great-grandfather should be over 100 years old. So, the Zhang family could indeed have a cultivator. No wonder when dealing with Frederick last time, there was an odd feeling about him. Now it seemed he must have had a protective magical artifact. I'm good at curing diseases, take me to see them first. Gerald couldn't reveal that he was a cultivator and responded evasively. If it were an orthodox Taoist practitioner, they wouldn't use such despicable methods. It was probably done by some evil cult. A 100-year-old cultivator attacking minors wasn't just about losing face. It was morally unacceptable. Gerald planned to visit and assess Frederick's great-grandfather's level to formulate a response. Being at the 11th level of cultivation, he believed he could handle anything unless the opponent was too powerful. Without waiting long, Gerald returned to Jiangsheng First People's Hospital with Yael. On the hospital bed lay Gary and Cassidy, motionless. The monitors showed stable heart rates, with no abnormalities. Once past midnight, they wake up and act crazy, smashing things. That's why they're tied up, explained Yael. Gerald emitted divine consciousness and immediately noticed something abnormal. Both had lost one soul fragment and one spirit essence. Humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits. One soul belongs to heaven, one to earth, and the other remains in the mortal world. Losing one makes them less human, especially losing the human soul. Only the human soul being lost allows people to survive. Losing any other would make even gods helpless. Gerald turned to Yael, stay outside and don't let anyone in. If a doctor comes, mention my name and tell them I'm treating them. He intended to use Taoist soul summoning techniques, but couldn't show these in a modern setting. Okay. Yael obediently left the room, closing the door behind him. As soon as Yael shut the door, Gerald took out several silver needles and approached Gary. Soul capture. I hope their souls aren't restrained and are merely detached. With his right hand, Gerald placed 3 needles into Gary's soul control points, infusing spiritual power. Gary's body began to tremble violently. Gerald pulled out a soul-stabilizing charm, which transformed into ashes in his palm. Unexpectedly useful. He applied the ashes to Gary's forehead and held a small bell in his right hand. I should have consulted Taoist Malagzu. Gerald wasn't proficient with soul summoning, but Taoist Malagzu, an orthodox Taoist, might be better. However, Gerald could only try for now. If it didn't work, he'd seek help. Ding-ling-ling. The bell chimed as Gerald sent spiritual power into it. Pure Taoist sounds resonated in the room, each tone affecting the mind. Gary struggled more upon hearing the sound. Restless souls, where do you reside? Come back, return to your origin. This was an orthodox Taoist soul-calling incantation, invoking natural spiritual power to drive away ghosts. Gerald recited it while casting a soul-guiding charm to lead Gary's soul back. Rise. The soul-guiding charm hovered mid-air, moving rhythmically toward Gary's soul. Gerald pointed at the charm, channeling spiritual energy continuously. It seemed effective, finding Gary's soul fragments. Suddenly, Gary's eyes opened, speaking in a very old voice. Cultivator, your powers aren't enough yet. Gerald sneered, a respected cultivator detaining commoners' souls. Isn't that beneath you? Chapter 281. Soul-locking nail. Hee. Gary sneered. Ordinary people? They are nothing but insignificant ants. I am already merciful by not killing them while collecting their souls. Gerald yanked the soul-guiding charm forcefully, causing Gary's body to shudder. Young man, stop this at once. Don't ruin my grand plans. You've lived so long and turned into a dog. Gerald infused more spiritual energy into the charm, and the small bell started jingling melodiously. As the pure Taoist chant resonated, black smoke began rising from Gary's body. Young man, don't court death. Gary's voice echoed again, filled with immense anger. Are you the ancestor of Frederick? Gerald asked his question directly. How did you know that? Gary asked in surprise. A cold smirk appeared on Gerald's lips. It seems he hadn't mistaken the person. Frederick was truly a despicable person. Just because he was beaten up, he sought help from his ancestor to deal with his classmates. Looks like I guessed right, Gerald chuckled coldly. Since that's the case, listen old man, if you dare to harm them again, you'll regret it. Don't be so arrogant, young man. When I was cultivating, you weren't even a seed. Ignoring him, Gerald stretched out his hand and pressed against the back of Gary's head. If this guy really had great power, he would have attacked long ago instead of wasting time arguing here. Soul-locking nail, old man, you're quite good at playing these tricks, exorcising ghosts and demons, but you're probably a demonic cultivator yourself. Gerald swiftly pulled out a tiny nail from behind Gary's head, covered in Gary's blood sacrifice. The soul-locking nail can lock the soul of an ordinary person, leaving them in a state between life and death. Unlike vegetative patients, during midnight when the yin qi is strongest, the soul emerges to move about. This explains why Gary went insane every night at 12. However, this nail should not have escaped an X-ray scan, indicating that the soul-locking nail was inserted after Gary's examination last night. After pulling out the nail, Gary remained motionless, signifying that the connection with the cultivator had been severed. Retrieve soul. Gerald instantly infused 3 streams of spiritual energy into Gary's body. Immediately, strong winds swirled inside the sealed room. The soul-guiding charm floated towards Gary, transforming into a burst of fire before a black shadow quickly returned to Gary's body. Phew. Fortunately, this old bastard didn't trap the soul. After completing the task, Gerald sat aside, exhausted. Collecting a person's soul wasn't an easy job. Fortunately, the spellcaster skill level wasn't too high, making his 11th level cultivation barely enough for this task. This also suggested that the Zhang family ancestor was likely at the early or middle stage of foundation establishment, which Gerald found not too frightening. After resting briefly, Gerald approached Cassidy's bed again. Suddenly, Cassidy, who had been lying calmly, broke free from his restraints, leaped off the bed, and extended his arms straight toward Gerald in an attack. Without hesitation, Gerald slapped a thunder charm onto Cassidy's forehead. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning emerged from his palm, striking Cassidy and sending him flying 2 meters backward, crashing into the wall. Black smoke then rose from Cassidy's crown, accompanied by a hateful voice. Boy, we will meet again. Scumbag. Gerald casually threw another thunder charm, hitting the black smoke. Aya! With a wail, the black smoke vanished without a trace. Gerald didn't intend to chase after him. Dispersing the black smoke meant he suffered significant damage and wouldn't cause trouble anytime soon. Quickly placing Cassidy back on the bed to avoid suspicion, Gerald waited for both men to wake up after removing the soul-locking nail and retrieving their souls. Brother Malag. Gary abruptly sat up, drenched in sweat. Brother Malag. Cassidy woke up, looked around, and became bewildered. Why are we here? Gary and Cassidy exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why they were in the hospital room. Gerald watched them calmly and said, You fell ill, so you're here. Do you remember what you dreamed recently? When the soul leaves the body, everything seen and heard turns into memories. Upon returning, it feels like just a dream. Hearing this, Gary began trembling. A terrible dream, Gary stammered. I dreamed I was in a small bottle being roasted by someone. I also saw many classmates, all shrunk down like little figures. Cassidy nodded vigorously. That's right. I had the same dream. The place was dark and terrifying, like hell. I thought I had died. Gerald continued questioning. Do you remember how you got there? Did you see anything along the way? How did you return here? After a moment of intense recollection, Gary said, I remember sleeping at home, then dreaming I was flying and put into a small bottle. We were taken to a room with a black furnace in the middle, always emitting fire. I was flying in the sky for a long time. It felt like we left Jiangsheng, added Cassidy. Considering the speed of the soul, the fact that Gerald waited only 10 minutes before they woke indicated that the captor was not in Jiangsheng. Rest well, it's just a dream now. You'll be fine from now on. Gerald handed them each a soul-stabilizing charm to prevent their souls from being captured again. After giving instructions, Gerald left the ward to retrieve the other students' souls. Just as he exited, Abel was waiting outside the door. Divine Dr. Chen, we meet again. How are the students? Have you cured them? Abel's smile was radiant. So many students in comas, with no diagnosable issues, made the school offices overflow with worried parents. Hearing Gerald was treating them, Abel rushed over immediately. Translation completed, maintaining the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. Chapter 282. Investigation of the Zhang family patriarch. Gerald looked at Abel, feeling rather speechless. As a vice president and professor-level doctor, the patients he encountered were always beyond ordinary means to cure. Director Zhang, you check them yourself. I have to go to the next place, Gerald said. Abel peered into the ward where Gary and Cassidy were lying in bed, looking worn out but awake. Hurry, examine these 2 students and see if they're all right. Notify their parents. Abel's smile widened upon seeing the 2 awake. Gerald was now the pride and treasure of the hospital. Other doctors and nurses rushed into the ward. Gerald, along with Yael, moved on to the next ward. Abel remained outside, preventing others from entering. Inside, Gerald worked for another half an hour. The old ancestor of the Zhang family did not interfere this time. Gerald quickly restored the souls of the remaining students. When the others woke up, their parents went berserk, idolizing Gerald and wanting to send gifts and visit to thank him. Gerald nearly got swarmed by the grateful parents, reminiscent of when he last faced such a situation, after he had disciplined the group of young troublemakers. After a morning of commotion at the hospital, Gerald finally returned to the Peach Blossom fruit store. With many students hospitalized, the staff was insufficient. Even Nellie was busy restocking. Where did you go? Nellie wiped her forehead, strongly disapproving of Gerald's unexplained absence. I just visited our unconscious employees. Lucky they fainted at home, or else the store would be liable for compensation, Gerald explained while helping her. Why did they faint? Nellie had no clue, thinking their absence was due to parental restriction. Gordonly because Gerald recounted the incident involving the students being sabotaged and asked Nellie to contact Bella to investigate the Zhang family patriarch. So serious? Can you handle it alone? Gerald had previously only dealt with small-time thugs and martial artists. This time, he faced cultivators, and Nellie, unable to practice due to her extreme body type, could offer little help. It should be fine, but we must be cautious. I'm afraid he might target you all. The Zhang family patriarch had stooped so low as to attack ordinary people. Who knew what else he might do? Though they had protective talismans given by Gerald and lived together, it wasn't foolproof against his tricks. If she could cultivate now, her extreme body type would make her a formidable fighter. Gerald thought about Nellie. We will be careful, Nellie nodded. Such matters couldn't be resolved through conventional means like law enforcement. They wouldn't arrest the Zhang family patriarch for soul abduction. Busy until 8 p.m., Gerald and Nellie fetched Cora from the branch store and went home. Upon entering, they froze. Instead of a robbery, there were more items inside than before. Baby cribs, strollers, diapers, baby clothes, all kinds of baby products piled up. These. Nellie stood dumbfounded. It was obvious that her father bought these things. From yesterday's few baby clothes to today's complete shopping spree, it seemed enough for 3 years. Did you really get pregnant? Seeing them return, Beth walked over. When she came back from work earlier, she reacted similarly, suspecting that Nellie might have pretended to be pregnant. Otherwise, why would Zahir buy so much? Nellie felt mortified. Even if she were pregnant, buying so early seemed unnecessary. Facing a mountain of baby supplies, she rubbed her temples. Let's put these away first. Reluctantly, Nellie started moving the items. Seeing them daily would remind her of the fact that she wasn't actually pregnant. It took about 20 minutes for everyone to move everything to the nursery. Fortunately, the villa had plenty of rooms. Otherwise, even regular housing would have been too small. Sitting on the sofa, the women stared at Nellie and Gerald. Please don't look at me like that. I'm really not pregnant. Embarrassed by their stares, Nellie felt like a child caught doing something wrong. Not pregnant? Then how about this report? Beth pointed to the medical report clearly showing Nellie's pregnancy and prescribed medication. It's really not true. Gerald arranged this. Ask him. Exasperated, Nellie couldn't believe the misunderstanding. Just focus on resting well. I can take care of the fruit store, Cora offered. She didn't mind Nellie's condition since they got along well. If Nellie truly carried Gerald's child, she'd help raise it. Feeling exasperated, Nellie almost exploded. It seemed impossible to clear things up. Initially, Beth also doubted Nellie's pregnancy and had discussed how to bluff through it with Gerald. But the clear black and white report left no room for doubt. She eyed Gerald as if labeling him a scoundrel. Gerald, rubbing his nose, explained, "This is a fake report. Xiaxia helped me arrange it." He briefly explained contacting Yana beforehand, arranging for Able to temporarily transfer her to obstetrics. Then during morning prenatal checks, he found a pregnant woman of similar term and collected extra blood. Translation ends here for continuity. Chapter 283. A punch to the chest. Listening to Gerald's explanation, Cora, trusting Gerald, believed him quite readily. Beth, however, remained skeptical but did not say much more considering how sincere Gerald sounded. Gerald's lips were nearly chapped from all his talking. Indeed, as the saying goes, where there are 3 women, there is a drama. It was evident that having too many women around wasn't beneficial in this situation. By the way, I have the investigation you asked for. Bella had just come back from work, holding a stack of documents and walked straight in, sitting down. Seeing Bella, Gerald felt like he had seen a lifeline. He had never found her so approachable before. Welcome back, beautiful Yvette. Please, take a seat. Gerald hurriedly moved over to make space for Bella to sit beside him. Bella sat next to him with an odd expression, feeling that something seemed different about everyone here. These are the results of the investigation. The great-grandfather of Frederick, whose name is Isaiah, passed away 20 years ago at the age of 100. Bella handed over Isaiah's information directly to Gerald and asked curiously, "Why are you investigating someone who has been dead for so many years?" Gathering these details had taken considerable effort on Bella's part, as Isaiah died a long time ago, making it quite challenging to obtain such information. Gerald looked around and then stood up, saying, "Let's talk in private." He didn't want too many people to know about the matters concerning cultivators. So, he called Bella into a room and told her privately about the recent student disappearances. "So you're saying Isaiah isn't dead? That would mean he is now 120 years old. Hales, according to my deductions, he should be at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation. Normally, at this level, lifespan can reach 200 years, so 120 isn't unusual," Gerald explained confidently. "And your research mentions that Isaiah practiced Taoism at a temple early in life, which proves he is indeed a cultivator." Bella felt a headache coming on. Previously, her cases mainly involved catching thieves, robbers, or fugitives. But now, meeting Gerald meant first catching martial artists, then ninja, and now even cultivators. "But there's no evidence," Bella lamented. "I can't possibly arrest him on charges of soul capture. Chinese law did not seem to cover cultivators, and charging someone with capturing souls violated the principle of atheism upheld in China. Even if she arrested him on such grounds, she might lose her position as captain." "I didn't say we'd arrest him. For now, we need to find out where he is," Gerald replied. "Leave it to me once we do." Since this was a matter for cultivators, Gerald knew he had to handle it personally. Frederick wouldn't let this slide, so Gerald was determined not to wait passively. "Can you handle it? Should I go with you?" Though this involved cultivators, it also affected ordinary people. As a police officer, Bella couldn't just stand by and watch. With her breakthrough to dark power level and her family's inherited wind and thunder staff technique, she wasn't to be underestimated. Let's see how the investigation goes first. Finding him might not be easy. He probably isn't in Jiangxing anymore. Gerald had a hunch that things weren't that simple. If Isaiah originally practiced Taoist cultivation, why would he involve himself in capturing souls, a tactic typically used by evil forces? The investigation also shows that when Clem, Frederick's father, became the school principal, all his competitors died under mysterious circumstances, heart attacks, car accidents. Could these incidents also be attributed to Isaiah? Bella noted. Clem was only a small-time official, yet in Jiangsheng, he held some influence. It was improbable that no one else was behind these events. Probably, Gerald nodded. People like him will eventually meet their match. Bella said sharply, her eyes cold. She had mentioned before that in China, there was a special department dealing with supernatural humans. Usually, they wouldn't interfere with police matters. However, if widespread harm to civilians occurred with solid evidence, even without her capabilities, there would be relevant authorities to address it. Since the founding of the nation, strict crackdowns on such issues have ensured these corrupt cultivators didn't become rampant. Our priority is finding him before he harms others, Gerald stressed. Right, I'll have my team continue the investigation, Bella responded. After Frederick was released, he seems to have left Jiangsheng, likely heading to join his ancestor. We'll find Isaiah if we find him. Be careful during your investigation. From our previous encounter, he's skilled in cultivation, Gerald warned. Bella looked at him helplessly. You promised no overtime, but now you're giving me so much to handle. Last night, the Blue Dragon Business Association's truck was returned to the police station with both vehicle and driver. Was it you? She had worked late again, suspecting no one else besides Gerald could have such capability and grudge against the Blue Dragon Business Association. I'm ridding Jiangsheng of its pests. Not asking for rewards from you is already generous, Gerald chuckled, recalling how satisfying it was working with Ethan and the others to dismantle Axton's operation. Just be careful and don't go too far. If you get any leads on this, I'll go with you, Bella cautioned. She felt Gerald was always flirting with breaking the law. If left unchecked, he'd likely end up on the wrong side of it. Officer Yvette, please focus on investigating Isaiah instead of staring at me. I'm a crime fighter, an outstanding youth certified by official recognition. Gerald smirked arrogantly, narrowing his eyes at Bella. Or are you craving some excitement? Bella rolled her eyes at him. Dreamhang wants me to keep an eye on you. I wouldn't know how to explain it to her if something happened to you. Seeing her serious demeanor, Gerald squinted his eyes and sized up Bella. Beautiful Yvette, are you following me all day because you've taken a liking to me? No way. Bella quickly denied. Gerald's smile widened seeing her swift rejection. Guess I better be cautious so I don't get eaten by a tiger someday. Go to hell. With a soft thud, Bella's delicate fist hit Gerald's chest. He stood motionless, smiling amusedly. After the punch, Bella blushed slightly and whispered, Go on, don't keep them waiting. Please note that this translation preserves the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text while ensuring a natural and fluent English rendition. Hashtag chapter 284, Wine Party. Gerald had prepared the traditional Chinese medicine and looked at the row of beautiful women sitting on the sofa. With a smirk, he gestured toward the black, murky bowl of medicine on the table, saying, Sit in a row and take your medicine. You all might as well become sworn sisters. You're all medicinal souls after all. Bella shot him an annoyed glance, picked up her cup of medicine and drank it all down, then ignored him. I'm going to bed. Bella was constantly working overtime or on her way to work overtime, and she was thoroughly exhausted. Well, I'll rest too. Beth had been out at a bar checking on business and sang a couple of songs that night. She was also extremely tired. Then I'll sleep as well. Cora glanced at Nellie and Gerald, her eyes darkening slightly before returning to her room. My dad won't be home tonight, so you can sleep in the guest room. Gerald watched as the girls left one by one, and with nothing else to do, he returned to his own room. At night, Gerald continued his cultivation, noticing that his spirit energy had increased rapidly after several battles. He should be able to break through in no time. In the following days, life seemed to have calmed down. Isaiah did not make any moves, nor did Axton. Amidst this peaceful period, Gerald's cultivation level finally broke through once again. Holy crap, is this for real? Sitting in his room, Gerald could feel the surging spirit energy within him. The spirit energy was indeed formidable, causing gusts of wind with every casual movement. However, he still hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage, only achieving level 12 of the chi refinement stage. This left Gerald incredibly frustrated. If level 11 were acceptable, what about level 12? Just how far would he need to cultivate to successfully reach foundation establishment? Currently, his internal spirit energy was nearly at the peak of the early foundation establishment stage, comparable even to cultivators in the middle foundation establishment stage. But without reaching foundation establishment, the spirit energy would always remain in a gaseous state, unable to form a golden core or a nascent soul. He couldn't use the techniques of foundation establishment cultivators or the danfire of golden core cultivators, and refining third-grade elixirs was completely out of the question. On Aisha's side, she was waiting for him to refine the bone-washing pill. On Nellie's side, she needed the danfire to temper her body and expel the cold force. If he remained at the chi refinement stage, wouldn't both of them be doomed? Gerald, we're going to a wine party tonight. Dress nicely. Nellie pushed open the door and saw Gerald in the room, disheveled and haggard, looking like he had been tortured several hundred times. What happened to you? Nellie was bewildered. Gerald had stayed at home these past few days, not even delivering packages. Why did he look this way? There was an accident during cultivation. Gerald scratched his head, hanging his head in resignation. He didn't have the face to look at Nellie. Since he hadn't reached the golden core stage, Nellie's extreme body couldn't be resolved. At best, he could extend her life by 10 years. What kind of accident? Is it dangerous? Nellie asked anxiously. Gerald explained that he had reached level 12 of the chi refinement stage, but was still unable to establish a foundation or condense a golden core. Nellie smiled softly upon hearing this. I thought it was something serious. Not being able to cure me. Fine, I'll just live another decade. That's enough, 10 years more than my mother. Gerald was surprised by how accepting she was. But I promised your father I would definitely cure you. Gerald now truly understood the difficulty of cultivating. Who knew his cultivation would lead to such a situation? Seeing Gerald like this, Nellie couldn't help but smile inwardly. She had never seen Gerald in such a pitiful state. That's enough. She pulled Gerald up. Go shower and shave off that beard. Then I'll take you to get a haircut. Your current appearance, you can't attend a wine party like that. Important figures from Jiangcheng will be there. Why bother with a wine party? Let me cultivate more, Gerald said, wanting to focus solely on resolving his inability to establish a foundation. Stop whining. This is hosted by Goldscale Corporation. If you don't go, what if someone harasses me again? Kins Florence insisted, and Gerald reluctantly went to shower and tidy himself up. Since he couldn't establish a foundation, he would continue cultivating. He refused to believe he would remain stuck in the chi refinement stage forever. This is better. Seeing the well-dressed Gerald, Nellie nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. I've scheduled a professional stylist for you to give you a beautiful haircut. Goldscale Corporation was one of the major companies in the capital, and attending their events meant prestige. Of course, they invited Nellie because of Zahir's Broken Army Corporation, not their Teo Weiyuan. Teo Weiyuan was still too small for such big companies to notice. Driving Nellie's Audi, which he hadn't used in a while, Gerald sped quickly to their destination in no time. A large, upscale salon greeted them, with a bright white lobby where many people were getting haircuts. Gerald checked the price list and was speechless. The cheapest haircut cost 288 yuan. Back in the village, a simple clipper job took care of everything. The salon offered various complimentary appetizers, including steaks. But considering the evening's wine party, Gerald decided against eating there. These clippers, are they made of gold? Sitting in the chair, Gerald was amused. Even if money wasn't an issue, it was unnecessary. Nellie crossed her arms and stood beside him. These stylists are internationally certified. Yours has done hair for international superstars like Angelina Jolie. Can it fill my stomach? Eating and drinking well should be no problem, but the expensive haircut baffled him. However, when the stylist approached Gerald, he finally understood why. A blonde-eyed foreign beauty with a curvaceous figure stood before him. Her physique gave her a natural advantage over East Asians, even surpassing Nellie herself. Only Raquel could possibly match her level of beauty. Hello, I'm Reina, your stylist. Reina held Gerald's hair on both sides and smiled at his reflection in the mirror. How long has it been since your last haircut? To be continued. Chapter 285, Su Corporation. Gerald's head was held in place, with Reina's body leaning in close. He could smell the faint fragrance from her. Through the mirror, the scene made anyone observing quite excited, unsure if it was a haircut or a modeling session. Nellie crossed her arms and said indifferently, It's been almost a month since your last haircut, right? Reina exclaimed in surprise, OMG, a month without a haircut can really grow this long. The mixture of Chinese and English sounded awkward. Hurry up and fix him, I can't even bear to look, Nellie remarked, standing nearby, puzzled about how Gerald's hair grew so fast. It felt like bamboo shoots after rain. Oh, handsome guy, what hairstyle do you want? Reina asked with a light laugh. Beckham's, Leonardo's, or Brad Pitt's? Just give me a hairstyle that will blind everyone with its shine, Gerald replied calmly. Reina was taken aback for a moment, not fully comprehending Gerald's elaborate sentence. At this point, Nellie picked up a fashion handbook from beside and placed it in front of Reina. Just follow this. Oh, beauty, you have such good taste. Never thought you'd go for such a hunk. No worries, no problem, Reina smiled, picking up scissors and beginning to work on Gerald's hair. Nellie sat on the couch next to them, flipping through a fashion magazine. Since visiting Peach Source Village, she had seemed to lose touch with fashion. Each day revolved around selling fruit. With the fruit store business stabilizing recently, she figured it was time to buy something she liked. Otherwise, her clothes and bags would all feel like they were bought a year ago. Snip snip. Reina's scissors worked swiftly, her slender hands moving deftly across Gerald's head. However, it felt more like lawn mowing than hairstyling. Looking at Reina's movements in the mirror, Gerald finally understood why it was so expensive here. Lillian, are you here alone? Nellie was engrossed in her magazine, cup in hand, ready to take a sip, when someone plopped down on the sofa opposite her. Not really, Nellie replied nonchalantly. This man, although decent-looking, displayed an effeminate demeanor that lacked masculine ruggedness, which didn't interest her. Let me introduce myself. My name is Youssef, he said unfazed, flipping his wrist to show off a $1 million diamond watch. I'm not interested, Nellie changed direction, ignoring him completely, approaching at the sight of a beautiful woman, likely a heartbreaker. Best not to acknowledge such people. Youssef wasn't giving up though. He pulled out a business card from his pocket and laid it on the table. Lillian, this is my card. Nellie glanced at him, then returned to her magazine without giving him another look. Feeling somewhat embarrassed but undeterred by this high-cold beauty, Youssef persisted. Thin-skinned individuals shouldn't try flirting. Thick-skinned ones can make even celestial beings descend. Adhering to the principle that being shameless makes even ghosts afraid, Youssef pushed the business card closer to Nellie. Noticing the name, her expression shifted oddly as she looked up at Youssef with a smug smile. Su Corporation ranked among the top 10 companies in the capital, comparable to Daryoling Corporation. Seeing the titles on the card, CEO of Su Corporation's Jiangcheng branch, the impressive list left a strong impression. Seeing Nellie's reaction, Youssef's face beamed with pride. How about now? We get acquainted? If he had a tail, it would have shot sky high. The name Su Corporation commanded respect, and being a direct descendant of the Su family meant he got any woman he wanted in the capital. Visiting Jiangcheng, he wouldn't miss its beauties, especially aloof ones like Nellie. No interest? Nellie replied flatly after a brief pause, tossing the magazine onto the table and turning away from the spoiled Su family air. Youssef's expression stiffened, surprised that flashing such a prestigious identity didn't win over the beauty before him. A little interesting, Youssef's face revealed a sinister smile, staring intently at Nellie. Nellie walked straight to Gerald, whose haircut was nearly done, examining the dominant style from behind. How does it look? Isn't it cool? Gerald shook his head arrogantly. The styling effect was amazing. Even a level 9 wind wouldn't mess it up. Halia, pretty nice, Nelly nodded, feeling the haircut suited her well too. Standing up, Gerald touched his hair and laughed. This 18,000 yuan hairstyle means no shampoo for 10 to 15 days or it'll be gone. Come on, you don't need to maintain it daily. Use hair gel to set it. Don't go looking half man, half ghost. Nelly rolled her eyes, thinking about how awful unwashed hair could become. Give me the most expensive one, said Yusef, now seated nearby, having failed in his attempt to chat up Nelly. His pomaded hair and luxury attire screamed wealth. That guy was just hitting on you, right? Seeing Yusef's arrogant demeanor, Gerald smirked, having heard everything clearly. Forget it, no harm done. Let's go. Nelly quickly led Gerald out, adding, Su Corporation is a renowned company in the capital. Gordon Ibe's here for the gala. No point making a scene. They represented their father's Bajuan group, which couldn't compare to Su Corporation. Tensions wouldn't bode well for Bajuan group. Looks like he was eyeing you weirdly. If he tries anything, leave it to me, Gerald joked. After all, a pregnant lady should be protected. Nelly glared fiercely at Gerald, choosing silence and heading back to the car, motioning him to drive away. Chapter 285, Su Corporation. Gerald was held down, and as Raina leaned closer, he could catch a faint fragrance from her body. Through the mirror, from Gerald's perspective, it looked like a scene that would make one's heart race. It seemed more like modeling rather than getting a haircut. Nelly crossed her arms and said indifferently, It must have been about a month since your last haircut. Raina exclaimed in surprise, OMG, a month without a haircut can really make hair grow this long. The mix of English and Chinese sounded quite awkward. Just hurry up and fix him. I can't bear to watch, Nelly remarked, standing nearby, also wondering how Gerald's hair grew so quickly. It felt like it sprouted rapidly over just a couple of days. All right, handsome. What kind of hairstyle do you want? Raina asked with a gentle smile. Like Beckham's, or Leonardo's, or Brad Pitt's? Just give me a hairstyle that will blind everyone with its shine, Gerald replied casually. Raina paused, unsure if she understood Gerald's request fully. At this moment, Nelly took out a fashion magazine and placed it in front of her. Just do it according to this. Oh, miss, you sure have taste. You like such tough guys? Don't worry, no problem, Raina smiled, picking up the scissors and starting to work on Gerald's hair. Nelly sat on the sofa nearby, flipping through a fashion magazine. Ever since visiting Taoyuan village, it seemed she had lost touch with fashion, spending her days only selling fruit. With the fruit store now stable, she thought it was time to buy something she liked. After all, most of her clothes and bags were nearly a year old. Raina's scissors moved swiftly, her slender hands weaving through Gerald's hair, but it felt less like styling hair and more like trimming grass. Gerald watched in the mirror as Raina swayed while working, finally understanding why it was so expensive here. Miss, are you alone? As Nelly was engrossed in reading, someone walked up and sat opposite her on the sofa. No, she replied coldly, noting that although the man was not unattractive, his demeanor exuded a soft, feminine quality, which repulsed her. I'm Yusef, let's get acquainted. He flashed his $1 million diamond watch as he spoke. I'm not interested, Nelly turned away, having no intention of dealing with someone who might be a player. She didn't even glance at him properly. Undeterred, Yusef pulled out a business card and laid it on the table. Miss, here's my card. Nelly glanced at it, then returned her attention to the magazine without giving him a second look. Feeling embarrassed but not giving up, Yusef pushed the card closer to her. High-level girls required persistence. Following the rule of facelessness makes even ghosts afraid, Yusef continued. When Nelly saw the name on the card, her expression changed. Su Corporation was one of the top 10 companies in the capital city, almost on par with Daryoling Corporation. The title on the card read, Executive President of Su Corporation's Jiangqing branch, which sounded quite impressive. Yusef watched Nelly's reaction with smug satisfaction. So, shall we get acquainted now? If Yusef had a tail, it would definitely be wagging furiously. Being part of Su Corporation gave him a lot of clout. Plus, being a direct descendant of the Su family, he usually got whatever he wanted from women in the capital city. Now in Jiangqing, he wasn't going to miss a chance to meet high-class beauties like Nelly. No interest? Nelly threw the magazine on the table and ignored him. Yusef's face froze. He hadn't expected his impressive background to fail to impress this woman. That's interesting, Yusef grinned evilly, eyeing Nelly intently. Nelly stood up and walked towards Gerald, who had finished his new hairstyle. Standing behind him, she admired the fierce look of his new cut. Look, isn't my hairstyle awesome? Gerald flicked his head confidently. The hairstyle held strong even against strong winds. Halia, looks great, Nelly agreed, thinking it suited him well. Gerald touched his hair and laughed. This $18,000 hairstyle means I won't be able to wash my hair for 10 days or more, or it'll mess up. Don't worry, you don't need to maintain it forever. Just use gel to keep it fixed. Don't look like a mess all day. Nelly rolled her eyes, imagining the smell after not washing hair for so long. Gimme the most expensive haircut. Yusef, still sitting nearby, had switched to a chair, flaunting his rich appearance, expensive attire and styled hair, clearly showing he was affluent. Wasn't he harassing you earlier? Seeing Yusef's arrogant manner, Gerald smirked, having heard his advances towards Nelly. Just drop it. Nothing happened. Knew it was futile to argue. Nelly hurried Gerald out, saying, Su Corporation is a famous company in the capital, probably here for the gala. Let's not make a scene. They were attending on behalf of Pagin Corporation, which wasn't nearly as significant as Su Corporation. Gordon King things worse wouldn't be good for Pagin. That guy keeps looking at you funny. If he tries anything, let me handle it, Gerald teased. Pregnant women need protection. Nelly shot Gerald a stern look and walked straight back to the car, asking him to drive away. Chapter 286, Fiancé. After arriving at the shopping mall, Nelly picked out several outfits for Gerald, since the adage, dress makes the man, definitely held true. In this splendid attire, coupled with his watch and wallet, he looked like a young and capable hard-working individual. Nelly herself wore a black evening gown that perfectly accentuated her figure. Her skirt flowed gracefully as she stood there proudly, especially those well-defined curves of hers. This figure, this face, along with Nellie's usual distant demeanor, made her a high and mighty goddess. Nellie checked the time by glancing at her wrist. It's about time, let's go. My father should be waiting. Gerald glanced at his new outfit and said with a smile, Florence, don't you think it's somewhat inappropriate to drive in this outfit? Perhaps we should get a driver? To avoid creasing her clothes, Nellie sat in the back seat. Don't show off, she replied. Gerald pressed down on the accelerator, and the car shot off towards the Darjeeling Hotel. It was clear that this party hosted by Darjeeling Group had invited quite a few notable figures from society. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars, and even an Audi A8 seemed ordinary among them. After getting out of the car, the two headed straight for the banquet hall on the 9th floor. At the entrance, the reception staff were impeccably dressed. After presenting the invitation, Nellie linked arms with Gerald and entered with a bright smile. A huge crystal chandelier illuminated the entire hall. Inside, many social elites were holding wine glasses, moving around, whispering to each other, discussing multi-billion deals or government projects. When Nellie walked in, she attracted numerous gazes. After all, she was one of the famous beauties in Jiangxing. So many people recognized her. However, upon seeing Gerald beside her, most of them revealed looks of disdain. That must be the Miss of Bajuan Group. Why is she holding hands with a man? Halia, I didn't hear she had a boyfriend. What's going on here? I've never seen that guy before. Could he be some scion from a prestigious family in the capital? Amidst the whispers, Nellie and Gerald entered the hall. Good daughter, good son-in-law, come over here. This is Uncle Lou. Blaine was chatting with business partners when he saw them enter and hurriedly gestured them over. Orson, weren't you marrying into Shanghai Group? Why the change? I wonder which family's young master this could be, whispered someone else. Blaine chuckled. No rich kid, this is my brother. Nellie felt exasperated by her father and had no words for him. Uncle Lou, hello? Jean, hello? She greeted, trying to cope with the situation. Gerald was also dragged along by Blaine to mingle and network with influential figures in Jiangxing's upper class. After all, this Bajuan Group would eventually be handed over to Gerald, and it was important for him to see the big picture now. The cocktail party hadn't started yet, but Gerald had already been pulled aside for several drinks. This party hosted by Darjeeling Group was primarily for cooperation between Darjeeling Group and Su Family Corporation in Jiangxing. Yusef, whom Nellie encountered today, was precisely the representative sent by Su Family Corporation to Jiangxing. After some idle chat, the main event finally began. Everyone, welcome to the Darjeeling and Su Family Corporation cooperation meeting. Official speeches highlighted the mutual benefits of collaboration between these two major companies for Jiangxing's economic development and how it would benefit other groups. Therefore, other companies were encouraged to join the cooperative projects, which, however, started at a minimum of hundreds of millions. I get it, empty-handed and wanting everything for free, Gerald remarked while nodding. Nellie nudged him with her elbow, telling him not to talk nonsense. Such projects usually involve tens of billions, and no company would shoulder all risks alone. Naturally, pulling in some partners was necessary. Moreover, Darjeeling Group and Su Family Corporation together, just mentioning these names, would attract countless companies. Once the host finished speaking, the main speakers took the stage. Long unseen Raquel, dressed in a bright red gown, looked as vibrant and outgoing as ever. Her exquisite beauty and long legs strode powerfully towards the podium. As the heiress of a prominent family, her presence silenced the entire room. Raquel gave her usual polite speech, making even Gerald start feeling drowsy. When will the feast begin? I should have eaten something during my haircut if I knew it would take this long, Gerald complained after nearly an hour of endless speeches. Go eat the appetizers if you're hungry, Nellie told him. Looking at the cold dishes area in the center of the hall, Gerald felt speechless. There were cakes, puddings, pastries, fruits, beverages, nothing hot. He had thought they'd be serving better food. After Raquel finished, more speakers followed, including Yusef. His hairstyle was eye-catching but couldn't hide his gloomy aura, signaling excessive indulgence in vices leading to deficiency in qi and blood. Hearing Darjeeling Group has connected with Su Family Corporation, Yusef is likely General Gordoniger Hale's fiancé. No wonder the two groups are collaborating in Jiangxing. It's a sign everyone must invest in this project without losing out. One a young master of the Su family, the other the eldest daughter of the Hale family. They are indeed a perfect match. We can only hope to follow and get a share. Listening to the discussions, Nellie frowned. This guy isn't worthy of Xing Yu. Though not close friends, they were friends. Raquel had given significant help when Tao Zanian opened. With Yusef being her fiancé and still flirting around, Nellie found it disgraceful. All men are the same. She glanced at her father, who was passionately chatting with a successful female entrepreneur. Hey, I'm a man too, Gerald interjected. You're no different, Nellie replied. Gerald, feeling wronged, watched Yusef on stage, talking nonsensically. Meanwhile, he slipped away to the appetizer area, quickly gobbling up food. Gordony passers-by saw Gerald and showed contempt. In such a luxurious event, who would come solely for food? Everyone came to socialize and expand their business networks. Hashtag chapter 287. A certain type of scumbag Gordon. Finally, Yusef on the stage finished his speech, and the party began. Everyone was chatting and socializing, drinking toasts, but Gerald only cared about eating. What are you doing? Nellie stood with her arms crossed, looking at Gerald who was enjoying his meal from a tray, almost ready to explode with frustration. I didn't eat lunch. I was waiting for this banquet. Who knew there'd be so little food? Not enough to get full. Gerald had another plate of pasta in hand, ready to eat, when Nellie snatched it away and put it aside. Take this. I saw some good potential partners. Come with me. Nellie handed Gerald a glass of red wine, while she held a cup of juice. Despite being a new company, Teo Weiyuan's market potential was enormous. If they could secure contracts with companies present here, they'd surely make a lot of money. So, Gerald had no choice but to follow along. acting as a true shield against alcohol and awkward situations. Florence. Raquel approached with a smile, while Beth stood beside her, holding a glass of red wine and watching Gerald with amusement. Xiang Yu. Nellie smiled and stayed where she was. I heard you lured my assistant to your place. Not trying to poach my people, are you? Raquel glanced at Beth beside her and laughed. Beth is Gerald's friend. He was just helping her treat an illness, Nellie explained. I wouldn't dare poach anyone. Raquel smiled. Just teasing. Cheers to you. With that, she picked up the wine glass from Beth and looked at Gerald teasingly. You said you didn't have a boyfriend. Do you now? Nellie blushed slightly and smiled. What about you? It's been how long since we last met, and now you have a fiancé. Fiancé, Raquel repeated. She glanced at Yusef, who was mingling nearby, and showed a hint of disdain. It's just a family arrangement. I haven't agreed to it. As she spoke, she clinked her glass against Nellie's juice glass and smiled. But your little boyfriend seems quite capable. Beth speaks highly of him often. It was clear that Raquel was also dissatisfied with Yusef. After all, the eldest son of the Su family had a poor reputation in the capital city, and many young women had suffered because of him. That's why Yusef was sent to Jiangqing. I'll drink juice instead then. Nellie raised her juice glass and smiled. Thank you for inviting us. Xiang Yu, is this beauty your friend? Yusef approached uninvited, seeing Nellie and grinning. He seemed intent on winning the attention of every beautiful woman in the room. My close friend, CEO Mila from Pajuan Group. Raquel's warm demeanor instantly turned cold. Yusef swirled his wine glass and smirked. CEO Mila, allow me to represent Su Corporation and offer you a toast. Nellie frowned. She couldn't afford to offend someone with Su Corporation's reputation, but refusing would seem impolite. Thank you, Mr. Su. She raised her juice glass and smiled. Drinking juice while I drink wine feels a bit disrespectful, doesn't it? No problem. My girlfriend can't drink wine, but if you want, I'm more than happy to join you. Gerald, playing his part as the protector, stepped in front of Nellie. Can't drink wine, but can drink chilled juice? Yusef challenged Gerald directly. Nellie's juice was indeed ice cold. Yusef, as a seasoned player, recognized that this could be her period. There are many reasons for not drinking, and scumbags like you only know one. Gerald shook his hair, taunting. For instance, pregnancy also means not drinking. Raquel was taken aback. She hadn't expected their relationship to progress so quickly that Nellie was pregnant. No wonder Zahir praised his good son-in-law earlier. Hearing Nellie was pregnant, Yusef's face darkened. He never imagined such a beautiful and high-cold goddess would be pregnant. That's truly unfortunate, like a fresh flower stuck on dung. Yusef's mockery was blatant. He took a sip of wine and left. Should I go teach him a lesson? Gerald rolled up his sleeves. Stop fooling around, Nellie patted Gerald. Regardless of Yusef's arrogance, he had a reason to be arrogant. And given the Su family's alliance with the Hale family, they couldn't provoke him. I think giving him a beating isn't a bad idea, Raquel nodded, smiling at Nellie. Congratulations on your baby. When can we expect to drink your wedding wine? Xiang Yu, let's talk privately. Nellie changed the subject. Seeing Raquel's obvious dislike for Yusef, she felt it necessary to offer some advice as an escape expert. All right, Raquel nodded and looked at Gerald mischievously. Little boyfriend, take care of Florence, okay? Then she turned to Beth and followed Nellie into a private room. Damn. Gerald shook his head. These beauties really had powerful presences. You're spreading rumors about CEO Mila's pregnancy. How will she do business afterward? Beth stayed behind, laughing at Gerald. For celebrities, being single is the greatest advantage. They dare not reveal relationships for fear of losing fans. Being pregnant might ward off a few perverts, and business isn't about trading looks. Gerald watched Nellie leave, grabbed his tray again, and went back for more food. His consumption needs at level 12 of Chi cultivation were massive. Are you not hungry? Beth sat down and asked. I didn't know this party was just about drinking. Had I known, I would have eaten beforehand. These Western snacks weren't filling at all, not a bite of meat in sight. Shall I go to the hotel and bring you something to eat? No, it's fine. Gerald wiped his mouth, preparing to look for more food. The costs of maintaining his current level were steep. Without money, he'd starve. End of chapter. Chapter 288, Family Gordon Ridges. Beth glanced around the venue, then got up and said, Finish your meal, I have to go take care of some things. Raquel had been taken away by Nellie, so as Raquel's assistant, Beth had to handle the remaining matters. Be careful, don't let any perverts kidnap you, Gerald joked. There were plenty of such people in this venue. CEOs, distinguished individuals, all looking upright on the surface but who knows what they do behind closed doors. And Yusef, seizing the opportunity with Raquel's absence, was chatting up a pretty woman. It seemed that as long as they weren't officially married, it was perfectly acceptable for men to fool around outside. I'm truly a saint, Gerald sighed. Comparing himself to Yusef, he felt his conduct was tens of thousands of times more noble. After sitting there for a while, and watching people come and go, Gerald lost interest in getting acquainted. Hey buddy, come over and meet a couple of friends. Zahir, who had drunk quite a lot, pulled Gerald along to introduce him to his buddies. See this, a genuine Daryaging Tongbao, bought for me by my soon-to-be son-in-law. Zahir showed off, hanging the Daryaging Tongbao coin that Nellie once wore. Well, looks like this too had fallen into Zahir's hands. Fine, Gerald thought, I'll just buy another one for Nellie later. Have you heard of General Zanifei's Gordon Jianghong? The humiliation of Daryaging. Seeing Zahir about to recite poetry, someone nearby quickly interrupted. Alright Orson, is this thing real or not? Fake? Would I buy fake stuff? This 3-cash Daryaging Tongbao has never appeared before, worth millions. The Daryaging Tongbao is already one of the 50 famous treasures. The 3-cash variant has never been auctioned. Let me see it. Let me have a closer look. These tycoons didn't much care for money. Instead, they all loved collecting rare items. From my years of experience, this is absolutely authentic. Old Bert, I'll pay 20 million for it. I'll offer 21 million. 25 million. Once they believed the Darryaging Tongbao was genuine, bidding began, showing that none of them cared about price. The name Darryaging Tongbao immediately established it as an object of significant value. Leave it alone. This belongs to me. If you want something good, ask my wonderful soon-to-be son-in-law. His eye for goods is always spot on. By the way, there are 2 Darryaging Tongbao coins, and besides this one there's another, Zahir blabbered on. Uncle Bert, you've had too much to drink. Gerald couldn't call him brother in front of everyone. He quickly stopped him, fearing he might reveal the story of the sword Patreon and cause trouble. Hales, really had too much. Someday, let's visit Antique Street with my wonderful soon-to-be son-in-law and pick up some more great items. Zahir's face was red, clearly having drunk a lot. With the Darryaging Tongbao, he could proudly show off in front of his old friends. Gerald could only chat alongside. Noticing that the party was winding down, he asked driver Wu to take Zahir home. Beth, shall we go together? But Beth walked back with a strange look, saying to Gerald, did you see Yusef? Hale's CEO told me to keep an eye on him. How did he disappear so quickly? Oh, that guy was chatting enthusiastically with some busted beauties. I guess he left early. Gerald hadn't noticed since Zahir kept pulling him into conversations. How can there be men like this? Military marriage pending and still chasing women around, Beth remarked angrily. It's really unfair for Hale CEO. Raquel was a renowned career woman in Jiangxing. Despite Dario Yvette Group's vast wealth being mostly in Digio, everything in Jiangxing had been built up entirely by Raquel herself. Hale here came the Su family, trying to leverage Raquel to develop in Jiangxing. These are matters of powerful families, beyond our control, Gerald remarked. Even when Nellie wanted to escape her arranged marriage, she had used every trick available, and it was only through Gerald's skills that she managed to get rid of Sebastian. If not for Gerald, Zahir wouldn't have agreed to Nellie dating anyone else. That guy is a scumbag, Beth spat out straightforwardly. He even asked for my phone number, claiming he wanted to stay in touch. What a shameless creep. Beth held no good impressions of men except for Gerald. Her tirade made it feel like she was the victim. Isn't Florence supposed to be chatting with your CEO? I wonder why she hasn't returned yet. Most guests had left, but Nellie had been talking with Raquel for over an hour. As the hostess, ignoring guests like this, Raquel's mindset was quite unique. 10 minutes later, Nellie finally returned. What were you talking about with her for so long? Kneading her shoulder bag, Nellie casually replied, of course it's some secrets. Why should I tell you? About Yusef? Beth interjected. You knew? Nellie felt surprised, realizing that Yusef wasn't trustworthy right from their interaction. She felt obliged to warn Raquel, though family alliances like these were usually impossible to break without major changes. That Yusef is not a good person. Beth sneered, even Hale CEO has mentioned that this is a family alliance decision, beyond her control unless her grandfather changes his mind. Hale Elder was absolute authority in the Hale family. Raquel's marriage had been personally arranged by him. Unless Yusef died, changing this marriage was virtually impossible. Forget it, we can't help much anyway. Nellie shook her head, originally wanting to help her friend but realizing her powerlessness. No wonder that which seems more charming today, probably because she decided to enjoy life instead of fighting an inevitable situation. Who knows, maybe she's secretly looking for other men, Gerald quipped, earning a shared glare from both Nellie and Beth. That's enough, let's head back. Gerald shrank back, ready to leave. On the way back, both women looked worried, seemingly concerned for Raquel. Boom. Suddenly, a roar from an accelerating engine echoed, as a red Ferrari zipped past them at 150 kilometers per hour on the suburban road. Is that Starlight's car? Nellie asked. Seems like it, Beth answered. The speed was too fast, disappearing in an instant. If not for Raquel's distinctive Ferrari with its plate number, a string of 8s, they wouldn't have recognized it. Chapter 289. Following Raquel, Nellie hurriedly said to Gerald, quickly follow her. She can't be thinking of doing something rash, right? Racing at such high speed in the suburbs, if an accident were to happen, no matter how good the car's performance is, it would be hard to avoid injury. Nellie had deep feelings about being forced into marriage. Thankfully, Zahir didn't press her too much. Otherwise, she might have also considered doing something desperate. Upon receiving the command, Gerald immediately floored the accelerator, causing the car's speed to soar instantly. His current spiritual power was several times stronger than before, making the speedometer needle unable to keep up with his acceleration. The strong thrust pressed Nellie and Beth firmly against their seats. Gerald, I don't think we need to go this fast. Beth still vividly remembered the previous car accident. Carson had driven directly into another vehicle, nearly killing her. Now, Gerald's speed was even faster than before. This was Nellie's first time experiencing Gerald driving so fast. Her hands tightly gripped the armrests, and her expression became increasingly worried. It felt like they weren't in an Audi but on a high-speed train. Don't worry, I'll slow down once I catch up with her. It won't take more than a minute, Gerald said calmly. As the speed increased, they quickly saw the Ferrari racing ahead. Speaking of Raquel's driving, it was quite aggressive. Although there wasn't much traffic or many traffic lights on this road, racing at such high speeds after drinking alcohol could easily get her imprisoned for 6 months if caught. Raquel seemed to have noticed the Audi behind her but couldn't clearly see the license plate due to its dazzling headlights. When Gerald slowed down, she sped up, leaving the Audi dozens of meters behind in an instant. This demoness, did she practice racing? Gerald recalled the last time he raced with Raquel using a Wuling Hongguang, which wasn't comparable. But this time, the control and precision of the Ferrari were clear to him. Each turn, each acceleration out of a curve, every straight line push, her technique was flawless. Even though Gerald wasn't familiar with racing, Raquel's skill was definitely on par with an amateur racer, far more refined than Carson's reckless driving. Don't say that. Nellie clutched the handrail tightly, her face pale from fear. The sharp turns Gerald took at over 100 kilometers per hour left her feeling like they were brushing past guardrails, just moments away from flipping over. Gerald, however, remained calm, controlling the Audi effortlessly with his spiritual energy. He had a clear perception of every component of the car, the steering, the power output, This state was truly one of perfect synchronization between man and machine. Calling him a car god wasn't an exaggeration. Although Raquel continued her mad dash, even with the Ferrari as a professional sports car, it couldn't shake off the Audi chasing behind. Slow down a bit, don't chase her too closely. Nelly realized that the tighter Gerald pushed, the faster Raquel drove. Continuing like this, an accident was inevitable. Therefore, she asked Gerald to slow down, hoping that Raquel would do the same. Only then did Gerald reduce the speed, casually following behind. The Ferrari turned onto a side road after a bend, leading to Jiangqing's upscale villa area, Galaxy Bay. The Ferrari entered the neighborhood, while the Audi was stopped by the guards at the gate. She lives here? Gerald parked at the entrance, and the three of them got out, unable to enter and had to stand outside. Beth shook her head. General Gordon Hale usually stays in a hotel. One floor is designated for her private residence, and she doesn't have another house in Jiangqing. As Raquel's assistant, if she didn't know where Raquel lived, she wouldn't have kept her job. So why is she here? Nelly looked at the villas inside, puzzled about Raquel's purpose. Gordon, her little boyfriend, is here? Gerald suggested. Nelly and Beth gave him another withering glance. Given Raquel's personality, finding a boyfriend wouldn't require such secrecy. Let's go in and see, Nelly said. How? The security guards at the entrance saw us, and without access cards, we can't get in, Beth pointed out, looking at the distant guards. Entering through the front gate was the only way, and the security was strict enough to prevent any sneaking in. Nelly glanced at the tall walls and turned to Gerald. Help us get in, Nelly stated simply. Without much ado, Gerald stepped forward, grabbed Nelly's waist, and lifted her into his arms. She struggled briefly, kicking her legs helplessly in the air. What are you doing? Put me down. Nelly blushed furiously, not expecting Gerald to pick her up so suddenly. She felt helpless like a lost white rabbit. Don't move, we're taking off. With a calm demeanor, Gerald hugged Nelly and leaped into the air with ease, floating like a gust of wind until they reached the top of the wall. Nelly felt the wind rush past her as she clung tightly to Gerald, eyes squeezed shut. Gerald landed lightly on the other side of the wall and carried Nelly down. We're here. He gently set Nelly on the grass. Huff, huff. Nelly took a few breaths, remembering the feeling of being held by Gerald back in Peach Source Village when they were chased by the snow wolf. Before she could regain her senses, Gerald leaped again and returned with Beth moments later. Done. How was it? Thrilling. Gerald laughed, placing Beth down and saying, remember to call me next time if there's such a fun thing. Nelly adjusted her hair and patted her skirt, feeling as if she'd been roughed up. Beth wasn't as alarmed, having already been carried by Gerald when jumping from a building, which made this seem like child's play in comparison. Let's go. Let's hurry and check. Nelly walked ahead in her high heels, twisting her body as she moved through the grass. By the way, do you know where to go? Gerald asked. Nelly paused, realizing the neighborhood was vast. Without knowing the exact location, it could take hours to find Raquel. So what should we do? Nelly asked, somewhat annoyed. Chapter 290. Something interesting. Gerald strolled forward, took a look around and said, follow me. So, the two girls followed Gerald in the cold wind. The residential area was really huge. It took them nearly 10 minutes before they spotted Raquel's Ferrari parked by the roadside. However, while the Ferrari was there, Raquel was nowhere to be seen. President Hale is over there. Beth noticed Raquel and pointed at a nearby villa. At this moment, Raquel was standing outside the wall, jumping up and down as if she were trying to climb over. But outside the villa was an iron fence topped with barbed wire. Climbing directly over it would likely result in getting hurt. Little demon, are you dancing out here? Gerald quietly approached and teased her. Startled by the voice, Raquel quickly turned around. Seeing Gerald and the others, her expression changed dramatically. Why are you guys here? Raquel's eyes widened in surprise at seeing Nelly, Beth, and Gerald appear unexpectedly. Was that Audi car years earlier? She quickly realized it had been their car that had been racing hers. Clearly, these three had followed her all along. Florence thought you might be suicidal, so I came to check on you. Gerald raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Looks like you're planning a burglary. Raquel recovered from her shock but still retained her striking gaze. Suicidal? Me? Never. She glanced at the villa where the second floor lights were on. You were driving so recklessly. What are you doing here? Nelly asked. Raquel pointed at the villa, her face revealing a sinister smile. To find something interesting, of course. Company records indicate Yusef lives in Xuanhuan. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Yusef's house. Beth recalled seeing Yusef's address listed when signing the cooperation agreement with Su Corporation. Not bad, my assistant. You're sharp. Raquel praised her, smiling. Yusef just brought a woman back here. What do you think they're doing? Hearing this, everyone understood why Raquel was here. She clearly intended to catch him in the act. With their engagement in place, any scandal involving Yusef could give her leverage. What's going on? In the distance, two security guards armed with flashlights were hurrying over. They weren't residents of Xuanhuan, so being caught by the guards would jeopardize their plan. Raquel instantly tried to slip away. Nelly panicked and looked for a hiding spot. Beth sought cover in a nearby bush. Gerald wasn't one to mince words. He grabbed one person, swung him into the villa's courtyard. Eek! Before Nelly could react, another figure was thrown in, followed by Beth. Finally, Gerald scooped up Nelly, leaped lightly into the yard. Nobody? The first guard looked around, puzzled at finding no one after hearing sounds. Probably just a stray cat. Let's go. It's too cold out here. Satisfied that nothing was amiss, the guards left. Beth, dazed, found herself lying on top of Raquel and hurriedly helped her up. President Hale, are you okay? Emerging from the bushes, Raquel fumed. Hey, that was excessive. Why throw me in first? Don't focus on the details now. We need to move fast. Yusef won't last long, Gerald urged, darting towards the villa's second floor. There's a balcony. That will be our entry point, he observed. Xiang Yu, Gerald didn't mean to, Nelly tried to justify. Straightening her dress, Raquel retorted, This dress was custom-made in France. Your little boyfriend isn't very considerate. Kissing a rip in the red gown, Nellie offered apologetically. I'll buy you another one. Forget it, I'm not petty. But are you sure it's safe for you, pregnant and jumping around like that? From above, Gerald called, stop chit-chatting. There's a show upstairs. Want to join? He had already sensed an intense scene inside and beckoned the women up. Who goes first? Waiting for the girls, Gerald asked. Hurry up. Raquel was determined to catch Yusef red-handed. With a swift motion, Gerald lifted Raquel onto the balcony, followed by Beth, then Nellie. Upon landing, they saw the room lit from within. Closed windows and drawn curtains revealed silhouettes moving about and some unsettling sounds. It's locked. Crouching, Raquel pointed at the glass door. Her attempt to open it failed. It was secured from the inside. We can only hear, not see. No evidence without pictures. I'll take care of it. Gerald placed his hand on the window, applying slight force. A click, and the lock gave way. Slowly opening the window and pulling back the curtains, they witnessed an explicit scene unfolding. Covering their eyes, Nellie and Beth couldn't bear to watch further. That looks like Adela, a minor celebrity from Jiangqing. Rich boy Sue certainly isn't picky, Gerald noted disapprovingly. Raquel focused on the scene, recording it meticulously. Definitely a scumbag. Her teeth gritted, capturing every detail. The video even captured the subtle expressions and sweat. Xiang Yu, don't marry him, Nellie advised seriously. A man engaged yet still fooling around wouldn't change after marriage. Do you think I'm stupid? Why else would I be doing this? Calming down, Raquel explained. How did I know they'd be here? I arranged everything. The minor celebrity's invitation to Daryoling Group's party. Gerald shuddered. Truly devious. Using another woman to ensnare her fiancé for evidence. It was brilliant, albeit manipulative. Note asterisk the translation has maintained the paragraph structure, line breaks, and style of the original text, while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Chapter 291. A bit too greedy. I just wanted to test him, see if the rumors in the capital were true. I didn't expect him to be such a scoundrel. This was Raquel's last chance for Yusef. No matter what, Yusef was the heir of the Su family. If he had been on his best behavior after coming to Jiangqing, she might have considered accepting the marriage contract. Now, it seemed she had to find a way out. Gordonrying this kind of good-for-nothing man would only lead to misery. You are ruthless. Gerald stared at Raquel's alluring face. She truly embodied the phrase, beautiful but venomous. Watching her fiancé flirt with other women and even filming them together showed how incredibly strong her mental resilience was. Inside, Yusef and Adela were oblivious to the 4 pairs of eyes watching them, still putting on an enthusiastic performance. Adela certainly had acting talent. Despite Yusef's small stature, she portrayed everything so thoroughly that she could have won an award for her performance. Is this going to work? Nellie knew very well that breaking these high-society engagement contracts was not so easy. After all, it wasn't just between Raquel and Yusef. It involved the Hale family and the Su family, 2 major clans whose interests couldn't be easily shaken. It might work. A trace of disappointment flashed in Raquel's eyes. The moment she learned about the engagement, she asked her grandfather. However, he said that the marriage must go forward and they had to ally with the Su family. Even though her grandfather loved her dearly, he wouldn't change his mind. Because of this, Raquel was sad for quite some time. Initially, Raquel resigned herself to her fate, hoping Yusef would behave and not sow wild oats, respecting her wishes so she would go through with the marriage. However, as soon as Yusef arrived in Jiangqing, he started flirting with Beth and tried to hit on Nellie while getting a haircut. He clearly didn't care about her at all. Raquel, with her pride, couldn't tolerate this behavior and immediately made plans. Keenan Hale, Yusef is not worthy of you. You absolutely cannot marry him. Beth spoke sincerely. Having followed Raquel for so long and being taken care of, she naturally couldn't stand by and watch Raquel jump into this trap. Of course I know. There hasn't even been a person born who deserves me yet. Raquel confidently flicked her hair, preparing to check on the situation inside. Where's Gerald? Beth looked around the small balcony where the 4 of them were initially crowded together. Gerald was nowhere to be seen, and she noticed this right away. He. Raquel suddenly blushed while explaining. Beth stared at her, puzzled. Only then did Raquel realize that Gerald was actually missing. Beth had asked where Gerald went, and she had completely misunderstood. How did he get inside? At this moment, Nellie looked into the room. Inside, it had quieted down, and Yusef was smoking contentedly. Gordonster Sue seems to be in a great mood, playing around so close to the engagement. Do you want to test your capabilities? Yusef had just taken a puff of his cigarette when Gerald's voice came from beside him. As Adela was getting dressed, hearing another person's voice inside the room, she screamed loudly, pulling the blanket tightly over her body. Gerald gave her a disdainful glance, not deigning to give her a second look. Any of the 3 women outside would outshine her by 100 times. Seeing Gerald's face clearly, a cold smile appeared on Yusef's face. So, it's you. He stood up from the bed, cigarette hanging from his lips, looking at Gerald with disdain. I didn't expect you to have such guts, sneaking in here unnoticed. Yusef didn't take Gerald seriously at all. After all, to the Su family, the Bajuan group was no more significant than a slightly bigger ant. Gordonster Sue looks happy. Wonder which is more delightful, the young military star or Miss Hale. Gerald had never seen someone so shameless. Being caught in the act and still trying to act cool. This guy's face must be extremely thick. Yusef took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. All right, tell me what you want. Gerald's eyes lit up. He broke in specifically waiting for this moment. Last time, he extorted 1 million yuan from Sebastian. Yusef should be wealthier than Sebastian. He wondered how much he could squeeze out. Since Gordonster Sue is being straightforward, let's cut to the chase. Gerald grinned, holding up one finger. This number, and I won't say a word about today. This left a loophole. He wouldn't say anything, but the 3 women outside might not hold their tongues. And with Raquel there, He didn't need to tell anyone else. 1 billion? That's quite a large appetite. Upon seeing Gerald's finger, Yusef's expression turned serious. Gerald was also surprised. He had only intended to ask for 10 million yuan. After all, he got 1 million from Sebastian. Given Yusef's higher status, 10 million was reasonable. But he hadn't expected the figure to be 1 billion yuan, revealing how underestimating the Su group's strength can be costly. Gordonster Su, this is a fair price. Taking advantage of the situation, Gerald set the price at 1 billion, ready to fleece Yusef properly. Think about it. If tomorrow's headline reads, Son of the Su family with an 18th tier military star, the Su group stock value will plummet far more than 1 billion. Who says I'm an 18th tier star? Adela retorted, slightly miffed. She had a few new shows recently, although mostly minor roles. But she was now at least a third or fourth line star. Besides, hooking up with Yusef was partly motivated by the hope he would invest in her career, helping her rise to stardom. Quiet. Yusef's face darkened, glaring at Adela. That's true. Adela sulked under the covers, falling silent. Yusef never imagined Gerald's greed would be so enormous, demanding 1 billion yuan outright. While Yusef was the heir of the Su family and had access to considerable funds, most of it was company money. His personal expenses barely covered his needs. To transfer 1 billion yuan from company funds would require an excuse and later replenishment. That's too much. Impossible. Yusef harshly rejected, taking another puff of his cigarette. Gerald's smile remained. Gordonster Su, everything is negotiable. You could give me an IOU, paying as much as you can now. The corners of Yusef's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Gerald to be so shameless, using the IOU trick. It was utterly audacious. No way. Yusef firmly refused. Signing an IOU would put him at Gerald's mercy, leaving a handle against him. Translation complete. This maintains the original tone and style, ensuring the storyline and logic cohere with previous content, and follows the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. Hashtag chapter 292. Not the first time. Michaela stood outside, practically beaming with delight. She couldn't believe that Gerald would use such tactics to blackmail Yusef. How had she never thought of it? Florence, where did you find such an unusual boyfriend? Who would have thought he'd blackmail the eldest son of the Su Corporation? Michaela laughed like a blooming flower, finding Gerald's actions shameless and utterly devoid of morals, negotiating prices while someone was still in bed. He's done this before, Nellie said exasperatedly. She wondered when Gerald would stop being so money-driven. I've seen him blackmail others before. He can be ruthless, Beth added from the side. The last time, he had blackmailed a landlord for an entire apartment, which left her shocked. He's quite interesting. Michaela pursed her lips and half-joked. If he weren't your boyfriend, I'd consider pursuing him. Nellie and Beth both sweat-dropped at the same time. This young lady from the Hale family certainly didn't follow the rules. Then you're too late. Nellie hurriedly replied. With Michaela's enchanting appearance, fiery personality, and social skills, if she truly took an interest in Gerald, Nellie wouldn't stand a chance. Just kidding, how could I possibly take what's yours? After all, this is your first love. Michaela squinted her eyes and looked back into the room. Inside, Yusef lit another cigarette, casually smoking as he said, I'll give you a maximum of 50 million, not a penny more. 80 million, not a penny less, Gerald immediately countered. Yusef's face darkened as he glared fiercely at Gerald. I'm not negotiating. 50 million is the most I can offer. Without approval from the higher-ups, the most Yusef could mobilize was 50 million. Any more would draw attention. If the company learned that the prestigious heir of the Su family was blackmailed due to involvement with a small star, it would be embarrassing. Why don't you write me an IOU for the remaining 50 million? I can accept installment payments, Gerald suggested. Outside, Michaela nearly burst out laughing at his morally questionable behavior. It felt too satisfying. Wasn't it 80 million just now? Yusef asked, wide-eyed. Gerald responded, would you lend money without interest? 80 million up front, but an IOU means 100 million. Michaela finally couldn't hold back her laughter, though fortunately, it was soft enough that no one inside heard. Yusef, still grimacing, warned, fine, I'll give you the IOU. But if anyone finds out about this, I'll make sure you die without a burial spot. Don't worry, Mr. Su, my mouth is sealed. Gerald waved his hand, and a white sheet of paper and a black pen appeared in his grasp. He handed them over. Write the IOU, and I'll give you 3 months to repay. Any longer, and the interest will increase. Yusef's hand trembled slightly as he wrote the IOU, and passed it back to Gerald, then transferred the money via phone. Thank you, Mr. Su. Remember to notify me if there's another matter like this. Gerald walked straight to the door, punched through the lock, and stepped out, showing off his prowess to intimidate Yusef. Back at the villa, Gerald waved from the balcony for the 3 girls to jump down. The blackmail was complete. It was time to leave. Michaela jumped first, her movements graceful and decisive, like a fierce female knight. Gerald caught her in his arms. As he was about to set her down, Michaela leaned in close. Little brother, you really helped me vent some anger. With that, her passionate red lips kissed Gerald's cheek. Gerald was stunned. He hadn't expected Michaela to be so bold with Nellie and Beth still upstairs. Michaela acted as if nothing had happened, stepping away from Gerald's embrace and smiling up at Nellie and Beth, gesturing for them to come down. Nellie checked inside and quickly followed, also being caught by Gerald. Beth jumped next, and all 3 women were safely on the ground. Michaela drove off first, leaving Gerald and the others to return to their vehicles. What did she say in your ear? Nellie asked warily. She hadn't seen Michaela kiss Gerald, but noticed her whispering to him. She thanked me for helping. What should we do with the 50 million? Gerald quickly diverted the conversation. You blackmailed it, so naturally, it's yours to use, Nellie rolled her eyes. But let me tell you, if Yusef retaliates against Paubing Group, you'll have to handle it. Yusef wasn't someone like Sebastian. If the Su Corporation retaliated, Paubing Group wouldn't stand a chance. Don't worry, the fairy will help us. We helped her, and she won't abandon us. Relax, everything's fine. Now Gerald's wealth exceeded 100 million, all from blackmail. If there were more fools like Yusef, becoming the richest man in Jiangxing wouldn't be impossible. After they returned home, Gerald resumed his usual job of preparing medicine. Gabbies finished their herbal medicine and retired to rest. Gerald, here are the clues I found. Carson approached Gerald, having discovered new information about Isaiah. Is that old guy confirmed to be in Shanghai? Gerald asked. Carson nodded. Hails. There are patients in hospitals in Shanghai City with similar symptoms, some lasting up to 3 years. Gerald frowned. It seemed Isaiah's soul binding wasn't just for cultivation. He likely intended to nurture souls. He kept those ordinary people alive but trapped their souls because he feared attracting specialized Chinese organizations and to enhance his cultivation through nurturing souls. This Isaiah is truly despicable. Did you find out where he lives? Gerald asked. Despite not being a righteous cultivator, he couldn't stand this treatment of ordinary people, especially given his grudge against Frederick. Now at level 12 of the Qi condensation stage, plus the Ba Wang sword, I can handle a foundation establishment cultivator. Didn't find the exact address yet. The Zhang family has residences in Jianghai. I've already contacted people there, and we'll check it out. Carson was efficient. She had sent people over right away. We'll go to Jianghai when we can, Gerald decided firmly. Chapter 293 Freeloading Meal. Bella nodded and said, then I'll go back and apply, and notify you when the time comes. All right, Gerald replied. Back in his room, Gerald checked the balance on his card, and he couldn't help but break into a grin. He had never seen so much money in his life, with so many zeros trailing behind it. He would buy an apartment for his younger sister in Jiangxing first so she could start working there after graduation. Then, he would build a villa in the village for his mother and hire a nanny for her. Perfect. Seated in the room, Gerald started refining pills again. His current cultivation was still not enough to refine grade 3 medicinal pills. However, facing Bryson next time would be dangerous, so having more self-preservation items would be beneficial. Gerald's pill refining speed had improved considerably. His efficiency had increased, as well as his success rate. The Tao of Alchemy embodied in the Dragon Scale Cauldron gave him some insights. If his cultivation were sufficient, he would have at least a 60% chance of successfully refining a bone Gordonrow cleansing pill. Flames ascended from within the cauldron. With a wave of his hand, they wrapped around the cauldron like a fire dragon, continuously coiling up the wall. Gerald felt that the higher the quality of the refined pills, the more vivid the fire dragon on the Dragon Scale Cauldron would appear. Now, he was only refining grade 2 pills. Hence, the fire dragon remained just a shadow. For grade 9 or even immortal grade divine pills, this fire dragon might turn into a real one. Is the Dragon Scale Cauldron really made of dragon scales? Gerald did not doubt the existence of true dragons in Bertzia. Dragons were the totems of Bertzia, and just because they didn't exist on Earth now, did not mean they didn't exist elsewhere in the 33 heavenly realms. There were myriad worlds where humans, gods, and ghosts only occupied a small fraction. Spending an entire night, Gerald refined several pills, also consuming quite a bit of medicinal herbs in the process. No wonder alchemists were so rare. Without a fortune, no one could afford such extensive consumption. Stretching out, he recalled the herbs Ethan had arranged last time. He had nearly depleted them and felt embarrassed to trouble him again. Luckily, he now had 50 million and could look for the necessary materials. The next morning, Nellie dragged Gerald to the store again, letting him resume his delivery job. Yesterday, he was a shareholder of Peach Blossom Source and the future successor of the Boker Group, but today, he was back to mundane work. Fortunately, Bryson hadn't stirred up any trouble lately, and Axton hadn't caused any issues either. This peaceful and tranquil life wasn't bad. After delivering goods all morning, Gerald arrived at Daryolan Hotel with the cargo during lunchtime. Not fully satiated at yesterday's banquet, he intended to freeload another meal. With his employee badge, Gerald skillfully reached the staff canteen and grabbed a large portion of dishes, preparing to enjoy them thoroughly. Finding an empty seat by the window with a nice view, he was about to savor his meal when a beautiful woman sat opposite him. Little boyfriend, how do you find time to eat at our company today? Didn't you come here specifically to see me? Lifting his head, Gerald saw Raquel sitting across from him, giving him an alluring look. Her attire was provocative and revealing, flaunting her long legs and curvy figure, almost making Gerald's nose bleed. You're overthinking things. I'm just looking for a free meal. Grabbing a crab, Gerald began tearing its legs off and crunching loudly, ignoring the president of Daryolan Group across from him. Little boyfriend, you've got quite a personality. Raquel placed her plate across from him and began eating gracefully with cutlery, contrasting sharply with Gerald's messy eating style. As the president of Daryolan Group, aren't you supposed to dine in private rooms? Wiping his hands, Gerald picked up a prawn and munched away, finding the restaurant's standard quite good, akin to a 5-star hotel's. Raquel laughed. To make employees feel at home, leaders must lead by example. Have you ever seen a family dining separately? Gerald wiped his hands and smiled. Why didn't I see you when I came last time? I only come here every Monday. It just happened to coincide with your visit. Elegantly slicing her steak, Raquel narrowed her eyes at Gerald and flirted. Little boyfriend, you're quite impressive. I thought Florence wouldn't find a boyfriend so quickly. You even have a child. Initially, you seemed ordinary, but now you exude an inscrutable aura. Miss Hale, are you falling for me too? Gerald chuckled after wiping his mouth. Me? Raquel shook her head. You're not good enough for me. So confident, huh? After all, aristocratic families emphasize equal social status. I don't have many requirements, Raquel said. If I like someone, nothing can stop me. If I don't, nothing can force me. What about Yusef from yesterday? How did you handle it? Simple. I sent him the video and let him resolve it with his family. What about the remaining 50 million? Gerald gaped in surprise, wondering if Yusef would still pay the remaining sum after seeing the video. Obviously not. Do you really think Yusef is foolish enough to pay you the rest? Raquel scanned Gerald and added, if I'm correct, he's likely planning something against you now. Speechless, Gerald felt that Raquel lacked consideration. She forwarded the video immediately after he helped her. Don't worry. Right now, he's too preoccupied with handling this issue to target you, Raquel smirked, sipping juice elegantly. What if the Su family refuses? Gerald countered. If they refuse, I'll die rather than marry that man. Even shoe polish isn't beneath him. Raquel's character was much stronger than average. Born into a powerful family, she was accustomed to intrigue from a young age, far surpassing pampered girls like Nellie. She had given Yusef a chance, but since he failed to cherish it, what awaited him next would be Raquel's counterattack. Until the engagement was annulled, she wouldn't stop. President Hale, you need to sign this document immediately. Interrupting their conversation, Beth hurriedly approached with a document. Upon seeing Gerald, she froze momentarily before regaining composure. Chapter 294, Proposal. Raquel reached out to take the document and immediately frowned upon glancing at it. Didn't we agree to postpone the collaboration with Su Corporation? Why are you bringing these documents again? The cooperation between Dario Yvette Group and Su Corporation in Jiangxing represented a marriage alliance between the Hale and Su families. Now, Raquel was determined to end her engagement with her despicable fiancé and would not sign the document. This is a special instruction from the headquarters, insisting that the document must be signed today and sent to Su Corporation, Beth replied hesitantly. No. Raquel slammed the document onto the table, smearing it with grease, instantly ruining its legal standing. Miss Hale, but Su Corporation is waiting for us. How should we respond if we don't sign? Beth asked. Raquel retorted, tell them Yusef isn't worthy of me. Oh. Beth's mouth dropped open. Responding this way would embarrass Su Corporation. Forget it. Just say there's more procedure to go through, and we can't sign now. Raquel also realized this sounded overly harsh and decided to soften her tone. Miss Hale, quickly, Ivan is downstairs. The receptionist hurried over, looking anxious. He's downstairs? What's he doing there? Raquel had sent Yusef a video last night and instructed him to terminate their engagement. What was he doing at Dario Yvette Group? Beth, let's go see. Raquel stood up and headed toward the elevator. Gerald followed, eager to watch the drama unfold. Upon exiting the elevator, they found the hotel lobby crowded with people, while many more gathered outside. People moved aside promptly as Raquel emerged. What's happening? Stepping out of the company entrance, Raquel saw Yusef already waiting outside. Yusef stood centrally, surrounded by people forming a heart shape, with 10 Mercedes S600s lined up behind them. The lead vehicle was a Rolls-Royce, creating an impressive scene. Behind them was a balloon archway with a banner reading, Raquel, marry me. This grand gesture clearly signaled a proposal. Raquel and Yusef were engaged due to a decision made by their elders. In reality, they weren't even friends. Look, young Gordonster Su proposing to Miss Hale of the Hale family. Definitely front page news. It seemed like Su Corporation and Dario Yvette Group were just collaborating, but now it looks like a merger. They make quite a handsome couple. Seeing this, Raquel's expression darkened. She had asked Yusef to terminate their engagement, but he instead chose to propose dramatically. Seeing Raquel emerge, Yusef knelt on one knee, presenting a box containing a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg. Xiang Yu, will you marry me? I promise to reform and only have you as my wife from now on, Yusef declared earnestly. Gordonry him, the crowd chanted. Raquel's face turned increasingly grim, her fingers digging into her palm, almost drawing blood. She didn't feel anything for Yusef and only considered marrying him reluctantly, given her circumstances in high society. But now, his actions thoroughly repulsed her, seeming immature and juvenile. Turning away, she instructed the security, clear everyone blocking the entrance away. This put the security in a difficult position, facing Su family's heir and potential partner. Is my word no longer effective? Raquel demanded. The security had no choice but to act, loyal to Dario Yvette Group. Xiang Yu. Seeing Raquel leaving, Yusef quickly rose to chase after her. The security dared to stop others, but couldn't stop Su family's heir, allowing Yusef to pass. Ignoring him, Raquel walked straight to the elevator. Yusef shamelessly followed and slipped inside just before the doors closed. Young Gordonster Su, didn't know you were so romantic, Gerald chuckled. Yusef, noticing Gerald, wanted to lash out but restrained himself due to Raquel's presence. Xiang Yu, listen to me about what happened yesterday. Someone drugged me. It was all that fox's fault, not my intention. Standing before Raquel, Yusef continued pleading. You have to believe me. We're about to get engaged. Our two families' future depends on this. You can't be stubborn. Do you think I'd believe you? Raquel sneered. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old or mentally impaired? Xiang Yu, our engagement was arranged by elders. Our families share the same fate. Terminating it would kill me. Pulling out the shiny ring, Yusef added. Pretend nothing happened last night. As Hale family's future daughter-in-law, I promise you'll have whatever you desire. Finally honest. Raquel scoffed. You just want to keep your heir status. If Yusef wasn't the eldest son, he wouldn't inherit. His younger brother and cousins were more capable. Since childhood, Yusef indulged recklessly, knowing he was designated heir. Coming to Jiangxing was part of his training. If his family learned of this scandal, he might be sent back to Beijing and possibly confined. Xiang Yu, believe me, I'm sincere. Yusef, I don't wish to see you until our engagement is officially announced. As the elevator arrived, Raquel stepped out, coldly stating, if I see you again, especially at Dario Yvette Group, I can't guarantee whether last night's video ends up with Keaton or my grandfather. Consider your options. Tell Su family to terminate our engagement yourself, or I'll do it. With the elevator door closing, Yusef gritted his teeth. Miss Hale, shall I respond according to what you said earlier? Beth asked cautiously, sensing Raquel's anger. Chapter 295, Celebrity Effect. Raquel said in a stern voice, no need to reply. Come to my office. All right, Beth replied. The two of them walked straight into the office, leaving Gerald standing outside. A wealthy family feud. What a drama, Gerald muttered, feeling that this drama was truly entertaining. Back in his car, Gerald resumed his delivery route. Upon arriving in the old city district, Gerald parked and headed towards Renshine Hall to purchase some herbs from Domenico. Renshine Hall was packed with patients queuing up, filling the small clinic to the brim. Since Domenico and Gerald had treated Aisha, allowing her to walk again, Renshine Hall's reputation had spread throughout Jiangxing. Gordony came for consultations, overwhelming Domenico, who spent all day seeing patients. Mr. Liu, your business is really booming, Gerald said, slipping through the crowd and greeting Domenico as he worked. Little Malag, how did you find time to come? Quick, help me out. Domenico's beard perked up when he saw Gerald. His advanced age and the sheer number of patients had taken a toll on him. He had even put up a sign limiting consultations to 10 in the morning and 10 in the afternoon, but it did little good. Gerald was immediately pulled aside by Domenico to assist with consultations. As soon as people recognized Gerald as the renowned healer, they surrounded him, clamoring for his attention. This must be Dr. Shanxing. We've heard so much about you. I've had gout for a long time. Can you take a look? One patient asked. My left ear has been deaf for half a year. Please, help me. Another pleaded. Please treat me first. Voices overlapped as everyone tried to get Gerald's attention. Don't worry, don't worry. One by one, I'll treat you all, Gerald managed to say, feeling suffocated by the crowd. He never imagined there would be so many patients. So, Gerald was seated at the consultation desk, treating patients one after another. His speed was incredibly fast. He could diagnose most conditions with just a glance. Up he looked, down he wrote prescriptions. Except for complex cases, it only took him half an hour to finish what usually took Domenico a whole day. Huff, Gerald exhaled deeply, turning to Domenico, who was sipping tea. You should consider expanding your clinic, Mr. Liu. You're handling all these patients alone without any help. I have no money for that, not with the expensive real estate prices in Jiangxing. Domenico laughed and handed over a cup of tea. How about you lend me some? With your recent fame, you must have earned quite a bit. That's all right, Mr. Liu. Your clinic is an ancestral property. Selling it would make you richer than me, Gerald replied with a smile. Besides, with so many patients daily, you must be earning decently. Not much, I'm just one person. Domenico started complaining about finances. Herbs are so expensive now, and I often only earn a living wage. And as you know, this clinic is our family's heritage. It can't be sold. Fine. I'll buy some herbs at market price, giving you some profit. All right. Gerald couldn't bear the man's usual complaints. The last time, during Aisha's treatment, he'd earned a good sum, but claimed he only made enough for the medicine. Gerald went to pick out herbs and paused, thinking, wait a minute, Mr. Liu. When I came here, I noticed a large area in the old district is under demolition. Is your clinic included? The government was transforming this area due to its outdated and unsafe buildings, planning to relocate residents and build new commercial zones. Don't mention it. Domenico grew upset. Their compensation plan wouldn't even cover a bathroom in a shop here. How can I agree? This was a centuries-old family clinic. After countless changes, the Liu family remained rooted here. Relocation would erase their legacy and reputation. Naturally, Domenico refused to leave their ancestral home. He placed the compensation plan before Gerald, visibly agitated. Typically, demolition brought windfalls, especially in redevelopment zones. This proposal seemed reasonable, but used residential rates instead of commercial rates. According to this scheme, the small clinic's compensation would only suffice for a fifth of its original size, roughly a toilet-sized area. Mr. Liu, this is taking advantage, Gerald criticized. This plan reduced the asset value by more than half. No wonder Domenico was unhappy. So, I joined other merchants in opposing the plan. For larger properties, they offer only one apartment in compensation. Who would agree to that? Domenico grumbled, still troubled by the issue. If following their plan, Domenico would need millions to buy a comparable commercial space. Dariolin Real Estate? Gerald noticed the stamp and name. If his guess was correct, Dariolin Real Estate Company was also under the Dariolin Group, meaning the highest-ranking person responsible for developing this land might be Raquel. Chapter 296, Comatose Patient. Gerald sipped his tea slowly, never expecting that little Miss Raquel would be involved in such exploitative activities against the people. Indeed, it said that Dariolin Group and Su Family Group have a cooperative project. It's just here to take advantage of us. The rich are heartless. They're the perfect example. Dylan crumpled up the compensation agreement on the table and tossed it into the trash can beside him. Mr. Liu, you can't say things like that. Let me make some inquiries for you. Gerald remembered that Raquel had terminated the cooperation between Dariolin Group and Su Family Group. Now, their joint project hadn't even started, so this urban redevelopment was likely just an action by one party under the guise of both companies. Gerald pulled out his phone, ready to call Raquel. Truth be told, he had never dialed this enchantress's number since obtaining it. When the call connected, Raquel's alluring voice came through. Little boyfriend, why did you think of calling me? Have you missed me after only a few hours? This female demon indeed lived up to her reputation. Even though she knew Gerald was Nellie's boyfriend, she still flirted with him openly. Demona's sister, I need your help with something serious. Don't joke around. Gerald held the phone seriously, thinking that although Youssef was a lousy guy, if he truly married Raquel, it might feel like loving a wild horse whose head was always in the prairie. Oh, what's the matter? Besides knowing each other through Nellie, there wasn't much else Raquel and Gerald could have in common. Gerald briefly described the situation here, and Raquel's angry voice soon came through the line. What? That project didn't even have my signature before they started work. Youssef is trying to ruin the reputation of my Dariolin Group. Raquel's anger was justified. With great effort, she had made Dariolin Group's Jiangxing branch thrive, and now, just as they were about to collaborate with Su Family Group, such chaos occurred, tarnishing the company's name. Youssef must not have realized that he couldn't act recklessly in Jiangxing relying solely on the Su family's name. As Gerald conversed with Raquel, a few men barged in menacingly through the door. Old man, get over here right now. Leading them was a burly man wearing a black sleeveless shirt and a safety helmet, looking like a construction worker from the vicinity. The others wore similar outfits, sleeveless shirts, camouflage pants, and safety helmets. Between them lay a patient on a stretcher, bandages wrapped around his head, lying unconscious. Dylan frowned slightly and walked over, asking, "What's the matter?" The burly man pointed at the unconscious person on the stretcher and asked Dylan, "Old man, do you remember my brother?" Dylan frowned again, glancing at the patient. "Isn't this the person who got hit by a brick on the head a couple of days ago at the construction site? Didn't I prescribe medicine for you? Why are you back?" Despite treating many patients daily, Dylan remembered this particular case vividly. Gordonly because when they came for treatment, they drove away several other patients waiting for consultation. The patient on the stretcher had been struck on the head by a falling brick while working on the site and fell into a coma. At the time, Dylan had examined him and found no life-threatening injuries. After simple dressing and medication, they left. How could they return now? Humph. The burly man sneered. "Remember well, my brother became unresponsive after your treatment. The doctor says he's comatose. What do you have to say about that?" He folded his arms, exposing thick biceps, and looked intimidatingly at Dylan. Comatose? Impossible. He only had mild concussion at most. Dylan approached the stretcher and examined the patient. He clearly recalled that the man was fully conscious when brought in, with only a scalp wound. How could he now be in a vegetative state? "Stop blabbering. It's your quackery that did this." The burly man grabbed Dylan's collar, lifted him up, and shouted, "If you don't give a satisfactory answer today, I'll smash this rotten clinic of yours." Dylan, being small-framed, was no match for the burly man, appearing weak and powerless. "Stop. Let me examine further." The burly man released Dylan but warned menacingly, "Old man, this is a matter of life and death. Better cooperate." He then lit a cigarette, stood aside, and smoked. Gerald observed the burly man, noting that despite his construction outfit, everything seemed new and spotless. Moreover, the cigarettes he smoked were expensive brands, which was unlikely for a typical construction worker. The others also eyed Dylan indifferently, seemingly unbothered by the comatose patient on the stretcher. Without any doubt, this was a targeted attack on Dylan. Dylan went to the stretcher, bent down, and checked the patient's pupils, finding them unfocused and rolled upwards, a clear sign of unconsciousness. Next, he checked the pulse, which was steady, and breathing was regular, indicating no issues with the heart or lungs. "Old man, finished yet?" The burly man stubbed out his cigarette on the ground and walked over menacingly. Dylan's brows furrowed. Externally, he couldn't determine the cause of the patient's current state. By now, the commotion had drawn a crowd outside the clinic, and patients waiting for treatment hesitated to enter. If this incident wasn't handled well, the Renxin Clinic's reputation would be ruined. What happened? Dr. Liu turned someone into a vegetable? Don't be absurd. Dr. Liu is skilled. How could he fail? These people seem intent on extorting money. But those men were bleeding heavily the last time I saw them here. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, making Dylan break into a cold sweat. "Bring the patient inside for a thorough examination," Dylan suggested. But the burly man refused. "Old man, you're trying to pull a fast one. Treat him here. If my brother doesn't wake up, neither will this clinic." "Exactly, what rubbish clinic? Yesterday he was fine. Now he's comatose after being treated by this old man. Clearly a quack. Everyone, look at this. A quack has harmed a healthy person, turning them into a vegetable." The crowd's voices grew louder, putting more pressure on Dylan. Chapter 297, Divine Dr. Chun is about to act. The people who came with the burly man also began to shout, making the crowd outside, unaware of the actual situation, start to have doubts. "Our benevolent Heart Hall has maintained its reputation for a century. How could we possibly leave someone disabled?" Dylan retorted. Yesterday, he was fully aware of the medicines he prescribed. Even if they didn't cure the person, they certainly wouldn't turn him into a vegetative state. The burly man pulled out a cigarette again and laughed coldly. "Impossible? Then why don't you cure him right now and show me?" "Old man, let us tell you this. If my brother doesn't wake up today, your medical hall will shut down permanently." One of the henchmen beside him drew a steel pipe, seemingly from a construction site. Dylan was somewhat angry. He rolled up his sleeves, walked to the table to pick up a silver needle, then returned to the side of the stretcher. He lifted the patient's clothes and inserted the silver needles into several vital acupuncture points. As soon as the silver needles touched the skin, not only did the patient not regain consciousness, but blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, flowing down in a black stream, which looked quite terrifying. Seeing this, the burly man kicked Dylan in the back. "Old man, are you trying to silence him by killing him?" Just as he raised his foot, Gerald kicked sideways and hit the guy right on the shin bone, causing him to lose balance and sit down hard on the ground. "You would attack an elderly person like this? I think you're the one who wants to kill to silence him." Gerald stood in front of Dylan, looking coldly at the burly man and his group. From the beginning, he sensed something was off. Observing the black blood trickling from the patient's mouth, he became even more convinced that someone had tampered with the situation. A normal person who got hit on the head wouldn't possibly spurt black blood. After being kicked down by Gerald, the burly man got up after 2 steps, glaring fiercely at Gerald while yelling, "Look, everyone! The benevolent Heart Hall killed someone, and now they are assaulting others. This is complete lawlessness." His shouting made it difficult for Gerald to make another move without inviting trouble. "What do you want?" Gerald asked straightforwardly. Hearing the mellow tone of Gerald, the burly man smiled. "You're quite smart. My brother turned into a vegetative state here. We heard that your shabby medical hall is due for demolition, so there should be compensation. Give us all the compensation money. I've asked doctors from large hospitals. It costs a fortune to treat a vegetative patient. I'm afraid those funds aren't enough. It's already a bargain for you." The burly man puffed on his cigarette, bluntly demanding money without any sophistication. Gerald narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of chill in them, saying calmly, "What I mean is, how much will you pay for medical fees if we cure him?" "Cure him?" The burly man laughed loudly. "Do you know who you are kidding? Cure him when even top hospital doctors couldn't do anything? What makes you think you can?" Gerald's gaze grew icy and his voice sharp. I'm asking you, how much will you pay if we cure him? Intimidated by Gerald's stern tone, the burly man's smile froze. Gerald's voice contained divine consciousness pressure, preventing the burly man from underestimating him any further. Meanwhile, Dylan was busy stopping the bleeding. The bleeding hadn't stopped since the acupuncture, making him too fearful to continue the treatment. Xiao, come over and see. I can't handle this, said Dylan, genuinely helpless. When he tried massage therapy, not only did the patient bleed from the mouth, but also from the nose. If he continued, he might indeed end up killing the patient. Gerald decided not to waste more time arguing with the burly man. It was better to deal with the guy on the stretcher first. Quickly look. Divine Dr. Chen is about to act. The benevolent heart hall has Divine Dr. Chen. No disease is incurable. I once knew a girl who fell and became a vegetative patient, but she was cured by Divine Dr. Chen. I bet Divine Dr. Chen can cure this patient. Everyone got excited as soon as Gerald prepared to take action. Indeed, his reputation as a divine doctor was very impressive. Lou Elder, go and get these herbs. Gerald handed a prescription to Dylan. This includes heat-clearing detoxifying powder with Yellowstone. These are strong medications, appropriate? Gerald replied, just follow the prescription. Without hesitation, Dylan grabbed the prescription and rushed to get the medicine. Gerald squatted down, holding a silver needle between his fingertips, inserting it quickly into the patient's chest. In just seconds, over 10 needles were implanted. After completing the insertion, Gerald ignored the patient and stood up to pull a chair over, sipping tea leisurely. The burly man was unsure what Gerald was doing, but hearing the enthusiastic cheers earlier, he realized Gerald wasn't an ordinary person. You're done? Looking at the stretcher-bound patient, who stopped bleeding but showed no signs of waking, the burly man asked. If I didn't treat him, he'd be dead in an hour, Gerald replied, turning to face the burly man. Using poison to cause death is no different from intentional murder. We'll see who shuts down or goes to jail. Hearing this, the burly man trembled, losing his arrogant expression, stuttering, Why you? Don't talk nonsense. We didn't poison anyone. Gerald glanced at the time and smiled. From the moment you entered, it's been 40 minutes. Another 20 minutes, and he will die. If he dies, the forensic doctor will determine the cause. Poisoning won't be hidden. At this point, sweat beads dripped from the burly man's face. The men accompanying him were quietly backing away, preparing to slip away. You're bluffing. We didn't poison him. Your medical hall messed this up. The burly man argued one last time, trying to distance himself. Gerald pointed at the patient on the stretcher and laughed. Even a blind man can see that black blood trickling from the 7 orifices is poisoning. If he was poisoned before arriving here, he might die sooner than a few minutes from now. We won't treat him anymore. We quit. The burly man, threatened by Gerald, didn't dare stay longer and immediately wanted to carry the stretcher away to leave the benevolent heart hall. Chapter 298, Yusef's plan. Bang. At that moment, the clinic's door was abruptly slammed shut. The burly man and his companions had just lifted the stretcher when they saw the newcomer. They immediately loosened their grip, causing the stretcher to drop to the ground, and the patient on it fell as well. Miss Yvette, you're right on time this time. Gerald looked at Bella and Amiel with a smile. He had expected them to take a bit longer, but didn't anticipate their arrival so soon. I've been maintaining order at the south end of the old town. There are several merchants there who are having conflicts with developers. Bella walked in and asked, What happened here? Gerald pointed at the stretcher and laughed. Nothing serious. These people tried to poison someone and then come for extortion. Bella's gaze shifted to the burly man. Upon seeing her in her uniform with her shoulder insignia, he felt like crying but had nowhere to turn. What started as a simple matter, extorting an old man, turned into a major problem. Officer, I didn't put any poison. It wasn't me, the burly man stammered after seeing Bella, avoiding her intense gaze. Then who did? Bella demanded sharply. It's Sue. The burly man hesitated mid-sentence and quickly shook his head. No one poisoned him, no one is poisoned. I just wanted to extort some money. Involving the mastermind would be far more serious than attempted extortion. He didn't have the courage. Extortion, huh? Bella frowned, walked over coldly, and pulled out handcuffs from her belt, cuffing the burly man's hands. Come with us. Amiel pointed at the still unconscious patient on the stretcher and asked, Captain Yvette, what about him? Gerald laughed. He doesn't need to go back. In a few minutes, he'll be dead. You can charge this guy with murder instead. Hearing this, the burly man wilted, falling to the ground like a rag doll. Moments later, he came to his senses and scrambled to Gerald, kneeling and banging his head on the floor. Divine Doctor, save him. I don't want to die. I don't want to go to jail. Gerald raised an eyebrow and smiled. Now you're scared. Tell me your true intention. If I'm satisfied, maybe this person won't die. The burly man was drenched in sweat, torn between exposing the truth and facing retaliation or keeping quiet and risking jail time. Hurry up and confess. Bella glared at him, barking, If you don't say anything, come with me. She grabbed the burly man's black vest with surprising strength, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. Amiel stood by, stunned at Bella's unexpected strength. Done for, Captain Yvette is even fiercer now, Amiel muttered to himself. Hanging in midair, the burly man struggled. Please, save him first. I'll confess everything. Facing arrest was worse than angering the mastermind. With Bella's fearsome reputation, he couldn't imagine what might happen if he ended up charged with intentional homicide. Life was more important than anything else. Bella let go, and the burly man hit the ground with a thud. Amiel turned away, pretending not to see. After all, they were here unofficially at Gerald's request, and as long as no one reported it, nothing would happen. Looking at Gerald, then at the bleeding patient on the stretcher, the burly man grew even more terrified. It had been a long time since the victim took the medicine, surpassing Gerald's predicted timeline. He truly feared the person might be dead. Just then, Dylan emerged from behind, holding freshly brewed traditional Chinese medicine. Seeing Bella in her uniform startled him. He thought the burly man had called the police. Mr. Liu, thank you. Gerald accepted the bowl of medicine and walked over to the stretcher. He forced the man's mouth open and poured the entire contents down his throat. As the medicine went in, the previously unconscious man suddenly started convulsing. His eyes widened, hands reached out, clutching his neck in agony, rolling on the ground. He screamed as if his neck was on fire. Seeing the man alive, the burly man breathed a slight sigh of relief.